Konoha Village. Uchiha clan territory. Outside the Nanha Shrine, dozens of Uchiha clansmen gathered, standing in small groups. The murmur of conversation shattered the tranquility of the night. Yahweh, have you heard? It seems that Senpai Yuin is about to be promoted to team leader. Indeed, Senpai Yuin, so young yet rising to such a position. If my memory serves me right, he should be the youngest team leader in history, right? Exactly. Even Lord Fugaka did not achieve such a feat at Senpai Yuin's age. Inawo, we will soon become members of the police force. Do you think we might be assigned under Senpai Yuin? One can only hope. Two boys, seemingly around 10 years old, cast a furtive glance at the Senpai Yuin they spoke of. At that moment, Uchiha Yuin lounged casually against a large tree, a long blade slung casually at his back. His black hair danced in the wind, and his deep-set eyes were darker than the night itself. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, the slight rise and fall of his chest betrayed an inner turmoil just moments ago. It felt as if he had awakened from a dream, recalling memories of a past life. Damn it, reduced to a mere speed bump. Uchiha Yuin muttered under his breath. As an avid fan of Hokage and a seasoned duelist, after being soundly defeated by an ANBU operative, Yuin had wandered out to buy food in a dazed to his astonishment. He stumbled upon a stroke of fortune. After exhausting all efforts in battle, he found himself transported into the world of Hokage, becoming a member of the Uchiha clan. He had truly become one of the villagers. It was only today that he awakened memories of his previous life. Uchiha. Yuin raised his arm to rub his forehead, inhaling deeply. The Uchiha clan, though endowed with formidable bloodline limits, faced a grim fate. In the original narrative, as a founding family of Konoha, they ultimately fell to the brink of extinction due to the exclusion and hostility from the village's higher-ups. Ironically, this powerful clan was annihilated without a single blow struck against them. Anyone witnessing this would surely exclaim, "How frustrating." Not to mention, if you cannot win, at least put up a fight, right? In the end, they were deceived and left vulnerable. However, after a brief contemplation, Uchiha Yuin chose not to dwell on it too deeply. Now, in the 41st year of Konoha, there remains ample time before the night of their extinction, and with his memories awakened, he has considerable room for maneuvering. Whether to save his clan or to seek personal solace, to live in obscurity or to flee to distant lands. Such decisions would need to be made based on the circumstances that arise in the future. As Uchiha Yuin pondered these matters, a crisp notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening past life memories, binding the family system. Current family bound, Uchiha clan. Current family population. Prosperity level, purple. Family population prosperity levels, white, green, blue, purple, gold, cyan, red. Unique characteristic, irreversible. Irreversible, after receiving rewards and enhancements. Even if the family population declines, it will not affect the host's strength. However, until the family population returns to its peak, enhancements in prosperity will not yield further strength. Hint, the stronger the family, the greater the benefits to the host. Current available family treasure chests. White chest, green chest, blue chest, purple chest. System activated. Congratulations to the host for receiving a novice gift pack. As a series of system notifications chimed, a slight smile crept onto Uchiha Yuin's lips. Now, with a clear objective, he no longer needed to be troubled. The family system thrives together or suffers together. Uchiha he is determined to save. System, open the novice gift pack. Uchiha Yuin silently intoned. Immediately, the system notification rang out once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a transfer scroll, consumable. Transfer scroll. Mark a location in advance to transfer all family members at once. Gazing at the reward from the novice gift pack, Uchiha Yuin felt a surge of thoughts racing through his mind. A scroll capable of transferring all family members. With this, he would no longer need to endure the indignities in Konoha. The thought of one morning, when Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo discover that all members of the Uchiha clan have vanished, brought a smile to Yuin's face. You oppose us, Uchiha? You see us as a threat? Let us see how you enjoy your life once we are gone. After a moment's reflection, Uchiha Yuin focused his thoughts and opened the remaining 4 treasure chests. Ding! Open the white chest. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Shuriken, throwing technique, Jinin level chakra. Ding! Open the green chest. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. 5 attributes, chakra, Chunin level chakra. Ding! Open the blue chest. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Uchiha style, swordsmanship, Jonin level chakra. Ding! Open the purple chest. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Kaleidoscope Sharingan selection, chest comprehensive ability, enhancement, Takage level. A warm surge flowed through Yuin's limbs, and the chakra within him began to swell rapidly. In but a fleeting moment, it reached an astonishing level. Simultaneously, he gained insights into the shuriken throwing technique and Uchiha-style swordsmanship. Yet, Uchiha Yuin paid little heed to these skills. Instead, he immediately examined the recently acquired Kaleidoscope Sharingan selection chest. Kaleidoscope Sharingan selection chest. The host may choose one pair of Kaleidoscope Sharingan techniques. 1. Tsukuyami Amaterasu. 2. Amaterasu Kagaya. 3. Amaterasu Tsukuyami. 4. Double Kamui. 5. Koten Zanshuan. Gazing at the rewards within the selection chest, Uchiha Yuin felt parched with excitement. This reward is overwhelmingly powerful. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Yuin opted for Double Kamui. Double Kamui is a technique from Uchiha Ibito's Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Not only does it allow one to shift between reality and illusion, but it also possesses the ability to assassinate enemies from a distance by distorting space, complete with its own Kamui dimension. Capable of both offense and defense, it offers versatile options for engagement or retreat. Even in a game, the ability to phase through objects is an exceedingly difficult skill to counter. In the original narrative, Uchiha Ibito was able to upheave the entire ninja world with merely one Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Now, having the chance to acquire the power of Double Kamui, Uchiha Yuin could only conclude that anyone who would not choose this is foolish. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the reward, Double Kamui. With the system's notification, Uchiha Yuin's mental prowess and chakra, now at Kage level, surged once more. In mere seconds, his strength experienced yet another leap. With a mere thought, unnoticed by anyone, several insects seamlessly passed through Uchiha Yuin's form as if unimpeded. After a brief sensation, Uchiha Yuin couldn't help but cover his forehead with one hand, bowing his head as laughter erupted from him. New power. Ha ha. I never expected it to be this formidable. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 2. The Fearsome Eyes of Fyaake. Nothing more. A sudden burst of laughter pierced the tranquility of the night, drawing the attention of the Uchiha clan members surrounding Nanha Shrine. No one could fathom why this young prodigy of the clan would suddenly erupt in laughter. Uchiha Yuzuki paid no heed to their gazes. Although he was a traveler from another world, he was also a native of the Uchiha clan. Having acquired such formidable power so abruptly, it would be a disservice to his current identity not to indulge in a signature Uchiha laugh. As he realized that everyone was watching him, Uchiha Yuzuki reopened his eyes, the intricate patterns of his Mangekyo Sharingan having vanished, leaving only 3 pitch-black tomo slowly swirling within his gaze. Yet even in this state, Uchiha Yakumi and Uchiha Inaho beside him were filled with envy. The 3 tomo Sharingan was a power coveted by every Uchiha. Exchanging glances, Uchiha Yakumi whispered, "What is going on with Senior Yuzuki? Why is he laughing so loudly and activating his 3 tomo Sharingan? It feels a bit off, doesn't it?" Uchiha Inaho scoffed lightly, unable to restrain his retort. "What is off about it? He is just excited. If I were 14 and became a team leader with a 3 tomo Sharingan, I would be even more thrilled than Senior Yuzuki. After tonight, the youngest team leader in history might truly be overshadowed by Senior Yuzuki." Before Uchiha Inaho could finish his sentence, he felt Uchiha Yakumi nudge him. Turning around, he discovered that Uchiha Fyaake had somehow appeared behind them. And Master Fyaake, Uchiha Yakumi, and Uchiha Inaho immediately bowed in greeting. Under the moonlight, the imposing figure of Uchiha Fyaake cast shadows upon the two, making their lips feel parched. As the only son of the Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Fyaake had been labeled a genius from a young age. Later, he earned the moniker of the Fearsome Eyes of Fyaake during the Second Shinobi World War. His serious demeanor, combined with his immense power, granted him an overwhelming presence. Now, having been caught discussing him behind his back, Uchiha Yakumi and Uchiha Inaho, both newly minted ninjas, felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Fortunately, Uchiha Fyaake showed no sign of holding it against them. After a brief glance, his attention shifted to Uchiha Yuzuki. "The Nanha Shrine forbids loud disturbances. Do you understand your mistake?" Sensing the aura emanating from Uchiha Fyaake, Uchiha Yuzuki merely raised an eyebrow and offered no reply. Witnessing this, Uchiha Fayake's expression grew even colder as he took a step closer. Uchiha Yuzuki, I am speaking to you. Did you hear me? How tiresome. Uchiha Yuzuki frowned and muttered. The atmosphere instantly froze, and everyone held their breath. Uchiha Fayake and Uchiha Yuzuki were both star ninjas within the clan, and many had speculated about who would emerge stronger in the future. Yet, no one expected these two to confront each other in such a manner tonight. Yuzuki was incredibly bold, showing no respect to Captain Fayake. After all, it was Captain Fayake who initiated the trouble. But what of it? In terms of strength, Captain Fayake undoubtedly held the upper hand, and Yuzuki was likely to face some hardship this time. Uchiha Yuzuki understood Uchiha Fayake's provocation to some extent. Within the clan, competition among clansmen was a common occurrence, serving as the most straightforward and direct method of establishing one's status. Only the strong could command respect. Disregarding the murmurs around him, Uchiha Yuzuki strode forward to face Uchiha Fayake. Regardless of the reasons behind the confrontation, he had no intention of retreating now that the challenge had been presented. Moreover, he held little affection for the clan leader who, in the original narrative, wavered and ultimately led to the clan's demise. Now that he was bound to the Uchiha clan, it was an opportune moment to establish some authority among his peers. Uchiha Fayake, as the son of the current clan leader and a standout among the younger generation, was the perfect stepping stone for Uchiha Yuzuki to bolster his reputation. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Yuzuki approached Uchiha Fayake and said calmly, "To lecture the Uchiha, mere words will not suffice." Uchiha Fayake chuckled, recognizing the underlying message in Uchiha Yuzuki's words. Only the strong possess the authority to speak. The arrogant young boy truly believed that possessing a 3-tomo Sharingan could place him on par with Fayake. Today, he would learn that even among the 3-tomo Sharingan, there exists a hierarchy. Though the clan meeting was imminent, showcasing one's strength did not necessarily require the most primal of powers. Uchiha Fayake snorted coldly, his dark eyes transforming into the crimson 3-tomo Sharingan. While it may seem an act of bullying, one cannot blame him. A young boy who has never faced adversity does not tend to live long. As Uchiha Fayake's words fell, the 3-tomo in his eyes began to spin rapidly, unleashing a formidable and aggressive ocular power directed at Uchiha Yuzuki. Recently, the clan had been comparing Uchiha Yuzuki to him, with whispers suggesting that Yuzuki might even surpass him. Though he did not harbor resentment towards Yuzuki, as a former prodigy of the clan, Uchiha Fayake possessed his own pride. He was eager to witness whether this so-called genius, who could potentially eclipse him in the eyes of the clan, could truly live up to such a claim. Facing Uchiha Fayake's onslaught, Uchiha Yuzuki secretly smirked, his own 3-tomo Sharingan beginning to whirl. Sensing the fluctuation of ocular energy, the onlookers grew exhilarated, their own crimson Sharingan emerging against the night. A Jinjutsu battle, determined by the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. This promises to be intriguing. Who do you think will win, Fayake or Yuzuki? Obviously, while Yuzuki is talented, he is yet to fully mature and is certainly no match for Fayake. Indeed, the talented youth is likely to face his first setback in life. In this unexpected confrontation, most Uchiha clan members leaned in favor of Uchiha Fayake. After all, even among geniuses, Fayake was 9 years Yuzuki's senior, in his prime as a ninja. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the overwhelming ocular powers clashed with a thunderous resonance. However, much to everyone's astonishment, mere seconds later, Uchiha Fayake suddenly knelt to the ground, his forehead and back drenched in sweat, appearing utterly drained, clearly suffering from a severe mental shock. Witnessing this scene, all present were left agape in shock. It was evident that in the recent Jinjutsu duel, Uchiha Fayake had been defeated. The fearsome eyes of Fayake. Nothing more than that. Uchiha Yuzuki looked down upon Uchiha Fayake, his crimson 3-tomo Sharingan radiating an awe-inspiring pressure. Now possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, his mental strength and ocular prowess far surpassed that of Uchiha Fayake. Crushing his opponent was only to be expected. Chapter 3. Without pain, lessons are meaningless. Crack. The sound of bones fracturing jolted everyone back to reality, even among the typically unruly Uchiha. Witnessing Uchiha Yuzuki twist Uchiha Fayake's arm until it broke left them all in stunned silence. Uchiha Yuzuki was far too reckless. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Uchiha Fayake stood, clutching his arm, gritting his teeth to suppress any sound of pain. His spirit, having endured a violent shock, could only manage to maintain a semblance of clarity. Observing the pale visage of Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Yuzuki closed his Sharingan. Just then, a melodious chime resonated, and the gates of Nanha Shrine slowly creaked open. Seizing the moment, Uchiha Yuzuki adjusted his collar and stepped inside. Indeed, though it may seem akin to bullying the weak, one must not fault me. Lessons devoid of suffering are utterly meaningless, for if a person does not sacrifice something, they shall attain nothing. When you come to challenge me again, remember the severed arm from today. His earlier confident proclamations before the duel echoed back to him, leaving Uchiha Fugaku feeling a burning embarrassment on his face. This was truly humiliating. He gazed blankly at the retreating figure of Uchiha Yuzuki. As the principal party involved, Uchiha Fugaku had the most direct experience of the ocular prowess displayed by Uchiha Yuzuki. Under the tempestuous and violent impact, he found himself utterly incapable of mounting any resistance. Having held himself in high regard throughout his life, Uchiha Fugaku was now engulfed by an unprecedented sense of defeat. Why was there such a vast chasm between those who wielded the same three-tomo Sharingan? As the crowd gradually entered Nanha's shrine, the murmurs of discussion persisted unabated. No one had anticipated that the clash between the old and new generations of prodigies would conclude in such a manner. It was hard to believe that Yuzuki, that fellow, had actually triumphed over Fugaku. Furthermore, did you notice that, unlike Fugaku, Yuzuki seemed utterly unaffected? This can only indicate one thing. Yuzuki's ocular power far surpasses that of Fugaku. How terrifying. The power exhibited by Uchiha Yuzuki left all present, members of the Uchiha clan, in a state of agitation. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would scarcely have believed it. Despite wielding the same three-tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Yuzuki's ocular prowess appeared exceedingly formidable. In the hidden chamber beneath the shrine, Uchiha Yaoi and Uchiha Daohua sat beside Uchiha Yuzuki, their expressions tinged with excitement. "Senior Yuzuki, you are truly remarkable, having defeated Lord Fugaku," they exclaimed. "Indeed, we thought you were certain to lose." Noticing Uchiha Yuzuki's silence, they paid it no mind. Uchiha Yaoi, with a touch of admiration, remarked, "As expected of the youngest team leader, I hope to become as strong as Senior Yuzuki in the future." Upon hearing Uchiha Yaoi's words, Uchiha Daohua stroked his chin in contemplation before responding, "Yaoi, while you may have the potential to become as strong as Senior Yuzuki, it is unlikely that you will reach his level." In response, Uchiha Yaoi, feeling defiant, pressed on with a barrage of questions. Listening to the argument between the two, Uchiha Yuzuki felt his head spinning and chose to close his eyes in meditation. Unlike others, as the one who had triumphed over Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Yuzuki felt no excitement or exhilaration. In a mere contest of ocular techniques, how could the three-tomo Sharingan possibly compare to the kaleidoscope variant? He was not facing Uchiha Itachi, who possessed the kaleidoscope Sharingan. It was only natural that Uchiha Fugaku, wielding the three-tomo, would be bested. After a while, Uchiha Taro, the clan leader, appeared before the gathered assembly. "Silence! The clan meeting is now in session." Uchiha Taro first cast a glance at Uchiha Fugaku, who was cradling his arm, then discreetly assessed Uchiha Yuzuki before continuing. "I now announce the first matter. Uchiha Yuzuki will assume the role of captain of the 7th Division of the police force. Please raise your hands if you are in favor." The attendees had long been aware of this decision. Coupled with Uchiha Yuzuki's recent decisive victory over Uchiha Fugaku, nearly everyone raised their hands in an instant, including Uchiha Fugaku himself. Thus, the matter was approved. Uchiha Taro then surveyed the room, focusing on Uchiha Yaoi and Uchiha Daohua. "You two will follow Yuzuki from now on." In contrast to the choice of team leader, the allocation of squad members was straightforward, as Uchiha Taro made the decision unilaterally. Uchiha Daohua and Uchiha Yaoi immediately stood up, visibly excited. "Yes, it has always been our wish to follow Senior Yuzuki." Next, they discussed the issue of family finances. Under Uchiha Taro's guidance, the assembly deliberated various matters concerning the distribution of clan resources, the training of clan ninjas, the exchange of ninjutsu resources, and even the greening of the clan grounds and architectural planning. They meticulously discussed these issues until late into the night. Uchiha Yuzuki listened attentively. Having bound himself to the clan system, the family became his foundation for growth. Such matters, closely tied to the clan's development, could not be overlooked. Now, let us discuss how to enhance our clan's influence within the village to better prepare for the next Hokage election. Upon hearing Uchiha Taro's words, the previously drowsy assembly was instantly invigorated. Moments later, Someone promptly raised their hand to speak. Clan leader. I believe we should increase the personnel in the police force to more diligently maintain the village's order, thereby enhancing the Uchiha clan's influence within the village. I propose we challenge the strong individuals from other clans to make everyone aware of the Uchiha clan's strength. Clan leader Taro. We should regularly have the strong members of our clan share their experiences and techniques with other clan members, addressing any issues they encounter in their training. Listening to the suggestions put forth, Uchiha Taro couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. These were merely cliched ideas, while not entirely without merit. The effectiveness of such measures had been proven to be limited. The influence of the Uchiha clan within the village seemed to diminish day by day, and their reputation continued to decline. At times, Uchiha Taro found it perplexing, despite their concerted efforts. Why did the Uchiha circumstances in the village appear to be growing increasingly dire? Just then, a youthful voice broke through. Clan leader. I have an idea regarding how to strengthen the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Taro lifted his head to find Uchiha Yuzuki standing. Seeing this young figure, a flicker of curiosity ignited within Uchiha Taro. What insights would this acknowledged genius of the new generation, the 14-year-old who had just defeated Fugaku, share on such matters? Yet, curiosity aside, Uchiha Taro held no high expectations for Uchiha Yuzuki's suggestions. Unlike straightforward combat, when it came to matters like these, the absence of rich experience would hinder the formulation of effective recommendations. Clearly, the other clan members shared Uchiha Taro's sentiments regarding Uchiha Yuzuki with bemused expressions. While they respected Uchiha Yuzuki's prowess, this matter had no correlation to strength whatsoever. Yuzuki, if that is the case, please share your thoughts, Uchiha Taro gestured. Uchiha Yuzuki replied with a calm demeanor. To strengthen the Uchiha clan and enhance its influence, there exists a simple and effective method. Observing his earnestness, the crowd adopted a posture of attentive listening. Uchiha Yuzuki then continued, have children. Have children? Have children. The moment Uchiha Yuzuki's words settled, the assembly was left in stunned silence. They exchanged bewildered glances, each sporting an expression of incredulity. Have children? What sort of solution is this? Disregarding the expressions of those around him, Uchiha Jieshwan continued, I propose that clan members must marry before the age of 20. We must reproduce early, multiply, and exceed. Only in this way can our Uchiha clan grow ever stronger. Upon hearing Uchiha Jieshwan's astonishing remarks, many felt insulted. Uchiha Fugaku could not contain himself and stood up, stating, Uchiha Jieshwan, watch your words. This is a clan meeting, not a place for your nonsense. Immediately, others echoed his sentiments. Indeed, are you looking down on us? Should we place all our hopes on the next generation? I once believed you were formidable, but it turns out you are fundamentally weak. Our Uchiha clan will never be reduced to relying on children to prove ourselves. Witnessing the crowd's outrage, Uchiha Taro hastily gestured for silence. Once calm was restored, he turned to Uchiha Jieshwan and inquired, Jieshwan, please elaborate on your reasoning. Everyone is awaiting your explanation. Uchiha Jieshwan was not surprised by their reactions. It was indeed a blow to the pride of these inherently proud Uchiha to entrust their future hopes to the act of procreation. With this in mind, he organized his thoughts and continued to articulate his viewpoint. As we all understand, population is fundamental to a shinobi clan. The larger the populace, the stronger the clan. During the Warring States period, many clans plundered populations from other regions to enhance their numbers. Take Konoha, for instance, when it was first established. The Senju clan and the Uchiha clan were the undisputed noble clans. Yet now, what has become of them? The Senju clan has faded into obscurity, and the Uchiha clan barely maintains its dignity through its former glory. Meanwhile, clans such as the Sarutobi, Shimura, and Uchiha have risen to prominence, becoming forces that Konoha cannot afford to overlook. The audacity of Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo to suppress the shinobi clans is rooted in the confidence derived from their numbers. Power and strength are inherently interconnected. Although Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo have gained recognition from Senju Tobarama, without formidable familial support, how could they possibly maintain their grip on power? Confronted with Uchiha Jieshwan's assertions, the crowd fell silent. They acknowledged that Jieshwan's statements held merit. For clans lacking even a bloodline limit have, through sheer numbers, transformed into titans that command respect. Observing the silence, Uchiha Jieshwan shifted his rhetoric. If the Sarutobi and Shimura clans can rise through population, surely we Uchiha can do the same. In comparison to the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, we possess not only a powerful bloodline limit, but also far surpass them in innate talent for becoming shinobi. Among equivalent numbers, which clan could rival the Uchiha? As Uchiha Jieshuan subtly praised them, a glimmer of pride emerged on the faces of the Uchiha clansmen. It seemed Jieshuan's perspective was not entirely misplaced. The notion of increasing the population did not appear as daunting as they initially thought. Perhaps it would suffice to simply advocate for population growth rather than explicitly framing it as procreation. Initially caught off guard, they now contemplated that Jieshuan's viewpoint was indeed valid. Witnessing the renewed enthusiasm among his clansmen, Uchiha Jieshuan continued, "Thus, marriage and childbirth should not be seen as a disgrace, but rather as a long-term strategy for the revitalization of our Uchiha clan. It is a fundamental policy. Without a population as a foundation, all else is but castles in the air. For the prosperity of the Uchiha clan, I, Uchiha Jieshuan, am willing to lead by example." The audience was taken aback by this unprecedented theory. They had never considered the prospect of strengthening their clan from this angle. However, upon reflection, it seemed remarkably reasonable, leaving little room for rebuttal. Yet, the idea of leading by example in such matters felt somewhat peculiar. Noting the crowd's reaction, Uchiha Jieshuan refrained from elaborating further. His proposal for marriage and childbearing was merely intended to prepare this group of Uchiha, whose thoughts were predominantly martial, for the future. To truly implement it as clan policy, he would likely have to wait until he was in power. Uchiha Jieshuan's thoughts were quite unconventional. Although it may not be feasible to enforce mandatory marriage by 20 as he suggested, striving towards that goal could indeed be beneficial. Well then, this concludes today's clan meeting. As the sky began to light with the dawn, Uchiha Taro wrapped up the gathering. The Uchiha clansmen began to disperse, just as Uchiha Jieshuan prepared to rise. Uchiha Taro spoke slowly, "Jieshuan, please come speak with Fugaku and me." Though eager to experience his newfound strength, Uchiha Jieshuan did not rush. He followed Uchiha Taro to his residence, where he sat across from Uchiha Taro, facing Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Taro poured tea for the three of them and smiled, saying, "Jieshuan, your strength has somewhat surprised me. I did not expect even Fugaku to fall short against you." Uchiha Taro examined Uchiha Jieshuan with an expression of astonishment. As Fugaku's father, Uchiha Taro had a good understanding of his son's abilities. With his 3-tomo Sharingan, Fugaku was indeed among the elite within the Jonin ranks. It was unexpected that he had so easily fallen to Uchiha Jieshuan. Uchiha Jieshuan did not elaborate. He merely smiled and said, "Lord Clan Leader, you would not be seeking to cause trouble for your son, would you?" Unable to hold back, Uchiha Fugaku's face flushed as he retorted, "Jieshuan, my father is not so feeble. Today, I lost to you due to my lack of skill. As your rival, I will surely defeat you fairly in the future." Uchiha Jieshuan chuckled lightly, finishing his tea in one gulp. "An adversary who has fallen to me is never regarded as a true rival. I grant you time to catch up until you can no longer see me." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku stood frozen for several seconds, then felt as though ants were crawling over his skin. Unable to overcome him in battle or in words, he thought, "That brat is so infuriating." Noticing Uchiha Fugaku's fraying composure, Uchiha Taro cleared his throat and interjected, "Actually, I wanted to hear your thoughts on the next Hokage candidate. What are your views?" Upon hearing Uchiha Taro's question, Uchiha Jieshuan did not hasten to voice his opinion, but instead took a sip of his tea. Uchiha Fugaku, however, furrowed his brow and began to contemplate seriously. After a moment, seeing that Uchiha Jieshuan remained silent, Uchiha Taro prompted, "Fugaku, please share your thoughts." "Yes, father." After a moment's reflection, Uchiha Fugaku began. "Currently, it appears that the next Hokage will likely be chosen between Hatake Kakashi and Orochimaru. Although Hatake Kakashi has been granted the privilege of wearing the Hokage's cloak, I still lean towards Orochimaru, who is the disciple of the third Hokage, becoming the next Hokage." After sharing his analysis, Uchiha Fugaku could not help but inquire, "Father, are you considering investing in the next Hokage candidate in advance? That would indeed be a wise choice." However, after hearing Uchiha Fugaku's analysis, Uchiha Taro shook his head. "No, I am contemplating whether our Uchiha clan can compete for the position of the next Hokage. As the strongest among the new generation of our clan, I have high hopes for both of you." "What?" Uchiha Fugaku's pupils suddenly constricted, as if he had received astonishing news, and he could not help but exclaim in surprise. "Competing for the position of the next Hokage? What a jest!" Uchiha Taro glanced at the flustered Uchiha Fugaku and then at Uchiha Yuzuru, who had maintained an unwavering expression throughout, feeling a twinge of disappointment within. He had intended to cultivate Fugaku as the next leader of the Uchiha clan, yet in comparison to Yuzuru, Fugaku's performance appeared somewhat lacking. Oblivious to Taro's change in demeanor, Uchiha Fugaku voiced his thoughts. "Father, how could you possibly think this?" He truly found it difficult to comprehend. Setting aside the formidable reputation of Konoha's White Fang, who could single-handedly instill fear in enemies and compel other villages to issue orders to unconditionally abandon missions upon encountering Hitaki Tsukumo, there was also the notorious Orochimaru, who had earned the title of Sannin during the Second Shinobi World War. Both were undoubtedly titans in Konoha. In contrast, be it in prestige or strength, he found no basis for comparison with Uchiha Yuzuru. Observing Fugaku's perplexed expression, Uchiha Taro elucidated, "I certainly do not mean for you to compete with Tsukumo or Orochimaru. I possess that much self-awareness." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku grew even more confused. "Then what do you mean?" Although Orochimaru and Tsukumo were impeccable in both reputation and strength, they possessed a critical flaw. Uchiha Taro regarded the two of them and solemnly stated, "Age. Age." Indeed. Uchiha Taro took a sip of tea, exuding confidence. Currently, the third Hokage is in robust health, and barring any unforeseen events, he is likely to remain in office for quite some time. In this scenario, when the third Hokage eventually steps down, both Orochimaru and Tsukumo will probably no longer be in their prime. At that time, the selection for Hokage will likely favor the outstanding candidates of the new generation, and therein lies your opportunity. After listening to Uchiha Taro's explanation, Uchiha Fugaku experienced a moment of enlightenment. Upon reflection, this possibility seemed highly plausible. It is well known that Konoha does not have a tradition of early succession. Both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama relinquished their positions only in death. Since assuming the role of Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen had remained in the village, never venturing into perilous territories. Given Hiruzen's current lifestyle, it seemed entirely feasible for him to live another 20 years. By that time, Orochimaru and Tsukumo would have long surpassed their golden years. With this realization, a trace of admiration involuntarily appeared on Uchiha Fugaku's face. He respectfully remarked, "Truly worthy of being my father. Your foresight is astonishingly thorough." He then could not resist letting out a haughty snort towards Uchiha Yuzuru. "Yuzuru, if matters unfold as father surmises, you have a greater chance of becoming Hokage than I do. Strive forward, as the entire Uchiha clan will devote its resources to support you and bolster your standing." Compared to Uchiha Yuzuru, who was merely 5 years younger than Orochimaru, by the time Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped down, he would likely be of considerable age as well. Furthermore, prior to the clan meeting, Uchiha Yuzuru had just triumphed over him due to his formidable ocular prowess. If a competition for Hokage were to arise, Uchiha Yuzuru indeed seemed more suited than he. Witnessing Uchiha Fugaku's calm demeanor, Uchiha Taro nodded in satisfaction. The Uchiha clan revered strength above all. Even though Fugaku was his son, he would not undermine Uchiha Yuzuru for that reason. Uchiha Taro turned his gaze towards Uchiha Yuzuru and inquired, "Yuzuru, what are your thoughts?" Uchiha Yuzuru placed his teacup on the table with a dull thud, subsequently shaking his head with a sigh. "I truly do not know whether to commend your optimism or chastise your folly. Perhaps it is this very optimism or stubbornness that will lead to the tragic downfall of the Uchiha clan." Upon hearing Uchiha Yuzuru's murmurs, Uchiha Taro, who had been anticipating praise, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Not only had he not received admiration, but he had also been scolded. It was a sentiment that nearly compelled him to spit blood. Beside him, Uchiha Fugaku slammed his hand on the table in anger. "Uchiha Yuzuru, what do you mean by that? There must be limits to your arrogance. How dare you speak so disrespectfully to the clan leader?" Uchiha Yuzuru glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, stating calmly, "I merely do not wish to bottle up my thoughts. If my words have offended you, I offer my apologies." "You." Uchiha Fugaku felt as though he had struck a pillow, his face flushed with rage, unable to articulate a response as he pointed at Uchiha Yuzuru. He had initially expected Uchiha Yuzuru to engage him in a heated argument, ready to fight if necessary. However, he was taken aback that Uchiha Yuzuru had chosen to apologize instead. "What has become of your Uchiha spirit?" Uchiha Taro was somewhat unfazed by this exchange. Over the years, he had encountered numerous Uchiha prodigies, and none had surpassed Uchiha Yuzuru in audacity. "Yuzuru, Would you care to elaborate on your reasoning? Is there a flaw in the plan I just proposed? Considering the fate of the Uchiha clan in the original narrative, Uchiha Yuzuru directly addressed the matter at hand. You have been mistaken from the beginning. Regardless of the opponent, our Uchiha clan will never be able to become Hokage. From Senju Tobarama onward, the Hokage lineage has exhibited a strong sense of wariness towards the Uchiha clan. In their view, the Uchiha clan is a ticking time bomb. Uchiha ninjas can never be allowed to ascend to the position of Hokage. The hope of waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to step down? By the time Hiruzen relinquished his position, the Uchiha clan would have already been nearly annihilated by the Hokage lineage. Chapter 6. The blade hanging overhead regardless of the opponent. Our Uchiha clan will never be able to become Hokage? Uchiha Taro and Uchiha Fugaku's expressions shifted once more. Uchiha Taro fixed his gaze on Uchiha Yuzuru and said sternly, "Elaborate on your reasoning." Sensing the intensity of their stares, Uchiha Yuzuru pondered for a moment before deciding to clarify. After all, unlike himself, who was a time traveler, Uchiha Taro and Uchiha Fugaku were unaware of future events. In order to make them recognize the truth, he needed to present sufficiently persuasive evidence. After a brief pause, Uchiha Yuzuru began, "Clan leader Taro, Fugaku, to comprehend my conclusion, we must begin with the late second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, who harbored extreme hostility towards the Uchiha." Upon hearing Uchiha Yuzuru mention Senju Tobarama, Uchiha Taro and Uchiha Fugaku exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes reflecting confusion. The second Hokage harbored hostility towards the Uchiha? Yuzuru. Although our relationship with the Senju clan was not harmonious prior to the establishment of Konoha, it cannot be said that the second Hokage bore animosity towards us, can it? The Uchiha clan has attained its current status within the village largely due to the policies of the second Hokage. He established the police force and entrusted the responsibility of maintaining village security entirely to our Uchiha clan. Why would you think the second Hokage harbored hostility towards us? Upon hearing Uchiha Taro's words, Uchiha Yuzuru could not help but chuckle. It was no wonder that a prominent clan like the Uchiha was gradually marching toward extinction. With such political acumen, they could be sold while still counting the money for others. Their minds were solely occupied with violence and bloodshed. It was truly infuriating. Noticing Uchiha Yuzuru's silence, Uchiha Fugaku could not help but urge, "Yuzuru, do speak." In response, Uchiha Yuzuru's tone carried a hint of exasperation. It is precisely because of the police force that our Uchiha clan has garnered such a poor reputation within the village. Huh, why do you say that? Uchiha Jishuan elucidated that while the responsibility for maintaining the village's security may seem to bestow significant power, in reality, most critical matters are directly managed by the Umbu of the Hokage. The tasks undertaken by our law enforcement unit predominantly revolve around resolving disputes among villagers. In the majority of mundane issues, it is often challenging to discern right from wrong, even when a clear distinction can be made. The party receiving punishment tends to harbor resentment towards us as enforcers. Conversely, those we assist eventually perceive our interventions merely as our duty, devoid of gratitude, leading instead to a growing animosity. The adage, 3 men make a tiger, holds true. Even villagers who have never faced punishment may distance themselves from us out of fear. Furthermore, our Uchiha clan's inherent disposition against diplomatic engagement inevitably breeds dissatisfaction among the villagers, making a deterioration in our relations a foregone conclusion. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, recognized this reality, which is why he deliberately permitted only Uchiha ninjas to join the police force. One might ponder if there exists any other authority in Konoha solely comprised of ninjas from a single clan apart from the police force. What Uchiha Jishuan articulated is widely acknowledged in later generations, yet for Uchiha Taro and Uchiha Fugaku, such assertions were akin to a thunderclap in a clear sky. Thoughts they had never previously entertained began to race through their minds, as fear gradually enveloped their hearts. They had long wondered why, despite the passage of many years, the Uchiha clan still seemed at odds with the village. The root of the problem lay here. The Uchiha clan had been schemed against long ago. Yet without Uchiha Jishuan's insight, they might have remained oblivious. Suddenly, a particular policy enacted by the second Hokage flashed through Uchiha Taro's mind. He licked his parched lips and tremulously inquired, "Jishuan, is it true that the second Hokage permitted our ninjas to remain in the village without being dispatched on missions as you suggest?" Uchiha Jishuan's voice shattered Uchiha Taro's final illusion. All it would take is to disseminate among the villagers the notion that while others risk their lives on missions, the Uchiha clan enjoys a comfortable existence within the village, performing tasks devoid of peril, and our clan's reputation would be irrevocably shattered. This was a bomb planted deliberately by Senju Tobarama, a bomb potent enough to obliterate the Uchiha clan entirely. After absorbing Uchiha Jieshuan's explanation, beads of cold sweat dripped from the foreheads of Uchiha Taro and Uchiha Fugaku. They were not fools. While they had previously overlooked the implications, now that the veil had been lifted, they comprehended everything in an instant. What Uchiha Jieshuan articulated was by no means hyperbolic. A sword of Damocles truly hung over the Uchiha clan, poised to fall at any moment. They had mistakenly regarded this situation as a source of pride, unaware of the multitude of machinations concealed behind it. The nefarious Senju Tobarama. After granting Uchiha Taro and Uchiha Fugaku a moment to ponder, Uchiha Jieshuan continued. Furthermore, those who have inherited Senju Tobarama's will, such as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, will certainly not provide the Uchiha clan with an opportunity for resurgence. Therefore, regardless of who our competitors are, the Hokage will never select us, the Uchiha. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Taro and Uchiha Fugaku exchanged uncertain glances. Uchiha Fugaku countered, Jieshuan. After the third Hokage ascended, he did not implement any measures specifically targeting the Uchiha clan, did he? Perhaps he differs from the second Hokage? At this, Uchiha Jieshuan cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Fugaku, his right hand instinctively reaching for the long blade at his waist. He genuinely contemplated cutting down this fool. In the original narrative, Uchiha Fugaku had always harbored illusions about the Hokage lineage. He named his son Sasuke, wavered between rebellion and compromise, and sent Itachi and Shisui into the Umbu to be brainwashed, alongside himself, forming a triad of Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if he did nothing, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo would hardly dare to act rashly against the Uchiha clan, would they? Yet, what was the outcome? The Uchiha were systematically eradicated. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Jieshuan steadied his emotions. There were surely more clan members than just Uchiha Fugaku who clung to illusions about Sarutobi Hiruzen. To fully win their allegiance, measures must be taken to expose the true faces of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his compatriots. With this in mind, Uchiha Jieshuan calmly stated, Taro, you might consider proposing to Sarutobi Hiruzen the idea of reforming the police force to allow ninjas from other clans or even civilian ninjas to join. Additionally, it would be prudent to suggest that Uchiha ninjas be permitted to form teams and undertake missions freely, like other ninjas. This will suffice for today. I appreciate your hospitality. Having conveyed his thoughts, Uchiha Jieshuan acknowledged that some matters require time to simmer. In any case, as long as he remained, the Uchiha clan would surely come to recognize the true nature of Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and others. Let the bullets fly for a while. Watching Uchiha Jieshuan's departing figure, Uchiha Taro could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, with such vision and prowess, it seems our clan is on the verge of producing an extraordinary individual. Uchiha Fugaku, however, appeared troubled. Father, if the third Hokage truly is as Jieshuan described, what shall we do? Uchiha Taro fell silent for a moment before sighing. Let us wait and see. Perhaps Jieshuan already possesses a solution. Fugaku, if things do take a turn for the worse, Jieshuan may very well be the key to our Uchiha clan's breakthrough. You must not hold any ill will against him. Rest assured, Father. Contemplating Uchiha Jieshuan's formidable ocular prowess and the intelligence he had just displayed, Uchiha Fugaku muttered, I am not so petty. Chapter 7. Uchiha Meichin and Uzumaki Kushina. Upon exiting Uchiha Taro's residence, the sun had fully risen. Walking along the streets of the clan's territory, Uchiha Jieshuan observed early risers commencing their daily labors. The aroma of steaming breakfast began wafting from eateries lining the streets. Enticed by the delightful scent, having fasted overnight, Uchiha Jieshuan approached a bun shop and casually requested, Owner, I would like 10 buns. Certainly, that will be 20 ryo, and I'll throw in one for you. Come again if you enjoy them. The buns appeared plump and white, their skins glistening with grease. As Uchiha Jieshuan took a bite, the scalding steam and broth burst into his mouth. Delicious. As he strolled along, savoring the buns, Uchiha Jieshuan soon reached the narrow alley near his home. After just a few steps, he sensed a gaze upon him. Glancing up, he locked eyes with the breakfast shop owner, who wore a forlorn expression. On a table at the entrance lay a portion of breakfast that had been prepared in advance. Ah, Aunt Baihizi, what a coincidence. I was just about to have breakfast. Uchiha Jieshuan scratched his head, revealing a sincere smile, though a belch escaped him, reddening his cheeks. No worries, Jieshuan. No need to force yourself, Uchiha Baihizi said, glancing at the buns in Uchiha Jieshuan's hand and calmly waving her hand. It's no imposition. In truth, these buns were a gift from a friend. It felt rude to decline. Uchiha Jieshuan placed money on the table, picked up the pre-packaged breakfast, and said, Aunt Baihizi, I have some matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Watching Uchiha Jieshuan flee in haste, Uchiha Baihizi chuckled and shook her head. What a charming little rascal. He even blushed just now. Once he turned into the alley, Uchiha Jieshuan sighed in relief. From a young age, he had nearly always purchased his breakfast from the breakfast shop owned by Uchiha Baihizi. Occasionally, when matters delayed him, she would prepare a meal in advance. However, today, having just awakened memories of his past life, he momentarily forgot this routine, which proved to be quite embarrassing. After all, merely procuring breakfast from elsewhere evoked a sense of betrayal within him. Uchiha Yuzuki muttered to himself as he encountered an elderly woman with silver hair approaching. Yuzuki, I have left some leftover vegetables at your doorstep. Remember to take them home, said Uchiha Riko, Yuzuki's neighbor. Riko, blessed with 2 sons and a daughter, occasionally looked after Yuzuki since his parents had passed away. Even though Yuzuki was now capable of self-sustenance, she still often brought him fruits and vegetables. Yuzuki adjusted Riko's collar and smiled. Grandma Riko, I know. Make sure to take a cane when you go out. To this, Riko playfully scolded him. You rascal, I am not so old that I cannot walk. Continuing on his way, Yuzuki encountered several familiar faces. Yuzuki, you were on night duty again last night. You must take care to rest more, one elder remarked. Understood. Grandpa Shioping, Yuzuki replied. A young girl chimed in, Brother Yuzuki, look at all the candy my dad bought for me. Do you want some? Such a good girl. But too much candy will rot your teeth. I will save just one for you. Wah, Brother Yuzuki is mean. Yuzuki, you're bullying Tetsuhu again. As he walked, Yuzuki's smile grew more pronounced. The Uchiha clan was filled with love, and most members coexisted harmoniously. Even after awakening his past life's memories, Yuzuki felt no sense of alienation. Yet, such a clan ultimately faced the tragic fate of annihilation. A cold glint flickered in Yuzuki's eyes. This time, he would ensure that the Uchiha clan attained a different conclusion. Upon reaching his doorstep, a delightful, bell-like laughter reached his ears. Yuzuki looked up to see a gentle-looking girl with black hair and a red-haired girl stepping out from the residence across the street. Yuzuki, what are you doing here? The red-haired girl exclaimed in surprise upon spotting him. Yuzuki raised an eyebrow. Kushina, this is the Uchiha clan's territory. That question should be directed at you. I came to find Mikoto, Kushina replied, her curiosity piqued. Is this your home? Yuzuki nodded affirmatively. Wow, you and Mikoto are neighbors. No wonder you have such a close relationship. Kushina exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Yuzuki, can we come in for a bit? Observing the vivacious Kushina, Yuzuki stepped aside to let them through. Even prior to awakening his past memories, he had enjoyed a good rapport with Uchiha Mikoto due to their neighborly ties. One could even describe them as childhood friends. Additionally, he maintained a solid friendship with Kushina, Mikoto's best friend. When Kushina had recently moved to Konoha and was often bullied, Yuzuki had stood up for her on numerous occasions. Unlike the boisterous Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto smiled gently at Yuzuki. Yuzuki, is it disturbing your rest? Before Yuzuki could respond, Kushina interjected, rest? Do you need to rest this early in the morning? In response, Mikoto clarified, Yuzuki works in the police force and often has night shifts. You should be aware he likely hasn't slept at all. Mikoto's father was the captain of the police force's 3rd squad, so she was privy to the clan meeting held the previous night. Although Yuzuki did not appear fatigued, Mikoto felt it necessary to remind Kushina to avoid overwhelming her energetic friend. Yuzuki understood Mikoto's intent and couldn't help but feel a sense of appreciation. Mikoto was indeed gentle, always making him feel cared for in subtle ways. After hearing Mikoto's reminder, Kushina hesitated. Perhaps we should postpone our visit for another day. Mikoto and I can just go shopping. Yuzuki waved his hand dismissively. Since we have met, let us go inside for a while. I have extra breakfast to share. Upon seeing Kushina, Yuzuki's mind flickered with thoughts. Kushina's identity was quite special. As the next Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails, her life was under the village's scrutiny. Although she faced minimal restrictions due to the continued existence of Uzumaki Mido, figures such as Sarutobi Hiruzen would be wary of her connections with Uchiha ninjas. If he could leverage Kushina's identity to make the clan aware of the higher-ups' caution towards them, it would undoubtedly aid his plans for the clan's eventual relocation. Chapter 8. Agreements and Experiments. I am so full. Uchiha Makoto and Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed in unison, patting their round bellies. Both had hearty appetites, but Yuzuki's was even greater. Thus, the single portion had sufficed to satiate them both. Here, have some water, Yuzuki offered, pouring glasses for Makoto and Kushina before stepping outside into the yard. Makoto and Kushina exchanged curious glances and followed him out. Observing Yuzuki turning the soil, Kushina inquired, "Yuzuki, what are you doing?" Without looking up, Yuzuki replied, "With such a large yard, it feels wasteful not to plant something. I intend to grow some vegetables." Upon hearing Yuzuki's explanation, both Makoto and Kushina's faces lit up with curiosity. Growing vegetables? That sounds so interesting. In the world of Naruto, ninjas did not engage in agriculture. Only farmers living outside the village tended to fields. Makoto had the opportunity to see farmland occasionally while patrolling with her clan. But Kushina had been restricted from leaving the village and knew little about such matters. "Yuzuki, I want to plant too. Is it as simple as burying seeds in the ground?" "Not quite," Yuzuki responded. "Then can you teach me? I want to learn how to grow vegetables." "All right, I suppose." Makoto was tasked with buying seeds, while Kushina and Yuzuki handled the tilling. After a busy morning, the three managed to carve out a small vegetable garden in the yard. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Kushina said excitedly, "Yuzuki, this is my first time planting vegetables. Please take care of them. I will make sure to visit often." To this, Yuzuki nodded in agreement. He had initially intended to use his interactions with Kushina to compel the higher-ups in Konoha to express their reservations about the Uchiha clan's connections to the Jinchuriki, thereby helping his clan recognize the underlying caution from figures like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thus, he would naturally not refuse Kushina's request. Upon receiving Yuzuki's affirmation, Kushina joyfully leaped up. "It's settled then. I will come find you tomorrow. Makoto, let's go shopping." As Kushina pulled Makoto out the door, Makoto hurriedly called back, "Yuzuki, my father said to invite you to dinner at our house tonight." "Understood." After the two left, Yuzuki closed the door, excitement flickering in his eyes. Finally, he had time to thoroughly explore his abilities. Inside his room, Yuzuki sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to examine the chakra within him, merely experiencing the moment. Uchiha Jieshuan felt a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The chakra rewarded to him by the system was indeed cumulative. After unlocking the 3-Tomo Sharingan, he already possessed chakra at the level of a Jonin. Subsequently, upon opening system treasure chests, he acquired chakra from the ranks of Jinin, Chunin, Jonin, and even the Kage level on 4 separate occasions. While the chakra from the Jinin and Chunin levels could be deemed negligible, the combination of 2 Jonin-level chakras along with 1 Kage-level chakra rendered his chakra reserves remarkably abundant. Furthermore, with the activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan, his chakra experienced yet another surge, leading Uchiha Jieshuan to conclude that among the Kage-level powerhouses, only those possessing special physiques, such as the Bijou Jinchuriki or the likes of Kisame Hashigaki, could match or exceed his chakra quantity. After sensing the chakra within him, Uchiha Jieshuan promptly activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui. The surrounding space began to twist like a whirlpool, and in an instant, Uchiha Jieshuan's figure vanished without a trace. Is this the Kamui space? Unlike the Kamui space depicted in the original work, where Uchiha Obito was surrounded by towering stone pillars, the Kamui space that Uchiha Jieshuan found himself in was a vast expanse of flat ground that seemed to stretch into infinity. The alternate dimension was not dark, rather, it radiated a brightness akin to daylight. Moreover, having acquired the power of Kamui, Uchiha Jieshuan developed an inexplicable perception of space. He could mark any location or object, and by activating Kamui, he could instantly transfer himself to the designated marked spot. The further the distance, the greater the chakra and ocular power consumed. This bore some resemblance to the Flying Thunder God technique. After surveying his surroundings, Uchiha Jieshuan nodded in satisfaction. As it stood, his Kamui did not connect with that of Uchiha Obito. This was for the best, as he did not wish for his territory to become an easily accessible garden for others. After contemplating for a moment, Uchiha Jieshuan began to form hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, great fireball technique. Water release, water barrier. Earth release, earth flowing wall. Uchiha Jieshuan had not trained in lightning release techniques. so he ceased after executing the remaining 4 elemental techniques. Initially, he possessed only wind and fire chakra attributes. Although he could release earth and water techniques through modifications in chakra, the chakra consumption was significantly higher, and the power was less than satisfactory. Now endowed with chakra of 5 elements, Uchiha Jeshuan felt his combat prowess elevate to a new echelon. After all, each ninjutsu carried its own strengths and weaknesses, and possessing 5 elemental chakras allowed him to employ more suitable methods in battle. Uchiha Jeshuan refrained from using shuriken throwing techniques or Uchiha-style swordsmanship, being physical techniques. He needed only to focus his mind to experience the sensation of seamless execution. It could be said that he now had virtually no shortcomings, having fully evolved into a true hexagonal warrior. Once again activating Kamui, Uchiha Jeshuan's form reappeared in a room. Standing up, he stepped towards the exit. The door was firmly shut, yet Uchiha Jeshuan passed through it as if impediments were non-existent, arriving directly in the courtyard. With a surge of ocular power, the wooden training posts in the courtyard silently snapped in two. Uchiha Jeshuan lingered for a moment before closing his Mangekyo Sharingan. The speed of his long-range attacks was swift, with the duration of continuous intangibility lasting approximately 10 minutes. Murmuring to himself, Uchiha Jeshuan stroked his chin. Although he surpassed Uchiha Obito in both attack and transfer speed with his dual Kamui, his lack of Senju cells rendered him temporarily unable to recover ocular power. It appeared that many tasks lay ahead. Chapter 9. The plan having attained a clear understanding of his abilities, Uchiha Jeshuan turned back to his room and fell asleep. With so much new information flooding his mind, he felt somewhat fatigued. When Uchiha Jeshuan awoke, the sun had already set. After a brief wash, he heard a knock on the door. "Jeshuan, are you home?" "Just a moment." Uchiha Jeshuan adjusted his attire and opened the door to find Uchiha Mikoto with her gentle visage. "Jeshuan, dinner is ready. Father is still waiting for you." "Understood." Uchiha Jeshuan nodded and followed Uchiha Mikoto to her home. "Ha ha ha ha, Jeshuan, congratulations on becoming the sub-team leader. Come, let us share a drink." Upon seeing Uchiha Jeshuan, Uchiha Ryohuo waved with a smile. Uchiha Mikoto immediately admonished, "Father, Jeshuan still must adhere to the 3 ninja prohibitions and cannot drink alcohol." In response, Uchiha Ryohuo chuckled, "Mikoto, Jeshuan proposed a policy at the clan meeting to encourage our clansmen to marry and have children. I see he has the courage to lead by example. What harm is there in having a drink?" Upon hearing Uchiha Ryohuo's jest, Uchiha Jeshuan took a seat at the dining table and replied nonchalantly, "I indeed wish to lead by example, but I fear some people are reluctant to part with their precious daughters." After speaking, Uchiha Jeshuan cast a glance at Uchiha Mikoto. Under Uchiha Jeshuan's unabashed gaze, Uchiha Mikoto's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, nervously tugging at the hem of her clothing. How strange. Why does Jeshuan seem different today? Previously, whenever their relationship was mentioned, Jeshuan had always prioritized training, even expressing sentiments like, "I have no time to play romantic games with you." Yet today, he appeared as if transformed. Could it be that this thick-headed boy has finally gained some insight? "You all eat first. I still have some clothes to wash." Witnessing Uchiha Mikoto's hasty retreat, Uchiha Ryohuo's smile froze. Although Jeshuan was exceptional, and he and Mikoto had been childhood friends, making their union a matter of time, he could not shake the feeling of a prized cabbage being uprooted by a pig. Just then, Uchiha Ryohuo heard Uchiha Jeshuan speak again. "By the way, some ninja tools I purchased will be delivered tonight. Please keep an eye on them for me and don't let them get lost." Uchiha Ryohuo replied grumpily, "They won't get lost. If they do, I'll compensate you." "That's good." Uchiha Jeshuan smiled as he picked up his chopsticks. "I have to keep watch tonight. You can drink on your own. I'll eat first." Watching Uchiha Jeshuan indulge heartily, Uchiha Ryohuo downed his drink in frustration. Was this attitude acceptable? Before this mischievous brat, he felt utterly devoid of authority as a potential father-in-law. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Uchiha Jeshuan took his leave. Although in the original narrative Uchiha Mikoto married Uchiha Fugaku, with his arrival in this world, Uchiha Fugaku was no longer a factor. With such an impeccable template for a wife, who was also a childhood friend, he would not relinquish her easily. Under the cover of night, Uchiha Jeshuan arrived at the entrance of the police force's headquarters. The members of Team 7 were already awaiting his arrival. Excluding Uchiha Jeshuan, Team 7 comprised a total of 12 individuals, divided into 4 squads. Apart from the newly added Uchiha Inaho, and Uchiha Yaoi. Everyone else was quite familiar with one another. Upon Uchiha Jishuan's appearance, all stood at the ready, exuding a vibrant spirit. Uchiha Jishuan nodded in satisfaction, and after letting Uchiha Yaoi and Uchiha Inaho introduce themselves, he assigned specific tasks to each of the 4 squads. Team 7 was responsible for patrolling the outer residential areas near the walls of Konoha village. Although the majority of the residents were ordinary people, this area often faced frequent security issues. After determining their respective patrol locations, the 4 squads swiftly vanished into the night. Uchiha Jishin, meanwhile, planted his long blade beside him and sat cross-legged atop the village wall, gazing down upon the entirety of Mai. At present, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were in the prime of their lives, and Kakashi Hitaki had not yet perished. Apart from Tsunade, who was afflicted with hemophobia, Orochimaru and Jiraiya likely possessed strength on par with the Hokage. Coupled with the Umbu, the Sarutobi clan, the Shimura clan, the Mito clan, the Uchiha clan, and the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akamichi clans, the current Uchiha clan was indeed no match for the Hokage's faction. Uchiha Jishin silently contemplated the power dynamics within Mai, further solidifying his resolve. Given the Uchiha clan's current strength, remaining in Mai would only lead to perpetual subjugation, for Sarutobi Hiruzen and others would never allow the Uchiha clan to thrive. If it were solely Uchiha Jishin, equipped with his dual Mangekyo Sharingan, he would naturally not fear confrontation. Even in the worst-case scenario, it would merely result in mutual destruction. However, now that he was bound to the family system, his strength and the clan's prosperity were intricately linked, making him reluctant to see his kin perish in battle. To strengthen the Uchiha clan, the first step must be to escape the confines of Mai. Given time, Uchiha Jishin was confident he could lead the Uchiha clan back to Mai. When the moment arrived, he would reclaim all that rightfully belonged to the Uchiha. As for the potential blockade by Mai and other villages after leaving, Uchiha Jishin believed that by demonstrating the Uchiha clan's might and choosing a powerful ninja village to settle in, all such concerns would dissipate. After all, the Uchiha, unaccepted in Mai, were a prestigious clan coveted by other ninja villages. For the sake of the Sharingan, what risk was there in challenging Mai? The following morning, after acquiring a map of the ninja world, Uchiha Jishin made his way home. Upon reaching his doorstep, he was greeted by a girl with striking red hair. "Jishin, you're back." Uchiha Jishin opened the door, smiling. "Kushina, seeds don't sprout overnight." Uzumaki Kushina entered the courtyard, replying, "I just wanted to see." With a resigned sigh, Uchiha Jishin followed her toward the vegetable garden. Thus, Uchiha Jishin patrolled by night, researched suitable relocation sites for the clan, and left some Kamui marks around Mai. While during the day, he tended to the vegetable garden alongside Uzumaki Kushina. Occasionally, he dined with Uchiha Makoto, watched films, and lived a rather carefree life. Half a month swiftly passed. Observing the tender green sprouts in the garden, Uzumaki Kushina could not contain her delighted smile. "Jishin, we did it." Uchiha Jishin, puzzled by her exuberance, casually inquired, "Kushina, it's just planting vegetables. Why are you so fixated?" He had assumed her enthusiasm was merely a fleeting curiosity. Yet to his surprise, over the past half-month, Uzumaki Kushina had sought him out almost every other day. This fervor was indeed unexpected. Upon hearing Uchiha Jishin's question, Uzumaki Kushina lowered her eyelids and replied without raising her head, "Well, I have nothing else to do. Being a ninja yet being idle, I might as well spend my time planting vegetables with you." Chapter 10. Do not tell Makoto the cage canary. "Huh, what do you mean?" Uchiha Jishin remarked. "You resemble a canary kept in a cage, appearing splendid and vibrant, yet devoid of any freedom." Uzumaki Kushina had previously confided in him and Makoto about being chosen as the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, so Uchiha Jishin felt no apprehension in bringing it up. Momentarily taken aback by Uchiha Jishin's assessment, Uzumaki Kushina pouted, her eyes glistening with tears. What do you know? I've long accepted this fate. I came to Mai for this very purpose." In response, Uchiha Jishin coolly remarked, "Do you truly like this fate? What does it matter whether I like it or not? If I don't like it, I should resist." Uchiha Jishin firmly grasped Uzumaki Kushina's head, exclaiming, "Why accept someone else's arrangement? Why can't you pursue what you desire? Blindly conceding will only invite further oppression from others. You are already restricted from leaving the village before becoming a Jinchuriki. What will happen once you are one? Will you be monitored even in your sleep, required to report to the Hokage whenever you wish to go out? Surely, Lord Mito must have shared some of these matters with you. Upon hearing Uchiha Jishin's words, Uzumaki Kushina could no longer hold back, and her pent-up grievances surged forth. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she murmured, But I want everyone's approval. Uchiha Jishin scoffed gently. Why do you care so much about others' opinions? Does their approval truly hold significance? Can recognition gained through concession truly bring you joy? Gazing into Uchiha Jishin's dark eyes, Uzumaki Kushina felt utterly drained. She squatted on the ground, burying her head in her arms, sobbing, I don't know. Jishin, I don't want to be a Jinchuriki. I don't want to be constantly monitored. I want to go on missions with my comrades like everyone else. But I really don't know what to do. After all, she was still young, and the land of waves had been devastated. Even if she disliked the predetermined path ahead, Uzumaki Kushina was uncertain how to resist, let alone possess the strength to do so. Observing her heartfelt confession, Uchiha Jishin's tone softened. He sighed and sat beside Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina, those who truly accept you will not force you into anything. Just like us Uchiha, most villagers harbor disdain for us. But so what? Should we alter ourselves to gain their approval? Is an Uchiha who smiles at everyone and navigates life with ease still an Uchiha? Upon hearing Uchiha Jishin's words, Uzumaki Kushina could not help but lift her head, pondering, before suddenly breaking into a smile. Uchiha Jishin cast her a curious glance and asked, What is the matter? Uzumaki Kushina shook her head. Nothing. I was just imagining you smiling at others. It felt quite strange. Exactly, Uchiha Jishin chuckled. Kushina, what is it that you truly wish to do? Uzumaki Kushina contemplated for a moment and softly spoke. I want to make many friends. To engage in what a ninja should truly do, and to not be monitored in every endeavor. However, if I do not become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, many may suffer for it, perhaps even paying the ultimate price. Jishin, what do you think I should do? Kushina, such answers cannot be found in others' words. Only when you come to understand it yourself will it matter. Uchiha Jishin provided a somewhat ambiguous response. From the current perspective, Uzumaki Kushina certainly harbored a strong aversion to becoming a Jinchuriki. It was merely that she had been indoctrinated by the so-called will of fire and was morally coerced into accepting it, leading her to silently endure everything. In other words, if Uchiha Jishin could make Kushina completely disillusioned with Sarutobi Hiruzen and the will of fire, she would surely not remain as indecisive as she was now. Consequently, his plan to take Uzumaki Kushina away would become significantly more feasible. Indeed, after these many days of interaction, Uchiha Jishin resolved to include Uzumaki Kushina in the clan's relocation. He and Sarutobi Hizashi are destined to be adversaries. Thus, he naturally does not wish to retain Uzumaki Kushina, the perfect counter to the Nine-Tails, as a formidable asset for Konoha. When Sarutobi Hizashi and others discover that both the Uchiha clan and the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki have vanished simultaneously, their expressions will undoubtedly be quite remarkable. The thought alone fills me with anticipation. However, Uchiha Yuzuru is not overly anxious. Kushina has been in Konoha for many years, and under Hizashi's subtle influence, it is improbable that a few words alone could sway her. His aim today is merely to create a slight fissure in her heart. When the time is ripe, this small crack could trigger a cataclysmic upheaval. For if his memory serves him correctly, in the near future, an exceedingly outrageous event will occur concerning Kushina. With just a gentle nudge, Kushina will surely become thoroughly disillusioned with the higher-ups of Konoha. And you, Yuzuru? Uzumaki Kushina inquired, nudging him with her shoulder as she noticed Uchiha Yuzuru lost in thought. What is your dream? After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Yuzuru declared with conviction, I wish to become immensely strong, allowing all those I care for to live freely and without constraint, no longer burdened by the woes of wealth or threatened by force. I would even dare to oppose the entire world. As his words echoed, the air seemed to solidify. From Yuzuru's declaration, Kushina could discern his unwavering resolve to allow all those dear to me to live freely, even if it means defying the world, she repeated, feeling her heart race. Who are the people Yuzuru cares for? If she is among them, could he perhaps enable her to pursue her desires? A flurry of thoughts raced through Kushina's mind. Gazing into the depths of Kushina's eyes, Uchiha Yuzuru instinctively reached out to wipe away the remnants of tears from her face. Startled, Kushina instinctively stepped back, resembling a frightened rabbit, and hurried towards the door. Yuzuru, please don't tell Makoto about today, she implored, her face flushing a deep crimson as she dashed away without looking back. Uchiha Yuzuru chuckled softly, shaking his head. It was not his intention to take advantage. The atmosphere simply reached that point. In the Hokage building, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hizashi's keen eyes were fixed on the crystal ball, displaying Uzumaki Kushina walking through the streets, his pipe clattering between his teeth. At that moment, the office door was forcefully swung open, and a man clad in a black and gray kimono with elongated eyes entered. Chapter 11. You regret my shadow. Sarutobi Hizashi glanced up nonchalantly. Danzo, you didn't even knock. Shimura Danzo snorted dismissively, ignoring the remark and continuing. Hizashi, Kushina is once again wandering into Uchiha territory. Is it truly wise to allow the Uchiha clan to have such contact with the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Hizashi exhaled a puff of smoke, resting his chin on his crossed hands, and replied coolly, currently, Kushina does not harbor the Nine-Tails within her. It is of no concern. Making friends within the village is not a detriment. Hearing this, Danzo raised his voice. The Uchiha are inherently malevolent. We cannot monitor the internal affairs of their clan. If anything were to happen to the Jinchuriki, you would be held accountable. Hizashi felt a headache brewing. And what do you propose we do? Hand Kushina over to you? Danzo promptly responded. My roots will ensure she is under firm control. If I can grasp the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, my prospects of becoming Hokage will significantly increase. After hearing Danzo's words, Hizashi scoffed. Your controlling methods are ill-suited for Kushina, and Lord Mito would never consent. Mentioning Uzumaki Mito caused Danzo to flinch slightly. Yet he quickly pressed on. Lord Mito is aging. During the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, we stood idly by, and Lord Mito said nothing. Enough. I have already stated that matter should not be mentioned again. Hizashi slammed his palm against the desk, cutting Danzo off. Although Uzumaki Mito may be elderly, she still contains the sealed Nine-Tails. Coupled with her status as the widow of the first Hokage, should any turmoil arise due to Kushina, how would the villagers regard him as Hokage? Would he still retain his dignity? With this in mind, Hizashi coldly stated, Danzo, I have my own arrangements regarding Kushina. Your interference is unwarranted. Frustrated at his lack of success, Danzo gritted his teeth. Hizashi, you will come to regret this. Hizashi fixated on Danzo, enunciating each word. Danzo, remember, I am the Hokage. Seeing Hizashi's eyes sharpen with resolve, Danzo snorted disdainfully. With a resounding bang, he slammed the office door shut. Almost immediately after, a masked Umbu entered the room. Hokage-sama, Kushina has entrusted me with this letter for you. Kushina's letter? Hizashi murmured, accepting the letter from the Umbu's hands. After reading a mere line, his eyes narrowed. She desires to cease being monitored and wishes to undertake missions like ordinary ninjas? Freedom? Observing the letter's contents, Hizashi placed the pipe back between his lips, and soon the Hokage's office was enveloped in a haze of smoke. After a long while, Hizashi finally ignited the letter in his hands. It seems it is time to orchestrate the next phase of the plan. Under the flickering flame, Hizashi's expression hardened. Kushina, do not blame me. All is for the sake of the village. Moreover, for you, Minato is indeed a commendable choice, is he not? Humans are inherently social beings, rich in emotions. To control someone, the most effective method is through their feelings, be it familial, friendship, or love. The deeper the bond, the more willing one is to sacrifice oneself for the village. This is indeed his forte. In Konoha, at the Sansero Dango shop, a red-haired girl mechanically consumed her dango, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Across from her sat a boy with golden hair. Noticing her daze, he broke into a sunny smile and asked, Kushina, what are you thinking about? Snapping out of her reverie at the sound of his voice, Uzumaki Kushina dispelled the image from her mind and replied, Minato, you must be aware of my predicament. Living under constant surveillance is truly unbearable. In response, Namikaze Minato chuckled. It is indeed challenging to endure. But a ninja is someone who can withstand all, is it not? Kushina felt an inexplicable aversion to his words and couldn't help but inquire, who told you that? It was Jiraiya-sensei, Minato replied gently upon noticing Kushina's somber demeanor. Kushina, I sent your dream to become Hokage? Gaining recognition from everyone is not an easy endeavor. Kushina nodded thoughtfully before asking again, Minato, does recognition gained through compromise hold any meaning? For instance, if I were to force myself to do things I dislike to become Hokage, would that recognition be genuine? Although Minato was intelligent, his limited experience left him somewhat flummoxed by Kushina's philosophical inquiry. After a long moment of contemplation, He finally replied, "Becoming Hokage is my utmost goal. For this aspiration, I would be willing to undertake any task, irrespective of my personal preferences." Gazing at the resolute eyes of Bo Feng Shui Min, Xian Wujiu Xian sighed as she rested her chin on her hand. "Shui Min, I mean it when I say I do not wish to become a Jinchuriki. All I desire is to live a life of freedom." The issue was straightforward. Bo Feng Shui Min immediately replied, "Then I shall accompany you to seek out Hokage-sama, so that they may select another Jinchuriki." "That won't do," Xian Wujiu Xian shook her head. "Only I can suppress the Kyubi in the entire village." "Oh, I see." Bo Feng Shui Min scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words, and could only smile in silence. Observing his demeanor, Xian Wujiu Xian waved her hand dismissively. "Never mind, let me ask you this. If you were to become Hokage, would you force others to become Jinchuriki under such circumstances?" "Jiu Xian, I believe you are overthinking this. There must be other solutions. Becoming a Jinchuriki does not necessarily mean losing one's freedom." Bo Feng Shui Min's gaze regained its determination, and the will of fire teaches us that sometimes, for the sake of the village, personal sacrifices are inevitable. "Understood. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Given her understanding of Bo Feng Shui Min's character, Xian Wujiu Xian refrained from pressing further and instead stood to depart. Jie Xian and Shui Min were her two best friends aside from Mei Qin, yet they provided her with entirely different answers to the same dilemma. How should she choose? In that moment, Xian Wujiu Xian found herself even more perplexed. Perhaps Jie Xian was right. Such matters cannot be resolved by others' words. One must come to their own understanding. Chapter 12. The Abduction in Konoha Village. Within a training ground, Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, smiling as he clapped his hands. "Shui Min, it is already quite late. Let us conclude today's training here." Upon hearing this, Bo Feng Shui Min rushed to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side. A bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. "Hokage-sama, I truly apologize. I lost track of time." Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a kindly expression, waved his hand dismissively. "That Jiraiya fellow has been in the Rain Village for so long. As his teacher, I ought to assume some of his responsibilities. However, I am often quite busy, so I can only spare a moment to guide you now and then. You must not hold it against me." Upon hearing this, Bo Feng Shui Min quickly responded, "How could I? It is my honor to receive guidance from Hokage-sama." Seeing Bo Feng Shui Min's demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction, as if suddenly recalling something. He raised a hand to tap his forehead. "Look at this old fool. I almost forgot." After speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen pulled out a letter from his robe. "Shui Min, not long ago, Jiu Xian wrote me a letter. This is my reply. Could you deliver it to her?" Bo Feng Shui Min tucked the letter into his robe. "No problem. Leave this task to me." A look of apology crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, seemingly feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, "I am sorry to trouble you with this errand so late. It truly is a bother." "Not at all." Bo Feng Shui Min glanced at the moon overhead. "I shall head out now." Watching Bo Feng Shui Min's departing figure, Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile gradually faded, murmuring to himself, "Go on." In the night, the trees swayed without wind, and several figures vanished from sight. "Jiu Xian, I appreciate your efforts. It is late. And yet you come to care for this old woman. Water Granny, do not say such things. You are my only family in this world. It is only right that I take care of you. Moreover, I do not have to carry out missions like other ninjas, so it is not exhausting." Beneath the dim light, Xian Wu Sui, who leaned against the headboard of her bed, the once youthful and vibrant visage had long since faded, replaced by a head of silver hair and wrinkled skin. Watching Xian Wujiu Xian busily attend to her, Xian Wu Sui, whose eyes glimmered with a hint of sorrow. Ever since Tsunade left the village, this vast mansion had dwindled to just the two of them. How fickle is fate! While Xian Wu Sui, who was lost in her thoughts, Xian Wujiu Xian finished tidying up, holding a bag of trash in her hand, cheerfully stating, "Water Granny, do take care and rest early. I must be off." Observing Xian Wujiu Xian as she pushed the door to leave, Xian Wu Sui, who could not help but shake her head. What a sensible child. It is a pity that the days ahead are destined to be anything but tranquil. As a Jinchuriki, even she has become a solitary figure. Jiu Xian's future path may very well be fraught with challenges. Reflecting on the once proud and spirited Senju clan, Xian Wu Sui, who could not suppress a long sigh. Alas, how could a mere few years lead to such a transformation? Exiting Xian Wu Sui's room, Xian Wujiu Xian disposed of the trash. Walking through the Senju clan grounds, she felt an emptiness within her heart. After much contemplation, she ultimately resolved to accept her fate and become the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Although she genuinely yearned to be an ordinary person living freely, since arriving in Konoha, the third Hokage had shown her great concern, indulging her whims and caring for her life, much like a benevolent grandfather. She could not be selfish, even if it was to repay this kindness. She would remain in the village. Moreover, as Shui Min suggested, there might be other ways to retain a semblance of freedom. Oh, she ought to find Jie Xian to share her decision. Xian Wuzhou Xin Nai quietly considered this in her heart. Of course, even having chosen to continue as the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, Xian Wuzhou Xin Nai did not believe Jie Xian was mistaken. Just as Jie Xian himself stated, the Uchiha clan is inherently such in nature. She hoped Jie Xian would not harbor resentment towards her. While Xian Wuzhou Xin Nai was lost in thought, three dark figures suddenly appeared beside her. "Who are you?" Xian Wuzhou Xin Nai exclaimed, launching several shurikens. She then prepared to form hand seals to release a jutsu, seeking to create an opportunity for escape. Unfortunately, the enemies acted even more swiftly. The three assailants closed in, and before she could mount any effective resistance, a handkerchief was pressed over her nose. Subsequently, Xian Wuzhou Xin Nai fell into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, at the entrance of Konoha village, Uchiha Dahua and Uchiha Yaoi trailed silently behind their squad leader, Uchiha Yen. Surveying their surroundings, Uchiha Dahua could not help but murmur, "Shouldn't the night watch be rotated once a month? It's nearly been 2 months. Why are we still on duty?" For ninjas, adjusting to a day and night reversal is trivial, but the crux lies in the inconvenience it poses to training. At this rate, when will they ever become as formidable as Jie Xian, their captain? Hearing Uchiha Dahua's complaints, Uchiha Yaoi whispered, "It seems that Jie Xian volunteered to swap with Captain Li Hua." "Huh? Why? I have no idea. Perhaps to curry favor with his future father-in-law?" "Hiss. That makes sense. Dahua, Yaoi, what are you two whispering about? Focus." Upon hearing Uchiha Yen's admonition, Uchiha Dahua and Uchiha Yaoi quickly fell silent. "Understood, Captain." Unbeknownst to them, after they departed, 3 shadowy figures swiftly traversed the darkness. Finally, they had arrived. In the shadows, Uchiha Jie Xian opened his eyes, a slight smile curling his lips. In the moonlight, he clearly saw Xian Wuzhou Xin Nai being abducted by 3 individuals, racing towards the outskirts of the village. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Jie Xian grasped his long blade and swiftly gave chase. In the original tale, during the 41st year of Konoha, Xian Wuzhou Xin Nai had been kidnapped by the Cloud Village once, based on her attire and the surrounding environment. This incident likely occurred during the transition from summer to autumn. Thus, for the past few days, he had been vigilantly guarding the vicinity of Xian Wuzhou Xin Nai during his night watch. Finally, today, he had the opportunity he had been waiting for. However, Uchiha Jieshuan did not hasten to rescue Uzumaki Kushina. Instead, he discreetly followed a few individuals from behind. In the original narrative, this matter was rife with ambiguities, and many details were simply untenable upon scrutiny. Uchiha Jieshuan believed that if he conveyed these doubts to Uzumaki Kushina afterward, she would undoubtedly be left utterly disillusioned with the higher-ups of Konoha. Chapter 13. Embracing under the moonlight, the moon hung high in the night sky, casting a gentle, ethereal glow. Several figures swiftly traversed the dense forest. Not far from the village, Uchiha Jieshuan stumbled upon scattered strands of crimson hair upon the ground. He gathered a few and tucked them into his bosom, observing the chaotic footprints with a cold smirk. Even a freshly graduated genin would know how to conceal their true intentions to avoid pursuit. Yet, these ninjas who had abducted the future Jinchuriki from Konoha had taken no measures to obscure their trail. Such poor performances. Uchiha Jieshuan refrained from collecting all the hair. Instead, he simply gathered the strands on the ground, making them all the more conspicuous. To ensure the plan's perfection, Namake's Minato must be able to track Kushina just as in the original story. As he trailed behind, time swiftly passed into the latter half of the night, and he found himself several dozen miles away from Konoha. Feeling the moment was right, Uchiha Jieshuan ceased to conceal his presence and surged forward rapidly. In the instant he revealed himself, 3 masked ninjas stood in his path. Halt! No passage ahead. The leader of the ninjas regarded Uchiha Jieshuan coldly, a flicker of suspicion crossing his gaze. "Uchiha Jieshuan, how did you come to be here?" Without waiting for a reply, he continued with a chilling tone. Did you possess a secret order from the Hokage to leave the village at this hour? Uchiha Jieshuan shook his head. None. The emotionless Umbu ninja stated. Leaving the village without an order is deemed an act of treason. Since we have discovered you, you shall accompany us. Upon hearing this, the corners of Uchiha Jieshuan's mouth curled upward slightly as he retorted, Why do you think it is you who discovered me? As his words fell, his once pitch-black eyes transformed into the crimson hue of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The leading Umbu ninja was momentarily stunned, but his expression swiftly shifted as he exclaimed, Do not look into his eyes. Although he did not understand why Uchiha Jieshuan's eyes were not the usual Tomo Sharingan, it did not hinder him from making the appropriate judgment. It was futile. It was already too late. As Uchiha Jieshuan's voice faded, the Umbu squad leader witnessed the two subordinates behind him plunge their blades into each other's chests. Damn it, an illusion? The moment he saw his two men fall lifelessly, the Umbu squad leader quickly retreated, his hand reaching into his cloak to retrieve a signal flare. At that moment, Uchiha Jieshuan had already closed the distance between them. The Umbu ninja had no choice but to abandon his original action, swinging his blade towards Uchiha Jieshuan. Yet in the next second, his eyes widened in horror. Uchiha Jieshuan appeared as an ethereal specter. His attack passed straight through the figure before him. The Umbu ninja, alarmed, desperately swung his long knife, relentlessly attempting to strike Uchiha Jieshuan. But predictably, all his efforts were in vain. Are you flailing about, brother? Uchiha Jieshuan approached the Umbu ninja and grasped his throat. The Umbu ninja's eyes widened in terror. Is this the physical form? How is that possible? My attacks clearly passed through him like a mirage. Uchiha Jieshuan offered no response. Merely tightening his grip, the knight has fallen, quietly fade away. With a crisp crack, the Umbu ninja's neck was effortlessly broken by Uchiha Jieshuan. Too easy. Uchiha Jieshuan nodded in satisfaction. In the absence of intelligence, Kamui proved to be exceptionally effective. The Umbu were elite ninjas, and a squad leader would possess at least the prowess of a special jonin. Yet, even with such a configuration, they could not even signal for assistance before him. It was no wonder that the more powerful the Uchiha clan became, the more obsessed they grew. Such terrifying power made even one aware of the narrative wish to abstain from consuming beef. Uchiha Jieshuan calmed himself and meticulously relocated the corpses of the three Umbu ninjas into the Kamui space. To establish a foothold in the ninja world, possessing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was essential. Otherwise, no matter how potent Kamui was, there would inevitably come a day when the ocular power would be exhausted. The current primary objective must remain focused on developing the clan. One could never be too cautious. After a brief moment of contemplation, Uchiha Jieshuan's figure vanished once more. Bang! Uzumaki Kushina's legs buckled, causing her to fall to the ground. The towering ninja behind her immediately kicked her. Stop pretending to be dead. Get up now. If it weren't for your special chakra, which holds some value, I would have cut you down right now. With that, he seized the ropes binding her hands and hoisted her up. Uzumaki Kushina observed the three imposing ninjas closely following her and quietly discarded her hair onto the ground. Please, someone must notice. Just as she fervently prayed within, the three ninjas who had kidnapped her suddenly halted. Under the moonlight, she lifted her gaze to see a long-haired youth standing resolutely on a branch ahead, his pitch-black eyes locking onto hers. Do not fear, I have arrived. As she gazed upon the face bearing a gentle smile, Uzumaki Kushina's eyes instantly glistened with tears. Jieshuan, although they were of the same age, the moment she laid eyes on Uchiha Jieshuan, an inexplicable sense of security enveloped her. The prolonged tension and vigilance within her immediately dissipated. Kill that brat. The three ninjas adorned with Kumogakure headbands charged towards Uchiha Jieshuan. Uchiha Jieshuan unsheathed his long blade, the crimson three-tomo Sharingan, casting an eerie hue in the night. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Earth style, Earth Flow Wall. A fireball several meters in diameter collided thunderously with a massive earthen wall. The three cloud ninjas took cover behind the wall, silently awaiting the dispersal of smoke and dust. At that moment, one of the cloud ninjas suddenly emitted a terrified scream. The other two turned to see their comrade clutching the back of his neck, eyes wide with horror, blood gushing from his fingers. Was this a ploy to mask the sound of shuriken flying through the air in the wake of the fire and earth techniques? Yet, how could it be possible to achieve such an angle? Swift and decisive. Losing a comrade right at the outset instilled a profound sense of crisis in the remaining two cloud ninjas. They exchanged glances and simultaneously charged towards Uchiha Jishuan. Futile. Uchiha Jishuan did not dodge or evade. He too surged forward at a breakneck speed. These cloud ninjas were not particularly strong. Even without utilizing the powers of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Jishuan found himself effortlessly handling the situation. He moved like a graceful butterfly, elegantly evading the onslaught of the two cloud ninjas. The dynamic vision afforded by the three-tomo Sharingan allowed him to effortlessly decipher the cloud ninja's attacks. With every strike, a mist of blood erupted. He had no intention of leaving survivors. If this were truly Sarutobi Hiruzen's scheme, he certainly would not glean any useful information from these three ninjas. If it were not Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrangement, then these three ninjas were even less worthy of being spared. He aimed to ensure that Kushina would be thoroughly disillusioned with the higher-ups of Konoha through this incident. Moments later, Uchiha Jishuan flicked the droplets of blood from his blade and sheathed it as he approached Uzumaki Kushina's side. "Joshinai, are you unhurt?" "I am fine. Thank you for saving me, Yuzuru." Taking a deep breath, the whirlpool Joshinai expressed her heartfelt admiration. "Yuzuru, you are incredible, defeating the enemy so effortlessly." The recent battle was truly spectacular. Those three cloud shinobi who had instilled despair in her were utterly powerless against Uchiha Yuzuru. After all, they were both contemporaries. When did Yuzuru become so formidable? "I once stated that I would grow stronger," Uchiha Yuzuru remarked nonchalantly. "If such weak opponents can hinder me, it merely reflects my own inadequacies. And I shall not stop here." Sensing the confidence in Uchiha Yuzuru's voice, the whirlpool Joshinai found herself momentarily stunned. Memories of that day when Uchiha Yuzuru spoke to her flooded her mind. How strange, why does my heart race? While Joshinai was lost in thought, Uchiha Yuzuru untied the ropes binding her. "Can you walk?" Joshinai nodded. "I can." Yet, after taking just 2 steps, she stumbled. Had Uchiha Yuzuru not swiftly grasped her arm, she would have surely fallen heavily to the ground. Upon meeting Uchiha Yuzuru's gaze, Joshinai's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head to explain, "I am just a bit exhausted. It's nothing." In response, Uchiha Yuzuru sighed helplessly. Truly a girl who refuses to admit defeat. However, in your current state, it would be impossible to return to Konoha before dawn. With that, he effortlessly lifted Joshinai into his arms. Yuzuru, you sure?" Once Joshinai fell silent, Uchiha Yuzuru said, "Quiet now, I will take you back." Biting her lip, Joshinai finally leaned her head against Uchiha Yuzuru's chest in silence. At that moment, a boy with a golden spiky hairstyle appeared. Seeing Joshinai cradled in Uchiha Yuzuru's arms, Namikaze Minato was momentarily taken aback. "Am I late?" "No, you arrived just in time." Uchiha Yuzuru replied with a slight smile. "I will take Joshinai back first. Minato, please deal with the corpses of these 3 cloud shinobi." Without waiting for a response from Minato, Uchiha Yuzuru vanished under the moonlight, holding Joshinai. Chapter 14. Reborn. You've ruined it in Konoha village. Empowered by the Kamui, Uchiha Yuzuru returned to Konoha unnoticed, carrying the already unconscious Joshinai. Upon arriving at the Senju clan's territory, Uchiha Yuzuru gently placed Joshinai on the ground. "Joshinai, wake up." Slowly opening her eyes, Joshinai first glanced around, a hint of confusion on her face, before a blush crept across her cheeks. She nervously fiddled with her clothing and murmured, "Yuzuru, I owe you my thanks today." Otherwise witnessing Joshinai's shaken demeanor, Uchiha Yuzuru gently patted her head, smiling. "I have grown accustomed to such events. When you first arrived in Konoha, I fought many battles for you. This time is different." Joshinai exclaimed loudly. Being a standout member of the Uzumaki clan, she was acutely aware of her unique physique. Had she truly been abducted by the ninjas of Kumogakure, she might have faced endless darkness. Over the years, she had heard many tragic stories of her clan members who had fallen into despair. Calming herself, Joshinai curiously inquired, "Yuzuru, how did you discover my abduction?" In response, Uchiha Yuzuru retrieved a strand of vibrant red hair from his pocket. "I found this while on watch. The only person in Konoha with such beautiful hair is you." Joshinai paused, her heart racing once more. Stealing a glance at Uchiha Yuzuru, she retorted playfully, "Beautiful? I don't believe that. Everyone thinks my hair is quite peculiar." "I disagree." Uchiha Yuzuru replied earnestly, "I think it looks wonderful." Joshinai's heart felt as though it might burst forth with excitement. "Is this a confession?" "No, it can't be. Perhaps it's merely a personal opinion." "Haha, I mustn't be too vain." Did anyone tell me if I should respond at a time like this? But what about Makoto? Speaking of which, does Yuzuru prefer boys or girls? Observing Gyoshinai's flustered demeanor, Uchiha Yuzuru skillfully changed the subject. Gyoshinai, today's events were rather peculiar. You must be vigilant in the future. Peculiar? Gyoshinai asked. Somewhat confused. What do you mean? Uchiha Yuzuru shook his head, furrowing his brow. You should rest well. I need to think carefully. Meet me at the dessert shop in the afternoon. Gyoshinai obediently nodded. Oh, understood. Watching Gyoshinai's retreating figure, Uchiha Yuzuru smiled faintly. Humph. Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is time for me to take action. In the Hokage building, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat alone, enveloped in smoke. Just as dawn broke, a knock echoed at the door. Startled, Sarutobi Hiruzen called out, "Come in." The door swung open, revealing the figure of Namikaze Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen subtly furrowed his brow before kindly asking, "Minato, you're here early. Is there something on your mind?" Minato bowed and spoke gravely. "Hokage-sama, last night Gyoshinai was kidnapped by Cloud Shinobi. I have already handed over the bodies of the 3 Cloud Shinobi to the Umbu downstairs." Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. Has the matter already been resolved? Why had the Umbu he dispatched not returned to report? A sense of foreboding began to bloom within Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Yet he maintained a calm exterior and inquired, "Minato, did you save Gyoshinai? Where is she? Is she unharmed?" Minato shook his head. No, it was Uchiha Yuzuru. Sarutobi Hiruzen rapidly recalled information about Uchiha Yuzuru, confirming once more, Uchiha Yuzuru? Observing the puzzled look on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, Minato explained, "When I found Gyoshinai last night, she had already been rescued from the Cloud Shinobi by Yuzuru. He had already departed with Gyoshinai while I remained behind to deal with the bodies of the Cloud Shinobi." The image of Uchiha Yuzuru holding Gyoshinai lingered in Minato's mind, causing him to feel a pang of frustration. If only he had arrived sooner. As Minato's thoughts wandered, the expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened. He could not fathom how his meticulously crafted plan of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress had been thwarted, especially by Uchiha. How did Uchiha Yuzuru discover Gyoshinai's disappearance? Was it mere coincidence, or had the other side sensed something? Why had no one informed him about Uchiha leaving the village? What was the barrier squad doing? Why had the Umbu following Gyoshinai not returned yet? So many elements had gone awry, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen increasingly agitated. The sensation of losing control over the situation was deeply unsettling. "Hokage-sama?" Hearing Minato's cautious voice, Sarutobi Hiruzen regained his composure, exhaling a puff of smoke, and replied slowly, "Minato, I am aware of the situation. You may return now." Understood. Once Minato departed, another figure appeared before Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Danzo, you have heard everything, haven't you?" Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Shimura Danzo. His voice icy. "Does this matter concern you in any way?" Drichin Tunsong tilted his head back and let out a soft hum. "Risen, you know me well. If it were my doing, it would be impossible for a Uchiha to save Kushina." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Risen silently nodded. Although this old teammate often caused him trouble, this matter should have nothing to do with him. Observing the furrowed brow of Sarutobi Risen, Shimura Danzo could not resist teasing, "Risen, I have heard that Uzumaki Kushina has a good relationship with Uchiha Sasuke. If the future Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails were to fall for an Uchiha, that would certainly be interesting." Irritated by Danzo's words, Sarutobi Risen waved his hand dismissively. "Danzo, I am currently in a very foul mood. You should leave." The powerful aura that erupted caused Shimura Danzo to step back 2 paces. "If you wish to leave, then do so. Why must you be so fierce? It is clearly your own fault, yet you take it out on me. The notion of using love to reform a Jinchuriki is absurd. Disgusting. Disgusting." With a crash, before the cup on the table could fall, Shimura Danzo had already closed the door. Sarutobi Risen clutched his chest, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. After a while, he gradually calmed down. It seemed he would need to find an opportunity to meet with this new generation genius of the Uchiha clan. Uejimitu, the most popular dessert shop in Konoha. Even though it was already afternoon, the shop was still bustling with patrons. Most of them were couples, their laughter filling the air, creating a palpable atmosphere of romance. Standing at the entrance, Uzumaki Kushina took out a small mirror, carefully examining her reflection before tucking a few stray strands of hair behind her ear and stepping inside. Immediately, she spotted Uchiha Sasuke sitting quietly by the window. "Xiaoyuan." Uzumaki Kushina called out gently as she approached Uchiha Sasuke. He glanced at her with a hint of surprise and teased, "Why are you speaking so softly? Did you leave your vocal cords at home? You wish I had left them at home." Uzumaki Kushina retorted, exasperated, as she plopped down across from him, crossing her arms and gazing out the window. How could he not see that she had put in effort to look good? Uchiha Sasuke, puzzled by her sudden demeanor, reached over and pushed a small cake towards her. "This is for you." Seeing this, Uzumaki Kushina's lips curled into a charming smile as she asked, "But where is the spoon?" Uchiha Sasuke looked up, confused. "Kushina, what has gotten into you today? You used to just grab it and eat." "You." Uzumaki Kushina's hair seemed to ruffle without wind, her eyes blazing with indignation. Finally, she decided to abandon pretense. They were close enough that she need not put on airs. "Sasuke, what did you mean by what you said last night?" Uchiha Sasuke glanced around before responding nonchalantly, "Let's go to my house and check on the vegetables you planted." Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Kushina's curiosity piqued. She quickly finished the small cake and stood up, "Then let us hurry." Observing her eager demeanor, Uchiha Sasuke helplessly took a tissue to wipe the corners of her mouth. Instantly, Uzumaki Kushina's face flushed a noticeable shade of red. "Sasuke, is it really all right for us to be like this? What's wrong?" "And nothing, it's getting late. Let us go." They made their way to the Uchiha clan's residence, entering a room together. Watching Uchiha Sasuke busily set up a barrier, Uzumaki Kushina asked, "Sasuke, why are you being so secretive? What is it you want to say?" Uchiha Sasuke remained focused on his task without answering. Once the barrier was set, he finally sat down opposite Uzumaki Kushina. Although at this time Sarutobi Risen and Shimura Danzo could not extend their influence into the Uchiha clan, it was best to be cautious. "Kushina, regarding the incident of your abduction last night, what are your thoughts?" Hearing Uchiha Sasuke's inquiry, Uzumaki Kushina pondered for a moment before replying. "I heard those 3 cloud shinobi say my chakra is special and of great value to their village, which is why they came to abduct me." After she finished speaking, she noticed Uchiha Sasuke shaking his head. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Sasuke, is there something wrong?" Uchiha Sasuke's expression grew serious as he stared at Uzumaki Kushina. Speaking in a low tone, "Kushina, I will share my analysis with you, but you must be mentally prepared." Seeing the gravity in his demeanor, Uzumaki Kushina felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Uchiha Sasuke was the captain of the police force and exceptionally skilled at analyzing information. Did he uncover something significant? Realizing this, Uzumaki Kushina straightened her posture and nodded. "Sasuke, go ahead." With that, Uchiha Sasuke wasted no time and stated plainly, "I suspect that your abduction last night is closely related to the village's higher-ups." Although she had mentally prepared herself, Uzumaki Kushina was still taken aback by Uchiha Sasuke's assertion. Her mouth agape in shock. "Sasuke, I don't understand. What do you mean?" As the future Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the higher-ups in Konoha would be eager to protect her. So how could they allow the village of Kumogakure to abduct her? "Kushina, think about it. Isn't there an Umbu squad monitoring and protecting you around the clock?" Uzumaki Kushina nodded, "Yes." "Then why was there no action from the Umbu during the lengthy time you were abducted last night?" Uzumaki Kushina was momentarily stunned. She had never considered such matters. Perhaps the Cloud Shinobi had taken advantage of the Umbu's shift change. Before she could finish her thought, she realized something was amiss. Even if the Cloud Shinobi had abducted her during a shift change, the incoming Umbu would certainly notice her absence and notify the Hokage immediately. The pace at which the Cloud Shinobi had traveled with her was not particularly fast under normal circumstances. It would have been impossible to take her for such a long duration without anyone noticing. "Sasuke, could it be that after the Umbu changed shifts, those 3 Cloud Shinobi killed them?" Uchiha Sasuke shook his head. "You saw the skills of those 3 Cloud Shinobi. They are not particularly strong. Even if the Umbu were not their match, could a 3-man team fail to find an opportunity to send a distress signal? Even if, hypothetically, those 3 Cloud Shinobi were Jonin and swiftly eliminated the Umbu protecting you, would they be able to quietly abduct you, the future Jinchuriki, from Konoha without anyone noticing? With so many Umbu and Jonin in Konoha, how could no one have detected anything?" Uzumaki Kushina fell silent again. She had never considered these angles before, so she had not felt anything unusual. Now, after hearing Uchiha Sasuke's analysis, she began to realize the extraordinary nature of this incident. Konoha was widely recognized as the most powerful ninja village in the ninja world. In terms of ninja strength and barrier perception, Konoha ranked among the top in the world. To abduct a highly valued future Jinchuriki from Konoha without a trace was an unimaginable feat. Moreover, Jonin are scarce resources in any village. Risking the loss of 3 elite fighters to abduct her from Konoha seemed to yield an imbalance of risk versus reward. However, even if the likelihood was slim, it could still occur, couldn't it? Perhaps those individuals from Kumogakure were simply that reckless? Perhaps those cloud shinobi excelled in stealth and evasion? Perhaps they possessed secret techniques that allowed them to traverse barriers undetected? Indeed, it was premature to draw conclusions. More evidence was needed. In her struggle to accept the reality, Uzumaki Kushina found herself searching for excuses in her mind. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke with a somewhat hoarse voice. Jie, please continue. Uchiha Jie nodded and elaborated. The cloud shinobi, after abducting you, did not split up to mislead pursuers, nor did they meticulously examine their path to erase traces. Moreover, they opted to travel on foot with you, which indicates a complete lack of intent to conceal their whereabouts. Unless they are novices, but if they were novices, it would be implausible for them to silently whisk you away from my. Observing Uzumaki Kushina's pale complexion, Uchiha Jie did not pause, but continued his analysis. From the perspective of Yunin Village, dispatching 3 elite ninjas for your abduction signifies the importance they place on this matter. So why, after the successful operation, was there not a single person to receive them? Even if they were utterly foolish, they could not gamble with the lives of 3 elite ninjas. I pondered extensively, seeking a rational explanation for all these events, and concluded that there is only one possibility. The so-called cloud shinobi abduction is, in fact, a meticulously crafted ruse orchestrated by the higher-ups of Mai. Uzumaki Kushina bit her lip, striving to control her emotions, and inquired, if what you say is true, then what is their objective? Kushina, do you recall that night when Minato also rushed over? Uchiha Jie did not directly answer Kushina's question, but countered. I cannot fathom why Minato was able to sense your abduction. I only happened to discover the cloud shinobi's actions while on duty at night. What was Minato doing? Running around the village at such an hour? Uzumaki Kushina replied. Minato said that the third Hokage sent him to deliver a message. After saying this, Kushina felt even more confused. She had been drafting her letter for several days, yet the third Hokage chose to respond on the very night she was abducted. And the messenger was not a member of the Umbu, but rather her close friend, Namikaze Minato. Initially, Kushina felt indifferent, but after hearing Uchiha Jieshin's analysis, fear began to creep in. Are there truly so many coincidences in this world? After granting Uzumaki Kushina some time to contemplate, Uchiha Jieshin spoke solemnly. Regardless of whether you believe it, I possess unwavering confidence in my deductions. Kushina, they are toying with your life. Chapter 16 Jieshin, you scoundrel. Toying with my life? Upon hearing Uchiha Jieshin's final conclusion, Uzumaki Kushina stood frozen, as if her spirit had departed. It felt as if she grasped the truth, yet found her thoughts muddled. Observing her dazed expression, Uchiha Jieshin rose to prepare a cup of tea. Once the steam ceased to rise from the warm cup, Uzumaki Kushina finally met Uchiha Jieshin's gaze with hollow eyes. Jieshin, what do you mean? Witnessing the pitiable sight of Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Jieshin felt a twinge of compassion. For a girl whose aspiration was to become Hokage and gain the village's recognition, the harshness of reality far surpassed her imagination. However, Uchiha Jieshin could not allow himself to be soft-hearted at this moment. After a brief contemplation, he continued, the third Hokage often speaks of the so-called bonds. Human emotions are profoundly intricate, and one tends to care deeply for those close to them. Just as parents are willing to sacrifice for their children, lovers for their beloved, and comrades for their friends. You mentioned that not long ago, you wrote to the third Hokage, expressing your reluctance to become a Jinchuriki, correct? I believe this is the reason Sarutobi Hiruzen orchestrated this abduction. As he observed Uzumaki Kushina's gaze dimming, Uchiha Jieshin provided his final summation. Whether the third Hokage inquired about your well-being or plotted for Minato's heroic rescue, it all serves to ensure that you, the future Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, willingly remain in Mai, making the so-called sacrifices for the village. Like the last straw that broke the camel's back, Uzumaki Kushina closed her eyes in despair. Was the life she envisioned merely an elaborate fabrication crafted by others? Why, despite her willingness to accept the village's arrangements and become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, did the third Hokage still resort to such measures? In response, Uchiha Jieshin sighed, Kushina, if the third Hokage had not been so impatient, Waiting until you expressed your thoughts, we might never have known his true nature. Have some water, he added. Uzumaki Kushina accepted the teacup, taking small sips before hesitantly asking, Jie, since this incident was orchestrated by the third Hokage, and you disrupted his plan, I apologize for dragging you into this. Noting her concern, Uchiha Jie shook his head. Do not say such things. Even if given the chance to choose again, I would never abandon you. Furthermore, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his allies have always held a deep-seated animosity towards our Uchiha clan. Even without this incident, my image in their eyes would remain unchanged. Animosity. Uzumaki Kushina looked at Uchiha Jie in surprise. Isn't the Uchiha clan, the founders of the village, a respected noble clan? You are rather naive, Kushina. Uchiha Jie scoffed softly. The darkness of my far exceeds your imagination. Just watch. If all goes according to plan, Sarutobi Hiruzen will soon take action. Seeing Uchiha Jieshin's confidence, Uzumaki Kushina could not help but exclaim, Jieshin, you have changed so much. If it weren't for you, I might have remained oblivious my entire life. Uchiha Jieshin smiled. It is because of these eyes of mine that I can see through everything. Possessing memories of his past life, he was intimately familiar with most matters within the world of Hokage. Like reading a history book. No matter how convoluted the schemes were at the time, they could be easily deciphered from a godlike perspective. As if inspired by Uchiha Jieshin, a faint smile appeared on Uzumaki Kushina's face. Unable to restrain herself, she asked, Jieshin, what should I do from here on out? After the Cloud Shinobi abduction incident, she had completely lost trust in Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the sense of belonging she had painstakingly built towards me had dissipated. Yet now, even with the knowledge of everything, she felt powerless to resist. How was she to face the life ahead? Kushina, if one day I were to take you away from me, would you be willing to come with me? Gazing into Uchiha Jieshin's earnest eyes, Uzumaki Kushina felt her heart flutter, warmth spreading from her neck to her ears. This must be a confession, right? When did Jieshin start caring for me? Kushina, hearing Uchiha Jieshin's voice, Uzumaki Kushina snapped back to reality. Lowering her head to whisper, Jieshin, I, of course, would be willing, but what about Mikoto? Mikoto? Uchiha Jieshin scratched his head in confusion. Of course, we would take her along. What? Uzumaki Kushina stared at Uchiha Jieshin, who looked innocently bewildered, and was left utterly astonished. Jieshin, you scoundrel. After exclaiming this, Uzumaki Kushina dashed out of the room. Uchiha Jieshin was left in a state of utter bewilderment. Wait, I was discussing serious matters. How did I become a scoundrel? Jieshin. Not long after Uzumaki Kushina had left, the voice of Uchiha Fugaku rang from outside the door. Uchiha Jieshin rose to open the door, and, upon seeing Uchiha Fugaku's somewhat grim expression, asked, What is it? Jieshin, just as you anticipated. The third Hokage has declined our request. Just moments ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen declined their proposal to recruit ninjas from other clans or civilian ninjas into the police force, clearly stating that the Uchiha clan's responsibility is merely to maintain order in the village, except during times of war. This revelation caused Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Taro to lose all confidence in the higher-ups of Konoha. If the other party had no ulterior motives, they should have welcomed such matters, shouldn't they? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izuna, having already anticipated the situation, calmly remarked, Fugaku, I need you to gather information regarding the conservative and radical factions within the clan. Uchiha Fugaku, somewhat puzzled, asked, Izuna, do you have a plan? Uchiha Izuna nodded. You do not need to know the specifics at this moment. Simply follow my instructions. Understood, replied Uchiha Fugaku, then added, By the way, Sarutobi Hiruzen's Umbu just came to inform you that he wishes to see you in the Hokage office. Izuna, do you want me to accompany you? Knowing the true thoughts of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the higher-ups, Uchiha Fugaku was deeply concerned that Uchiha Izuna might encounter danger. Uchiha Izuna was not only a prodigy of their clan's new generation, but also the hope for the future of the Uchiha clan. Observing Uchiha Fugaku's worried expression, Uchiha Izuna patted his shoulder. Do not fret, I will handle everything. Uchiha Izuna was not surprised that Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to see him. He had disrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen's plans, and it would be strange if the latter did not take any action. However, with his dual Sharingan, he held no fear of whatever Sarutobi Hiruzen might intend. As he gazed at Uchiha Izuna's departing figure, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly came to a realization. Wait, How had he become a subordinate to this young Uchiha Izuna? Chapter 17. Conversation Hokage Building. Hokage Office. Uchiha Izuna curiously surveyed the spacious and bright room. It was his first visit since his arrival in this world. After observing for a moment, Uchiha Izuna addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was still engrossed in his paperwork. Third Hokage, what do you need from me? Third Hokage? Hey, rude little brat. Sarutobi Hiruzen mentally grumbled. Those who were usually summoned by him always stood nervously, waiting quietly for him to finish his tasks. Yet this young boy nearly dashed to his front to bang on the table. Truly, the Uchiha were a wicked bunch with deplorable manners. Nevertheless, despite his inner complaints, Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained a kindly and affable smile. Ah, Izuna, I must be getting old. My hearing isn't what it used to be. Third Hokage, deafness is a condition. You ought to seek treatment. Coughing, Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his water cup and picked up his pipe. However, before he could light it, Uchiha Izuna frowned. Third Hokage, I dislike the smell of smoke. You little rascal. Sarutobi Hiruzen swore he was tempted to summon the Monkey King to teach this imp why he was revered as the sage of shinobi. Yet, to preserve his image, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the pipe and forced a smile. Izuna, I heard you saved Kushina from the Cloud Ninjas? You have my gratitude, otherwise the consequences would have been dire. Is that so? Kushina, is that important? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded gravely. Izuna, there are matters I must now disclose to you. Kushina is the chosen Jinchuriki for the Nine Tails. Only her unique constitution can fully control it. If we lose Kushina, our village will face significant troubles in the future. Upon this revelation, Uchiha Izuna suddenly smiled, akin to the sun breaking through a rain-soaked sky, brightening the entire office. Although he was unsure why Sarutobi Hiruzen had suddenly shared information about Uzumaki Kushina, it did not hinder him from seizing an opportunity for gain. Thus, as Sarutobi Hiruzen prepared to speak again, Uchiha Izuna interjected. Third Hokage, since I have made such a significant contribution to the village, do you not think I deserve some reward? I endure. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. He looked at Uchiha Izuna and said, You have contributed to the village. A reward is indeed warranted. I have heard that the Book of Seals contains many powerful forbidden techniques. I would like that as my reward. Interrupted once more. Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed a steely gaze on Uchiha Izuna. This fellow was undoubtedly causing trouble on purpose. The Book of Seals? Why not aim for the heavens while you're at it? Was that something an Uchiha could lay claim to? However, having just praised Uchiha Izuna's contributions, it would not do to deny him outright. After a moment's thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up. Izuna, many techniques in the Book of Seals are incomplete. Practicing them rashly could endanger a ninja's life. However, there is one forbidden technique that would suit you well. What forbidden technique? The multi-shadow clone technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen stated with a smile. Compared to other forbidden techniques in the Book of Seals, the multi-shadow clone technique was not overly absurd. Moreover, if misused, it could lead to self-destruction. Thus, it was the perfect reward for this impudent young Uchiha. Very well, I will have someone transcribe this technique for you shortly. Now, let us discuss the matter of the Cloud Ninja's abduction. Without granting Uchiha Izuna a chance to refuse, Sarutobi Hiruzen firmly established the direction of the conversation. His gaze towards Uchiha Izuna now tinged with scrutiny. Izuna, according to my investigation, it appears you were not on duty that night, but rather Uchiha Riwo, correct? We switched shifts. Uchiha Izuna shrugged, explaining that Riwo had been unwell. I see. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered briefly, refraining from further comments, and instead inquired, How did you leave Konoha? Why did the barrier team not detect your movements? He had meticulously investigated. That night, the barrier had shown no signs of disturbance. Not even a fly could escape the village unnoticed. How had Uchiha Izuna departed without anyone realizing? Uchiha Izuna replied nonchalantly, Third Hokage, you should inquire with the barrier team. I was merely following the traces left by those Cloud Ninjas. During your pursuit of the Cloud Ninjas, did you encounter any Umbu? No. Really? Sensing the rising pressure emanating from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Izuna retorted coldly. Third Hokage, given that Kushina has already been rescued and the Cloud Ninjas' bodies returned to the village, what exactly are you trying to ascertain? Is there something more at play here? Astute indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen had not anticipated that a mere few questions would lead Uchiha Izuna to such conclusions. Continuing to inquire would likely yield no useful information, and might even alert Uchiha Izuna to something deeper. No, perhaps Uchiha Izuna had already perceived certain matters, voluntarily switching shifts, entering and exiting the village unnoticed, rescuing Kushina ahead of time, and the three missing Umbu, though there was no evidence to suggest Uchiha Izuna had orchestrated these events. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a habit of preparing for the worst. Reflecting on all the information he had reviewed regarding Uchiha Izuna, Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts began to solidify. Uchiha Izuna was not to be underestimated and would henceforth become a focal point of scrutiny. After contemplating for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen ceased to dwell on the past events and spoke. Izuna, now that you are aware of Kushina's situation, there is something I hope you can comprehend. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan possesses the ability to influence tailed beasts. Therefore, for the greater good, you can no longer have contact with Uzumaki Kushina. To be precise, it should be any member of the Uchiha clan. Of course, this is not directed at you. It is all for the village. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions, Uchiha Yuin suppressed a smile. Just as I suspected, I must refrain from laughing. I must endure. Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision serves as the perfect assist to his plans. Uchiha Yuin is certain that once this news spreads, both Uzumaki Kushina and the Uchiha clan members will express intense dissatisfaction. The conflict between both sides will deepen further, and even if he decides to leave Konoha, the overwhelming majority will naturally support him. Yuin, you may leave now. I will send you the training scroll for the multi-shadow clone technique later. After Uchiha Yuin departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped the table. A man with long silver hair and deep-set eyes appeared in the Hokage's office. Shinobu, from today onwards, you are responsible for monitoring the Uchiha clan's every action through the Umbu, especially Uchiha Yuin. If you discover any abnormalities, I permit you to act first and report later. Today's conversation firmly convinced Sarutobi Hiruzen that Uchiha Yuin was not someone he could control. Given this, the other's talent would undoubtedly become a threat. He would show no mercy towards such individuals. Hearing this, Hatake Shumo hesitated and said, Hokage-sama, won't this provoke the Uchiha clan's resentment and rebellion? Just execute the orders. Came the reply. Understood. After Hatake Shumo left, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked to the window, a cold smile playing on his lips. The village's power is now firmly in his grasp. Even the Uchiha clan would not be able to stir much turmoil, perhaps merely a few complaints, insignificant and inconsequential. Chapter 18. Yuin, you lack the talent in this regard. Why can't I enter? I wish to meet Hokage-sama. Not today. Then when can I? I don't know. I will convey your wishes, but until then, you must patiently await Hokage-sama's summons. Observing the emotionless tone of the Umbu ninja before her, Uzumaki Kushina clenched her fists. Finally, she cast a resentful glance at the Hokage building and turned to leave. As she walked through the streets of Konoha, her heart brimmed with anger. Yuin was right. That old man Sarutobi Hiruzen had indeed taken measures. Henceforth, she would no longer be able to see Mikoto and Yuin. How infuriating. Why must they strip away even this small semblance of freedom? What nonsense about the will of fire and bonds. Fuming, Uzumaki Kushina returned to the Senju clan's grounds. With her last shred of hope shattered, she had become utterly disillusioned with this tedious village. She could only wish for Yuin's plan to succeed, as she no longer wished to linger in this cage for even a second longer. Kushina, you seem to be in a rather poor mood. Uzumaki Mizuho, basking in the sun in the courtyard, pulled Uzumaki Kushina closer. Is something troubling you? Mizuho-chan, seeing Uzumaki Kushina hesitate. Uzumaki Mizuho slowly stood up and led her inside. Kushina, feel free to speak. No one will overhear our conversation. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Kushina knelt beside Uzumaki Mizuho. If there was anyone she could trust now, it was the one who had raised her, Uzumaki Mizuho. Mizuho-chan, if one day I leave Konoha, would you blame me? Uzumaki Mizuho was taken aback. Kushina, why do you say that all of a sudden? It's nothing, just a passing thought. In response, Uzumaki Mizuho gently stroked Uzumaki Kushina's long hair and said softly, Kushina, there is a scroll on the headboard. Please fetch it for me. Oh. Uzumaki Mizuho placed the scroll in Uzumaki Kushina's hands and continued gently. This scroll contains all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. It will be entrusted to you from now on. Uzumaki Kushina's mouth fell open in surprise, incredulous. Mizuho-chan, why are you suddenly giving me something so important? Originally, I intended to wait until after my passing to hand it over, but I fear that one day I might wake up and find you gone. So I'll give it to you early. Mizuho-chan, you don't blame me? Uzumaki Kushina asked softly. Silly child, how could I blame you? Uzumaki Mizuho shook her head with a smile. Since you have made your decision, I will not interfere. I have personally experienced how difficult the life of a Jinchuriki can be. Of course, the path you choose may not be any easier than being a Jinchuriki. No matter where you go, the village will not easily let you go. It's all right. I will be cautious. After Uzumaki Kushina replied, she asked with some confusion, Mizuho-chan, since your life has not been easy, why do you continue to endure? With your status and strength, even the Hokage should not dare to act against you, right? Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Mizuho sighed. Although Hashirama has been gone for many years, as his wife, I wish to carry on his ideals. For the sake of the village, I cannot act solely based on my own preferences. After all these years, I have done right by Hashirama. Yet, a reminiscent expression crossed Uzumaki Mizuho's face, and after a long pause, she said, I feel guilty towards the people of the land of whirlpools. Kushina, I apologize for only saying this after you made your decision. I hope you do not hold it against me. Had it not been for Uzumaki Kushina's own choice to leave Konoha, these words might have remained unspoken for a lifetime. Looking at this elderly woman nearing her end, Uzumaki Kushina felt a lump in her throat and replied solemnly, Mizuho-chan, I do not blame you. That's good. Uzumaki Mizuho smiled and took Uzumaki Kushina's hand. Even someone as vibrant as she was had skin that had grown dry and wrinkled. She caressed Uzumaki Kushina's fair hand and curiously asked, Kushina, would you share how you came to this decision? Hearing Uzumaki Mizuho's question, Uzumaki Kushina supported her chin with one hand, memories of that moonlit night flooding her mind. A smile unconsciously crept onto her lips as she softly replied. Because I encountered a hero. Fire release, great fireball technique. A mere parlor trick. Uchiha Fugaku snorted coldly, slicing the several-meter-wide fireball in two with his blade. Fire release, peony blossom claw. Dozens of shuriken engulfed in flames surged forth like a sky full of peonies, colliding with one another as they rushed toward Uchiha Fugaku from every angle. Shadow clone technique. Uchiha Fugaku swiftly performed hand seals, then struck down all the shuriken before him with his long blade. The ones lurking in the blind spots behind him were left to his shadow clones to handle. Clang. The sharp blade clashed and instantly separated again. Uchiha Yuin and Uchiha Fugaku's three-tomo Sharingan spun wildly. Their figures flickered in various places, moving at an incredible speed. Each strike aimed for the opponent's vital points, yet each was elegantly dodged by the other. Yuin, this time I will definitely surpass you. Uchiha Fugaku declared confidently. They had agreed not to use their ocular abilities, so he was sure he could defeat his opponent. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yuin remained silent, responding only with an even more fierce swordsmanship. After some time, Uchiha Fugaku found the long blade at his neck, his expression darkening. He had lost. Even without the use of their ocular powers, he was still no match for Uchiha Yuin. As he looked at Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Yuin slowly sheathed his long sword. Though I do not know what you are expecting, this is the reality. Even without using ocular techniques, the dynamic vision of the Mangekyo Sharingan is incomparable to that of an ordinary three-tomo Sharingan. Moreover, under the system's rewards, he possesses no shortcomings in any aspect. To conquer a formidable opponent devoid of weaknesses, one can only resort to overwhelming strength. Clearly, Uchiha Fugaku does not possess such conditions. Observing Uchiha Izumi's nonchalant demeanor, Uchiha Fugaku could only sigh. I have been defeated. You seem quite disheartened. What else could it be? Despite being lauded as a genius and being several years older than Uchiha Izumi, he now finds himself completely eclipsed by the latter. Noticing Uchiha Fugaku's demeanor, Uchiha Izumi offered words of comfort. Do not feel inferior for losing to me. Just as a butterfly is destined not to fly across the vast sea, a firefly need not compete with the brilliance of the full moon. Upon hearing Uchiha Izumi's words, Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists. Are you mocking me? No, I am merely comforting you. Then perhaps you should refrain from doing so in the future, for you lack the talent for it. The usually composed Uchiha Fugaku felt as though he would shatter his own teeth from frustration. How vexing. Why could he not be rid of such an irritating individual? Nevertheless, it provided ample material for dreams tonight. Just as Uchiha Fugaku's mind wandered, Uchiha Yakumi and Uchiha Inazuka rushed in hastily. Lord Izumi, Lord Fugaku. Our personnel have clashed with the Umbu. Would you care to take a look? Chapter 19. the strength of fists and the attitude of villagers moments ago in Shirwaiju. Renowned for its culinary delights, Shirwaiju enjoys immense popularity among the eateries of Konoha. Although the establishment is not particularly spacious, it is always bustling with patrons. It is rumored that the owner, Uchiha Yuriko, has merged the formidable and meticulous observational prowess of the Sharingan with culinary arts, resulting in such delectable dishes. Consequently, Shirwaiju only operates in the evenings. At this moment, during peak dining hours, the quaint restaurant was already filled to capacity. Amidst the clamor, a resounding crash echoed as a table was struck. The crowd turned to see two inebriated men shouting loudly, "Boss! Boss! Boss!" Soon, Uchiha Yuriko, draped in a white scarf, emerged from the kitchen. "How may I assist you?" Though she had just come from the kitchen, Uchiha Yuriko appeared immaculate. With her hair styled in a bun and a white hat atop her head, her youthful visage combined with her curvaceous figure never failed to draw the attention of men. Even in middle age, the two raucous men exchanged glances, revealing a somewhat lewd smile. One man pointed to an empty wine glass on the table, expressing dissatisfaction. "Boss, do you think the wine will find its way into my glass on its own?" At this, Uchiha Yuriko's expression turned frosty. Yet she bent down to pour a glass of wine for the man. "The establishment is busy. We apologize for any oversight." "Hold on." Seeing Uchiha Yuriko attempt to leave, the man pressed further. "My drinking capacity is considerable. One glass will not suffice. I suggest you stay and drink with us before departing." His companion chimed in. "Indeed. Come sit beside me." The laughter that ensued from the two men echoed around the room. Uchiha Yuriko's expression darkened as she regarded the two men in silence. Just as she prepared to take action, a voice called out from behind. "Yuriko, is there anything I can assist you with?" "Captain Riwo?" Upon seeing Uchiha Yuriko promptly recounted the events that had transpired. Uchiha Riwo scoffed and instructed his two subordinates. "Take these troublemakers to the police department." "You dare?" Uchiha Riwo retorted coldly. "Today, let me show you whether I dare or not." "Wait a moment." Two masked Umbu ninjas suddenly appeared. "We will take over this matter. You may leave." Uchiha Riwo expressed his displeasure. "This is merely a routine disturbance. Our police department is more than capable of handling it." The Umbu replied indifferently. "We do not require your explanation. Simply know that we will be taking these two individuals." "You." The Umbu's unwavering demeanor incensed Uchiha Riwo. Yet he found himself powerless. As a direct subordinate of the Hokage, the Umbu were a force that none in Konoha dared to provoke. Observing Uchiha Riwo's silence, the two disruptive men wore smug expressions. "What prestigious clan of ninjas? I have never heard of it. A mere Uchiha clan, a group that handles trivial matters, dares to meddle in Umbu affairs? They must be dreaming." Upon hearing the men's words, Uchiha Riwo's expression soured. These scoundrels were publicly trampling upon the dignity of the Uchiha clan and the police department. However, he could not afford to confront the Umbu directly. Unbelievably, even Uchiha ninjas today have succumbed before the Umbu. It serves them right. It spares us from dealing with their arrogant demeanor daily. A group of pretentious individuals. I have long found them intolerable. Listening to the murmurs from the crowd, Uchiha Fugaku's chest heaved intensely. In order to uphold the village's peace, the Uchiha clan has always dedicated themselves. How could they be spoken of in such a manner? "Fugaku, did you see that? What merit is there in protecting such individuals?" Uchiha Izumi remarked as he pushed through the crowd. The scarlet three-tomo Sharingan emanated a terrifying pressure, causing the previously boisterous crowd to fall silent. The two resolute Umbu exchanged glances and spoke in unison. "Uchiha Izumi, what do you intend to do?" Uchiha Izumi replied calmly. "I intend to exercise the authority of the police department. Should you obstruct me, I would not hesitate to take you in as well." One Umbu could not contain himself. "No one may judge us but the Hokage. That is a matter between me and the Hokage." Before that, Uchiha Izumi took a step forward. "Will you leave or not?" Seeing Uchiha Izumi's assertive stance, the two Umbu exchanged glances before ultimately vanishing silently. For the sake of an acquaintance, that was the extent of what they could do. Should this matter escalate further, they would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Moreover, in a confrontation, they lacked the confidence to best the two individuals glaring with three-tomo Sharingan before them. As the Umbu departed, the two disruptive ninjas immediately called out, "Wait!" Bang! Bang! Before they could finish their sentence, Uchiha Izumi had already delivered a punch that sent their jaws flying. Following that, He delivered a kick that shattered one of their legs. Take them away. Yes. The anguished cries of the troublemakers gradually faded, and the patrons in Shirwai-ju fell silent. Uchiha Izumi smiled. You see? This is what we call the strength of fists and the attitude of villagers. First, strike to prevent pleas for mercy, then strike the legs to thwart escape. In the future, when dealing with ruffians, one must adopt my approach. Uchiha Fugaku and the others could only chuckle in astonishment. Subsequently, Uchiha Riwo gave Uchiha Izumi a hearty pat on the shoulder. Good lad, I did not misjudge you. Just moments ago, he was nearly driven to the brink by those ruffians. Yet Izumi displayed such courage, showing no regard for the Umbu. Although this young man often vexed him, he found himself increasingly fond of him. Uchiha Izumi chuckled. As for the matter regarding Meichin, I still have patrol duties. Uchiha Riwo immediately turned to leave. The father-in-law is not so easily placated. Uchiha Yuriko covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Izumi, I have caused you trouble. Uchiha Izumi waved his hand dismissively. It's all good. We are friends. Aunt Yuriko has taken care of me often. You mischievous boy, what nonsense. Uchiha Baihizi chided. I still have matters to attend to. I will treat you to a meal when I have the time. After Uchiha Baihizi departed, Uchiha Fugaku murmured, Usien, those two troublemakers must also be Umbu ninjas. Otherwise, they would never dare to act so brazenly. The actions of the Hokage's faction are becoming increasingly excessive. What do you intend to do about it? Observing Uchiha Fugaku's barely contained frustration, Uchiha Usien inquired, How is the list I asked you to compile a while ago? The radicals and conservatives have essentially been completely sorted. Fugaku replied. That's good, Uchiha Usien declared, waving his hand. Tonight, notify all squad leaders of the police force to gather at Nain's shrine for a clandestine clan meeting. Chapter 20. A dark and windy night. On this dark and windy night, a time for murder and arson. Uchiha Usien gazed at the moon above and slowly donned the pre-prepared whirlpool mask. Its design closely resembled that of Uchiha Obito in the original work, albeit with two eyes. After donning his attire and arming himself, Uchiha Usien gradually vanished from the room. Not far from the Uchiha clan grounds, within a residential building, a window on the 5th floor discreetly extended a telescope. Inside the room, an Umbu ninja, having just completed his shift, adjusted the telescope's angle to clearly observe the situation within the Uchiha clan grounds. Yawn. These Uchiha ninjas are nothing but trouble. They waste so many of our Umbu on surveillance. It would be far simpler to capture them directly. Another Umbu sat on the ground, meticulously cleaning his kunai. Hearing his companion's complaint, he replied in a low voice, Don't lose focus. Concentrate on observing their every move. Why so serious? Speaking of which, these Uchiha seem like domesticated dogs now. If the Hokage ordered it, I'd be the first to charge in and eliminate a few Uchiha. Just thinking about it makes me want to laugh. The observing Umbu chuckled a few times, but received no response from his companion. Unable to resist, he turned back and asked, Hey, why are you so unresponsive? Don't you find what I said amusing? His voice abruptly trailed off. Unbeknownst to him, a man wearing a whirlpool mask had appeared in the room, while his companion lay lifeless on the ground, clutching his throat. Where's the humor? What is amusing about this? Do you regard the creators of Konoha, the Uchiha, as mere trifles? The magnetic voice reverberated through the room, causing the Umbu ninja to feel his strength wane. The masked man before him possessed two eyes that were far more sinister than those of an ordinary Uchiha. The eerie patterns seemed to embody ominous foreboding, making one feel as though they were plummeting into an abyss with a single glance. Damn it, how did he get in? The area has been fortified with powerful barriers for optimal surveillance of the Uchiha clan. Even a fly would be detected instantly. Why has no one detected this masked man as presence until now? No, now is not the time to ponder this. The Umbu ninja looked at the masked man, who was still some distance away, and prepared to create a distraction with hand signs. However, before he could make a move, he felt a dizzying sensation. Kamui. The Umbu ninja heard a low murmur, and then he swiftly lost consciousness. At Nain's shrine, within a hidden chamber, a dozen Uchiha clan members sat upright. Uchiha Taro raised his hand to signal silence, and the atmosphere immediately grew still. Uchiha Lihua asked, Is there something important that necessitated our sudden gathering, clan leader? Uchiha Taro nodded. This clan meeting concerns the future of the Uchiha clan, so I ask everyone to discuss a few matters. Upon hearing Uchiha Taro's words, the attendees gasped in surprise. The future of the Uchiha clan? What could it possibly entail? Just as confusion reigned, Uchiha Ueshien's figure materialized before them. I arrived a little late due to some matters I needed to handle. It's no problem, Uchiha Taro replied, nodding at Uchiha Uesien. Uesien, you may begin. Without further ado, Uchiha Uesien stated, you all should be aware that the third Hokage has prohibited our Uchiha clan from interacting with the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, as our Sharingan could potentially influence the tailed beasts. This reflects the village leadership's complete lack of trust in us. The Uchiha clan has reached a critical juncture of survival. We must not remain idle. At these words, the attendees collectively gasped in shock. Although they felt disgruntled by Sarutobi Hiruzen's decree, they did not believe it warranted such severe implications. Uchiha Hakadai could not help but exclaim, Uchiha Uesien, you are being alarmist. Given the history of Uchiha Madara, it is understandable for the Hokage to make such a decision. Uchiha Uesien glanced at Uchiha Hakadai, his eyes transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan. In the next instant, everyone present, including Uchiha Taro and Uchiha Fugaku, stood in astonishment. Uesien, your eyes. Indeed, this is the Mangekyo Sharingan, the legendary power of the Uchiha clan. The era of Uchiha Madara was not far removed, thus the onlookers were not unfamiliar with the Mangekyo Sharingan, an existence that transcends the three-tomo Sharingan. It was the power that Uchiha Madara wielded to bring peace to a tumultuous world. Uchiha Uesien possessed such eyes. No wonder your ocular prowess surpasses mine by such a margin. It turns out you have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku realized with sudden clarity. After losing to Uchiha Uesien, he had been perplexed by the vast difference in their ocular abilities despite both possessing the three-tomo Sharingan. It transpired that Uchiha Ueshien's eyes had evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Lihua swallowed hard and trembled. Uesien, when did you awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? At the moment I discerned the future path of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Uesien replied, then transferred the previously mentioned Umbu from the Kemyu dimension. After using Jinjutsu to extract information about Sarutobi Hiruzen's surveillance of the Uchiha clan from the Umbu ninja, Uchiha Uesien swiftly severed the latter's throat. Seeing Uchiha Ueshien's nonchalant demeanor, everyone in attendance was filled with trepidation. They had all taken lives, yet this was an Umbu. To attack an Umbu was tantamount to treason. Uchiha Hakadai's voice trembled with panic. Uchiha Uesien, you will bring doom to us all. Uchiha Uesien cast a glance at Uchiha Fugaku, who stepped closer to his side. Hakadai was undoubtedly a conservative, persistently advocating for the Uchiha clan to align with the village leadership. In response, Uchiha Uesien nodded, stepping in front of Uchiha Hakadai and grasping his throat. Apologies, but the Uchiha clan of today can only have one voice. The relics of the old era that cannot keep pace shall quietly vanish into the night. With a crunch, Uchiha Hakadai could not fathom that Uchiha Uesien would strike him down so ruthlessly. Thus, he could not even resist, as Uchiha Uesien effortlessly snapped his neck, akin to crushing an ant. This scene sent shivers down the spines of the remaining clan members. First, he revealed the Mangekyo Sharingan, then publicly assassinated an Umbu. And now he had directly killed Uchiha Hakadai, a fellow squad leader of the police force. It was evident that Uchiha Taro and Uchiha Fugaku had chosen to side with Uchiha Uesien. What could they say? They could only submit. After a brief moment, facing the frenzied Uchiha Uesien, only Uchiha Lihua mustered the courage to ask, Uesien, what exactly do you intend to do? Uchiha Jiuen cast the lifeless body of Uchiha Hakadai onto the ground and remarked with a hint of disdain, my aspirations have led me to a profound disillusionment with this tedious village. It is time for the Uchiha clan to chart a new course. Who stands in agreement? Who stands in opposition? Chapter 21. Alas, I have become a conservative. As Jiuen's words echoed in the dimly lit chamber, an unsettling silence enveloped the room. Faced with the individual possessing the kaleidoscopic Sharingan and an utter disregard for human life, even the notoriously rebellious Uchiha would be wise not to provoke him. Observing the reactions of those present, Jiuen nodded in satisfaction. If circumstances allowed, he would prefer not to resort to such extreme measures. However, for the plan to unfold smoothly, this was the swiftest and most effective approach. After gathering his thoughts, Jiuen slowly articulated, in the past, our Uchiha clan allied with the Senju clan to establish Konoha. Yet, as the years have passed, we have been systematically excluded from the core of power, while the Senju clan has nearly vanished. Since Senju Tobarama ascended to the position of Hokage, we have been met with suspicion and wariness. Following Sarutobi Hiruzen's assumption of power, the Uchiha clan has been relentlessly suppressed, stripped of its former dignity. The police force and the so-called autonomy are nothing more than meticulously crafted traps. Jiyuin reiterated the words he had spoken to Uchiha Taro and Uchiha Fugaku that day. Upon hearing Jiyuin's analysis, Uchiha Riwo and the others displayed expressions of sudden realization. A seething anger ignited within them, their crimson Sharingan radiating a terrifying power. They had come to understand that the upper echelons of Konoha had never regarded them as allies and were constantly devising ways to undermine them. How vile! Only now do I see their true colors. Jiyuin, what shall we do? Shall we instigate a coup immediately? If we strike now, we could catch them off guard. Observing the heightened emotions of his compatriots, Jiyuin shook his head. Our current strength is insufficient to confront Sarutobi Hiruzen. Initiating a coup would only lead to devastating losses for our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Taro immediately countered, it is better than waiting idly. Even if we perish, we must take a piece of flesh from them. Indeed, there are no cowards among the Uchiha. Jiyuin, you now possess the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Surely assassinating the Hokage should not pose a problem? Faced with the fierce gazes akin to ravenous wolves, Jiyuin's heart sank. Alas, I have become a conservative. Jiyuin then revealed his plan. Fear not, I do not intend to sit idly by. I plan to lead the Uchiha clan away from Konoha. What? Uchiha Taro, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Riwo stared in disbelief. Jiyuin, you jest. Even if some of us could escape the watchful eyes of the Umbu, what about the elders, the children, and the majority of ordinary clansmen? We cannot abandon our kin to flee alone. In response to their doubts, Jiyuin calmly stated, you should have noticed by now that my kaleidoscopic Sharingan allows me to transfer objects through space. I have a method to simultaneously relocate all of our clansmen out of the land of fire. At his words, incredulity washed over the faces of the assembly. To think that the Uchiha clan, numbering in the thousands, could achieve such a feat seemed utterly implausible. Uchiha Taro furrowed his brow. Jiyuin, even if you can accomplish this, the consumption of ocular power would surely be immense, would it not? According to clan records, exhaustion of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan's power can lead to blindness. Do not worry. I have my own measures. He possessed a transfer scroll bestowed by the system, thus eliminating concerns about ocular power consumption. Afterward, Jiyuin continued, before the entire clan relocates, ensure that all clan assets, jutsu scrolls, and supplies are packed away using sealing scrolls. We must leave Sarutobi Hiruzen with nothing. I eagerly anticipate the moment they awaken to find the entire Uchiha clan has vanished. Their expressions will be truly delightful. Hearing Jiyuin's words, Uchiha Riwo and the others couldn't help but smile with a hint of mischief. The thought alone was amusing. After meticulously discussing the forthcoming action plan, the group dispersed. Upon returning home, Jiyuin left behind a shadow clone, while his true self activated Kamui to depart from Konoha. What? Two Umbu monitoring the Uchiha clan have gone missing? Upon receiving the report from Hatake Tsukumo, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. Tsukumo, have you uncovered any clues? Tsukumo shook his head. No, aside from the bloodstains in the room. There are no other leads. Suddenly, a name flashed through Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. Uchiha Jiyuin. On the day Uzumaki Kushina was kidnapped, he had silently traversed the village's barrier without being detected. Could it be him? Sarutobi Hiruzen was uncertain. Yet, that did not prevent him from identifying Uchiha Jiyuin as the perpetrator behind the Umbu's demise. As long as there was a shred of possibility, he could not afford to let it slip away. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded, Tsukumo, keep a close watch on Uchiha Jiyuin. Strike him down at the first opportunity. Remember, do not let anyone notice. At present, there was no evidence to prove that Uchiha Jiyuin was responsible for the Umbu's deaths. If he instructed Hatake Tsukumo to assassinate Uchiha Jiyuin and it became known, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly retaliate. Therefore, this task must be executed with utmost discretion. I understand. Hatake Tsukumo expressed no dissent and vanished in a flash. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze to Uchiha Jiyuin's dossier on the table, ultimately marking a large over his photograph. He believed that with Hatake Tsukumo's strength, should Uchiha Jiyuin dare to be alone, he would surely be eliminated at the first opportunity. Late at night, in the land of rice, the mansion of the daimyo, having just finished his bath under the attentive care of his maid, the daimyo of the land of rice entered his chamber alone. He stretched languidly, the luxurious silk slipping from his plump form. In the next moment, his eyes widened in alarm. Why you? Who are you? There's an assassin. A flash of red light surged, and his voice was abruptly silenced. Uchiha Jiuin observed the daimyo of the land of rice, now ensnared within a jinjutsu, before turning to exit the chamber. As one of the few nations devoid of a ninja village, the land of rice served as an excellent temporary refuge for the Uchiha clan. Calculating the time, it was nearly time to return. Having been away for so long, it was time to go back. After establishing a coordinate, Jiuin willed it, and his form vanished in a swirl of space. Chapter 22. Uchiha Obito. It took Uchiha Jiuin 5 days to return to Konoha from the land of rice. He chose not to employ Kamui for the journey, as the distance between the land of rice and Konoha was considerable, and using Kamui would have consumed an excessive amount of ocular power. There would be many future occasions to utilize his eyes, and until he obtained the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan, Jiuin was unwilling to squander his ocular power on such trivial matters. Of course, as he neared Konoha, Jiuin opted to use Kamui to teleport directly back to his room. After dispelling the shadow clone technique, Jiuin sought out Uchiha Fugaku. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku was diligently writing at his desk, surrounded by a mountain of documents. Fugaku. Jiuin knocked on the table, prompting Uchiha Fugaku to snap back to attention. Jiuin, you have returned. Have you decided on the relocation point? Uchiha Jieshuan nodded. The initial decision is set in the land of rice. Uchiha Fugaku stroked his chin. It is indeed a commendable choice. What about the clan leader? My father has been unable to endure much longer, so he entrusted me with the family's affairs. Uchiha Taro sustained severe injuries in his youth. Although he survived thanks to Tsunade's medical expertise, he remains afflicted with an incurable ailment. According to the original storyline, this clan leader has only a few years left to live. Uchiha Jieshuan did not dwell on this matter for long and instead inquired, how is the situation within the clan progressing? All resources and materials related to ninjutsu have been packed, and the majority of the clan members are prepared. We should be able to relocate in less than 10 days. At this point, a flicker of indignation crossed Uchiha Fugaku's face. It is astonishing to discover that over the years, our Uchiha clan has been plundered of so much wealth by those few Hokage advisors. Uchiha Jieshuan waved his hand dismissively. Do not worry. We will reclaim what is rightfully ours in due time. However, since they seem to enjoy this, let us leave them with a few surprises this time. After discussing matters with Uchiha Fugaku for a while, Uchiha Jieshuan took his leave. The current Uchiha clan is entirely different from the one that was exterminated in the original narrative. Having not endured the long-term oppression from the Hokage faction or the brainwashing of the Will of Fire, Uchiha Fugaku's leniency towards the doves allowed most clan members to support Uchiha Jieshuan's plan after merely sharing the contents of the clan meeting, rather than being monitored daily. It is preferable to leave directly. Without Konoha, our Uchiha clan remains a formidable presence in the ninja world. And now that the Senju has perished, what does Konoha mean without the Uchiha? As for the few doves, after Uchiha Jieshuan eliminated Uchiha Hakudai, they became like headless flies, merely drifting along with the tide. While Uchiha Jieshuan was deep in thought, a youthful voice echoed ahead. Riko Grandma, let me help you cross the street. Dato, thank you very much. But I do not wish to cross. Oh, is that so? What a pity. The boy named Dato wore an expression of regret, prompting Uchiha Riko to lightly rap his head. You, child, even when trying to do good, you should first ascertain others' intentions. Uchiha Dato covered his head, mumbling, understood, Riko Grandma. Observing his iconic goggles, Uchiha Jieshuan felt a surge of mixed emotions. Who could have anticipated that this adorably clumsy boy would later commit actions that would incite the wrath of the heavens? Shaking his head, Uchiha Jieshuan approached Uchiha Riko and said, Riko Grandma, did I not say you should use a cane? Uchiha Riko chuckled. Jieshuan, you are right, seeing these energetic little ones. It is impossible not to feel youthful. Jieshuan? At this moment, Uchiha Dato's eyes lit up. You are Uchiha Jieshuan. Uchiha Jieshuan ruffled Dato's hair, playfully tousling it. You should address me as Lord Jieshuan. Ah, I understand now, Lord Jieshuan. Uchiha Dato stepped back in annoyance and declared loudly, I am Uchiha Dato, destined to become a genius who surpasses you. Witnessing Dato's overzealous demeanor, Uchiha Jieshuan replied coolly, such words from a child like you carry no weight. Uchiha Dato pointed to himself with confidence. Tomorrow is the day for reporting to the Ninja Academy. I will undoubtedly become an excellent ninja. Uchiha Jieshuan paused for a moment. Is tomorrow the enrollment day for the Ninja Academy? During this time, the Uchiha clan has been in turmoil, yet the village remains tranquil. Lord Jishwan, are you listening to me? Uchiha Jishwan glanced at Uchiha Dato. Do not be late tomorrow. I won't. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I'm going to be late. Uchiha Dato sprinted desperately down the road, but when he arrived at the Ninja Academy, he was met with only a fallen banner. The enrollment ceremony has already concluded. If you can be late for such matters, I advise you to abandon the thought of becoming a ninja. Mocking voices approached, and Uchiha Dato retorted angrily. What did you say, you dead fish-eyed masked weirdo? Idiot. Hatake Kakashi clenched his fists in anger, rolled his eyes, and turned to leave. You cannot be so negligent. Youth must be filled with passion. A voice called from below. A boy clad in a tight green outfit and sporting a watermelon head walked past Uchiha Dato in a handstand. Others passed by, some mocking, some curious, and some reveling in Dato's misfortune. Soon, the playground was left with only Uchiha Dato. I messed up again. Uchiha Dato lowered his goggles, concealing the tears that swirled in his eyes. He felt that having missed the enrollment ceremony meant he would have to wait another year. Just then, a pair of large hands rested on his head. Crying will solve nothing. This is yours. Take it. As he gazed at the enrollment notice being handed to him by Uchiha Jishwan, a look of astonishment spread across Uchiha Dato's face. Lord Jishwan, how do you have this? Because when I saw you yesterday, I could tell you were the type to be late, so I came early to collect it for you. Uchiha Dato stared at Uchiha Jishwan in disbelief for a moment, then felt a lump in his throat. Even though yesterday was their first meeting, Lord Jishwan had gone out of his way to retrieve his enrollment notice. He felt overwhelmed. How truly kind. Chapter 23, Disappearance. Late at night, dark clouds obscured the moon, and the entire Uchiha clan territory lay in silence. On the surface, it appeared to be an ordinary day, with no signs of upheaval. However, concealed in the shadows, the key members of the Uchiha clan sat in their respective rooms. Today was the day of the clan's relocation. They were tasked with comforting the unaware elderly and children immediately after the move. In a courtyard at the center of the Uchiha territory, under the dim yellow light, Uchiha Taro and Uchiha Fugaku sat across from each other, their expressions slightly tense. For the Uchiha clan, tonight's plan was a matter of life and death. Although they unconditionally trusted Uchiha Jishwan, the notion of relocating all clan members in an instant was still too unfathomable. Now that all preparations were complete and the arrow was on the string, they could only hope that everything would proceed smoothly on Jishwan's end. Father, do you think Jishwan will succeed? As time passed, Uchiha Fugaku began to feel restless. Uchiha Taro cleared his throat and replied slowly, Fugaku, we must believe in Jishwan. The room fell silent once more, save for the occasional crackle of the oil lamp's wick. Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku felt a gentle breeze brush past. When he regained his senses, he was astonished to find himself sitting in an unfamiliar wilderness. Father! Father! Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were filled with an unmistakable shock. Jishwan actually did it. He hadn't even noticed anything unusual. In the blink of an eye, he was in a completely foreign environment. Hearing Uchiha Fugaku's exclamation, Uchiha Taro also came back to reality. He surveyed the surroundings in disbelief, then exclaimed with delight, Fugaku, Jishwan has succeeded. We must be within the borders of the land of rice. Quickly, gather all clan members according to the previously established plan. Hearing the distant sounds of commotion, Uchiha Fugaku immediately rose to respond. Yes. Konoha village. Uchiha clan territory. Uchiha Jishwan opened his eyes, feeling a sense of relief. To his astonishment, the system's rewards were remarkably potent. With but a mere thought, all members of the Uchiha clan vanished in an instant, without causing any disturbance. Observing the transfer scroll that had turned to ash in his hand, Uchiha Yuin slowly rose to his feet. When he reappeared, he found himself in a quaint, ancient room. Jio Xian Yuin, I am here. From the corner of the room, a girl with flowing red hair rushed forward. Yuin, have you come to fetch me? Gazing into the expectant eyes of Uzumaki Jio Xian Uchiha Yuin smiled and nodded. Indeed, after tonight, you shall no longer be under the watchful eyes of those bothersome pests. Uzumaki Jio Xian eagerly nodded, then curiously inquired, Yuin, how do we escape? Though I have set up a barrier in this room with the help of Granny Mido, if we attempt to leave, the Umbu will surely detect us. In response, Uchiha Yuin gestured towards his eyes. Utilizing the power of my eyes, accomplishing such a feat is not arduous. Uzumaki Nai could not help but cover her mouth in astonishment, exclaiming, "Yuin, what has happened to your eyes?" The intricate patterns were entirely different from the ordinary three-tomo Sharingan. They appeared more powerful, more ferocious, and more otherworldly. This is known as the Mangekyo Sharingan, a power that surpasses the three-tomo Sharingan. If you are intrigued, I shall elaborate on it in detail once we have departed from Konoha. Uzumaki Nai nodded, understood. So what must I do now? Shortly, I will transfer you to a location where I have prepared food for you. After I conclude my tasks, I shall come to find you. Understood. Uchiha Yuin placed his hand upon Uzumaki Nai's shoulder and activated Kamui. With a ripple in space, Uzumaki Nai vanished from sight. After completing this, Uchiha Yuin too disappeared from the room. Morning dawned as the sun gradually ascended, casting warm rays upon the earth. An Umbu assigned to surveil the Uchiha clan stretched, remarking to his companion, "It is quite strange. Today it seems as if all the Uchiha clan members have overslept, for no one has ventured outside at this hour. Typically, the breakfast shops would have already begun their morning preparations, would they not?" Another Umbu paused momentarily, then hastened to a nearby telescope to observe for a while. "You stay here. I will report to Lord Shikaku." Observing the report from his subordinate, Hitaki Shikaku wore a grave expression. It was already past 8 o'clock. Yet the scattered Umbu throughout the Uchiha territory had not spotted a single Uchiha clan member on the streets. What could these individuals possibly be up to? After pondering for a time, Hitaki Shikaku ultimately decided to lead a team to conduct a thorough inspection of the Uchiha territory. Although this might provoke the discontent of the Uchiha clan, he needed to ascertain what had transpired. Yet, Hitaki Shikaku did not anticipate that upon arriving at the Uchiha territory, he would face no obstructions. The entire clan grounds were eerily silent, save for the sounds of chirping insects and birds. An Umbu following Hitaki Shikaku could not help but exclaim, "This is truly bizarre. How could the Uchiha clan possibly vanish overnight?" Hitaki Shikaku felt a jolt of alarm and immediately commanded, "Everyone, commence a search. If any Uchiha members are found, signal immediately." The Umbu dispersed in haste. Before long, Hitaki Shikaku's heart sank. They had truly vanished. All members of the Uchiha clan had completely disappeared overnight, right beneath his very nose, without anyone noticing. How was this even possible? Hitaki Shikaku could not fathom it, nor did he have time to ponder further. He needed to report this startling news to the third Hokage without delay. In the Hokage's office, smoke swirled as Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, nodding over the documents on his desk. Suddenly, the office door was flung open with a loud bang. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not lift his head but admonished, "Danzo, how many times must I tell you to knock before entering?" "Hokage-sama, this is bad." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up in surprise, discovering that the intruder was not his old friend, but rather Hitaki Shikaku. Noticing the slight panic etched on Hitaki Shikaku's face, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an ominous premonition arise within him. What could possibly transpire to elicit such a reaction from this seasoned and composed Umbu leader? Chapter 24. The Parting Gift. Shikaku, what has occurred? The Uchiha clan has vanished. Upon hearing Hitaki Shikaku's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeper. Vanished? What does that mean? They are missing. Hitaki Shikaku replied solemnly. "I just led a team to thoroughly search the Uchiha territory, yet not a single Uchiha was found. It is as if they have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind." At this revelation, Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly stood, slamming his palm onto the desk. "Shikaku, you cannot be jesting with me." A wry smile crept across Hitaki Shikaku's face as he replied, "Hokage-sama, how could I joke about such matters?" Before he could finish, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already hastened to the office door. "Shikaku, speak as we walk." On their way to the Uchiha territory, Hitaki Shikaku recounted the tale of the Uchiha clan's overnight disappearance in detail. Sarutobi Hiruzen grew increasingly alarmed with each word. This is indeed preposterous. How could such a feat be accomplished? Even if the Uchiha clan had devised a means to traverse barriers undetected, I have had Umbu monitoring them around the clock. Even if the elite Uchiha ninjas could elude detection, what of the elderly, women, and children? Surely, they do not possess the means to vanish without a trace? Upon reaching the Uchiha territory and witnessing the eerie scene firsthand, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself at a loss. Ultimately, he could only conclude, they must be concealed somewhere. We shall send out another search party. Hitaki Shikaku issued orders to the Umbu, then added, Hokage-sama, I feel the likelihood of finding them is slim. Even the secret chamber within the Nanha Shrine has been thoroughly searched, yet we uncovered nothing. All the various ninjutsu scrolls, training materials, and items have been entirely emptied. This incident has undoubtedly been meticulously orchestrated. Upon hearing Hatake Shikaku's explanation, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze sharpened. He fixed his eyes upon Hatake Shikaku and asked, "Shikaku, you have been responsible for monitoring the Uchiha clan. Did you not notice any anomalies?" Faced with Sarutobi Hiruzen's skepticism, Hatake Shikaku struggled to articulate his distress. "No. All the Umbu can attest to my words." "Enough." Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively. "Inform the Umbu that they are not to disclose any information to the outside world. Return to the office." In the Hokage building, within the Hokage's office, Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikamaru, and Mito Kurama rushed in hastily. Upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kurama immediately queried, "Hiruzen, what is happening with the Uchiha clan?" As Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to respond, Shimura Danzo interjected, "Hiruzen, you bear full responsibility for the Uchiha clan's inexplicable disappearance." Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples in exasperation, choosing to ignore Shimura Danzo's outburst, and calmly stated, "The Umbu should have briefed you on the situation. I have called you here to discuss countermeasures." Hearing this, Mito Kurama frowned and asked, "Hiruzen, how could the Uchiha clan have vanished overnight?" "I do not know." Zhuanxin Xiaochun took a step forward and analyzed. "Could it be that they employed space-time ninjutsu?" Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and replied, "Impossible. Setting aside whether the Uchiha clan possesses the means to practice space-time ninjutsu, even if they did, it is unlikely that all of them could master it. Forcing a transfer on those who lack the ability would exponentially increase the required chakra. To simultaneously transport such a multitude of people would demand an unfathomable amount of chakra." Shimura Danzo coldly remarked, "In my opinion, the only feasible way to accomplish this would be through underground tunnels. Just how monumental would that endeavor be?" Perhaps those scoundrels began digging tunnels back when Konoha was established. With a sneer, Shimura Danzo continued, "It is well that the Uchiha have vanished, a group of uncontrollable individuals. I have long viewed them with disdain. Now, I can finally justify the eradication of the Uchiha and seize their Sharingan." Mito Kazan and Zhuanxin Xiaochun exchanged glances, both displaying expressions of excitement. With the Uchiha clan having departed the village, their assets would surely become unclaimed. It is important to note that a prestigious clan like the Uchiha possesses an immeasurable wealth of assets. They must secure those treasures before others catch on. With this thought in mind, Zhuanxin Xiaochun and Mito Kazan immediately instructed their subordinates outside the office. The elite of the clan must promptly occupy the Uchiha territory and ensure that everything within is safeguarded. Shimura Danzo similarly whispered a few words to his men. Sarutobi Hiruzen, however, remained motionless. From the very beginning, he had already grasped the situation within the Uchiha territory through the Umbu. There was nothing of worth left to contend over within. The true treasures resided in the Uchiha's industries outside of Konoha. Observing the four individuals who held the village's highest authority, Hatake Sakumo felt a tumult of emotions. Shouldn't the foremost concern be to ascertain the Uchiha clan's intentions and whereabouts? With this in mind, Hatake Sakumo spoke solemnly, "Lord Hokage, I will venture outside the village to investigate and see if I can uncover any clues." "Go ahead." Sarutobi Hiruzen waved dismissively, continuing to peruse the documents before him. Hatake Sakumo departed the Hokage's office in silence, choosing a direction at random as he rushed toward the outskirts of the village. The daylight quickly slipped away, and under the blockade imposed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, most of the villagers remained unaware of any abnormalities. As night descended, Uchiha Yuin sat atop the Hokage rock of the second Hokage, observing the ninjas rushing into the Uchiha territory like cockroaches, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Greedy parasites. This is a parting gift." Uchiha Yuin clapped his hands, and a resounding explosion echoed throughout Konoha. In a burst of flames, the Uchiha territory was obliterated into ruins by a multitude of explosive tags that had been strategically planted. Those ninjas within the Uchiha territory were instantly reduced to nothingness. Uchiha Yuin shook his head, somewhat regretful. It is a pity that he could not yet wield the Daikaiden. Otherwise, it would have been even more fitting. Outside the Uchiha territory, witnessing the sudden eruption of flames, Zhuanxin Xiaochun and Mito Kazan lamented loudly, "The inherently evil Uchiha. We shall never coexist with you. The casualties comprised entirely of their clan's elite. Observing the nearly fainting Mito Kazan and Zhuanqin Xiaochun, Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed disdain. Is this their level of resilience? What a shameful display for the Hokage lineage. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen intended to speak, an umbu suddenly appeared before him. Lord Hokage, trouble arises. Uzumaki Kushina has gone missing. Sarutobi Hiruzen staggered, feeling as though the world was spinning. There was no need to ponder. It was undoubtedly the Uchiha clan's doing. The disappearance of the Uchiha might not be a calamity, but Uzumaki Kushina was the future host of the Nine Tails. Without her, who could suppress the Nine Tails after Uzumaki Mito's demise? Damn Uchiha, are you intent on destroying Konoha? Chapter 25, Konoha's White Fang outside Konoha village. Uchiha Yuin's lips curled into a slight smile as he beheld the chaos unfolding in Konoha. Such a significant commotion. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others could no longer conceal the truth. By dawn, everyone would know that the Uchiha clan had departed from Konoha. Without the Senju, can Konoha still call itself Konoha? Without the Uchiha, can the Hokage still be referred to as Hokage? Uchiha Yuin dashed through the dense forest. He refrained from employing Kamui, as wasting ocular power on mere travel would be counterproductive. At that moment, a figure brushed past him. In the next second, that figure abruptly turned and positioned itself before Uchiha Yuin. Uchiha Yuin. Upon seeing the distinctive silver hair, Uchiha Yuin raised an eyebrow. Hatake Tsukumo. Where have the Uchiha gone? What are your intentions? Why did you defect from Konoha? If anyone could answer the questions weighing on his mind, it would likely be Uchiha Yuin standing before him. In response, Uchiha Yuin replied indifferently, "This village is steeped in darkness, having long betrayed the original purpose for which it was founded. We shall, like in the past, instigate a transformation in the ninja world towards true peace." Hatake Tsukumo felt a jolt within him. Was it possible that the Uchiha clan sought to rekindle the flames of war, just as Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara had once done to end the chaotic warring states period? With this thought, Hatake Tsukumo spoke gravely. The current village possesses genuine peace. The will of fire is etched in the hearts of all, and everyone lives harmoniously together. Where then is this talk of darkness and decay? Hatake Tsukumo was not one for excessive words, but the gravity of the situation compelled him to attempt to dissuade Uchiha Yuin. Perhaps there was still a chance for redemption. Ha 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 ha, Tsukumo. From where do you draw the courage to utter such words? Uchiha Yuin chuckled coldly. Is true peace merely defined by the periodic outbreak of devastating ninja world wars? Is the will of fire merely a pretext for sending 5- or 6-year-old children to the battlefield as cannon fodder, while Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and others remain within the village enjoying supreme power? Is living harmoniously together simply a facade for the Umbu's unwarranted 24-hour surveillance of Uchiha clan members? The roots have rotted. Can the branches and leaves still flourish? Hearing Uchiha Yuin's inquiries, Hatake Tsukumo momentarily found himself at a loss for words. After a long pause, he replied somewhat hesitantly. This is all for the greater good. Self-deception. These are but the masks worn by the vested interests. Uchiha Yuin continued. When someone urges you to consider the greater good, you are undoubtedly an outsider. When someone tells you to spare no effort, you are the price. When someone advises you to look to the long term, they are asking you to relinquish your rightful gains. This time, we Uchiha will take matters into our own hands. Upon hearing Uchiha Yuin's response, Hatake Tsukumo wished to retort but could find no grounds to argue. Ultimately, he could only choose to remain silent. Uchiha Yuin, regardless of your grievances, you must return with me now. What if I refuse? In response, Hatake Tsukumo drew his short blade from his back, an overwhelming pressure erupting instantaneously. Then I shall be forced to bring you back. Uchiha Yuin smiled. Then let us see. As soon as the words left his mouth, Hatake Tsukumo's figure vanished without a trace. A razor-sharp beam of white light surged toward Uchiha Yuin's chest. Fire style, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball engulfed the white light. Yet in the next instant, the white light cleaved the fireball in twain, advancing with an unstoppable momentum towards Uchiha Yuin. Clang! Uchiha Yuin unsheathed his long blade, parrying the assault from Hatake Tsukumo. Subsequently, the two engaged in an exhilarating duel at an astonishing pace. The glint of blades flashed throughout the dense forest as fallen leaves, broken branches, and swirling dust accumulated. Even with the dynamic vision afforded by his Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Yuin felt overwhelming pressure. Truly, Hatake Tsukumo was the Leaf's white fang. His swordsmanship was brutally sharp, arguably the most formidable among the ninjas I have faced. Uchiha Yuin could not help but commend. Hatake Tsukumo's swordplay was straightforward, swift, precise, and ruthless. The speed was breathtaking, each strike targeting a vital point. A mere jonin would likely falter against such a tempest of attacks. In contrast, Hatake Tsukumo was even more astounded. He initially believed that defeating Uchiha Yuin would be a trivial task given his own strength. However, he was taken aback as every relentless assault was deftly countered by Uchiha Yuin. It was astounding to consider that his opponent was merely a 14-year-old boy. Clang. Following yet another clash of steel, Hatake Tsukumo and Uchiha Yuin momentarily separated. Gazing at the still composed youth, the murderous intent within Hatake Tsukumo surged uncontrollably. Should Uchiha Yuin escape, Konoha would be in peril. Do not blame me. Everything is for the sake of Konoha. Hatake Tsukumo inhaled deeply, channeling all his spirit and chakra to their utmost limits. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of white lightning, darting past Uchiha Yuin's form. The fierce blade aura cleaved through trees a dozen meters ahead. Is this your strongest attack? The voice of Uchiha Yuin echoed from behind, causing beads of cold sweat to sprout on Hatake Tsukumo's forehead. That last strike was evaded. He turned to see a pair of unearthly eyes shimmering with a crimson glow under the moonlight. The terrifying ocular power radiated as Uchiha Yuin, blade in hand, approached him slowly. There is movement over there. Let us investigate. Shouts rang out nearby, prompting Uchiha Yuin to halt. Let our skirmish conclude here for today. Tsukumo, remember my words. You are destined to become a pawn in the political struggle. A ripple in space ensued, and Uchiha Yuin's figure gradually faded, leaving behind a lingering voice. My eyes have clearly seen your future. Watching Uchiha Yuin vanish into thin air, Hatake Tsukumo remained acutely focused. It was not until a dozen umbu surrounded him that he exhaled a long sigh of relief. The oppressive aura from that last moment had been overwhelming. What was the significance of those eyes? A cool breeze swept through, causing Hatake Tsukumo to shiver involuntarily. When did my clothes become soaked? Chapter 26. Celebrating with elegance in the land of fire, Uchiha Yuin's figure appeared seemingly out of nowhere, not pausing for even a moment as he continued his journey towards the land of rice. Nostalgia welled up within him as he hummed a cheerful tune, evidently in high spirits. The recent battle with Hatake Tsukumo had afforded him a clearer understanding of his own power. With merely the dynamic vision of his Mangekyo Sharingan, he was able to counter most of Hatake Tsukumo's assaults. Although his taijutsu and ninjutsu had not posed any lethal danger to Hatake Tsukumo, Uchiha Yuin was unconcerned. After all, taijutsu and ninjutsu were only required to be sufficient. His most formidable trump card was Kamui. The attacks launched with all Hatake Tsukumo's might could be effortlessly evaded with a simple phasing technique. Were it not for his desire to conserve ocular power, utilizing the Dual Kamui to eliminate Hatake Tsukumo on the spot would not have been out of the question. In the face of the formidable power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, traditional strongholds like Hatake Tsukumo found themselves at an intrinsic disadvantage. It could be said that in this era, few in the ninja world could pose a threat to his life. Such was the security provided by Dual Kamui. Konoha village was likely in utter disarray by now. Yet, this was merely the beginning. He hoped Sarutobi Hiruzen and his comrades could endure a little longer, lest it become too mundane. Moreover, those villagers of Konoha who harbored animosity towards the Uchiha would one day come to understand whose benevolence allowed them to live in peace. Thus it was that Uchiha Yuin's strength had far surpassed all assessments. After hearing Hatake Tsukumo's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows knitted in concern. According to Tsukumo's account, Uchiha Yuin undoubtedly possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Who would have imagined that after so many years, the very power that Uchiha Madara had wielded to quell chaos had resurfaced? Damn it, was it not merely a matter of enduring a little grievance? Could one not bear it for the sake of the village? Must it escalate to such extremes? Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's silence, Shimura Danzo remarked coldly, a mere child wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan can engage in a fierce struggle with Tsukumo. Such power should rightfully be in our hands. Hiruzen, now that the Uchiha clan has collectively defected and the future Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails has vanished, you, as Hokage, must bear full responsibility. Sarutobi Hiruzen massaged his temples, feeling a headache coming on. At such a time, Danzo would not relent. Truly vexing. The foremost priority now was to ascertain the Uchiha clan's movements and their future intentions. Should they fall into the hands of other villages, it would spell trouble for them. After Hiruzen's analysis, Nara Shikamaru and Mito Koten immediately voiced their opinions. Hiruzen, I believe we should send people to eradicate those malevolent Uchiha. Yes, these malignant tumors threatening the village should have been excised long ago. However, the Sharingan belongs to Konoha and must be retrieved in its entirety. Observing the fervor displayed by the two, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but interject. The strength of the Uchiha clan is not to be underestimated. Now, with a powerful figure like Uchiha Yuin possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, how do you propose we eradicate them? Shimura Danzo snorted disdainfully. Are you suggesting that the esteemed Konoha cannot deal with a mere Uchiha? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a drag from his cigarette, replying solemnly. Do you think other ninja villages will simply stand by? What if they band together to attack Konoha? As in the previous two great ninja wars? Are you prepared to send all your men into battle? Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo grumbled. My roots are responsible for the village's safety. I cannot engage in the battlefield. Nara Shikamaru and Mito Koten quickly echoed. The explosion in the Uchiha territory has caused our clans significant losses. We will need time to recuperate. What nonsense are you all spouting? Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but curse. The mere thought of the Uchiha clan potentially allying with hostile villages filled him with dread. Previously, he had not regarded the Uchiha clan as a significant threat, but now, without their presence, he felt paralyzed in his actions. Danzo, Nara Shikamaru, Mito Koten, and others were all unwilling to risk their subordinates, resulting in no resolution after prolonged discussion. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to relent, instructing Hitaki Sakomo to lead the Umbu to investigate the current whereabouts of the Uchiha clan, in hopes of persuading them to return to the fold. Sakomo, convey to the Uchiha that if they are willing to reconcile, Konoha will not hold past grievances against them. A fire cannot be concealed beneath the paper. Moreover, the explosion that occurred last night at the Uchiha clan's territory reverberated throughout the entire Konoha. In mere moments, the residents of Konoha were struck with a jaw-dropping revelation. The entirety of the Uchiha clan had defected. However, while Sarutobi Hiruzen's concerns and Shimura Danzo's greed persisted, the majority of Konoha's villagers adopted a rather voyeuristic attitude. The Uchiha clan had never enjoyed a favorable reputation in the village, as many found them difficult to engage with. Therefore, upon learning of the Uchiha's collective defection, most villagers simply regarded it as fodder for post-meal conversation. The Uchiha had always been rebellious, and their departure was seen as a relief, for they had contributed little to the village. Indeed, their self-righteous demeanor had been irksome, and now Konoha was finally set to experience tranquility. Nonetheless, allowing them to escape unscathed seemed too lenient. The Uchiha clan should be hunted down as rogue ninjas. Konoha did not require the Uchihas. Tonight, I shall celebrate with a drink. If those Uchiha believe that their actions will evoke regret in us, they are gravely mistaken. I eagerly await the day they return like dogs, begging for our shelter. In an instant, the ruins of the Uchiha clan became a popular spot for villagers, drawing a steady stream of visitors. The taverns of Konoha experienced unprecedented crowds, resembling a grand celebration for the departure of the Uchiha clan. Unlike the ordinary villagers, the clans of Nara, Mito, and Sarutobi were even more elated. While the loss of common villagers would have saddened them, as they were subjects to exploit, the absence of a powerful clan like the Uchiha was cause for jubilation, for it meant a larger share of the proverbial pie. Except for the Nara clan, renowned for their intellect, no one seemed to care about the Uchiha's exit from Konoha. In their eyes, it was Konoha that had sheltered the Uchiha, not the other way around. Chapter 27. The Uchiha are noble. Kamui. With a sudden fluctuation in space, Uzumaki Kushina felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. When she regained her senses, she found herself in a completely unfamiliar environment. As she surveyed her surroundings, she beheld a vast expanse of flat land, dotted with slightly yellowish, unidentified plants, while a few figures clad in straw hats ambled about. Yuexian, where is this place? She inquired, marveling at the scenery that starkly contrasted with that of the land of fire. This is the land of rice. Uchiha Yuexian replied with a smile. Kushina, this is our temporary refuge. Really? Kushina's face lit up with excitement. She had initially thought escaping Konoha would be a formidable challenge, but unexpectedly, she had completed the plan after merely a few naps. Yuexian, what shall we do now? We must locate my clan members and unite with them. Kushina nodded eagerly. During their journey, she had become acquainted with all of Uchiha Yueshuan's plans and understood that all Uchiha clan members were currently gathered in the Land of Rice. The realization that both she and the Uchiha had chosen to leave Konoha out of sheer disappointment infused Kushina's heart with a sense of solidarity. Yueshian, what are these things? Why are there so many? She asked, observing the individuals in straw hats as they patrolled the area. These are called wheat, Uchiha Yueshian answered nonchalantly. The flour we consume is derived from wheat. As for those who are walking back and forth, it is nearly harvest season, and they must guard against fires. Kushina nodded excitedly. So that's how it is. Along the way, she exhibited the curiosity of a child, inquiring about everything, and Uchiha Yueshian patiently addressed her questions. Even though they were merely common knowledge queries, they were filled with novelty for Kushina. As a gust of autumn wind swept by, Kushina spread her arms wide and inhaled deeply. She placed her hands over her mouth and shouted joyfully into the open fields. This is the taste of freedom. Ever since she had been designated as the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, she had not felt such exhilaration in a long time. Observing the lively girl bouncing with joy, Uchiha Yueshian couldn't help but smile. It felt reminiscent of the essence of a Japanese anime. Upon arriving at the Uchiha clan's teleportation site, they were greeted by rows of brand new wooden houses. Children were playing, women were cooking, and men were busily working with tools. Elderly individuals sat together, squinting as they observed their surroundings. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Lord Yueshian has arrived." Instantly, everyone abandoned their tasks and flocked toward him. "Lord Yueshian, it is wonderful to see you unharmed. We were quite worried about you. Your house has been built, albeit a bit rudimentary, so please do not mind it. Thanks to your foresight in preparing so much timber, we are spared from sleeping on the streets. I shall inform the clan leader immediately." Uchiha Yueshian had become a figure of immense respect among the Uchiha clan, possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, and having safely transported all clan members to the Land of Rice. His prestige rivaled that of Uchiha Taro. "Yueshian, you go ahead and take care of things. I will wander around a bit." "All right, you can find Makoto to accompany you. I will seek you out later." After parting ways with Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Yueshian entered a central building. Uchiha Taro and Uchiha Fugaku immediately rose, rushing over to clap Uchiha Yueshian on the shoulder. "Yueshian, are you uninjured?" Uchiha Yueshian shook his head. "How have things been during this time?" Uchiha Taro instructed Uchiha Fugaku to fetch water, and then he sat down with Uchiha Yueshian, saying, "Thanks to the Lord of the Land of Rice, we have received supplies and tools, and many craftsmen have come to assist us in constructing our homes. Everything is nearly on track, although conditions are a bit rudimentary." As they spoke, Uchiha Fugaku joined them and remarked, "The Lord of the Land of Rice is truly commendable. Not only has he not reproached our Uchiha clan, but he has also expended considerable resources to assist us." Uchiha Yueshian replied calmly, "I used Jinjutsu to control the Lord of the Land of Rice." "Huh." Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Taro sputtered as they coughed from the water. They had previously been puzzled as to why the powerful lord would extend such kindness to them, mere outsiders, only to discover it was due to Yueshian. After some time, Uchiha Taro regained his composure and chuckled wryly. "Yueshian, you truly possess audacity. The Lord is the most esteemed figure in the ninja world, while ninjas are merely tools of the lowest tier. To control a lord with Jinjutsu is akin to defying the heavens. If this news were to spread, the Uchiha clan would surely become a target." Uchiha Yueshian, however, was unfazed. He sipped his water and responded nonchalantly, "Lords are akin to pests. One day, I shall eradicate all of them." The two men gasped in shock. "Eradicate the lords? That is utterly insane." Sensing their astonishment, Uchiha Yueshian smiled. "You needn't worry. This endeavor requires ample preparation, and we should focus on the present for now." At his words, Uchiha Fugaku let out a quiet sigh of relief and quickly inquired, "Yueshian, what are your plans moving forward? We cannot keep our presence in the Land of Rice a secret for long. Someone will surely come looking for us." Uchiha Yueshian chuckled. "We shall go to whichever village offers the best conditions. The situation within the shinobi world is ever-changing, with the Uchiha clan possessing the coveted Sharingan. Without aligning with a powerful shinobi village, the Uchiha clan would find it exceedingly difficult to secure an opportunity for peaceful development. Everything else pales in comparison. Increasing our population is paramount. Moreover, Uchiha Yueshuan is quite curious to witness the expressions on the faces of those who harbor animosity towards the Uchiha when they lead ninja from other villages to invade Konoha. Upon hearing Uchiha Yuxuan's intentions, Uchiha Fugaku expressed his uncertainty. Yuxuan, will any village truly be willing to accept us? In response, Uchiha Yuxuan scoffed. Fugaku, as an Uchiha, you must hold your noble head high and puff out your proud chest. Remember, at any time, we, the Uchiha clan, are a coveted asset for other shinobi villages. We are the most distinguished clan. Gazing at Uchiha Yuxuan, Uchiha Fugaku felt an unprecedented surge of emotion within him. The pride ingrained in his very bones filled him with confidence, especially that majestic aura of superiority. This is the true essence of the Uchiha. Compared to Yuxuan, he felt vastly inferior. Chapter 28. Acknowledgement from the Whirlpool. The sunset bathed the evening sky in hues of fiery red, resembling clouds ablaze. Uchiha Yuxuan emerged from his quarters, stretching his arms overhead in a leisurely manner. The upcoming plan was largely finalized. All that remained was to heighten vigilance and patiently await the arrival of their prey. After taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Uchiha Yuxuan proceeded to the right. Soon, he encountered Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto, who were in an embrace. You two? Uchiha Yuxuan exclaimed in surprise. Uchiha Mikoto quickly released Uzumaki Kushina, saying, Yuxuan, we haven't seen each other in so long, so please don't misunderstand. Uzumaki Kushina interjected, playfully tugging on Uchiha Mikoto's hand. We're just good friends having a chat. What is there to explain? But what about you bringing me here without consulting your clan leader? Did you face any reprimand? Uzumaki Kushina was fully aware that as the future host of the Nine Tails, Konoha would never easily relinquish her. Bringing her along could potentially implicate the Uchiha clan. She had already contemplated that if the Uchiha clansmen objected, she would willingly depart. Uchiha Yuxuan affectionately ruffled Uzumaki Kushina's hair, expressing his displeasure. Did I bring you out just to abandon you? The Uchiha clan is under my command now. Consider this place your home. Uchiha Mikoto chimed in. Indeed. Yuxuan is the hero of our Uchiha clan. Even if it's because of him, everyone will accept you. Hearing Uchiha Mikoto's words, Uzumaki Kushina felt her cheeks flush. What does she mean by even if it's because of Yuxuan? Could Mikoto have sensed something? Uchiha Yuxuan casually sat on the ground, stating, I am not a hero. I merely do what I wish to do, protecting those I wish to protect. Uchiha Mikoto rarely contradicted him, asserting, No, you are a hero. You are the one who saved the Uchiha clan. You are my hero, Uzumaki Kushina added silently in her heart, observing Uchiha Mikoto's earnest demeanor. Uchiha Yuxuan pulled her into his embrace. Yuxuan, Kushina is still here. It's fine, he replied. As Uzumaki Kushina watched Uchiha Yuxuan and Uchiha Mikoto together, a mixture of envy and melancholy crossed her face. Suddenly, a large hand stealthily reached out and grasped hers. Ah, Kushina, what's wrong? It's nothing, just a bug. Uzumaki Kushina responded, shooting a startled glance at Uchiha Yuxuan, yet her body no longer resisted. That night, everyone gathered for dinner. When the Uchiha clansmen learned of Uzumaki Kushina's true identity, their mouths hung agape in shock. Moments later, joyous laughter erupted. Ha ha ha, as expected of Lord Yuxuan. Even the future host of the Nine Tails is now with us. Konoha's scoundrels must be furious. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others must be dealing with a splitting headache. A rampaging Nine Tails is not something easily quelled. Now that Konoha lacks both Kushina and our Uchiha Sharingan, should the Nine Tails go berserk, Konoha will be reduced to ruins. Kushina, from now on, you can live comfortably with us. We will handle those enemies from Konoha. As the hearty voices of the Uchiha clansmen enveloped her, Uzumaki Kushina felt a warmth in her heart. With this thought, she retrieved a sealing scroll from her robe and approached Uchiha Yuxuan, saying, Yuxuan, this contains the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. I now entrust it to the Uchiha. Upon hearing her words, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into a stunned silence. Everyone gazed at Uzumaki Kushina in disbelief. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are highly coveted throughout the shinobi world. Otherwise, the land of whirlpools would not have been annihilated. Such a precious treasure would certainly not go unnoticed by a prominent clan like the Uchiha. Uchiha Yuxuan was equally taken aback, asking, Kushina, this is the legacy of the Uzumaki clan. Are you certain you can give it to us? Uzumaki Kushina nodded fervently. Yes. Everyone has accepted me, and I wish to contribute to the Uchiha. Excellent. Someone shouted, followed by a fervent round of applause. Uzumaki Kushina felt elated to be accepted by the Uchiha clan, and the Uchiha clan felt equally proud to gain the recognition of the last scion of the Uzumaki. The next morning, Uchiha Yushuan was awakened by a series of knocks on the door. Upon opening it, he was met by Uchiha Obito, who was wearing goggles. "Obito, what brings you here so early?" "Yushuan and I." Uchiha Obito exclaimed loudly, "Teach me to become a ninja. I don't want to be surpassed by those guys at the Ninja Academy." Although he had spent less than 10 days at the academy, Uchiha Obito already had several peers he wished to outshine. Kakashi, with his perpetually dismissive demeanor, Might Guy, who flaunted his youth in his tight, green jumpsuit, and Asuma Sarutobi, who was even more rebellious than the Uchihas. They all mocked him for being at the bottom of the class. Though he had left Konoha, he was determined to stand above them at their next encounter, proving what it truly means to be an Uchiha. Uchiha Yushuan replied nonchalantly, "Isn't there someone in the clan specifically assigned to teach you?" "I don't want that." Uchiha Obito shook his head. "Those clansmen lack sufficient strength, and they waste half the day on cultural lessons. I want to become the strongest Uchiha. Can you teach me?" "Yushuan and I?" Seeing the anticipation in Uchiha Obito's eyes, Uchiha Yushuan stroked his chin. "Obito, becoming stronger is not a simple matter. Can you endure the hardships?" "Of course." Uchiha Obito confidently pointed to himself. "I am not one to give up easily." "Very well then. With nothing pressing at the moment, it would be beneficial to train Uchiha Obito." "That's fantastic." Upon hearing Uchiha Yushuan's agreement, Uchiha Obito leapt with joy. Uchiha Yushuan was the most talented ninja in the clan in recent years, now possessing the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. By following Uchiha Yushuan's training, he was certain to become the next strongest. "Yushuan and I also want to learn cultural lessons." Uchiha Obito, utterly exhausted, lay sprawled on the ground, wearing an expression of despair. "It hurts. It hurts so much. I feel like I'm going to die." This high-intensity training, does it truly regard him as a human? Chapter 29, Undercurrents Surging. Observing Uchiha Obito sprawled on the ground, Uchiha Yuzuru could not help but express admiration. Even after enduring such hardship, he still insists on continuing his academic studies? "Hajitsuchi, you rascal." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito hastily clarified, "Brother Yuzuru, what I meant is that I won't seek your guidance anymore. I feel training alongside my clan is more suitable for me. Also, my name is Uchiha Obito, not Hajitsuchi." In response, Uchiha Yuzuru firmly rejected, "Obito, you are not like the others. Never squander your time on academic subjects." Noticing that Uchiha Obito seemed poised to retort, Uchiha Yuzuru's expression darkened, and he coldly declared, "Get up and train immediately, or I shall plant you in the ground like a ginseng." Days passed, and news of the Uchiha clan's departure from Konoha to take residence in the land of rice began to circulate throughout the shinobi world. Under the resolute stance of Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Kamen, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Hokage, issued an order to declare all members of the Uchiha clan as rogue ninjas. This signified that reconciliation between Konoha and the Uchiha clan was no longer possible. As the news spread, the entire shinobi world was engulfed in disbelief. Even the citizens of the Fire Nation were perplexed. The Uchiha clan, the very founders of Konoha, had been branded as rogue ninjas? Is this reasonable? The Senju clan had already faded into obscurity within Konoha, and now the Uchiha clan had also departed. Is Konoha still Konoha? The prestige of Konoha in the shinobi world plummeted significantly, leading to a considerable decline in orders for hired ninjas. Even the daimyo of the Fire Nation personally inquired into the matter. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen visited the daimyo's residence to apologize and assured them that the security of the Fire Nation would remain uncompromised. Only then did the daimyo relent. However, they also indicated that financial support for Konoha would be reduced by 30%. Those who felt the impact most acutely were the ordinary villagers of Konoha and the lower-tier ninjas. Many could not even secure their basic needs. In this context, the crime rate in Konoha skyrocketed at an alarming rate. Sarutobi Hiruzen was overwhelmed with stress. Yet establishing an institution to replace the police force proved to be a formidable challenge. Less than a month after the Uchiha clan's departure, individuals began to openly question his leadership as Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen spent an entire day in his office smoking, yet he could not fathom the situation. Was it merely the absence of the Uchiha clan? How could the situation have deteriorated so drastically? While Sarutobi Hiruzen busied himself with various troubles within the village, other shinobi villages began to stir. In the land of wind, Sunigakure, the third Kazakage, Chiyo, and others gathered around a large conference table. After careful consideration, the third Kazakage spoke. The Uchiha clan is currently stationed in the land of rice. We should attempt to make contact. If we can ally with them, our village's strength and prestige will reach unprecedented heights. This would enable us to pursue many endeavors. After hearing the third Kazakage's analysis, Chiyo scoffed coldly. Those Uchiha betrayed the very village they established. What loyalty can we expect? Instead of courting the Uchiha, we should seize the opportunity to attack Konoha. Konoha must be in disarray now and will surely be unable to withstand our assault. The third Kazakage frowned at her words. Chiyo had lost her son and daughter-in-law at the hands of Konoha ninjas, and thus her hatred for Konoha was profound, which he could understand. However, it was unreasonable to approach significant matters concerning the shinobi villages with such emotions. Even without the Uchiha clan, Konoha still had formidable figures such as Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Hatake Kakashi. An attack on Konoha would undoubtedly lead to disastrous consequences. Contemplating this, the third Kazakage stated calmly, "We must deliberate on matters concerning Konoha. I will send someone to the land of rice. Whether through persuasion or coercion, we must strive to secure the Uchiha clan. Until then, no one is to stir up trouble." Sensing the tension between the third Kazakage and Chiyo, Hai Laozong quickly interjected, "Then it is settled. Sister, let us return, otherwise Scorpion will forget to eat again." Upon hearing the name Scorpion, Chiyo finally stood up. "One day, the ninjas of Konoha will pay the price." In the land of lightning, Kumogakure, the third Raikage summoned A and Killer B into his office. "A, the Uchiha clan is currently residing in the land of rice. Take some men and pay them a visit." "For what purpose?" "Inquire if they would be willing to come live in Kumogakure. If they refuse, seize the opportunity to capture a few Uchiha clan members. We need more bloodline limits in Kumogakure." A nodded, understanding. Then, he extended his fist towards Killer B. "B, you're coming with me for a little adventure outside the village." Killer B danced excitedly. "To keep up with Big Brother, I need to train my legs. I can't rely solely on my words. When the Uchiha see my 8 tails, they'll be terrified." After their exchange, the two left the Raikage building side by side. Once A and Killer B departed, a dark-skinned man with white hair beside the third Raikage spoke. "Raikage, shouldn't we first attempt to win them over?" The third Raikage snorted coldly. "Let us assess their strength first. The weak have no right to stand before me. If we can seize them, we will. If not, we will negotiate later." This is the customary approach of Kumogakure. In the land of earth, Iwagakure, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, gazed at the intelligence report on his desk for a moment before speaking. "Koho, do you think this could be a scheme by Konoha?" He then chuckled incredulously. If Konoha truly intended to execute such a plan, he would genuinely question the intelligence of the third Hokage. Unlike the diminutive Anoki, the robust Koharu rumbled, "Father, what do you plan to do?" Anoki pondered for a moment and replied solemnly, "You should make contact with the Uchiha, see if they are inclined to come to Iwagakure. If they are willing, we can offer them certain benefits. Remember, do not engage in conflict with them." In the land of water, Kirigakure, in a somewhat dim office, Kurai opened an intelligence scroll and glanced at it. He then casually tossed the scroll aside. The Uchiha clan defected from Konoha? Indeed, those possessing bloodline limits are the most contemptible. If it were not for these clans, Kirigakure would not be so difficult to manage. One day, I shall eradicate all the clans with bloodline limits in Kirigakure. Chapter 30. I asked you to apologize, but I did not say I would spare you. Brother Yuzuru, please don't train me any longer. Can I have just one day to rest? Looking at the pleading Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Yuzuru scoffed. No one achieves success effortlessly. If you do not put in the effort, what makes you think you deserve great power? In response, Uchiha Obito retorted, "Then why do I not see you training diligently?" "Me?" Uchiha Yuzuru crossed his arms and replied nonchalantly, "I have encountered many geniuses, yet they all refer to me as a genius. What about you? You have met countless failures, yet they all call you a failure. This is the disparity." It was a devastating blow to the spirit. Uchiha Obito felt that he might as well perish. "Brother Yuzuru, why must you be so direct? Could you not be a little more tactful?" However, Uchiha Obito curiously inquired, "Brother Jishwan, is an excessive pursuit of power truly beneficial? When I was in the Ninja Academy, the teacher mentioned that an over-reliance on strength is precisely why the shinobi world has witnessed so many conflicts and tragedies. We must learn to touch hearts with love." Uchiha Jishuan gave Obito a sharp slap on the head and coldly replied, "It is precisely because we cannot eliminate disputes that we need strength even more. Without power, you can accomplish nothing and protect nothing. Placing hope in others marks the beginning of tragedy. From this moment forth, forget all that nonsense you learned in the Ninja Academy." "Oh, understood," Obito responded. Just as the two were conversing, Uchiha Yaoi hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Lord Jishuan, someone has come to visit." Uchiha Jishuan never anticipated that the first visitor would be from Sunagakure, the village farthest from the land of rice. Observing the several dozen Sunagakure ninjas not far ahead, Uchiha Jishuan walked forward slowly. "What is the matter?" he asked, noticing Uchiha Fugaku's grim expression. Uchiha Fugaku pointed at the foremost Sunagakure ninja and stated solemnly, "These fellows are too arrogant." "Oh." Uchiha Jishuan raised an eyebrow and addressed the ninja pointed out by Fugaku. "Sunagakure ninja, state the purpose of your visit." In response, the leading Sunagakure ninja spoke, "My name is Koike Haichur. Are you the spokesperson of the Uchiha clan?" Upon seeing Uchiha Jishuan nod, Koike Haichur continued, "Our Kazekage has heard of your defection from Konoha and intends to offer you refuge. Are you willing to serve Sunagakure in the future?" Uchiha Jishuan frowned. "Mind your tone." "Tone?" Koike Haichur could not help but laugh. "You are merely a pack of stray dogs. Sunagakure is willing to take you in. You should be grateful. Hand over all your ninjutsu scrolls and supplies, and we will protect you." Before Koike Haichur could finish his sentence, he felt a sudden disorientation. When he regained his senses, he found himself being held by the neck by Uchiha Jishuan. Gazing into the crimson three-tomo Sharingan, Koike Haichur struggled and exclaimed, "What do you intend to do?" "I advise you to consider the consequences of your actions. You cannot withstand the wrath of Sunagakure. Apologize." "What?" Jishuan's grip tightened as he reiterated, "Apologize for your earlier words and actions." Koike Haichur felt his brain flood with blood, gradually struggling to breathe. He realized that this individual, who resorted to violence at the slightest provocation, truly intended to kill him. I apologize." Confronted by the specter of death, Koike Haichur decisively followed his instincts. "I am sorry, I was too rude." As Jishuan's grip intensified, Koike Hideshi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Why? Hadn't I already apologized?" Seemingly perceiving the confusion on Koike Hideshi's face, Uchiha Jishuan replied expressionlessly, "I merely demanded an apology. I never stated I would spare you." With a sharp crack, Koike Hideshi's head tilted as he was unceremoniously discarded to the ground like a lifeless dog. Witnessing this scene, the remaining Sunagakure ninjas were filled with a mixture of fury and disbelief. "You scoundrel Uchiha! How dare you kill a ninja from Sunagakure? This cannot go unpunished. We shall avenge our comrade," they declared. "You will face the wrath of the Kazekage. The Uchiha clan should prepare for annihilation." In the eyes of these Sunagakure ninjas, the Uchiha clan appeared to be nothing more than a pack of homeless dogs, easily trampled by anyone passing by. The so-called prestigious clans of ninjas held no comparison against the might of the ninja villages. Their restraint from outright seizing the Uchiha was already a form of mercy. Yet now, these scoundrels had the audacity to resort to violence without provocation. Such arrogance was intolerable. Observing the enraged Sunagakure ninjas, Uchiha Jishuan's lips curled into a slight smirk. The shinobi world has not sung the praises of the Uchiha clan for far too long. Today, let the lives of these Sunagakure ninjas proclaim to the world that the once great Uchiha clan, the bearers of the most powerful bloodline limit, has returned. Upon hearing Jishuan's words, the Uchiha clansmen behind him displayed expressions of excitement. Some of the more emotionally susceptible clan members even trembled with exhilaration. "Battle! How exhilarating!" they cried. Facing the crimson three-tomo Sharingan, the Sunagakure ninjas felt a deep-seated terror emanating from their very souls. Although their formation was not weak, including Koike Haichur, they had 5 elite jonin leading them. However, against this group of Uchiha, what could even 10 elite jonin accomplish? Without granting the Sunagakure ninjas time to react, Uchiha Jishuan signaled, and a dozen Uchiha ninjas behind him simultaneously formed hand seals. Fire style, grand fireball technique. Enormous fireballs collided, instantly engulfing the area in flames. The Sunagakure ninjas suffered heavy casualties as they deployed wind style to disperse the raging inferno. They were met with the sight of Uchiha clan ninjas advancing toward them with Sharingan blazing. Leading the charge, Uchiha Jishuan wielded his long blade, cleaving through throats. the blood staining the edges of his garments like crimson plum blossoms. One Sunagakure ninja shouted, "Capture him, or we will all perish here." No sooner had he spoken than Uchiha Jieshuan seized him by the neck. "Do you wish to join the dance?" Crack! Just as Uchiha Jieshuan snapped the neck of the Sunagakure ninja, the surrounding Sunagakure ninjas surged towards him in attack. A deluge of shuriken, sunban, and explosive tags descended upon Uchiha Jieshuan. The next moment, an earth-shattering explosion ensued, sending dust and debris into the air. In the aftermath, all the Sunagakure ninjas stared in terror, their eyes widened in disbelief. Uchiha Jieshuan emerged unscathed, holding his blade aloft. But the three-tomo Sharingan now bore an unfamiliar and mysterious pattern. Chapter 31. Only by recognizing one's own weakness can one become gentle. Gulp. Why? Why does that guy seem completely unharmed? Our attacks had no effect whatsoever. What is going on? And those eyes, just a glance instills fear. Observing the stunned Sunagakure ninjas, Uchiha Jieshuan wore a sinister smile. "Run! Quickly!" someone shouted in fear. Witnessing the blood-soaked figure of Uchiha Jieshuan, the morale of the Sunagakure ninjas crumbled in an instant as they scattered in all directions to escape. A rabble of misfits. Uchiha Jieshuan snorted coldly and waved his hand in the direction of the fleeing Sunagakure ninjas. Uchiha Fugaku immediately led the pursuit. No matter how long a tiger is caged, when it reveals its sharp claws and fangs, it still inspires terror. The battle proved unexpectedly smooth. Faced with the fleeing Sunagakure ninjas, the Uchiha clan members swiftly eliminated them all. Particularly impressive was Uchiha Fugaku, who, during the final struggle against a Sunagakure elite jonin, held his own against two opponents without faltering. Uchiha Jieshuan could not help but be somewhat astonished. Based on Uchiha Fugaku's displayed strength and combat skills, it was hard to say how the outcome would have differed had he chosen to resist during the fateful night of the massacre in the original story. Before long, the Uchiha clansmen responsible for the pursuit returned, including 5 elite jonin from Sunagakure. A total of 50 Sunagakure ninjas had been completely wiped out. Excitement radiated from the faces of all the clan members. The blood of the Uchiha clan invigorated them, allowing them to revel in the thrill of battle. "Jieshuan, we have eliminated all the Sunagakure ninjas. We must now prepare for the impending retaliation from Sunagakure." Uchiha Fugaku approached Uchiha Yuin, a hint of concern etched on his face. However, Uchiha Yuin remained unperturbed, calmly stating, "Fugaku, your disposition is far too indecisive. Weakness only invites further bullying. It is through instilling fear in others that one earns the respect one deserves. Just like that arrogant shinobi from Sunagakure, who only shed his bravado when faced with death. Fear is not a crime. It reveals one's vulnerability, and only upon recognizing this can individuals become courteous and gentle." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku still appeared conflicted. But even for a village like Sunagakure, losing 5 jonin would be a significant blow. They would undoubtedly seek revenge. "Fugaku, heed my words," Uchiha Yuin interjected coldly. "The weak will attract covetous eyes regardless of their actions. The status and honor of the Uchiha clan are not gained through compromise, but forged through strength. From now on, you shall act according to my commands. Do not concern yourself with anything else." Instinctively, Uchiha Fugaku straightened his back and replied solemnly, "Understood." The battle with the shinobi from Sunagakure further elevated Uchiha Yuin's prestige within the clan. In light of this, Uchiha Taro directly appointed Uchiha Yuin as the clan leader, a position he did not refuse. Ascending to this role allowed him to implement his plans with greater efficacy. A week passed quietly. The demise of the Sunagakure shinobi did not evoke much unrest. During this period, numerous small nations sent envoys from their shinobi villages, hoping that the Uchiha clan would settle in their territories. They were even willing to relinquish leadership positions. However, Uchiha Yuin declined their offers. The populations, resources, and land of these minor villages were exceedingly scarce. For the development of the Uchiha clan, they needed to establish themselves in a larger shinobi village. Days later, as Uchiha Yuin observed the imposing figure of a man entering the room, he gestured, "Huangtu, please take a seat." "Thank you," Huangtu replied, sitting opposite Uchiha Yuin. He got straight to the point. "Leader Yuin, does the Uchiha clan have intentions to relocate to our Iwagakure? We can provide you with land and a stable living environment." Uchiha Yuin patiently waited a moment before responding. "Is that all?" Huangtu nodded and replied earnestly, "Yes, that is all. If you wish for us to settle in Iwagakure, We require a certain degree of autonomy and the right to participate in decision-making. Additionally, we would need to allocate a portion of our industries to sustain our clan. Of course, we are willing to pay for this. As for the Uchiha clan's jutsu scrolls and resources, we reserve the right to decide whether to share them with the Wagakure. Such demands were not unreasonable, as even in Konoha they enjoyed similar privileges. However, after hearing Uchiha Yuin's conditions, Huangtu's expression soured. Everything else is negotiable, but autonomy and participation in a Wagakure's decisions may prove challenging. In response, Uchiha Yuin sipped his tea. Huangtu then stood and said, "Leader Yuin, I will discuss your conditions with my father. I must take my leave." Observing Huangtu's retreating figure, Uchiha Yuin felt a tinge of disappointment. Did even the formidable Inoki, who had witnessed Uchiha Madara's immense power, possess only such limited insight? Yet, it was understandable. Given Inoki's psychological scars, he likely feared the uncontrollable consequences of accepting the Uchiha. One could only hope that one day, Inoki would not regret his indecisiveness. At the border of the Land of Fire, 9 masked shinobi divided into 3 small teams navigated through the dense forest, swiftly infiltrating the borders of the Land of Rice. For a nation devoid of a shinobi village, such an endeavor was exceedingly simple. Under the orders of Danzo, they would spare no effort to bring back Uzumaki Kushina to Konoha, and regardless of life or death, they would strive to capture as many Uchiha clan members as possible. Until now, the remaining root shinobi had only just learned the true purpose of this mission. Emotionally drained from rigorous training, they nodded in unison, committing the task to memory. At that moment, a gruff voice echoed nearby. The root shinobi turned to see 2 burly men who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter these pests from Konoha here. In response, the leading root shinobi retorted coldly, "Our mission has nothing to do with Kumogakure. We do not wish to provoke any conflict between Kumogakure and Konoha. I advise you to leave immediately." Facing the root shinobi's threat, one of the burly men scoffed, "What nonsense are you spouting? Prepare to fight." "Huh. The shinobi of Konoha are nothing but a hollow shell. What right do such a village have to claim the richest resources in the shinobi world? One day, Kumogakure will rise to become the most powerful shinobi village." With a crackling burst of lightning, they hurled the body of the root shinobi to the ground. "These so-called Konoha shinobi are no match for me," he declared. Following closely behind, Yue cautioned, "Lord A, one has escaped. Should we pursue?" A dismissed him with a wave, "No need to worry about them. If those Konoha fools dare to cause trouble, we shall eliminate them all." Despite being only 8 in number, the team was formidable. Apart from A and Karabi, the other 6 possessed Jonin-level strength. Such a configuration offered little to fear. "By the way, we are nearing the Uchiha clan's encampment. What should we do? If they willingly hand over some children, that would be ideal. If not," I chuckled, "then we shall seize them by force." If he were to confront formidable opponents like Orochimaru, Jiraiya, or Kakashi Hitaki, he might hesitate. However, aside from the fierce-eyed Uchiha Fugaku, what other notable shinobi existed within the Uchiha clan? I was eager to witness how the Uchiha clan's Sharingan would fare against his lightning-infused armor. A and his companions had no intention of concealing their presence, making it easy for the Uchiha clan scouts to detect them. As they approached the Uchiha territory, Uchiha Yuin had already assembled a group to confront them. Seeing A and Karabi for the first time allowed Uchiha Yuin to directly perceive their impressive physiques. The sinewy muscles radiated a sense of powerful beauty. Their mere presence exuded an overwhelming aura of intimidation. "The Uchiha shinobi, we offer you a chance to accompany Lord A back to our Kumogakure." Their disrespectful demeanor mirrored that of the Sand shinobi from earlier. Uchiha Yuin had anticipated this reaction, for not everyone had experienced the divine power of the Uchiha clan firsthand like Inoki. To earn respect, one must first demonstrate sufficient strength. Observing Uchiha Yuin's silence, Yue coldly warned, "I advise you to be wise, or we shall resort to force." In response, Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward, his expression icy. "Let me see for myself whether your so-called strength is merely a jest." "By go." In a flash, I was struck on the head by A as he jotted down ideas in his notebook, finally snapping back to reality. He absent-mindedly nodded and exited the group, only to suddenly hurl his pencil, infused with lightning chakra, directly at Uchiha Fugaku's heart. The moment the 3-tomo Sharingan activated, Uchiha Fugaku drew his long blade and struck. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the pencil was cleaved in two. Witnessing this, Killer Bee's expression turned serious. Indeed, the legendary Sharingan was capable of accurately tracking the pencil's trajectory at such high speed. Killer Bee sheathed his notepad and unsheathed the long blade from his back, charging directly at Uchiha Fugaku. Close combat. He had indeed underestimated him. As Killer Bee approached with intent, Uchiha Fugaku let out a cold snort and gripped his long blade, rushing forward in response. In an instant, the two clashed. With the technique known as Hoko Robaku, Killer Bee wielded 7 blades to their utmost potential, seamlessly combining offense and defense while targeting Uchiha Fugaku's vital points. Uchiha Fugaku felt a jolt of surprise. His Sharingan spun rapidly. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of their blades colliding rang out, leaving gashes on Uchiha Fugaku's clothing. His expression grew grave. He could not fathom why. Despite using the Sharingan to cast Genjutsu during their duel, this ninja appeared unaffected. Seizing an opportunity to create distance, Uchiha Fugaku swiftly formed hand seals. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. As his words fell, a colossal fireball of intense heat engulfed everything ahead. Following this, Uchiha Fugaku produced a sealing scroll, summoning multitudes of shuriken and several enormous wind-enhanced shuriken. Go! All the shurikens surged toward the flames, their sharp wires coiling inward toward the fiery center. Observing this, the Uchiha clan members accompanying Uchiha Izumi displayed expressions of excitement. Victory was assured. However, Ei and Yue remained unfazed, silently watching the battlefield ahead. When the flames dissipated, the anticipated scene of bloodshed did not materialize. A massive octopus tail enveloped Killer Bee's form, intercepting all of Uchiha Fugaku's attacks. Was this a tailed beast? All the Uchiha clan members, except for Uchiha Izumi, stood agape in shock. Tailed beasts were supposed to be strategic resources, so how could one appear here? Moreover, despite harnessing the power of a tailed beast, why had this Jinchuriki from Kumogakure not gone berserk? Shining on the battlefield with the power of the 8 tails, I anticipated this. Lord Killer Bee is the pride of Kumogakure. Such trivial attacks only amuse me. Hachigayaru, Kugiyaru. Killer Bee danced and improvised a rap, occasionally flashing Uchiha Fugaku a middle finger. Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened, yet he refrained from recklessly attacking. A Jinchuriki who could freely wield the power of a tailed beast was not easily dealt with. A step forward, activating his lightning release chakra mode. Blue arcs of electricity flickered as his figure vanished in an instant. Even with the 3 Tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku could barely catch a glimpse of Ei's figure. As Ei charged like a bolt of lightning, Uchiha Fugaku swung his long blade in an attempt to strike. However, in mere moments, his blade was sent flying. Just as Ei's electrified fist was about to collide with Uchiha Fugaku's head, a massive black skeletal hand swatted Ei away. Uchiha Izumi crossed his arms, a layer of ominous, malevolent black bone armor enveloping him. Your strength has piqued my interest. Now, entertain me with your dance. Chapter 33. But this is the Mangekyo Sharingan. What was that? Ei, having been sent flying several meters, rose from the ground. His gaze filled with fury directed at Uchiha Izumi. Thanks to the formidable defense provided by his lightning release chakra, he had not sustained significant harm. However, being struck down like that ignited a fire of anger within the usually proud Ei. Come on, continue your dance for me. Uchiha Izumi slowly advanced, his Mangekyo Sharingan radiating an aura of terrifying power. In response to the provocation, a bellowed and transformed into a streak of blue lightning, charging toward Uchiha Izumi once more. Unlike Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Izumi's Mangekyo Sharingan could clearly perceive Ei's movements. Possessing an overall level of skill akin to that of a shadow, he was agile enough to match Ei's speed. Boom! The two collided in an instant. With Uchiha Izumi's blade, infused with wind-release chakra, constantly ringing out, he launched relentless attacks aimed at Ei's vital points. Ei, relying on his lightning-release chakra for defense, fought back recklessly, exchanging blows with abandon. However, after a brief period of combat, Ei quickly realized something was amiss. None of his attacks had landed on Uchiha Izumi. Instead, he bore numerous new wounds. The only one to firmly suppress him in hand-to-hand combat, aside from his father still in the village, was Uchiha Izumi. This thought reignited Ei's indomitable spirit. He relentlessly pressed the attack against Uchiha Izumi, but the situation remained unchanged. This scene left the ninjas from Kumogakure utterly astonished. Is there truly someone in this world who can keep pace with lightning speed? Even Uchiha Fugaku and the others were equally astonished. Despite pushing their Sharingan to the utmost limits, they still struggled to perceive the actions of Uchiha Izumi and A, unable to follow even with their eyes, let alone their bodies. Had they been in A's place, they would have likely perished long ago. Just as the crowd marveled at the spectacle, A suddenly retreated, creating distance between them. Though reckless, he was not a fool. Through the recent skirmish, he had discerned the underlying issue. Despite his dynamic vision being sufficiently strong, it still fell short during high-speed movements. Thus, after activating his lightning release chakra mode, he could only execute straightforward attacks. Previous foes, even if they could barely perceive his movements, struggled to match his speed, resulting in their defeat. However, now, Uchiha Izumi, with those peculiar eyes, not only saw through his actions, but also countered with precision. To triumph over him, A realized he needed to increase his velocity. Observing A as he distanced himself, Uchiha Izumi proclaimed with confidence, "It's futile. Before these eyes, all your attack methods will be seen through." A, regarding Uchiha Izumi's nonchalant demeanor, retorted with a huff, "I convey the same sentiment to you. Before my lightning release armor, your long blade is nothing but a useless ornament, even with wind release chakra attached." In response, Uchiha Izumi's lips curled into a faint smile. "Is that so?" Indeed. A elevated his lightning release chakra mode to its pinnacle, his hair standing on end. In the next moment, his figure vanished. Raitun, Reiko Ken. With a burst of long-distance acceleration, A's body transformed into a streak of blue lightning, crossing the distance and appearing before Uchiha Izumi in an instant. Even now, it would not be easy for Uchiha Izumi to evade such an attack. However, he had no need to dodge. With the activation of intangibility, A's strike passed through Uchiha Izumi's form. In A's astonished gaze, Uchiha Izumi raised his long blade. Not good. A sensed an indescribable dread emanating from the blade. If struck, it would surely be fatal. Over the years, intuition honed through life and death battles provided a frenzied warning. Yet AI found himself powerless. The overwhelming inertia rendered him incapable of controlling his own body. Just as the long blade descended, a gigantic octopus tentacle ensnared AI, abruptly yanking him back. As he gazed into the unfathomable chasm beneath Uchiha Ketsuki's blade, a sense of dread washed over AI. Had it not been for Karabi, he might have already met his demise. "We have failed," Uchiha Ketsuki murmured, yet his eyes bore no hint of disappointment. The power of Kamui, distorting space, manifested upon the blade with an unexpected potency. Raising his head, Uchiha Ketsuki advanced towards Karabi and AI's location. Observing this, Yue and the others immediately surged forward. "Lord AI, Lord Karabi, you must retreat." Despite the incredulity, they had to acknowledge a harsh reality. The man before them possessed terrifying strength. Continuing the battle could place both AI and Karabi in peril. Such losses were utterly unbearable for Yunin Village. "Do you truly think you can stop me?" Uchiha Ketsuki scoffed as he charged into the encirclement formed by Yue and his companions. "Do not underestimate me." The four launched their assault from four directions, leaving Uchiha Ketsuki no room to evade. "Be careful, his body can dodge attacks." AI shouted a warning, but it was too late. The four strikes penetrated Uchiha Ketsuki's form without hindrance. In the next instant, two Yunin found themselves ensnared by a colossal skeletal hand. With a sickening crunch, their bodies crumpled like mud. Meanwhile, Yue and the remaining Yunin stood frozen, evidently ensnared by an illusion. Though I know it may be difficult for you to believe. This is the power of the Sharingan, the divine might of the Uchiha clan. No. Watching the long blade slice through Yue's throat, AI's eyes instantly filled with blood. Do not display such an unacceptable visage. When one seeks to resolve issues through force, they must be prepared for death. The sacrifice of 4 elite shinobi did nothing to hinder Uchiha Ketsuki for even a moment. As Uchiha Ketsuki drew nearer, Karabi's body erupted with an astonishingly terrifying chakra. Almost instantly, the monstrous beast, Gyuki, with its 8 massive tentacles, materialized. Roar. Without hesitation, Gyuki, eyes shut, unleashed a tailed beast bomb towards Uchiha Fugaku and his companions. Witnessing the enormous, destructive orb, despair etched itself upon their faces. "This is it, we are doomed. Run, but there is no escape. How infuriating it is to perish here. The thought of dying in such a manner fills me with bitterness, those rascals from Yunin Village." I hope this direction does not reach our clan's territory. Despite having prior knowledge of the tailed beasts, it was only when faced with the imminent threat of the tailed beast bomb that Uchiha Fugaku and the others grasped their own insignificance. Before such a force of annihilation, they were rendered incapable of fleeing. No matter how hard they tried, against this overwhelming power, they would be reduced to dust. In the blink of an eye, the tailed beast bomb approached. As Uchiha Fugaku and the others closed their eyes, awaiting their fate, a deep voice resonated. Kamui. Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku and the others opened their eyes to find the space twisting like a vortex. The tailed beast bomb, which seemed capable of obliterating everything, vanished in an instant, leaving not a ripple in its wake. The entire event unfolded in a heartbeat, and Uchiha Fugaku and his companions gasped for breath. The relief of surviving left them utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground. These two are truly troublesome. Uchiha Ketsuki regarded AI, who had transformed into a streak of lightning, carrying Kurabi away, with no trace of disappointment on his face. Although he had held an absolute advantage in the recent skirmish, truly eliminating AI and Kurabi was no simple feat after all. He did not wish to end up like Uchiha Sasuke from the original narrative, losing his sight shortly after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. The fact that the enemy had retreated was the best outcome for now. Ketsuki, how did you achieve that attack just now? Uchiha Fugaku inquired incredulously, approaching Ketsuki. It was a transfer, Uchiha Ketsuki replied nonchalantly. I merely utilized the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan to shift that tailed beast bomb elsewhere. Gasp. Uchiha Fugaku and the others widened their mouths in astonishment. They were aware of the Mangekyo Sharingan's ability to transfer objects. Otherwise, their escape from Konoha would not have been so seamless. However, to think even a tailed beast bomb could be transferred was indeed overwhelming. A fervor ignited within Uchiha Fugaku and the others as they looked at Uchiha Ketsuki with anticipation. Ketsuki, could you enlighten us on how to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? If our Uchiha clan could possess more pairs of such eyes, dominating the entire shinobi world would hardly be a challenge. In response, Uchiha Ketsuki explained, in most cases, awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan necessitates exceptional talent and relentless training. Coupled with the mental strain that few can endure, one might gain such power. However, even upon awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, most individuals struggle to attain a strength comparable to mine. Why is that? Uchiha Fugaku queried, perplexed. Each individual possesses their own strengths and weaknesses. Power derived from diligent training often lacks perfection, Uchiha Ketsuki elucidated. The formidable strength he wielded stemmed from the system's rewards, in every aspect. He at least possessed the caliber of a Kaga-level shinobi. With the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan's powers, his might underwent a qualitative transformation. An ordinary Uchiha, even upon awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, could not hope to match his prowess. Uchiha Fugaku, somewhat discontent, retorted, then what about you? I am different from you all. Uchiha Ketsuki chuckled. I am destined to be crowned as a king. It is no surprise that I can achieve anything. Well then, your clan must be quite worried. You should return, he suggested. Aren't you coming back? Uchiha Ketsuki replied coolly, the matter is not yet concluded. I intend to personally visit Yunin village. He had just bested AI and Kurabi, but given the reckless nature of the Yunin villagers, they would undoubtedly send more reinforcements. Rather than waste his ocular prowess on such matters, it would be more prudent to resolve it once and for all by meeting the Third Raikage directly. Lord Third, AI and Lord Kurabi have returned. Upon hearing this, the Third Raikage laughed heartily. Has the task been completed? Let them in. Before long, the office door swung open, and the Third Raikage smile froze upon witnessing his son's soiled visage, coupled with Kurabi's rare expression of dejection. Observing this scene, the Third Raikage's voice turned grave. AI, what has occurred? With his head bowed, AI spoke with a hint of shame. Father, our mission has failed. Yue and the others are all dead. Only Kurabi and I managed to escape. The Third Raikage's expression shifted, and he could not help but inquire. Did you fall into an ambush? No. AI clenched his fists tightly. There is a man named Uchiha Ketsuki from the Uchiha clan. He defeated both me and Kurabi. Had it not been for the Eight Tails releasing the tailed beast bomb, we might not have returned at all. The mere thought of such a possibility filled AI with profound dread. He has died, so be it. However, if the Hachibi is captured by the Uchiha clan, he will be branded as a criminal of Yunin village. The Third Raikage was left in stunned silence for an extended period. He was all too aware of the prowess possessed by AI and Karabi. Even he would find it difficult to withstand their combined onslaught. This was the very reason he felt secure allowing AI and Karabi to depart from Yunin village with a few jonin. Yet now, AI had proclaimed that someone had triumphed over both him and Karabi. How could this be possible? AI, the strongest ninja of the Uchiha clan. Should it not be Uchiha Fugaku? Who is Uchiha Ketsuzan? Upon hearing the third Rakige's inquiry, AI shook his head. I am not certain. I only know that according to Hachibi's description, the individual named Uchiha Ketsuzan possesses the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. In the presence of those eyes, even Hachibi had no desire to engage in battle. The Mangekyo Sharingan? The third Rakige's eyes narrowed. As Rakige, although he had not lived through the era of Uchiha Madara's reign, he had read extensively about the Mangekyo Sharingan. It was with this very set of eyes that Uchiha Madara unleashed a torrent of bloodshed upon the shinobi world. Aside from Senju Hashirama's would release, no one could stand against him. To think that such eyes have resurfaced in this day and age. The mere thought ignited a flame of fervor within the third Rakige. Father, I have let you down. Observing AI, who had always been so proud, now visibly shaken, the third Rakige suddenly struck him squarely in the face, sending him sprawling. Father? Humph. The third Rakige scoffed, his voice laced with anger. Has a mere setback reduced you to this state? Do you think the Mangekyo Sharingan is something trivial? It is a force that even I cannot resist wanting to confront. Losing to a wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan is not shameful. What is truly pathetic is losing the courage to fight again. AI, consider this setback as a catalyst for your continued growth. Do not bring shame upon yourself. AI clenched his fists and stood tall, proclaiming, Father, I shall. One day, I will defeat Uchiha Ketsuzan and become the strongest ninja in the world. Excellent. You and Karabi should take your leave and rest. I will handle the remaining matters. After AI and Karabi departed, the third Rakige gazed fervently out the window. The Uchiha clan truly deserves its reputation as the most powerful shinobi clan. Such a bloodline limit must be acquired by Yunin village. At all costs. Chapter 35. Third Rakige, are you threatening me? In the dead of night, Yunin village stood beneath towering peaks that pierced the heavens, exuding an imposing aura. The clouds floated midway up the mountains, casting a shroud of obscurity over the village. At the highest point of the village, a quaint house stood with its door firmly shut. The third Rakige sat cross-legged, eyes closed as he refined his chakra. A gentle breeze swept through, and a voice shattered the night's tranquility, echoing in the third Rakige's ears. The night is truly splendid. Boom. As soon as the words left the speaker's lips, the third Rakige's fist shattered the window, along with the wall. Yet, the target of his assault stood unfazed, motionless in the moonlight. You are Uchiha Ketsuzan? The third Rakige inquired coldly, gazing at the crimson patterns. Uchiha Ketsuzan nodded. Indeed. At that moment, dozens of lightning-style jutsu engulfed Uchiha Ketsuzan in an instant. Subsequently, four colossal stone pillars erupted from the ground, encircling Uchiha Ketsuzan. Lightning sparked among the pillars, converging into a thunderous cage that trapped Uchiha Ketsuzan within. Numerous Yunin shinobi emerged from the shadows, continuously infusing chakra into the stone pillars. However, to their astonishment, Uchiha Ketsuzan moved like a phantom, effortlessly stepping out of the lightning confinement. Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to have a conversation. A conversation? The third Rakige scoffed. I suspect you are fearful of Yunin village launching an assault on your Uchiha clan. While I am indeed astounded by your ability to defeat AI and Karabi, that is where it ends. If Yunin village were to mobilize, you would not be able to protect the Uchiha. Uchiha Ketsuzan shrugged non-committally, replying coolly, likewise, if I were to make a move against Yunin village, you would not be able to safeguard the other ninjas of your village. AI, Karabi, the unripe young talents, the old and feeble. Uchiha Ketsuzan seemed to ponder, stroking his chin. If war were to break out, whom should I strike first? If I could use these eyes to control the tailed beasts, I would not have to overthink it. Upon hearing this, the third Rakige's pupils constricted. Are you threatening me? What do you think? The third Rakige fell silent. If Uchiha Ketsuzan were merely strong, he would not be intimidated. From the village's inception until now, Yunin village had never feared anyone. However, Uchiha Ketsuzan's abilities were too peculiar. Not only did he possess the power to defeat AI, but he also traversed the barriers of Yunin village without detection. Even he, the Rakige, only sensed the other's presence after they had spoken. Physical attacks were ineffective, and sealing techniques proved futile. The most terrifying aspect was that, as Uchiha Kitsuzan himself stated, the Mangekyo Sharingan possesses the capability to control tailed beasts. Should he truly seize control of the Nibi or Hachibi, a few tailed beast bombs could transform Yunin village into a wasteland. The more he contemplated, the more the third Raikage felt an overwhelming pressure spreading within, and cold sweat began to trickle down his body. He would rather face another Shinobi World War than provoke such an adversary. Perhaps we should genuinely engage in a conversation. Indeed, tonight's night is quite beautiful. Ha, 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 ha ha. Observing the smile on the third Raikage's face, Uchiha Kitsuzan chuckled as well. He had anticipated this outcome. Confronting a specter capable of launching a fatal strike against the village at any moment, unless one chose to embrace ruin, there was simply no profit in confrontation. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and Yunin village had not escalated to such a critical juncture. As the third Raikage and Uchiha Kitsuzan exchanged pleasantries, all the Yunin shinobi present stood frozen, as if in a dream. Who in Yunin village did not know that the third Raikage was a hot-tempered, obstinate individual, unafraid to confront the Hachibi head-on? Anyone who dared to defy his will would face his wrath. In every matter, this third Raikage was unyielding, as though the word compromise did not exist in his lexicon. Yet, this very man was now willing to compromise, and even laughing with an invading enemy? Everything seemed surreal. However, no matter how incredulous the ninjas of Yunin village found it, reality remained unchanged. Under the third Raikage's invitation, Uchiha Kitsuzan walked alongside him into the Raikage Tower. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Aside from my son, I have never encountered a young man as exceptional as you. Kitsuzan, was it? The past was merely a misunderstanding. I hope you will not take offense. Uchiha Kitsuzan was taken aback by the third Raikage's overture. He had initially assumed that Yunin village was comprised of mindless brutes. Yet he discovered this unexpected facet. Nevertheless, Uchiha Kitsuzan did not adopt an aloof demeanor, responding with a smile. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, I shall take my leave. Wait. The third Raikage abruptly called out to Uchiha Kitsuzan, asking, Kitsuzan, does your Uchiha clan plan to remain in the land of rice after departing from Konoha? A small nation such as that possesses nothing. For a prestigious clan like the Uchiha to reside, there is a gross misallocation of resources. Moreover, Konoha has already branded you as rogue ninjas and will not let this matter rest. Other ninja villages covet your Sharingan, closely watching your every move. Even for you, opposing the entire ninja world seems a tad unrealistic, does it not? In response, Uchiha Yuin replied nonchalantly, recently, Huangtu from Iwagakure visited us, offering many favorable conditions. Iwagakure? The third Raikage's expression shifted, a sense of crisis suddenly rising within him. Kumo and Iwa have been arch-rivals. If Uchiha Yuin truly leads the Uchiha clan to join Iwagakure, Kumo would be in peril. Should war break out, a single Uchiha Yuin could cause them immense distress. Contemplating this, the third Raikage immediately declared, Yuin, regardless of what that old man Inoki promised you, Kumo is willing to offer double. Uchiha Yuin's lips curled slightly upward. They had finally taken the bait. Should they join Iwagakure, Inoki would provide land and industries to help the Uchiha clan settle and develop, while also allowing them a degree of autonomy to participate in Iwa's core decisions. After hearing Uchiha Yuin's words, the third Raikage fell silent for a moment before responding. No problem. Kumo can agree to such conditions. Yet, his gaze remained fixed on Uchiha Yuin. How can we ensure the Uchiha clan genuinely intends to settle in Kumo? Although the Uchiha clan possesses an exceptionally powerful bloodline limit, particularly with a formidable figure like Uchiha Yuin among them, strength alone does not suffice for a ninja village. If their intentions to settle in Kumo are insincere, such power could instead become a liability. Addressing the third Raikage's concerns, Uchiha Yuin chuckled lightly. This matter is quite simple. Our Uchiha clan holds no prohibitions against intermarriage with other ninja. Really? The third Raikage, in his excitement, smashed his palm onto the desk, shattering it. In his original conception, it was sufficient for the Uchiha clan to settle peacefully in Kumo, even if they could not contribute much to the village. At least they would not bring any trouble. However, Uchiha Yuin now expressed a willingness to intermarry with the ninjas of Kumo. However, Uchiha Yuin stipulated, while I permit intermarriage, any suitor wishing to marry an Uchiha woman must be adopted into our clan. The rewards from the system are closely tied to the Uchiha clan's population. Intermarriage is acceptable. But Uchiha women cannot marry outside the clan. That's fine. The third Raikage waved dismissively, unconcerned about such matters. As long as a blood bond is established with the villagers, the ties would become unbreakable. As for the surname of the children, does it truly matter? Moreover, the orphan of the Uzumaki clan will also join Kumo with us, as long as it adheres to the principle of equivalent exchange. I believe the ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan and the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan could serve as great assets for the ninjas of Kumo. Kumo's lightning techniques and body refinement methods are exceptional. For many Uchiha clan members possessing lightning affinity, such an exchange is not disadvantageous. Besides, he did not intend to leave Kumo anyway. Resource exchange is a win-win strategy. Yuin, you truly have surprised me. The destruction of the Uzumaki clan was due to the fear of their sealing techniques by other nations. Yet now, Kumo has the opportunity to acquire these techniques. Coupled with the ninjutsu resources inherited from the Uchiha clan, the third Raikage felt as if he were dreaming. Tonight's gains far exceeded his expectations. This is the foundation of the foremost clan in the ninja world, truly terrifying. How foolish were those from Konoha to drive a clan like the Uchiha from their village. The more the third Raikage observed Uchiha Yuin, the more amiable he appeared. He stepped forward, clasping Uchiha Yuin's hand, and heartily proclaimed, "Yuin, from this day forth, we are brothers." The bonds of Kumo are refreshingly unpretentious. Even their expressions of camaraderie are straightforward. Just then, the door to the Raikage's office was kicked open. AI stormed in furiously, directing his ire at Uchiha Yuin. "You bastard! How dare you come to Kumo? I'll kill you right now." But before he could make a move, the third Raikage had already appeared behind him, delivering a sharp slap to the back of his head. "How dare you speak to your uncle Yuin like that?" AI, momentarily stunned, rubbed his head and glanced between the third Raikage and Uchiha Yuin in disbelief. "Uncle Yuin? You little brat, if you continue to be so rude, I'll slap you into next week." The third Raikage shot a fierce glare at AI. Yet his face broke into a smile as he turned to Uchiha Yuin. "Yuin, look at my son, he's getting old enough." As for the matter of marriage, historically, the Raikage has always abandoned surnames and titles. Only AI retains his code name. Therefore, even if my son were to be adopted into your clan, I would feel no burden. Uchiha Yuin waved his hand dismissively. "We advocate for free love. This matter requires his own effort." Upon hearing the conversation between the third Raikage and Uchiha Yuin, AI, who had just regained his composure, froze in place. Marriage? AI felt his mind struggling to comprehend. Is my father under a genjutsu? When Uchiha Yuin returned to the Uchiha clan grounds, Uchiha Mei and Uzumaki Kushina were both asleep, sprawled over the table. Upon hearing the door open, they immediately lifted their heads. The moment they spotted Uchiha Yuin, both rushed towards him simultaneously. "Yuin, you're finally back." Uchiha Mei clung to Uchiha Yuin's arm, her eyes slightly red. Having been away for so many days, she was deeply worried about him venturing alone to the perilous Kumo. Uchiha Yuin smiled, gently patting Uchiha Mei's back. "Mei, in this ninja world, no one can threaten me. The arrangements have been made. We will settle in Kumo from now on." Uchiha Mei nodded, unconcerned. "I'll follow your lead. As long as you're with me, I can settle anywhere." Seizing the moment when Uchiha Mei was distracted, Uchiha Yuin mischievously winked at Uzumaki Kushina. To his surprise, Uzumaki Kushina directly walked over and hugged his other arm. "Hey, Kushina, you. Mei, I swear I did nothing," Uchiha Yuin exclaimed. Uchiha Mei shot him an exasperated glance, pinching his waist. "You lucky dog, you heartbreaker." Uzumaki Kushina huffed. "While you were gone these few days, I had a heart-to-heart with Mei. I don't want to keep it a secret anymore. I want to openly be with you." Hearing this, Uchiha Yuin sighed in relief. It seems the storm had passed, and all was well. With that thought, he playfully embraced one of them, feigning helplessness and truth. "I am a very devoted person, but my kindness prevents me from heartlessly rejecting those innocent girls. Alas, such is the burden of an exceptional man." After finishing, he took a deep breath. "How delightful." "Pervert," Uzumaki Kushina muttered, breaking free from Uchiha Yuin's embrace. "This guy captivates attention when serious, yet when playful, he provokes the urge to hit him." "Yuin, I will go inform the clan leader of your return. They have been waiting for your news these past few days." Uchiha Makoto stood straight and gently inquired, "Yuzuru, are you hungry? I will prepare some food for you now. You may go about your tasks." Observing Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Makoto feigning busyness, Uchiha Yuzuru let out a resigned sigh. Oh, system, how you have put me through trials. If not for the flourishing of the Uchiha clan, what more could a pure-hearted boy like me aspire to? Chapter 37, Ninja Hero? Ninja Bear. In Sunigakure. The third Kazekage gazed silently at Chiyo and Ebizo, his expression as somber as water. After a lengthy pause, he slowly exhaled a breath of resignation and stated, I underestimated the situation. I shall take responsibility for the loss of 5 jonin this time. Chiyo snorted disdainfully and replied, speaking of this now is utterly meaningless. We cannot simply let this matter slide. Hearing her words, the third Kazekage inquired, Chiyo, I wish to hear your thoughts on this. The Uchiha are ninjas of Konoha. Our losses should be borne by them. Let them compensate us, or we shall declare war. Furthermore, from this day forth, we shall apply pressure along the borders of Konoha. Beside her, Ebizo expressed his concerns. Sister, the Uchiha have already defected. Will Konoha truly agree to such demands? Even as a brother, Ebizo felt that Chiyo's proposition was excessively fanciful. Furthermore, our strength pales in comparison to Konoha's. Chiyo scoffed and confidently proclaimed, with the Uchiha's mass defection. Now is the opportune moment when Konoha is at its weakest. We shall initiate our campaign, and others will naturally rally behind us. Let us not forget how the last 2 Shinobi World Wars began. This prime opportunity is one that no one has ever relinquished. Both the third Kazekage and Ebizo were invigorated, their eyes gleaming with excitement. There is merit in your words. In Konoha, Shimura Danzo pushed open the door and entered. Addressing Sarutobi Hiruzen directly, Hiruzen, my route operatives were ambushed by ninjas from Kumogakure at the border. We must demand an explanation. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Why is your route not stationed properly in the village? What business do you have at the border? Danzo casually responded. I was merely gathering intelligence and seeing if I could place some spies in other villages. Let us set that aside. Those Kumogakure scoundrels are far too arrogant. I believe we should teach them a lesson. Hiruzen took a few puffs from his pipe and sighed. Internal strife within the village is commonplace. If your subordinates fell, it is merely due to their lack of ability. Waging war over such trivial matters will only lead to greater casualties for the village. Danzo retorted angrily. They have trampled upon your dignity, and you still retreat. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table, warning him to mind his tone. What? Is the Hokage going to strike me? Hiruzen glared at Danzo, ultimately conceding, you may reassign some ninjas from the village to replenish the losses en route. Danzo ceased his quarrel and began contemplating which skilled ninjutsu practitioners to recruit. Just then, an umbu appeared instantaneously. Hokage-sama. This is a scroll sent from Sunigakure. Sunigakure? Sarutobi Hiruzen received the scroll with confusion, glancing at it before furiously tossing it onto the table. Isn't this just bullying the honest? Seeing Hiruzen's furious demeanor, Danzo curiously picked up the scroll, only to be amused by its contents. The Uchiha clan had slain a jonin from Sunigakure, yet the third Kazekage sought compensation? It was unheard of for a village to take responsibility for the actions of defectors. Those living in the desert must have lost their minds over money. Hiruzen, shall we teach the ninjas of Sunigakure a lesson? Hiruzen shook his head. Let us tolerate them this time. They only seek some money, and it is better to appease them. Danzo acknowledged that extreme absurdity could indeed elicit laughter. What a ninja bear, it truly opens my eyes. He scoffed a few times and strode out of the Hokage's office, fearing that staying any longer might provoke him further. Hiruzen felt quite innocent in this matter. Had the Uchiha not collectively defected, would Sunigakure and Kumogakure have dared to take advantage of the situation? Ultimately, all blame lay with the Uchiha. A month later, under the protection of Kumogakure, all members of the Uchiha clan arrived at the village. At the village entrance, a massive banner hung, with colorful silk ribbons fluttering in the wind. The third Raikage personally stood at the entrance to welcome the arriving Uchiha clan. Yuzuru, I trust your journey was uneventful? Thanks to the Raikage's protection, you have my gratitude. After a brief conversation with the third Raikage, Uchiha Yuzuru proceeded into the village, followed closely by the Uchiha clansmen. Inside Kumogakure, towering peaks surrounded them, with the clouds only reaching halfway up the mountains. The villagers' homes nestled at the foot of the mountains, while massive office buildings perched atop them. The Raikage Tower stood at the very center, exuding immense authority. Seeing such a landscape for the first time, the Uchiha clansmen were filled with wonder. In Konoha, aside from a few low hills, the terrain was predominantly flat forests, contrasting sharply with this mountainous terrain. Wow, is this the Uchiha clan? Truly a prestigious ninja family. The population is astounding. So many handsome men. I heard from Lord Raikage that the Uchiha clan is open to intermarriage with outsiders. Our women in Kumogakure are fortunate indeed. The one at the front. Is he the leader of the Uchiha clan? So youthful. And his looks, they are simply exceptional. I yearn to spar with their ninjas and witness the true strength of the legendary Sharingan. So fair and youthful, entirely different from our formidable women in Kumogakure. I truly hope to be welcomed into their clan. Waiting in line is a must. Listening to the discussions around them. The faces of the Uchiha clansmen were alight with excitement. The apprehensions they harbored for the future dissipated in an instant. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine the Uchiha clan would be so warmly received. It turns out that the Uchiha clan possesses so many admirable qualities in the eyes of other ninjas. Indeed, unlike those Konoha scoundrels who roll their eyes at the mere sight of us, I have only ever dreamed of such scenes. How passionate. I must check if I am under a genjutsu. Beside Uchiha Yuzuru, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but express his astonishment. Yuzuru, this welcome ceremony is so grand. Even I feel a bit overwhelmed. Third Raikage, you are truly thoughtful. In response, the Third Raikage shook his head. This welcome ceremony was organized spontaneously by the villagers. I, a mere rough man, had not thought to arrange such things. Is that so? Observing Uchiha Fugaku's surprise, Uchiha Yuzuru patted his shoulder. Fugaku, do not let past experiences cloud your judgment. Learn to see the world with open eyes. While those in Konohagakure may ostracize us and harbor various grievances, in the eyes of the villagers from other villages, as a prestigious ninja clan with a lineage spanning thousands of years, we Uchiha inherently possess a protagonist's aura. Chapter 38. A two-tiered reversal to foster goodwill. The Uchiha clan settlement was arranged adjacent to the Yue clan's territory. As the largest ninja clan in Kumogakure, the Yue clan's standing was indisputable. Since the establishment of Kumogakure, every Raikage has hailed from the Yue clan. Naturally, the Uchiha clansmen express their gratitude. People uplift others. Thus, the Uchiha clan firmly established themselves in Kumogakure. Another month passed, and news of the Uchiha clan's integration into Kumogakure spread throughout the entire shinobi world. Although it seemingly stirred no waves on the surface, the long-stagnant dynamics of the shinobi world had begun to undergo subtle changes. In Yunin village, within the Raikage Tower, under the leadership of the Third Raikage, Uchiha Ketsuharu was touring the establishment. As he gazed at the portraits of the past Raikages adorning the walls, the Third Raikage introduced each one while recounting the history of Yunin village. A glimmer of yearning appeared on his face as he reminisced about the village's founding days. Ketsuharu. In those times, Uchiha Madara, wielding the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, alongside Senju Hashirama, quelled the chaos of the warring states. Despite the multitude of formidable shinobi, none could rival them. Their immense strength commanded respect and submission from all. Though I am the Raikage of Yunin, I hold great admiration for those two. My greatest aspiration is to transform my village into the mightiest shinobi village, much like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara did. Upon finishing his thoughts, the Third Raikage turned to Uchiha Ketsuharu and inquired, now that the Senju clan has vanished, and with the alliance of Yunin village and the Uchiha clan, is it possible to reach the heights once attained by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara? At that point, Yunin village, as the most powerful shinobi village, shall no longer be troubled by the scarcity of resources and warfare. In response, Uchiha Ketsuharu spoke calmly. It is inevitable for Yunin village to become the strongest shinobi village. But to escape the clutches of war, mere aspirations will not suffice. Oh, the Third Raikage regarded Uchiha Ketsuharu with curiosity and asked, what are your thoughts? Once, Konoha, under the aegis of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, stood as the mightiest shinobi village, yet following their demise, the shinobi world erupted into conflict. To achieve genuine peace, one must dismantle the current structure. When all lands of the shinobi world are governed by a single ruler, will the specter of war still loom? Upon hearing Uchiha Ketsuharu's words, the Third Raikage's eyes widened in astonishment. Did this imply a desire for the unification of the shinobi world? Even as the recognized radical within Yunin, he had never contemplated such unification. Regardless of how one viewed it, such thoughts seemed rather audacious. The Third Raikage solemnly remarked, unifying the shinobi world is no trivial endeavor. Even if accomplished, It merely transitions the conflicts from those between shinobi villages to those between regions. The inhabitants of fertile lands will still covet the livelihoods of those from barren regions. Uchiha Ketsuharu smiled. Firstly, unifying the shinobi world is not difficult. It can be achieved with absolute military might, and I am confident in that. Secondly, resources can be allocated, much like a village caring for impoverished families, after unification. All resources can be managed collectively by the village. The third Reikage felt as though a portal to a new world had swung open, and previously unimagined ideas began to flicker in his mind. Finally, he regarded Uchiha Ketsuharu with a gaze filled with complexity. Ketsuharu, bringing you to Yunin village. I am uncertain whether it is a blessing or a curse. Though Uchiha Ketsuharu's notions seemed wildly ambitious, they inexplicably stirred a sense of fervor within him. If he could truly accomplish what he envisioned, he might very well surpass Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. At that moment, a middle-aged man with white hair and dark skin approached. Mabu-jun, what brings you here? Reikage-sama, you are indeed the greatest strategist in the shinobi world. Since the Uchiha joined Yunin village, employers from all corners have lined up, and our village's bounty missions are thriving. Hearing this, Uchiha Ketsuharu's lips curled into a smile. To answer your earlier question, at least for now, allowing the Uchiha to join Yunin village has proven to be a wise decision for you. In Yunin village, the mission reception hall was bustling with activity, the staff sweating profusely, yet the queue seemed endless. The faces of the shinobi were illuminated with happiness. It had been years since they had fought such prosperous battles. The influx of missions was relentless. The change brought forth by the Uchiha clan's recent addition to the village was unmistakable. How foolish were those from Konoha to ostracize a prestigious clan like the Uchiha? A group of short-sighted individuals. Konoha was founded by the Uchiha, and yet they showed no gratitude. However, if not for their foolishness, Yunin village would not have had the opportunity to gain the support of the Uchiha clan. How amusing it would be to witness the expressions of those in Konoha now. In stark contrast, Konoha's mission hall was desolate. Even with a reduction in the cost of hiring shinobi, the situation remained dire. Though some minor employers had begun to post missions, the majority were merely C-rank tasks with meager rewards. Shinobi do not engage in production, yet their expenses are considerable. They require copious amounts of meat to replenish their energy and various tools to maintain their combat effectiveness. Daily training, medicinal baths, and treatment for injuries all demand financial resources. Thus, the number of missions available to a shinobi village is crucial. Jonin began to accept B and C-rank tasks. Chunin began to take on C and D-rank missions, while Jinin found themselves at the bottom of the hierarchy. After all, who would not prefer to hire more powerful shinobi for the same price? In this fierce competition, many Jinin were unable to secure missions at all, with some newly minted shinobi relying solely on the meager relief funds provided by the village. In an instant, the once thriving Konoha had fallen into a state of desolation. On the streets, public sentiment began to shift quietly. If the Uchiha clan were still within the village, we would not be struggling to find missions, would we? Previously unnoticed, the name of the Uchiha clan had proven to be of significant importance in the eyes of employers. If the third Hokage does not devise a solution soon, I may struggle to feed myself, let alone support my family. Is it not the duty of the third Hokage to resolve any irreconcilable conflicts? Now, we find ourselves in a predicament where the Uchiha clan has joined the very village that once took the life of the second Hokage, rendering Konoha a laughingstock in the shinobi world. The third Hokage must bear responsibility. Must we truly starve to death? As the departure of the Uchiha clan began to tangibly impact their livelihoods, the majority of ordinary villagers lost the initial excitement and disdain they had felt. In comparison to the elite shinobi or formidable jonin, those at the bottom of Konoha's hierarchy began to feel a sense of regret, regardless of the circumstances. At least when the Uchiha were present, they had not gone hungry. Chapter 39. The eighth-tailed beast rampages as autumn faded into winter. 3 months slipped by unnoticed. Draped in white, a heavy snow transformed the shinobi world into a pristine expanse. In Yunin village, Uchiha Ketsuharu walked alongside Uzumaki Kushina on the bustling streets. A vibrant smile adorned Kushina's face, brimming with youthful exuberance. Casting a glance at her, Uchiha Ketsuharu inquired, "Kushina, I have dinner plans with Mikoto tonight. Would you care to join us?" With a hint of bashfulness, Uzumaki Kushina playfully stuck out her rosy tongue. "Ketsuharu, perhaps another time. I have a mission to attend to." In response, Uchiha Ketsuharu could only sigh in resignation. Since arriving in Yunin village, Kushina had fully embraced her newfound freedom, immersing herself in mission after mission, scarcely desiring a moment's respite. However, Uchiha Ketsuharu understood. After being confined for so long, the experience of liberation was something to be cherished. Noticing Ketsuharu's sigh, Uzumaki Kushina took the initiative to grasp his hand. Ketsuharu, you're not upset with me, are you? Of course not. Uchiha Jishwan playfully poked the forehead of Uzumaki Kushina and remarked, I brought you out of Konoha merely to allow you to live the life you desire. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Kushina's eyes squinted into crescent shapes as she affectionately wrapped her arm around Uchiha Jishwan's. No longer under constant surveillance, the freedom to act as one pleases felt utterly delightful. Jishwanji, Kushinaji, a cheerful voice called from behind. Uchiha Jishwan and Uzumaki Kushina turned to see Uchiha Obito bowing to a silver-haired elderly lady before rushing towards them. It's Obito. Uchiha Jishwan paused and remarked nonchalantly. How has it been at the Ninja Academy lately? Have you been dubbed the tail end again? Uzumaki Kushina playfully slapped Uchiha Jishwan on the shoulder and scolded, Jishwan, do not mock Obito, he is not the tail end. She then smiled and ruffled Uchiha Obito's hair, asking, Obito, have you made any new friends? With pride swelling in his chest, Uchiha Obito replied, I am now the star of my class. Many girls have been writing me love letters. During his time in Konoha, he had never experienced such treatment. Uchiha Jishwan, upon hearing Obito's words, felt no surprise. The term tail end was merely relative to figures like Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy, and much of it stemmed from Obito's tendency to make some rather elementary mistakes, such as having gum stuck in his mouth while performing fire release or zoning out during battles. Nevertheless, for most in the shinobi world, Uchiha Obito's talent was quite commendable. Most notably, compared to the children of Kumogakure, Uchiha Obito's looks were rather striking, coupled with his Uchiha lineage and commendable abilities. It was no wonder he became the center of attention at school. As the trio engaged in their conversation, a deafening crash echoed from afar. A tempest of chakra surged skyward, causing the townsfolk to gasp in alarm. Kushina, let us conclude our outing here. I must investigate, Uchiha Jishwan said with a frown, preparing to head towards the source of the sound. I'll accompany you. I want to go as well, declared Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Jishwan tucked Obito under his arm and turned to Uzumaki Kushina, saying, then let us go together. In the Yuntai Gorge, nestled among the undulating mountains, lay a vast lake. The colossal eight tails thrashed its 8 thick tentacles against the water's surface. By the time Uchiha Jishwan arrived, the third Raikage and Mabui were already present. What happened? Upon seeing Uchiha Jishwan, Mabui explained, according to the Umbu's observations, it seems the Eight Tails is at odds with Killer Bee. Why? Fumed, clenching his fists in frustration, this fool promised the Eight Tails an outing but failed to deliver. Father, I will stop the Eight Tails, declared. The third Raikage shook his head. You are no match for the Eight Tails. Allow me to handle it. Despite the reconciliation between Killer Bee and the Eight Tails, it did not guarantee perpetual harmony. Should the Eight Tails become enraged, it would be akin to any Jinchuriki losing control. To prevent this, they could only suppress the Eight Tails with force, which was why they allowed Killer Bee to reside in Yuntai Gorge. However, as the third Raikage prepared for the impending battle, Uchiha Jishwan stepped forward, stating, allow me to take care of it. With that, Uchiha Jishwan vanished from his spot. Roar. The Eight Tails bellowed in fury at the human that approached it. Uchiha Jishwan frowned, displeased, and commanded, Gyuki, quiet down. The pattern of his Mangekyo Sharingan manifested in his eyes, and its formidable power surged into the Eight Tails' psyche. In the next moment, the previously enraged Eight Tails stood frozen in place. Within the mental realm, the Eight Tails gazed at Uchiha Jishwan's Mangekyo Sharingan, a look of human-like wariness crossing its visage. The Uchiha Madara of your had similarly captured it using those very eyes. Gyuki, can you now be quiet? Uchiha Jishwan inquired. The Eight Tails widened its bell-like eyes in disbelief. How do you know my name? Even Killer Bee was unaware that it was called Gyuki. Uchiha Jishwan replied coolly, I know everything about you tailed beasts, and I will ensure that you live the life you desire in the future. The distant memories stirred within the Eight Tails, and it exclaimed in shock. You are the one spoken of by the old man, the herald of change? Perhaps, Uchiha Jishwan shrugged, not providing further explanation. The era of coexistence between humans and tailed beasts was not far off. Until then, it would be best not to trouble me. Gyuki grumbled in dissatisfaction. But I want to go out and play. I can accommodate that request. Let Killer Bee communicate with me in the future regarding any matters. Uchiha Jeshuan smiled. The tailed beasts had lived for eons, yet in some ways, they still resembled children. Understood, I will not easily contend with Bee for control of the body, Gyuki assured. Having already reconciled with Killer Bee, and now able to fulfill its desires, it had no further reason to continue its rampage. After securing Gyuki's promise, Uchiha Jeshuan exited the Eight Tails mental realm. Simultaneously, the massive form of Gyuki vanished from Yuntai Gorge. Witnessing this, the assembled Kumo shinobi stood in shock, jaws agape. Did the Eight Tails rampage just end like that? Chapter 40. Isolation incredulity filled the air. Was this truly the power of the Sharingan? Remarkable. The Eight Tails rampage was quelled so effortlessly. Henceforth, we need not worry about such matters. How fortunate Kumo is to have the Uchiha clan among us. I can hardly resist penning a letter of gratitude to those in Konoha. Though Uchiha Jeshuan conversed with Gyuki in the mental realm for a while, in the physical world, it transpired in an instant. To the people of Kumogakure, Uchiha Jeshuan merely appeared before the Eight Tails, uttered a command for it to be quiet. And the Eight Tails obediently returned to Killer B's body. This had never occurred before. Even the third Raikage had to exhaust himself in battle to barely suppress the Eight Tails. If the Eight Tails unleashed a tailed beast bomb during their skirmishes, the village could suffer significant losses. Yet now, Uchiha Jeshuan had effortlessly resolved the Eight Tails rampage, leaving the vigilant shinobi of Kumogakure feeling as though they were dreaming. As Uchiha Jeshuan approached, it could not help but ask, "How did you accomplish this?" Uchiha Jeshuan pointed to his eyes and replied earnestly, "There is nothing my eyes cannot do. Their power surpasses your imagination." Recalling the day he fought Uchiha Jeshuan, A's emotions fluctuated. No wonder even his father had to concede when faced with Uchiha Jeshuan. Just how much more power does this Mangekyo Sharingan conceal? The third Raikage pushed past A, firmly patting Uchiha Jeshuan on the shoulder, and exclaimed, "My brother, with you here, we need not fear the threat of tailed beasts rampaging." In response, Uchiha Jeshuan shook his head. "Third Raikage, I cannot constantly monitor Killer Bee. To prevent the tailed beasts from rampaging, mere suppression is not sufficient. We must allow Killer Bee to leave the village for missions. We must treat the tailed beasts as trustworthy companions, not merely weapons." The third Raikage hesitated for a moment, conflicted as he spoke. However, if news of the Jinchuriki's departure reaches other villages, it could lead to significant troubles. Let A and Killer Bee go together. Their combined strength should be sufficient to handle most situations. Upon hearing Uchiha Yuzuin's words, the third Raikage ultimately nodded. "Then we shall proceed as you suggest, permitting Killer Bee and A to undertake the mission together. However, I must arrange for 2 teams of Umbu to provide covert protection. You can coordinate these matters." Uchiha Yuzuin waved his hand dismissively, adding, "By the way, the ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan and the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan have been nearly organized. I will send someone with a copy shortly. Strengthening some seals should help mitigate the issue of tailed beasts going berserk." Upon hearing this, the third Raikage's expression brightened with joy. "Excellent. I will arrange for someone to liaise immediately. And the secret techniques from Kumogakure will also be delivered to your clan's grounds today." This generous demeanor was one of the reasons Uchiha Yuzuin chose Kumogakure. Back in Konoha, those formidable forbidden techniques and secret arts were treated as treasures by Sarutobi Hiruzen and his peers, who were reluctant to reveal them easily. The situation with the Wagakure's Inoki was likely not much different. As for Sunagakure, he held them in disdain. "All right, shall we go for a drink? I am not yet of age. What nonsense about the ninja 3 prohibitions. Our village disregards such matters. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Hey, you come along too." Yes. Being firmly dragged away by the third Raikage, Uchiha Yuzuin could only helplessly wave at Uzumaki Kushina. "Kushina, please tell Makoto for me." Kushina smiled and nodded. No matter where he was, Yuzuin was indeed the most dazzling presence. Yet, she couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Had she not left Konoha and truly become a Jinchuriki, her situation might have been far worse than Killer Bee's. How could she enjoy the freedom of executing missions without surveillance? Knowing Yuzuin was truly her lifelong fortune. Beside her, Uchiha Obito gazed in admiration, unable to resist putting on his goggles. "Wow, Yuzuin brother is so cool. He is exactly like the ideal version of myself." Kushina sister, when you sleep with Yuzuin brother in the future, Do tell him to impart me some wisdom." Hearing Obito's words, Kushina's neck flushed red, and she grasped his ear angrily. "You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Now, come with me to find Makoto." "Ouch, ouch. Kushina sister, can I go off on my own? I have a date with the old lady to climb the mountain." As they walked further away, the Umbu from Kumogakure swiftly gathered around Killer Bee. After a while, Killer Bee slowly regained consciousness, rubbing his head as he asked, "What hurts?" Seeing Killer Bee wake up, one Umbu spoke earnestly. "Master Bee, you lost control again and nearly brought disaster to the village. Fortunately, Lord Yuzuin intervened in time. Otherwise, you would surely have been confined, and the villagers would be disappointed in you." Observing the fear and distance in the eyes of the Umbu, Killer Bee stood up and waved his hands. "Yo, the power of the Eight Tails can make Kumogakure better. Being afraid of being affected shows your weakness. Instead, why not listen to my rap teachings? Or else, I'll dunk you all in the lake for a soak." Hachiya-ro, Kakuya-ro. After finishing his performance, Killer Bee spun around and gave the crowd a middle finger before swaggering away. "If you don't like me, then I shall isolate you." Humph. Later that night, Uchiha Yuzuin returned to the clan grounds, reeking of alcohol. Those two, the third Raikage and A, were like two raging bulls. If he hadn't discreetly transferred the liquor to Kimui's space, he would have surely been overwhelmed. After all, he was still just a child. Approaching his door, before he even had a chance to open it, Uchiha Makoto rushed out. "Yuzuin, I've prepared a hangover soup for you. Drink it before you sleep." Looking at the steaming bowl in Makoto's hands warmed Yuzuin's heart. "Makoto, did you wait for me in this cold weather?" Uchiha Makoto lowered her head and softly replied, "Kushina mentioned you were dragged out for drinks, so I worried you might feel unwell." Truly the perfect model of a wife. Gazing at the gentle Uchiha Makoto, Yuzuin felt a stir in his heart. "Makoto, I do feel a bit unwell. Could you take me back to my room?" Isn't that inappropriate?" "What is inappropriate? I won't do anything." Following the direction of Makoto's finger, Yuzuin noticed the grim expression on Uchiha Riho's face. "Riho-senpai, you're still awake?" Uchiha Riho pointed to the hearth beneath his feet and snorted, "I'm tending the fire. Makoto, let us go?" "Oh." Bang. Watching the door slam shut, Uchiha Yuzuin awkwardly rubbed his nose. "Can time pass a little faster? I wish to grow up quickly." Chapter 41. New clan regulations at the Uchiha clan grounds, within the newly built Nain Shrine. Uchiha Yuzuin sat in the chief seat for the first time as the clan leader. A gathering of elite Uchiha ninjas sat below, all with resolute expressions. Although it had only been a few months since leaving Konoha, the spirit of the clan members had undergone a remarkable transformation. The purpose of this clan meeting was to share good news. Recently, we exchanged our clan's ninjutsu resources for all the body enhancement techniques and lightning release ninjutsu from Kumogakure. These techniques are highly compatible with our Uchiha clan, and I believe our collective strength will undoubtedly reach new heights. Upon hearing this, the Uchiha clan members could not help but reveal expressions of excitement. During their time in Kumogakure, many had sparred with the ninjas there. What impressed them most was the body techniques of the Cloud Ninjas. If they could integrate those with the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, it would unleash unprecedented power. With this thought, Uchiha Yao asked, "Clan leader Yuzuin, can all clan members practice these body techniques?" Uchiha Yuzuin smiled, "Of course. The basic techniques and ninjutsu are open for everyone to learn. For higher-level techniques, there are a few small requirements." Hearing this, the crowd curiously inquired, "What are the requirements?" To contribute sufficiently to the clan's population, Uchiha Yuzuin explained slowly. For every child born, families can select one high-level secret technique from the clan. Families with 5 or more children can freely practice various ninjutsu within the clan. Naturally, the clan will provide each child with a parenting fund, covering free medical care and various educational expenses until they graduate from the Ninja Academy. Even children without ninja talent will be arranged sufficient work to support their families. Thus, everyone need not worry about excessive burdens. Furthermore, if one has not married and had children by the age of 20, they will no longer enjoy the various welfare policies of the clan. Now that the situation has stabilized, it is time to prioritize population growth. Upon hearing Uchiha Yuzuin's policies, those present were somewhat taken aback, but upon reflection, found it quite reasonable. After all, back in Konoha, Uchiha Yuzuin had already suggested that increasing the clan's numbers was essential for strengthening the Uchiha clan. "I have finished speaking. Please raise your hands for a vote." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone promptly raised their arms. All present understood that without Uchiha Yuzuin, the Uchiha clan would never enjoy their current way of life. Whatever clan leader Yuzuin wished to pursue, they would unconditionally support him. Moreover, whether it be secret techniques or high-level ninjutsu, they are exceedingly rare treasures. An ordinary individual, after a lifetime of toil, would be fortunate enough to acquire merely a B-ranked ninjutsu. The ranking of ninjutsu refers to the difficulty of cultivation. However, to more vividly illustrate the rarity of ninjutsu, the levels in this book also represent its strength and value. Of course, the term strength here merely denotes a comparison under the same release conditions. A powerful individual expending a large amount of chakra to unleash a C-rank ninjutsu may still surpass a weaker individual utilizing an A-rank jutsu. Yet now, they merely need to bear a few children to obtain things that countless individuals yearn for. If such a condition were to be made public, it would likely drive everyone into a frenzy. Alright, today's clan meeting concludes here. Everyone remember to promote this well among the clan members. After saying this, Uchiha Jeshuan turned and departed, with Uchiha Fugaku immediately following suit. Once they exited the Nanha shrine, Uchiha Fugaku voiced his concerns. Jeshuan, if we reward our clansmen according to the conditions you promised, relying solely on the industries allocated to us by the Third Raikage, the funds may not sustain us. Although the Third Raikage had granted them some industries to maintain the Uchiha family's operations, such benefits seemed rather extravagant. Uchiha Jeshuan halted his steps, gazing at Uchiha Fugaku. Have you forgotten that we still possess numerous assets in the Land of Fire? Coupled with those industries, even if the population were to increase tenfold, we need not worry about financial issues. Uchiha Fugaku scratched the back of his head, somewhat bewildered. The industries in the Land of Fire? Had they not already defected? Jeshuan, given our current situation, Konoha has likely already swallowed those industries long ago. Then let them regurgitate it. Would Sarutobi Hisashi agree? Observing Uchiha Fugaku's innocent expression, Uchiha Jeshuan patted his shoulder with a serious tone. Fugaku, we have merely left Konoha. We have not stripped ourselves bare. On what grounds does Sarutobi Hisashi take what rightfully belongs to us? If they refuse, we shall compel them until they comply. I believe the Third Raikage would be more than willing to take action against Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku's jaw dropped in shock. Is it really possible to do that? Uchiha Jeshuan raised a hand. Just learn from me. The coachman drove a cart laden with supplies along a muddy path, while a somewhat portly man clad in satin sat on the opposite side of the cart. Flanking the man and the coachman were a burly, muscular man and a serious-looking alongside Karabi, who held a pencil and notebook. Perched on Karabi's shoulder was a small Nyo-gue, curiously looking around. Sitting cross-legged atop the supplies in the cart was a handsome youth donned in Uchiha fan attire. Was it truly impossible? Uchiha Jeshuan slowly opened his eyes, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. The resource exchange between Kumobikure and the Uchiha clan naturally included the lightning release chakra cultivation methods. However, despite Uchiha Jeshuan's numerous attempts, he still found it challenging to cultivate. His current physique was incapable of withstanding the violent energy encountered during the lightning release chakra mode training. Hearing Uchiha Jeshuan's voice, I could not help but let out a smug snort, saying, "Kid, do you think anyone can cultivate our Kumobikure's lightning release chakra mode? Without a body comparable to that of a tailed beast, forcing the cultivation will only lead to peril. I suggest you abandon this endeavor to avoid rendering yourself incapacitated." Uchiha Jeshuan refrained from retorting. Although A's words were harsh, they were nonetheless the truth. Given the present circumstances, he could only stimulate his internal cells through gentler methods to enhance his speed, strength, and reflexes. As for the lightning release chakra mode, perhaps he would only be able to cultivate it after transplanting Hashirama cells or white Setsu cells. Chapter 42. Ambush by the way. Why are you accompanying us on this mission? Your father is worried and asked me to follow you. At this, it let out a displeased huff, crossing his arms and falling silent. Truly, after his defeat to Uchiha Jeshuan last time, his father had lost faith in him. Seizing the opportunity to accompany Karabi on a mission to clear his mind, he now had to keep an eye on Uchiha Jeshuan. One day, he would defeat Uchiha Jeshuan to prove himself. Noticing the two had fallen silent, the stout man at the front of the cart remarked, "Gentlemen, it's nearing noon. Let us have something to eat before continuing our journey." I replied nonchalantly, "You are the employer. We shall heed your words." The stout man wiped the sweat from his forehead and cautiously said, "Then let us pause for a moment. I have yet to introduce myself. my name is Baishir Yuta, and my purpose is to escort the goods to the land of frost. A retorted impatiently. This information is already stated in the mission details. No need to repeat it. Baishir Yuta immediately bowed his head and began munching on the rations he had brought. Uchiha Jeshuan shot a glare, dissatisfied. Be courteous to the employer, otherwise. This business that Kumogakure has laboriously acquired will soon fall through. Tossed a military ration ball into his mouth and replied coolly, understood. Now smile. Uchiha Jeshuan. Do not push your luck. I am your uncle. If you misbehave, I will inform the third Hokage. I took a deep breath, forcing a smile onto his face. Before the smile could fully blossom, Uchiha Jeshuan waved his hand. You might as well not smile. It looks utterly dreadful. I endure. Clenched his fists, cracking his knuckles as he struggled to maintain his composure. If he were to be beaten senseless, it would only deepen his frustration. Suddenly, Karabi began to dance animatedly. A new inspiration has struck. Big brother is a fool. Yo, Hashigatsu Yuru, Kuku Yuru. Ha ha ha. Observing A's expression, which resembled someone who had just eaten something unpleasant, Uchiha Jeshuan could not help but burst into laughter. This was for the earlier mockery. After laughing, Uchiha Jeshuan turned to Baishir Yuta and inquired, Employer Yuta, it seems you have something to say, correct? Baishir Yuta glanced at A, who had wandered off to the side. Before responding, is this escort mission truly only compensated at the C-rank task rate? Having merely posted a C-rank mission, Kumogakure had unexpectedly assigned A, Karabi, and Uchiha Jeshuan, 3 formidable individuals, to escort it. He had heard tales of A and Karabi in taverns, knowing they were recognized ninjas of Kumogakure. As for the young man, he was the infamous Uchiha Jeshuan, who had recently led the Uchiha to defect from Konoha. Such a configuration left Baishir Yuta feeling as though he had unwittingly been drawn into a massive whirlpool, his life hanging by a thread. After all, there was no need to deploy such powerful individuals for a seemingly ordinary C-rank mission. Sensing Baishir Yuta's apprehension, Uchiha Jeshuan reassured him, rest assured. We adhere to principles of fairness, and we shall ensure your safety. Upon hearing Uchiha Jeshuan's promise, Baishir Yuta felt a measure of relief. With such strong guarantees, he should not face any life-threatening dangers, right? After a simple meal and a brief rest, the group resumed their journey. As they walked along, they soon arrived at the border between the land of rice and the land of frost. A and Karabi walked ahead, while Uchiha Jeshuan trailed behind, positioning the cart in the center for protection. Suddenly, a snapping sound echoed, followed by the deafening explosion of explosive tags engulfing the cart and all within it in flames. From the adjacent fields emerged 3 ninjas wearing Konoha headbands. One of them coldly declared, let these blind fools hire ninjas from Kumogakure to repent in hell. Just as the words fell, Uchiha Jeshuan, A, and Karabi were seen approaching from the distance. Do you truly believe such a clumsy trap could deceive us? Upon hearing this, the Konoha ninja raised an eyebrow, realizing they had been detected ahead of time. Was that merely a shadow clone? AI clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. Finally, an opportunity to vent my frustrations upon this cowardly rodent. Responding to AI's taunt, one of the Konoha ninjas smugly declared, merely evading a trap does not guarantee victory. After this remark, 6 additional ninjas adorned with Konoha forehead protectors emerged, encircling Uchiha Ketsuki, AI, and Karabi. You are already surrounded. Ignoring the warning, Uchiha Ketsuki coolly stated, 9 in total, 3 squads, 1 for each of us. AI nodded in agreement. I'm ready. Karabi remained silent, fixated on his notebook, seemingly lost in his own world. At that moment, Uchiha Ketsuki gave the command to attack, and AI's figure vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he stood before a Konoha squad. Lightning release, thunderclap. Before one of the Konoha ninjas could react, AI seized him and slammed him violently into the ground. The sound of impact echoed. Witnessing their comrade's brain splatter and AI enveloped in crackling lightning, the remaining 2 Konoha ninjas lunged forward with kunai aimed at AI's heart. With a cold smirk, AI shattered the bones of the ninja before him with a single punch. The final ninja's attack failed to even breach AI's lightning release armor. How? How is this possible? With a sickening crack, the Konoha ninja's neck snapped. Within mere seconds, an entire squad had been eradicated. Meanwhile, 3 Konoha ninjas relentlessly hurled shurikens, kunai, and explosive tags at Karabi. Boom. With a deafening explosion, the ground trembled. However, before the 3 ninjas could celebrate, a massive octopus tentacle emerged from the smoke, crushing one Konoha ninja's chest in an instant. What kind of monster is this? The other two Konoha ninjas stared in terror at the colossal octopus appendage sprouting from Kurabi. Raising his hands, Kurabi began to sway rhythmically, unleashing the power of the tailed beast. I am a tangible illusion of reality. You should remember the name of the perfect Jinchuriki of Kumogakure. With a casual toss, a pencil imbued with lightning release chakra pierced through a Konoha ninja's forehead. Perfect Jinchuriki? Surely you jest. How could a Jinchuriki wield the power of a tailed beast at will? Hearing the Konoha ninja's desperate inquiry, Kurabi gestured towards Uchiha Ketsuki. The Sharingan can suppress tailed beast transformations, allowing for effortless utilization of their power. 8 gates, Kuga gates. After this, he cast a curious glance at Uchiha Ketsuki. Why haven't you made your move yet? Originally, Uchiha Ketsuki was responsible for dealing with the 3 Konoha ninjas. But at that moment, he had already allowed the last remaining comrade of Kurabi to escape into the distant forest. Uchiha Ketsuki remained unfazed, simply stating, I have my own plans. Upon hearing this, Kurabi refrained from further questioning. For him, the most important matter was to clear his mind. He had no concern for a few inconsequential Konoha ninjas fleeing. In stark contrast to Kurabi's nonchalance, the hot-tempered AI angrily waved his hand. Enough with the talk. I intend to eliminate them all. Just as he prepared to pursue, a multitude of shuriken-like projectiles shot towards him. Ninja art, needle of the earth. Earth style, earth flow wall. Uchiha Ketsuki swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a sturdy earthen wall that rose from the ground, blocking the barrage of white spikes. Earth style, hell swamp. A vast swamp materialized, causing Uchiha Ketsuki and his companions to lose their footing, sinking downward. Immediately after, a torrent of flames surged forth. Fire style, fire oil, great fireball. Enveloped in crackling lightning, AI swiftly retreated, while Kurabi utilized the power of the 8 tails to shield himself. As for Uchiha Ketsuki, he had already retreated immediately after executing the earth flow wall, thus remaining unaffected. Damn it! AI clenched his fists tightly, activating his lightning release chakra mode, preparing to chase after the fleeing Konoha ninjas. Uchiha Ketsuki raised his arm to halt him. AI glared at Uchiha Ketsuki, coldly demanding, Why do you obstruct me? This is merely a friendly reminder. Uchiha Ketsuki replied nonchalantly, If you wish to engage in battle with one of the legendary 3 Jiraiya, then by all means. Was that Jiraiya who just attacked? AI inquired, frowning. Indeed. Upon receiving confirmation, AI abandoned the thought of continuing the pursuit. Jiraiya had already established his fearsome reputation during the Second Great Ninja War and was among the elite powerhouses of the current ninja world. If given a choice, no one would wish to confront such a formidable opponent. Furthermore, AI was unaware of why Jiraiya was present or if other powerful Konoha ninjas lurked nearby. He was reckless, but not foolish. He would not undertake such a perilous endeavor. However, AI fixated on Uchiha Ketsuki, questioning, Why did you deliberately let those Konoha ninjas escape? With Uchiha Ketsuki's strength, those Konoha ninjas had no chance of fleeing if he chose to act. It was worth noting that just moments ago, Uchiha Ketsuki had effortlessly eliminated 4 elite ninjas from Kumogakure in an instant. In response, Uchiha Ketsuki replied calmly, Because I need them to assist me with a task. What task? To inform the Konoha ninjas that the Sharingan can prevent the tailed beast Jinchuriki from going berserk. Thank you so much, Lord Jiraiya. Had you not arrived in time, we would have surely perished at the hands of those Kumogakure ninjas. Indeed, it was a stroke of luck to have survived the encounter with the Jinchuriki from Kumogakure. Unfortunately, we lost our comrades. If only they could have held out a little longer. Tachibana Hiko, Yamada Koji, Hojo Shinroku, and Harada Toru bowed deeply to Jiraiya, their faces reflecting sheer relief. After listening to their account, Jiraiya did not engage in his usual antics. Instead, he furrowed his brow and remarked, The perfect Jinchuriki of Kumogakure? Tachibana Hiko immediately responded, Indeed. That burly fellow wearing sunglasses, who seems to be hyperactive, flailing his arms about. He claims to be a perfect Jinchuriki, possessing the ability to freely wield the power of the 8 tails. Jiraiya appeared taken aback. Is that so? Yamada Koji and Harada Toru quickly affirmed. Yes, we all witnessed it. Jiraiya nodded. If you have no further matters to attend to, you should return to Konoha. Huh, are you not coming back with us? No, I may take a few more days to return. You all go ahead. Understood. Without further questions, Harada Toru and the others bowed once more before hastening towards the direction of Konoha. Once the four departed, Jiraiya remained seated in silence. Since discovering Nagato's Rinnegan, he had stayed in Amigakure, dedicating 3 years to instructing the child who might fulfill the prophecy of the great sage of the Six Paths and lead the ninja world towards transformation. Yet, he had not anticipated the multitude of events that had transpired during this period. Tsunade had left the village, the Uchiha clan had collectively defected, and Kumogakure had produced a Jinchuriki capable of freely wielding tailed beast powers. Each of these developments weighed heavily on Jiraiya's heart, leaving him gasping for breath. He sensed a foreboding. The current peace within the ninja world could not endure for much longer. War would soon return. Before that, he needed to make a trip to Miyaboka Mountain to see if the great sage of the Six Paths had any new instructions. Konoha Village. Hokage's office. The air was thick with swirling smoke as Sarutobi Hiruzen continuously puffed on his pipe. Shimizu Danzo, Uzumaki Koharu, Mito Manyen, and Hataki Tsukumo stood quietly by his side. After a long silence, Hiruzen spoke in a deep voice. Is there truly no way out? Koharu nodded somberly. Lord Mito's vitality is nearly extinguished. He may not survive the night. Understood. Hiruzen set down his pipe and stated, regardless of your individual thoughts, tonight's matters are of utmost importance, and everything must adhere to my directives. An imposing aura emanated from him as he scanned the faces of all present. Noticing no dissent, he slowly continued, Tsukumo, you are to organize the Umbu members, enforce a village-wide lockdown, and prepare for battle at any moment. Yes, Tsukumo replied as he took his leave. Hiruzen then turned to Danzo. Danzo, ensure the members of Root are ready. If danger arises, evacuate the villagers immediately. Understood. Koharu N. You are to inform the clan leaders of the various ninja clans. Should the Ninetales rampage, lead your clan's ninjas to assist me. Understood. After delegating these critical tasks, Hiruzen led several close bodyguards to a small cabin outside Konohagakure. The medical and sealing teams stood guard outside, ready for action. Inside the cabin, Uzumaki Mito lay on the bed, looking utterly worn. Upon seeing Hiruzen enter, Mito struggled to sit up, weakly stating, Monkey, let us begin. Yes, Lord Mito. He then turned to the accompanying Namikaze Minato. Minato, have you made your decision? Once you become the Jinchuriki, there is no turning back. Minato's face lit up with his usual gentle smile as he replied, Hokage-sama, I have no regrets. If only he had proposed to become the Ninetales Jinchuriki sooner, perhaps Kushina would not have left the village. However, even if Kushina had remained, his request might never have been granted. Observing the determination in Minato's eyes, Hiruzen did not press further. Minato was an orphan, devoid of any complex background, and a disciple of Jiraiya, pure and noble. With an unwavering resolve to protect Konohagakure even at the cost of his own life, his character and talent were both exceptional. Hiruzen felt he could find no more suitable candidate than Minato. With this thought, Hiruzen commanded, Sealing team, prepare. As the seals on Mito were released, a wave of malevolent chakra began to surge forth. Simultaneously, an overwhelming torrent of negative emotions struck the minds of everyone nearby. Dozens of sealing team members immediately channeled their chakra, striving to transfer the Ninetales chakra from Mito into Minato. Under the influence of the Ninetales chakra, several sealing team ninjas collapsed one after another. Though replacements quickly stepped in, numerous issues with the sealing arose uncontrollably. The escaping chakra gradually coalesced into a massive blood-red figure. Kongo Fuin. Mito's body erupted with golden chains, securing the Ninetales chakra firmly. However, Mito's already waning energy rapidly diminished further. Seeing this, Hiruzen commanded, accelerate the process. Yes. As dawn broke, Mito lost the last remnants of his life force, and the Ninetales was fully sealed within Minato. Everyone present wiped the sweat from their brows. The Ninetales' power was far more ferocious than they had anticipated. Had it not been for Mito's desperate suppression, they could have faced catastrophic consequences. Well done, everyone. Go and rest. Hiruzen instructed. Yes, Lord Third. With the Ninetales successfully sealed, they began to rise to leave. However, in the next moment, a sealing team ninja staggered, blood trickling from her mouth, disbelief etched across her face. Looking down, she found her chest had been pierced by a beast-like claw. This is bad. Minato has lost control. Hiruzen tore off his Hokage robes, revealing his lean and agile form. The ever-vigilant Umbu immediately shielded him. At that moment, Minato's eyes transformed into terrifying red slits, an overwhelming chakra emanating from him, coalescing rapidly. In an instant, the colossal form of the Nine-Tails appeared before them. With a thunderous roar, it swung its massive claws down, cracking the ground into a spiderweb of fissures. Finally free, you wretched humans. After all these years, I see the light of day again. It had once lived leisurely in the forest, only to be violently subdued by two fools claiming it was too dangerous and must be sealed. In the end, they sought to exploit its power and confined it. Konoha, is it? Today, I shall raze your village to the ground. Fuming, the Nine-Tails swiped at the ninjas below, crushing several who could not evade its strike. Summoning technique, Monkey King. The Monkey King, summoned by Hiruzen, looked at the rampaging Nine-Tails in astonishment. Hiruzen, what has transpired? No time to explain. Hiruzen replied sternly. Transform into the Rui Jingu Bang. With a mighty swing, he pushed back the Nine-Tails several hundred meters, while the barrier team swiftly erected a barrier to confine the beast within. The Nine-Tails' massive form slammed against the barrier, shaking it violently, yet it failed to break through. You insolent humans, I shall not be trapped again. The Nine-Tails raised its head, gathering a massive amount of chakra to form a small-tailed beast ball. Boom. Under the Nine-Tails' control, the tailed beast ball detonated, shattering the sturdy barrier into countless pieces. The barrier team suffered heavy casualties in the ensuing explosion. Hiruzen had not anticipated the Nine-Tails would be such a formidable adversary. Despite their thorough preparations, it had escaped the barrier. Go. Stop the Nine-Tails and protect the village. Hiruzen commanded, and the Umbu ninjas surged toward the Nine-Tails. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, great fireball technique. Numerous ninjutsu flew toward the Nine-Tails, but they proved ineffective, only serving to enrage the beast further. As its claws struck, the Umbu ninjas suffered significant losses. At that moment, a brilliant flash of blade light cut through the chaos. Tsukumo appeared before the Nine-Tails, relentlessly hacking at its massive form. Regrettably, despite his renowned one-strike kill techniques, his attacks barely grazed the Nine-Tails. Even the wounds he inflicted healed within mere seconds, thanks to the creature's terrifying regenerative abilities. In the intense battle, within 10 minutes, Tsukumo felt utterly drained. Tsukumo, retreat. Hiruzen shouted, forming hand seals, multi-shadow clone technique. For clones materialized as Hiruzen thrust the Rui Jingu Bang into the ground, simultaneously forming seals with his clones. Ninjutsu. 5 Nature Transformation Barrage. The 5 elemental ninjutsu combined into a formidable assault, engulfing the Nine-Tails' colossal body. Truly remarkable, Hokage-sama. This time, victory is assured. Even the Nine-Tails cannot withstand such an onslaught. The power unleashed by Hiruzen ignited hope among the onlookers, who began to praise him fervently. In the blink of an eye, a colossal claw erupted from the billowing smoke, crashing down with catastrophic force, instantly claiming the lives of dozens. Is this the current Hokage? Compared to that scoundrel from the past, you fall woefully short. Tonight, no one can impede my will. Concurrently, reinforcements from various ninja clans arrived. Under the command of Sarutobi Hiruzen, a multitude of elite ninjas engaged in battle against the Kyuubi. Although the Kyuubi was in a furious frenzy, it was unable to obliterate everyone in an instant. Just as the conflict intensified, a mysterious figure clad in a dark robe and adorned with a swirling mask appeared atop the Kyuubi's shoulder. How foolish, Kyuubi. At this rate, you shall soon be drained of all your energy and be resealed. Aside from eliminating a few inconsequential Konoha ninjas, nothing will change. The Kyuubi, turning its head, gazed at the figure on its shoulder, its vertical pupils glinting with a chilling malice. It refrained from attacking immediately, for it recognized a pair of eerily crimson eyes, strikingly reminiscent of those that had once inflicted upon it endless humiliation. With a hint of trepidation, the Kyuubi inquired, "Who are you? What do you seek?" "I am simply an individual whose goals align with yours at present," the masked man replied calmly, gesturing towards the direction of Konoha. "With the remaining chakra within you, unleash a tailed beast bomb upon Konoha. The ninjas may evade it, but those structures will not." The Kyuubi regarded the masked figure with curiosity, asking, "Why would a human choose to assist a tailed beast? Do you harbor such hatred for them?" "Hatred?" The masked man shook his head. "It is more accurate to say they do not align with my desires." Upon hearing this, the Kyuubi erupted into laughter. "How amusing. Very well, I shall grant your wish. The chakra of a tailed beast is not infinite, It is merely an illusion created by vast quantities of chakra coupled with rapid recovery speed. Continuous high-intensity combat requires even a tailed beast some time to recuperate its chakra, stamina, and energy. Coupled with the constraints of sealing techniques, its endurance is indeed limited. Chapter 45. Have you come to recognize some errors? Look, what figure stands upon the Kyuubi's shoulder? I do not know. The masked man's attire is peculiar. Something I've never encountered before. It seems the Kyuubi has paused. What could this mean? Everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, who also wore a perplexed expression. He too was at a loss for what had transpired. What method did this sudden figure employ to quiet the Kyuubi? Is he friend or foe? Soon enough, the Kyuubi's actions provided clarity to all. It abruptly shifted its orientation, facing Konoha. Tilting its head back, a massive tailed beast bomb began to coalesce in the air, emanating an aura of destruction. The countenance of everyone, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, transformed drastically. The tailed beast bomb, and in that direction. This is bad. We must stop it. Sarutobi Hiruzen bellowed, prompting the surrounding Konoha ninjas to react swiftly. Should this colossal tailed beast bomb detonate within the village, all would be lost. In an instant, everyone exerted their chakra fervently, attempting to draw the Kyuubi away from the village as they had done previously. Yet this time, the Kyuubi disregarded the Konoha ninjas' assault entirely. Finally, amidst the despairing gazes of the onlookers, the enormous tailed beast bomb unleashed a violent shockwave, hurtling towards Konoha. A massive sphere of light ascended, causing the earth to tremble violently. The spectators witnessed the space surrounding the sphere distort ominously. It was not until several seconds later that a thunderous roar echoed from afar. Such expressions are truly delightful. Observing the anger, frustration, fear, despair, and sorrow on the faces of the Konoha ninjas, the Kyuubi displayed a glimmer of triumph. In the next moment, its immense form vanished, leaving behind the unconscious Namake's Minato sprawled on the ground. Seize that masked fiend. Sarutobi Hiruzen snarled through clenched teeth. It must have been that scoundrel's suggestion that redirected the Kyuubi's target back to the village. Whoever he is, he cannot escape unscathed. As the Konoha ninjas closed in, the masked man suddenly clapped his hands together, and a deep voice resonated in everyone's ears. Secret art. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Umbu immediately halted in their tracks, bracing themselves as they regarded the enigmatic figure before them. A person who could command the Kyuubi's obedience should not be underestimated. In the next instant, however, the masked man's voice turned mocking. Shadow clone technique. Release. With a puff of smoke dissipating into the air, the expressions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions soured dramatically. They had been tricked. Upon the summit of Hokage Rock, Uchiha Ketsuharu stood atop Senju Tobarama's head, surveying the distraught villagers of Konoha below. Since the last time he had deliberately allowed those Konoha ninjas to escape, he had infiltrated using Kamui, initially intending to provoke Uzumaki Minato to unleash his fury. He had altered his plan upon sensing the remnants of Minato's vitality. Rather than squander his ocular power, it was wiser to wait quietly for a few days. Without Uzumaki Kushina, no one in Konoha could effectively contain the fully unleashed Kyuubi. His predictions proved accurate. The instant Uzumaki Minato perished, the Kyuubi shattered its seal. Nearly 1,000 ninjas lost their lives. A third of the village lay in ruins, leaving countless civilians homeless, with damages beyond estimation. One wonders if they have begun to recognize their mistakes. Living in a village established by the Uchiha clan, they had never truly embraced the Uchiha members. Rather than being grateful for the Uchiha's contributions to Konoha, they perceived the Uchiha as a destabilizing element. Exclusion, surveillance, defamation. If this is the case, let the facts speak for themselves. Who truly brought the privilege of thriving upon this fertile land? Under the blazing sun, a chilling wind swept through. While the people of Konoha huddled in underground shelters, their expressions numb. The Kyuubi's rampage in the early hours had claimed countless lives. Many homes had been reduced to mere rubble. For the villagers of Konoha, who had faced economic hardships since the Uchiha's departure, this was akin to a thunderclap in clear skies. They might soon find themselves homeless. Despair permeated the crowd, casting a pall over the underground refuge. A sudden sound of footsteps echoed as dozens of exceedingly weary, dust-covered ninjas entered, handing over their duties to the incoming shift before collapsing to the ground, exhausted beyond measure. The power of the Kyuubi is indeed terrifying. Merely gazing at the chaotic ruins conjures the dreadful magnitude of the tailed beast bomb's explosion. Why must we allow the Kyuubi Jinchuriki to reside within the village? Without the Kyuubi, we would not have suffered such losses. It is unavoidable. Other villages possess tailed beasts. If we alone lack such a strategic asset, we would be at a severe disadvantage. Yet, other villages must share a similar plight. Possessing the power of a tailed beast inherently incurs corresponding risks. Hearing the discourse, a somber voice interjected. No, at least Kumogakure is not like this. The crowd turned to see one of their own, Harada Tetsu, speaking curiously. Why do you say that? Because I have witnessed it firsthand. Harada Tetsu gritted his teeth, recalling. Not long ago, while executing a mission, I encountered the Jinchuriki of Kumogakure. That individual could wield the power of the tailed beast at will. What? The words of Yuan Tianche left the crowd in stunned silence. Their mouths agape, and the once tranquil refuge became a cacophony of confusion. Everyone gravitated towards the direction of Yuan Tianche, their curiosity piqued by the sight of the injured man whose head was swathed in bandages. I was all too aware that my comrade had perished at the hands of the Jinchuriki from Yunin village, having witnessed firsthand the way that fiend thwarted all our attacks with the tail of a tailed beast. The horrific images of my companion's demise flashed through my mind, and Yuan Tianche's expression morphed into a visage of sorrow and fury. Were it not for Lord Jiraiya, I might have met my end at the hands of that very foe. Yet, how could a creature as brutal as a tailed beast ever be inclined to lend its power to humanity? Observing the skeptical gazes of the crowd, Tachibana Hiko also sighed and stepped forward, declaring, regardless of your beliefs, we witnessed this with our own eyes, and Lord Jiraiya can attest to it. In fact, Hokujo Shinroku was also privy to this information, but he had fallen to the Nine Tails the previous night. Upon hearing the mention of Lord Jiraiya's name, the doubts in the hearts of the people began to dissipate. With such a revered figure's stature, no one would dare speak falsehoods in his name. It is truly enviable. Someone remarked with a bitter smile. If only our Jinchuriki could perform as adeptly as theirs in Yunin village, we would not suffer such anguish. Therefore, Yuan Tianche suddenly exclaimed, this is where my anger lies. Chapter 46. The Hokage must bear responsibility. Yuan Tianche's unexpected outburst left many perplexed. Even though Yunin village possessed a perfect Jinchuriki, it was merely an exception, was it not? For most ninja villages, being plagued by a rampaging Jinchuriki was the norm. So what was there to be angry about? Perhaps the death of his comrade had provided too great a shock. Only Tachibana Hiko and Yamada Koji could somewhat empathize with Yuan Tianche's feelings. Che, perhaps you should rest a while. I am quite alert, Yuan Tianche retorted sharply, meeting the gazes of the crowd. You must be wondering why I am so incensed, yes? It is because our Konoha village could have had a perfect Jinchuriki just like Yunin village. What? Upon hearing Yuan Tianche's proclamation, all present were taken aback, their mouths agape in astonishment. Someone could not restrain themselves and urged, what do you know? Speak clearly. Indeed. What do you mean by saying we could have had a perfect Jinchuriki? Silence. We cannot hear anything from the back. To ensure everyone could hear, Yuan Tianche rose and shouted at the top of his lungs. The reason Yunin village possesses a perfect Jinchuriki is due to the Uchiha clan's Sharingan suppressing the tailed beasts. Surely, everyone is aware of this? It was Uchiha Madara who, with the Sharingan, controlled the Nine Tails assault on Konoha. The power of the Sharingan is inherently effective against tailed beasts. What should rightfully belong to us has been turned into a source of pride for those scoundrels from Yunin village, using the might of the tailed beast to slay my comrades. Now, even our village lies in ruins due to the tailed beast's havoc. Do you not think I have every reason to be furious? After hearing Yuan Tianche's explanation, the crowd stood in stunned silence for a moment before their emotions erupted. It seemed he spoke the truth. It was indeed Uchiha Madara who had controlled the Nine Tails, and it was the first Hokage who defeated him, allowing our village to obtain the Nine Tails. Thus, if the Uchiha clan had not left Konoha, this disaster could have been entirely averted. How infuriating that those wretches chose to abandon the village. Was it not the Uchiha clan that helped establish Konoha? What transpired between the village and the Uchiha clan? The Hokage must provide us all with an explanation. Indeed, I do not believe the Uchiha clan would forsake the village without reason. We have the right to know the truth. The recent Nine Tails rampage incident. The third Hokage must also bear some responsibility. During the tenure of the first and second Hokage, the Nine Tails had never breached its seal. As sentiments began to grow increasingly radical, and blame was increasingly directed towards the third Hokage, The Umbu members responsible for maintaining order promptly intervened. They approached Yuan Tianche, scrutinizing him thoroughly, yet found no signs of abnormality. Ultimately, they could only escort Yuan Tianche and his companions away, forbidding everyone present from discussing the matter further. Unfortunately, for the villagers of Konoha, who had just endured such a harrowing event, once a release for their pent-up emotions was found, it proved nearly impossible to stifle. In the shadowy corners, Uchiha Yuzuru wore a faint smirk. Sarutobi Hiruzen, how shall you respond next? Do not regret your actions too soon. That would be dreadfully dull. I have many more surprises in store for you ungrateful souls. With a ripple of space, Uchiha Yuzuru vanished from sight. The next phase of the plan, an assault on Konoha. Master, what has transpired in the village? Upon returning from Maiboka Mountain, Jiraiya was taken aback by the state of Konoha. How has the village come to be like this? Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, paid Jiraiya no mind. Only after his pipe extinguished did he speak in a nonchalant manner. Jiraiya, having left the village for so long, I thought you had no intention of returning. Jiraiya, feeling somewhat awkward, explained, I have been searching for the prophesied child of the great sage of the toad. Did the great sage of the toad foresee that Konoha would be reduced to such a state? Had you been present at that time? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. He could not rely on any of his 3 disciples. Tsunade had departed the village without a word, off gambling. Jiraiya had been wandering the ninja world, elusive to track down. In recent years, Orochimaru had grown increasingly sinister, either holed up in his laboratory or mysteriously disappearing for periods. If only Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade had been present on the day of the Nine-Tails rampage, there would have been no need for him to engage in battle personally. How could the village have fallen to such a state? Noticing Jiraiya's silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen led him outside. Follow me. They arrived at the underground chamber of the Hokage building, where Jiraiya beheld Yuan Tianche, Tachibana Hiko, and Yamada Koji. The 3 were suspended in midair, chains piercing their bodies, on the verge of collapse. Do you know these individuals? Jiraiya snapped back to attention, his irritation evident. I know them. What has happened to them? They incited the villagers' emotions, disrupting the peace of the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied coolly, but unfortunately, nothing has been extracted from their interrogation. What do you know? I know nothing. Jiraiya struggled to suppress his emotions. If nothing was extracted, then that implies they are innocent, does it not? No, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, according to their accounts. Uchiha Yuzuru exhibited deliberate leniency during the battle. That little brat is ruthless. He dared to kill Umbu ninjas while still in the village. So there is no reason for him to spare them. I suspect the mysterious figure who appeared beside the Nine-Tails that night was Uchiha Yuzuru. Only he could enter and exit the barrier undetected. When he deliberately released Yuan Tianche and the others, he had already intended to use them to incite the emotions of the villagers. After all, it is not surprising that one would voice such sentiments after witnessing a perfect Jinchuriki. Initially, I believe there were still undiscovered matters, but now that you have testified, the facts should align closely with the investigation's findings. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya stated, now that the situation is clear, can we not release them? Quickly summon the medical ninjas to treat them. No, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head once more. Their statements have already stirred discontent among the villagers towards me. If I were to release them without consequence, what would become of my image as Hokage among the villagers? What do you intend to do? I wish to testify that the 3 of them were controlled by Uchiha Jishuan through Jinjutsu. Jiraiya abruptly clenched his fists, exclaiming, impossible. Do as you please. Sarutobi Hiruzen stated as he turned to leave. Jiraiya, for the sake of the village, you ought to mature a little. Observing Sarutobi's retreating figure, a look of despondency washed over Jiraiya's face. How has my teacher become this way? Chapter 47. Preparations to act Flying Thunder God? Lord Third, can I truly learn this forbidden technique? Namikaze Minato inquired with a look of astonishment while holding a ninjutsu scroll. Sarutobi nodded. Minato, you have worked hard for the village. This is what you deserve. Upon hearing this, the smile faded from Minato's face, replaced by an expression of remorse. No, it was my failure to control the Nine-Tails that brought such great loss to the village. He began to understand the reluctance of Uzumaki Kushina to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The notion that a moment of negligence could lead to countless deaths was something he wished never to experience again. Seeing Minato's expression, Sarutobi shook his head. Minato, you need not blame yourself. Outside of certain special physiques, It is challenging for anyone to withstand the power of the Nine Tails. Before you can control its might, venture outside the village. Jiraiya will accompany you. Upon hearing Sarutobi's words, Minato's resolve solidified. I will strive to do my best. Very well, go. Yes. Once Minato departed, Jiraiya appeared in the office. Teacher, even without relying on the flying thunder god, the reverse summoning technique can rescue Minato from perilous situations. Sarutobi replied nonchalantly. I simply prefer to be thoroughly prepared. Then I shall take my leave. Jiraiya turned to exit, devoid of any lingering attachment. He could not achieve the maturity his teacher expected, so departing was the best choice. In the land of lightning, within Kumogakure, atop a mountain, thunder rumbled. Uzumaki Kushina, clad in black, faced the land of fire. Goodbye, Mito-sama, she said, carefully placing a white flower on the ground. Footsteps approached from behind, and Kushina wiped away her tears. Seeing Uchiha Jeshuan, she forced a smile. Jeshuan, am I too weak? Despite having prepared for goodbyes, the news of Mito's passing still overwhelmed her with sorrow. Surely, someone like Jeshuan would dislike such a frail disposition. Strength does not mean shedding no tears in the face of sorrow. It means drying your tears and smiling as you confront the future, Uchiha Jeshuan stated earnestly. Moreover, I had already told you that my strength is meant to allow those around me to live freely. Kushina was momentarily taken aback. I never expected you would remember after all this time. Of course, Jeshuan replied, pointing to himself. Keeping promises is my ninja way. Stop imitating my speech, Kushina playfully retorted, pinching his waist. Haha. Seeing Jeshuan laugh heartily, Kushina leaped into his embrace, whispering, Jeshuan, in this world, you will be my only family. Not just in the future, but right now? Huh. Noticing the puzzled look on Kushina's face, Jeshuan explained, in the future, you will have little Jeshuan or little Kushina. They will also be your family. I'm not talking to you anymore. Kushina buried her face in Jeshuan's arm, playfully biting him in frustration. Jeshuan winced from the bite. What sharp teeth. I suppose I must be cautious in the future. The crunching snow produced a soothing sound as Jeshuan stepped into the Reikage building. Inside the Reikage's office, the third Reikage and A awaited his arrival. Upon seeing Jeshuan, the third Reikage spoke. Jeshuan, you've arrived. Oh hey, oh third. A grunted discontentedly. You're late. Jeshuan's eyes widened as he exclaimed, how did you know that Mikoto knitted me a scarf and Kushina made me gloves? Are we not friends? Who asked? I stared incredulously at Jeshuan, unable to fathom such audacity. Before he could retort, the third Reikage smacked the back of his head. Look at Jeshuan. And then look at yourself. You're always running around with stones or fighting that guy. When will you ever find a wife? A shot back defiantly, father. Aren't you the same? The third Reikage replied angrily. I have my reasons, but you do not. This scene amused Jeshuan. Realizing why A wore a perpetual scowl, who wouldn't be confused with a father like that. Now, let us discuss serious matters. At Jeshuan's prompting, the third Reikage and A quieted down. A asked, Jeshuan, has your plan made progress? Jeshuan nodded. Indeed, with Uzumaki Mito's death and the new Nine Tails Jinchuriki losing control, Konoha has been severely impacted. Both villagers and shinobi are deeply dissatisfied with the third Hokage. Now is the opportune moment to strike Konoha. Upon hearing this, the third Reikage and A exchanged glances, excitement evident in their eyes. The third Reikage spoke gravely. Jeshuan, if we engage in battle with Konoha, do you have confidence we can win? Although the Uchiha clan had arrived in Kumogakure, Konoha still boasted many formidable warriors, their strength not to be underestimated. Jeshuan replied with confidence, victory is assured. With A, Karabi, and myself, we are more than capable of facing Konoha's shinobi. The third Reikage felt somewhat displeased that Jeshuan did not mention him. Jeshuan, what about me? Apologies, Jeshuan said, grinning wider. Having grown up in Konoha, I had forgotten that the village leader is also a top-tier force on the battlefield. The third Reikage puffed out his chest proudly, stating, it is precisely because I am the leader that I must shoulder such responsibilities. Handling village affairs can simply be left to a clever secretary like Mabu Shin. As the two continued their jovial conversation, it interjected, what about a reason? While launching an attack directly isn't impossible, having a justification would be preferable, wouldn't it? To this, Jeshuan had already prepared, stating, let Konoha return all assets belonging to the Uchiha clan within the Land of Fire. If they refuse, we will have grounds to initiate our attack. With victory, Kumogakure will ascend to become the mightiest shinobi village in the ninja world. with an exponential increase in commission tasks and funding from the daimyo. With a wave of his hand, Jieshuan added, once accomplished, I will only take half of the assets returned by Konoha. No need. You have put forth the most effort in this matter. The Uchiha clan's assets shall remain untouched. The third Reikage declared generously. If necessary, we can simply demand more war reparations from Konoha after our victory. Inside the Reikage's office, Jieshuan, the third Reikage, and they exchanged knowing glances before erupting into laughter together. Chapter 48. The war begins in Konoha. After declaring Harada Tetsu and his companions as spies and executing them publicly, the villagers' emotions temporarily settled. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that beneath the calm surface, turbulent currents still swirled. With friends lost and homes destroyed, they toiled to maintain their dwellings amidst the harsh winter. In such dire circumstances, anyone would be filled with resentment. Once this anger erupted, even he, as the third Hokage, would likely find himself powerless to contain it. As Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered on how to preserve his reputation in such trying circumstances, Shimura Danzo pushed open the door and entered the Hokage's office. In his hand, he held a scroll, which he flung onto the desk before Hiruzen. A letter from the third Reikage, he announced. Hiruzen's brow furrowed slightly. The relationship between Konoha and Kumogakure had always been tenuous. After the demise of the second Hokage at the hands of a rogue ninja from Kumogakure, communication between the two villages had ceased entirely. Now, with the latter having taken in members of the Uchiha clan, their relations had further deteriorated. What could the third Reikage possibly want at this juncture? While contemplating this, Hiruzen unfurled the scroll. After a cursory glance, his chest began to heave with agitation. With a resounding clap, he slammed his palm onto the desk and exclaimed, These scoundrels are pushing their luck. Observing Hiruzen's fury, Danzo inquired curiously, Hiruzen, what has transpired? Those ruffians from Kumogakure demand that we return Uchiha clan assets in the Land of Fire, or they will wage war against Konoha. Hiruzen retorted angrily. It's intolerable. They've already wrongfully appropriated Konoha's rogue ninjas, and now they are audaciously extorting us? Danzo too was taken aback by Kumogakure's audacity. He had thought his own boldness unmatched. Yet here was a display of even greater shamelessness. Instinctively, Danzo wished to suggest a show of force. However, recalling Hiruzen's approach to conflict, he amended his words. How much do they demand? Are we truly to acquiesce? I would rather not. Hiruzen coldly replied. If they desire a fight, let them have it. They shall not mistake us for soft targets. At this, Danzo regarded Hiruzen with surprise, puzzled. Hiruzen, are you certain? Absolutely, Hiruzen asserted with gravitas. I intend to dispatch Hatake Kakashi and Orochimaru to the front lines to see just how long those brutes can maintain their arrogance. Hiruzen, you have indeed earned my respect this day, Danzo commended, giving a thumbs up. Seizing the moment, Hiruzen continued, Danzo, your route must also proceed to the front lines for support. However, I believe further discussions with Kumogakure might be warranted. Enough frivolity, prepare at once. Hiruzen dismissed Danzo, staring vacantly at the ceiling. It was not that he lacked courage. He simply could not afford the repercussions. 100 billion Ryo. Those ruffians truly dared to make such outrageous demands. They claimed it was based on an annual revenue assessment of 1 billion Ryo over a century. The very thought left Hiruzen incredulous. Setting aside whether he was willing to compensate, the fact remained that he did not possess such funds at present. The village was in dire need of resources following the devastation wrought by the Nine Tails. Clearing debris, rebuilding homes, compensating casualties, paying workers, all these expenses remained unaccounted for, let alone reparations. The inherently malevolent Uchiha, after all these years in the village, how could they now be so heartless towards us? In the Land of Fire. At the border, a contingent of Konoha ninjas patrolled the perimeter, their expressions relaxed. Honestly, the Hokage is overly cautious. I cannot believe the ninjas from Kumogakure would dare to attack us, one remarked. Indeed, we have triumphed in 2 ninja world wars. Any Kumogakure ninja that dares approach will be swiftly dealt with. Another added, Isn't it just the Uchiha clan joining Kumogakure? I fail to see what grounds they have for their arrogance. They cannot truly believe that Konoha's strength is derived solely from the Uchiha. Laughter erupted among the Konoha ninjas. Suddenly, a bolt of blue lightning streaked across the sky, and a Konoha ninja was sent flying, his chest caved in and lifeless. Ryoboryu, came another shout. As a massive man, enveloped in crackling arcs of electricity, delivered an elbow strike that decapitated a Konoha ninja. Danger. Enemy attack. The remaining Konoha ninjas finally grasped the gravity of the situation, their previous nonchalance evaporating. In the chaos, one ninja attempted to signal for reinforcements, only to be confronted by a fearsome-looking man. In his eyes, the crimson three-tomo Sharingan spun ominously. The Uchiha clan shall demonstrate that it is through us that you have become the strongest ninja village in the world. A flash of steel pierced through a Konoha ninja's chest. In the span of but a moment, dozens of Konoha ninjas fell to their demise. Before long, the air rippled, and Uchiha Ketsuzan materialized. All outposts have been neutralized. Fugaku, AI, lead your respective teams to assault the Konoha stronghold. Yes, the two responded immediately. Even AI dared not utter a word of dissent. In large-scale military operations, discipline must be paramount. Failure to comply would grant Uchiha Ketsuzan the authority to execute them on the spot. As he observed the awaiting Kumogakure ninjas charging towards Konoha's border stronghold, Uchiha Ketsuzan's expression remained inscrutable. The war had commenced. At Konoha's border encampment, numerous Konoha ninjas patrolled diligently, with reports being relayed in an orderly fashion. In a large central room, Nara Shikaku furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the intelligence reports, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Beside him, Akimichi Choji inquired, "Shikaku, why the serious demeanor?" "Something feels amiss," Shikaku replied solemnly. "The outermost outpost has not reported in for over 3 hours. I suspect something has gone awry." On the other side, Yamanaka and Noichi expressed disbelief. "Surely not. We have so many outposts. If there were an emergency, they would have signaled us by now." "That is precisely my concern." Shikaku's face grew increasingly grave. "With so many outposts falling silent simultaneously, we may be facing trouble." Just as his words fell, the ground began to quake violently, akin to 1,000 steeds thundering across the earth. Shortly thereafter, chilling cries echoed from the distance. Cold sweat trickled down Shikaku's forehead. "Quick! Inform everyone to prepare for an imminent confrontation." Chapter 49. What is this ominous portent? The response of the Konoha ninjas was swift. Upon receiving Nara Shikaku's orders, all ninjas promptly assembled. Though their expressions were tense, there was little sign of panic. Numerous traps had already been set around the camp to counter various contingencies. It was a foolish dream for anyone to attempt breaching their encampment. However, just as they stood ready, anticipating the Kumogakure ninjas to walk into their trap, a pitch-black chakra ball streaked across the horizon, leaving a dazzling trail. In the astonished gaze of the Konoha ninjas, the chakra ball detonated above the camp with a thunderous roar. The explosion's heat and shockwave instantly reduced the Konoha encampment to ruins. Almost immediately, a second chakra ball followed suit, carving a wide and deep trench through the ground, erupting once more within the Konoha encampment. "It's a tailed beast bomb. Damn it. Kumogakure has deployed a perfect Jinchuriki. Everyone, do not cluster together. Maintain distance." The two-tailed beast bombs shattered the formation of Konoha ninjas, transforming the formerly disciplined soldiers into chaotic, headless flies. Even as Shikaku desperately directed the retreat, his efforts proved futile. More alarmingly, the Kumogakure ninjas had begun to surge through the trench created by the tailed beast bombs, charging forth en masse. The traps meticulously set by the Konoha ninjas had long been obliterated under the onslaught of the tailed beast bomb. What a devious scheme is this? Ha! Let us charge forth. Today, we shall demonstrate our might to this group of Konoha ninjas. Look at those bumbling fools running about. They must be utterly bewildered by the tailed beast bomb. Today, we shall teach these oblivious individuals a stern lesson on the prowess of the Uchiha clan. Thank you, my brother, but we Uchihas prefer to take matters into our own hands. We have endured their presence for far too long. Today, they shall understand why the Sharingan is so renowned. In the distance, Uchiha Kitsuki stood shoulder to shoulder with the third Raikage, silently observing the battlefield ahead. Under the leadership of A, Killer B, and Uchiha Fugaku, the Konoha ninjas were unable to mount any substantial resistance. Defeat was merely a matter of time. The third Raikage turned to Uchiha Kitsuki, unable to suppress his astonishment. Are these truly the ninjas of Konoha? They appear utterly feeble. However, Kitsuki, you do not seem as elated as I had anticipated. Uchiha Kitsuki replied coolly, I have no fondness for premature celebrations. The advantage in a battle signifies little. Upon hearing this, the third Raikage nodded, increasingly grateful for his earlier decision. It could be said that the smooth progression of today's battle was entirely attributable to Uchiha Ketsuki. Without being detected, he had discerned all the lookout points ahead of Konoha, enabling them to swiftly eliminate the sentinels. Moreover, it was Ketsuki who had pinpointed the location of the Konoha camp and proposed using the tailed beast bomb to dismantle the traps, facilitating their direct confrontation with the Konoha ninjas. From every angle, there was no fault to be found. Should such an individual become an adversary, he would likely lose sleep over it. Fortunately, Konoha had unwittingly delivered such a formidable opponent into his hands. In the underground command center, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Hatake Tsukumo were meticulously studying maps under the harsh glare of the fluorescent lights, their faces devoid of any mirth. The war had persisted for a month, and the losses among the ninjas of Konoha were staggering. Even with Orochimaru and the others personally arriving at the front lines to provide support, it merely delayed the onslaught of Kumogakure. The reason was simple. The tactics of Kumogakure were utterly unscrupulous. No matter how stealthily they concealed themselves, the enemy consistently pinpointed their command posts with unerring accuracy, launching tailed beast bombs at both the command centers and the congregated ninjas. Next came the mindless charge. Even seasoned warriors like Orochimaru had no viable countermeasure. It was impossible to scatter their ninjas, as that would be tantamount to sending them to their demise. In the oppressive silence, Orochimaru's voice emerged, hoarse and chilling. He gazed at the others and declared, "The war with Kumogakure has dragged on for far too long. Prolonging this is not a solution. Sunagakure and Iwagakure have already shown signs of mobilizing troops at the borders. We must conclude our conflict with Kumogakure before they launch their offensive." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya nodded in agreement. "I concur. As long as we can stall A, Killer B, and Uchiha Fugaku, our formidable adversaries, our ninjas will undoubtedly prevail." He had originally planned to journey with Namikaze Minato across the ninja world, simultaneously attempting to master the power of the Nine Tails. However, the war between Kumogakure and Konoha forced him to temporarily shelve his plans. Beside him, Namikaze Minato felt a pang of guilt and murmured, "If only I could harness the power of the Nine Tails, we would not be in such a reactive position." Now unable to join the battlefield, he had to be cautious to avoid detection by Uchiha Ketsuki, which left him feeling exceedingly frustrated. Observing his distress, Jiraiya reassured him, "Minato, you possess great talent. You simply need time to develop. Rest assured, we will triumph over Kumogakure." Orochimaru interjected, "Enough with the irrelevant chatter. I will now assign combat missions. I shall handle Uchiha Fugaku. Jiraiya, you will engage Killer B, and Tsukumo, you are responsible for that individual named A." After Orochimaru finished speaking, Hatake Tsukumo hesitated. "Orochimaru, although Uchiha Ketsuki has yet to make a move, his strength must be taken into account. I have fought him before, and his prowess is certainly on par with mine." In response, Orochimaru licked his lips and said, "Since learning of Uchiha Ketsuki's Mangekyo Sharingan, my master and I have been poring over the records. According to the ancient texts left by the Senju clan, it seems that Uchiha Madara experienced temporary blindness after activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. Later, after Uchiha Azuna was gravely injured by the second Hokage, Madara regained his sight by transplanting his brother's eyes. While this is not confirmed, it is highly likely that utilizing the Mangekyo Sharingan carries the risk of blindness. I believe this is also why Uchiha Ketsuki seldom engages in battle." After hearing Orochimaru's explanation, Hatake Tsukumo remained apprehensive. "However, we cannot take such a gamble. We must take the gamble." Orochimaru interjected coldly, "We do not possess sufficient high-level combatants to achieve victory. We must employ such tactics." Having spoken, Orochimaru's gaze swept across the room. "If you fear Uchiha Ketsuki's intervention, then do your utmost to eliminate your opponents. This is the only strategy one can conceive." Chapter 50. In my current state, I am the strongest. In the dead of night, as had occurred countless times before, a tailed beast bomb streaked across the sky from a great distance. Long prepared, Orochimaru suddenly slammed his hands onto the ground. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. 3 grotesque, towering Rashomon gates erupted from the earth, shielding the Konoha ninjas behind them. Boom! The tailed beast bomb collided with the gates at an astonishing speed, penetrating the first 2 gates while causing the third to tremble violently. However, thanks to the gate's obstruction, the tailed beast bomb was deflected from its original trajectory, veering off in another direction. Orochimaru stood atop the Rashomon, his cloak billowing in the cold wind. As he gazed at the approaching ninjas from Kumogakure, he raised his hand and gestured forward. Kill. With Orochimaru's command, the Konoha ninjas let out a collective roar, their faces contorted with ferocity as they charged ahead. The two sides clashed. Countless kunai affixed with explosive tags detonated within their respective formations, resulting in a gruesome melee. Then, a streak of blue lightning darted through the darkness, mercilessly knocking aside every ninja that stood in its path. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed, intercepting the figure that moved with lightning speed. Hatake Tsukumo gripped his short blade. His gaze icy. Your opponent is me. Upon recognizing that the formidable Hatake Tsukumo stood before him, it did not feel fear. Instead, he erupted into laughter, Konoha's white fang. I have longed to battle you. Please do not disappoint me like the other Konoha ninjas. In an instant, Hatake Tsukumo and A were entangled in combat. The clash of white and blue lights intertwined in a dazzling display of speed. On the other side, Killer Bee wove through the throngs, his 7 swords dancing in a whirlwind. Although surrounded by Konoha ninjas, the red, translucent chakra cloak absorbed the majority of the incoming attacks. However, it was not long before the crowd parted, revealing a white-haired man adorned with the oil symbol on his forehead protector. Ninjutsu Needle Jizo. With a series of hand seals, Jiraiya transformed his white hair into countless Senbon, launching them at Killer Bee. Standing firm, Killer Bee unleashed a massive octopus tentacle that blocked all the incoming attacks. This is the power of the 8 tails, Jiraiya thought, his expression grave. Even though he possesses a profound confidence in his abilities, he must not underestimate a Jinchuriki who can freely wield the power of the tailed beasts. Toad Oil Bullet. A torrent of toad oil engulfed Kurabi, and Jiraiya swiftly formed another set of hand seals. Fire Release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Enormous flames surged toward Kurabi from 3 directions. In the next moment, the sky was ablaze. Under the searing heat, Kurabi raised his hands and let out a fierce howl. Moments later, the colossal form of the 8 tails emerged, striking down toward Jiraiya with a mighty slap. Summoning Technique. Jiraiya leaped back, evading the 8 tails assault, biting his finger and slamming his palm onto the ground. In an instant, Toad Bunta appeared, his massive size rivaling that of the 8 tails. With a cigar in his mouth, he unsheathed a gigantic blade from his waist. Jiraiya. This opponent is quite formidable. Jiraiya leaped onto Toad Bunta's head. That is precisely why I need your assistance. Let us go. The 8 tails and Toad Bunta clashed fiercely, with no one daring to approach within 1,000 meters. To the east of the battlefield, Uchiha Fugaku swiftly dispatched a Konoha ninja ensnared in a Jinjutsu with a swift cut to the throat, before abruptly turning. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. A massive fireball consumed dozens of venomous snakes, filling the air with the aroma of charred flesh. Orochimaru. Upon seeing the pale, effeminate man before him, Fugaku's expression shifted. Fugaku, your growth is astonishing, but the wind you've stirred is destined to end here. Before that, I am genuinely curious how your Uchiha clan managed to escape from Konoha to the land of rice in a single night. Faced with Orochimaru's inquisitive gaze, Uchiha Fugaku chose silence, allowing the 3-tomo Sharingan in his eyes to whirl violently. Observing this, Orochimaru chuckled nonchalantly, expelling a long sword from his mouth. Clang! The two engaged in an intense confrontation, each strike aimed directly at vital points. Soon, Orochimaru deliberately created distance, swallowing the sword he wielded and speaking with a sickly gleam in his eyes. Indeed, the Sharingan possesses an extraordinary insight, well suited for swordsmanship. However, Fugaku showed no signs of delight at Orochimaru's praise. Even with the insight provided by his 3-tomo Sharingan, he had not gained any advantage in their recent skirmish. The legendary Sannin truly embodied terrifying power. Tonight, trouble loomed ahead. Before Fugaku could formulate his next battle strategy, Orochimaru launched another attack. Serpent S World. Orochimaru dropped to the ground, opening his mouth to an unfathomable degree. Countless venomous snakes surged forth from his mouth, forming a small hill that threatened to engulf Uchiha Fugaku. Just when Orochimaru believed victory was assured, a figure emerged, carrying Uchiha Fugaku from within the sea of snakes. Upon seeing the unusual eyes of this newcomer, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with excitement. Uchiha Ketsuzan. Orochimaru, you have chosen Uchiha Fugaku as your opponent, hoping to draw me out. Haven to you? Well, here I am. Uchiha Ketsuzan's ocular power surged as he cast Fugaku into the Kamui dimension. Witnessing this, Orochimaru extended his long tongue, swirling it around his face before remarking, "You have discerned my intentions yet still chose to confront me, Ketsuzan. You possess a commendable confidence in your strength." Standing tall, Uchiha Ketsuzan asserted, "At this moment, I am the strongest being in this world." "Is that so?" Orochimaru's smile faded, replaced by a terrifying aura of murderous intent. "Are you truly prepared to confront this abyss of fear?" "Orochimaru, spare me your trivial theatrics." Uchiha Ketsuzan's voice remained calm, unaffected by the oppressive atmosphere. Although Orochimaru's aura had once caused even the seasoned Jonin Kakashi Hatake to break into a sweat, it bore no weight on Ketsuzan now. Having activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, his mental fortitude exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Orochimaru's attempt to exploit his murderous intent to elicit a flaw would be an exercise in futility. Seeing that Uchiha Ketsuzan remained unperturbed, Orochimaru retracted his menacing presence. He took 2 steps forward, his right hand transforming into a massive constrictor, lunging at Ketsuzan. Wrapped tightly by the serpent, Uchiha Ketsuzan's expression remained unchanged as he stared at Orochimaru with his crimson Mangekyo Sharingan. "Orochimaru, join me." The sudden proposal left Orochimaru momentarily stunned. He hesitantly echoed, "Join you?" Uchiha Ketsuzan nodded. "The village of Konoha is rife with decay. Let us uproot it together and establish a new order in the shinobi world." Starting with the assassination of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru, taken aback by Ketsuzan's seriousness, couldn't help but laugh with incredulity. It is said that the stronger the Uchiha, the more they resemble madmen, and it certainly appeared to be true now. "Assassinate Hiruzen Sarutobi? Do you not realize he is my mentor? I am the widely acknowledged successor to the next Hokage, and you expect me to follow you?" Uchiha Ketsuzan shrugged, continuing, "There are no negotiations that cannot be made. Only chips that cannot be played. Orochimaru, you have always been fascinated by immortality. I can provide you with experimental materials and resources for your endeavors, allowing you to focus solely on the exploration of life rather than squandering time on this battlefield. You should first strive to survive against me." Orochimaru, unwilling to listen to a madman's proposals any longer, commanded the constrictor to tighten its grip. In the next moment, the sound of chirping thunder erupted. Countless bolts of lightning enveloped Uchiha Ketsuzan's body, incinerating the serpent into charred remains. Trying to escape, Orochimaru lunged toward Ketsuzan, attacking with bizarre and erratic movements. Futile. Before those eyes, all attacks would be rendered transparent. Uchiha Ketsuzan evaded with grace, like a butterfly dancing on the edge of a blade, narrowly dodging Orochimaru's strikes at the last moment. The skirmish continued for a while until Ketsuzan proactively created space. With Orochimaru's talents and research, he was a figure worth keeping. Even if Ketsuzan were to triumph over him now, Orochimaru's nature would prevent him from being easily controlled. Thus, Ketsuzan had no intention of expending excessive ocular power on Orochimaru from the outset. "This battle ends here, Ganari." Uchiha Ketsuzan waved his hand before him, vanishing as if erased from existence. "Indeed, a troublesome adversary," Orochimaru mused, frowning as he stood still. He sensed that Uchiha Ketsuzan had no intention of continuing their battle. Thus, aside from recognizing his mastery of various ninjutsu, he had gained no valuable information. Observing the fierce battle unfolding in the distance, Orochimaru let out a quiet sigh. Despite today's counterattack yielding no results, this confrontation could only conclude with Konoha's defeat. "Damn it," AI panted heavily. The initial excitement now faded from his face. He had indeed overestimated himself. Even wielding the lightning release chakra mode, he had nearly met his demise several times against Kakashi Hatake. Swift in speed and formidable in attack, it is truly difficult for AI to fathom, without witnessing, how one could hone swordsmanship to such an extraordinary level. In stark contrast to AI, who bore numerous wounds, Chimu Shuzwa appeared significantly unscathed as he pressed closer, gripping his short blade tightly. The thought that eliminating AI might alleviate the tide of battle crossed his mind. Chimu Shuzwa took a deep breath, channeling all his chakra, merging with the short sword in his hand, transforming into a dazzling arc of blade aimed directly at AI. There was no evading it. AI's gaze hardened as he summoned the last remnants of chakra within him. If evasion was futile, then they would perish together. Just as they were on the verge of collision, a flash of lightning struck AI aside, and the booming voice of the third Raikage resonated. "You shall not bully my son, Konoha White Fang." I will engage you with Hell's piercing strike. The third Raikage's finger collided explosively with Chimu Shuzwa's short blade. Instantly, the blade shattered into countless fragments, and Chimu Shuzwa was sent flying by the tremendous force. It is the third Raikage. Victory is ours, cheered the warriors of Kumogakure, emboldened by his presence. Brothers, follow the Raikage and let us vanquish those Konoha scoundrels. Kumogakure is the mightiest of the ninja villages. Witnessing the third Raikage's personal intervention, the warriors of Kumogakure surged forth with renewed vigor against the Konoha ninjas, swiftly turning the tide of battle. In the original narrative, the third Raikage valiantly faced thousands of IWA ninjas, enduring for 3 days and nights before succumbing. This underscores his formidable combat prowess. The assault of ordinary ninjas failed to breach his defenses, yet he could effortlessly eliminate any foe in his path. With his relentless charge, the formation of Konoha ninjas was soon rent asunder. How infuriating! Why is the third Raikage here at such a critical moment? Do those Kumogakure ruffians not fear the loss of their leader on the battlefield? Desperation gripped Chimu Shuzwa, now nearly exhausted. He could only watch helplessly as the situation deteriorated. Fortunately, the sound of retreating drums echoed from behind, and the Konoha ninjas seized the opportunity to flee desperately. Jiraiya and Gamabunta stood at the rear, coordinating their efforts to unleash a combined technique. Toad Oil Fire Bullet. A tempest of flames erupted, halting the advance of the Kumogakure ninjas, followed by a colossal serpent charging toward them. While they yearned to punish the retreating foes, they could not allow their own comrades to be slaughtered. The third Raikage and Killer Bee were compelled to halt their pursuit to confront the combined might of the giant serpent and the attacks from Jiraiya and Gamabunta. With their efforts, the Konoha ninjas finally managed to retreat from the battlefield, yet their faces bore no signs of relief, only an ever-deepening despair. Gradually, this despair morphed into discontent and rage. If not for the third Raikage's unexpected intervention, they had a genuine chance of victory. At such a pivotal moment, where had their Hokage gone? Chapter 52. Whose fault is it? Half a month later, as the new year approached, Kumogakure was adorned with festive decorations, and the faces of its villagers radiated joy. The conflict between Kumogakure and Konoha concluded with Konoha's defeat and subsequent reparations. This outcome shocked nearly everyone. No one could have predicted that Konoha, a village that had triumphed against its adversaries in the past 2 ninja world wars, would falter in a one-on-one confrontation with Kumogakure. The ninja world was abuzz with upheaval. Some marveled at the strength of Kumogakure's ninjas, finding even Konoha's foundation hard to contend with. Others mocked Konoha ninjas for their short-sightedness in relinquishing the Uchiha clan. There were those who regretted not offering greater incentives to win over the Uchiha. Despite the varied sentiments, a unanimous thought permeated their minds. The Uchiha clan had demonstrated why they were heralded as the foremost clan in the ninja world. The era of Kumogakure was dawning. In the Raikage Tower of Kumogakure, the third Raikage excitedly patted Uchiha Yusuan on the shoulder, pulling him to the grand floor-to-ceiling window. Yusuan, behold the villagers outside. They are all celebrating your achievements. You are the hero of Kumogakure. Uchiha Yusuan replied nonchalantly, I merely played a supporting role, in terms of direct combat. I did not slay as many as you. The third Raikage shook his head, earnestly stating, you alone can match 1,000 warriors. Without you, this war would not have proceeded so smoothly. This was not mere flattery, but rather the truth. With Uchiha Yusuan's assistance, they possessed intimate knowledge of Konoha's troop distribution, trap locations, and offensive and defensive strategies, akin to wielding the power of foresight in battle. Having endured numerous wars, he had never encountered one as effortlessly victorious as this. Observing Uchiha Yusuan's unperturbed demeanor, the third Raikage continued, the reparations from Konoha have been delivered, a total of 10 billion ryo. The village will take 5 billion, and the Uchiha clan will receive 5 billion. How does that sound? No problem, Uchiha Yusuan nodded. In this conflict, under Uchiha Yusuan's guidance, the Uchiha clan had seen minimal participation, and thus receiving half of the reparations left him quite satisfied. Noticing Uchiha Yusuan's demeanor, the third Raikage could not help but remark, Yusuan, you seem less elated than I anticipated. It should be quite gratifying to have turned the tables on Konoha after their prior exclusion. Uchiha Yusuan gazed out the window and slowly replied, my ambitions extend beyond this. Those who aspire to prevail until the end do not wear smiles. The third Raikage paused, intrigued further. Then how did you persuade us to accept Konoha's reparations and cease hostilities. Why not press the advantage and storm into Konoha? Uchiha Yuxuan shook his head. The funds acquired are sufficient for us to develop in peace for a while. Continuing the assault on Konoha would be counterproductive. Konoha's reparations stem from the looming threats of Suna, Iwa, and Kiri. Additionally, the village has just weathered the Nine Tails incident, and the populace yearns for tranquility. However, should the situation escalate to life or death, it would surely provoke a backlash from Konoha and the entire Land of Fire. At that point, many more than just Orochimaru, Chimu Shuzwa, and Jiraiya would join the fray. For the sake of the village, Tsunade would likely return, and Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo would undoubtedly don their armor. Other ninja clans would not hesitate to join the fray to preserve their strength, and the daimyo of the Land of Fire would provide robust logistical support. This is Konoha's foundation. Even if Kumogakure were to triumph over Konoha, the losses would be catastrophic. Iwa, Suna, and Kiri would not miss such an opportunity. These are all crucial considerations. Therefore, accepting the reparations and opting for a ceasefire is the wisest choice. After all, my objectives have been achieved, and it is time for the Uchiha clan to focus on development and population growth. Konoha, during the new year, which should have been a time of jubilance and celebration, now bore a somber atmosphere. The streets lay desolate, and white silk ribbons adorned the houses and shops on either side. The tavern remained raucous, a sanctuary for those seeking solace and spirits, a favored means of catharsis for the denizens of Konoha. Of course, this was only applicable to those fortunate enough to possess coin. In an effort to compensate Yunin village a staggering 100 billion ryo, Sarutobi Hiruzen imposed a levy of 10,000 ryo on every household in Konoha. While it may seem a modest sum, it was substantial enough to cover the living expenses of many families for nearly 2 months. The exodus of the Uchiha clan, the chaos wrought by the Nine Tails, and the protracted conflict with Yunin village had stripped Konoha of nearly all its economic resources. Had it not been for Orochimaru securing financial support from the daimyo of the Land of Fire, countless souls in Konoha would likely have perished from starvation this winter. A ninja, fueled by drink, slammed his cup to the ground and exclaimed in fury, "Why has our village come to this? Shouldn't Konoha be the mightiest of shinobi villages?" A drunken, burly man scoffed, "Isn't it all due to you incompetent ninjas? While we toil to rebuild our homes, you lot suffer defeat and force us, the ordinary folk, to pay for the losses. It's utterly revolting." "What did you say?" The man's words ignited discontent among the ninjas, one of whom retorted sharply, "We risk our lives to protect this village, only to be berated by you? Am I mistaken? If you can't defeat the ninjas from other villages, perhaps you should refrain from complaining. Have you truly applied yourself as a ninja all these years? You insolent fool, what do you know?" The burly man was swiftly struck down by a ninja clad in black, who seethed, "Those ninjas from Yunin were no match for us. Had the Uchiha not aided them in taming the Eight Tails, we would not have suffered such a devastating defeat. Indeed, in that final battle, we were evenly matched." Yet the Raikage suddenly charged forward. What were we supposed to do? Another ninja, adorned in a Chunin tactical vest, lamented with reddened eyes. "My comrades and my wife perished on the battlefield, yet we received not a single ryo in compensation. And now we must surrender 10,000 ryo to pay the enemies who took our loved ones." Laughter turned to tears as the ninja spoke, his face streaked with sorrow. The tavern fell into a heavy silence, until a voice broke through, "If none of us are at fault, then who bears the blame?" People snapped back to reality, brows furrowing in contemplation. Indeed, how had the village come to this state, and who was truly responsible? Chapter 53. You are the villain of Konoha. As time passed, the resentment among the villagers of Konoha deepened. After a period of reflection, they began to discern a shadow lurking behind the turmoil. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Had the Hokage communicated with the Uchiha clan in advance, fortifying the village's defenses, the Uchiha would never have had the opportunity to abandon Konoha. Had the Hokage been adequately prepared, the Nine Tails would not have rampaged, inflicting such grievous damage. Had the Hokage taken the field himself, the village's ninjas would not have crumbled under the sudden onslaught of the Third Raikage. If the Hokage had exhibited greater resolve, they would not be compelled to pay reparations to their foes. Ultimately, the village's plight stemmed from the Hokage's incompetence. Both the villagers and ninjas of Konoha could not help but entertain such thoughts. As the village's highest authority, the Hokage must bear responsibility and provide an explanation to all. In a fervor of public sentiment, some villagers began to stage protests demanding accountability from Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the Hokage building, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Despite having prepared himself mentally, he had not anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. Given the current public sentiment, if he did not take action, he might soon find himself forced to resign from the position of Hokage. While Hiruzen pondered, the spirited Shimura Danzo burst through the door. Upon noticing Hiruzen's gaze, Danzo's smile became barely containable as he remarked, "Hiruzen, you have seen the villagers' attitudes. If you do not accept responsibility, the village may descend into chaos. I suggest you resign as Hokage and take on the mantle of an advisor in the shadows." Listening to Danzo's blunt insinuation, Hiruzen coldly replied, "If I were to resign, who would you suggest as my successor?" Danzo instinctively puffed out his chest and inquired, "Hiruzen, what do you think of me?" "Humph." Hiruzen slammed his hand on the desk, pointing an accusatory finger at Danzo. "Look at yourself, one-eyed, one-armed, and scarred. Go take a look in the mirror. You exude none of the gravitas befitting a Hokage. And do you dare claim that the villagers' current plight bears no connection to you? If you do not cease this, I will dismantle your roots and revoke your status as an advisor." Faced with Hiruzen's rebuke, Danzo's face flushed with anger. He raised a finger toward Hiruzen and retaliated, "Fine, fine. You can keep your position, but do not ever consider handing it over to me." With that, Danzo kicked the door of the Hokage's office open and stormed away. Once Danzo had departed, Hiruzen's demeanor returned to calmness. As day turned to night, his gaze grew resolute. He cast aside his pipe onto the desk and whispered a few words into the shadows where the umbu lurked. Danzo was correct. The villagers' ire was fervent, and it was imperative for someone of great stature to step forward and assume responsibility. In Konoha, Uchiha Yuin strolled leisurely down the streets, savoring a tricolored dango. Since the new year, he had come to Konoha alone, intent on observing the reactions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the villagers following their military defeat. Reveling in their anger and discontent had become one of Yuin's few pleasures at this juncture. At a street corner, a throng of Konoha villagers had gathered, discussing the recent developments. "Have you heard?" The Hokage had long sensed the anomalies surrounding the Uchiha clan, which is why he dispatched Hatake Tsukumo to monitor them around the clock. Yet, unexpectedly, the Uchiha clan managed to depart without a trace. I posit that Hatake Tsukumo must have colluded with the Uchiha clan. How could they relocate under constant surveillance without anyone noticing? Humph. Even if he did not conspire with the Uchiha, Tsukumo cannot escape culpability. Had it not been for his incompetence, the Uchiha would never have left Konoha, and none of this would have transpired. Indeed, Hatake Tsukumo is to blame for all of this. He is the true villain of Konoha. It is Tsukumo who left us homeless. It is Tsukumo who left us destitute. It is Tsukumo who robbed us of our loved ones. Similar scenes unfolded throughout Konoha, prompting Uchiha Yuin to shake his head in disbelief. This crowd had not changed in the slightest, never knowing reflection, only shifting blame onto others. Yet, Yuin had not anticipated that the events unfolding bore a striking resemblance to the original narrative. As he recalled Hatake Tsukumo's fate and conclusion in the original tale, Yuin finished his dango and made his way toward the Hatake estate. "Hatake Tsukumo, you are the true villain of Konoha. Your negligence has cost countless lives. And do you not feel a shred of guilt? I spit. How foolish I was to once hold you in esteem. You are unworthy of my respect. We know you hide away, a coward in your shell." Outside the Hatake residence, dozens of raucous individuals had gathered. They incessantly shouted and hurled vegetables, eggs, and small stones into the courtyard from outside the wall. The main gate of the residence was smeared with the word Jiren in scarlet paint, creating an unsettling sight. Uchiha Jishuan observed for a moment from outside before activating his Kamui and transporting himself into the courtyard. A masked youth, gripping a short blade, relentlessly struck a wooden post, appearing to exert all his strength with each swing. After a while, the youth abruptly turned and dashed toward the entrance. "Kakashi, stop!" A low, hoarse voice resounded, causing Hatake Kakashi to halt. "Father, why do those people speak of you in such a way? You are clearly the hero of the village." Hatake Tsukumo emerged from the room, his complexion notably pale in just a day's time. He appeared as a disheveled middle-aged man, entirely devoid of the heroic demeanor of Konoha's White Fang. "Kakashi, let them speak. They need to vent." Upon hearing this, Hatake Kakashi clenched his fists. "Even if they need to vent, why must they lay all the blame at your feet? Why don't you go out and clarify that you have no connection to the Uchiha clan? A bitter smile crossed Hatake Tsukumo's face. Clarify? Kakashi, you can handle dinner yourself tonight. I need to rest for a while. Do not disturb me. After speaking, Hatake Tsukumo turned and closed the door. Kakashi made several attempts to rush inside, but ultimately bowed his head and returned to his own room. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Jieshuan raised an eyebrow. Such a familiar sight. Is Hatake Tsukumo contemplating suicide? Chapter 54. Will White Fan commit suicide? In the original narrative, Hatake Tsukumo, during a classified mission, chose to abandon the task to save his comrades. Due to the mission's failure, Konoha suffered immense losses. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, what should have remained confidential became common knowledge. The villagers of Konoha berated Hatake Tsukumo, labeling him as worthless for failing to complete the mission, including even those comrades he had saved. Under the barrage of insults, Hatake Tsukumo chose to take his own life. Little did he know that a similar scenario was unfolding in reality. That night, Uchiha Jieshuan entered Hatake Tsukumo's room and found him kneeling on the floor, motionless, a dagger in hand. Noticing this, Uchiha Jieshuan spoke first. Hatake Tsukumo, we meet again. As soon as the words left his mouth, Hatake Tsukumo abruptly turned, thrusting the dagger toward Jieshuan's chest. Yet in the next moment, Uchiha Jieshuan seized Tsukumo's wrist. Tsukumo, from your swordsmanship, I sense confusion. In your current state, you are no match for me. Uchiha Jieshuan had not even activated his Sharingan. As he had just stated, Hatake Tsukumo was incapable of delivering any substantial attack at present. Why have you infiltrated Konoha time and again? Nothing much. I merely wish to behold your ugly faces. Full of defeat, yet refusing to concede. Upon hearing Uchiha Jieshuan's scorn, Hatake Tsukumo fell silent. The peculiar nature of Uchiha Jieshuan's abilities allowed him to infiltrate the heavily guarded heart of Konoha at will. Had it not been for Jieshuan, they would not have faced such an easy defeat against Kyomogakure. However, he no longer wished to concern himself with such matters. Hatake Tsukumo resumed his position on the ground, placing the dagger and a towel before him. If possible, I ask that you leave me be. These are my final moments. I wish to depart in peace. For you, losing an adversary like me should be a cause for celebration. Seeing this, Uchiha Jieshuan smiled. I once remarked that you were destined to become a pawn in political strife. It seems I was not mistaken. This is my own choice, unrelated to politics, Hatake Tsukumo retorted coldly. Uchiha Jieshuan could not help but chuckle at this. What are you laughing at? I laugh at your naivety. Have you never pondered why you have suddenly become the target of everyone's ire overnight? Just yesterday, I recall the villagers were rallying against Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hatake Tsukumo paused, puzzled. What do you mean? What I mean, Uchiha Jieshuan's dark eyes locked onto Tsukumo's. Is that all this is orchestrated by Sarutobi Hiruzen? You have been made his scapegoat. I do not know what nonsense you are spouting. Upon hearing Tsukumo's words, Uchiha Jieshuan replied coolly. The recent upheavals in Konoha have left everyone discontented, and thus someone must step forward to bear the brunt of their anger. Originally, that person was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now it has become you. I roam the streets of Konoha, and everywhere I hear villagers speaking ill of you. Otherwise, how do you think you became a scapegoat in such a short time? Tsukumo could not contain himself. I am the Umbu captain appointed by the Hokage himself. Once granted the privilege of wearing the Hokage's insignia, the Hokage would never choose me as a scapegoat. Observing Tsukumo's confidence, Uchiha Jieshuan chuckled lightly. Do you believe that just anyone can divert the villagers' anger from Sarutobi Hiruzen? That person must possess significant prestige and a high status. Most importantly, Uchiha Jieshuan activated his Sharingan, the kaleidoscopic patterns emanating a crimson glow. He fixed his unwavering gaze upon Hatake Tsukumo and solemnly stated, at this juncture, if the villagers were to select someone to succeed the Hokage, you would be the prime candidate. Once you tarnish your reputation and lose the chance to inherit the Hokage's mantle, even if the villagers remain discontent with Sarutobi Hiruzen, they will not go so far as to demand his resignation. Gazing at Uchiha Jieshuan, Hatake Tsukumo stubbornly asked, ultimately, this is all your conjecture. What evidence do you have? The evidence is that Sarutobi Hiruzen has yet to speak a single word in your defense. Uchiha Jieshuan shattered the last flicker of hope within Hatake Tsukumo, who slumped to the floor, his will to stand firm seemingly extinguished. Witnessing Tsukumo's state, Uchiha Jieshuan extended his hand. Tsukumo, come with me. Let us leave Konoha. The roots have decayed. They must be uprooted to heal. Hitaki Tsukumo was taken aback by Uchiha Jishuan's unexpected request, instinctively shaking his head. As he began to speak, Uchiha Jishuan interrupted, "Tsukumo, even if you do not consider yourself, should you not think of Kakashi? You may choose to end your life. But Kakashi will bear the burden of being labeled the son of a criminal, enduring the scorn of all. You know his character. He is one who would rather break than bend, and it would be a difficult life for him." Feigning curiosity, Uchiha Jishuan inquired, "Do you believe Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has made you a scapegoat, would allow Kakashi, a potential threat, to grow up unscathed? Although Sarutobi Hiruzen would not act in such a manner, and he might not even anticipate that Hitaki Tsukumo could contemplate suicide, what did it matter?" Hitaki Tsukumo remained oblivious to Sarutobi Hiruzen's true intentions, and Uchiha Jishuan spoke freely. Not allowing Hitaki Tsukumo a moment to contemplate, Uchiha Jishuan continued, "As the Umbu captain, you must have witnessed much darkness. Have you ever truly considered what it is that you pledge your life to serve? The will of fire? That is merely a tactic employed by Sarutobi Hiruzen to manipulate the hearts of the people. Konoha village? The Senju clan, which originally established Konoha, has vanished, and the Uchiha clan has chosen to depart as well. With everyone spitting contempt at you, what reason do you have to remain in Konoha?" Hitaki Tsukumo stood frozen in place, unable to find a rebuttal. Uchiha Yuzuen extended his hand once more, urging, "Come, join me. Become my subordinate and help me establish a new order. Let those ungrateful wretches regret their actions." This time, Hitaki Tsukumo grasped Yuzuen's hand. Indeed, he had done nothing wrong and believed he had already done enough for Konoha. Since becoming a ninja, he had walked the fine line between life and death countless times, contributing immeasurably to the village. What right do those he protected have to criticize him so arrogantly? What had those outside, cursing him, ever done for him? After all, from the Hokage to the villagers, everyone had abandoned him. In light of this, why not leave Konoha like the Uchiha clan? If one day he could witness their regretful expressions, it would be the most joyous moment of his life. Chapter 55. This ninja world needs reform. In the early morning, several villagers arrived at the Hitaki residence. Just as they were about to unleash their fury, they noticed a few bold crimson characters on the adjacent white wall. "You all claim I conspired with the Uchiha. Then I shall do as you wish." The villagers' expressions changed, and after glancing around, they quickly formed hand seals and vanished from sight. At the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen had just arrived when an Umbu rushed towards him. "Hokage-sama, something terrible has happened." Sarutobi furrowed his brow, reminding the Umbu that composure is paramount in their line of work, regardless of the situation. "Do you understand?" The Umbu straightened immediately, responding, "Yes." Satisfied, Sarutobi nodded as he made his way to the Hokage's office, inquiring, "What is the matter?" The Umbu cleared his throat and reported methodically, "Today, when I visited Hitaki Tsukumo's home, I discovered a message on his wall." The Umbu recounted the message verbatim and continued, "I also looked inside the Hitaki residence, but did not find Tsukumo or Hitaki Kakashi." Just as the Umbu finished speaking, he noticed Sarutobi swaying slightly. "Hokage-sama, are you unwell? Did you not rest properly?" Sarutobi could no longer hear the outside world. His mind felt as though it might explode, buzzing incessantly. He never anticipated that merely allowing Hitaki Tsukumo to take the blame would lead him to choose defection. Even if there were grievances, surely Tsukumo could have come to him to discuss them instead of resorting to such extreme measures. And what did it mean to defect and ally with the Uchiha? Was it a deliberate attempt to irritate him? Already worn thin by recent events, Sarutobi finally succumbed, spitting blood before collapsing. In the land of fire, Uchiha Yuzuen, Hitaki Tsukumo, and Hitaki Kakashi sped towards the land of lightning. Yuzuen wore a constant smile, initially intending merely to observe the happenings in Konoha, but unexpectedly gaining the allegiance of Hitaki Tsukumo. Though the strength of a shadow-level ninja was merely a bonus for Yuzuen, the thought of irritating Sarutobi and the other ingrates of Konoha brought him delight. After all, losing a shadow-level ninja and the most talented child of the new generation would surely be a heavy burden for Konoha to bear. At times, Yuzuen could not help but wonder if Sarutobi and Shimura Danzo would ultimately bring about their own demise without his interference. After a moment's reflection, Yuzuen turned to Tsukumo and Kakashi, saying, "Why do you both look so serious? Smile a little." Upon hearing this, Tsukumo forced a bitter smile, replying, "Yuzuen, from now on, Kakashi and I will be considered rogue ninjas of Konoha. For someone who values honor above life itself, bearing the title of a rogue ninja was a difficult pill to swallow. Yuzuin waved dismissively. What rogue ninjas? From now on, you are simply cloud ninjas. Furthermore, once I have gathered Tsunade, Orochimaru, and the Hyuga clan in Kumogakure, who knows who will be deemed the rogue ninja then? At Yuzuin's words, Tsukumo could not help but shake his head. Yuzuin truly treated him as though he were a child, and even Kakashi would not believe such a notion. Humph. A fool's dream. Tsukumo remained silent, but Kakashi responded, Oh? Dead fish eyes, I didn't know you could speak. Angered by Yuzuin's curious gaze, Kakashi retorted, I am neither mute nor a dead fish eye. You tricked my father into becoming a rogue ninja, which hardly reflects well on you. Afterward, Kakashi turned to Tsukumo and questioned, Father, why not attempt to explain to the Hokage? If the Hokage could clarify matters, those blaming you would surely realize their errors. Tsukumo sighed, Kakashi, things are not as simple as you imagine. The accusations against me, leading to my current plight, are actually being fueled by the third Hokage in the shadows. Having already departed from Konoha, Tsukumo could not allow Kakashi to harbor illusions about Konoha or Sarutobi. Thus, he revealed the truth of the situation to Kakashi. Kakashi, now you understand. If it weren't for Yuzuin last night, I might have been dead. After listening to his father's account, Kakashi was left in shock, unable to speak for a long time. The kind old man who had once lectured about the will of fire at the Ninja Academy could commit such acts? Realizing this, Kakashi bowed deeply to Yuzuin, sincerely expressing, Thank you for saving my father. I apologize for my earlier outburst. Please do not be angry. Yuzuin chuckled dismissively. Who would be angry with a child? If you truly remember my kindness, then assist me diligently, for one day I will return to this land with you. Kakashi hesitated, but that would result in many deaths. To instigate change, bloodshed and sacrifice are inevitable. Yuzuin replied patiently, Do not always strive to be the good person. Your father's experience speaks volumes. Recalling the villager's vitriol at his doorstep, Kakashi solemnly declared, I understand. Seeing the determination in Kakashi's eyes, Yuzuin nodded approvingly. If he brought Kakashi back, perhaps Obito would cease to pester him incessantly. The trio continued their journey, and after a while, as they passed a small hill, they suddenly heard suppressed cries from a woman and the raucous laughter of several men. Yuzuin and Tsukumo exchanged glances and proceeded towards the source of the commotion. After walking a short distance, they encountered several male corpses on the ground, while a woman was being torn at by 3 burly men, with a baby crying nearby. Upon noticing Yuzuin and Tsukumo, a bearded man hefted a nearby long blade and coldly demanded, Who are you? The response was a flash of a blade, swift and lethal. In mere moments, the 3 men lay lifeless. Tsukumo placed a pouch of military rations into the woman's hands, softly saying, Take this and be careful on your journey. As he observed the woman departing with her child, Uchiha Itachi remarked softly, Did you see that, Shimo? This shinobi world is in dire need of transformation. Chapter 56. It is not raining outside at all. Deep within Uchiha Itachi's ebony eyes lay profound contemplation. Throughout their journey, they had encountered numerous similar situations. He was not a saint, yet the education he received before his transmigration made it impossible for him to turn a blind eye to such realities. In this shinobi world, the marginalized lived in perilous conditions daily. Although his ultimate aim was to become the strongest and attain immortality, he did not mind alleviating the current plight of the shinobi realm along the way. Perhaps the order he would establish in the future would also have its flaws, but at the very least, it would prevent the rampant banditry and the disregard for human life. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Itachi turned to Hatake Shimo and said, Shimo, it is not just these ordinary folks. Even the shinobi continue to live lives fraught with uncertainty. For the sake of a mission, today you kill me. Tomorrow I kill you. Hatred perpetuates endlessly, ultimately evolving into warfare, akin to the cycle of reincarnation, unceasing. No matter how I ponder, for words come to mind. Hearing this, Hatake Shimo solemnly inquired, What 4 words? Uchiha Itachi's aura surged as he coldly declared, To stop killing with killing. Hatake Shimo fell silent for a moment before regarding Uchiha Itachi earnestly. Itachi, I understand your intent now. From this day forth, I shall heed your commands and join you in establishing a new order. Uchiha Itachi patted Hatake Shimo's shoulder and nodded. With this affirmation, even if they were to engage in battle with Konoha, Shimo would undoubtedly show no mercy. After calming his emotions, Uchiha Itachi turned to glance at Hatake Kakashi behind him and suddenly asked, Kakashi, why do you appear flushed? You did not see something you ought not to have, did you? Upon hearing this, Hatake Kakashi's eyes widened in panic as he stammered. I absolutely did not see anything. Uchiha Uesuin chuckled. But I have yet to specify what I was asking about. Whatever it may be, not seeing it means it was not seen. Observing Kakashi's guilty demeanor, Uchiha Uesuin discreetly produced a book and slipped it into Kakashi's hands. Be cautious while reading. Do not let your father discover it. Curious, Hatake Kakashi flipped through a few pages before promptly hiding the book within his robes. Uchiha Uesuin burst into laughter. While it might carry the undertones of leading a child astray, interacting with characters from the original narrative in such a manner was genuinely amusing. Kumo Village. Reikage Tower. Reikage's office. The third Reikage gazed at Hatake Shumo and Hatake Kakashi with incredulity, asking, Uesuin, you truly managed to recruit Hatake Shumo? Uchiha Uesuin raised an eyebrow. The man stands before you. Do you not see for yourself? In response, the third Reikage erupted into hearty laughter, clapping Uchiha Uesuin on the shoulder. Uesuin, you are the blessing of our Kumo village. Hatake Shumo's strength was acknowledged by all shinobi villages, and even the assertive third Reikage had once reluctantly issued orders to abandon missions unconditionally upon encountering Konoha's White Fang. The fact that such a formidable individual was willing to bring his son to join Kumo village was nothing short of a dream. First, it was the Uchiha clan and the remnants of the Uzumaki, and now it was Hatake Shumo and Hatake Kakashi. Could it be that those fellows from Konoha were truly out of their minds? Casting aside his thoughts, the third Reikage addressed Hatake Shumo. Shumo, you are welcome to settle in Kumo village. Should you require anything, seek Uesuin or myself. The third Reikage's stance eased the anxiety that had long plagued Hatake Shumo. Considering that among the shinobi he had slain, there were indeed notable figures from Kumo village. After a brief conversation, Uchiha Uesuin and Hatake Shumo departed from the Reikage Tower. As they walked along the street, Hatake Shumo could not help but exclaim, Uesuin, I never imagined you wielded such influence in Kumo village. The memory of the third Reikage's demeanor during their interaction left Shumo feeling somewhat astonished. As an outsider seeking refuge, it was remarkable that the third Reikage displayed no disdain towards the Uchiha clan and even treated Uchiha Uesuin as a brother, appearing far more relaxed than he had ever envisioned a Kage to be. It was worth noting that while Sarutobi Hiruzen often presented a friendly facade in public, he exuded a heavy pressure in private. Even Shumo often felt the weight of that authority. Had he approached Konoha as a rogue shinobi, he would likely have found himself in an interrogation room. In response, Uchiha Uesuin stated calmly, those who possess great power do not concern themselves with trivialities. They possess the confidence to master everything. Moreover, in Kumo village, he gestured towards the training ground where several shinobi were present. As long as you have sufficient strength, you will earn their respect. Hatake Shumo followed Uchiha Uesuin's gesture and noticed several members of the Uchiha clan. They were surrounded by Kumo shinobi, akin to stars gathered around the moon, seemingly queuing for joint training. Such a scene was one he had never witnessed, even in Konoha. It appeared that the Uchiha clan was thriving in Kumo village. Noticing the expression on Shumo's face, Uchiha Uesuin proactively explained, when our Uchiha clan first arrived in Kumo village, our clansmen shared your initial concerns, but they soon realized such worries were unfounded. Kumo village's culture venerates strength, and its inhabitants are generally forthright. If you possess power and are willing to engage with them, they will gladly accept you. There are no elaborate schemes here. Life is much easier. This was one of the reasons I chose Kumo village initially. The Uchiha clan is proud, but that pride is directed towards those who are weaker. In Kumo village, such pride is seen as perfectly normal. What is wrong with being a little arrogant if you possess strength? If the weak cannot tolerate this, then they must strive to become stronger. Furthermore, the power of the Sharingan rendered Uchiha clan shinobi nearly invincible in one-on-one confrontations at comparable levels of strength, further solidifying their status in the eyes of Kumo's shinobi. During missions or battles with foes, Uchiha shinobi often displayed greater ferocity. They spoke plainly and preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Thus, within a mere 6 months, the Uchiha clan had seamlessly integrated into Kumo village's shinobi community. Failing to befriend an Uchiha would invite ridicule. Indeed, in contemporary Kumo village, forming friendships with Uchiha shinobi had become something to take pride in. If Uchiha Uesuin were to encapsulate it, it would be that upon departing the protective umbrella of Konoha, one discovers that there is, in fact, no rain outside. Just as Uchiha Uesuin and Hitaki Shomo were engaged in their conversation, AI suddenly appeared before them. Hitaki Shomo, let us battle. I must personally repay you for my defeat on the battlefield. Observing AI's fervent determination, Hitaki Shomo instinctively glanced at Uchiha Uesuin. Uchiha Uesuin shrugged. This fellow is just like that. Either you let him continue to provoke you, or you defeat him as I did. As soon as he finished speaking, AI retorted. I was not defeated by you. I merely feel that my strength has yet to surpass yours. Uchiha Uesuin disregarded AI and added to Hitaki Shomo. It seems that being partially subdued is also acceptable. Chapter 57, A New Reward. Initially, the news of Hitaki Shomo's arrival in Kumo village had not reached many ears. But with AI's commotion, numerous shinobi in Kumo gathered around. They all gazed curiously at the formidable Konoha White Fang, their faces devoid of any signs of aversion. With the groundwork laid by the Uchiha clan, they welcomed such a powerful figure who could enhance the strength of Yunin village with open arms. As the crowd swelled, AI decisively took Chimu Sakomo to Yunlei Gorge. This was the usual training ground for Karabi, a place where even the Eight Tails could unleash their full potential. It was an ideal locale for battle. Lord AI, you must emerge victorious. Display the spirit of Yunin's ninjas, and do not bring shame upon us. The mere thought of witnessing the Konoha White Fang in combat sent a thrill through everyone present. It was not just the ninjas of Yunin. Even members of the Uchiha clan hurried over, eager to observe such a formidable clash, as witnessing the battle of a strong warrior was a rare treasure for every ninja. Upon arriving in Yunin village, Chimu Sakomo felt a surge of pressure as he faced this situation. He glanced uncertainly at Uchiha Yuzuki. Unfazed, Uchiha Yuzuki replied, do not even think of holding back. As long as you do not kill AI on the spot, no one will trouble you for this. Understood. Chimu Sakomo took a deep breath, calming his mind and silently elevating his state to its peak. Seeing this, AI activated the lightning release chakra mode and charged towards Chimu Sakomo. Their battle was devoid of any flamboyance, characterized solely by a relentless exchange of speed and skill. The clash of blades sparkled, and the thunder roared. The conflict lasted less than half an hour, with Chimu Sakomo narrowly claiming victory over AI. As Chimu Sakomo's short blade pierced AI's heart from behind, the crowd erupted into cheers. Although most could not perceive the speed at which Chimu Sakomo and AI moved, their excitement remained undiminished. It was truly the Konoha White Fang. Even Lord AI had been defeated. The thought of such a powerful ally joining their ranks made me unable to suppress my laughter. It is indeed a pity for the people of Konoha. Even my grandmother knew the importance of treating the strong in the village well when she became Hokage. The Konoha White Fang should be renamed the Yunin White Fang. It is time for Konoha to feel the pressure. Ha ha ha. Amidst the cheers from the Yunin villagers, AI approached Chimu Sakomo and extended his fist. Predecessor White Fang, I will come seek you out again. If you slack off, I shall not lose to you again. Observing AI's sincere demeanor, Chimu Sakomo slowly raised his arm, ultimately meeting AI's fist with his own. As the crowd gradually dispersed, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Chimu Sakomo's mouth. This feeling of having no worries was truly delightful. Uchiha Yuzuki approached and remarked, Sakomo, Yunin village has numerous training methods to enhance physical capabilities. As long as you contribute enough, you can learn them. Keep pushing yourself. I look forward to seeing the look on those Konoha Byakugan wolves' faces when they witness your transformation. Watching Uchiha Yuzuki depart, Chimu Sakomo felt a sudden surge of inexplicable determination. Indeed, he could not remain stagnant. In the future, as Yuzuki sought to establish a new order, he would inevitably face formidable opposition. He must grow stronger. To kill to prevent killing, to fight to stop fighting. He aimed to become the sharp blade in Yuzuki's hand, ensuring his triumph overall. After bidding farewell to Chimu Sakomo, Uchiha Yuzuki returned to Yunin village, intending to find Mikoto and Kushina. However, just as he reached a point not far from the clan grounds, he spotted two young figures facing each other. One, wearing goggles and animatedly gesturing, appeared very excited. The other, clad in a mask with arms crossed, exuded a somewhat cold demeanor. Obito, Kakashi, Uchiha Yuzuki greeted as he approached. Uchiha Obito's eyes lit up as he raced to Uchiha Yuzuki's side, inquiring, why is this guy in our village, brother Yuzuki? Uchiha Yuzuki gently ruffled Obito's hair, responding, Kakashi and his father will also become ninjas of Yunin village. Huh. Uchiha Obito's face displayed disbelief as he clutched his head, exclaiming, "Why him of all people? That dead fish-eyed guy?" Chimu Kakashi retorted coldly, "Do not arbitrarily assign me nicknames, you straggler." "What?" Uchiha Obito reacted as though struck at a sore spot, immediately pointing at Kakashi's nose, declaring, "I am a genius ninja of Yunin Village, a prominent figure in school. I am no longer a straggler." Chimu Kakashi remained silent, merely letting out a derisive snort. Seeing this, Uchiha Obito rolled up his sleeves, ready to engage in a fight. Uchiha Yuzuki, feeling somewhat helpless, restrained Uchiha Obito, saying, "Obito, you are not Kakashi's match. You are not as strong as he is." Uchiha Obito stared incredulously at Uchiha Yuzuki. "I am not as strong as he is? I am not afraid to compete with you. How could I not be as strong as him? I call myself the second prodigy of Uchiha, because I consider you my elder brother. I respect you. Now you say I am not as strong as him?" Seeing his determination, Uchiha Yuzuki released his grip on Obito, who immediately charged forward. But in mere moments, Obito found himself pinned down by Chimu Kakashi. "Straggler," Kakashi proclaimed, standing up and bowing to Uchiha Yuzuki. "Lord Yuzuki, I will go find my father now." "Go ahead." After Kakashi departed, Uchiha Yuzuki pulled Uchiha Obito up from the ground, saying, "Obito, Kakashi will also be attending the Ninja Academy. You will have many chances to defeat him. Keep challenging him every day, and one day, you will prevail." Uchiha Obito looked at Uchiha Yuzuki with gratitude, solemnly stating, "Brother Yuzuki, I will not disappoint you." With that, he turned and ran off. Uchiha Yuzuki, in good spirits, whistled as he continued towards the clan grounds. With Kakashi around, Obito would likely not be pestering him frequently anymore. Upon reaching the clan grounds, Uchiha Yuzuki noticed many places adorned with colorful ribbons. Curiously glancing around, he discerned that there seemed to be a wedding taking place. After a brief observation, he dismissed it and prepared to head home. However, the next moment, a long-dormant voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detecting that the host's family has acquired a special bloodline. Yuyue bloodline. Reward obtained. Yuyue bloodline. Current Yuyue bloodline evolution level 1. The sudden voice left Uchiha Yuzuki momentarily stunned. The system? This was the first time he had heard the system's notification since it appeared during his awakening of past life memories. So long ago that he had nearly forgotten it. The activation of the Yuyue bloodline due to the detection of a special bloodline member meant that someone from the Yuyue clan had indeed joined the Uchiha clan, right? Given the circumstances, it could only be through a marriage alliance. Uchiha Yuzuki muttered to himself. With this thought, he made his way towards the gathering crowd. It is clan leader Yuzuki. Clan leader Yuzuki has arrived. Quickly, make way for the clan leader to go to the front. To receive the blessings of clan leader Yuzuki was an immense stroke of luck for the newlyweds. The crowd parted to create a path, and Uchiha Yuzuki walked slowly to stand before the two newlyweds. The groom appeared to be a young man around 20. Upon seeing Uchiha Yuzuki approach, he immediately stood tall and bowed, exclaiming, "Clan leader Yuzuki." Uchiha Yuzuki smiled. "There is no need for such formality. What is your name?" The young man promptly replied, "My name is Feng, and she is Yuyue. We are teammates who have executed missions together." Uchiha Yuzuki nodded, just as he had suspected. The recent system notification must have been due to this girl named Yuyue. Unexpectedly, when marrying a member of our clan or another possessing a unique bloodline, he was able to awaken the corresponding lineage. This truly is a serendipitous gain. After a brief contemplation, Uchiha Jieshwan smiled and spoke. "I happened to pass by and noticed a wedding taking place here, so I thought I would take a look. I hope I haven't disturbed you." Uchiha Feng quickly waved his hand. "How could that be? Your presence at our wedding ceremony brings us immense joy." Observing his exuberant demeanor, Yuyue muttered, "Honestly, you didn't look this happy when I married you." Uchiha Feng raised his chin, saying, "What is there to be happy about in marriage?" Uchiha Jieshwan, unable to bear it any longer, smiled at Yuyue, saying, "Most of our clan members possess this temperament. If he shares a good relationship with you, you must interpret his expressions of affection in reverse." Upon hearing this, Yuyue burst into laughter and agreed. "Indeed, at first, I thought he disliked me. If I hadn't persisted, I would have never realized he harbored feelings for me." "Hey, why are you saying this?" Yuyue wrapped her arms around Uchiha Feng's, exclaiming, "Finally, I've captured your heart. Do you know how happy I am?" Observing Uchiha Feng's flushed face, Uchiha Jieshwan interjected, "All right, I have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Wishing you both a joyful marriage. Farewell, esteemed clan leader." After bidding farewell to Uchiha Feng and Yiyueing, Uchiha Jieshuan did not return home directly, but instead ventured to a secluded area to utilize Kamui and enter the Kamui space. He then sat cross-legged, beginning to meticulously sense the changes within his body. As time passed, the smile on Uchiha Jieshuan's face grew more pronounced. Although the Yiyue bloodline within him had only evolved to level 1, he could already perceive changes in his body. The Yiyue bloodline increased the cellular strength within him and enhanced his adaptability to lightning chakra. Simultaneously, due to the increase in cellular strength, his chakra volume had also seen a slight rise. Uchiha Jieshuan was certain that if he were to evolve the Yiyue bloodline to level 100, his body would undergo a profound transformation. Indeed, possessing a physique capable of cultivating lightning chakra mode was extraordinary. Upon his initial arrival at Yunin village, he had already commenced training in lightning chakra mode, yet the overwhelming power had proven too much for his cells to endure. In lightning chakra mode, rather than enhancing cellular activity, the cells would perish. From that moment, Uchiha Jieshuan had speculated that the third Reikage and AI possessed physiques that were truly exceptional. Now, this conjecture appeared to hold merit. If the Uzumaki and Senju clans' bloodlines could enhance cellular vitality, thereby accelerating cellular division to acquire formidable chakra and recovery abilities, then the Yiyue clan's bloodline significantly augmented cellular strength, resulting in superior defensive capabilities and endurance. Once cellular strength reached a certain threshold, even the most violent lightning could course through the body without causing cellular demise. As for the cellular adaptability to lightning chakra, it was likely a natural evolution for the Yiyue clan, having lived in the land of lightning. With this realization, excitement surged in Uchiha Jieshuan's eyes. The third Reikage's physique was already impressive enough. He single-handedly faced thousands of IWA shinobi led by Oenoki for 3 days and nights, clashing with the rampaging Eight Tails until both were utterly exhausted, enduring the wind release, Raisin Shuriken with his Edo Tensei body. However, Uchiha Jieshuan had an instinct that once he evolved the Yiyue bloodline to 100, his physical prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of the third Reikage. System. Will I receive rewards if I directly amend the surnames of other clan members willing to join the Uchiha clan in the family registry? Rewards can only be obtained through marriage and the birth of descendants. Uchiha Jieshuan had long anticipated the system's response. The family system aimed to increase population through alliances and blood relations. If outsiders could simply change their surnames and be counted among the clan, it would indeed be absurd. As it stands, each time a Yiyue clan member marries an Uchiha clan member, the evolution degree increases by 1, and to elevate the bloodline to 100, he would only need to marry 100 Yiyue clan members. No, considering the offspring born from these unions, the number would be even fewer. Uchiha Jieshuan nodded inwardly. These conditions were not overly stringent. The Yiyue clan possessed many members with personalities akin to Yiyue Ying's, and given the Uchiha clan's appeal, achieving this goal would not be particularly challenging. Having come to this conclusion, Uchiha Jieshuan rose from the Kamui space. Since the inclusion of other special bloodlines could yield rewards, he should seek out such bloodlines to continuously enhance himself. If he were to fortify his body with the bloodlines of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, strengthen his spirit with the Uchiha bloodline, and reinforce his bones with the Kagaya bloodline, could it be that one day he too might acquire a physique akin to that of the Sage of Six Paths? No, perhaps even stronger. After all, this ninja world still bore the legacy of the Otsutsuki clan's bloodlines. Chapter 59. The imprisoned clan. Upon exiting the Kamui space, it was already deep into the night. Uchiha Jieshuan returned to the courtyard and noticed that the lights in the room where Uzumaki Kushina resided were still on. As he approached, he found the door ajar and entered without hesitation. Inside the room, Uzumaki Kushina lay sprawled on the table, fast asleep. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Jieshuan gently lifted her and placed her on the bed. However, while tucking her in, their bodies accidentally brushed against each other, startling Uzumaki Kushina awake. Upon seeing Uchiha Jieshuan, she paused for a moment, then crossed her arms. Jieshuan, why are you here? What were you doing just now? Observing her guarded demeanor, Uchiha Jieshuan replied coolly, when someone helps you tuck in while you sleep, you should simply say thank you, rather than asking why I am here or what I was doing, which is rather ungrateful. Huh, what do you mean by that? Just say thank you. Realizing Uchiha Jieshuan's gaze was upon her, Uzumaki Kushina, somewhat dazed, stammered, teach thank you. Seeing that Uzumaki Kushina had forgotten to pursue the previous topic, Uchiha Jeshuan shifted the conversation. Kushina, why were you sleeping with the door open, sprawled on the table? Uzumaki Kushina explained. I heard someone say you had returned. So I waited for you at home. You need not wait for me. I will come looking for you as soon as I return, Uchiha Jeshuan said, ruffling her hair. Even if you are asleep, I will sneak in to see you. At his words, Uzumaki Kushina's cheeks flushed, and she pouted. Pervert. Yes, that's the feeling. Uchiha Jeshuan said with a satisfied smile, continuing. It's getting late. You should sleep now. Tomorrow we can have a meal together. Understood. I'll invite Mikoto too. Very good. After chatting with Uzumaki Kushina for a while, Uchiha Jeshuan returned to his own room. If memory served, there was indeed another clan with a unique bloodline in the Land of Lightning, a clan that shared some ties with the Uchiha clan. The next day, Uchiha Jeshuan slept until noon, stretching lazily as he stepped out of his room. As he exited, he spotted Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto whispering to each other in the courtyard. Observing this scene, Uchiha Jeshuan approached with a smile, wrapping an arm around each of them. Kushina, Mikoto, good morning. Uchiha Mikoto shyly lowered her head, while Uzumaki Kushina feigned a struggle before saying, It's already noon. You big lazy pig. You're your boy Jieshan, feeling somewhat discontented, remarked, Kusina, mind your words. Be careful lest I spank you. To this, the spirited Uzumaki Kusina huffed. I am not afraid of you. Senior Lihua has already taken me as his adopted daughter. If you bully me, or Mikoto, I shall report you to Senior Lihua. Upon hearing this, the curious Uchihas, especially Mikoto, turned to her. Mikoto, is what Kusina said true? With a smile, Uchihas Mikoto nodded, indicating that henceforth, it is you who should be cautious. The sisterly duo, one with ebony hair and the other with crimson, embodied contrasting temperaments, one gentle and the other vivacious, further fueling the excitement. Uchihas Jeshuan remained silent, yet a phrase inadvertently surfaced in his mind. What does it mean to give me double the betrothal gifts? After enjoying a meal with Uchihas Mikoto and Uzumaki Kusina, Uchihas Jeshuan proceeded to the Reikage building. Within the chamber housing the archives, he uncovered records pertaining to the Chi clan. The information was scant, yet Uchihas Jeshuan swiftly grasped the essence of the Chi clan. According to the records, the Chi clan had resided in the Land of Thunder for generations, possessing a bloodline limit known as the Blood Dragon Eye, which could transform others into human bombs through the medium of blood. During the Warring States period, a member of the Chi clan married the feudal lord of the Land of Thunder, inciting jealousy in the lord's legitimate wife. Shortly after the marriage, the lord met an untimely demise, and the legitimate wife attributed all blame to the woman from the Chi clan. The woman was compelled to take her own life, and the Chi clan was subsequently embroiled in the turmoil. With all its members imprisoned in Hell Valley of the Land of Thunder, the Uchihas were tasked with their custody. Later, when the Uchihas and Senju joined forces to establish Konoha, the responsibility of overseeing the Chi clan was transferred to Kumogakure. Even to this day, the members of the Chi clan remain confined, forbidden to leave Hell Valley. It is indeed a tragic fate. Merely due to the jealousy of the feudal lord's wife, the Chi clan has languished in captivity for centuries. If not for unforeseen circumstances, they would remain imprisoned eternally, facing potential extinction. Despite their formidable power, they are perceived as mere disposable tools in the eyes of those lords and nobles. Such a shinobi world is indeed grotesque. Uchihas Jeshuan's gaze grew colder. In this extraordinary realm, those endowed with power ought to possess everything, regardless of others' opinions. He held no regard for feudal lords. Those who dared to defy him would face immediate execution. In the Reikage's office, the third Reikage, Mabujin, and Tsukadai were deliberating on the allocation of compensation from Konoha. Upon noticing Uchihas Jeshuan's entrance, Mabujin and Tsukadai promptly rose, addressing him respectfully, Lord Jeshuan. They held deep admiration for this powerful young man, whose prowess had elevated Kumogakure to the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Without Uchihas Jeshuan, the ninjas of Kumogakure would not enjoy their current prosperous existence. Uchihas Jeshuan waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities. I have come to discuss a matter with the third Reikage. Intrigued, the third Reikage inquired, Jeshuan, is there something I can assist you with? In Hell Valley of the Land of Thunder, the members of the Chi clan remain imprisoned, do they not? Their Blood Dragon Eye bloodline limit is a power that should not go to waste. I wish to bring them back to the village. After Jieshuan articulated his intent, the third Raikage, Sukadai, and Mabujin were left speechless, taken aback by such an unexpected request. Sukadai contemplated before responding, Lord Jieshuan. The Chi clan is a cursed clan imprisoned by the orders of successive feudal lords. Releasing them would not be sanctioned. Kumogakure, lacking any bloodline limits, had always yearned for ninjas possessing such abilities. The second Raikage had previously sought the release of several talented members of the Chi clan from the feudal lord, but was met with a stern refusal. Thus, Kumogakure preferred to raid the shinobi world for children with bloodline limits rather than consider freeing the Chi clan from Hell Valley. Now, with Uchiha Jieshuan proposing such a request, it posed a considerable challenge. Jieshuan, what has prompted this sudden desire to release the Chi clan? Asked the third Raikage. Uchiha Jieshuan replied coolly, Did you forget what I mentioned to you before? Upon hearing his words, the third Raikage's mind drifted back to their conversation in the Raikage building. Uchiha Jieshuan's ambition was to alter the current landscape of the shinobi world and establish a unified nation. This revelation had left him in shock for quite some time. If this was indeed his goal, Jieshuan's intentions became comprehensible, for to unify the entire shinobi world, Kumogakure's strength was still woefully inadequate. Noticing the third Raikage's hesitation, Sukadai and Mabujin curiously inquired, Raikage-sama, what is the matter that Lord Jieshuan has mentioned? The third Raikage, glancing at Uchiha Jieshuan and seeing no objection from him, solemnly stated, Jieshuan seeks to unify the shinobi world and establish a singular nation. What? Both Mabujin and Sukadai gasped in astonishment. To unify the shinobi world? Such an ambition seemed utterly preposterous. Observing their reactions, the third Raikage appeared unsurprised. He himself had been struck dumb by this news for quite some time. It is worth noting that even in their previously radical aspirations, they had merely wished to lead Kumogakure to become the most formidable shinobi village in the world. After a considerable pause, Sukadai licked his parched lips and asked Uchiha Jieshuan, Lord Jieshuan, do you truly wish to unify the shinobi world? Uchiha Jieshuan, maintaining a calm demeanor, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the current shinobi world is rife with tragedies. I aim to establish a new order, realizing true peace. Only through the unification of the shinobi world could he securely develop and strengthen the Uchihas, while continuously acquiring potent bloodlines. Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Otsutsuki Mamashiki, and that legendary Otsutsuki deity. If he could not attain power surpassing theirs, Uchiha Jieshuan would never find peace. Since the moment he awakened his memories, his ambitions had transcended the confines of the mere shinobi world. Mabujin furrowed his brow and interjected, Lord Jieshuan, unifying the shinobi world is not a simple endeavor. Not to mention we must possess overwhelming strength to crush other villages, but the feudal lords would never permit such a thing. Despite the frequent outbreaks of war among shinobi, those feudal lords would not allow any one faction to become dominant. For them, the current state of mutual checks and balances among the shinobi was the most favorable scenario. In response, Uchiha Jieshuan let out a cold chuckle, addressing Mabujin and Sukadai. From the very beginning, you have fixated on the feudal lords. However, this is my undertaking. I need not seek their approval. With that, the third Raikage, Sukadai, and Mabujin found themselves once again at a loss for words. The feudal lords were the rulers of the nation. Should such matters not be discussed with them? Observing their astonishment, Uchiha Jieshuan continued. The notion that powerful ninjas must heed the commands of the feudal lords is inherently a distorted system. The current state of the shinobi world is also entwined with the corruption of those who merely occupy their positions. Eliminating the feudal lords has always been part of my plan. He gazed at the trio, now rendered numb with shock, and slowly asserted, regardless of our intentions, we need not heed the so-called feudal lords. If they oppose me, I shall eliminate them. Once death descends, the feudal lords and those nobles will understand that we are not mere disposable tools. We are the true masters of this land. With his words, a profound silence enveloped the office. After a brief moment, Tutai spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice. If we assassinate the daimyo, the other daimyos will undoubtedly not sit idly by. We would become enemies of the entire shinobi world. Ha ha ha. Yuzhibo Jieshuan could not help but burst into laughter. Tutai, do you truly believe that is my intention? To oppose the entire shinobi world is merely a matter of time. Upon hearing Yuzhibo Jieshuan's words, Tutai fell silent. Such matters concerning the fate of the village were beyond his control. The third Reikage gazed intently at Yuzhibo Jieshuan and said in a deep voice, Jieshuan, do you have confidence? According to your plan, we are likely to face the strongest of the entire shinobi world. Humph. Mere grains of sand do not compare to me. Yuzhibo Jieshuan's dark eyes transformed into the crimson kaleidoscope of the Sharingan, his tone brimming with confidence. These eyes of mine can help me achieve anything. Excellent. The third Reikage laughed heartily and patted Yuzhibo Jieshuan's shoulder vigorously. In truth, I have long harbored disdain for the daimyo. Those scoundrels only consider their own interests, completely disregarding our lives. Moreover, the excitement on the third Reikage's face was palpable. My greatest joy lies in battling strong opponents. The tremor in his body was not from fear, but from exhilaration. Given the power that Yuzhibo Jieshuan had demonstrated, perhaps they could truly accomplish it. To become the transformative figures who surpass Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, such a notion was thrilling. Seeing the third Reikage's agreement, a smile spread across Yuzhibo Jieshuan's face. Among all the Kage, only the third Reikage would consent to such a reckless plan. For this reason alone, he would rewrite the third Reikage's fate. Observing the two, Tutai and Mabujin exchanged glances, both revealing bitter smiles. One third Reikage was already sufficiently radical. Now, with the addition of an even more audacious Yuzhibo Jieshuan, what could they say? They could only join the madness. All right, today's matters are classified. Do not disclose a single word to anyone. Jieshuan, I shall grant you a hand order now. Go to Hyuga and bring the members of the Zuezaki clan back. Understood. As the third Reikage wrote the hand order, Mabujin could not resist teasing. Lord Jieshuan, your personality is indeed quite similar to that of Lord Reikage. Both of you prefer to resolve issues through force. Yuzhibo Jieshuan shook his head in rebuttal. Do not speak nonsense. I have always relied on my intellect to solve problems. Is that so? Mabujin chuckled. However, the matters you are about to undertake clearly depend on strength. That is because my intellect tells me to wield my power to address the issues at hand. Ha ha. The third Reikage laughed and immediately nodded in agreement. Indeed, I feel the same. After sharing a light-hearted moment, Yuzhibo Jieshuan departed the Reikage building with the hand order in hand. It was said that the bloodline limit of the Zuezaki clan bore a striking resemblance to the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Did this not imply that the Zuezaki clan were also descendants of Indra? If the speculation proved correct, acquiring the bloodline power of the Zuezaki clan might elevate his spiritual power significantly, much like obtaining the bloodline of the Yue clan. Chapter 61. What terrifying jinjutsu awaits in the land of lightning? The sky bore no clouds, yet a continuous rumble akin to thunder echoed through the air. Dressed in attire adorned with the Uchiha clan's fan emblem, Yuzhibo Jieshuan walked alone, a long blade slung at his waist. His long black hair danced in the wind, and his dark eyes appeared even more profound against his fair skin. As he walked, arcs of blue lightning flickered across his body. Ever since awakening the bloodline of the Yue clan, his mastery of Raitun for body enhancement had improved remarkably. Feeling the changes within his body, a smile graced Yuzhibo Jieshuan's face. In the next moment, the sound of chirping birds resonated as his right hand became enveloped in crackling lightning. He had completely mastered the technique of Chidori and its derivative forms, and combined with the Sharingan, it would yield impressive results in combat. Upon returning, he could pass on the training methods to his clansmen. Dispelling the Chidori from his hand, he focused his thoughts, and the sky-blue chakra sphere materialized in his palm. Next, he should explore the nature of the Rasengan's transformations. Thus, he continued his journey while honing his skills, eventually arriving at a terrain resembling a barren wasteland. As he surveyed the surroundings, he found weathered rocks and towering cliffs, with scarcely any vegetation in sight. The unceasing thunder above imparted a sense of being in hell. To have survived in such a place for centuries was a testament to their resilience. Yuzhibo Jieshuan halted at a canyon where a dozen rock huts constructed from stone surrounded the entrance. Several Yunin stood before him, coldly declaring, "The area ahead is a forbidden zone. Do not approach." Yuzhibo Jieshuan said nothing further. He merely produced the third Reikage's hand order from his robes and tossed it forward. Moments later, the Yunin knelt before him. "We greet you, Lord Jieshuan. You may return to the village," he instructed. In response, the leading Yunin said, "Lord Jieshuan, those individuals inside are quite dangerous. Should we remain to assist you?" "No need." Yuzhibo Jieshuan waved his hand dismissively, proceeding steadily into the canyon. The entrance of the canyon was narrow, barely accommodating a single person. After walking for about a mile, the space ahead opened up dramatically. The ground was littered with enormous crimson pools of water, resembling blood. Scattered white bones lay at the bottom, creating a gruesome sight. As he pressed on, he encountered a series of uniformly shaped caves at the base of the formidable cliffs. Sensing Yuzhibo Jieshuan's presence, pale-skinned individuals emerged from the caves in unison. A rough estimate revealed there to be over 100 of them. "Who are you?" demanded an elder at the forefront upon seeing Yuzhibo Jieshuan standing alone. "I am here to rescue you," he replied calmly. "I come to escort the Zuezaki clan back to Yunnan village." "What?" The words shocked everyone present, disbelief etched on their faces. Having been imprisoned for centuries, they had long abandoned hope of ever leaving. The sudden arrival of Yuzhibo Jieshuan left them bewildered. The elder, voice trembling, asked, "What has transpired outside? Why are you releasing us now?" Before Yuzhibo Jieshuan could respond, a member of the Zuezaki clan exclaimed, "That clan emblem identifies you as one of the Uchiha." Upon hearing this, the Zuezaki clan members froze momentarily before turning their furious gazes upon Yuzhibo Jieshuan. "Damn Uchiha! It was you who exiled our clan to this place. We will take our revenge." Some of the zealous Zuezaki clan members' eyes glowed with a red light reminiscent of the Sharingan, their pupils transforming into horizontal slits. Yuzhibo Jieshuan felt a surge of power assaulting his mind. At the same time, the Zuezaki clan members formed hand seals, and the crimson water of the pools began to churn as massive blood dragons surged toward Yuzhibo Jieshuan. Die! The blood dragons enveloped Yuzhibo Jieshuan in an instant. In the next moment, his battered figure appeared before them. Observing the wounds on Yuzhibo Jieshuan's body, the Zuezaki clan members wore expressions of cold mirth. "Repent. Explode. Boom." Before the smiles on the faces of the radical Zuezaki clan members could fade, their bodies were obliterated into dust. The remaining Zuezaki clan members gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. What is happening? Why did they self-destruct? What a terrifying illusion. One must wonder when it truly began. It must have been that pair of three-tomo Sharingan that gazed directly into that individual's eyes. In the eyes of many members of the Zuezaki clan, those who had just perished first cried out, only to reveal peculiar smiles upon their faces. Subsequently, they directly performed hand seals and self-destructed. Such abnormal behavior was clearly the result of an illusion. This incited a sense of trepidation among the remaining members of the Zuezaki clan. It is essential to note that their eyes also possessed the ability to cast illusions and had a high resistance to them. Yet, in that fleeting moment, all those harboring hostility fell victim to the opponent's illusion. Such power was indeed terrifying. Observing the Zuezaki clan fall silent, Uchiha Jieshuan stood still, his expression impassive, and said, "Shall we converse now?" An invisible pressure enveloped the air, compelling the Zuezaki clan members to bow their heads. The elder at the forefront summoned his courage to speak. "Our people were at fault just now. Please, continue." Uchiha Jieshuan nodded with satisfaction, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Being confined in such a place for an extended period could understandably lead to radicalism and irritability. There was no need to involve those who had no intention of resorting to violence. Based on the reactions of those few individuals earlier, it is clear that you still remember the events of yesteryear. In that era, our Uchiha clan was merely employed by the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. The true object of your animosity should be the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. Upon hearing Uchiha Jieshuan's words, expressions of bitter laughter appeared on the faces of the Zuezaki clan members. They were well aware that it was the daimyo of the Land of Lightning who had wronged them. Yet, what could their hatred accomplish? The daimyo was entirely beyond their reach. At this thought, the elder of the Zuezaki clan suddenly awakened to a realization and asked Uchiha Jieshuan, "Might I inquire, sir, is it not the will of the daimyo of the Land of Lightning that you release us?" If it were truly the daimyo's intention, he should not have uttered sentiments of hating the daimyo instead. However, without the daimyo's consent, who would dare release their clan, deemed as criminals, from the Hell Valley? Sensing the elder's confusion, Uchiha Jieshuan replied nonchalantly, "Times have changed. From this day forth, we need not concern ourselves with the daimyo's whims. The era of the ninja has arrived." Chapter 62, Early Graduation? I object. The era of the ninja has arrived? Upon hearing Uchiha Jieshuan's proclamation, the members of the Zuezaki clan trembled with excitement. If that were the case, they truly need not remain in this wretched place any longer. "Sir, my name is Yuyachinyu. May I know your name?" "Uchiha Jieshuan." "Lord Jieshuan, we shall begin packing our belongings at once. Please, command me as you wish. Uchiha Jieshuan waved his hand, allowing Yu to lead the clan in their preparations. The members of the Zuezhikshir clan worked swiftly, and within 2 hours, they had all convened once more. In such a place as Hell Valley, they possessed not even a few decent garments. Let us depart. Under Uchiha Jieshuan's guidance, the Zuezhikshir clan members stepped out of Hell Valley for the first time. Although the landscape outside bore little difference to that within Hell Valley, many members of the Zuezhikshir clan were moved to tears by the vastness of the world beyond. How astonishing it was that the outside world was so expansive. In contrast to his kin, Yu remained remarkably composed as he cautiously inquired of Uchiha Jieshuan. Lord Jieshuan, what did you mean by your earlier remarks? Our clan has been away from the ninja world for far too long. Could you kindly enlighten me on the events that have transpired during our absence? Uchiha Jieshuan glanced at him but did not feign aloofness, responding mildly. After your clan was imprisoned, the ninja world did not undergo significant changes. It was not until several decades ago that the Uchiha clan joined forces with the Senju clan to establish a system of one nation, one village, thus bringing an end to the Warring States period. Uchiha Jieshuan briefly recounted some key events, culminating with his arrival at Yunin village, where he proactively sought to have them released. Yu was left in a state of shock, unable to fathom that such formidable figures as Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had emerged in the outside world. After a moment to process, Yu expressed his gratitude to Uchiha Jieshuan. Lord Jieshuan, you are our benefactor. Henceforth, should you require anything, we shall go through fire and water for you. Uchiha Jieshuan smiled and waved his hand. Your clan is currently too few in number. You should focus on procreation, regardless of the circumstances. Increasing your population is of utmost importance. Upon hearing this, Yu felt even more moved. The esteemed gentleman before him was entirely different from the descriptions of the Uchiha clan passed down through generations. No matter what, they would never forget the grace with which Uchiha Jieshuan rescued them from Hell Valley. Yunin village. The Cloud Ninjas, having received advance notice, gathered once more along the streets. As they beheld Uchiha Jieshuan leading the Zuezhikshir clan into the village, an uproar of excitement erupted among them. This is the Zuezhikshir clan, renowned for possessing ocular powers second only to the Sharingan. How splendid! Our village has gained a new source of strength. It's Lord Jieshuan again. I truly adore him. How can one person be so handsome while simultaneously possessing such strength? Ever since Lord Jieshuan had arrived in Yunin village, the village's strength had undergone a dramatic transformation daily. It felt as if they had struck gold. Once again, they expressed gratitude to Konoha and the Hokage. For all members of the Zuezhikshir clan, this was their first encounter with so many outsiders. Initially apprehensive, they found their spirits lifted considerably upon hearing the hearty laughter of the Cloud Ninjas. Upon reaching the designated area for their clan, Uchiha Jieshuan spoke. Please, settle in. If you require anything, seek out Fugaku. He will relay your needs to me. With that, Uchiha Jieshuan turned and departed. It was truly no easy feat to enhance one's strength. However, there was little to be done. He was not a child of destiny, and could only exert sweat and effort to strive for greatness. As he walked down the path, a familiar voice echoed from a nearby training ground. Uchiha Jieshuan turned to see Uchiha Obito engaged in combat with Hitaki Kakashi. Uchiha Obito wielded a kunai, relentlessly attacking Hitaki Kakashi, who skillfully evaded each strike. The intense onslaught soon left Uchiha Obito struggling to catch his breath, his speed diminishing. Seizing the opportunity, Hitaki Kakashi executed a sweeping kick, toppling Uchiha Obito to the ground. In an instant, the blade of his short sword was poised at Uchiha Obito's throat. Damn it! Uchiha Obito grunted in frustration, striking the ground. Another loss. At that moment, a hand extended toward him. You've improved significantly, yet you remain too impulsive in battle. Uchiha Obito was taken aback, grasping the hand offered by Hitaki Kakashi. Adjusting his goggles, he declared loudly, "One day, I will undoubtedly surpass you." Hitaki Kakashi scoffed lightly. "I am on the verge of becoming a true ninja. I may not be able to train with you daily anymore." What? Uchiha Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Hitaki Tsukumo simultaneously turned to look. Uchiha Jieshuan suddenly pressed down on Hitaki Kakashi's head. "You intend to graduate early?" Hitaki Kakashi stepped back a few paces. Disgruntled, "I feel I have learned nothing of value at the ninja school." Uchiha Jieshuan turned to Hitaki Tsukumo. "Do you agree to this?" Hitaki Tsukumo nodded. "I respect Kakashi's wishes." No, I object. The words of Uchiha Jieshuan left Hatake Tsukumo and Hatake Kakashi momentarily stunned. Disagreement? What does that mean? Hatake Kakashi is still too young. Becoming a ninja too early could severely hinder his future growth. In his plans, both Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Obito were meant to graduate simultaneously. Presently, their rapport was quite commendable. With Noira Rin no longer in the picture, the bond between Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Obito must deepen. Uchiha Jieshuan understood well that unlike other Uchiha, he needed to forge his own connections to have a greater chance of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Upon hearing this, Hatake Tsukumo glanced at Hatake Kakashi, momentarily hesitant. In many matters, Uchiha Jieshuan had a clearer perspective than he did. Therefore, he had to consider Jieshuan's opinion with utmost seriousness. Observing this, Hatake Kakashi took the initiative to speak. Senior Jieshuan, although I am still young, my strength has already surpassed that of many lower ninjas. I believe I am fully qualified to become a ninja now. Hearing Kakashi's words, Uchiha Jieshuan's mind sparked with inspiration, and he produced a bell to hang at his waist. If you can snatch this bell from me, I will agree to your becoming a ninja. Chapter 63, The Messenger of the Daimyo. All right. Hatake Kakashi's eyes brimmed with confidence as he gripped his short blade and charged towards Uchiha Jieshuan. Impressive speed. Uchiha Jieshuan complimented, swiftly drawing a kunai to deflect Kakashi's attack. Inheriting Hatake Tsukumo's swordsmanship, Kakashi's strikes were formidable, each aimed at Uchiha Jieshuan's vital points. Jieshuan maintained his composure. His movements appeared light and unhurried, yet he consistently countered Kakashi's assaults with the simplest of maneuvers. Kakashi, if this is all you have, it would be prudent to remain at the Ninja Academy for a few more years. Upon hearing Uchiha Jieshuan's words, Hatake Kakashi let out a defiant huff. He then retrieved several shurikens from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them at Uchiha Jieshuan, simultaneously forming hand seals. Wind release. Wind cutter technique. Invisible blades of wind surged towards Uchiha Jieshuan. In response, Uchiha Jieshuan also formed hand seals. Fire release. Fire dragon technique. A colossal fire dragon instantly shattered the wind blades and surged towards Hatake Kakashi with unrelenting force. Kakashi slammed his hands onto the ground. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Boom. The fire dragon collided with the thick earthen wall, transforming into scattered sparks. Uchiha Jieshuan appeared behind Hatake Kakashi, placing the kunai against Kakashi's neck. Kakashi, you have lost. Is that so? A hint of a smile appeared in Kakashi's eyes, which then dissipated into a cloud of smoke. Earth release. Inner decapitation technique. The ground ruptured, pulling Uchiha Jieshuan down, leaving only his head exposed. Senior Jieshuan, it is I who have won. Hatake Kakashi crouched in front of Uchiha Jieshuan, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. Is that so? Take a look behind you. Kakashi's heart sank. Before he could react, he heard Uchiha Jieshuan's voice behind him. Secret technique. 1,000 years of pain. Hatake Kakashi was sent flying, clutching his backside. Uchiha Jieshuan rose, chuckling. Kakashi, you should remain in school for now. He added, I do not quite recognize your earth flow wall without a dog head. Hatake Kakashi lay on the ground in despair, seemingly unresponsive to the comment. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito clenched his fists tightly. So Kakashi possesses such formidable strength? Continuously unleashing ninjutsu is something only many chunin can achieve. However, now is not the time for such thoughts. Uchiha Obito rushed to Hatake Kakashi's side, lowering his head to assess Kakashi's injuries. Hatake Tsukumo approached Uchiha Jieshuan, somewhat pained. Jieshuan, you were a bit too harsh. Uchiha Jieshuan smiled. Kakashi has a prideful nature. A little more tempering will do him no harm. Upon hearing this, Hatake Tsukumo nodded. Since you believe Kakashi needs further honing, let him stay at the Ninja Academy for a few more years. Let us decide on that. Uchiha Jieshuan inquired curiously. How has your training progressed recently? Fairly well, Hatake Tsukumo replied, channeling chakra through his body, purple lightning crackling in his hands. The body-forging secret technique of Kumogakure is indeed remarkable. I sense an opportunity for further advancement. Uchiha Jieshuan was taken aback. It is evident that each individual who can become a top-tier powerhouse is a genius. In such a short time, Hatake Tsukumo has developed purple lightning. With this thought, Uchiha Jieshuan felt a surge of determination. Tsukumo, let us engage in battle. While sheer strength can overcome many, combat experience remains crucial. Battling a powerhouse like Hatake Tsukumo would greatly benefit even Uchiha Jieshuan. Upon hearing Uchiha Jieshuan's suggestion, a fierce fighting spirit ignited in Hatake Sakomo's eyes. Like Uchiha Jishwan, he too desired to constantly surpass himself through combat with formidable adversaries. Time flew by, and a month quietly passed. During this month, Uchiha Jishwan engaged in numerous sparring sessions with Hatake Sakomo, AI, Killer Bee, and the Third Raikage. Through intense battles, his combat experience rapidly accumulated. Compared to the beginning, only the Third Raikage could still pose a challenge to him without utilizing the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Beep. Detected that the host's family possesses a special bloodline. Yueb bloodline. Current Yueb bloodline evolution level, 17. Beep. Detected that the host's family possesses a special bloodline. Blood pool bloodline. Current blood pool bloodline evolution level, 2. Feeling the surge of power coursing through his body, a broad smile spread across Uchiha Jishwan's face. In just over a month, more than 10 members of the Yue clan had intermarried with the Uchiha clan. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could evolve the Yue bloodline to 100. By that time, his physique would surpass even that of the Third Raikage. Furthermore, Uchiha Jishwan was heartened by the fact that although his physical strength had increased alongside the Yue bloodline, he had not undergone any drastic changes. Aside from more defined muscle lines, he appeared vastly different from the bulky physiques of the Third Raikage, AI, and Killer Bee. Additionally, as Uchiha Jishwan had previously surmised, the bloodline power of the Bloodpool clan could enhance his mental fortitude, combined with the bloodline strength of the Yue clan. Both his chakra and ocular power had seen considerable growth, a comprehensive enhancement devoid of any weaknesses. This is the allure of having an advantage. Jishwan, are you busy? A gentle voice echoed from outside, belonging to Uchiha Makoto. Uchiha Jishwan opened his eyes. Makoto, is there something you need? Uchiha Makoto stepped inside. The Third Raikage has sent someone, requesting your presence at the Raikage's office. Did they mention what it was about? It seems a messenger from the daimyo of the Land of Lightning has arrived. Uchiha Makoto's eyes held a hint of concern. Jishwan, do you think the daimyo is coming to hold you accountable? After the Bloodpool clan settled in Kumogakure, rumors regarding their affairs had spread throughout the village. Uchiha Makoto was naturally aware that Uchiha Jishwan had taken it upon himself to release the clan of criminals imprisoned by the daimyo. Thus, upon hearing that a messenger from the daimyo of the Land of Thunder had arrived, a flicker of anxiety stirred within her heart. Observing the demeanor of Uchiha Makoto, Uchiha Yuin extended his arms and embraced her. Do not worry, this was indeed a part of my plan all along. Chapter 64. Journey to Kyoto. After bidding farewell to Uchiha Makoto, Uchiha Yuin made his way to the Raikage building. Upon entering the office, he was met with the sight of a man clad in brocade, furiously striking the table. The Third Raikage remained silent, his lips sealed. When he noticed Uchiha Yuin's arrival, the Third Raikage finally spoke. Yuin, you have come. Nodding in acknowledgement, Uchiha Yuin was about to speak when the irate man who had been pounding the table rushed before him. You are Uchiha Yuin? I have long heard of the rebellious nature of your clan's ninjas, yet I never imagined you would dare to release the imprisoned members of the Bloodline clan without permission. Remember this, tools are merely tools. Regardless of how others perceive your clan as a prestigious ninja lineage or a formidable force in the ninja world, you must always remain aware of your position and never overstep your bounds. I command you to retrieve all members of the Bloodpool clan back to Hell Valley at once. Otherwise, the messenger paused deliberately, a hint of menace crossing his face. Otherwise, the fate of the Bloodpool clan shall be the future of your Uchiha clan. Is that so? Uchiha Yuin chuckled softly, suddenly seizing the messenger by the throat, lifting his slightly stout form off the ground. It seems you wish to dance. The messenger was taken aback by Uchiha Yuin's sudden aggression. Sensing the unmasked killing intent, he turned to the Third Raikage. Raikage, do you intend to rebel? If you kill me, you will undoubtedly face the wrath of the daimyo. The Third Raikage remained silent. As the suffocating grip intensified, panic gripped the messenger. He shouted at the Third Raikage. Raikage, the daimyo has always supported you. Is this how you repay him? Upon hearing this, the Third Raikage appeared conflicted. Yuin, should we not? Crack. Before he could finish, Uchiha Yuin had already snapped the messenger's neck. Third Raikage, you heard his words. In their eyes, we have always been mere tools. Their so-called support is nothing more than a means to reap greater benefits. Once interests collide, they will turn on us without hesitation. This was merely the release of a falsely accused Bloodpool clan member, yet they reacted so violently. What will happen when we refuse their commands one day? Uchiha Yuin spoke matter-of-factly. Much like the capitalists of the past, no matter how benevolent they appear on the surface, they fundamentally exploit their workers. To feel gratitude for a modicum of kindness is the height of folly. Third Reikage, remember, this is not a game. It is a struggle for survival. If we are to act, we must show no mercy. Hearing Uchiha Yuin's words, the Third Reikage sighed. I understand. Otherwise, I would not have supported your decision from the outset. Yet, when faced with reality, I still find it hard to be resolute. Rest assured, I shall not sacrifice the greater good for minor concerns. He was deeply dissatisfied with the current regime. Those who followed him were brothers who had shared life and death together. They had flesh, blood, and emotions. Yet, the aristocrats above treated them as mere tools, willing to cast them aside to achieve their goals. As a leader, he had witnessed such occurrences far too often. Now, with an opportunity presenting itself, he could not afford to let it slip away. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I shall personally journey to Kyoto. With that, Uchiha Yuin turned and departed. The Third Reikage, with his loyal and righteous nature, would not force his subordinate into action. After leaving the Reikage building, Uchiha Yuin sought out AI, Hitaki Tsukumo, and Uchiha Fugaku. Upon explaining the situation, the expressions of the men turned to one of astonishment. Is it truly feasible to overthrow the daimyo? AI could not contain his curiosity. Yuin, does your father know of this? Uchiha Yuin nodded. He is indeed aware. My release of the Bloodpool clan was sanctioned by him. No wonder AI took a deep breath, a smile breaking across his face. I need not ponder excessively. Since you and your father have decided, let us proceed. Uchiha Yuin then shifted his gaze to Uchiha Fugaku. You previously mentioned I should not overthink matters, so I, like AI, shall follow your lead. Uchiha Yuin nodded in satisfaction. Uchiha Fugaku's greatest flaw was his indecisiveness. However, as a subordinate, he excelled. After patting Uchiha Fugaku's shoulder, Uchiha Yuin turned to Hitaki Tsukumo. Hitaki Tsukumo spoke earnestly. Yuin, I shall assist you in realizing your ambitions. Excellent, Uchiha Yuin smiled. Hitaki Tsukumo, akin to a traditional samurai, would follow orders unconditionally once he pledged his loyalty. To him, there was no distinction between assassinating the daimyo and killing a mere dog, provided that his faith in his liege remained unshaken. With an understanding of each individual's intentions, Uchiha Yuin proclaimed, let us embark. Yes, Land of Thunder. Kyoto, daimyo's residence. The daimyo of the Land of Thunder sat atop his throne, addressing his ministers. I have dispatched individuals to Kumogakure, instructing the Reikage to re-imprison the Bloodpool clan. I trust news shall return shortly. One minister spoke gravely. Your Excellency, this matter is not so simple. Their release of the imprisoned clan without your consent signifies a blatant disregard for your authority. Another minister concurred. Indeed, we must ensure the total annihilation of the Bloodpool clan to demonstrate our loyalty. We should also reduce our financial support to Kumogakure, making them aware of the consequences of their reckless behavior. Furthermore, we should demand the Reikage come to Kyoto to offer a formal apology. Your previous leniency has emboldened them. These ninjas must be kept in check. I believe we should take a page from the Land of Wind's book. Only through hunger will they recognize their benefactor. Listening to the minister's suggestions, the daimyo appeared conflicted. While your points hold merit, what if the Reikage chooses to resist? That man has always been volatile. As soon as the words left his mouth, the room fell silent. Then, all the ministers erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, Your Excellency, you jest. How could those lowly ninjas have the audacity to defy you? Indeed, you are being overly cautious. You are the master of the Land of Thunder. Should they dare to disobey your orders, the entire ninja world would reject them. The Reikage would not be so foolish. Chapter 65. Unchanged after hearing his subordinates' discussions, the daimyo of the Land of Thunder felt somewhat reassured. Yes, he had indeed been overly cautious. Throughout history, no ninja had dared to defy the daimyo's commands. With this thought, the daimyo chuckled lightly, stating, "You all make valid points. This time, I shall punish those ninjas severely, especially the Uchiha clan. Though we have sheltered them, their ingratitude is intolerable, and their audacity to commit such treasonous acts must be met with strict retribution." As soon as the words of the daimyo of the Land of Lightning fell, the door to the room was flung open with great force. Uchiha Fugaku, AI, and Hitaki Tsukumo rushed in, followed by a black-haired, black-eyed youth who entered the room with a deliberate pace. The daimyo and his entourage were momentarily taken aback, only to have their expressions quickly darken with fury. "You insolent fools, Who granted you permission to intrude? AI, Uchiha Fugaku, and Hitaki Tsukumo remained silent. While Uchiha Izumi slowly spoke up, I am Uchiha Izumi, the ninja who released the Chi no Chi clan from Hell Valley. Upon hearing Uchiha Izumi's words, a minister stood up and coldly admonished, Have you come to confess your sins? Uchiha Izumi scoffed, It is quite evident that I am here to provoke you. Suddenly, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning shouted, Summon my guards, and have these traitors executed. Even someone as foolish as he was aware that the ninjas from Yunin village had betrayed him. With the daimyo's command, a dozen ninjas appeared in the room, instantly surrounding Uchiha Izumi and his companions. Since the decline of the samurai, the various daimyos had resorted to hiring ninjas to ensure their safety. These ninjas obeyed only the orders of the daimyo, possessing varying degrees of power. In the original text, Sarutobi Asuma had once served as a guardian ninja to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Fugaku, AI, Tsukumo, deal with them, Uchiha Izumi uttered calmly. Before striding towards the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, the guards immediately launched an attack on Uchiha Izumi, but Hitaki Tsukumo and the others were quicker to respond. Amidst the cries of agony, Uchiha Izumi approached the daimyo. Observing the exquisite fruit platter before him, Uchiha Izumi drew a kunai. Feeling the chill emanating from the kunai, the daimyo swallowed hard. It was only when death loomed closer that he realized how foolish his previous words had been. No matter how high and mighty they appeared, once their ninjas rebelled, they would become mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Having come to this realization, the daimyo trembled and said, Is there not a chance for reconciliation? Uchiha Izumi raised an eyebrow and chuckled. What a jest. With that, the kunai swiftly sliced across the daimyo's throat. The daimyo clutched his neck tightly, yet he could not halt the flow of life slipping away. As consciousness faded, a singular thought occupied his mind. Why provoke these desperate individuals for the sake of a trivial ninja clan? They have slain the daimyo, these lunatics. No, do not kill me. I can offer you anything you desire. By openly assassinating the daimyo, you have violated the initial agreement. Yunin village is doomed, and the Land of Lightning will also suffer great calamities because of you. Indeed, from this day forth, you shall become the enemies of all in the ninja world. When Senju Hashirama established the ninja village system, he defined the relationship between the daimyo and the ninjas. The daimyo is the master of the nation, possessing the authority to determine all affairs of the state. This notion has been deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people for decades. Now that the ninjas of Yunin village have brazenly murdered a daimyo, the other daimyos will not stand idly by. Should they dispatch troops, both the Land of Lightning and Yunin village will be doomed. Ignoring the frantic outcries of the ministers, Uchiha Fugaku approached Uchiha Izumi and asked, Izumi, what shall we do next? Uchiha Izumi surveyed the individuals in the room and replied slowly, Select a willing daughter from the daimyo's offspring to proclaim the daimyo's submission to the shadow as the next heir. Inform those ministers who are willing to submit to us of our plans. Those unwilling shall be executed. The deeply entrenched belief in the supremacy of the daimyo must be transformed. Simply assassinating the daimyo is insufficient to elevate the ninjas to the ruling class. It is imperative to foster acceptance of the ninja's superiority among the populace, and this requires a transition period. After all, having the former rulers advocate for this change will yield far greater results than if the ninjas themselves were to proclaim it. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku glanced at the ministers present and inquired, What if they all refuse? Then execute them all and promote new individuals from the next tier. Uchiha Izumi retorted with a cold snort. There would be no shortage of people eager to seize the title of nobility. Upon hearing Uchiha Izumi's words, the ministers present could not suppress their expressions of terror. They had never anticipated that this seemingly innocuous youth would possess such a ruthless disposition. Some of the quicker-witted ministers immediately knelt before him, pleading loudly, We are willing to serve you, my lord. Please spare our lives. As they witnessed the once mighty ministers kneeling in trepidation, awaiting their judgment, Uchiha Fugaku, Hitaki Tsukumo, and AI were filled with a myriad of emotions. Had they truly been governed by such individuals? The lives of so many comrades lost for the sake of such beings was indeed a disservice to the fallen. Fugaku, place restrictions upon them. Should they harbor any ulterior motives, annihilate their entire families. Observing the ministers voluntarily submit, Uchiha Izumi chose not to pursue total extermination. After all, it was merely a transition of power. Sparing their lives posed no significant harm. Once stability was restored, These ministers would no longer be necessary. Upon hearing Uchiha Izumi's command, Uchiha Fugaku nodded in agreement and began to impose restrictions upon the ministers. While Uchiha Fugaku was preoccupied, Hatake Tsukumo interjected, "Izumi, how shall we explain today's events?" Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Izumi replied, "Simply state that the daimyo met his demise in an accident, and the new daimyo was inspired by a divine dream to yield authority to the ninjas." Word for word. Word for word. After arranging a series of subsequent matters, Uchiha Izumi sought a quiet place to cultivate. Although they had seized control of the situation in the Land of Lightning by assassinating the daimyo, the news of the daimyo's subjugation to the ninjas would undoubtedly provoke a storm in the ninja world. Other daimyos would surely not allow such a transgression to go unchecked. It seemed they were likely to face a formidable battle ahead. Chapter 66. A Storm Approaches. Under the formidable strength of Uchiha Izumi, the plan for ninja supremacy progressed remarkably smoothly. Those pampered nobles, faced with the bloody blade, chose to submit without hesitation. In just a week, the entire capital was under Uchiha Izumi's complete control. The newly appointed daimyo actively promoted the idea of empowering the ninjas. The ease with which events unfolded left Hatake Tsukumo and Uchiha Fugaku utterly astonished. The veil had been completely lifted, solidifying their resolve. It was one thing to be oblivious in the past, but now that they were aware, allowing these cowards to continue their tyranny over them was utterly intolerable. However, as events escalated, the entire Land of Lightning grew increasingly tumultuous. Within the daimyo's residence, Uchiha Izumi sat in the main seat, while the new daimyo knelt beside him, serving him. She was the eldest princess of the previous daimyo, possessing a gentle disposition and a sharp intellect. Having come to terms with reality, she willingly cooperated with Uchiha Izumi's plans. The current smooth progress of their endeavors was partly due to her contributions. "Izumi, we have news from Reikage," Uchiha Fugaku entered, observing the kneeling daimyo with a mix of emotions. Whether during their time in Konoha or now facing the lofty daimyo, what appeared to be an insurmountable situation always seemed to yield unexpected outcomes under Izumi's guidance. It seemed he too needed to adopt a bolder approach in his future endeavors. Uchiha Izumi popped a grape into his mouth and replied casually, "Fugaku, what did the Reikage say?" Uchiha Fugaku promptly responded, "The Reikage has arranged for personnel to gradually eliminate the mountain bandits within the Land of Lightning. The establishment of police forces has taken place in various locations, centered around the town and radiating outwards to surrounding villages, tasked with addressing public security issues. However, there appears to be a shortage of ninjas, and Lord Reikage is eager to hear your thoughts on potential candidates. Furthermore, Lord Reikage mentioned that certain local nobles are uncooperative, believing that we have conspired against the daimyo." After listening to Uchiha Fugaku's account, Uchiha Yuzuki nonchalantly remarked that the matter of the police force should be left to the third Hokage to decide. As for the shortage of ninjas, that can be temporarily set aside. With the shifting status of ninjas, there will undoubtedly be a significant number of individuals aspiring to become ninjas in the future. Regarding those who resist, it would suffice to eliminate all the obstinate ones. Those who cannot adapt to the times are destined for obsolescence. Upon hearing this, the daimyo kneeling beside them involuntarily trembled. Fortunately, she chose not to confront the individual before her. Otherwise, she might have already met her demise. Contemplating this, the daimyo lowered her head even further, realizing that she must earn the favor of Uchiha Yuzuki in the future. As for revenge, that is a jest. The disparity in power is sufficient to obliterate all enmity. She should be grateful that her opponents did not eradicate her completely. While the daimyo was lost in thought, Uchiha Fugaku expressed his concerns. "Yuzuki, there are many who oppose this matter. If we were to eliminate them all, would it not affect our image?" Although they had just resolved to act more boldly in the future, annihilating all dissenters seemed rather extreme. Shouldn't they be mindful of the impact, considering that these individuals will be the future rulers of the nation? After hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, Uchiha Yuzuki chuckled lightly. "Fugaku, rest assured, simply follow my instructions. Once we succeed, others will undoubtedly advocate for us." Observing Uchiha Yuzuki's confident demeanor, Uchiha Fugaku ceased to speak further and turned to leave. After his departure, Uchiha Yuzuki addressed the daimyo beside him. "Please bring forth the map of the Land of Lightning. It is time to prioritize infrastructure." Now that he had become the master of the Land of Lightning, his inner infrastructure enthusiast could no longer be restrained. Just as the transformation within the Land of Lightning was advancing fervently, this upheaval triggered significant unrest in the shinobi world. Various daimyos from different nations began to denounce the actions of the Land of Lightning, asserting that the ninjas of Kumogakure had usurped the daimyo's authority, declaring their intent to purge the traitors on behalf of the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. In the Land of Wind, the daimyo looked upon the funds and resources being offered with delight, as the third Kazekage smiled broadly. Since his assumption of office, the village had been impoverished, and he had never encountered such a fortune before. Observing the avaricious expression on the third Kazekage's face, Chiyo couldn't help but interject. "Third Kazekage, what are your plans regarding this matter?" The third Kazekage immediately replied, "Of course, we shall dispatch troops to attack Kumogakure. They have long coveted our Kekii Genkai, and given that the Uchiha clan has already slain so many of our ninjas, they are now courting their own destruction. This is an excellent opportunity for revenge." He continued with a sinister smile. "The Land of Lightning is rich in resources. Once we invade and seize some mines, we shall no longer have to worry about financial shortages." Upon hearing this, Chiyo shook her head. "Third Kazekage, Kumogakure is quite powerful. Have you considered the consequences of failure?" "Failure?" The third Kazekage scoffed dismissively. "This time, the four daimyos have united in their call for us to form a ninja alliance. No matter how strong Kumogakure may be, can they truly match the combined might of our four great shinobi villages?" As Chiyo appeared ready to voice further concerns, the third Kazekage slammed his hand on the table. "Enough. This matter is settled. We shall deploy 3,000 ninjas and ensure a swift victory." In the Land of Earth, at Iwagakure, Inoki placed a scroll before his son, Yellow Earth, and gravely inquired, "My son, the daimyo has ordered us to join forces with Konoha, Suna, and Kirigakure to attack Kumogakure. What is your perspective?" Floating with hands clasped behind his back, Inoki gazed out the window and said, "Yellow Earth, we shall only send 1,000 ninjas this time as a token gesture." Yellow Earth, taken aback, couldn't help but ask, "Is that truly wise? What if the daimyo punishes us afterward?" "Humph." Inoki turned to face Yellow Earth, saying, "You have no idea how terrifying the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan is. Had it not been for Senju Hashirama's intervention, the fate of the shinobi world would be in question. Now that the Uchiha have produced another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, I believe it best not to provoke them unnecessarily. Furthermore, what Kumogakure can achieve, Iwagakure can also accomplish. Should we prevail in this coalition, splendid. If we fail, can they not learn from Uchiha Yuzuki?" Yellow Earth was left astounded by his father's words. The seemingly honest and simple father appeared to be contemplating a course of action against the daimyo of the Land of Earth, emulating Uchiha Yuzuki. Indeed, compared to his father, he was still too naive. Realizing this, Yellow Earth couldn't help but exclaim, "As expected of my father, you are truly shrewd." Coughing, Inoki nearly choked on his words. "What do you mean by shrewd?" "That is called foresight. Yellow Earth, do not misuse idioms due to your lack of education." Yellow Earth nodded. "Understood, esteemed father." "You little rascal." In the Land of Water, at Kirigakure, Kagaya Yashiro sat behind his desk, while Genji stood beside him. After processing documents for a time, Kagaya Yashiro addressed Genji. "Genji, do you think we should heed the daimyo's command and attack Kumogakure?" Observing the youngest Mizukage in history, Genji pondered before responding, "I believe we should proceed." Upon hearing this, Kagaya Yashiro raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Genji, what is your reasoning?" Genji replied solemnly, "Since the third Mizukage's reign, we of Kirigakure have ceased contact with the outside world, while our ninjas still undertake assassination missions. The revenue generated is but a drop in the ocean for the village. If we lose the daimyo's support, our village may swiftly descend into chaos." After considering Genji's rationale, Kagaya Yashiro sighed and asked, "Then how many should we send to attack Kumogakure?" "Let us dispatch those possessing Kekii Genkai to weaken their power," suggested Genji. Kagaya Yashiro nodded in agreement. "Then let us send ninjas from the Mizunozuki, Hozuki, and Kagaya clans." Unlike other shinobi villages, Kirigakure has maintained a policy of isolation, seldom interacting with the outside world. Thus, those with formidable Kekii Genkai and large populations pose a threat to the village's governance. Historically, these clans have even openly defied the Mizukage's orders. This is an opportunity to expend their numbers, Kagaya Yashiro affirmed. "Then it is settled. Additionally, we shall select some ordinary ninjas from the village to reach a total of 2,000, as a means of providing an explanation to the daimyo. Very well. I shall attend to it immediately. In the land of fire, at Konoha, within the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his office, his face alight with exhilaration. Splendid. Splendid. That fool Uchiha Yuzuki has audaciously slain the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. At last, I can repay the humiliation I have endured. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes gleamed with fervor as he murmured to himself. Since the defection of the Uchiha clan, he had not slept a single peaceful night. First, Jio Xianai was deceived and taken away, followed by the tumultuous uprising of the Nine Tails, and then came the war reparations. If it were not for Hatake Sakumo diverting the firepower aimed at him, he would likely have already been ousted by the villagers. Initially, he had intended to play the role of a timid turtle, as Konoha was certainly no match for Kumogakure. However, he did not anticipate that Uchiha Yuzuru would unexpectedly provide him with such divine assistance. The assassination of the daimyo was indeed as his teacher had once said. The inherently malevolent Uchiha were the root of chaos. At that moment, Shimura Danzo burst into the office with great enthusiasm. Hizashi, the daimyo has requested the formation of a ninja coalition. This is a splendid opportunity for us to launch an assault on Kumogakure. Sarutobi Hizashi took a puff from his pipe and chuckled. Danzo, it seems we are on the same wavelength this time. If we join forces with the other ninja villages, we shall surely make Kumogakure abandon their defenses. Then, we can simply offer them some monetary compensation to appease them, allowing us to breathe easy for a while. Shimura Danzo, slightly incredulous, asked, are we not supposed to receive payment after winning? Sarutobi Hizashi paused momentarily before sheepishly correcting himself. I misspoke. It is they who shall compensate us. Observing Sarutobi Hizashi's demeanor, Danzo chose not to dwell on it, and excitedly declared, the most crucial aspect is to ensure that Kumogakure surrenders the Uchiha clan. The rogue ninjas from our village must be dealt with by us. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest, Sarutobi Hizashi replied with a smile. Encourage those ninja clans to dispatch more ninjas. We shall need at least 3,000. Danzo, I am entrusting this matter to you. Shimura Danzo nodded. That is acceptable. But I want to be the overall commander. Agreed, go forth. After receiving the command from Sarutobi Hizashi, Shimura Danzo quickly exited the Hokage's office, gently closing the door behind him. Sarutobi Hizashi nodded in satisfaction. Once Kumogakure is defeated, let us see who dares to question his status as the strongest Hokage. Under the leadership of the daimyo from various nations, a ninja coalition consisting of Konoha, Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure swiftly assembled. Among them, Konoha contributed the most ninjas, totaling 4,000. Sunagakure sent slightly fewer, with 3,000 participating. Kirigakure dispatched 2,000, many of whom possessed bloodline limits. Iwagakure had the least, with only 1,000. After forming the coalition, they underwent approximately a month of training. Ultimately, under the organization of Shimura Danzo, they completed the oath-taking ceremony, and the 10,000-strong ninja coalition marched forth towards the Land of Lightning. In the Land of Lightning, at Kumogakure, Uchiha Yuzuru had just arrived at the Raikage's office when he was greeted with a powerful punch to the chest from the third Raikage. Good brother, you have finally returned. Our coup in the Land of Lightning has been entirely successful. From now on, we need not worry about financial issues or be hindered by the nobility. This is all thanks to your contributions. Even I, as the Raikage, feel somewhat inadequate. During this time, they had completely seized control of the Land of Lightning. They established power structures akin to law enforcement and undertook infrastructure projects, garnering widespread acclaim. He had initially been prepared to take drastic measures, yet did not expect events to unfold so favorably. In response, Uchiha Yuzuru shook his head, stating, a failed attempt is a coup. Success is a revolution. This honor is not mine alone, it belongs to us all. Upon hearing Uchiha Yuzuru's words, the third Raikage smile widened. The wisest decision he made in his lifetime was to embrace the Uchiha clan. Yuzuru and he were truly kindred spirits. Raikage-sama, Mabujin rushed in, and upon seeing Uchiha Yuzuru, he bowed respectfully. Lord Yuzuru. The third Raikage, intrigued, asked, Mabujin, you appear flustered. What has transpired? Mabujin replied solemnly, Raikage-sama. The ninja coalition of 10,000 from Konoha, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure has set out and will soon approach the borders of our Land of Lightning. I would like to inquire about your plans. Upon hearing this, the third Raikage and Uchiha Yuzuru exchanged glances and then simultaneously burst into laughter. Yuzuru, I feel we are once again in sync. Please explain to Mabujin. Uchiha Yuzuru nodded and, with a smile, said, if they come, we shall fight. After all, it is merely a coalition of 10,000 ninjas. The advantage lies with us. Chapter 68. The battle begins. In the land of lightning, at the border, a vast open area lay ahead, dominated by a towering platform several dozen meters high. Uchiha Yuzuru and the third Raikage stood at the forefront, the fierce wind whipping against their garments as they stood side by side, arms crossed. Below them were the neatly arranged cloud ninjas, all silent and still, their forehead protectors glinting like a silver tide in the sunlight. Opposite them stood the ninja coalition formed by Konoha, Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure, merely 1,000 meters apart, creating a palpable tension in the air. Shimura Danzo stood at the forefront of the coalition, excitement glimmering in his eyes. He relished the thought of commanding so many, awaiting their next directive. This sensation was utterly intoxicating. In the entire ninja world, who could command a coalition of 4 ninja villages as he could? Even the legendary Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara could not boast of such honor. After today's battle, his name would undoubtedly echo throughout the ninja realm. With this in mind, Shimura Danzo took a deep breath, his voice amplified by chakra resonating in the ears of every member of the coalition. Before us stand the traitors of Kumogakure. Today, we shall eradicate them at any cost. Charge! Upon his command, the 10,000 ninjas began to move forward like a colossal, intricate machine, surging toward the position of the cloud ninjas. Simultaneously, the ninjas of Kumogakure began to disperse, their once orderly formation splitting into 4 paths. In the next moment, a Killer Bee, Hatake Sakumo, and Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward. Boom! The third Raikage's body plummeted from the towering platform like a cannonball, crashing into the ground and creating a web of cracks. Haha, this is exhilarating. I have awaited such a battle for so long. Today, allow me to show you what it means to be the strongest Raikage. As the third Raikage's words fell, a Killer Bee and the others positioned themselves behind him. The 5 stood tall, unwavering as they faced the 10,000-strong coalition. Observing this scene, the ninjas of the coalition were taken aback. Someone could not help but exclaim, "Are you kidding? With so many of us, they intend to send only 5 to fight?" The third Raikage, the Jinchuriki of the tailed beast, Hatake Sakumo, and Uchiha Fugaku should be at the back, stabilizing morale, shouldn't they? Those cloud ninjas must be out of their minds to think 5 can halt our advance. How dare they underestimate us? This is utterly disrespectful. Hearing the furious inquiries from the coalition, the third Raikage laughed heartily once more. It's merely a coalition of 10,000 ninjas. We are more than enough. With great power comes great responsibility. As Raikage, it is my duty to protect the village and my comrades. And even if I perish here, I will do my utmost to nurture the new sprouts of life. A resonantly agreed. Indeed, we will not allow our comrades to perish in vain. After hearing the words of the 2, the faces of the coalition ninjas displayed confusion, particularly among the Konoha ninjas. Why did these words sound so familiar? In the rear, Shimura Danzo's expression darkened. This group of Yunin ninjas is undoubtedly intent on provoking Konoha. It is evident that this scheme originates from the inherently malevolent Uchiha clan. However, to jeopardize the lives of so many formidable warriors merely for the sake of annoyance will surely lead to their regret. The third Raikage pays no heed to the intentions of his adversaries. After voicing his thoughts, he transforms into a streak of lightning, charging ahead towards the Ninja Alliance. Uchiha Fugaku, Hatake Sakumo, and a quickly follow suit. Now, at AS call, Killer Bee's body erupted with immense chakra, and the colossal form of the 8 tails soon materialized before everyone. With a mighty roar, the gigantic tailed beast bomb surged towards the Ninja Alliance. Witnessing this, the IWA ninjas swiftly clapped their hands to the ground, invoking Doton, Dorihiki. Massive earthen walls rose from the ground, swiftly forming an impenetrable shield. Yet, in the next moment, the tailed beast bomb obliterated all the earthen barriers, exploding within the ranks of the Ninja Alliance. In an instant, the Ninja Alliance suffered grievous losses. Even more despairing was the arrival of a second tailed beast bomb. The ground trembled violently as the Ninja Alliance endured yet another devastating blow. Quick! Stop the 8 tails. We cannot allow it to unleash another tailed beast bomb, or we will be utterly defeated. They had anticipated such a scenario. Consequently, a squad composed entirely of elite ninjas surged towards the 8 tails location. Get through our line first. The third Raikage's silhouette flickered as he collided with several ninjas, reducing them to mere fragments. Fugaku, Tsukumo, followed closely behind. The four of them moved like a dagger, ruthlessly penetrating the formation of the Ninja Alliance. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. Futon, Daitapa. Dozens of ninjas from the Alliance combined their techniques, unleashing a vast attack that attempted to engulf the third Raikage. Yet, in the next moment, he emerged unscathed, laughing. Ha ha, are you merely tickling me? True combat is about delivering a fatal blow. With his statement, more ninjas fell before him. With the sheer number of foes, he merely needed to wield his finger to carve a path through them. Not far from the third Raikage, a move like a bolt of lightning. Lacking the third Raikage's extraordinary defense, he targeted the densely packed areas of the Ninja Alliance. Many hesitated to unleash large-scale techniques for fear of harming their comrades. A slipped through their defenses like a loach, eluding capture. Delightful. Exhilarating. A shouted, as he relentlessly pursued and tore into the ninjas of the Alliance, facing little threat to his life. Despite not possessing his father's defensive prowess, he remained unharmed by ordinary kunai or low-level techniques, each of his elbow strikes claiming an enemy's life. On the other side, Uchiha Fugaku's crimson, three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly. He perceived every enemy movement, and regardless of the nature of the attack, he could swiftly discern the optimal response. His elegant swordsmanship, combined with formidable evasion skills, allowed him to dance through the chaos of blood and fire like a butterfly. Everyone, attack together. Even if it means harming a comrade, it is better than being continuously overwhelmed by him. A voice cried from the Ninja Alliance. However, in the next moment, his heart was pierced from behind. Gazing into the vacant eyes of his fallen comrade, he widened his eyes in disbelief. He was merely an ordinary genin. Who could guide him on how to combat this? Fugaku paid no heed to his fallen opponent, continuing his relentless slaughter with his long blade. During his time in Yunin, he had trained in their lightning release body technique. Although he could not master techniques like the lightning release armor, his physical capabilities had significantly enhanced. Speed, strength, and endurance had all seen remarkable improvement. As his blade once again severed the throat of a Konoha ninja, Fugaku coldly stated, "This time, we are no longer comrades. Lament your unfortunate fate of not possessing the Sharingan." Chapter 69. Agony. No, please don't kill me. Lord Tsukumo, you once saved me. Have you forgotten? Hearing the pleas of the Konoha ninja before him, Hatake Tsukumo's gaze remained devoid of emotion. He sliced through with his short blade, and in an instant, the Konoha ninja lost all vitality. Unlike Fugaku's flamboyant combat style, Tsukumo adhered strictly to a singular principle: swift, precise, and lethal. Utilizing minimal energy and the simplest methods to eliminate the ninjas before him encapsulated the essence of his technique. Other ninjas from different villages fared somewhat better. After all, the reputation of Konoha's White Fang had spread throughout the ninja world since the Second Shinobi World War. However, for the Konoha ninjas, this was their first encounter as adversaries with Tsukumo. When they were comrades, they felt little apprehension, but now as foes, they understood just how terrifying the White Fang was. The very figure that instilled dread in their hearts. Regardless of their numbers or methods, they seemed utterly powerless to stop the onslaught of that razor-sharp offensive, which claimed their lives one by one. A sense of inexplicable resentment surged within the hearts of the Konoha ninjas. Why? Hatake Tsukumo was once one of their own. Yet now he had become the blade that slaughtered them. And what of the Uchiha clan? Their formidable bloodline limit had turned into an insurmountable mountain on this battlefield. They had once been allies, having protected them countless times. How had things devolved into this? Damn it, why has it come to this? In the rear of the Ninja Alliance, Shimura Danzo slammed his palm onto the table in frustration. The faces of the other commanders from various villages were equally darkened. Initially, they had thought it was absurd for Yunin to send 5 ninjas to intercept them. Yet unexpectedly, 5 individuals were indeed holding back an army of 10,000. Such an absurdity had materialized. The 8 Tails continuously unleashed tailed beast bombs from a distance, while the third Raikage, Hatake Tsukumo, and Uchiha Fugaku wreaked havoc amidst the chaos. The 10,000-strong Ninja Alliance was genuinely being held at bay. Moreover, as the battle progressed, many had already lost their fighting spirit. It was crucial to note that nearly 10,000 Yunin ninjas were watching the battlefield with bated breath. If we continue to cling to the idea of conserving our strength, we will undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat. What do you all think? Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, several other commanders nodded in silent agreement. Danzo coldly declared, Konoha will dispatch Orochimaru and 30 Jonin to engage in battle, among which are 16 elite Jonin. What about you? The Mizukage quickly responded. I also brought along over a dozen elite Jonin, 3 of whom wield the Shikatsumiyaku, the Suiton, Suiro no Jutsu, and the Hayaton bloodline limit. The Kazekage, too, gravely stated. Our village will commit 10 elite Jonin. In the far corner, the Tsuchikage noticed the attention of the room shift towards him and hastily waved his hands. Our Wagakure is not as formidable as you all. Sending 1,000 ninjas to the battlefield is already our utmost effort. Hearing this, the others immediately cast scornful glances. You dare to claim you've done your best with just 1,000 elderly, weak, and ill? How utterly shameless. However, with the Tsuchikage's confession, there was little others could do. Ultimately, they merely formed a temporary alliance, lacking the authority to compel others to act. In the end, Shimizu Tozo slammed his hand on the table, declaring, then it is settled. The meeting is adjourned. After the conference, the elite forces from each village were dispatched to the battlefield. The immediate involvement of dozens of elite Jonin yielded swift and remarkable results. Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. A dense fog enveloped the battlefield. Following this, a ninja adorned with sunglasses extended his arms, invoking secret technique, insect manipulation technique. Secret technique, insect jewel. A multitude of parasitic insects spread through the hidden mist technique, swiftly consuming EI. Observing this, EI let out a cold snort. The combination of the hidden mist technique and the insects severely impeded his sensory perception, making it challenging for him to charge recklessly as he had initially done. Particularly concerning were the sheer number of insects, clinging to him and incessantly gnawing at his chakra armor. While they posed no direct threat, they significantly amplified his chakra consumption. He realized he had to break through. Instantly, EI decided to elevate his lightning release chakra mode to its zenith. Yet he found himself ensnared in an intricate web of traps. The Oil Women clan, the Inuzuka clan, and the Mizuki clan's elite Jonin collaborated with nearby elite ninjas. Although they struggled to subdue EI, they successfully restrained him. Hidden mist technique. Uchiha Fugaku snorted coldly, yet his expression bore no fear. Despite the hidden mist technique being quite effective against the Sharingan, he harbored confidence in his ability to eliminate his opponent the moment they appeared. Just then, a ninja bearing the Mist Village forehead protector charged forth wielding a large blade. Uchiha Fugaku promptly drew his long sword and thrust it into the opponent's body, only for the struck part to bizarrely dissolve into a puddle of water. Is that the water transformation technique of the Kirigakure clan? Uchiha Fugaku scoffed, eager to demonstrate the fruits of his recent training. The sound of chirping thunder resonated as Uchiha Fugaku became enveloped in lightning. Chidori stream, struck by the lightning release. The Kirigakure ninja became instantly paralyzed. Uchiha Fugaku swung his long blade, cleaving the ninja in two. Simultaneously, 2 fierce-looking Konoha ninjas flanked Uchiha Fugaku from behind. Hyuga clan ninjas. Do you really think you can stop me with just the 2 of you? Upon hearing this, the 2 Hyuga clan ninjas exchanged cold smirks. This is our territory. Today we shall use your life to prove that the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is the strongest bloodline limit. While the Sharingan is powerful, how much strength can it wield amidst the obstructions of the hidden mist technique and a multitude of ninjas? Their Byakugan, however, remains entirely unaffected. Observing the confidence of the Hyuga ninjas, Uchiha Fugaku laughed heartily. Let me see if your prowess is as formidable as your words suggest. Uchiha Fugaku charged forward, engaging in combat with the 2 Hyuga ninjas. On the other side of the battlefield, Hatake Kakashi leapt through the throng, evading the shadow binding technique deployed by the Nara clan ninjas below. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant against the menacing heart-transferring technique from the Yamanaka clan. In such a tumultuous arena, even a moment of control could spell instant death. Kakashi aimed to eliminate the Nara and Yamanaka ninjas first, yet the Akimichi ninja, having consumed a secret pill, stood in his way. Surrounding them were nearly 100 ninjas, fiercely protecting their ranks. Additionally, there were formidable practitioners of the Shikatsumiyaku, capable of enveloping their bodies in bone. Though he continued to reap the lives of his enemies, Kakashi felt the encroaching circle around him gradually tightening. Chapter 70. The Third Power. Summoning Technique. With a resounding boom, a massive cloud of smoke erupted, revealing the colossal form of Manda at Orochimaru's feet. Manda shook his head in displeasure, exclaiming, "Orochimaru, I was in the midst of slumber, and you have disturbed my dreams." Orochimaru replied with a smile, "Manda, I shall provide you with fresh offerings." Manda cautioned, "This time I demand living sacrifices. Should you attempt to deceive me with the corpses from your experiments, I shall not forgive you." "Understood, I will fulfill your request." Satisfied by Orochimaru's assurance, Manda inquired, "What is the purpose of summoning me?" "To obstruct the Eight Tails." After Orochimaru promised double the offerings, Manda wove his immense body towards the Eight Tails. Observing Manda temporarily restraining the Eight Tails, preventing it from unleashing its tailed beast bomb, Orochimaru shifted his focus. Just as he intended to support the allied ninja forces, he sensed someone watching him. Turning around, he discovered Uchiha Ketsuki seated atop a platform several meters high, his pitch-black eyes radiating an unfathomable depth. Orochimaru activated the body flicker technique, swiftly appearing before Uchiha Ketsuki. Uchiha Ketsuki greeted him. "Orochimaru, it is a pleasure to see you again." Curiosity gleamed in Orochimaru's eyes. "Ketsuki, I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. The third Raikage is battling fiercely below, yet you remain here at ease. Even suggesting you are the shadow of Kumobikure seems entirely fitting." Uchiha Ketsuki replied nonchalantly, "Not all shadows are as cowardly as Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the village's strongest force. Is it not natural to be at the forefront of battle?" "Ketsuki, are you suggesting you wish for me to serve under you? This is not a fantasy. It is a reality that will undoubtedly come to fruition." At these words, Orochimaru's expression turned cold as he extended his tongue to lick his face. "Ketsuki, I acknowledge your audacity, even daring to openly eliminate daimyo. However, excessive arrogance invariably leads to dire consequences. For instance, in this very moment, unleash your full power. I shall defeat you, thus revealing to you the true nature of reality." Sensing the battle intent emanating from Orochimaru, Uchiha Ketsuki sighed. It seems there are always those eager to taste the bitterness of failure. With that, Uchiha Ketsuki's dark eyes transformed into the crimson hue of the Mangekyo Sharingan. "Very well. I shall indulge your wish." In an instant, a chilling dread surged through Orochimaru. The countless brushes with death had honed his instincts, compelling his body to instinctively evade. Yet before he could react, he felt an intense pulling force on his arm. The next moment, his left arm fell to the ground. "Do not move, or the next part of you to part ways will be your head." Uchiha Ketsuki's tone remained calm, yet it sent a wave of cold sweat down Orochimaru's back. What had just transpired? Why had he felt no movement from his opponent, yet his arm was severed? Was this the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan? How utterly domineering. "Orochimaru, release the summoning of Manda." Uchiha Ketsuki spoke as if commanding a subordinate, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Orochimaru paused momentarily, then with a grim expression, struck the ground with his remaining right hand. Release summoning technique. Manda's enormous form vanished instantly, and the Eight Tails scratched its head in confusion before resuming its assault on the allied ninja forces with tailed beast bombs. "Why do you not kill me?" Orochimaru's voice became more gravelly. Despite being astonished by Uchiha Ketsuki's strength, he was even more perplexed as to why, despite being adversaries, Uchiha Ketsuki refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Uchiha Ketsuki smiled. "I have stated before, your talents can serve me in many ways. For a unique talent such as yourself, I am inclined to extend a measure of patience." Observing that Uchiha Jishwan seemingly has no intention of taking his own life, Orochimaru felt a slight sense of relief. He fixed his vertical gaze upon Uchiha Jishwan, stating, "Jishwan-kun, the day you depart from Konoha, we are destined to tread separate paths. My mentor is the Hokage, and I too am destined to become Hokage. You, however, are a rogue ninja of Konoha." With a scoff, Uchiha Jishwan shook his head. "Orochimaru, you may not necessarily become Hokage, and I may not be a rogue ninja of Konoha." Orochimaru, somewhat perplexed by Uchiha Jishwan's words, pressed on with his inquiry. "I wish to know, what is it that you value in me?" In response, Uchiha Jishwan rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his attire, and turned his gaze towards the battlefield below. "Life is far too fragile, and this world of shinobi has grown rather dull. I intend to reshape the shinobi world into my desired form, and individuals like you, with a scientific inclination, are precisely what I require." After exchanging a few words, Orochimaru's initial trepidation began to fade. He licked his lips and chuckled. "Jishwan-kun, you seem to understand me quite well." "Perhaps," Uchiha Jishwan replied, clapping his hands together. Third Raikage. It seems you have had your fill of this play, have you not? As Uchiha Itachi's voice resonated, the figure of the Third Raikage instantly materialized beside him. It had been quite some time since he had experienced such exhilarating combat. He felt as though a few more days and nights of battle would be necessary to satiate his thirst. With that, he glanced at Orochimaru, and his aura immediately turned ferocious. What are you doing here? Third Raikage, please allow him to depart. I have my plans. Having gone through numerous ordeals, the Third Raikage harbored a deep trust in Uchiha Itachi and did not inquire further, merely nodding in agreement. Then I shall not concern myself with him. This scene left Orochimaru agape. Even with a relationship akin to that of Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was improbable for one to disregard a shadow-level powerhouse from an enemy village based solely on a single statement. Meanwhile, Kakashi Hatake, AI, Killer Bee, and Uchiha Fugaku returned to Uchiha Itachi's side. Their condition was far from that of the Third Raikage. After nearly half a day of intense combat, they appeared somewhat fatigued. Itachi, are you prepared to proceed with the next phase of the plan? Our comrades in the village must be growing impatient. No, I have changed my mind. Uchiha Itachi replied, shaking his head. Initially, he had intended for the Third Raikage, AI, Kakashi, Killer Bee, and Uchiha Fugaku to thoroughly disrupt the ninja coalition S formation, allowing the ninjas from Kumogakure to take over the battlefield. However, having witnessed the situation unfold thus far, he felt a surge of excitement. The bloodlust for battle coursed through him, rendering him indifferent to the complexities of the situation. Uchiha Itachi leaped from the high platform. In the next moment, the power of his Sharingan surged wildly, and a towering, jet-black statue of a divine being appeared before the ninja coalition. Uchiha Itachi's voice echoed in the ears of all present. Behold the third power, Susanoo, the divine strength of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 71. Defeat the colossal Susanoo manifested before the ninja coalition like a legendary demonic entity. Each step it took caused the earth to tremble. Witnessing this spectacle, the ninjas of the coalition were rendered speechless. The third power? Susanoo? Is this truly a power within the grasp of a shinobi? It feels even more oppressive than the Eight Tails. Uchiha Itachi harbors such hidden strength. Surely this must be a jest. I refuse to believe it. It must be some form of illusion to intimidate us. Let us abandon such delusions. Do not give up. Attack together. Victory shall undoubtedly belong to us. Indeed. Prepare to counter. Kill. After the initial shock had subsided, the ninjas of the coalition erupted into fervent cries. Regardless of how formidable Uchiha Itachi appeared, after all, he was merely one person. If they launched a simultaneous assault, he could not possibly withstand it. Every ninja within the coalition began to channel their chakra, exerting their utmost to unleash their jutsu. Wind, lightning, water, fire, earth, various ninjutsu converged, forming a mighty torrent that crashed against Susanoo. The tremendous sound of the explosion reverberated, causing the ground to shake as if a great dragon had turned. In an instant, the smoke and dust from the explosion obscured everything. All eyes widened in anticipation, fixated on the veil of dust ahead. Such overwhelming force, surely Uchiha Itachi cannot withstand it. Suddenly, an invisible shockwave radiated outward, dispersing the smoke, revealing Susanoo once again before the crowd. How is this possible? It seems the previous attack had no effect whatsoever. What in the world is this abomination? This cannot be. How can a person possess such strength? Gazing down at the defeated and demoralized ninjas of the coalition, Uchiha Itachi crossed his arms and let out a scoff. To have the audacity to challenge me is commendable, but that is the sole praise I can offer, for the act of defying a deity is inherently foolish. As his words fell, Susanoo's hand grasped the long sword at its waist. Kamui, Dimension Slash. With a swift draw, a wave of black blade energy surged forth, cleaving the space as if it were a mirror splitting in two. Wherever the black blade energy passed, thousands of ninjas from the coalition were reduced to mere dust. Time seemed to freeze as silence enveloped the heavens and the earth. In that moment, both the ninjas of Kumogakure and the coalition stood frozen in astonishment. After an indeterminate duration, a voice filled with despair echoed from within the coalition. No, this individual is beyond our capacity to defeat. Flee, everyone, run. With those words, terror rapidly spread among the coalition. In the next instant, the remaining ninjas of the coalition began to sprint desperately in the direction from whence they came. Each individual exerted all their strength, as if anyone who lagged behind would be swiftly claimed by the scythe of death. Thus, the ninja coalition, composed of the 4 great ninja villages, faced utter defeat. That was quite the expenditure, indeed. Uchiha Jishuan mused as he returned to the side of the third Reikage and the others, a wry smile forming on his lips. Even with the enhancement of the bloodline powers from the Yayue family and the Chi no Chi family, his recent attack had been somewhat excessive. The energy expended to eliminate thousands of ninjas was incalculable. It seems that until I acquire the ability to restore the chakra of my Mangekyo Sharingan, I must strive to conserve it. Otherwise, no matter how much chakra I possess, it will dwindle to naught. This realization left Uchiha Jishuan, who harbored a tendency towards hoarding, feeling rather insecure. After contemplating briefly, Uchiha Jishuan turned to Orochimaru, who stood to the side. Orochimaru, you should return for now. I hope that when we meet again, you will be ready to accept the fate I offer you. Uchiha Jishuan was well aware of Orochimaru's nature, knowing he was not one to easily submit. Thus, he did not rush the matter. After all, with his power, he would eventually be able to control Orochimaru firmly. Of course, this was contingent upon Orochimaru not continuing to annoy him. Otherwise, eliminating him and employing Edo Tensei was not out of the question. Upon hearing Uchiha Jishuan's words, Orochimaru snapped back from his stupor. He felt a dryness in his lips and instinctively reached out his tongue to moisten them, but to no avail. After gazing deeply into Uchiha Jishuan's eyes, Orochimaru executed the body flicker technique and vanished from sight. This is indeed the formidable power that Uchiha Madara once wielded to pacify the chaotic world. It is truly both terrifying and enchanting. In comparison to such power, what significance do his past accomplishments hold? Perhaps, as Uchiha Uzuin suggested, the fragility of human life is an undeniable truth. He felt a profound aversion to humanity. After Orochimaru's departure, the third Reikage, Ai, Uchiha Fugaku, and Kakashi Hitaki all regained their composure. The third Reikage patted Uchiha Uzuin on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Uzuin, you possess such overwhelming power. I fear even I would not stand a chance against you." His instincts warned him that the power just displayed by Uzuin could effortlessly rend apart his lightning release armor, and that vast range of attack left no room for evasion, even for someone of his speed. Ai and Kakashi Hitaki exchanged glances, feeling somewhat disheartened. Initially, they harbored a desire to overcome Uchiha Uzuin through diligent training. But now it seemed utterly impossible. Uchiha Uzuin resembled a monstrous entity, each of his actions redefining their limits of understanding. Uchiha Fugaku wore a proud expression, his nostrils nearly pointing skyward. The power that Uzuin had just exhibited belonged to their clan. The mere thought of Uzuin's striking demeanor made his body tremble with excitement. To be both charismatic and powerful encapsulates the allure of the pure-blood Uchiha. With this thought, a glimmer of aspiration flickered in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. If only he could one day acquire the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Uzuin, unfazed by their thoughts, addressed the third Reikage. "Third, are you satisfied with today's battle?" The third Reikage, excitedly digging at his ear, replied, "Absolutely. I am ecstatic. Not only did we achieve a decisive victory, but we also witnessed the Uchiha clan's divine strength. Most importantly, we suffered not a single casualty against the assault of the 10,000 ninja coalition." This realization made him feel as though he were in a dream. "Uzuin, come with me." The third Reikage took Uchiha Uzuin's hand and led him to the edge of the platform. He shouted down to the Cloud Ninja below, "Tell me, did you enjoy today's battle?" The Cloud Ninja responded in unison, "Yes." "Whose contribution was the greatest?" "Lord Uzuin." "Then I hereby declare that from this day forth, Uzuin's orders in the land of lightning shall be my commands. As the Reikage, I bestow upon Uchiha Uzuin powers equal to my own." As his words fell, thunderous applause erupted from below. "Long live the Reikage! Long live Lord Uzuin!" Hearing the cheers from below, the third Reikage nodded in satisfaction. Ever since Uchiha Uzuin led his clan to the hidden cloud village, they had been as if aided by divine intervention. Witnessing Uchiha Uzuin's terrifying strength only solidified the third Reikage's conviction. What is a little extra power, really? Ultimately, the Uchiha clan residing in the hidden cloud village benefits everyone. What would it matter if he were to resign as Reikage? Many claimed he lacked intelligence. Yet the third Reikage believed that it was those like Sarutobi Hiruzen who were truly foolish. Had they not driven away powerful figures like Uchiha Uzuin and Kakashi Hitaki, the hidden cloud village would not have achieved its current glory. Chapter 72. The transformation spreading across the ninja world. No one anticipated the complete annihilation of the ninja coalition. which had been entrusted with immense hopes. Rather than a mere defeat, it was more fitting to describe it as total destruction. The bombardment of the eight-tailed beast bomb, coupled with the ferocity of the third Raikage, Uchiha Fugaku, AI, and Kakashi Hitaki, particularly Uchiha Uzuin's final strike, claimed the lives of thousands of coalition ninja. Out of the 10,000, fewer than 100 survived, excluding the commanding officers in the rear. Those fortunate enough to escape were shrouded in despair. Shimura Danzo and others did not even convene a meeting to discuss subsequent matters, instead retreating to their respective homes. Initially, when facing the third Raikage and his allies, they held confidence that continuous reinforcements would lead them to victory. However, Uchiha Uzuin's astonishing final blow severed any hope for vengeance. Though wielding such immense power surely comes at a cost, no one wished to wager the lives of their comrades on whether Uchiha Uzuin still had ammunition left in his arsenal. News of the ninja coalition's defeat reverberated throughout the entire ninja world as the ninjas returned to their villages. In Iwagakure, Kuratsuchi gazed at Inoki with admiration. During the coalition's assault on the Hidden Cloud Village, they had deployed only 1,000 ninjas, most of whom were genin and a few middle-ranking shinobi well past their prime. Although their deaths were mournful, the losses incurred by Iwagakure were negligible compared to others. Lord Tsuchikage, your foresight is commendable. You did not witness the terrifying might of Uchiha Uzuin's strike, which turned thousands into souls in an instant. Kuratsuchi still felt a lingering fear. Had Shimura Danzo not insisted they remain in the rear, he might have perished at Uchiha Uzuin's hands. Hearing Kuratsuchi's reflections, Inoki sighed. I possess no foresight. I have merely witnessed the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan firsthand. You cannot comprehend the despair I felt when facing Uchiha Madara alongside my teacher. As if recalling some unpleasant memory, Inoki shook his head. Based on my understanding of the Uchiha clan, this matter is far from over. Kuratsuchi, stockpile some provisions and prepare finances for reparations. Kuratsuchi hesitated. Father, our village's funds seem rather insufficient. To maintain the number of ninjas, the village had little in terms of available funds. Now, they not only needed to purchase provisions, but also to pay reparations, leaving them in a dire situation. Upon hearing Kuratsuchi's concerns, Inoki snorted coldly. Have you forgotten what I told you earlier? What the Hidden Cloud Village can achieve, we in Iwagakure can accomplish as well. Once we seize control of the entire Iwagakure under the daimyo's authority, will we lack resources? Previously, it might have been acceptable, but now that the Hidden Cloud Village has set a precedent, why should they remain subservient to the daimyo's orders? Wouldn't it be more appealing to govern themselves? He firmly believed that following this incident, Sunagakure, Kirigakure, and Konohagakure would not unite to form a coalition against Iwagakure as they did against the Hidden Cloud Village. In Kirigakure, within the Mizukage Tower, the fourth Mizukage remarked, we have suffered a defeat. Nearly all the ninjas we sent were slaughtered. The strength of the Hidden Cloud Village has exceeded our expectations. Observing the disheveled Murasame, Hiragane Sakuraba rarely displayed a hint of amusement. Murasame, is this not a good thing? I care little for the outcome of this battle. The extent of the Hidden Cloud Village's might is of no concern to me. My singular aim has always been to weaken those clans possessing Kekkei Genkai within the village. It seemed that the plan was progressing smoothly. Seeing Sakuraba's demeanor, Murasame felt conflicted. Although our objective has been achieved, what shall we do moving forward? The Hidden Cloud Village is filled with warmongers. Upon hearing this, Sakuraba's smile faded, and he replied coldly, our most pressing task is to firmly seize control of the village's authority. As for other matters, we can address them later. Shu Mu Siuan Guang, Yuan Shi cursed quietly, then solemnly stated, the losses of the ninjas dispatched from our village are grave. They will not simply let this matter rest. Fourth Hokage, you should consider your course of action soon. After speaking, Yuan Shi turned and exited the Mizukage's office. Once he departed, Guiju Yatsong let out a sigh. Did he not also recognize the imminent threat from outside? Yet what could he do? If only he possessed the strength akin to Uchiha Yujin, he would have numerous means to ensure the obedience of the ninjas in the village. But alas, he did not. Neither in strength nor in prestige would the ninjas yield to him. If he could not subdue them, the only option left would be to annihilate them entirely. Nevertheless, Yuan Shi was correct. Those ninjas, having lost so many elite members at once, would undoubtedly seek revenge. He must prepare some form of compensation for them. With this thought, Guiju Yatsong clapped his hands, and a member of the Umbu materialized before him. Guoju Yatsong spoke with gravitas. Go inform the 7 ninja swordsmen that within a week, I demand to see the corpse of the daimyo. In Suna village, the third Kazakage slammed his fist against the wall, his expression one of fury. Just moments ago, Hai Lao Tsong had delivered the news that all 3,000 ninjas they had dispatched had been killed. It is known that to secure a larger territory following the defeat of Kumogakure, he had sent forth the village's elite ninjas. To say that they were the backbone of Suna would not be an exaggeration. Yet now, all 3,000 had perished on the battlefield. The third Kazakage felt as if his heart was bleeding. Chiyo coldly remarked, "Third Hokage, our village has suffered a grievous blow, and the dissatisfaction among the villagers is rising. What are your plans?" The third Kazakage retorted angrily. What plans could there be but to emulate Kumogakure and kill the daimyo, using his funds to placate the villagers? As for Raza, instruct him to gather more gold sand. Were it not for that scoundrel, we would not have faced such losses. The daimyo must be held accountable for everything. Upon hearing the third Kazakage's words, Chiyo sneered. He effortlessly cast aside all responsibility. It was not long ago that he had vigorously supported the daimyo's decisions. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Hai Lao Tsong quickly interjected. In my opinion, all blame should fall upon those fools from Konoha. Had they not handed over the Uchiha clan and Hatake Sakomo to Kumogakure, the ninja world would not have witnessed such an imbalance. At Hai Lao Tsong's words, the third Kazakage and Chiyo nodded in agreement. Indeed, the true root of the issue lay within Konoha. If the people of Konoha were not as foolish as pigs, how could the ninja world have descended into such chaos? Nonetheless, while they complained, the hearts of the third Kazakage and Chiyo felt somewhat relieved. They were distraught over the loss of 3,000 ninjas. What would be the sentiment of Konoha, having lost nearly 4,000 elite warriors? The most critical point was that during this battle, the formidable Uchiha Yujin and Hatake Sakomo should have rightfully belonged to Konoha. Chapter 73. More compensation? In Konoha village, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru, his eyes filled with anger. Danzo, what on earth happened? A failure would be one thing. But why was it that nearly all 4,000 ninjas you let have been wiped out? In just one day, even 4,000 pigs should not have all been slaughtered. Look me in the eye and answer me. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's wrath, Shimura Danzo remained expressionless. It was none other than Uchiha Yujin. His Mangekyo Sharingan exceeded my expectations. He single-handedly dispatched thousands of our ninjas. No one could have altered that outcome. Seeing Danzo attempt to shift the blame, Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his palm onto the desk. Danzo, you are the one responsible. You must bear the consequences. In response, Shimura Danzo retorted, why should I? Had you heeded my advice and eradicated the malevolent Uchiha clan sooner, we would not be in this predicament. Moreover, Hatake Sakomo was driven away by you. It has nothing to do with me. Furthermore, Orochimaru, Danzo coldly stated, we had already surrounded the third Reikage, but your sudden termination of the summoning jutsu led to the Eight Tails unleashing its tailed beast bomb, disrupting all our plans. Observing Danzo's self-righteous demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only laugh in anger. Orochimaru had lost an arm, yet this so-called ally still sought to cast blame upon him. Did he genuinely aspire to become Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed at Shimura Danzo, enunciating each word. From this day forth, you are to remain confined at the root's base. You are forbidden from going anywhere without my command. Suit yourself. Shimura Danzo turned and exited the Hokage's office. Orochimaru, you should go tend to your injuries. Yes. Once Orochimaru had also departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen slumped into his chair, feeling despondent. According to the records of the Senju clan, the initial stage of the Mangekyo Sharingan comes with severe side effects. Excessive use of its power can result in permanent blindness. Yet, Uchiha Yujin, that madman, recklessly unleashed such powerful attacks with the Mangekyo Sharingan. He truly wished to inquire of Uchiha Yujin, just who in Kumogakure was worth such effort. At that moment, a member of the Umbu appeared in the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, this scroll has been delivered by Kumogakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank. Upon opening the scroll, he nearly fainted on the spot. The scoundrels from Kumogakure demand that they pay 100 billion ryo? Do they see us as an ATM? I cannot endure this. In a fit of rage, Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists and then sighed helplessly. Konoha truly could not withstand any more turmoil. Was it merely a matter of paying compensation? This was his forte. After contemplating for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen reached a resolution. He would ask each household in Konoha to contribute a little more, and the great ninja clans would have to contribute as well. Finally, they would topple the daimyo of the Land of Fire and extract some funds from the nobles. When all was calculated, perhaps there would even be a surplus. In Konoha village, on the streets, do you know the current situation of the Ninja Coalition? Why has there been no news for so many days? Of course, the frontline situation is confidential. Do you expect them to report daily updates? While that is true, it still feels somewhat unsettling. This time, we have united with the Mist Village, Sand Village, and Rock Village to form a ninja coalition. Supported by the daimyos of various countries, what is there to worry about? Indeed, as long as we win this battle, the humiliations we have endured in the past can be avenged 100-fold. Well said. This time we must make Kumogakure compensate us. And the Uchiha clan must come forth to atone. Upon the return of Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru to Konoha, only a mere handful of them had made it back. Coupled with their deliberate concealment, the villagers of Konoha remained unaware until now that the ninja coalition had already suffered defeat. As they engaged in fervent discussion, two Umbu members pushed through the crowd and posted a notice on the bulletin board in the street. Once the Umbu departed, the nearby villagers of Konoha curiously gathered around. In the next moment, their faces turned grim. What a joke! The ninja coalition actually failed. What were they doing? Where did Shimura Danzo spring from? Why should someone unheard of be appointed as the commander? More compensation? How could they justify this after such a defeat? Although each household was only required to contribute 5,000 ryo this time, for the already struggling villagers of Konoha, this was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. Even when the basic necessity of food remains unfulfilled, one is still compelled to incur losses. In winter, many have perished from the cold. They certainly did not live this way in the past. How could their circumstances have deteriorated so drastically in just a single year? Within the Hokage's office, the heads of the Nara clan, Akimichi clan, Inazuka clan, Hyuga clan, Yamanaka clan, and Aburame clan, representing the various shinobi clans of Konoha, gathered rarely together. They gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen and spoke. Hokage-sama, we have already incurred significant losses of elite members during this war, and now we must each contribute over 100 million ryo as reparations. Is this not rather excessive? So many of our clansmen have perished, yielding no benefits. And now we are expected to pay as well. What kind of logic is this? However, in the face of the clan leaders, Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained a remarkably firm stance. He inhaled deeply from his pipe and replied gravely, "With great power comes great responsibility. Everything is for the village." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the clan leaders turned sour. Just as someone was about to voice a protest, they were silenced by a stern glare from Sarutobi Hiruzen. "I am the Hokage of this village. Do you wish to defy my orders?" Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Sarutobi Hiruzen, the clan leaders exchanged glances, ultimately resigning to the situation. When the Uchiha clan departed the village, they had anticipated a larger share of the spoils, celebrating their departure. Yet, the Uchiha clan thrived outside. While they not only failed to gain anything, but were also forced to relinquish many of their own interests. In retrospect, it is indeed ironic. Had they offered more support to the Uchiha clan back then, would the situation have unfolded as it has today? Meanwhile, the ninjas of Kumogakure paid little attention to the events occurring in Konoha. Each was engrossed in a singular task, writing letters of gratitude to Konoha. Chapter 74. An innovative reparation method in Kumogakure. Newly installed mailboxes adorned the streets. In front of each mailbox stood numerous villagers and ninjas, their faces alight with excitement, pens and notepads in hand as they engaged in animated discussions. Today marked the deadline for sending letters of thanks to Konoha. Do you have any lingering thoughts? None at all. I feel completely emptied. Ha ha ha. You are truly something else. Who knew a single letter could contain so much? Those folks in Konoha will surely be infuriated. Whether they are angry or not is of no concern to me. What I have written is heartfelt and sincere. Let me see. Let us exchange ideas. Similar scenes unfolded in various locations throughout Kumogakure. The third Raikage, observing the villager's jubilant demeanor from his office, could not help but smile. He turned to Uchiha Yukizumi and remarked, "Yukizumi, I find myself increasingly impressed by you. You have managed to inspire our villagers to write letters with such enthusiasm. Typically, getting them to jot down a few lines in a task log results in endless complaints, and they quickly succumb to drowsiness. This proactive endeavor is unprecedented." Mabui chuckled. Lord Reikage, it is hardly surprising. Just thinking about what Yukizumi is about to do brings a smile to my face, let alone the villagers. When people are engaged in mischief, their energy rivals that of tailed beasts. Upon hearing the words of the third Reikage and Mabui, it could not suppress a scoff. He had not anticipated that Uchiha Yukizumi not only possessed extraordinary strength, but also harbored such a cunning personality. It would be unwise to provoke him in the future. Should he be bested in combat, that would be one matter, but if he were to orchestrate a social disaster, it would be too late for regrets. Uchiha Yukizumi said little, merely pulling Hatake Tsukumo to the desk. Tsukumo, you should also write a letter of thanks to Konoha. Tsukumo pointed to himself and surprised me, but I am not adept at writing such things. It's quite simple, I will guide you. Just express your genuine feelings about your time in Kumogakure and emphasize the contributions of the third Hokage. Seeing Uchiha Yukizumi's insistence, a wry smile emerged on Tsukumo's face as he began to write. To his surprise, once he started, inspiration flowed freely. In a short time, he had penned 2,000 words. After finishing, he sheepishly asked, Yukizumi, I am not very articulate. Do you think it is acceptable? Uchiha Yukizumi gave a thumbs up. Excellent. The art of psychological warfare is crucial. Uchiha Yukizumi perceived that these letters of gratitude would inflict damage on those rascals in Konoha, rivaling the impact of the previous 2 wars waged against them. After all, physical wounds heal, but emotional scars endure. While the group conversed, Tsuchikage entered the office. Lord Reikage. Lord Yukizumi, the reparations from all villages have been delivered. The Wagakure and Kirigakure each compensated 50 billion ryo, while Konoha contributed 100 billion ryo. Sunagakure offered 20 billion ryo, along with some gold sand and ninjutsu scrolls. Upon hearing Tsuchikage's report, the attendees could hardly contain their excitement. Over 200 billion ryo. This money came far too easily. If such fortunate occurrences were to happen more frequently, it would be splendid, for they had only expended some chakra without significant cost. Once they regained their composure, the third Reikage turned to Uchiha Yukizumi. Yukizumi, you contributed the most this time. How do you think we should distribute these reparations? Despite the ninja coalition deploying only 10,000 troops, had it not been for Uchiha Yukizumi's decisive strike that shattered the coalition, the war might have dragged on for much longer. With the support of the daimyo, the 4 great shinobi villages were well resourced. Should the conflict have devolved into a protracted struggle, Kumogakure might not have emerged victorious. Thus, the third Reikage believed that as the greatest benefactor, Uchiha Yukizumi should oversee the distribution of the rewards. Uchiha Yukizumi was not one to be coy. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, Let us proceed as we did last time. The reparations will be divided, with the Uchiha clan receiving half, and the remainder to be allocated by the village. The ninjutsu scrolls will be shared between the Uchiha clan and the village, and the gold sand, once refined, will be split evenly. Uchiha Yukizumi demonstrated a lack of greed. Although he had indeed exerted the most effort in this battle, demanding more would have been inappropriate. He believed in reciprocation. If others respected him, he would respect them in return. Coupled with the previous reparations, the Uchiha clan would not lack for funds for a considerable time. Rather than let the money sit idle, it was better to utilize it for the development of the Land of Lightning, ensuring it served a purpose. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. The third Reikage, like Uchiha Yukizumi, did not feign politeness and readily agreed with his proposal. Following the overthrow of the daimyo, the Land of Lightning had been engaged in infrastructure projects such as road building and bridge construction, making this an opportune moment for expenditure. Just as the third Reikage prepared to draft several ceasefire agreements to return to the other villages, Uchiha Yukizumi raised a hand to halt him. Yukizumi, what is the matter? Uchiha Yukizumi replied calmly, while the other villages have paid their full reparations, Sunagakure has only compensated 20 billion ryo, which I find somewhat unsatisfactory. Hearing this, Tsuchikage offered an explanation. Lord Yukizumi, the Wind Country is predominantly desert, severely lacking in both population and resources. 20 billion ryo is nearly their limit. Considering the value of the gold sand and ninjutsu resources, the difference is negligible. After listening to Tsuchikage's explanation, Uchiha Yukizumi shook his head resolutely. That will not suffice. Upon noticing the pleading gaze from the Tsuchikage, the third Reikage inquired solemnly, Kitsuzan, what do you intend to do? Are we to assault Suna? His inner thoughts were not in favor of attacking Suna. Even if they emerged victorious, there would be little gain from such a place. Moreover, other ninja villages might be lurking in the shadows, watching them with keen eyes. Should they proceed with an assault on Suna, they would likely find themselves in a precarious situation, vulnerable to surprise attacks from other villages. Perceiving the gaze of the Third Raikage and others, Uchiha Ketsuzan smiled. War is merely a means to an end, not a goal in itself. Their lack of funds is inconsequential. What I propose is that Suna compensates us with a ninja possessing a Kekkei Genkai. Upon hearing Uchiha Ketsuzan's words, the crowd's spirits lifted. The value of acquiring a ninja with a Kekkei Genkai was immeasurable. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest, Ketsuzan, the Third Raikage acquiesced. It had not occurred to him that matters could be approached in this manner. Had the other villages not already compensated sufficiently, he would have hesitated to demand such a substantial price. He felt compelled to secure several Kekkei Genkai ninjas from the other villages. Mabui and the Tsuchikage exchanged glances, sharing a weary smile. Uchiha Ketsuzan truly was a force to be reckoned with. His unwillingness to concede even the slightest advantage was remarkable. The notion of demanding compensation in the form of a Kekkei Genkai ninja was indeed ingenious. Unbeknownst to Uchiha Ketsuzan, the thoughts of Mabui and the Tsuchikage were far from pleasant. Otherwise, he might have unceremoniously cast them into a pit of refuse. With matters settled, he addressed the Third Raikage. This task is entrusted to you. Ensure that Suna does not attempt to deceive us with a subpar Kekkei Genkai. As Uchiha Ketsuzan made to leave, the Third Raikage queried, Ketsuzan, where are you headed? Uchiha Ketsuzan replied with a smirk. I am off to deliver our letter of gratitude to Konoha. In Konoha, the streets bustled with people, yet every face bore the marks of exhaustion. Reflecting on the tumultuous events of the past year, they recalled the defection of the Uchiha clan, followed by the rampage of the Nine Tails, and soon after, the conflict with Kumogakure. Not long thereafter, the ninja coalition organized by the daimyos from various nations met with failure. In the wake of these calamities, both the shinobi and villagers of Konoha found themselves living in dire straits. Many toiled daily for mere survival, yet even a single hearty meal had become a luxury. They had never imagined that Konoha would descend to such depths. Suddenly, several whirlpools appeared in the sky, and a multitude of objects began to cascade downward. The expressions of the villagers shifted to panic. This is bad, an enemy attack. It's explosive tags. Everyone, take cover. Help, I don't want to die. The villagers scattered in confusion, clutching their heads. Yet, they soon realized something was amiss. The whirlpools in the sky vanished, and the anticipated explosions did not occur. Curiosity piqued. Many ventured back into the streets, only to discover that what had fallen from the sky were not explosive tags, but rather envelopes resembling letters. How peculiar. What is going on? Is this some sort of play by the village? They murmured. Look, these envelopes say thank you on them. Once assured of their safety, the villagers began to curiously collect the envelopes from the ground. Each envelope bore the words thank you prominently displayed. This left everyone bewildered. Such an elaborate display merely to deliver thank you notes? Surely, if they wished to express gratitude, there was no need for such extravagance. They had nearly been frightened to death moments ago. With mounting curiosity, the villagers began to open the envelopes. In an instant, their expressions transformed to fury. For within these letters lay the words penned by the scoundrels of Kumogakure. To the brothers of Konoha, we express our gratitude for sending the Uchiha clan and the formidable Kakashi Hitaki to our Kumogakure. You are truly benevolent. You may not realize it, but we were once impoverished, with many unable to secure food. Yet since the Uchiha clan arrived, our village has been inundated with lucrative missions. Even with increased prices, employers vie for our services, making Konoha our benefactor in this regard. But I digress. I must indulge in some barbecue now. With 8 meals a day, I am utterly stuffed, yet the money is simply overflowing. Brothers of Konoha, we have triumphed over the ninja coalition and stand as the most powerful shinobi village in the realm. However, guess what? You have lost 10,000 men, while we have suffered not a single casualty, achieving such glorious results thanks largely to your underestimated Uchiha clan. Have you heard of Ketsuzan? He single-handedly dispatched thousands of your warriors. Additionally, you may not be aware, but the Uchiha clan possesses an abundance of ninjutsu scrolls and training resources, truly a prestigious clan. Our ninjas from Kumogakure have greatly benefited from their presence, enhancing their abilities significantly. Moreover, our land of lightning is currently undergoing extensive infrastructure development, with roads, bridges, and buildings being constructed beautifully. We are truly amazed. But fret not, we have not spent a single penny. Your compensation covers it all. Reflecting back, had your entire village not shunned the Uchiha clan, we would not be living the good life we enjoy today. We owe you a debt of gratitude, and should we meet in the future, we would gladly bow in respect. For now, we can only express our thanks through this letter. Furthermore, we extend special gratitude to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Midogate, and Uzumaki Kushina. If they had not continually suppressed the Uchiha clan and seized their property, the Uchiha would never have left Konoha. Had they not scapegoated Kakashi, the legendary White Fang would not have come to Kumogakure. Such benevolent individuals deserve to live long lives. We hope they maintain their grip on power in Konoha. Otherwise, the other shinobi villages would not stand for it. Once again, thank you. I nearly forgot to mention. My Uchiha brothers wish to inform you that upon leaving Konoha, they discovered that there was no rain outside. Everyone treats them as treasures, and they now live comfortably. Do not worry about them. Lastly, let me ask, now that the person you despised has departed from your village, are you not happier? As the Konoha villagers read the content of the letters, their faces flushed with embarrassment and rage. Many swayed on their feet, nearly fainting from the indignation. Their once abundant lives contrasted sharply with the plight of the Kumogakure ninjas, who now feasted while they struggled. After 2 wars, they had lost so many comrades. Yet the ninjas of Kumogakure had suffered virtually no losses. Not only were the missions never-ending, but they were also utilizing their compensation for grand infrastructure projects. Funds painstakingly gathered by their families. And as for the hope that Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uzumaki Kushina, and Midogate live long lives and maintain power in Konoha, they were the ones most opposed to it. Who were they to interfere in their village's choice of Hokage? Did they find joy in witnessing these individuals continue to torment them? And to think they had the audacity to inquire about their happiness? Do you think we are happy, you scoundrels? In the village of Yunin, where death and hunger prevail, can you truly find joy amidst such despair? The actions of those scoundrels from Yunin are utterly infuriating. Is there any difference between their taunting and a direct assault? Life is already a struggle, and yet they add insult to injury. What sins have they committed? Despite the overwhelming anger, the villagers of Mai found themselves unable to resist the urge to peruse the envelopes detailing the sentiments of Yunin's ninjas. Thus, they scolded while reading, many of them remaining engrossed for a full day and night. It was not that they were not tired. Rather, the frustration prevented them from sleeping. As dawn broke once more, the villagers' eyes were bloodshot, rivaling even the famed Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. The most envious circumstance in the world is not when someone surpasses you in fortune, but when those you once deemed beneath you thrive and achieve the life you yearn for, while your own existence deteriorates. The streets of Mai remained crowded, yet an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. After an indeterminate amount of time, a hoarse voice broke the stillness. Do you think if we go to apologize to the Uchiha, they would consider returning? Mai is the homeland established by the Uchiha clan. No one answered, for the truth was undeniable. Unless the Uchiha had lost their senses, there was no chance they would return to Mai. Nonetheless, this remark prompted a collective contemplation among the villagers. If the Uchiha had never departed Mai, might their lives have mirrored the descriptions penned by the Yunin ninjas in their letters? The answer was all too clear. Before their departure, the Uchiha clan had already enjoyed the stability and abundance that the Yunin ninjas now described. The upheaval in Mai was intrinsically linked to the Uchiha's exit. In this moment, the villagers began to feel regret, realizing they had lost something profoundly significant. Chapter 76. The Hokage building is surrounded in the Hokage's office. Smoke swirled in the air. Like the villagers of Mai, Sarutobi Hiruzen had spent the night without rest. Before him lay nearly 100 letters of gratitude from the ninjas of Yunin, each one more shocking than the last, especially the one penned by Uchiha Ketsu, which felt like a dagger to the heart. The first time he read it, Sarutobi nearly succumbed to rage. Dear Third Hokage, how is your health? Since leaving Mai, much has transpired, and I have come to realize that it is you we Uchiha should be most grateful to. Your relentless efforts to ostracize us have undoubtedly solidified our resolve to depart. When the Nine Tails rampaged and Mai suffered tremendous losses, you still managed to gather 100 billion ryo for compensation, nearly moving me to tears. Not long after, you orchestrated the expulsion of Hatake Sakumo for my safety, ensuring I had a formidable guardian by my side. Later, when we in the Land of Lightning faced financial difficulties in our infrastructure projects, you, under the orders of the daimyo, generously dispatched funds once more. While we were discontent during our time in Mai, we have since recognized your merits from afar. Please take care of yourself and maintain control over my. Should anyone seek to challenge your rule, remember that Uchiha Ketsu will always be your staunchest ally. A loyal traitor, Uchiha Ketsu. The heavy sarcasm made Sarutobi's face flush with embarrassment. He now deeply regretted his previous decisions. Had he known events would unfold in such a manner, he would have risked my safety rather than allow the Uchiha to disappear completely. At that moment, the office door was forcefully swung open with a resounding crash. Sarutobi looked up to find Uchiha Koharu, Mito Gate-un, and Shimura Danzo standing before him. Sarutobi, visibly displeased, remarked, "Danzo, did I not instruct you to remain in isolation?" Danzo retorted angrily, "Isolation? What nonsense. The outside world is abuzz with talk of me being the only leader of the 4 great ninja villages to suffer a crushing defeat. They are clamoring for my head." He had hoped to use the situation with the ninja coalition to gain prestige for his campaign to become Hokage. Now, however, he had achieved notoriety instead, with his reputation in tatters. How could he aspire to become Hokage with such a sullied name? Koharu chimed in. "And I as well. These letters claim I have embezzled public funds and infringed upon the assets of the Uchiha clan. Such baseless accusations." After a moment's pause, she continued, "It is nothing but alarmist rhetoric." Mito Gate and added, "Hiruzen, these letters must be collected immediately. They cannot be allowed to circulate within the village." Upon hearing Danzo's complaints, Sarutobi sighed, "It is too late for that. These letters are everywhere in Mai, and the villagers have already read them. Even if we forcibly collect them, it would be futile." Danzo coldly remarked, "Then what do you propose we do?" Sarutobi cast a glance at the trio and stated solemnly, "Someone must step forward to take responsibility. Danzo, your reputation is already tarnished. You may as well bear the brunt of this." Upon hearing that the blame was being shifted to him, Danzo was immediately displeased. "Hiruzen, must you always make me the scapegoat in situations like this? Given the current state of the village, you bear the greatest responsibility." He suggested, "Why not simply resign and let someone else take over?" Sarutobi replied earnestly, "Danzo, I am considering your interests. Think it over. Given your current reputation, would anyone elect you as Hokage even if I stepped down?" Danzo paused, his voice softening. "Even if you do not resign, I cannot be the one to take the blame." "Then you will pay," Sarutobi replied nonchalantly. "The villagers will complain and express dissatisfaction. But ultimately, it comes down to their empty pockets and empty plates. If you provide them with sufficient funds, you can avoid bearing the blame." Danzo immediately rejected this notion. He needed to reserve funds for recruiting and various experiments. How could he possibly give money to those villagers? What a sum that would require. "Then you shall take the blame," Sarutobi stated. Danzo grimaced but refrained from further protest. His roots had already secured a child who had mastered the power of wood release. Success was within reach, and he could not afford to waste money. A tarnished reputation was a small price to pay, as long as he could attain enough power. The position of Hokage would eventually be his. Observing Danzo's silence, Sarutobi turned his attention to Koharu and Mito Gaiden. "I will arrange for the 2 of you to draw funds from our clan to manage this crisis. You can also salvage some reputation in the process. As long as we maintain our foothold, we can always earn more money later. Our priority now is to soothe the villagers." After hearing Sarutobi's plan, Mito Gate-in and Koharu could only nod in reluctant agreement. To satisfy everyone this time, they would undoubtedly have to incur significant losses. It was all the Uchiha's fault. Those inherently malevolent beings only served to bring them trouble. They also regretted not being ruthless enough initially, which had led to the current predicament. In the future, they would not repeat the same mistakes. They would ensure that the name Uchiha faded into obscurity, much like the Senju clan. As Sarutobi and his companions deliberated, a member of the Umbu appeared in the office. "Hokage-sama, the villagers outside have gathered, and it won't be long before they surround the Hokage building. Should the esteemed lords take refuge for a while?" Upon hearing this, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and the others gazed out the window. Not far from the Hokage building, a multitude of Konoha villagers were marching towards it with great fervor. Third Hokage, after 2 wars. Why is it that the third Raikage can always lead from the front while you remain hidden within the village? These wars have claimed countless young lives. Yet you remain unscathed. We demand that Hokage-sama personally explain to us what the so-called will of fire truly means. Furthermore, did the Uchiha clan truly leave the village because of your oppression? What is the truth behind the matter of Hitaki Sakomo? Why do those scoundrels from Kumogakure claim that you manipulated public opinion, making Hitaki Sakomo a scapegoat? Chapter 77. Are bloodline limit ninjas here? The enraged villagers of Konoha surrounded the Hokage building. A letter of gratitude from the ninjas of Kumogakure clarified the events of their battle with the allied shinobi forces. This only deepened their dissatisfaction with Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. The third Raikage led the village's elite forces to fiercely confront an army of 10,000, willing to sacrifice himself to protect the ninjas within the village, while their third Hokage has remained within the village, never once stepping onto the battlefield. The 4,000 shinobi sent out have nearly all perished, and even Orochimaru has lost an arm, yet Shimura Danzo, the commander, returned to the village unscathed. He speaks of the flourishing of Konoha, of the eternal flame of fire that will continue to illuminate the village and nurture new leaves. Yet the reality is that the new generation is withering away while the old ninjas thrive. Who is truly protecting whom? Observing the furious villagers, Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended to the rooftop of the Hokage building. After years in office, he was acutely aware of the power of public opinion. If he did not quell their anger today, the ensuing backlash could endanger his position as Hokage. Everyone, please calm down. If you have grievances, I am here to listen. As Hokage, I will not evade responsibility. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice, the previously clamorous crowd momentarily quieted. Soon after, someone shouted, "Third Hokage, did Hatake Tsukumo leave the village because of your decision to make him a scapegoat? And what about the Uchiha clan? Have you and those 3 advisors been siphoning off their assets? Why do you not go to the battlefield and fight? Are you not the strongest Hokage?" As the villagers' questions rang out, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hands to calm them. Once the crowd quieted, he spoke solemnly. "I too mourn the matter of Tsukumo, but the Uchiha clan's defection had long been foreshadowed. As the head of the Umbu, he failed to report any information to me, which led to our village being completely unaware. During the recent war with Kumogakure, Hatake Tsukumo showed no mercy in killing comrades from the village. He must have already conspired with the Uchiha clan. Perhaps he stayed behind not to betray but to relay information for the Uchiha clan. This is indeed my fault. Had I recognized Tsukumo's ambitions earlier, I would not have let him go." Sarutobi Hiruzen positioned himself on a high ground, pointing fingers at Hatake Tsukumo, directly accusing him of treason. He then continued, "As for the Uchiha clan, they have always been headstrong and acted independently. They enjoy the privilege of not having to undertake dangerous missions while tyrannizing within the village. Surely, you all can relate to this? Moreover, the allegations of siphoning off Uchiha assets are absurd. This is merely a tactic by Kumogakure to sow discord among us." After speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. "As for the loss in the war, I feel the pain even more acutely than you all. The fallen were children I watched grow up." To provide an explanation, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand, and Shimura Danzo was brought forward by 2 Umbu members. "This man has been my ally for many years and is an advisor to the Hokage. Today, he is willing to sacrifice himself for his sins." Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo looked bewilderedly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Wait, don't add drama without my consent. You didn't say I'd have to die when you made me take the blame." But before he could voice his protest, the Umbu swiftly raised their blades and severed Shimura Danzo's head. Having completed this grim act, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately spoke again. "Advisors Nara Shikaku and Mito Kazuki have also stated that they will provide compensation in money and food from their clans to cover your losses. The village will also extend its assistance to help you through this difficult time. I assure you all that I will ensure you do not suffer more than you did before the Uchiha clan's defection." Sarutobi Hiruzen's confidence was palpable. After eliminating the daimyo, the entire land of fire was under his control. Mobilizing the national strength to restore Konoha to its former prosperity would not be an insurmountable task. Those outside of Konoha would have to endure hardship for now. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's promises, the formerly enraged villagers of Konoha displayed expressions of joy. They ceased demanding the return of the Uchiha clan or calling for Sarutobi Hiruzen's resignation. With wealth and provisions, everything could be negotiated. Once the crowd dispersed, Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly exhaled in relief. This crisis had finally passed. Though some concessions were necessary, preserving his reputation and power made it all worthwhile. Shimura Danzo emerged from the shadows, casting a resentful glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hiruzen, now that you've publicly executed me, how can I ever run for Hokage again? Don't worry, I will give you a new identity. After all, no one truly knows you," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, his gaze turning fierce. "Uchiha Katsuki, there will come a day when you lose your sight. I shall await that moment. In the distance, Uchiha Ketsuki stood atop the Hokage rock of the Senju clan, stretching his arms with a yawn. This outcome was anticipated. However, haste would not yield results. The real drama was only just beginning. He would compel these ungrateful villagers of Konoha to repent for their actions in despair, and he would ensure that Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and others would become isolated. Their reputations shattered. He intended to reclaim everything that rightfully belonged to the Uchiha, annihilating the Sarutobi, Shimura, Mito, and Nara clans just as the original Uchiha clan had been eradicated. That day would not be far off. With a cold snort, Uchiha Ketsuki activated his Kamui and vanished from sight. Kimobikure. As Uchiha Ketsuki returned, he was promptly summoned to the Raikage's office. Within the office, the third Raikage, Hatake Tsukumo, Uchiha Fugaku, Maki, and Tsuchikage were present. Upon seeing Uchiha Ketsuki, they curiously asked, "Ketsuki, how was the response to the letter of gratitude? What was the reaction of those Konoha scoundrels?" Seeing their eager expressions, Uchiha Ketsuki recounted how the villagers of Konoha had become enraged and furiously impotent. After listening, the third Raikage and others erupted into hearty laughter. "This is simply delightful. It is only fitting that we deal with such scoundrels in this manner. Watching their suffering and regret as their situation worsens is more satisfying than killing them. I wonder if Sarutobi Hiruzen will dare to step onto the battlefield next time. I have long wished to confront this strongest Hokage." Listening to their banter, Uchiha Ketsuki waved his hand. "All right, third Raikage, you didn't summon me just to share gossip, did you?" The third Raikage nodded, chuckling. "Ketsuki, I have good news to share with you. The demands of Shine Village have been met. They have sent a bloodline limit ninja to our Yunin village." Chapter 78. Shine Village. Who is this for? The third Raikage could not help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. In the past, their village had resorted to all manner of deceit and trickery to acquire a bloodline limit ninja, sacrificing numerous elite shinobi in the process, yet they yielded no fruitful results. Now, after articulating their request to Shine Village, the response was immediate acceptance. This is the advantage of possessing formidable strength. Were it not for the immense power of Uchiha Jishuan, such progress would have been unattainable. First, they acquired the Uchiha clan, followed by the Chi of Blood clan. And now they have obtained a bloodline limit ninja from Shine Village. The third Raikage harbored a premonition that Yunin village would no longer lack for bloodline limits in the future. "Third Raikage, where is that ninja now? I wish to meet her." A smile graced Uchiha Jishuan's face, as he involuntarily envisioned a ninja with a smooth, beautiful back. It must be Yekong after all. Shine Village wouldn't send Raza here, would they? I have arranged that ninja to stay with your Uchiha clan. She should currently be with Uzumaki Kushina. Very well, I understand. Uchiha Jishuan turned and departed the Raikage's office. Upon arriving at the Uchiha clan's estate, he returned to his courtyard. Inside the yard, Uzumaki Kushina was washing vegetables with Uchiha Makoto. Upon seeing Uchiha Jishuan return, both of their faces lit up with smiles. "Jishuan, you're finally back," Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed, leaping into Uchiha Jishuan's embrace, nuzzling against him. Amused, Uchiha Jishuan ruffled her hair. "All right, are you a little kitten?" In response, Uzumaki Kushina immediately placed her hands on her chin, her large eyes gazing up at him. Meow. After her playful meow, she stuck out her small, pink tongue. Her adorable demeanor made Uchiha Jishuan swallow hard, feeling a flutter in his heart. Humph. Noticing Uchiha Jishuan's reaction, Uzumaki Kushina proudly raised her chin and sidestepped away. Hee hee. Big pervert. Seeing her mischievousness, Uchiha Jishuan could only smile wryly, secretly thinking, "Are you intentionally trying to provoke me? Just wait, you will reap what you sow one day." At that moment, Uchiha Makoto approached. Unlike Uzumaki Kushina, she was more reserved, gently wrapping her arms around Uchiha Jishuan's, resting her head softly against his shoulder. Feeling the warmth of her embrace, Uchiha Jishuan took a deep breath. "Goodness, are you testing my composure?" Uchiha Jishuan maintained a calm demeanor as he addressed Uzumaki Kushina. "The third Raikage mentioned that the bloodline limit ninja sent from Shine Village is with you, correct?" Uzumaki Kushina nodded. "She is currently residing in our courtyard. But since moving in, she has yet to leave her room. Then I shall go and see." Noticing Uchiha Jishuan was busy, Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Makoto obediently released their hold. "Jishuan, you go ahead. Makoto and I will prepare dinner for you." With that, they left the courtyard with the freshly washed vegetables, and Uchiha Jishwan proceeded to the room pointed out by Uzumaki Kushina. He knocked on the door, but received no response. Thus, Uchiha Jishwan boldly pushed the door open and entered. Inside sat a young girl with shoulder-length sandy yellow hair. She appeared gentle and sweet, possessing an undeniable beauty. But this was not Yekon, was it? Uchiha Jishwan felt a bit confused. Who are you? The girl gasped, startled by Uchiha Jishwan's entrance. Quickly retreating to the corner of the wall, Uchiha Jishwan replied calmly, I am Uchiha Jishwan. You are the bloodline limit ninja sent from Shine Village? Upon hearing Uchiha Jishwan's words, the girl became even more anxious. She had heard that Uchiha Jishwan was the one who had annihilated all the ninjas from Shine Village on the battlefield. Noticing Uchiha Jishwan frowning, the girl quickly added, My name is Karura. Please, treat me well. Uchiha Jishwan was momentarily taken aback. Karura? Isn't that the mother of Gaara? How could those people from Shine Village send her here? Seeing Uchiha Jishwan silent, Karura nervously spoke up. I truly possess a bloodline limit. I can control sand. As she spoke, she slowly raised her arm. In the next moment, a mound of sand floated out from a large gourd in the corner of the room. Before coming here, she had been explicitly instructed by the third Kazekage and Chiyo to stabilize relations with Yunin Village, ensuring they found no excuse to attack Shine Village. Thus, facing Uchiha Jishwan, Karura dared not be careless. Recognizing the familiar gourd and sand, Uchiha Jishwan confirmed Karura's identity. In the original work, it was indeed stated that Gaara's ability to manipulate sand did not come from Shikaku, but rather from Karura. Regaining his composure, he smiled at Karura. I understand your abilities now. Please, take a seat. Although it was somewhat unexpected, Karura's bloodline limit seemed promising. As for Yekon, there would be opportunities in the future. Noticing the gentle smile on Uchiha Jishwan's face, Karura slowly sat across from him. Lord Jishwan, did you come to see me for a specific reason? Uchiha Jishwan pondered for a moment before responding. Karura, you are aware that your village has abandoned you, correct? At this, Karura bit her lip and lowered her head. As a bargaining chip, she had been exchanged to Yunin Village. While she held no resentment towards her village, the reality of being abandoned was undeniable. Seeing Karura's demeanor, Uchiha Jishwan continued, Since you have come to Yunin Village, you will now serve it. Do you understand? Karura nodded. Observing this, Uchiha Jishwan spoke again, coincidentally. Kushina and Mikoto are in need of a teammate. You shall join them on missions from now on. Karura looked up in surprise, questioning, Do you truly trust me? She had been in Yunin Village for several days, and Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto had both spoken with her. Thus, Karura was aware that these two were destined to be Uchiha Jishwan's future wives. Yet now, Uchiha Jishwan was allowing her, an outsider, to become teammates with his wives. Was he not concerned about her ulterior motives? Responding to Karura's inquiry, Uchiha Jishwan chuckled heartily. I trust you will not act foolishly. After all, if anything were to happen to Kushina or Mikoto, I would ensure that the entire Shine Village pays for it, whether you believe it or not. I possess the power to make such a threat a reality. As Karura gazed at the pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan that had appeared in Uchiha Jishwan's eyes, she could not help but swallow hard. Please, rest assured, I will do my utmost to protect their safety. Chapter 79. Obito and Kakashi noticing Karura's anxious demeanor. Uchiha Jishwan retracted his imposing aura, returning to a gentler disposition. Curiously, he asked, I recall you have a younger brother. Did he come here with you? Karura was startled. Did Uchiha Jishwan already know about this? She dared not conceal the truth and could only reply, Yashimaru is still in Shine Village. Uchiha Jishwan nodded, suddenly inquiring, If we face ninjas from Shine Village in the future, would you be willing to fight? Karura cast a glance at Uchiha Jishwan, remaining silent. After a brief pause, she finally spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice, Rest assured, I am now a ninja of Yunin Village and will never betray it. Even if they threaten you with your brother's life? After a moment of silence, Jalawa stood up, summoning the courage to meet Uchiha Ketsuharu's gaze. Lord Ketsuharu, do you still intend to attack Sunagakure? Indeed. Uchiha Ketsuharu had no intention of hiding his thoughts, stating plainly, I aim to unify the entire shinobi world. Such matters are unavoidable. What? Unifying the shinobi world? You cannot be serious. That would lead to countless deaths. Uchiha Ketsuharu replied coolly, Currently, the shinobi world experiences a great ninja war every few decades, resulting in innumerable casualties. If I can unify the shinobi world, wars will cease. The slaughter is meant to reduce further slaughter. After saying this, he noticed Jalua's incredulous expression and chose not to elaborate further. He merely added, "In the future, when you accompany Kushina and the others on missions, you may observe the present state of the Land of Lightning. If the shinobi world is unified, I can mobilize resources across it. Even in barren lands like the Wind Country and Sunagakure, people can live prosperous lives." Watching Uchiha Ketsuharu's departing figure, Jalua fell into contemplation. Prior to her arrival, she had meticulously reviewed information regarding Uchiha Ketsuharu. After leading the entire Uchiha clan away from Konoha, he had decisively settled in Yunin village, winning 2 wars and demonstrating unparalleled strength. He had brazenly slain a daimyo, yet faced no repercussions, instead inspiring imitation from other nations. Such actions indicated that Uchiha Ketsuharu was a man of ambition and capability, transforming ideas into reality. If he now spoke of unifying the shinobi world, it could not be dismissed lightly. Should Uchiha Ketsuharu truly act on his intentions, would she not need to consider plans for Sunagakure's future? Jalua's thoughts raced, only to be forcibly suppressed. Regardless, Sunagakure had forsaken her, and she would henceforth live as a ninja of Yunin village. If she could assist with Sunagakure's affairs, she would, but if not, her utmost priority would be to ensure Yashimaru's safety. She must strive to perform better in the future. Uchiha Ketsuharu was not overly concerned with Jalua's inner thoughts. He believed that after living in Yunin village for a time, she would understand what the right choice truly was. After all, she was merely a discarded pawn. What loyalty could she possibly have towards Sunagakure? Once outside, Uchiha Ketsuharu shared a meal with Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina. Both were skilled cooks, and the food they prepared was exceedingly delicious. During the meal, Uchiha Ketsuharu mentioned Jalua's situation, and neither Uchiha Mikoto nor Uzumaki Kushina expressed any dissent. After a few days of interaction, they had also sensed Jalua's innate kindness. Being teammates with someone like her was indeed reassuring. After finishing their meal, Uchiha Mikoto began to clear the dishes, while Uchiha Ketsuharu sought to take the opportunity to tidy up with Uzumaki Kushina. Unfortunately, before he could make a move, a voice from outside interrupted. "Ketsuharu and I know you're inside. Open the door." Uchiha Ketsuharu opened the door with irritation, ruffling Uchiha Obito's hair. "Why aren't you at ninja school? What are you doing here?" Uchiha Obito adjusted his goggles and replied with a smile. "Ketsuharu and there's no school today. I came to ask you for a favor." Uchiha Ketsuharu, curious, inquired, "What is it?" "Please teach me ninjutsu." Uchiha Obito's eyes sparkled with determination. "You don't know, ever since Kakashi started attending ninja school, everyone has overlooked me. I want you to teach me some powerful ninjutsu, so I can defeat Kakashi in front of everyone." Just then, a voice called out from behind Obito. "Obito, you sly dog. Ketsuharu-senpai, please teach me some ninjutsu as well." Hitaki Kakashi, inspired by his father's teachings and the tales circulating in the village about Uchiha Ketsuharu, longed to learn from him. If Ketsuharu-senpai personally instructed him, his strength would surely advance. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ketsuharu had yet to respond, but Uchiha Obito was already displeased. He pointed at Kakashi, declaring, "I'm Ketsuharu and I's little brother. It is only natural for me to learn ninjutsu from him. Why should he teach you?" Kakashi paused, realizing the validity of Obito's argument. After considering it, he suddenly pulled out a book from his pocket. "Ketsuharu and this is Jiraiya's latest release. I want to give it to you." Uchiha Ketsuharu's expression changed, glancing back at Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto in the yard before taking the book. "Kakashi, do not give me such things in the future. I read the classics." Seeing Ketsuharu's serious demeanor, Kakashi scratched his head. "But it was you who gifted me a book like this." Uchiha Ketsuharu interrupted Kakashi and walked toward the training ground. "Today, I have time to teach you two some secret techniques." "Hooray!" Uchiha Obito jumped with joy, and Kakashi could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed to follow. Observing their enthusiasm, Uchiha Ketsuharu couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Under his influence, the entire shinobi world had strayed far from the original storyline. Although his plans were gradually taking shape, something vital seemed to be missing. It was a double-edged sword. He would have to work diligently to enhance his strength. As Uchiha Ketsuharu pondered, Uchiha Obito eagerly asked from behind, "Ketsuharu and what secret techniques are you going to teach us?" Without turning around, Uchiha Ketsuharu replied coolly, "Chidori and Rasengan." Chapter 80. Is this the Rasengan? Chidori, Rasengan. Uchiha Obito looked curiously at Uchiha Ketsuharu and asked, "Ketsuharu and Are these two ninjutsu really powerful? In response, Uchiha Ketsuharu stroked his chin. Well, they are quite formidable, regarded as having great potential among A-rank ninjutsu. What? A-rank ninjutsu? Uchiha Obito's mouth dropped open in shock, quickly replaced by excitement. Ketsuharu and I want to learn. You see, the strongest ninjutsu I've encountered so far is only a C-rank technique. The Great Fireball Technique. A-rank ninjutsu is 2 tiers above that. Moreover, I distinctly heard you say that the techniques you plan to teach are among the most promising in A-rank. If he could master such ninjutsu, he would undoubtedly become an object of admiration at ninja school, even eclipsing Hitaki Kakashi, who couldn't help but feel a glimmer of anticipation. To be regarded by Ketsuharu-senpai as possessing significant potential in ninjutsu must mean it was extraordinarily powerful. Witnessing their eagerness, Uchiha Ketsuharu smiled and said, "Then let me demonstrate first." With that, a sky-blue chakra sphere materialized in his palm. This technique is called Rasengan, an attribute-less ninjutsu. Its lethality is proportional to the chakra consumed, and its advantage lies in the absence of hand seals, allowing for instantaneous activation. Uchiha Ketsuharu explained as he pressed the Rasengan against a wooden stake in the training ground. In the blink of an eye, wood shavings flew, and a spiral-shaped mark manifested upon the wooden post. What is this? This is also an A-rank ninjutsu? Uchiha Obito murmured in disappointment. The display lacked the grandeur of the Great Fireball Technique. Uchiha Ketsuzen's lips twitched slightly. As expected, Obito, who was only a shadow of Hiruzen, did not disappoint him in terms of intellect. In contrast to Uchiha Obito, the ever-enthusiastic Hitaki Kakashi's eyes sparkled. The instant casting, no-hand sign ninjutsu seemed perfectly suited for someone like him, who primarily relied on swordsmanship. If used in combat against an enemy, it would undoubtedly create a significant information gap. Obito, what about the other A-rank ninjutsu? Uchiha Ketsuzen replied, "Allow me to demonstrate." With hands forming seals, he exclaimed, "Cho Oko Senshu." As arcs of electricity enveloped his right hand, the sound of chirping birds resonated. In an instant, Uchiha Ketsuzen's body transformed into a flash of lightning. Crack! The stout wooden post, which required 3 men to embrace, was pierced through by the Chidori. This scene left Uchiha Obito trembling with excitement. Yes, this is the A-rank ninjutsu I desire. Ketsuzen Niken, I want to learn Chidori. Compared to the earlier Rasengan, Chidori not only boasted greater lethality, but also came with its own sound effects. Its presentation was simply magnificent. Uchiha Obito began to envision the admiration and envy of his peers when he unleashed Chidori at the Ninja Academy. "Obito, wipe your drool," Hitaki Kakashi remarked disdainfully, giving Obito a gentle nudge. He quickly complied. Uchiha Ketsuzen chuckled and shook his head. "Obito, I initially intended to pass Chidori on to you. Its advantages lie in its incredible speed and formidable killing power, yet it demands exceptional dynamic vision. Insufficient dynamic vision may lead to peril during high-speed maneuvers. However, with the Sharingan, this concern is entirely mitigated." His gaze shifted to Hitaki Kakashi. "Kakashi, you should focus on learning Rasengan. When combined with the Hitaki family's sword techniques, Rasengan can often yield surprising results in close combat." Upon hearing Uchiha Ketsuzen's words, both Uchiha Obito and Hitaki Kakashi nodded in agreement. "Ketsuzen Niken, please teach us now," Obito urged eagerly. Uchiha Ketsuzen playfully poked Obito's forehead, softly stating, "Learning A-rank ninjutsu isn't that simple. First, I will explain the principles and training methods." Upon hearing this, Obito and Kakashi promptly sat down on the ground. As time passed, Uchiha Obito felt overwhelmed. Terms like hand seals and chakra nature transformation felt as incomprehensible as reading a foreign language. Nevertheless, in pursuit of recognition, he forced himself to memorize Uchiha Ketsuzen's teachings. Meanwhile, Hitaki Kakashi listened intently, occasionally raising his hand to pose questions. The contrast between the diligent student and the struggling one was stark. It wasn't until the afternoon that Uchiha Ketsuzen concluded, "Now that you are aware of the training methods for Rasengan and Chidori, the rest depends on your own efforts." Obito and Kakashi rose respectfully and bowed to Uchiha Ketsuzen. "Thank you for your hard work, Ketsuzen Niken. Thank you for your efforts, Ketsuzen Senpai." Suddenly, Obito exclaimed, "Ketsuzen Niken, since you are so kind to us, why not become our teacher?" "Absolutely not." Uchiha Ketsuzen crossed his arms defiantly. "You don't harbor thoughts of betrayal, do you? The Hokage has a notorious history of being betrayed by their students. Although it may not apply to me, I have no intention of tempting fate. Very well, Obito responded. Undeterred by the rejection, he excitedly boasted to Kakashi, Kakashi, even though I will learn Chidori, do not be disheartened. Just be content being my subordinate. After all, without the Sharingan, you can only learn ninjutsu of this caliber, like Rasengan. Kakashi retorted, Obito, Rasengan is by no means inferior to Chidori. Obito waved dismissively, Kakashi, don't be stubborn. In terms of both presentation and lethality, Rasengan cannot compare to Chidori. Ketsuzan Niken, do you agree? Observing Obito's smug demeanor, Uchiha Ketsuzan let out a soft huff. I have stated before that both ninjutsu possess immense potential. No one is superior to the other. To suggest otherwise is to question my judgment. Obito, feeling somewhat defiant, countered. But the evidence is clear. Rasengan appears utterly unremarkable. At this, Uchiha Ketsuzan stood up, raising his right arm. Obito, how about now? As he spoke, chakra surged within him. With Obito and Kakashi watching in bewilderment, Uchiha Ketsuzan calmly declared, Cho Otama Rasengan. In the next moment, a colossal chakra sphere, nearly 10 meters in diameter, materialized in Uchiha Ketsuzan's hand. Witnessing this, Uchiha Obito fell backward in shock. Wait, is this the same Rasengan we just saw? Chapter 81. 3 years under the gaze of Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Ketsuzan forcefully slammed the massive Cho Otama Rasengan into the ground. The earth trembled violently. The training ground's surface became riddled with cracks, and at the center of these fissures lay a vast pit several meters in diameter. Such power! Observing the astonished expressions of Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Ketsuzan scoffed lightly. They truly had never witnessed such might. As I mentioned earlier, as long as your control is strong enough and your chakra abundant, the damage caused by Rasengan will increase proportionally. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's eyes gleamed with excitement. Ketsuzan-senpai, you mentioned that both ninjutsu possess great developmental potential. Could you demonstrate that for us? Uchiha Ketsuzan nodded. Let us use Rasengan as an example. By incorporating chakra of different attributes into the basic Rasengan, one can achieve varying effects. For instance, with lightning attribute chakra. As he spoke, he formed another Rasengan in his hand. After infusing it with lightning chakra, Uchiha Ketsuzan hurled it forward. The Rasengan vanished midair, only for a distant tree to be abruptly severed in half. It disappeared. Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment. Uchiha Ketsuzan clapped his hands together, stating, compared to a standard Rasengan, the advanced version infused with chakra nature transformation possesses greater power, yet it is also far more perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead to irreparable harm to the user. Thus, one should never attempt it without absolute confidence. Nodding vigorously at Uchiha Ketsuzan's warning, Kakashi understood the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, filled with envy, remarked, Ketsuzan Niken, if Rasengan is this formidable, Chidori must be equally impressive, right? Indeed, Uchiha Ketsuzan replied. Chidori can evolve into advanced versions like Chidori Stream and Raikiri, each wielding considerable power. However, the difficulty of training will increase exponentially. Exchanging excited glances, Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi proclaimed, we will strive diligently. Watching them, Uchiha Ketsuzan felt an uncanny sense of fate. The Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi before him bore an uncanny resemblance to Naruto and Sasuke from the original narrative. However, at present, Uchiha Obito is exuberantly learning Chidori, while the aloof genius Kakashi is mastering the Rasengan. How intriguing! Noticing that Uchiha Yushien remained silent, Uchiha Obito curiously inquired, Elder Brother Yushien, I have never heard of these two ninjutsu nor seen anyone else use them. Did you create them yourself? Uchiha Yushien nodded slightly. Chidori is a ninjutsu I developed to complement the Sharingan, while Rasengan was inspired by the tailed beast bomb. To navigate through life, one must earn their own respect. Uchiha Yushien, devoid of any psychological burden, regarded Chidori and Rasengan as his own innovations. Upon hearing such words, both Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi felt an even deeper admiration for Uchiha Yushien. The ability to casually develop such formidable techniques, and to do so simultaneously, is nothing short of remarkable. With this thought, Uchiha Obito eagerly expressed, Elder Brother Yushien, if you discover new ninjutsu in the future, please be sure to teach me. Hatake Kakashi shot Uchiha Obito a sidelong glance, lamenting, Obito, techniques of this caliber, a rank ninjutsu, cannot simply be created at will. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Yushin burst into laughter. In truth, researching such ninjutsu is exceedingly simple for me. There is no need for great effort. 3 days, and I can achieve it. Why not pursue it? Uchiha Yushin patted his own face, asserting, a man must have dignity. After stating this, without waiting for a response from Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Obito, he rose and walked towards the training grounds exit. That will be all for today, gone. Observing Uchiha Yushin's retreating figure, Uchiha Obito and Hitaki Kakashi felt their faces flush with excitement. Such a display of confidence. Elder brother Yushin, please do teach us. In the 45th year of Konoha, time passed swiftly, and 3 years flew by in the blink of an eye. During this period, Uchiha Yushin did not continue to stir up trouble in the ninja world, but instead focused on the development of the Uchiha clan. Thanks to his efforts, the number of marriages and births within the Uchiha clan significantly increased, with the population soaring from less than 6,000 to 8,000. This growth rate was akin to being propelled by a rocket, if not for the fact that many members of the Uchiha clan were proud and pure-hearted warriors. Uchiha Yushin estimated the population could have increased even more rapidly. Nevertheless, Uchiha Yushin remained unhurried. As long as his policies continued, the number of new clan members would rise alongside the increasing population base. Eventually, the Uchiha clan's numbers would undoubtedly experience explosive growth. Panel. With a thought, Uchiha Yushin summoned the system panel before him. Yaya Bloodline. Current Evolution Degree 83. Blood of the Pool Clan. Current Evolution Degree 17. After a brief glance, Uchiha Yushin dismissed the system panel. 3 years had passed, and his Yaya bloodline had yet to complete its evolution. Although the members of the Yaya clan were generally extroverted and cheerful, most Uchiha clan members still preferred to marry within their own clan. There was little to be done about it. Their attractiveness was evident. Uchiha Yushin could not interfere too much in this matter. It would be unreasonable to enforce interclan marriages, and differentiating policies would only lead to misunderstanding among the clan members regarding the existence of the system. Fortunately, several members of the Yaya clan were already pregnant. In a few months, when these children were born, even without intermarriage, his bloodline could achieve complete evolution. As for the blood of the Pool clan, their population base was too small to expect any short-term results. Of course, even without fully evolving his bloodline, his physique and mental strength had undergone significant enhancement. It simply had not reached a qualitative transformation yet. Yushin. The voice of Uzumaki Kushina echoed from outside, prompting Uchiha Yushin to gather his thoughts and step out of the room. Outside, Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto stood side by side, resembling a pair of blooming flowers. Dressed in elegant gowns and adorned with exquisite makeup, they had transformed from budding maidens into vibrant blossoms. Merely standing there, they radiated their unique charm. I knew you were unprepared for everything. Uzumaki Kushina glanced at Uchiha Yushin, then handed him a new outfit she had been holding. Uchiha Yushin scratched his head. Kushina. What's going on? You big fool, have you forgotten? Uzumaki Kushina placed her hands on her hips. Today is the day of Faik Senpai's wedding. Chapter 82. What do you mean by giving me 2 red envelopes? Thanks to Uzumaki Kushina's reminder, Uchiha Yushin finally recalled that Faik had mentioned his wedding plans not long ago. With this thought, Uchiha Yushin smiled. I've been a bit busy lately and completely forgot about it. Fortunately, Mikoto and I prepared everything in advance for you. Hurry and change. Uchiha Yushin was pushed into the room by Uzumaki Kushina. Before long, when he emerged dressed for the occasion, both Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto were visibly taken aback. He seems quite handsome. Observing their expressions, Uchiha Yushin felt a twinge of narcissism. In terms of appearance, aside from those who enjoyed reading novels, he had never felt inferior to anyone. All right, let us be on our way. Uchiha Yushin took one of each by the hand, pulling Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina towards the residence of Uchiha Faik. Upon arriving at the Uchiha Faik household, they found the courtyard already bustling with guests. The third Reikage, Hitaki Sakomo, and Anoki were engaged in lively conversation. Uchiha Taro was busy attending to guests, his demeanor bright and cheerful. Upon seeing Uchiha Yushin, the group quickly gathered around. Yushin, Kushina, Mikoto, welcome. Old clan leader, one certainly appears invigorated during joyous occasions. You look much better than before. In response to Uchiha Yushin's remarks, Uchiha Taro chuckled heartily. Yushin, ever since I stepped down as clan leader, I have had far fewer worries, and my spirits are high. This is all thanks to you. Uchiha Yushin shook his head. You should thank your son instead. He is the one managing the clan's affairs now. Thank him? I feel like giving him a good smack. Uchiha Taro huffed. That rascal took so long to get married. It nearly drove me to madness. Uchiha Yushin rubbed his nose, choosing not to respond. The third Raikage sighed in sympathy. Taro, I can truly relate to your feelings. At least your son is getting married today. My son doesn't even have a girlfriend yet. With that, he playfully slapped A on the back of the head. A, feeling wronged, scurried off to the side. He could not comprehend the older generation's perspective. Was marriage truly that significant? The incessant pressure was utterly vexing. Seeing a leave, Uchiha Taro chuckled. Third Hokage, Tsukumo. I must say, you both should seize the opportunity while still relatively young and find a partner before becoming old men like me. When desire may remain, but the capability wanes. Why are we being dragged into this? Uchiha Yushin watched with amusement, sensing a festive atmosphere reminiscent of celebrations in his past life. While the group engaged in casual conversation, Uchiha Fayake approached, accompanied by a woman. The woman had delicate features and appeared exceptionally serene. Though she could not rival Mikoto and Kushina, her beauty was commendable. Third Hokage, Tsukumo-senpai, Yushin. Allow me to introduce my wife, Uchiha Misa. Greetings, esteemed guests. The third Raikage waved his hand. There is no need for such formality. We are here today as friends to celebrate your wedding. Uchiha Fugaku nodded with a smile, directing his gaze towards Uchiha Yuzuki. Yuzuki, by the end of this month, you should be coming of age, right? After all, our clan has always encouraged early marriage and parenthood. As the clan leader, you ought to set an example. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to jest and tease. Uchiha Yuzuki, undaunted, responded with a broad smile. By the end of this year, I will surely be married. Everyone is invited to my wedding feast. Excellent. The third Raikage, growing increasingly fond of Uchiha Yuzuki's demeanor, felt his dissatisfaction with AI swell. He glanced around before seeking out his son for a heart-to-heart conversation. The wedding festivities continued late into the night, with the guests reveling until they eventually dispersed. Under the influence of alcohol, Uchiha Yuzuki made his way to Uchiha Riwo's home for tea. Inside the room, Uchiha Riwo and Uchiha Yuzuki sat across from each other, with Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina flanking them. Yuzuki, please have some tea first, Uchiha Riwo said, draining his cup. Looking at Uchiha Yuzuki, his eyes slightly glazed, he remarked, Time flies. The little kid who once was is now nearly able to outdrink me. With a chuckle, Uchiha Yuzuki refilled Uchiha Riwo's cup, replying, Uncle Riwo, you speak the truth. I am soon to be of age, and today the old clan leader urged me to marry quickly. At this, Uchiha Riwo let out a playful snort. I knew you had mischief in mind. Don't worry, just set the date, and leave the rest to me. Having lost his parents at a young age, Uchiha Yuzuki had been under Uchiha Riwo's care. Now, with intentions to marry his daughter, Uchiha Riwo decided to take charge of the wedding arrangements. Hearing Uchiha Riwo's assurance, Uchiha Yuzuki joyfully produced a red envelope from his pocket, placing it on the table. Uncle Riwo, this is a small token of my appreciation. Upon seeing the envelope, Uchiha Riwo frowned slightly. Yuzuki, what do you mean by this? Why give me money? Do you think I am selling my daughter? Uchiha Yuzuki explained. Rest assured, Uncle Riwo, it is not a large sum, merely a gesture of my sincerity. You must allow me to express my gratitude. After hearing Uchiha Yuzuki's explanation, Uchiha Riwo nodded. Very well, I shall accept it, but I will return it to you after the wedding. He then picked up the envelope from the table. However, in the next moment, Uchiha Riwo appeared puzzled as he scratched his head. Yuzuki, why do you have two envelopes? The following day, Uchiha Yuzuki emerged from Uchiha Riwo's home with dark circles under his eyes. Although fatigued, a smile adorned his face. After a night of effort, he had finally persuaded his future father-in-law. Now, he merely awaited the wedding ceremony, at which point Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina would simultaneously become his wives. With this thought, Uchiha Yuzuki could not help but exuberantly wave his arms. Splendid. After a brief moment of release, Uchiha Yuzuki felt invigorated. He then visited the breakfast shop run by Uchiha Yuriko, devouring a meal before heading to the dessert shop outside the clan grounds. Boss, I'll have 10 skewers of dango. Certainly, please wait a moment, the proprietor replied. Uchiha Yuzuki paid and sought a place to sit, but the dessert shop was bustling with patrons. Just as he contemplated standing and waiting, a small boy, appearing around 4 or 5 years old, waved at him. Leader Yuzuki, over here. Uchiha Yuzuki glanced over and momentarily paused. The boy's garlic-shaped nose struck him as inexplicably familiar. Leader Yuzuki, there is space here. If you don't mind, please take a seat for a while. Seeing Uchiha Yuzuki approach, the boy spoke enthusiastically. Uchiha Yuzuki nodded and feigned curiosity, asking, "What is your name, little one?" The boy hesitated for a moment, recollecting what Uchiha Tetsuhiko had once told him about Uchiha Yuzuki. As expected, just as Tetsuhiko had said, Leader Yuzuki's personality seemed rather daunting. With this thought, the boy replied earnestly, "Leader Yuzuki, I am not a little one. My name is Shursui." Uchiha Shursui. Hearing this, Uchiha Yuzuki stroked his chin. He had not mistaken him. The boy before him was indeed Uchiha Shursui, the one who would later awaken the most powerful Jinjutsu, Kodoe Mitsukumi. Like Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shursui possessed remarkable talent, having made a name for himself on the battlefield against the hidden mist village at a young age. In the realm of Jinjutsu, he was no less formidable than Uchiha Itachi. In one encounter, he had frightened an opponent into retreating. Unfortunately, he was brainwashed by Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, eventually leading to a tragic fate of taking his own life after losing his eyes. "Shursui, how old are you?" Uchiha Yuzuki inquired. His interest peaked as he engaged in conversation with Uchiha Shursui while glancing at the skewers of dango before him. "Leader Yuzuki, I am 5 years old," Shursui replied. Noticing Uchiha Yuzuki's gaze on the dango, he subtly pulled the skewers closer to himself. Uchiha Yuzuki chuckled. "Shursui, are you being possessive?" "Not at all," Shursui shook his head. "Brother Tetsuhiko told me that you used to take his food, so he instructed me to protect my food when I encountered you." At this, Uchiha Yuzuki's lips twitched. "My reputation is unjustly tarnished." He resolved to teach that rascal a lesson upon next meeting Uchiha Tetsuhiko. Observing Uchiha Yuzuki's silence, Uchiha Shursui grew a bit embarrassed and stuck out his tongue, having inadvertently spoken his thoughts aloud. He then offered a skewer of dango to Uchiha Yuzuki. "Leader Yuzuki, here. You can have some. Just ask for more when you're finished." Uchiha Yuzuki shook his head, amused, yet chose not to argue with a 5-year-old. After a brief wait, his own dango arrived. While enjoying the treat, he casually asked, "Shursui, are you happy living in the village?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shursui beamed with a wholesome smile. "Yes, everyone is very nice to me. The teachers and classmates at the Ninja Academy all like me and speak kindly. I love it here." Uchiha Yuzuki was not surprised by Shursui's response. If even Uchiha Obito could become a prominent figure in the Hidden Cloud Village, then a genius like Uchiha Shursui would undoubtedly thrive. The mistreatment that the Uchiha clan faced in the original narrative was likely the doing of the treacherous members of Konoha. "By the way, Leader Yuzuki," Uchiha Shursui curiously inquired, "why did you lead our Uchiha clan away from Konoha?" At the time of their departure, Uchiha Shursui had been under 2 years old, leaving him with no memories of Konoha. His only knowledge of the village was that it had been established by the Uchiha clan. So he was intrigued as to why Leader Yuzuki chose to relocate them to the Hidden Cloud Village. Uchiha Yuzuki took a bite of his dango and replied nonchalantly, "Konoha is not like the Hidden Cloud Village. The people there harbor a deep-seated aversion towards our Uchiha clan. They fear our power and view us as potential threats. The higher-ups in Konoha even built a prison adjacent to our clan grounds, ostensibly to monitor criminals, but in truth, they kept a constant watch on every move of the Uchiha clan. They often expressed the sentiment that we, the Uchiha clan, are inherently malevolent." Before Uchiha Yuzuki could complete his statement, Uchiha Shursui suddenly stood up, tears streaming down his cheeks, his lips quivering with indignation. "We were the ones who established Konoha. If they choose not to show gratitude, that is one thing, but how can they speak of us in such a manner? Our kin are undeniably virtuous, and our companions in the village are eager to befriend us. We are not an evil clan. The hearts of our people are filled with love." Uchiha Shursui's reaction was somewhat unexpected for Uchiha Yuzuki, who had merely stated a fact. Why was Shursui taking it so personally? Before Yuzuki could articulate his thoughts further, an even more astonishing event unfolded. Shursui's ebony eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, a tomo slowly swirling within. He awakened his Sharingan at such a tender age of 5. After the initial shock, Uchiha Yuzuki began to comprehend the situation. Due to his relationship with the Third Raikage, the Uchiha clan had enjoyed a period of harmony with Kimogakure. Uchiha Shursui, a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, had grown up in this protective environment, living a life of abundance surrounded by warm and kind-hearted individuals. Even in the Ninja Academy, he was treated like a star. Under such circumstances, his inherently idealistic nature had developed into a fragile disposition. It is indeed true that the unpredictability of life can be surprising. Unaware of his own transformation, Shursui wiped his tears with determination in his eyes. Yuzuki clan leader. I must clarify our stance to those in Konoha. We Uchiha are not at all like they perceive us. Uchiha Yuzuki smiled and offered Shursui a skewer of dango. Shursui, what do you intend to do? If you can reason with those from Konoha, I would not need to go to such lengths to lead our clan to Kumogakure. Upon hearing Yuzuki's words, Shursui spoke solemnly. Brother Obito once told me that you mentioned to him, without power, nothing can be accomplished. Therefore, I must acquire enough strength so that those from Konoha will calmly sit down and listen to me. And if they still refuse to listen? Yuzuki inquired. Then, as you stated at the clan meeting, let them all vanish. There is no need for the irredeemable to exist in this world. Uchiha Yuzuki gave a thumbs up. Excellent spirit. I support you. Indeed, the environment in which one grows is crucial, compared to the naive and idealistic character in the original story. The current Uchiha Shursui is truly endearing. Feeling a bit bashful from the praise, Shursui scratched his head. Actually, I've merely been learning from you, Yuzuki Dano. Your words have inspired many of our clan. Hearing this, Uchiha Yuzuki chuckled. All right, you should take a look at your eyes. As he spoke, Yuzuki conjured a smooth water mirror using water release. Shursui glanced at it curiously, then his mouth fell open in disbelief. Yuzuki Dano, my eyes. Noticing Shursui's astonished expression, Uchiha Yuzuki confirmed, it is as you see. Shursui, you have awakened your Sharingan. Upon hearing Yuzuki's affirmation, Shursui's face lit up with excitement. Wonderful. Now I can undertake missions with Brother Obito. Wait, missions with Obito? Uchiha Yuzuki raised an eyebrow in confusion. Shursui explained, Yuzuki clan leader. Brother Obito said that if I awakened my Sharingan, he would be willing to take me along on missions. Do not underestimate me. Even when I was in the Ninja Academy, I was superior to my older classmates, like Maki-chan, Natsume, and Samine. Reflecting on familiar names from the original narrative, Uchiha Yuzuki couldn't help but feel nostalgic. The three renowned beauties of Kumogakure were still just young girls in the academy. Yuzuki clan leader. I will go find Brother Obito now. With that, Shursui dashed out. Observing the lively demeanor of the young boy, Uchiha Yuzuki smiled faintly. This was a far cry from the anxious child depicted in the original story. This was the essence of a 5-year-old. A week later, Uchiha Yuzuki was leisurely basking in the sun at the training grounds, where Uchiha Mikoto, Uzumaki Kushina, and Karura were engaged in an intense sparring session. Each movement radiated a unique charm inherent to women. Just as Yuzuki was engrossed in the scene, 3 young boys burst into the training area. Uchiha Obito called out with his characteristic loud voice, Yuzuki brother, we finally found you. Upon seeing Uchiha Obito, Hatake Kakashi, and Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Yuzuki inquired curiously. You are looking for me? Obito nodded. Yuzuki brother, we wish to leave the village to undertake some higher-level missions and would like your assistance. Noticing the Kumogakure ninja headbands on Obito and Kakashi, Uchiha Yuzuki remarked, aren't you already Jinin? You can simply accept missions at the mission hall. Obito sighed, explaining, if it were just the 2 of us, that would be fine, but Shursui wants to come along too. He hasn't yet become a Jinin, and cannot take on missions that require leaving the village. Uchiha Yuzuki replied nonchalantly, then just leave Shursui behind. Obito protested, Yuzuki brother, I am Shursui's older brother. Do not underestimate our bond. Kakashi and Shursui bowed in unison, pleading, Yuzuki senpai, clan leader. Please. Feeling somewhat exasperated, Uchiha Yuzuki relented. Fine, I will assist you this once. But this is a one-time exception. After all, idling in the village was dull, and a little outing could serve as a pleasant diversion. Upon receiving Yuzuki's consent, Obito and the others beamed with joy, pulling Yuzuki towards the mission hall. After bidding farewell to Uchiha Mikoto, Uzumaki Kushina, and Karura, Uchiha Yuzuki followed Obito to the mission hall. The hall was bustling with activity as everyone sifted through available missions. Since Kumogakure had triumphed over the ninja coalition, nearly all employers prioritized hiring ninjas from Kumogakure. This circumstance resulted in an abundance of missions, alleviating any concern about not being able to find work. Uchiha Yuzuki picked up a mission handbook and began to peruse its contents. Help an old lady find her cat. Assist in feeding pigs. A widow fears thunder at night. Hoping for a ninja to guard her. Priority for Uchiha clan. What were these tasks? Uchiha Yuzuki skipped ahead to the last few pages, and one mission caught his attention. The Queen of Lulan has mysteriously died, and her people have been captured and gone missing. We seek a ninja skilled in investigation to uncover the truth. Map of Lulan's location. Memories of Lulan surfaced in Uchiha Yuzuki's mind. Lulan was situated within the Land of Wind, surrounded by desert, with a land area comparable to that of a small town. Lulan lacked ninjas, but was home to a dragon vein. In the original narrative, a rogue ninja from Sunagakure named Baizoku triggered the seal while attempting to seize the power of the dragon vein and was transported to the past alongside Uzumaki Naruto and others. In that era, Naruto encountered a team led by Namikaze Minato. Based on the performance of Chimu Kakashi at that time, it appears that the moment is set on the eve of the Third Shinobi World War, prior to Chimu Tsukumo's tragic demise. This timeline indeed aligns with the present. Is it because the reputation of Yunin village has vastly surpassed that of Konoha that the mission from Lulan country has emerged here? Uchiha Ishuan murmured to himself, forming a rough hypothesis in his mind. Observing Uchiha Ishuan in a trance, Uchiha Obito curiously leaned closer and inquired, "Ishuan brother, what is troubling you?" Coming back to his senses, Uchiha Ishuan replied with a smile, "I have discovered a suitable mission." According to the original narrative, the power of the dragon vein is exceedingly formidable, seemingly inexhaustible. If he could harness the power of the dragon vein through this mission, it would indeed be a significant gain for him. Let me have a look. Uchiha Obito took the mission manual from Uchiha Ishuan, while Chimu Kakashi and Uchiha Shursui approached as well. Subsequently, the three of them widened their eyes in excitement. It is actually an A-rank mission. Can we truly undertake this? Even Chimu Kakashi felt a twinge of insecurity. As mere chunin, they were typically limited to D-rank or C-rank missions. They had assumed that, with Uchiha Ishuan's presence, they might manage to take on a B-rank mission at most. However, who would have thought that Uchiha Ishuan would set his sights on an A-rank mission? It is known that A-rank missions represent the ceiling for most ninjas, often involving the strategic movements of villages and nations, with outcomes that could sway the balance of power in specific regions. Ishuan-senpai, can we truly manage this? It is an A-rank mission. Though I have confidence in my abilities, is it not a bit too ambitious to take on an A-rank mission, Ishuan brother? With our current strength, can the mission assessment truly pass? Upon seeing the anxious expressions of Chimu Kakashi and the others, Uchiha Ishuan calmly asserted, "If we aspire to undertake higher-level missions, then we shall see it through to the end." His tone brimmed with confidence regarding the mission assessment, declaring, "With me here, even an S-rank mission would pose no issue." Chapter 85. Lulan seeing the confidence radiating from Uchiha Ishuan, Chimu Kakashi and the others finally comprehended the situation. Indeed, the individual leading them to accept the mission is none other than the formidable Uchiha Ishuan, who single-handedly vanquished the ninja coalition and instilled fear throughout the shinobi world. With him at the helm, accomplishing an S-rank mission would surely be well within reach. Realizing this, Uchiha Obito, Chimu Kakashi, and Uchiha Shursui nodded vigorously. "Ishuan brother, let us accept this mission." "All right, let us proceed." Uchiha Ishuan chuckled and led the trio to the mission reception window. Before long, they had successfully accepted the task to assist Lulan. Exiting the mission hall, Uchiha Ishuan gazed upward at the sky and instructed, "You all return and prepare. We depart tomorrow morning." Understood. The following day, when Uchiha Ishuan finally arrived, Uchiha Obito and the others had already been waiting for nearly 3 hours. Their excitement from the day prior had caused them to neglect asking Uchiha Ishuan about the specific gathering time, leading them to arrive well before dawn. Little did they anticipate, they would wait for 3 hours. Uchiha Obito complained with dissatisfaction, "Ishuan brother, why are you so late?" He had come without eating breakfast to ensure he would not be tardy. Uchiha Ishuan looked at Uchiha Obito with a hint of surprise. "I assumed you would be late, so I did not rush." At this, Chimu Kakashi and Uchiha Shursui found themselves at a loss for words. Given their understanding of Uchiha Obito, it was entirely reasonable for Uchiha Ishuan to think that way. "All right, time is of the essence. Let us hasten our journey." Observing Uchiha Ishuan begin to move, Uchiha Obito and the others promptly followed suit. "Let us rest for a moment." Seeing the sun nearing its descent, Uchiha Ishuan decided to halt. Uchiha Obito immediately began scouting the surroundings. Chimu Kakashi gathered firewood, while Uchiha Shursui took the opportunity to set traps. Although ninjas travel at impressive speeds, The distance between the land of lightning and the land of wind was simply too vast. It took them half a month to reach the borders of the land of wind. This journey has been quite arduous, Uchiha Obito remarked, taking a seat beside Uchiha Ishuan after surveying the area. Since leaving the land of lightning, the journey had become quite challenging. Many places lacked proper roads, a stark contrast to their previous travels. Uchiha Shursui nodded in agreement, adding, Ishuan brother, the living conditions of the people here are dire. Perhaps we should assist them in building better infrastructure? Uchiha Ishuan raised an eyebrow and responded coolly, even if we wish to help, they may not be inclined to accept. That is simple, Uchiha Shursui grinned. Once we conquer them, we can help improve their living conditions. Hearing Uchiha Shursui's response, Uchiha Ishuan could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. If you do not accept my goodwill, I shall compel you to do so. That is very Uchiha-like. At that moment, Chimu Kakashi gathered the collected firewood together and asked, Ishuan Senpai, shall we light a fire? Go ahead. Upon receiving Uchiha Ishuan's permission, Chimu Kakashi ignited the fire. Uchiha Ishuan then produced 4 robust lamb legs from the Kamui dimension and offered, one for each of you. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Shursui quietly set down the mission log and helplessly remarked, Ishuan clan leader, is it truly wise for us to make a fire so openly? I believe the soldier pills would be a better option. Concealment is paramount for ninjas on a mission. Lighting a fire at night is undoubtedly a grave misstep. Uchiha Ishuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is not advisable. Do not emulate this behavior during your missions in the future. Of course, if you possess the confidence to conquer all, then you may act as I do. After saying this, Uchiha Ishuan sprinkled some spices over the roasting lamb legs. Instantly, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. It is not that soldier pills are unaffordable. Rather, roasted lamb legs offer superior value. After a while, witnessing Uchiha Ishuan, Uchiha Obito, and Chimu Kakashi devour their meals with delight, Uchiha Shursui swallowed hard. Forget it, let us eat. So delicious. Under the leadership of Uchiha Ishuan, the atmosphere was one of carefree enjoyment, allowing Uchiha Obito and the others to feel as though they were not on an A-rank mission, but rather on a leisurely excursion. Thus, after another week, Uchiha Ishuan and his companions finally discovered Lulan country amidst the desert. Gazing at the towering structures that reached for the heavens, Uchiha Obito and the others stood in awe, mouths agape. What an extraordinary architecture! Is this truly Lulan? Even from a distance, they could sense a pulsating energy emanating from the place. You all stay close. We shall first enter to gather intelligence. Yes. Noticing Uchiha Ishuan's serious demeanor, Chimu Kakashi and the others instinctively became more solemn. This was an A-rank mission, and there could be no room for carelessness. Under Uchiha Ishuan's guidance, they effortlessly infiltrated the interior of Lulan. Towering spires loomed above, interconnected by countless pipes, creating a network akin to the veins of a living organism. The streets were eerily deserted, rendering the entire Lulan a ghost town. Uchiha Obito found himself somewhat perplexed. The silence here is rather strange. Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Shursui gripped their short blades, wholly vigilant against any unforeseen occurrences. After traversing a distance towards the heart of Lulan, Uchiha Izumi heard a melancholy song wafting through the air. He furrowed his brow, discerning that the sound emanated from a nearby abandoned tower. Let us investigate, he suggested. Uchiha Obito dashed forward, with Uchiha Shursui and Hatake Kakashi closely trailing behind. Upon entering the dilapidated tower, they discovered a long-haired woman seated amidst the ruins, singing softly. Sensing their presence, the woman abruptly turned her head, glanced at them, and swiftly retreated into a passageway. Wait! Uchiha Obito attempted to pursue her, only to be confronted by 2 puppets charging towards him. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Uchiha Obito formed hand seals, and a massive fireball instantly engulfed the puppets, scattering their parts across the ground. Humph! Easily dispatched. Uchiha Obito smirked, but the expressions of Kakashi and Shursui shifted ominously. Obito, be cautious. Upon turning, Uchiha Obito noticed the scattered puppet parts had begun to reassemble, brandishing their sharp blades towards him. Alarmed, he stumbled backward, inadvertently tripping and falling to the ground. Just as he thought his fate was sealed, the 2 puppets seemed to lose their strength, collapsing outside the passageway. That was close, Uchiha Obito exhaled, patting his chest. I almost met my end. Brother Obito, are you alright? Uchiha Shursui approached, concern etched on his face. Uchiha Obito felt a twinge of embarrassment and insisted, I was merely testing their weaknesses, which I had already discerned. Uchiha Shursui inquired, what weaknesses? Just as Uchiha Obito pondered how to respond, Kakashi spoke gravely. It seems this place can nullify the control over these puppets. This situation is more complex than we anticipated. We must proceed with caution. Uchiha Obito pointed at Kakashi. Kakashi, you always seek the spotlight. I was about to say that. Kakashi rolled his eyes and turned back towards the direction they had come. Brother Izumi, we encountered a woman, but she escaped. 2 puppets attacked us. Could it be that the shinobi from Sunagakure are behind this? Only they are known for their proficiency in manipulating puppets. Uchiha Izumi nodded thoughtfully. It is quite possible. Such opportunities are rare. It would be beneficial for Kakashi, Obito, and Shursui to hone their skills. He could pamper his clan members, but he would never groom them into ignorant fools. As they spoke, 3 more puppets wielding sharp blades charged towards them. Uchiha Izumi furrowed his brow, retreating silently to shield the trio. Kakashi was the first to draw his short blade and charge forward, closely followed by Uchiha Obito, while Uchiha Shursui activated his Sharingan. The puppets were not particularly swift. Their only troublesome feature was their ability to continuously resurrect. Thus, the trio found it relatively straightforward to confront them. Brother Obito, Senior Kakashi, these puppets are controlled by chakra threads. We must sever those threads for a swift resolution. In his Sharingan's gaze, Uchiha Shursui detected numerous chakra threads attached to each puppet, connecting them to an intricate network above. Upon his command, Kakashi and Uchiha Obito unleashed their respective techniques. Raitun, Chidori, Rasengan. After swiftly obliterating the 3 puppets before them, Kakashi, under Uchiha Shursui's guidance, infused chakra into his futon, shuriken, hurling it skyward. This time, the puppet fragments lay still. Panting, the 3 of them caught their breath. Encountering such endlessly reviving puppets on their first mission had understandably startled them. Kakashi, Obito, Shursui, try to conserve your chakra when dealing with these creatures. Uchiha Izumi summarized their recent skirmish, emphasizing that the first thought in battling puppets should be to sever the chakra threads connecting them. Understood. Just then, a chorus of cheers erupted nearby. Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Shursui exchanged glances and immediately rushed towards the source of the sound. I wondered why we couldn't see anyone. They are all gathered here. Uchiha Obito marveled at the sight of the crowd, with the sound of celebratory gunfire and vibrant floats parading through the streets. Banners and ribbons danced in the wind. Thousands of people clad in neat attire stood in the street, their faces uplifted, hands raised, fervently chanting, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Following the gaze of the crowd, Uchiha Obito and his companions looked up to see a woman adorned in a splendid gown and crowned, emerging from a grand window of the tallest tower, flanked by 2 puppets. The crowd's cheers intensified as she smiled and waved at them. She must be the queen. She surely knows much about the affairs of Lulan, Uchiha Obito suggested. Uchiha Shursui and Kakashi nodded in agreement with his proposal. At that moment, the woman atop the tower suddenly gasped, and the window shattered, sending her plummeting from a height of 100 meters. Not good. Uchiha Obito sprang to his feet, prepared to rescue her. However, Uchiha Izumi pressed down on his shoulder, restraining him. Obito, you are still inexperienced. Leave this to me. As soon as Uchiha Izumi's words fell, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he had already caught the Lulan queen in his arms midair. After safely landing, Uchiha Izumi looked at the woman in his embrace and asked, Are you unscathed? Hearing his voice, the woman opened her eyes and exclaimed, So handsome, surprised by her response. Uchiha Izumi could only reply, If you spend more time with me, you'll discover that handsomeness is merely the least remarkable aspect of my being. The woman, regaining her composure, noticed that she was being held in a princess carry by a stranger, and her instinctive response from earlier filled her with embarrassment, prompting her to raise her hand in a playful strike. You impertinent scoundrel. Uchiha Izumi swiftly grasped her smooth, fair wrist, displeased. Is this how you repay your savior? The woman suddenly recalled her near-fatal fall from the tower. Then I must first express my gratitude, she said, somewhat dazed. Thank you for saving me. Uchiha Izumi waved his hand dismissively, feigning curiosity. No need for that. What is your name? Sarah. Facing Uchiha Izumi's strikingly handsome visage so closely, Sarah shyly lowered her head. Could you please set me down? This feels a bit inappropriate. Why didn't you say so earlier? Uchiha Izumi feigned a sudden realization and gently set Sarah down. She huffed in annoyance, as if I would believe you. As the conversation unfolded, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Shisui, and Hatake Kakashi hurriedly arrived. Upon witnessing Uchiha Yushuan rescuing Sarah, they simultaneously exhaled in relief. This is not the place for discussion. Follow me, he instructed. Amidst Sarah's startled exclamations, Uchiha Yushuan once again lifted her and headed towards the dilapidated tower where Sarah was initially discovered. That location could isolate the power of the dragon vein, ensuring their discussions would remain undisturbed by any external interference. Inside the abandoned tower, Sarah gazed at Uchiha Yushuan, while Uchiha Obito and the others inquired, "Who are you? And why have you come to our Lulan?" Uchiha Obito promptly replied, "We are ninjas from the village hidden in the clouds, here to fulfill a commission you supposedly issued." "Commission?" Sarah queried, perplexed. "But I never commissioned you." Uchiha Obito scratched his head, admitting, "I am unsure. Our task is to investigate the cause of the former queen's death and the mysterious disappearance of the Lulan people." Given that Sarah was the newly appointed queen of Lulan, Uchiha Obito disclosed the details of their mission without hesitation. "By the way, how did you suddenly fall from the tower?" Sarah recalled uncertainly. "I felt as though someone pushed me, and then the windowsill shattered." "That confirms it," Uchiha Obito exclaimed with excitement. "Who was behind you at that moment?" "That person must be the culprit responsible for the death of the Lulan queen and the disappearance of the Lulan people." However, what Uchiha Obito did not expect was that upon hearing his analysis, Sarah's expression darkened. "Impossible. And Lushan has always been dedicated to Lulan, and my mother trusted him greatly. Without Lushan, Lulan would not be what it is today. Besides, as you just witnessed, my people have been cheering for me, which contradicts your claims." Seeing Sarah's disbelief, Uchiha Obito expressed his dissatisfaction. "How do you explain our commission? You also stated that someone pushed you from the tower." Rising to her feet, Sarah coldly retorted, "Even if you say that, I do not trust you. I will confront and Lushan myself for answers." With that, she dashed away. Uchiha Obito, Hatake Kakashi, and Uchiha Shisui were momentarily stunned. This woman was remarkably obstinate. Only Uchiha Yushuan remained unsurprised by the outcome. To Sarah, and Lushan was a benefactor of Lulan, tirelessly committed to its advancement. They, the unexpected intruders, were the ones unworthy of trust. "Brother Yushuan, what should we do now?" Uchiha Obito and the others looked at Uchiha Yushuan, who shrugged. "You must decide for yourselves." Hatake Kakashi spoke solemnly. "Obito, Shisui, we should follow her. She will undoubtedly seek out Lushan." Agreed. The three of them quietly pursued the direction in which Sarah had departed. "Humph. These ninjas from the village hidden in the clouds are utterly nonsensical, and Lushan is certainly not the person they portray," Sarah muttered as she hurried along the corridor. Suddenly, a door to one of the rooms swung open, and before Sarah could react, she was pulled inside. The room was dimly lit, and dozens of masked figures clad in black loomed menacingly, demanding, "Where are our families imprisoned?" Confused and alarmed, Sarah queried, "What families?" "Indeed, a puppet princess, utterly oblivious," sighed one of the black-clad figures, lowering their weapon in disappointment. At that moment, the door was kicked open from the outside. "Release Queen Sarah," Uchiha Obito shouted as he stormed in, followed closely by Uchiha Shisui and Hatake Kakashi. Upon seeing the glint of kunai and short blades, the masked figures immediately cowered, pleading, "Do not kill us, we mean no harm." Once the lights were turned on, Sarah could finally see that these black-clad figures were unarmed and bore no resemblance to assassins. Hatake Kakashi stepped forward and asked sternly, "Who are you?" The black-clad figures exchanged glances and cautiously removed their masks. The two leaders nervously introduced themselves. "I am Salai. And this is Yako. We are all citizens of Lulan." Sarah could not help but inquire, "Then why have you sought me?" Salai responded, "Our families were taken away one morning, believed to be imprisoned somewhere for the production of puppets. We thought you might have information. But it seems you are indeed just a puppet princess, knowing nothing. No wonder everyone dislikes you." "Salai?" Yako interjected, apologizing to Sarah. "My apologies, Lady Sarah." Ignoring the interruption, Sarah pressed, "I have never issued such orders, nor am I a puppet princess. You claim everyone dislikes me. Why don't you listen?" Pointing outside, she argued, "My people are cheering for me." Yako sighed, "Lady Sarah, please follow me." As Yako and the others led the way outside, Sarah hesitated for a moment, but silently followed them. Uchiha Obito and the others exchanged glances before trailing behind. Soon, they arrived outside the tower. Sarah pointed to the crowd cheering in the distance, declaring, "See? My people are indeed cheering for me." Before Yako could respond, Uchiha Shursui rushed forward, wielding a kunai, and struck the air several times. In the next instant, several individuals collapsed to the ground. Uchiha Shursui dragged one of them closer, addressing Sarah, "Queen Sarah, these are all puppets. They are controlled by chakra flowing through the conduits." Sarah, unable to believe her ears, covered her mouth in shock. The conduits flow with the power of the dragon vein. How could this be? Just then, the music abruptly swelled in pitch. Fireworks erupted in the sky, and the crowd's cheers grew even more fervent. As Sarah and the others looked up, they saw a puppet resembling Sarah herself emerge from the tower, waving enthusiastically at the crowd. Observing this, Salai turned to Sarah and asked, "Lady Sarah, do you believe now? The evidence is before you." With no grounds left for rebuttal, Sarah felt an overwhelming sense of defeat, collapsing onto the ground. Memories associated with Enlushan flooded her mind. When she was younger, Enlushan had arrived in Lulan. Through his efforts, Lulan had harnessed the power of the dragon vein, enabling its citizens to lead prosperous lives. Towers rose from the sands, becoming marvels in the desert. After her mother passed away, Enlushan had continued to care for her, and Lulan had steadily progressed towards a brighter future. Yet now, what was happening? Tears would resolve nothing, and Lushan's ambitions were now glaringly apparent. For the sake of her people, she must summon her strength. Upon seeing Uchiha Yushwan reach out his hand, Sarah momentarily hesitated before resolutely nodding, "I understand. Let us find the source of the dragon vein." Chapter 88. The truth unveiled. The functioning of Lulan was entirely dependent on the energy provided by the dragon vein. Regardless of Enlushan's intentions, severing his connection to the dragon vein would render everything simpler. "We will accompany you." Uchiha Yushwan helped Sarah to her feet and addressed Salai and Yako. "Wait here. If we discover your families, we will rescue them." Sarah added, "I promise you in the name of the queen." "We understand," Salai and Yako replied, bowing to Sarah and Uchiha Yushwan before retreating into the shadows. Sarah closed her eyes, attuning herself to the flow of the dragon vein, before speaking, "Follow me." Behind her trailed Uchiha Yuzuru, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Shursui, and Hitaki Kakashi, as they arrived at a location that resembled a sewer. "It must be just beneath us." Upon closer inspection, Uchiha Yuzuru lifted Sarah into his arms, saying, "Hold tight, I will take you down." Having grown somewhat accustomed to being carried by Uchiha Yuzuru, Sarah merely nodded without uttering a word. Subsequently, the three leaped into the depths below. Uchiha Obito glanced around in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, this place is immense. Like a colossal factory." Hitaki Kakashi studied the thick mist in the air, his expression one of surprise. "Such dense energy. Is this the power of the dragon vein?" Uchiha Yuzuru gently set Sarah down when Uchiha Shursui suddenly spoke in a grave tone. "Everyone, look." Following the direction of Uchiha Shursui's finger, Sarah's pupils constricted. In the center of the factory stood a massive device resembling a giant millstone, with hundreds of the Lulan citizens laboring tirelessly, bare-chested, pushing it in a circle. Most of them were young men, their expressions vacant, their hands and feet shackled. Nearby, dozens of puppets wielding weapons stood as overseers. How despicable! That scoundrel Enlushan. Witnessing this scene, Sarah could no longer contain her fury. She rushed forward, closed her eyes, and began to suppress the power of the dragon vein. Soon after, the factory came to a halt. Turning back to Uchiha Yuzuru and the others, she smiled. "All done. I have severed the source of the dragon vein in this factory. Please help me free the citizens from their chains. I beg you." The exuberant Obito could hardly contain his excitement, rushing out with Uchiha Shursui and Hitaki Kakashi. With a series of clangs, the chains binding the Lulan citizens were severed. "I am Sarah, the newly appointed queen of Lulan. Your families are waiting outside for you. You are free now." Upon hearing Sarah's words, the crowd paused momentarily before kneeling in unison. "Thank you, Your Majesty Sarah." "Enough. Hurry and leave this place," Sarah urged, and the hundreds of Lulan citizens surged forth. In no time, the underground factory lay desolate. "I can sense that the source of the dragon vein lies even deeper. We must descend." Just as Sarah prepared to seal the power of the dragon vein completely, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The puppets within the factory began to converge, quickly surrounding them. A man with a full beard descended slowly in an elevator. "Sarah, so you are alive after all." Upon seeing the man, Sarah angrily demanded, "Enlushan, what do you intend to do?" And Lushan scoffed lightly, replying, I plan to harness the power of the dragon vein to unify the entire ninja world ahead of schedule. My presence here is all part of fate's design. Hearing this, Uchiha Obito shouted, You fiend, did you kill the Queen of Lulan? And Lushan shrugged nonchalantly. She could have pretended to know nothing, but alas, she chose to oppose me. She remains oblivious to the terrifying figure that will soon emerge in the ninja world. Sarah clenched her fists tightly, enunciating each word. And Lushan, did you kill my mother? And Lushan nodded. Indeed, but it is too late for you to learn this. Now, you shall perish at my hands. After years of meticulous planning, he had completed his layout for the dragon vein. Even without the bloodline of the Queen of Lulan, the dragon vein would continue to operate as previously set. Sarah's existence had become redundant. However, when Lushan inadvertently caught sight of Uchiha Yuzuru, a look of terror suddenly crossed his previously confident face. Why you are Uchiha Yuzuru? Uchiha Yuzuru raised an eyebrow. You recognize me? Upon receiving confirmation, Lushan instinctively took a few steps back, his eyes narrowing with malice. Now that I possess the dragon vein, I am no longer afraid of you. With that, the power of the dragon vein began to surge violently, and the surrounding puppets launched an attack against Uchiha Yuzuru and the others. Purple energy cannons fired relentlessly, transforming the factory into ruins in an instant. Let us see how you perform, Uchiha Yuzuru declared, lifting Sarah and leaping onto a high platform. Uchiha Obito donned protective goggles, confidently stating, Allow me to teach this scoundrel a lesson. Uchiha Shursui drew his short blade. The world shall operate according to the will of Clan Uchiha. I will alter your extremist beliefs with my power. Hatake Kakashi remained silent, merely taking up his short blade and charging forward. Before long, the trio found themselves locked in combat with the army of puppets. Drawing from their earlier experiences, Uchiha Obito and his companions refrained from direct confrontation, instead evading the puppet assaults while systematically severing the control lines connected to them. Futile. As long as the dragon vein remains intact, my power is limitless. And Lushan's manic laughter echoed, and the puppets whose control lines had been cut rejoined the fray. Sarah, glancing anxiously at the seated Uchiha Yuzuru, implored, Izu, are you not going to help? I could take the opportunity to sever the connection between the dragon vein and Lushan. Uchiha Yuzuru shook his head. They can handle this. Let them hone their skills. At his words, Sarah felt a twinge of helplessness. How could this man be so nonchalant? And Lushan currently wielded the power of the dragon vein. Sensing her concern, Uchiha Yuzuru reassured her. Sarah, with me here, and Lushan is not a cause for alarm. Even with the power of the dragon vein at his disposal. He then pointed his thumb at himself. For I am the Uchiha who wields the power of the gods. Witnessing Uchiha Yuzuru's confidence, Sarah found herself momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed Lushan had indeed shown fear upon encountering Uchiha Yuzuru. Could it be that this man truly possessed the strength to contend against the dragon vein? Chapter 89. The power of space and time is indeed tyrannical, with Uchiha Yuzuru refraining from intervening. Sarah could only remain by his side, silently observing the battlefield below. At that moment, Uchiha Obito, Hatake Kakashi, and Uchiha Shursui found themselves encircled by the soldier puppets. Unlike battles among ninjas, these puppet soldiers, empowered by the dragon vein, could instantly regenerate even when shattered. They exhibited no fear or emotion, merely wielding their blades and unleashing energy blasts. In an instant, Uchiha Obito and his companions were in dire straits. Useless. My army of puppets is inexhaustible. You are destined to die here today. After initially being flustered, and Lushan's demeanor had now settled into one of calm superiority. With arms crossed, he looked down upon Uchiha Obito and his companions, who struggled below, his eyes gleaming with pride. The combat prowess displayed by the puppet soldiers was a testament to the years of effort he had invested. With sufficient numbers, dominating the ninja world would not pose an issue, would it? Of course, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Shursui, and Hatake Kakashi were well aware of the capabilities of the puppet soldiers, and thus had no intention of engaging in a war of attrition. Appearing to flee in all directions under the onslaught of the puppet soldiers, they were, in truth, maneuvering towards Lushan's location. Brother Obito, Kakashi-senpai, allow me to pave the way for you. Uchiha Shursui observed that the distance was nearly adequate, and he promptly unfastened the sealing technique on his wrist. A colossal Fuma shuriken materialized in his grasp. In the next moment, Uchiha Shursui infused chakra into the Fuma shuriken and hurled it upwards towards the puppet soldiers. With deft control of the wire in his hands, the immense Fuma shuriken spun at an extraordinary speed, severing the threads connecting the puppet soldiers to the dragon vein energy. In an instant, the puppet soldiers that had obstructed their path collapsed to the ground. Now was the moment. Uchiha Obito forcefully launched Hatake Kakashi's body forward. In the following second, as a blade of light flashed, Kakashi's short blade plunged into Lushan's chest. Victory was theirs. Both Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Shursui displayed expressions of joy. Yet, Kakashi sensed an unsettling shift. Ha ha ha, and Lushan erupted into laughter. Do you truly believe this will defeat me? To declare war on the entire ninja world. How could I not be prepared? With a swift kick, he sent Kakashi flying, subsequently discarding his cloak, causing the components from the surrounding puppet soldiers to converge towards him. With an unsettling creaking sound, a massive spider puppet emerged before them. How could this be? This fellow has transformed himself into a puppet. The sight of Lushan's true form left Uchiha Obito and the others in shock. They never anticipated that someone could metamorphose their body into such a monstrous entity. Observing the astonishment on the three faces, Lushan laughed triumphantly. I have long ceased to be human. I possess no weaknesses now. I am the immortal Lushan. Upon uttering these words, his gigantic form began to unleash an assault on Uchiha Obito and the others. Faced with such a colossal creature, the trio could only evade. Lushan sneered, "Do you only know how to run?" Uchiha Obito retorted angrily, "Do not be so arrogant, you monster." With that, he formed hand seals, Chidori. Uchiha Obito unleashed Chidori, charging directly towards Lushan. Witnessing this, Kakashi immediately summoned the remainder of his chakra to form a Rasengan, forcefully pressing it against Lushan's body. Boom! With a thunderous roar, two massive holes appeared in Lushan's form. However, with the enhancement of the Dragon Vein's power, the damage was swiftly healed. See, mere humans should not harbor illusions of defeating me. Lushan swung his gigantic hand, reminiscent of a Grim Reaper's scythe, toward Uchiha Obito and Kakashi. Cold sweat beaded on their foreheads. There was no escaping this. After enduring such an intense battle for an extended period, their stamina and chakra were nearly depleted. The previous strike had already been a desperate gamble. Just as death loomed, Uchiha Ketsuki intervened. A brilliant flash of blade light cleaved Lushan's immense form in two. Uchiha Ketsuki transported Uchiha Obito and Kakashi to safety. You performed admirably. I shall handle the rest. Upon hearing Uchiha Ketsuki's words, a profound sense of security enveloped Uchiha Obito and his companions. Yet, before they could respond, Lushan's arrogant voice echoed once more. Uchiha Ketsuki, no matter how powerful you are, what can you do? You cannot kill me. Once your stamina and chakra are exhausted, I shall use your blood as a banner. Observing Lushan's body fully restored, Sarah immediately remarked, Ketsuki, your purpose in training them has been fulfilled. Now take me to sever the connection between the Dragon Vein and Lushan. Uchiha Ketsuki raised his hand. This frog at the bottom of the well will never comprehend the vastness of the sky. I alone can handle him. With that, Uchiha Ketsuki's dark eyes transformed into the crimson hues of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Witnessing Uchiha Ketsuki's calm demeanor, Lushan's fury ignited as he bellowed, Die! Puppet transformation, Super Dragon Vein, Great Fireball. A colossal fireball, infused with Dragon Vein power, surged towards Uchiha Ketsuki, incinerating everything in its path. Uchiha Ketsuki merely scoffed, and the skeletal form of Susanoo manifested. With a single swipe, he effortlessly deflected Lushan's attack. Before Lushan could launch another strike, Uchiha Ketsuki coldly declared, Kamui. The fabric of space rippled, and Lushan's massive form vanished in an instant. Sarah watched in astonishment, unable to fathom. I can sense it. The connection between Lushan and the Dragon Vein has been severed. Ketsuki, how did you accomplish this? Uchiha Ketsuki smiled and ruffled Sarah's hair. It's quite simple. I merely exiled him. By banishing Lushan to the Kamui space, the power of the Dragon Vein was naturally cut off. The might of space and time is indeed so overwhelming. Noting the inquisitive expressions on Sarah and the others, Uchiha Ketsuki calmly stated, Enough. Wait for me here. I will deal with Lushan. Chapter 90. Sarah, let us return to Yuin village. Within the Kamui space, Lushan was frantically darting about in terror. He felt a sudden disorientation, and when he regained his senses, He found himself in an entirely unfamiliar place, devoid of the dragon vein's power. What on earth is happening? While Lushan was utterly bewildered, Uchiha Kitsuki's figure appeared before him. Upon seeing Lushan, Uchiha Kitsuki chuckled. Baizu, do you still dream of conquering the ninja world? Lushan froze momentarily, then trembled in fear. How do you know my name? Baizu was the name he bore while in Sunigakure, back when he was merely an inconspicuous ninja. After utilizing the dragon vein to traverse, he had renamed himself Lushan. Uchiha Kitsuki had no reason to recognize him. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. As Uchiha Kitsuki approached, Lushan's voice quivered. Lord Kitsuki, would you grant me mercy? You have witnessed my abilities. I can create an indomitable puppet army. I could be of great assistance to you in unifying the ninja world. Hearing Lushan's plea for mercy, Uchiha Kitsuki shook his head with a smile. I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor. Regrettably, you have no chance of redemption. With that, Uchiha Kitsuki formed hand seals, fire release, great fire annihilation. A sea of flames raged, engulfing Lushan's colossal form in an instant. Humph. Uchiha Kitsuki crushed Lushan's head beneath his foot, his gaze rife with disdain. Such limited ability and ambition. I truly wonder where you found the audacity to seek to conquer the ninja world. Kitsuki, have you dealt with Lushan? As soon as Uchiha Kitsuki appeared, Sarah eagerly inquired. Uchiha Obito interjected. Brother Kitsuki's intervention guarantees there will be no mishaps. You need not worry. Uchiha Kitsuki nodded with a smile. Sarah, Lushan is dead. Upon receiving this affirmation, Sarah's eyes glistened with tears. The perpetrator of her mother's death and the tormentor of the Lulan people had finally received his just punishment. Splendid. Kitsuki, thank you. You are the savior of all Lulan. Without you, my people and I might have. A sense of dread washed over Sarah. Had it not been for Uchiha Kitsuki's assistance, she might have met the same fate as her mother at Lushan's hands. The entire populace of Lulan could have been reduced to shackled slaves under Lushan's rule. Uchiha Jiezuin shook his head and said, Sala, the power of the Long Mai is far too formidable. It will undoubtedly attract the covetousness of countless individuals. You lack the ability to safeguard the Long Mai. If you continue to wield its power, it will surely invite catastrophic consequences. This was not mere hyperbole on Uchiha Jiezuin's part. It was an undeniable truth. Once the news of the Long Mai spreads, the kingdom of Lulan will vanish from this world, much like the land of whirlpools did, perhaps even suffering a fate far worse. Upon hearing Uchiha Jiezuin's words, Sala nodded in agreement. After the events concerning Lushan, she had come to understand certain truths. No matter how wondrous something may be, without the strength to protect it, it can only bring calamity. Reflecting on this, Sala turned to Uchiha Jiezuin and inquired, Jiezuin, what should I do now? After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Jiezuin replied, First, take me to the source of the Long Mai. All right. Under Sala's guidance, Uchiha Jiezuin arrived at the Long Mai. The dense energy flowed through the earth as though it possessed a tangible form. After a brief sensation, Uchiha Jiezuin furrowed his brow. The power of the Long Mai was exceedingly violent, surpassing even that of the tailed beast chakra. As a force generated from the earth's veins, the Long Mai was more akin to natural energy than chakra. It was no wonder that Lushan had transformed his body into a puppet. The human form could scarcely endure such power. Sala, could you attempt to guide a portion of the Long Mai's energy into my body? Sala was taken aback. I could, but it is exceedingly dangerous. It's fine. Persisting in his request, Uchiha Jiezuin convinced Sala to channel a strand of Long Mai energy into his body. In the next moment, he could not help but grimace. He felt the Long Mai's power steadily eroding his body. All right, that's enough. Upon hearing Uchiha Jiezuin's voice, Sala immediately withdrew the Long Mai energy from him. Jiezuin, what's wrong? Observing Sala's worried expression, Uchiha Jiezuin shook his head. It seemed that directly sealing the Long Mai within his body was unfeasible unless he possessed the sage body to withstand the onslaught of this natural energy. Without such a capability, even with Sala's assistance, it would be challenging to apply the Long Mai's power in practical combat. Nevertheless, Uchiha Jiezuin was not disproportionately disheartened. While this might be an insurmountable challenge for others, it was not an issue he could not resolve. With the system at his disposal, evolving his body into a sage body was certainly within his reach. Contemplating this, Uchiha Jiezuin began to weave hand seals. Over the years, his sealing techniques had reached a remarkable level, rivaling that of the original author S. Minato Namikaze, the 4-symbol seal and the 8-trigram seal, among various other sealing techniques, were layered and arranged, swiftly sealing the entire longmai. Finally, Uchiha Jizuin thrust a kunai into the center of the seal, completely isolating the power of the longmai. This is much better. Rising to his feet, Uchiha Jizuin addressed Sala. Now that the power of the longmai has been neutralized, you and your people are no longer suited to remain in Lulan. Why not accompany me back to Yunin village? While, based on the events surrounding in Lushan, it seemed he would be the first to discover the longmai's location, he still deemed it prudent to take necessary precautions. If so many people continued to reside in Lulan, Uchiha Jizuin could not guarantee that unforeseen circumstances would not arise. It was far better to proactively arrange a destination for them, saving himself trouble. Upon hearing this, Sala exclaimed with joy, "Jizuin, you are truly wonderful. The surrounding area of Lulan is nothing but desert, lacking in resources, and they have long desired to relocate. Yet no place was willing to accept them. Now, hearing that we can move to the land of lightning, I am filled with excitement." Without hesitation, Sala dashed outside to share the good news with her people, who would undoubtedly be even more thrilled than she was. Uchiha Jizuin savored the moment, a smile gracing his lips. This journey had not been in vain. Chapter 91. She just turned 18. Much like Sala, the citizens of Lulan were exhilarated at the prospect of relocating to the land of lightning. Despite the power of the longmai, Lulan, situated within the desert, still lacked various resources, and daily life was quite inconvenient. Now that they could leave together, there was no dissent. Sala and Yazi specifically sought out Uchiha Jizuin to express their heartfelt gratitude. Uchiha Jizuin, a man of his word, personally escorted the group of Lulan citizens toward the land of lightning. It was not that he held any particular affection for the citizens of Lulan. Rather, he was keenly aware that Sala's lineage possessed the ability to control the longmai, and he was willing to go the extra mile to foster goodwill with her. The mass migration of the Lulan citizens could not be concealed from Sunagakure. However, once the scouts on the front line informed the 3rd Kazekage that the one escorting the Lulan citizens was Uchiha Jizuin, the 3rd Kazekage ceased to be concerned. Moreover, he discreetly dispatched several ninjas from Sunagakure to accompany them. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to prevent any issues from arising within the borders of the Land of Wind. As they traveled, Yazi remarked, "Lord Jizuin, you have saved Lulan. You are a benefactor to us all. I believe you and Her Majesty Sala are truly a match made in heaven." Sala immediately nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Lord Jizuin. Would you consider becoming our king?" Upon hearing their words, Sala's face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, fidgeting with her skirt. Uchiha Jizuin chuckled. "Let us discuss such matters once you have settled down." He had already informed Sala of his circumstances beforehand. Although she had expressed no objection, it was still prudent to consult with Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina regarding this matter. Additionally, it is worth noting that while passing through the Land of Grass, Uchiha Jizuin made a point to visit Kusagakure, but found no information regarding the Uzumaki clan members. It seemed the timing was still too early. Xianglin's mother had likely not yet settled in Kusagakure. The journey from the Land of Wind to the Land of Lightning spanned 3 months, passing through the Land of Birds, the Land of Rain, the Land of Grass, the Land of Waterfalls, the Land of Frost, and the Land of Rice. Upon reaching the border, the umbu arranged by the 3rd Raikage promptly appeared. "Lord Jizuin, the 3rd Raikage has arranged accommodations for the people of Lulan. I will lead them from here." Uchiha Jizuin nodded and asked Sala, "Sala, would you prefer to accompany me to Yunin village first or go with your people to their new home?" After some reflection, Sala replied, "I will accompany them for now. Once I have everything settled, I will seek you out in Yunin village." "Very well, then we shall part ways here." Uchiha Jizuin did not press the matter. As the queen of Lulan, it was only fitting that she should not abandon her people for him. After ensuring that the umbu tasked with safeguarding Sala's safety understood their responsibilities, Uchiha Jizuin departed alongside Kakashi Hitaki, Shursui Uchiha, and Obito Uchiha toward Yunin village. Along the way, Shursui Uchiha diligently refined the mission log, while Kakashi Hitaki remained engrossed in a book. Only Obito Uchiha could not contain his curiosity, glancing at Uchiha Jizuin and asking, "Jizuin, do you need me to keep your dealings with Queen Sala from Kushinane and Mikotone?" Uchiha Jizuin replied nonchalantly, "No need. I have always stated that I would lead from the front. Everything I do is for the Uchiha." Upon hearing this, Obito Uchiha gave a thumbs up. As expected of you, Brother Jesuin. It seems I still have much to learn. Upon returning to the village, Uchiha Yuzuki and his companions promptly submitted their mission report. The staff merely conducted a brief inquiry before handing over the reward to Uchiha Yuzuki. At the moment they received the payment, Uchiha Obito, Hitaki Kakashi, and Uchiha Shursui all displayed expressions of elation. A total of 500,000 ryo. Uchiha Obito, feeling somewhat anxious, inquired, Yuzuki, how do you plan to distribute the reward this time? I will take 200,000 ryo, and the remainder can be evenly divided among you, replied Uchiha Yuzuki. The other three nodded vigorously in agreement, no problem. After Uchiha Yuzuki took his share, each of them received 100,000 ryo. Although the three of them were not financially strained, the sense of earning this reward through their own efforts felt entirely different. Most significantly, they now had a record of successfully completing an A-rank mission on their ninja profiles. It is noteworthy that even some jonin had never accomplished an A-rank task. Observing the joy on their faces, Uchiha Yuzuki waved his hand and declared, let us go. I shall treat everyone to barbecue. Although they had left Konohagakure, this tradition could not be forsaken. Hooray! The four had traveled tirelessly for several months and had not enjoyed the delectable marinated barbecue from a restaurant for quite some time. They indulged until the barbecue shop closed, leaving with lingering satisfaction. Uchiha Yuzuki cautioned, Shursui, you should continue your studies at the Ninja Academy, understood? Right now, Uchiha Shursui is like a fragile glass heart, and one never knows when he might awaken. However, awakening too early could impose a significant burden on his body. He might even suffer from the bloodline disease like Uchiha Itachi. It would be better for him to solidify his foundation at the academy for a few more years. Uchiha Shursui obediently nodded. I will heed your advice, Yuzuki. Observing this, Uchiha Obito complained, Yuzuki, that means Kakashi and I will lack a teammate. Uchiha Yuzuki pondered for a moment. Why not team up with Uchiha Tetsuharu? Tetsuharu? Uchiha Obito, recalling Uchiha Tetsuharu's boastful demeanor, felt somewhat disheartened. I understand. After giving a few simple arrangements, Uchiha Yuzuki returned to the courtyard alone. Inside the room, the lights were still illuminated. As he entered, he discovered Uzumaki Kushina busily knitting gloves. Kushina, winter is still far off. Why have you begun knitting gloves? Upon hearing Uchiha Yuzuki's voice, Uzumaki Kushina excitedly sprang up and dashed into his embrace. Yuzuki, you have finally returned. I missed you so much. Uchiha Yuzuki affectionately rubbed his chin against her head and smiled. Then tonight, you shall stay with me and not return to your room. Uzumaki Kushina playfully tapped Uchiha Yuzuki's shoulder and scolded. No way. You, the big pervert, will surely take advantage of me. Uchiha Yuzuki retorted, Kushina, do you think too poorly of me? Hee. Uzumaki Kushina freed herself from Uchiha Yuzuki's embrace and giggled. Yuzuki, I celebrated my birthday half a month ago. Uchiha Yuzuki was taken aback for a moment before exclaiming, Kushina, I will definitely make up for your birthday present. Hearing this, Uzumaki Kushina rolled her eyes and softly replied, that is not what I meant. Uchiha Yuzuki scratched his head. Then what do you mean? You silly. Uzumaki Kushina huffed. I am already 18 years old. With that, she opened the door and dashed away. Uchiha Yuzuki felt his heart race. Marriage. It must happen. Chapter 92. The Wedding, Awakening of the Uzumaki Bloodline Beep. Detecting that the host's family possesses a special bloodline member, Yayue Bloodline. Current evolution level of Yayue Bloodline, 100. In the early morning, a melodious voice resonated within Uchiha Yuzuki's mind. He abruptly opened his eyes, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. After such a long time, the Yayue bloodline had finally completed its evolution. At the instant the system's notification sounded, Uchiha Yuzuki felt as if his body underwent a profound transformation. He sensed the strength of his physique continually evolving, and the chakra within him surged rapidly. This transformation was swift yet fleeting. In just a moment, Uchiha Yuzuki's body stabilized once more. However, in comparison to before, his body had undergone a dramatic metamorphosis. Rising to his feet, Uchiha Yuzuki's robust physique was as hard as iron, with clearly defined muscle contours exuding a palpable masculine allure. His chakra had also received a significant enhancement. After a rough estimation, Uchiha Yuzuki concluded that he now possessed at least 50 cards of chakra. The third Raikage could battle the ninjas of Awagakure for 3 days and nights. And Uchiha Yuzuki felt he could engage in combat for 5 days and nights without succumbing to fatigue. After briefly assessing his abilities, Uchiha Yuzuki's mind sparked with inspiration, and he began practicing the lightning release chakra mode according to the memories in his mind. The once ferocious lightning release power no longer threatened to destroy his cells. Rather, it filled him with a sense of elation. Under the stimulation of the lightning release chakra, Uchiha Yuzuki could feel his cells continuously evolving. At this rate, mastering the lightning release chakra mode would be an effortless endeavor. This is the power of the system. It is truly formidable. Uchiha Yuzuki took a deep breath to calm his emotions. The road ahead is still long. This achievement is but a small milestone. Just then, he heard Karura's voice from outside. "Lord Yuzuki, are you home?" Uchiha Yuzuki nodded. "I am. Please come in." Upon hearing his voice, Karura pushed the door open and entered. However, the next moment, her cheeks flushed a bright red. Lord Yuzuki, your clothes." Karura's voice was barely a whisper, akin to a mosquito's buzz. If it weren't for Uchiha Yuzuki's keen perception, he would not have grasped what she was saying. He had been engrossed in training and had forgotten to put on his clothes. Uchiha Yuzuki quickly donned his upper garment. Karura kept her gaze lowered, unable to meet Uchiha Yuzuki's eyes again. The combination of his handsome features and well-defined physique made her feel as though the air around her was scorching. This figure, this face, is simply too alluring. Suddenly, Karura felt a tingling sensation in her nose. Alarmed, she hastily covered her nose with her hand, shaking her head vigorously. No, those thoughts need to vanish. Uchiha Yuzuki was oblivious to Karura's inner turmoil. Noticing her flustered state, he couldn't help but ask with concern, "Karura, are you feeling unwell?" I am not." Karura felt her legs weaken, struggling to maintain her balance. She quickly spoke, "The wedding is today. I've placed your outfit on the table. I see you." Karura set the clothes on the table and fled the room as if escaping for her life. Observing the few drops of blood on the floor, Uchiha Yuzuki was left bewildered. Was their conversation not on the same wavelength? As the sun rose, the entire Kumogakure became lively. Today marked the day of Uchiha Yuzuki's wedding, and the villagers of Kumogakure took it upon themselves to celebrate in the streets. Firecrackers crackled and drums resounded. It was as if they were celebrating a momentous festival, with everyone cheering on the streets. Within the Uchiha clan grounds, the third Raikage, Uchiha Taro, Uchiha Fugaku, Hitaki Sakumo, and AI, along with nearly all the prominent figures of Kumogakure, had gathered to celebrate Uchiha Yuzuki's joyous occasion. The crowd surrounded Uchiha Lihua like stars encircling the moon, generously extending their goodwill towards him. A broad smile stretched across Uchiha Lihua's face, nearly reaching his ears. The Uchiha clan places great importance on face and reputation. This wedding was a celebration for the entire village. The third Raikage, AI, along with prominent figures from Kumogakure, such as Kakashi Hitaki and Todai, all came to toast him. Who else has ever received such treatment? Even Uchiha Fugaku's recent marriage did not boast such grandeur. In that moment, the frustration of two daughters, both courted by the same suitor, was significantly alleviated. Kakashi Hitaki observed Uchiha Yuzuki helping Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina with their attire from a distance. His eyes filled with admiration. Senior Yuzuki seemed like a protagonist from a novel come to life, truly enviable. With this thought, Kakashi could not help but turn to Uchiha Obito, expressing his admiration. "Obito, Senior Yuzuki is truly remarkable. It's hard not to envy him." Uchiha Obito, munching on cake, dismissed it casually. "What is there to envy? I'm a pure love advocate." Amidst the laughter and chatter, the main characters of the wedding made their entrance. Uchiha Mikoto, with her flowing black hair, appeared gentle as water, while Uzumaki Kushina, with her vibrant red locks, radiated liveliness. In an instant, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Such beauty! Senior Yuzuki, Lady Mikoto, and Lady Kushina epitomized the perfect match. Senior Yuzuki was indeed fortunate, marrying two such stunning women at once. While some lamented their prolonged bachelorhood, wishing to find a partner, others joked about discussing with their wives the possibility of taking on an additional spouse. Among the onlookers, a voice of caution emerged. "I advise you to avoid unnecessary complications." To bolster the Uchiha clan's population, Chief Yuzuki was setting an admirable example. It made me want to weep. Hearing the envious and jealous murmurs, the third Raikage slapped AI in frustration. "Look at Senior Yuzuki, and then look at you. I truly wish to give you a lesson." AI, feeling wronged, sulked away. Why was he always the one getting hurt? He resolved not to attend weddings anymore. The wedding ceremony proceeded smoothly, concluding under the envious gazes of the crowd. In the ensuing silence, a voice echoed in his mind. Special bloodline detected in the host's family. Uzumaki bloodline. Current evolution level of Uzumaki bloodline, 1. However, Uchiha Yuzuki had no mood to ponder over it. Chapter 93. Uchiha Yuzuki, let us duel. Feeling Uchiha Yuzuki's intense gaze, Uchiha Mikoto lowered her head. Her fingers tightly clenched until her knuckles turned white. Uzumaki Kushina fared slightly better, yet the flush on her face crept up to her neck. As Uchiha Yuzuki approached, Kushina nervously stammered, "Yuzuki, aren't you going to say something first?" Uchiha Yuzuki, breathing heavily, slowly began. "I'm a simple man and don't know what to say at such times." If there was anything to express, Uchiha Yuzuki took a deep breath and said, "Relax. Feeling dizzy is normal." The following day, it wasn't until noon that Uchiha Yuzuki, under Uzumaki Kushina's attentive care, finally donned his attire. Uchiha Mikoto, feeling unwell, remained asleep, occasionally furrowing her brows and murmuring in her dreams. Noticing this, Kushina playfully tapped Yuzuki on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You naughty boy. This big rascal is indeed a simpleton." After assisting him with his outfit, Kushina asked, "Yuzuki, can we discuss something?" Uchiha Yuzuki raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" Kushina bit her lip and softly said, I want to explore the world a bit more before having children." Observing her worried expression, Uchiha Yuzuki smiled. "No worries, I respect your wishes. Waiting a bit longer to have children is perfectly fine." Furthermore, he gently held Kushina's chin. "There are many ways to avoid having children, if that is your desire." Kushina, feeling flustered under his gaze, quickly excused herself. "Yuzuki, you must be hungry. Let me prepare some food." Watching her hurried exit, Uchiha Yuzuki chuckled and began to quietly sense the changes within his body. After the wedding, it seemed he had acquired the bloodline power of the Uzumaki clan. In the Yunlei Gorge, Ai and Kakashi Hatake exchanged swift blows, their blades and lightning intertwining. Their speed reached dizzying heights, accompanied by explosive sounds reverberating through the air. After dodging Kakashi's attack, Ai seized him and flipped him over. Lightning release, thunderclap. With a thunderous crash, Kakashi was sent crashing to the ground, dissipating into a cloud of smoke. Purple lightning cloud flow, instant. With a sharp command, an extreme blade of light enveloped Ai's body. Each strike left a trail of crimson on his skin. Roaring in defiance, Ai fully activated his chakra, entering the full power lightning release chakra mode. In this mode, Ai experienced a comprehensive enhancement in defense, speed, and strength. He delivered a powerful punch, shattering Kakashi's short blade. Lightning release, thunder scythe. The immense force sent Kakashi soaring. "Senior Kakashi, this time I've won," Ai exclaimed, triumphantly clenching his fist. After years of effort, he had finally surpassed Kakashi. While this battle differed from life and death struggles, it still spoke volumes. Watching Ai's excitement, Kakashi smiled ruefully. Since arriving in Kumogakure, his own strength had significantly improved. The combination of the Hatake clan's swordsmanship and Kumogakure's unique cloud flow techniques, along with their formidable body refinement skills, had refined his skills tremendously. However, compared to him, Ai's progress had been even more rapid. In just a few short years, he had mastered the lightning release chakra mode, reaching the pinnacle of his ninja career. His power, speed, defense, and endurance were all astonishingly formidable. Faced with such a multifaceted warrior, even Kakashi began to feel the weight of the challenge. Just then, Uchiha Yuzuki appeared. Greeting Ai and Kakashi, he said, "Ohio." Kakashi bowed respectfully, while Ai scoffed, "How strange to see someone like you here." Uchiha Yuzuki, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean? Ever since your marriage, you've been cooped up at home for 2 months, haven't you? Your body looks like it's been drained," Ai remarked. Uchiha Yuzuki, displeased, retorted, "Nonsense. My younger brother is unrivaled. Besides, I train just as diligently at home." Although Ai was unsure where this younger brother came from, he did not dwell on it. Pointing excitedly at Uchiha Yuzuki, he declared, "Yuzuki, let us have a match. I've surpassed Senior Kakashi. You're next." Hearing Ai's declaration, Uchiha Yuzuki chuckled and shook his head. "You're eager to challenge a high-level boss right after leaving the novice village? Haji Ai, you're something else." Upon hearing this, not just Ai, but even Kakashi's expression darkened. Such words trivialized their battle as if it were mere child's play. He acknowledged Uchiha Yuzuki's strength, but not to the extent of treating him like a mere passerby. After all, during their battle outside Konohagakure, he hadn't been crushed without a fight. Upon reflecting on the matter, Chimu Sakumo spoke in a grave tone. Ketsuzan, you ought to temper your arrogance. The arduous training over these past years has brought us significant progress. Words were futile. AI activated his Raiden Chakra mode, immediately entering full power. Uchiha Ketsuzan, come forth and engage me in battle. Noting the defiant gazes exchanged between them, Uchiha Ketsuzan sighed. Very well, I shall indulge you. Chimu Sakumo swiftly retreated, while AI charged vehemently towards Uchiha Ketsuzan. With a slight huff, Uchiha Ketsuzan enveloped himself in lightning, much to the astonishment of AI and Chimu Sakumo. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Ketsuzan vanished from sight. Bang! Before AI could react, Uchiha Ketsuzan's fist struck his abdomen with tremendous force, overwhelming even his full-power Raiden Chakra mode. Yet, before AI could retaliate, Uchiha Ketsuzan disappeared once more. Bang! 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 The sound of colossal fists repeatedly pummeling AI resonated, each blow eliciting a dull thud. AI's body hunched over, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Uchiha Ketsuzan reappeared before him, adopting a low stance with his right arm bent. A serious punch. With a thunderous crash, AI was propelled nearly 100 meters away, leaving a deep trench in the solid ground. Chapter 94. AI was deceived. Puff. Struggling to rise from the ground, AI coughed up blood, ultimately collapsing back down. He gazed at Uchiha Ketsuzan in disbelief. You have mastered the Raiden Chakra mode? Uchiha Ketsuzan shrugged nonchalantly. Is that so surprising? AI nearly spat out more blood in astonishment. This was indeed bewildering. It should be noted that in all of Kumogakure, only he and his father had successfully cultivated the Raiden Chakra mode, rather than being difficult to master. It was more a matter of the majority lacking the innate physical strength to withstand the ferocious power of the Raiden Chakra mode. This was an issue of inherent physicality, not something that could be compensated for through mere training. Yet, AI distinctly remembered Uchiha Ketsuzan's previous failed attempts at mastering the Raiden Chakra mode. AI, I told you before, my eyes can achieve anything. Upon hearing Uchiha Ketsuzan invoke his Sharingan, AI's lips twitched. Well, whenever there's something inexplicable, you attribute it to your eyes, don't you? Yet, he found himself unable to refute this point. After all, the Mangekyo Sharingan was shrouded in mystery, wielding powers that left one in awe. Who could truly ascertain that Uchiha Ketsuzan was speaking nonsense? AI sighed in frustration, addressing Uchiha Ketsuzan. Even if your eyes allow you to master the Raiden Chakra mode, you've become excessively strong, haven't you? Although the battle had been brief, he could feel the terrifying power emanating from Uchiha Ketsuzan. Strength, speed, defense, he was far surpassing AI in every aspect. AI had devoted years to perfecting the Raiden Chakra mode, yet in a mere 2 months of absence, Uchiha Ketsuzan had become adept at it. If he had not experienced it firsthand, he would have never believed such a feat possible. Could it be that marrying a wife somehow aided in mastering the Raiden Chakra mode? AI's mind sparked with this thought, growing increasingly convinced of its plausibility. Otherwise, why would his father incessantly urge him to marry? Why was Uchiha Ketsuzan suddenly capable of mastering such a secret technique? As AI pondered, Chimu Sakumo, who had been watching, could not help but gape in astonishment. The recent battle had been a complete rout. He had witnessed it all clearly. AI, harnessing the full power of the Raiden Chakra mode, had been treated by Uchiha Ketsuzan as a mere punching bag. AI had been unable to mount any defense against Uchiha Ketsuzan's onslaught. If AI represented lightning, then Uchiha Ketsuzan was akin to light. The moment one perceives light, there is no time left to react. Reflecting on his earlier dissatisfaction with Uchiha Ketsuzan's words, he now realized that Ketsuzan had been entirely justified, given the displayed prowess. It was no surprise that he and AI were treated as inconsequential. While Chimu Sakumo was lost in thought, Uchiha Ketsuzan approached AI, extending his right hand. AI, are you unharmed? Struggling, AI grasped Uchiha Ketsuzan's hand to rise, pointing at the bloodstains on the ground. Do you think I'm uninjured? You really went too hard, didn't you? One punch sent me flying nearly 100 meters. A regular ninja would have been reduced to a mist of blood. Hearing AI's grievances, Uchiha Ketsuzan responded with an exasperated tone. I truly did not intend to. You know how difficult it is to step on an ant without crushing it. I endure. AI's veins bulged, his fists cracking from the tension. Having endured a brutal beating was already unbearable. Now he had to listen to his opponent's smug remarks. It was infuriating. Enough of this jesting for today. I must return to my training. Uchiha Ketsuzan proceeded deeper into Yunlei Gorge. With the Mangekyo Sharingan in conjunction with the Raiden Chakra mode, especially with his Dual Kamui, he could boldly assert that even in the face of the legendary Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara at their peak, what could they possibly do against him? Before long, 6 months had swiftly passed. Through Uchiha Ketsuzan's diligent efforts, Uchiha Makoto's pregnancy had become increasingly apparent. Calculating the time, the child could arrive as early as June. Uzumaki Kushina was engaged in daily missions alongside Karura. One possessed the formidable physique of the Uzumaki clan, while the other wielded the magnet release bloodline limit, allowing them to carve a name for themselves in the ninja world. They were known respectively as the Red-Haired Pepper and the Guardian of Sand. Additionally, there was another noteworthy development. AI, seemingly enlightened, had entered a whirlwind marriage with a kunoichi from Kumogakure as the new year approached. She was robust, with a dark complexion, and stood in a strangely fitting match beside AI. Enough of these thoughts. Uchiha Ketsuzan shook his head, refocusing on the present. Observing Uchiha Makoto hanging laundry in the yard, he approached her gently. Makoto, you need not trouble yourself with laundry or cooking, just rest assured. Uchiha Makoto smiled and shook her head. Engaging in these tasks is a fine way to keep active. It's no trouble at all. Afterward, she caressed her belly. Ketsuzan, do you think it will be a boy or a girl? I can sense that this baby will be exceptionally gentle. Uchiha Ketsuzan smiled. Whether boy or girl, I shall cherish them both. He then embraced Uchiha Makoto, savoring the tender moment. As they chatted, a rugged voice rang out from outside the courtyard. Ketsuzan, are you home? Uchiha Makoto withdrew her head from Ketsuzan's shoulder, softly saying, Ketsuzan, you should attend to your matters. Uchiha Ketsuzan nodded, stepping out of the courtyard. Upon exiting, he encountered a visibly displeased AI. Curiously, Uchiha Ketsuzan inquired, AI, what is that expression? Who has upset you? You seem a bit off. The mention of this matter ignited AI's indignation. After the battle with Uchiha Jeshuan that day, he confided in his father that he believed marrying would aid his mastery of the Raiden Chakra mode. His father, fervently assuring him, claimed that things would unfold precisely as he envisioned. Yet, upon entering wedlock, he soon realized it was all a ruse. 3 months passed, and rather than advancing in his Raiden Chakra, he often felt a lingering discomfort in his back. Regrettably, it was too late to voice his grievances. AI sighed and said, Jeshuan, I wish to take a stroll to clear my mind. Will you accompany me? Uchiha Jeshuan, somewhat surprised, replied, why not seek out Karabi? That guy is insufferable. Always rapping and singing, giving me a headache. After a moment's thought, Uchiha Jeshuan nodded in agreement. Very well, it has been a while since I exercised my limbs. Let us seek some entertainment in the shinobi world. Chapter 95, At Will Land of Fire, Border. 3 ninjas from Konoha escorted a cart slowly along the muddy road after a recent rain. One ninja complained, honestly, to be out here in such dreadful weather on a mission is infuriating. Another ninja concurred, indeed, as the most noble class. Why must we still fulfill a quota of tasks each month? Hearing his companion's grievances, the leading Konoha ninja turned back and said, a life of excessive ease will dull our edge. As ninjas, we must be prepared for battle. Complacency leads only to demise. Hiroshi, Shoichi, you two need to focus. After being reprimanded by their captain, the ninja named Hiroshi retorted, Captain, you are too rigid. Even the once formidable Kumogakure has been quiet for quite some time. The third Hokage himself stated that the Mangekyo Sharingan is a cursed eye. The more frequently it is used, the quicker it loses its light. I suspect Uchiha Jeshuan has already gone blind. Shoichi's face lit up with excitement upon hearing this. Indeed, that scoundrel has been out of the spotlight for years. He must be blind by now. If we were to strike now, Kumogakure would surely stand no chance against us. Hiroshi sighed. Resigned, you too. Konoha is already the most prosperous village in the shinobi world. Even if we defeat Kumogakure, what do we truly gain? In response, Shoichi nodded in agreement, chuckling. Captain Hiroshi is right. Squabbling with those dullards is hardly worth the effort. Hiroshi, somewhat vexed, exclaimed, it would only benefit those Uchiha scoundrels, who once inflicted such suffering upon Konoha. I long to personally dispatch them, especially that Uchiha Jeshuan. Should I cross paths with him, I would certainly twist his head off and use it as a chamber pot. Those Kumogakure fools think they have struck gold. I wonder if they regret it now. Observing the banter between his subordinates, Hiroshi frowned. Do not be too overconfident. If you wish to live longer, never underestimate anyone. Hiroshi, having witnessed the calamity during the Shinobi Allied Forces' assault on Kumogakure, knew the weight of despair all too well. Uchiha Itachi, wielding the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, single-handedly decimated the Shinobi Allied Forces. At that time, he was recovering from an illness at the rear camp, thus narrowly escaping disaster. Yet that feeling of despair lingered within him. Sensing Hiroshi's discontent, Hiroshi and Shoichi solemnly promised, "Captain Hiroshi, we shall not act thus again." Hiroshi nodded, calming himself. That attitude is more acceptable. You cannot fathom the depth of despair without experiencing it yourselves. Fortunately, following the events with the Shinobi Allied Forces, the enmity between Konoha and the Uchiha clan seems to have concluded. Just then, a derisive snicker echoed from ahead. "Traitors! On what grounds do you claim our enmity has ended?" Hiroshi's pupils dilated. Two figures appeared on a nearby tree trunk. One, with black hair and a long sword slung at his waist, and the other, with short yellow hair and a physique as robust as a bear. "Who are you?" Hiroshi had yet to speak when Hiroshi and Shoichi drew their kunai, coldly demanding, "Identify yourselves." Uchiha Itachi laughed. "Do you not recognize me? Did you not just declare your intent to twist my head off?" His nonchalant remark left Hiroshi and Shoichi dumbfounded. They turned to their captain, only to see his face devoid of color. Uchiha Itachi. Boom. Hiroshi and Shoichi felt as though their minds had exploded, their senses dulled. Hadn't Uchiha Itachi vanished from the world for many years? Why was he here? They had merely been engaging in idle banter. Hiroshi, Shoichi, find an opportunity to escape. And do not look back, Hiroshi urged quietly before charging at Uchiha Itachi. In the next instant, the formidable figure barred his path. "Your opponent is me." Crack. Without a chance for resistance, Hiroshi's neck was twisted by AI. Watching their captain collapse like a rag doll, Hiroshi and Shoichi felt as though the heavens had fallen. Just like that, their captain, a special jonin, had perished. As Uchiha Itachi approached, Hiroshi and Shoichi frantically pounded their legs. Move, legs move. They desperately attempted to control their bodies, but even as Uchiha Itachi drew near, they remained frozen in terror. Was the pressure truly this overwhelming? Observing the cold sweat dripping from their faces, Uchiha Itachi unsheathed his long sword. Here is a final piece of advice. Weakness and ignorance are not barriers to survival. Arrogance is. The icy blade glided across their throats, and Hiroshi and Shoichi clutched their necks as they collapsed. AI stepped forward, somewhat unsatisfied. Konoha's ninjas remain as fragile as ever. This is hardly fulfilling. Itachi, shall we cause a ruckus in Konoha? Uchiha Itachi pondered briefly before shaking his head. We may. But not at this moment. After years of development, the Uchiha clan has grown to 9,000 members. According to the previous rewards, once the Uchiha clan's population reaches 10,000, I can unlock the next treasure chest. It is prudent to wait for the system's rewards before proceeding with our next plan. After all, we must also consider the lurking threats from Uchiha Madara and Kurizetsu. Confronting them head-on does not intimidate me, but those two are formidable shadows. I currently lack the eternal Mangekyo. It is wise to exercise caution. Upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's response, AI did not press further, merely inquiring, "What shall we do now?" Uchiha Itachi replied nonchalantly, "Let us continue to wander. After all, I am here to accompany you for a stroll in the land of fire. We shall meander wherever the path takes us. Should we encounter Konoha's ninjas, we shall deal with them as it comes." AI's eyes lit up at this suggestion. A series of swift actions sounds quite appealing. With our combined strength, those Konoha ninjas will certainly find themselves troubled. With this thought, AI extended his fist toward Uchiha Itachi. "Itachi, in the spirit of Kumogakure, let us bestow a name upon our partnership." Uchiha Itachi contemplated for a moment, bumped fists with AI, and smiled. "Let us call ourselves the At-Will Duo." Chapter 96. Pay Up Konoha Village. A throng of villagers gathered, pointing and murmuring at an inn. The tavern was in disarray, with two middle-aged, inebriated ninjas trampling a corpulent man beneath their feet. "You scoundrel! I have already told you that I have no money today. What do you mean by making things difficult for me?" With that, one of the ninjas delivered a vicious kick to the man's face. Blood oozed from the man's mouth as he covered it with his hands. His voice quivered with a hint of despair. I acknowledge my wrongs. Please spare me. Consider this meal on me, no need for payment." Upon hearing this, the other ninja placed his foot firmly on the man's head and coldly retorted, "Do you think we care for your petty coins? What gives you the right to treat us to a meal?" After asserting that he would repay the bar tab later, he warned, "Be cautious. or I will end you next time. With that, he kicked the man several meters away. The rotund figure writhed on the ground, clutching his abdomen, seemingly in agony from a broken rib. At that moment, two ninjas from the Umbu appeared. What transpired here? Seeing the Umbu, the two middle-aged ninjas quickly donned smiles. The owner of this establishment intentionally provoked us, so we taught him a lesson. Rest assured, it's merely a superficial injury. The Umbu approached and briefly examined the man's wounds before coldly admonishing the two ninjas. Remember to compensate him. Do not overstep in the future. Yes, yes, they replied, chuckling as they exited the tavern, leaving the corpulent man lying on the ground, staring blankly at the ceiling. After a while, a crowd of onlookers entered. Witnessing the man's pitiable state, one voiced indignantly, "Owner, this is utterly intolerable. I know those two ruffians' names. You should report them to the police force." No sooner had the words left his mouth than someone in the crowd scoffed. The police force? What fairness exists there? Another added, "Indeed, after being assaulted by ninjas. I went to the police force, and they locked me up for a week." At this, the crowd fell into a contemplative silence. Since the Uchiha clan's departure, the police force had transformed entirely. Minor issues were overlooked while major problems lingered unresolved. Especially after the daimyo was overthrown, ninjas had morphed into the ruling class, leaving the interests of ordinary villagers utterly disregarded. Many reminisced about the days when the Uchiha clan managed the police force. They were always stern and impartial. Back then, no ninja dared to bully others as they do now. If only they had the chance to embrace the Uchiha ninjas again, they would never have rejected them as before. At the Hokage building, within the Hokage's office, Orochimaru recounted the recent report from the Umbu to Sarutobi Hiruzen before asking, "Teacher, many ninjas are becoming increasingly unruly. Should we not impose some restraint?" Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted disdainfully, responding, "Orochimaru, do you recall when they surrounded the Hokage building? Things that come too easily are seldom cherished. Only by making them aware of their standing will they comprehend what they can and cannot do." While he valued his reputation, he would not jest with his title as Hokage. Such collective protests to oust him had occurred once, and that was sufficient. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Orochimaru did not dwell on it, but instead inquired, "Teacher, is there something specific you wish to discuss with me?" Sarutobi Hiruzen tossed a scroll of intelligence to Orochimaru. Frowning as he spoke, "Uchiha Yusuan and AI have been causing turmoil in our land of fire, resulting in numerous fatalities among our ninjas over the past few months. Most critically, our mission failure rate has surged. This situation cannot persist. I entrust its resolution to you." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru shook his head resolutely. "Teacher, I am no match for Uchiha Yusuan." Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed dissatisfaction. "Years have passed. Perhaps you have surpassed him? Some matters are only clarified through experience." Orochimaru remained unmoved, coldly stating, "I will not go. It is absurd. The last time, I merely met his gaze and lost an arm. Now you wish for me to provoke Uchiha Yusuan? That would be a path to ruin. Moreover, even if I went, what could I achieve? Could I possibly emerge victorious? I would rather devote my time to researching methods of survival in battle." Seeing Orochimaru's steadfast demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his palm against the desk in frustration. It was utterly vexing. The illustrious Konoha, the mightiest ninja village in the world, was now being cornered by a mere child. He had done nothing wrong. How did circumstances spiral so far out of control? After an internal outcry, his overwhelming indignation transformed into a resigned sigh. Very well, they would pay. If even Orochimaru was unwilling to confront Uchiha Yusuan, there was little hope for others. The land of fire was rich in resources. Paying a little more would not be detrimental. The day Uchiha Yusuan's Mangekyo Sharingan lost its sight would be the moment they sounded the horn of counterattack. In Yunin Village, as Uchiha Yusuan and AI gazed at the 100 billion Ryo compensation from Konoha, they were left speechless. This money came too easily. From their perspective, Konoha showed no signs of resistance. As they wreaked havoc in the land of fire, their opponent approached them with a treaty for peace, offering 100 billion Ryo. Uchiha Yusuan shook his head. Sarutobi Hiruzen had fallen victim to his own ignorance. Had he studied the Six Nations, he would not have acquiesced so readily. The Third Reikage was grinning from ear to ear. The infrastructure of the Land of Lightning was in need of funding, and the previous compensation was nearly exhausted. It felt delightful to spend no money of his own. With this in mind, the Third Reikage said to Uchiha Yusuan and AI, "You two should refrain from troubling Konoha for the time being. Wait until we exhaust our funds before we stir up trouble. We must ensure sustainable development, not deplete resources recklessly. Uchiha Yuxuan nodded in agreement. No problem. Besides, Mei-chin is about to give birth. I shall remain in the village to accompany her during this period. The third Raikage beamed, replying, Congratulations. Afterward, he playfully slapped AI on the head. You, too, must stay in the village. You are not permitted to leave until your wife has given birth. AI felt exasperated. Really? Is this how you treat me for my recent contributions to the village? Chapter 97. Mei-chin has given birth on June 9th, in Yunin Village. Under clear skies, at the ninja hospital, Uzumaki Kushina paced anxiously in the hallway. While Jaro clasped his hands in fervent prayer, eyes closed. Uchiha Yuxuan spoke softly. Kushina, Jaro, why do you seem more anxious than I? In response, Uzumaki Kushina huffed. Unable to contain herself, you are far too calm. Jaro, mustering rare courage, added, Indeed, we do not possess the composure of Lord Yuxuan. Just then, a baby's cry shattered the hospital's tranquility. She has given birth. Ha ha ha, I am to be the godmother. I am to be the godmother. Uzumaki Kushina laughed heartily, seizing the doorknob and charging inside. With a resounding crash, the door was yanked from its hinges by Uzumaki Kushina's exuberance. Seeing the astonished expressions around her, she sheepishly scratched her head. I apologize, I got a bit too excited. Carefully propping the door against the wall, she hurried to Uchiha Mei-chin's side, followed closely by Uchiha Yuxuan and Jaro. The doctor responsible for the delivery smiled. Lord Yuxuan, congratulations. It is a boy. Upon concluding their conversation, they led the group out of the room. Uchiha Kitsune swiftly approached Uchiha Mikoto, gently grasping her hand, and said tenderly, Mikoto, you have worked hard. Uchiha Mikoto replied with a smile. Kitsune, I feel nothing but happiness. It is not hard at all. Look, our child is so tiny and adorable. Uchiha Kitsune glanced at the child, who lay asleep beside Uchiha Mikoto, and felt a hint of helplessness. Is this the so-called maternal filter? The child may be small, but adorable is a stretch. Uzumaki Kushina squatted by the bedside, her eyes fixed on the child, and asked without looking up, Kitsune, have you thought of a name for the child? Uchiha Kitsune looked at Uchiha Mikoto and inquired, Mikoto, do you have a name in mind? Uchiha Mikoto shook her head. You are the father. The name should be yours to choose. At this, Uchiha Kitsune stroked his chin thoughtfully. How about Itachi? Itachi? Uchiha Mikoto murmured, then nodded. Uchiha Itachi is a wonderful name. Uzumaki Kushina stood up and patted Uchiha Kitsune on the shoulder. I didn't realize you had such a talent for naming. Uchiha Kitsune smiled without responding. Since Mikoto had already claimed the first name, one more wouldn't hurt. He had already envisioned it. Mikoto's next child would be named Sasuke. Kushina's child would be named Naruto. And if he were to marry Karura in the future, her child would be named Gaara. Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Naruto, Uchiha Gaara. What an amusing tableau that would be. After Mikoto gave birth, Uchiha Kitsune remained in the village of Kumogakure, refraining from engaging in further exploits. As the third Raikage had said, having plundered Konoha so many times, it was only fair to allow them some time to recuperate, was it not? Furthermore, the life of warmth with a wife and children was truly delightful, especially since he had more than one wife. Days turned into months, and soon a year had passed. In the Uchiha clan grounds, in the courtyard, a small boy carefully shuffled forward with his arms crossed over his chest, his head lowered. Rather than walking, he was more like inching forward. His tiny feet moved slowly ahead, and even a gust of wind would cause him to wobble adorably. At last, the little boy reached Uchiha Kitsune and suddenly stretched out his arms to embrace Kitsune's legs. Seeing the joyful expression on the boy's face, Uchiha Kitsune bent down and asked, Itachi, would you like me to pick you up? Uchiha Itachi could not yet speak, merely tugging at Uchiha Kitsune's clothes to pull himself up. Observing this, Uchiha Kitsune bent down and lifted Itachi over his head. Ha ha! Uchiha Itachi grasped Kitsune's hair tightly, emitting innocent peals of laughter. Uchiha Mikoto, having finished hanging up the laundry, approached with a smile. Itachi, come to mama. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi immediately shook his head and buried his face in Uchiha Kitsune's embrace. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Mikoto could not help but let out a soft huff, gently patting Itachi's bottom. You rascal. After a brief bout of play, Uchiha Mikoto spoke up. Kitsune, I need to step out for a bit. I may not return for lunch. Uchiha Kitsune curiously asked, what is the matter? Uchiha Mikoto replied with a smile. It's nothing much, just a clan member is getting married today, and they want me to attend. Then, with a hint of gossip, she added, I heard that the clan member's bride is from the Chishik clan, and she pursued him for years before finally reaching this point. Previously, while in Konoha, it hadn't felt significant, but now that they were out, she realized how popular their clan members were. Watching Uchiha Makoto grow more animated as she spoke, Uchiha Ketsuyan remarked, Makoto, if you don't hurry, you'll be late. Uchiha Makoto snapped back to reality and hurried off to change clothes. After she left, Uchiha Ketsuyan played with Uchiha Itachi for a while before handing him over to Uzumaki Kushina. Itachi, play with Kushina for a bit. Daddy has something to attend to. Uchiha Itachi glanced at Uzumaki Kushina, then back at Uchiha Ketsuyan, his lips pouting in mild distress. Seeing those big, tear-filled eyes, Uchiha Ketsuyan gently tapped Itachi's forehead with his finger. Forgive me, Itachi, we will play again next time. After saying this, he turned to Uzumaki Kushina and stated, Kushina, there's no need to prepare my meal. Uzumaki Kushina leaned her face against Uchiha Itachi's, waving her hand. Understood. After bidding farewell to Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Ketsuyan entered the Kamui space and began to wait quietly. Before long, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host's family has acquired a special bloodline member, Chishik clan bloodline. Current evolution degree of Chishik clan bloodline, 37. However, Uchiha Ketsuyan paid no mind, continuing to wait patiently for something. Soon, the system's prompt resounded in his mind once more. Ding. Congratulations, the host's family population has reached 10,000. Current family prosperity level, gold. Current family treasure chest available for collection, gold treasure chest. Uchiha Ketsuyan's eyes widened with excitement, his heart racing with exhilaration. After years of development, the number of clan members had finally exceeded 10,000. The purple treasure chest promised to bestow him with comprehensive shadow-level powers and a customizable Mangekyo Sharingan treasure chest. Surely the rewards from the gold treasure chest would be even more splendid. Chapter 98, Gold Treasure Chest. Gazing at the treasure chest shimmering with golden light, Uchiha Ketsuyan did not hesitate and chose to open it immediately. In the next moment, a flash of golden light enveloped him. Ding! Congratulations. The host has obtained the entry, Glorious Evolution. Glorious Evolution. Each time the family population increases by 10,000. The host may select any bloodline and elevate its evolution degree to 100. Current bloodline evolution opportunities available. 1. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained the entry, Reciprocity. Reciprocity. Whenever the host elevates the evolution degree of any special bloodline, excluding their own, to 100, they may draw a family entry for their clan. Current eligible special bloodline. Yuyue bloodline. Draw opportunities for family entry. 1. Listening to the series of system prompts in his mind, Uchiha Ketsuyan's heart soared with joy. He had originally expected this treasure chest reward to be similar to previous ones, aimed at enhancing his personal strength. However, he never anticipated that the gold treasure chest's rewards would not only bolster his power, but also allow him to draw entries for his clan. This was truly a delightful surprise. Yet upon reflection, it was only natural for the family system to offer such rewards. System, you are quite astute. You understand the importance of gradual progression. Uchiha Ketsuyan praised the system. It had first empowered him before considering the development of his clan, a clever approach. However, the system showed no reaction to his compliment. Uchiha Ketsuyan, feeling slightly disheartened, redirected his focus back to the system rewards. Each bloodline was accompanied by a number. Chishik clan bloodline, Uzumaki clan bloodline. Without any hesitation, Uchiha Ketsuyan selected the Uzumaki clan bloodline. Although the Chishik clan bloodline was impressive, enhancing his mental strength, it paled in comparison to the Uzumaki clan bloodline. In the next moment, a warm current spread throughout his body. Under the nurturing warmth, Uchiha Ketsuyan underwent a staggering transformation. Power, chakra, mental strength, stamina, explosive power, endurance, all interconnected and enhanced. Uchiha Jieshuan felt as though he had been reborn. Most significantly, ever since he awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, his previously diminished ocular power began to gradually increase. This indicated that he no longer needed to worry about the threat of blindness. Laughing heartily, Uchiha Jieshuan could no longer contain his joy. As he had anticipated, the pinnacle of the Uzumaki bloodline was indeed the sage body. The sage body possessed the remarkable ability to restore the ocular power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. After laughing for a while, Uchiha Jeshuan slowly regained his composure. Such immense power could easily lead one astray, hence a cathartic release was indeed necessary. Once calm, Uchiha Jeshuan shifted his gaze to the entry 4, Fanbu. Upon elevating the evolution of the Uzumaki bloodline to 100, the number of times he could extract family entries increased from 1 to 2. With a thought, Uchiha Jeshuan initiated the extraction. Ding! Congratulations to the host for extracting the family entry, strong and healthy. Strong and healthy. The physical constitution and mental strength of all family members are doubled. Upon seeing this entry, Uchiha Jeshuan could not help but nod in approval. A doubling of physical constitution and mental strength was far more significant than a mere increase of 11. In reality, various attributes are interconnected, and conservatively estimating, the combat power of family members would increase by a factor of 35. If previously a 3-tomo Uchiha could contend with 3 adversaries, now, with the enhancement, a 3-tomo Uchiha could easily take on 6. Indeed, it had become a scenario where 1 Uchiha could face 7. After a brief contemplation, Uchiha Jeshuan refocused his thoughts and extracted another entry. Ding! Congratulations to the host for extracting the family entry. More children, more blessings. More children, more blessings. The reproductive capabilities of family members are enhanced, significantly reducing the physical burdens of childbirth. Excellent, a splendid acquisition. Observing the explanation of the more children, more blessings entry, Uchiha Jeshuan's eyes brightened. Although this entry did not directly enhance the strength of family members like strong and healthy, reproductive capability was paramount for any family. The system's rewards were closely tied to population numbers. As long as the population increased, there would be no need to worry about lacking strength. Indeed, focusing on the growth of the family was the true path to success. In comparison to increasing the family population, everything else was secondary. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Jeshuan felt an unprecedented clarity of thought. At this moment, he finally had the opportunity to truly appreciate the surging power within him. With the acquisition of the sage body, the ocular power of the Mangekyo Sharingan could now slowly recover. Although the recovery speed was not particularly rapid, the fear of blindness was no longer a concern. The chakra within him had surged nearly 4-fold, roughly estimated to be around 200 calories. Uchiha Jeshuan was somewhat taken aback. It is worth noting that even the reincarnation of Ashura, Uzumaki Naruto, possessed only 100 calories of chakra. Comparatively, he was not far behind Senju Hashirama now. If one golden treasure chest contained such bountiful rewards, one could only imagine how astounding future treasure chest rewards might be. This thought filled him with anticipation. When Uchiha Jeshuan exited the Kamui space and returned to reality, the sun had already set. Yet, the Uchiha clan grounds were unusually quiet. How peculiar. It was not yet deep into the night. Where had all the clan members gone? Frowning, Uchiha Jeshuan strolled through the streets. Suddenly, as he passed a narrow alley, a stray black dog habitually bared its teeth and barked at him. Uchiha Jeshuan covered his eyes and let out a cold chuckle. Is it trying to provoke me? How amusing. Kamui, the black dog, give me peanuts. After dealing with the black dog, Uchiha Jeshuan ventured deeper into the clan grounds. Suddenly, a figure blocked his path. Jeshuan clan leader, I have finally found you. Observing the flustered and somewhat fearful expression of Uchiha Yahweh, Uchiha Jeshuan's brow furrowed. Could something have happened to the clan during his absence? However, the Uchiha clan's territory was situated in the heart of Yunin village. Even if other ninja villages attacked, it was unlikely to affect the Uchiha clan in such a short time. Contemplating this, Uchiha Jeshuan spoke in a deep voice. Yahweh, what has occurred? Uchiha Yahweh panted heavily. Jeshuan clan leader, something major has happened. Everyone is waiting for you at the Nank Shrine. You must go see. Chapter 99. Jeshuan clan leader, how selfless you are. Seeing Uchiha Yahweh's stammering demeanor, Uchiha Jeshuan refrained from pressing further and directly activated Kamui to arrive at the Nank Shrine. Is this the capability of Lord Jeshuan? How terrifying. Upon witnessing himself instantly appear at the Nank Shrine, Uchiha Yahweh could not help but swallow nervously. The ability to teleport to any location was akin to that of a ghost. No, a ghost would not chase you down. No wonder the Third Raikage had granted the Uchiha clan such generous treatment after Lord Jeshuan's visit to Yunin village. With such power, who would dare to offend? Jeshuan, you have arrived. Upon seeing Uchiha Jieshuan, Uchiha Fugaku immediately approached him. Typically composed, his expression now bore a hint of anxiety. Uchiha Jieshuan was even more perplexed. He surveyed the area and noticed that most of the clan's elites were already present, each impeccably dressed, showing no signs of having engaged in battle. Yet their faces were marked with expressions of fear, excitement, and confusion. What on earth had transpired? Seemingly sensing Uchiha Jieshuan's bewilderment, Uchiha Fugaku swallowed hard and spoke solemnly. Jieshuan. For some unknown reason, it appears that our clan members experienced simultaneous changes in their bodies this afternoon. Everyone's physical condition, spirit, and chakra seemed to have received a significant boost. What could this possibly mean? Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, Uchiha Jieshuan suddenly understood. So it was this matter. Earlier that afternoon, he had drawn a family entry through the system, which had doubled the physical constitution and mental strength of each clan member. Such a sudden occurrence would naturally cause a stir among the clan members. Realizing this, Uchiha Jieshuan felt a headache coming on. He had completely forgotten about this aspect. The matters of the system must never be revealed. How could he explain this to his clansmen? Noticing the expression on Uchiha Jieshuan's face, Uchiha Fugaku expressed disbelief. Jieshuan, could this matter possibly be related to you? Uchiha Jieshuan nodded. Indeed, it is related to me. Huh. Uchiha Fugaku could not help but exclaim. To cause such a drastic change in the bodies of all clan members, surely this was beyond even the capabilities of a deity. As all the clan members turned their gazes toward him, Uchiha Jieshuan pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Please remain silent for a moment. I will explain the situation regarding the changes in everyone's bodies. Upon hearing Uchiha Jieshuan's words, the previously noisy Nank shrine fell silent instantly, with everyone staring in astonishment at Uchiha Jieshuan. Could it be that this matter was orchestrated by the clan leader? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Uchiha Jieshuan activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and slowly inquired while pointing to his eyes. Do you all know what the Mangekyo Sharingan is also known as? Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances. After a moment, Uchiha Fugaku replied, is it not referred to as the eye of the mind's reflection? Uchiha Jieshuan nodded, correct. But do you know why the Mangekyo Sharingan is also called the eye of the mind's reflection? Uchiha Fugaku paused for a moment, then shook his head. I am not sure. Uchiha Yuzuin redirected his gaze to the audience below and elucidated. Whenever a Uchiha ninja activates the Mangekyo Sharingan, each eye acquires a distinct ability. The powers bestowed upon activation are intimately tied to the deepest desires of the Uchiha ninja at that moment. The transformation of one's innermost yearning into reality is the reason the Mangekyo Sharingan is referred to as the eye of the mind's reflection. Upon hearing Uchiha Yuzuin's explanation, the Uchiha clan members gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape. Even Uchiha Fugaku stood momentarily stunned. They were only aware that the activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan granted them various formidable powers. But they were taken aback to learn that these powers were connected to their heart's desires at the moment of activation. Noticing the reactions of the crowd, Uchiha Yuzuin continued. At that time, I foresaw the future of the Uchiha clan. Remaining in Konoha would lead only to our annihilation. Driven by the unwavering belief in the necessity to save our family, I awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. One of my abilities is spatial displacement, which I believe is familiar to you all. The audience nodded in unison, as they had all personally experienced the transfer from Konoha to the land of rice. Thus, they held unwavering faith in Uchiha Yuzuin's words. Some astute individuals suddenly pondered whether the recent changes in their bodies were related to the capabilities of Yuzuin's other Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku murmured, Yuzuin, what is the power of your other eye? Uchiha Yuzuin nodded and replied gravely, as you have surmised. In order to elevate our clan to the pinnacle of the ninja world, my other eye has awakened a corresponding ability. Periodically, it can bestow a unique power upon all clan members. This time, the power will double everyone's physical and mental strength. Despite being somewhat prepared for this revelation, the audience could not help but gasp in astonishment. Many even stood up in shock. While the Mangekyo Sharingan is heralded for its divine power, such a phenomenon seemed entirely unbelievable. Yet, the truth was undeniable, leaving no room for skepticism. Finally, after a brief silence, the named shrine erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Since it is the power of Clan Yuzuin, there is nothing to fear. Upon reflection, it is not so strange that our Mangekyo Sharingan can achieve such feats. Yuzuin is indeed the blessing of our Uchiha clan. we shall resolutely follow him. The sensation of empowerment was truly exquisite, inciting an uncontrollable desire to fight. Our Uchiha clan is the mightiest in the ninja world, and Lord Uzuen is our god. Laughter erupted among them. If previously Uchiha Uzuen was merely a respected and powerful leader in the eyes of the Uchiha clan, he had now ascended to the status of an unquestionable deity. The awakening of a Mangekyo Sharingan ability that benefits all clan members reflects the profound selflessness of Uzuen. Chapter 100. Jayolo, why are you wearing Mikoto's clothes? As Uchiha Uzuen observed the jubilant Uchiha clan, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The Mangekyo Sharingan wielded immense authority, capable of perfectly rationalizing even the most bizarre occurrences. Even Uchiha Fugaku harbored no doubts. No one believed that Uchiha Uzuen was fabricating tales. Instead, they felt an inexplicable sense of pride. This was the divine power exclusive to their Uchiha clan. Very well, this matter must remain an absolute secret, not to be divulged to any outsiders. Do you understand? Upon hearing Uchiha Uzuen's command, the Uchiha clan members responded in unison, yes, Leader Uzuen. They were not naive. They understood how extraordinary the abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan were. If this information were to leak, it could potentially provoke a stir throughout the ninja world, and Uchiha Uzuen would become the target of envy. After all, no one desired to see a single clan dominate. The Uchiha clan ninjas could easily become coveted prey for other ninjas. At the first opportunity, those lurking with ulterior motives would undoubtedly pounce. Now, let us conclude today's clan meeting. Return and reassure your respective clansmen, Uzuen instructed. Understood. Everyone regarded Uchiha Uzuen with utmost respect, his prestige elevated to unprecedented heights. They all comprehended that as long as Uchiha Uzuen remained, the Uchiha clan would only grow stronger. Once the assembly dispersed, Uchiha Fugaku approached Uchiha Uzuen and spoke slowly. Uzuen, how much longer can your eyes endure? While ordinary clan members were unaware, he understood well that wielding the powers of the Mangekyo Sharingan came at a cost. Since leading the Uchiha clan away from Konoha, Uchiha Uzuen had activated the Mangekyo Sharingan for several years. Even with his prodigious talent, he must have exhausted much of its ocular power by now. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku's worried expression, Uchiha Uzuen patted his shoulder and smiled. Do not fret about the ocular power. I have discovered a method to prevent the blindness associated with the Mangekyo Sharingan. When you eventually awaken your own Mangekyo Sharingan, you will comprehend. Watching Uchiha Uzuen depart, Uchiha Fugaku stood in a daze, unable to regain his composure for some time. Is that truly possible? You can resolve the issue of blindness? What else can you accomplish? Uzuen. Uchiha Fugaku felt a surge of emotion. The emergence of a clan member like Uzuen within the Uchiha clan must surely be divine providence. Leader Uzuen loyal. Upon returning home, just as dawn was approaching, Uchiha Uzuen spotted a figure busily working in the kitchen. Without a second thought, he walked in and embraced the person from behind. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Uzuen leaned in and whispered, Mikoto, your scent seems a bit different today. The person in his arms remained silent, her body growing increasingly tense. Sensing something amiss, Uchiha Uzuen raised his hand to the most familiar spot. In the next moment, he realized he was not embracing a person, but a furnace. A quavering voice, tinged with tears, emerged from the woman. Why Uzuen Darren? I am Jayolo. Uchiha Uzuen's eyes widened. Jayolo, why are you wearing a wig and Mikoto's clothes? Senior Hoa is ill, and Mikoto went to care for her last night, and has yet to return. Little Itachi was crying for his mother, so I dressed up like Mikoto to comfort him, Jayolo explained. Upon hearing Jayolo's reasoning, Uchiha Uzuen silently praised his son for this clever ploy. With a smile, he remarked, Jayolo, not only does Itachi wish to find Mikoto, but I do as well. Why not help a friend in need? After saying this, Uchiha Uzuen lifted Jayolo and carried her toward the room. Jayolo made no resistance, obediently burying her head into Uchiha Uzuen's embrace. Having heard Mikoto and Kushina speak of their joys, she finally had the chance to experience it for herself. Beep. Detected that the host's family possesses a special bloodline member, magnetic release bloodline, sand. Reward acquired, magnetic release bloodline limit, sand. Current evolution level of magnetic release bloodline, sand 1. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Uchiha Jeshuan stretched lazily. Having slept until the afternoon, he felt invigorated. Stepping out from his room into the front yard, he chanced upon Whirlpool Jio Xian Nai and Uchiha Meichin playfully engaging with Itachi. Noticing his approach, Whirlpool Joe Xian teased, "Darling, you truly work hard, even during the day." Uchiha Jishuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It is all for the family. A personal sacrifice is only fitting." At his words, Whirlpool Joe Xian lightly huffed, chiding, "How shameless." Observing her demeanor, Uchiha Jishuan raised an eyebrow, remarking, "Joe Xian, you seem to regard me with less reverence lately. It appears I must exert some pressure on you." Humph. Joe Xian's face flushed, feeling a mix of embarrassment and helplessness. Why did she understand him so quickly? It was all Jishuan's fault. Her innocence was lost. Beside them, Uchiha Meichin watched their banter with a tender smile. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Outside, Uchiha Obito's voice called out, "Jishuan, are you home?" Uchiha Jishuan opened the door to find Kakashi Hitaki and Uchiha Obito standing there, the latter brimming with excitement. "What is up?" Jishuan inquired. Obito pointed to his eyes, exclaiming, "Jishuan, take a good look." With that, his once black eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, the two dark tomos slowly swirling within. "Obito, what has spurred this awakening? How did you suddenly activate your Sharingan?" Uchiha Jishuan was taken aback. Awakening the Sharingan typically necessitated a significant emotional stimulus. In the original narrative, Obito activated his Sharingan during the Third Great Ninja War after Kakashi lost an eye to an enemy. So, what had triggered Obito's awakening now? Kakashi interjected, "Yesterday, Obito took an elderly lady hiking, and she accidentally broke her leg, leading to his awakening." Kakashi's eyes conveyed a hint of disbelief. The Sharingan is a formidable bloodline limit, and the enhancement of combat prowess from the double Tomo Sharingan is substantial. Kakashi would never have believed such an event had he not witnessed it firsthand. Upon hearing Kakashi's explanation, Uchiha Jishuan couldn't help but give Obito a thumbs up. "Indeed, you are remarkable, the friend of the elderly lady. I, Uchiha Jishuan, hereby dub you the most unexpectedly talented ninja." Chapter 101, A Battle of Fire. Obito, congratulations on your awakening. You must treat us to barbecue today, Uchiha Jishuan said with a beaming smile. Obito paused momentarily, then covered his wallet, saying, "But I don't have any money." Uchiha Jishuan poked Obito's forehead. "What a ridiculous statement. Whose money is ever without value? You should have plenty left from our last mission." Kakashi chuckled, "Jishuan-senpai, let us not put Obito in a bind. He spent all his money on gifts for the elderly lady." Uchiha Jishuan nodded in understanding. "Well, that is quite debatable." Seeing that Jishuan would not press him further, Obito changed the subject. "Jishuan, today I want to spar with Kakashi, and I'd like you to bear witness to this battle." Taken aback, Uchiha Jishuan replied, "You two can spar without needing a witness." Obito protested, "My strength has grown tremendously. I am certain I can defeat Kakashi this time." Kakashi added, "Jishuan-senpai, Obito and I wish to fight with all our might. If you are present, you can intervene should any danger arise." Looking into their eager eyes, Uchiha Jishuan conceded. Very well then. The trio made their way to a quiet training ground, where Uchiha Jishuan found a spot to sit. Obito donned his goggles and grinned at Kakashi. "Kakashi, this time you will taste defeat." Kakashi, with his hands in his pockets, replied coolly, "If that is your mindset, you may be in for a disappointment." As both prepared for battle, Uchiha Jishuan raised his hand and sliced it forward. "Let the battle commence." In the next moment, Kakashi and Obito charged toward each other. The clash of fists and feet echoed as they engaged fiercely. "Hey, Kakashi, can you feel my strength?" Obito, with his Sharingan activated, easily predicted Kakashi's moves, evading his attacks while relentlessly countering. Kakashi was internally astonished. The Uchiha clan's bloodline limit was indeed formidable. In the past, Obito could hardly last a few exchanges with him. Just as he was lost in thought, Obito accelerated, landing a kick to Kakashi's chin. Following this, he swiftly formed hand seals, declaring, "Fire style, fireball jutsu." Kakashi summoned his own chakra, countering with earth style, earth flow wall. This time, Kakashi's earthen wall was adorned with several lifelike dog heads. The massive fireball collided with the earth wall, creating a wave of heat, and the two once again engaged in close combat. The sounds of kunai and short blades clashing filled the air, interspersed with various jutsu. Watching their intense struggle, Uchiha Jishuan was reminded of scenes from his previous life, where young Obito fought alongside young Kakashi. Quite thrilling indeed. While Uchiha Jishuan patiently observed, Kakashi and Obito momentarily separated. Obito then formed hand seals, declaring, "Chidori." Kakashi concentrated, gathering a Rasengan in his palm. Without hesitation, their right hands collided. A resounding explosion echoed as shockwaves surged through the training ground, fracturing the ground beneath them. Uchiha Itachi, having taken an apple from his Kamui space, took a bite, reflecting, this move resembles the battle between Naruto and Sasuke at the Valley of the End. As a traveler, witnessing scenes from his memories unfold in reality was truly fascinating. Once the dust settled, Obito's Sharingan began to falter. He tightly gripped his kunai, slowly approaching Kakashi, who lay on the ground, clearly unable to resist. A smirk graced Obito's lips as he solemnly declared, Kakashi, I have won. Just as he spoke, he felt a grip around his ankle. Earth-style, heart-piercing technique. Before Obito could react, he was pulled underground, leaving only his head exposed. Kakashi's body, meanwhile, transformed into a puff of white smoke. Obito, you have lost, Kakashi said, panting, his expression complex. Obito's progress had exceeded his expectations. Just the day before, he had been easily overpowered, yet today, he found himself at a disadvantage. The enhancement provided by the Sharingan was indeed fearsome. He could no longer refer to Obito as the weak link. Obito, frustrated, shouted, Kakashi, how despicable of you to resort to a sneak attack. I refuse to accept this. We will continue our battle tomorrow. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. Why did it seem as though this guy was even more energetic than before? Applauding, Uchiha Itachi approached Obito and Kakashi, smiling. What an exhilarating display. Both of you have made remarkable progress. For the outcome of today, Uchiha Itachi felt no surprise. Uchiha Obito had awakened the double Tomo Sharingan, and after the enhancement of the clan's secret technique, possessing combat prowess comparable to Hatake Kakashi was hardly astonishing. To be frank, had it not been for Obito's slight deficiency in combat experience, the victor of today's battle would have been uncertain. While Uchiha Itachi's thoughts wandered, Uchiha Obito had already emerged from the ground. Upon hearing Itachi's praise, Obito excitedly remarked, Big brother Itachi, what do you think of my battle with Kakashi today? Uchiha Itachi chuckled. It was rather mediocre. Huh, what does that mean? Obito scratched the back of his head in confusion. Itachi offered no further explanation but pulled Obito aside, cautioning, Obito, the changes in our clan's physical and mental attributes must not be disclosed to anyone. Do you understand? Obito, suppressing his smile, replied earnestly. I can keep a secret. I haven't even told Kakashi. Itachi nodded with satisfaction. Keep it up. You will surely surpass Kakashi in time. With that, Uchiha Itachi vanished from sight. After his departure, Hatake Kakashi inquired curiously, Obito, what did Itachi-senpai say to you just now? Your strength has improved so rapidly. Did you secretly seek his guidance? Seeing Kakashi's inquisitive expression, Obito sighed helplessly. Kakashi, if only you were a girl. What do you mean? Then you could marry me and share in this exhilarating feeling. Upon hearing this, Kakashi recoiled slightly and replied seriously, Obito, even if you stab me in the back in the future, I hope you use a knife. With that, he hastily left the training ground. Obito was left utterly bewildered. What did that mean? Would my performance today truly dishearten Kakashi? Chapter 102. Declaration of War on Konoha. Instances like Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi were numerous in Yunin Village. Originally, the Uchiha clan's ninjas were already among the elite within ninja teams, and now, with the enhancement of their clan's secret techniques, their power had surged remarkably. This transformation left the ninjas of Yunin Village filled with envy. Truly, the Uchiha clan, a prestigious name in the ninja world, exhibited an astonishing rate of strength enhancement. The Uchiha ninjas, brimming with pride, secretly reveled in their fortune. They were backed by their clan leader as support. Let the others envy them. As days passed, the ninja world gradually returned to a semblance of peace. Just as everyone was enjoying the tranquility, an unexpected news spread throughout the ninja realm. The third Kazekage had gone missing. The ninjas of Sunagakure, in a frenzy, began desperately gathering intelligence across the ninja world. However, they found no clues until the very end. In an instant, the entire ninja world focused its attention on Sunagakure, awaiting their next move. When Uchiha Itachi received the news, the third Raikage had already returned from Sunagakure. Upon arriving at the Raikage building, Itachi looked at the third Raikage and asked, Third Raikage, what were you doing in Sunagakure? The third Raikage replied with a smile, Didn't they say the Kazekage was missing? I went to investigate and found that their village was in chaos. I had initially considered seizing a few children with bloodline limits, but alas, it was in vain. That cursed place has fewer bloodline limit ninjas than our village. After hearing the third Raikage's words, Uchiha Jishuan unusually became serious. Third Raikage, if you plan to take any action, it would be best to consult me beforehand. As you can see from the situation in Sunagakure after the Kazekage's disappearance, I do not wish for Yunin village to follow the same fate. According to the narrative, the third Raikage, during the Third Great Ninja War, led an assault on Iwagakure, only to fall into a trap set by Inoki, where he and 10,000 IWA ninjas engaged in a fierce battle for 3 days and nights, ultimately exhausting himself to death. Although his crossing over had already caused significant butterfly effects, many events continued to unfold as before. Uchiha Jishuan was unaware of the extent of fate's corrective power. If the third Raikage were to act quietly, as he did this time in Iwagakure, any unexpected incident could lead to disastrous consequences. Noticing the serious expression on Uchiha Jishuan's face, the third Raikage scratched his head. Jishuan, I have confidence in my strength. Few can pose a threat to me in the ninja world. Uchiha Jishuan shook his head. No, as the leader, you must prioritize your safety. Seeing Jishuan's insistence, the third Raikage eventually nodded. I understand. With the third Raikage's agreement, Uchiha Jishuan inquired, what did you summon me for this time? The third Raikage exclaimed excitedly, Jishuan, with the Kazekage missing, shall we take this opportunity to stir up trouble in their village? Jishuan chuckled lightly. There is nothing of value in Sunagakure. If we are to act, let us target Konoha. At the mention of Konoha, the third Raikage's eyes sparkled. Speaking of which, the last compensation from Konoha had nearly been exhausted. It was indeed time to reap another harvest. Thinking of this, the third Raikage grinned. Let us send troops to attack Konoha. Not so fast, Uchiha Jishuan interjected, shaking his head. With our strength, we need only to wait and reap the benefits. As time passed, the call for battle among the clan's ninjas grew increasingly fervent. Uchiha Jishuan did not intend to compel them to remain in the village. This was an excellent opportunity to train them. After all, the Uchiha clan only grew stronger through battle. Sunagakure, Kazekage office. After the disappearance of the third Kazekage, Chiyo temporarily assumed the authority of the Kazekage, acting as the highest authority in Sunagakure. Looking at the mountain of intelligence piled on the desk, Chiyo's expression was complex. On the day the third Kazekage vanished, her grandson also disappeared without a trace. Was it mere coincidence, or was it related to that child, Scorpion? Chiyo dared not contemplate further. If the third Kazekage's disappearance was indeed connected to Scorpion, then Scorpion would be in grave danger. No, it was imperative to divert the attention of the village's ninjas quickly. Otherwise, if someone connected the two events, Scorpion would surely face relentless pursuit. Contemplating this, Chiyo coldly instructed an Umbu, summon Hai Laozong, Raza, and Yetzong. Yes, shortly after the Umbu departed, the three arrived sequentially at the Kazekage's office. Chiyo got straight to the point. I suspect the Kazekage's disappearance is linked to Konoha. If we attack Konoha, we are bound to uncover clues about the Kazekage. Upon hearing this, Hai Laozong, Raza, and Yetzong were taken aback. After a moment, Yetzong could not help but speak. Lady Chiyo, I believe Yunin village is the most suspicious. Chiyo glanced at Yetzong and asked, what is your reasoning? Because of Uchiha Jishuan. Yetzong organized his thoughts before continuing. I heard that the Uchiha clan's departure from Konoha was also due to Uchiha Jishuan's Mangekyo Sharingan. The only one capable of making the third Kazekage disappear without a trace must be him. Chiyo nodded in agreement, but did not respond. Instead, she turned to Raza and inquired, Raza, what do you think? Raza replied expressionlessly, Yunin village is too far from us. Uchiha Jishuan has no need to go to such lengths. The greatest beneficiary of our village's turmoil would be Konoha. Therefore, I support your idea. After hearing Raza's words, Chiyo glanced at her brother. Hai Laozong promptly stated, I too support launching an attack on Konoha. Raza and Hai Laozong both understood well that Chiyo clearly intended to seize this opportunity to seek revenge on Konoha. After all, Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law perished at the hands of Konoha. Although Hatake Tsukumo has departed for Kumogakure, as Yetzong mentioned, Kumogakure is under the firm control of Uchiha Yuzuki. Even if he were indeed responsible for these events, he must feign ignorance. Moreover, since the fall of the daimyo, Sunagakure's resources have been abundant, significantly enhancing the strength and numbers of its shinobi. With Konoha in a weakened state, it would be unwise not to seize the opportunity. Only interests remain an immutable truth. Very well, Chiyo declared, slapping the table. It is settled. Prepare yourselves. Sunagakure declares war on Konoha. Chapter 103. Is he truly a genius? Konoha Village. Hokage's office. Shimura Danzo pushed open the door and entered, observing Sarutobi Hiruzen with a puzzled expression. Hiruzen, what is it you wish to discuss? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of smoke, a smile gracing his lips. Guess. Danzo's lips twitched. He could not comprehend the unusual demeanor of his old comrade today. Ever since the Uchiha clan left Konoha, he had been perpetually anxious, fearing an unexpected assault from Kumogakure. Why, then, did he appear so jubilant today? Hiruzen, do not look at me like that. It makes me uneasy. Noticing Danzo's reluctance, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a light huff and tossed an intelligence scroll onto the desk. Danzo, our spies in Sunagakure have reported that after the disappearance of the third Kazekage, the third Raikage seized the opportunity to attack Sunagakure. Danzo examined the contents of the scroll, inquiring, and then Hiruzen tapped the desk, emphasizing, Kumogakure will undoubtedly take advantage of the chaos, and Sunagakure will be greatly displeased. With the third Kazekage missing, the morale in Sunagakure must be quite low. If we extend an olive branch, they will surely be grateful. An alliance between our two nations would alleviate our concerns regarding the Kumogakure forces. Danzo furrowed his brow at Hiruzen's words. Hiruzen, when you speak of an olive branch, do you mean offering Sunagakure some funds or resources? Hiruzen replied nonchalantly, Sunagakure is impoverished. They will undoubtedly accept our terms. Upon hearing Hiruzen's suggestion, Danzo felt a dull ache in his chest. His persistent ambition for the Hokage position was largely due to Hiruzen. He believed that his own leadership would surpass that of someone like Hiruzen, who was so quick to dispense funds. Teacher Tobarama, you are mistaken. With this thought, Danzo's expression darkened. Hiruzen, cannot you be more resolute? At his words, Hiruzen scoffed inwardly. Danzo was too naive, failing to grasp his brilliance. Why engage in bloody conflict over matters that could be resolved with a mere sum of money? As long as no fighting ensued, no one would discover his true intentions. Just as the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and second Hokage Senju Tobarama were formidable fighters, the strongest Hokage in the eyes of the people remained Sarutobi Hiruzen. The reasoning behind this was all too clear. While Hiruzen was lost in thought, a member of the ANBU suddenly appeared in the office. Hokage-sama, we have received the latest intelligence. Hiruzen took the report from the ANBU, glancing over it nonchalantly. In the next moment, his pupils constricted in shock. Seeing this, Danzo's curiosity piqued. Hiruzen, what is the matter? These bastards have gone too far. Hiruzen spat out, collapsing from shock. Hokage-sama, the ANBU exclaimed, attempting to approach, only to be halted by Danzo. You may leave, I will handle this. The ENBU, obeying Danzo's command, departed. Once alone, Danzo calmly picked up the scroll on the desk. The scroll's contents were succinct. Sunagakure declares war on Konoha. The front lines are in crisis, requesting support. Having read it, Danzo understood why Hiruzen was so enraged. He had been contemplating an alliance, yet they were not only failing to confront the real instigators, but were instead being bullied. This was not merely a matter of face. It was as if they were being ridden and defecated upon. After some contemplation, Danzo placed his finger before Hiruzen's nose. Then, his face darkened as he slapped Hiruzen across the face. How can you be so incompetent? Thus, war was officially declared between Sunagakure and Konoha. However, both sides tacitly agreed to engage in battle in the Land of Rain. Sunagakure, led by Chiyo, Raza, and Yetsong, relentlessly assaulted Konoha's defenses. Konoha's defense was spearheaded by Orochimaru, Hyuga Hizashi, and the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Overall, Konoha maintained an advantage. Nevertheless, Sunagakure, unburdened by the fear of loss, retreated to the desert to recuperate before launching another assault on Konoha. This back and forth led to a stalemate between Sunagakure and Konoha. Kumogakure, Raikage Tower. In the Raikage's office, the third Raikage addressed Uchiha Yuzuki, Tsuchikage, and Hatake Tsukumo with a solemn tone. The conflict between Sunagakure and Konoha has reached a stalemate. I believe now is our prime opportunity to intervene. Once we act, this deadlock will be broken. Immediately nodded in agreement. I concur with my father's assessment. With Sunagakure preoccupied, Konoha cannot possibly stand against us. Tsuchikage and Hatake Tsukumo shared no objections to this notion. Seeing his idea embraced, the third Raikage turned to Uchiha Yuzuki. Yuzuki, what are your thoughts? If we defeat Konoha, we can secure substantial reparations. Feeling the weight of their expectations, Uchiha Itachi chuckled. You all seem rather impatient. We are only at the beginning. As long as we refrain from intervening, Sunagakure cannot overcome Konoha. The Wagakure and Kirigakure will undoubtedly step in to confront Konoha as well. He produced a kunai and an explosive tag, placing them on the table. We simply need to continue selling various ninja tools to reap substantial profits. The Land of Lightning is rich in mineral resources. This is essentially a no-risk venture. The longer the war persists, the more we stand to gain. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi added with a grin, as the 4 ninja villages engage in battle, their collective strength will wane. At that point, we can launch our assault on Konoha and firmly grasp the fruits of victory. Upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's strategy, the room fell silent. Even Tsukikage and Mifune, typically astute strategists, were taken aback by Uchiha Itachi's proposal. In the previous 2 Shinobi World Wars, the approach had always been a mad rush to battle. Today, one side would strike, tomorrow the other would retaliate, and soon all would unite against Konoha. The focus had always been on seizing wealth and resources from other villages. Yet no one had considered the prospect of selling war supplies to other villages. Could he truly be a genius? After a long contemplation, Tsukikage suddenly recognized a flaw in Uchiha Itachi's plan. He turned to him and asked, Lord Itachi, if events unfold as you suggest, your strategy is indeed commendable. However, what if a Wagakure and Kirigakure refuse to engage? Even if they do, they may not purchase our goods. For instance, Inoki from a Wagakure is no fool. Currently, Kumogakure is the strongest. Without their intervention, the other ninja villages are unlikely to foolishly provide them with resources. Chapter 104. This time, it's your turn to accompany my laughter. Upon hearing the inquiry from Tsukikage, the third Reikage and the others immediately turned their gaze towards Uchiha Yushwan. Although Uchiha Yushwan's earlier statements seemed quite impressive, just as Tsukikage remarked, would the individuals from other villages truly be so foolish? Knowing that their Yunin village was the strongest, would they still engage in internal strife? Not to mention purchasing shuriken, explosive tags, and other ninja tools from them. The third Reikage believed that even with his intellect, such a decision was inconceivable. Despite the skeptical gazes directed at him, Uchiha Yushwan's expression remained unchanged, his face still adorned with a confident smile. After organizing his thoughts, he spoke slowly. The solution to your concerns is quite simple. If they do not attack Konoha, then we shall strike them. If they refuse to buy our ninja tools, we shall still confront them. The choice between uniting to seize the fertile lands and abundant resources of Konoha or waging war against the most formidable ninja village in the current ninja world is not a difficult one to make. A slight smirk graced Uchiha Yushwan's lips. The greatest strategy in this world is to lead others into a trap they are aware of, yet feel compelled to enter. Upon hearing Uchiha Yushwan's explanation, the assembled individuals fell into a momentary stupor. So it is coercive trade? Yet, it seems entirely reasonable. Who would prefer to engage in battle with Yunin village rather than join forces to seize Konoha? After all, it has only been a few years since the ninja coalition's assault on Yunin village. The third Reikage firmly patted Uchiha Yushwan on the shoulder and declared solemnly, Yushwan, I am increasingly grateful for the decision to retain you at any cost. Otherwise, having an adversary like you would surely rob me of sleep. Upon hearing the third Reikage's words, Tsukikage, and Mabujin nodded in agreement. Setting aside Uchiha Yushwan's strength, the cunning he exhibited was already intimidating. Beneath his cheerful and handsome exterior lay a heart as devious as it is profound. Moments later, the third Reikage made a decisive statement. Then let us proceed as Yushwan suggested, and produce ninja tools with all our might. Yes, Tsukikage accepted the order and departed, while the others, at the invitation of the third Reikage, went to drink together. If everything goes according to plan, the Land of Lightning will undoubtedly replace the Land of Fire as the most prosperous nation in the ninja world. Konoha Village. Hokage Office. Sarutobi Hiruzen tossed the information scroll onto the floor and muttered in frustration, Beasts. The scoundrels of Yunin Village are utterly inhumane. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's agitated demeanor, Shimura Danzo couldn't help but inquire, Hiruzen, what has happened now? In his memory, Sarutobi Hiruzen had always been composed, rarely displaying his emotions. Yet, why did he seem so perturbed every time Yunin Village was mentioned? Take a look for yourself. Sarutobi Hiruzen irritably tossed the scroll to Shimura Danzo. After a cursory glance, Danzo's expression darkened, nearly leading him to a fit of rage. Yunin village actually intends to sell ninja tools to them, stipulating that whichever village, Konoha or Sunagakure, buys fewer tools, they will ally with the other. Is this business? This is a blatant threat, starting with the extortion of the Uchiha clan's assets within the Land of Fire. How many times have they been plundered in just a few short years? Every time they manage to accumulate a bit of wealth, the people of Yunin village set their sights on them. Those rascals truly see Konoha as an ATM. Hiruzen, what are your plans? Danzo asked in a low voice. We cannot provide them with money. What difference would that make from aiding the enemy? Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent for a long while before finally gritting his teeth and saying, We must buy. We have no other choice. While they are currently managing to deal with Sunagakure relatively easily, if Yunin village intervenes, the situation will become dire. If not handled properly, Konoha could be directly divided. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo fell silent as well. He felt particularly vexed, but found himself devoid of any solutions. It was truly frustrating. After contemplating for a moment, Danzo couldn't help but add, Hiruzen, after incurring so many losses, and with the ongoing war against Sunagakure, we currently possess very little money. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. This time, we must rely on ourselves. The expenses for purchasing ninja tools from Yunin village will be borne entirely by the Sarutobi clan, Shimura clan, Nara clan, and the Mitarashi clan. Once the two concluded their discussion, the office was enveloped in a long silence. Eventually, Shimura Danzo broke the stillness, expressing his confusion. Hiruzen, why has the situation developed into what it is today? When we first took control of Konoha, we were so spirited that we regarded ninja villages like Yunin village with disdain. Yet now, we find ourselves bullied and pressured for land and reparations daily. At what point did all this change begin? Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze grew complex as he remained silent. In truth, they both understood that the changes began when the Uchiha clan left Konoha. Regrets lingered. Had they detected it sooner and eliminated the Uchiha clan in their infancy, they certainly would not be in such a predicament now. However, it was too late to dwell on the past. They were not only powerless to interfere with the Uchiha clan, but were also forced to smile and placate them. It was unbearable. Land of Lightning. Nearly 100 Umbu ninjas escorted wealth to Yunin village. The reception was led by Uchiha Fugaku. Before Uchiha Fugaku could speak, the lead Umbu stepped forward with a smile, saying, Lord Fugaku, thank you for your patience. We have come to purchase ninja tools. Uchiha Fugaku ignored him, simply taking a seat and coldly stating, I do not enjoy discussing matters with masked individuals. Upon hearing this, the Umbu ninjas promptly removed their masks. Beneath the masks was a face adorned with a fawning smile. Lord Fugaku, we are accustomed to wearing masks and momentarily overlooked this. Please forgive us. Speaking of which, Lord Fugaku appears to have grown stronger than before. Listening to the flattery from the Umbu ninja, Uchiha Fugaku felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Back when the Uchiha clan had not yet departed from Konoha, these Umbu members had strutted around with arrogant airs. Every interaction with them had resulted in disdain. Yet now, the once proud and dismissive Umbu stood humbly before him, not daring to show even the slightest negligence. This time, it's your turn to accompany my laughter. Chapter 105. The Hunt Begins. Konoha, Year 49 of the Fire Nation. At the border, 3 Konoha ninja squads, totaling 12 members, were escorting supplies to the frontline camp. The leader was named Sarutobi Haruki, responsible for this operation. His team members included Shimura Shinta and Mitarashi Aikuru, primarily tasked with offense. The other 2 squads comprised Hinata Shunta and Inazuka Yu, responsible for intelligence gathering and scouting, while Akimichi Shoyuta, Yamanaka Taisher, and Narasho were tasked with defense and counterattacks. As the group traversed the path, they frequently paused to observe their surroundings, resulting in a notably slow pace. Noticing that Hinata Shunta had stopped once more ahead, Sarutobi Haruki couldn't help but furrow his brow. What is it now? Hinata Shunta replied. We have traveled quite a distance. Allow me to use my Byakugan to scout ahead before we proceed. With that, Hinata Shunta turned to Inazuka Yu and Aburame Ki. You two assist in the reconnaissance as well. Understood. Inazuka Yu patted the gray wolf dog at his feet. Graymaru, go and sniff around. Woof. Huiwan barked twice and dashed into the dense forest ahead. Numerous insects emerged from Yunji's body, advancing through the air. Just as Hinata Shunta was about to activate his Byakugan to survey the front, Sarutobi Haruki, somewhat impatient, remarked, Shunta, isn't this pace rather slow? We have been on the move for several days without encountering any danger. Once we deliver this batch of supplies to the front lines, I need to hurry back to celebrate my daughter's coming-of-age ceremony. At this rate, we will surely run out of time. Hearing this, Hinata Shunta responded with a hint of helplessness. Lord Haruki, you may not be aware since you haven't been on the battlefield, but ever since Awagakure and Kirigakure joined the fray, the pressure on the front lines has become immense, and vulnerabilities are inevitable. Many supply teams have already been ambushed by the ninjas of Awagakure and Kirigakure. It would be wise for us to exercise caution. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Haruki's expression grew cold. Are you questioning my abilities? Hinata Shunta quickly shook his head. Of course not. I meant no such thing. Then follow my orders and move at full speed, shouted Shintai Shimizu and Mito Iroh. Echoing Haruki's sentiment, Captain Haruki is right. Even if we encounter the enemy, we can handle them with ease. The insistence of the three weighed heavily on Hinata Shunta's heart. This was a battlefield. Despite Sarutobi Haruki's strength as a jonin, they could not afford to be careless. Did these three truly comprehend the cruelty of war? Nevertheless, since Sarutobi Haruki was the leader of this mission, Hinata Shunta had no choice but to comply. Yu Feng, Ji, you two, bring back Gray Pill and the insects, he commanded. No sooner had he spoken than a piercing howl of a dog echoed from ahead. Inazuka Yu Feng's expression shifted dramatically, and he dashed toward the source of the sound. Gray Pill. Enemy attack. Hinata Shunta activated his Byakugan and followed closely behind young Ji. Observing the scene, Naruto inquired, Captain Haruki, what should we do now? Sarutobi Haruki hesitated for a moment before cursing. Those three fools. Knowing there are enemies and still charging ahead, what if they fall into a trap? Forget them. We will defend our position here. Quickly set up traps. Upon hearing Haruki's command, Naruto hesitated. Setting traps at this moment? Would there be enough time? Just as he was about to argue, a rustling noise came from the dense forest ahead. Haruki and the others looked up to see three ninjas in long black garments appearing before them. The clothing bore the Uchiha clan's distinctive fan emblem, and their crimson Sharingan eyes emitted an ominous aura. The Uchiha clan, cursed Naruto, as the faces of the three turned grim. A Uchiha ninja with a three-tomo Sharingan possessed at least Jonin strength, and now three had appeared. Among their six, only Sarutobi Haruki was a Jonin. What were they to do? As Naruto pondered their strategy, a dismissive snort came from the trees. Is this all you've got? Captain Fugaku, I can handle this myself. In response, Uchiha Fugaku nodded. Yen, do not be careless. Understood, Uchiha Yen replied with a smile, drawing his long blade and stepping forward. Chi, you will provide support. Engage immediately if anything arises. Uchiha Chi promptly affirmed. Yes, Lord Fugaku. Seeing Uchiha Yen advance alone, Sarutobi Haruki felt a surge of anger. Three had come, yet only one was sent to battle them. Was this a sign of contempt? Especially with that black hair and arrogant demeanor. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the Uchiha clan's image from his memories. I just rifled through the memories of your companions. Uchiha Yan's eyes gleamed with excitement. You three are ninjas from the Sarutobi, Shimizu, and Mito clans, correct? Sarutobi Haruki coldly retorted. And if so, while in the village, you were merely our underlings. And you remain powerless now. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sarutobi Haruki initiated the attack, and Uchiha Yen similarly formed a hand seal. Fire style, great fireball technique. The two fireballs collided, igniting a sea of flames. Uchiha Yan's figure surged through the flames, brandishing his long blade straight towards Sarutobi Haruki. Not to be outdone, Haruki drew his kunai to meet the challenge. He had triumphed over numerous Uchiha ninjas before. This time would be no different. However, after only a brief exchange, while on the defensive, he inadvertently caught a glimpse into Uchiha Yan's eyes. In that instant, Sarutobi Haruki's mind momentarily faltered. Jinjutsu, activate. Realizing he had fallen under a Jinjutsu, he desperately disrupted the flow of chakra within him. Unfortunately, by the time he regained his senses, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw that Uchiha Yan's long blade had pierced his heart without him realizing it. You are merely a group of thieves who have usurped our rights. Your arrogance and pride have rendered you foolish enough to be blind to reality. However, from this moment forth, under the leadership of clan leader Ketsu, we shall reclaim all that belongs to us. With a cold huff, Uchiha Yen pulled his blade sideways, cleaving Sarutobi Haruki in half, extinguishing his life in an instant. As a member of the police force in Konoha, He had often faced trouble from Sarutobi, Shimizu, and others. Despite their apparent weakness, they had always looked down upon him. That feeling had been utterly stifling. Now, he would finally show these scoundrels what a true Uchiha was capable of. Witnessing the swift demise of the Jonin Sarutobi Haruki at the hands of Uchiha Yen, Shimizu Shintai and Mito Iroh immediately turned to flee. Originally intent on finding an opportunity, Narasho, Akimichi Shota, and Yamashiro Daiji had no choice but to abandon their plans and follow suit. Yet, it was already too late. The moment they beheld the three-tomo Sharingan, their fates had been sealed. With ease, Uchiha Fugaku eliminated the remaining members. He subsequently employed fire style to incinerate all the supplies. The hunt belonging to the Uchiha clan had officially commenced. Chapter 106. Who says we lack credibility? In the village of Kumogakure, the third Reikage and Uchiha Ketsu walked through the streets. At this moment, Kumogakure was utterly transformed from what it had been in previous years. Following Uchiha Ketsu's suggestions, the residential, administrative, commercial, and industrial areas were distinctly delineated. The streets had been meticulously redesigned, becoming interconnected and accessible. Most streets now spanned approximately 15 meters in width and had been converted to hardened rock surfaces. The buildings lining the streets were constructed of brick and stone, covered in insulating materials, ensuring durability and warmth in winter and coolness in summer. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were comfortable year-round. In the commercial district, towering buildings rose impressively, giving the area a grand appearance. As the villagers bustled about, each face radiated happiness. After wandering for a while, the third Reikage couldn't help but exclaim, "Ketsu, if it weren't for you, Kumogakure would not be what it is today. Though I have said this many times, I cannot help but repeat it. Your importance to Kumogakure far surpasses my own as Reikage. In terms of merit, you are the foremost." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yuzuki smiled and waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Third Hokage, such words are quite unnecessary. We are two sides of the same coin. Without your unwavering support, my aspirations would remain unfulfilled." Continuing with a smile, Uchiha Yuzuki added, "When it comes to credit, I certainly do not rank first." Huh. The third Reikage looked at Uchiha Yuzuki with a puzzled expression. "Then who do you believe deserves the foremost credit?" Uchiha Yuzuki's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Without a doubt, it is Konoha." The third Reikage paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter, wholeheartedly agreeing. "Indeed, without Konoha, our Kumogakure and the Land of Lightning would not have developed to its current state. From repaying the Uchiha clan's assets in the Land of Fire to purchasing various ninja tools from your village in recent years, Konoha has brought us over 500 billion ryo in fiscal revenue. It is through this wealth that Kumogakure and the Land of Lightning have successfully completed significant infrastructure projects, laying a solid foundation for the new order. Even as we continue to develop, we merely need to build upon the existing framework." By the way, the third Reikage suddenly interjected, "Yuzuki, given the contributions of your Uchiha clan, even if you choose not to participate in the battle, no one would dare to say otherwise. The profits you have brought to the village far exceed the gains from any war." Upon hearing the third Reikage's words, Uchiha Yuzuki shook his head. "Third Hokage, flowers grown in a greenhouse are ill-equipped to withstand adversity. The Uchiha clan's presence in Kumogakure naturally intertwines our fates with yours. Moreover, those clansmen are warriors at heart. They have long been unable to contain their eagerness, so let them go." Uchiha Yuzuki spoke truthfully. Regarding the conflict with Konoha, the members of the Uchiha clan were brimming with excitement. After enduring so many humiliations in Konoha, they were thrilled to finally have an opportunity to retaliate and did not wish to miss this chance. The clansmen had petitioned him for battle more than once. Under such circumstances, Uchiha Yuzuki found it difficult to decline. Of course, he stipulated that only those Uchiha members possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan could participate in the battlefield. With the Uchiha clan's numbers surpassing 10,000, only around 300 possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Thanks to the strengthened body family trait, each of these individuals wielded elite Jonin-level prowess. It was nearly impossible for them to suffer significant casualties. Third Hokage Lord Yuzuki, Tuda, and Mabujin suddenly appeared, interposing themselves between Uchiha Yuzuki and the third Reikage. As the current logistics chief of Kumogakure, Tuda bore severe dark circles under his eyes, appearing utterly drained. The overwhelming tasks at Kumogakure left him with less than 5 hours of sleep each day, even with Mabujin's assistance. Had it not been for the robust physique of a ninja, He might have collapsed from exhaustion at his workstation. The third Reikage chuckled. Tuda, you are quite the busy bee. What brings you out today? Tuda managed a wry smile. Third Hokage, while you and Lord Yuzuki enjoy your leisurely roles, I am left to bear the burden. Uchiha Yuzuki patted Tuda's shoulder. Tuda, this is a testament to your trustworthiness. You would not enjoy such treatment in Konoha. Upon hearing Uchiha Yuzuki's words, Tuda straightened. Lord Yuzuki, I sought you out specifically regarding matters concerning Konoha. Did you not instruct us to attack Konoha? Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen has sent a letter questioning why we purchased so many ninja tools, yet have acted against Konoha without honor. Uchiha Yuzuki raised an eyebrow. Who lacks integrity? In business, our reputation is paramount. Seeing his serious demeanor, Mabujun and Tuda exchanged bewildered glances. Konoha had the highest procurement of ninja tools from Kumogakure. And if they truly valued integrity, they should not be attacking Konoha. Observing their confused expressions, Uchiha Yuzuki continued lightly. In the past, when Konoha fought against Sunagakure, their procurement of ninja tools exceeded that of Sunagakure. Yet did we refrain from attacking Konoha? Mabujun and Tuda nodded in understanding. Uchiha Yuzuki went on. Now that Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure are collectively assaulting Konoha, should Konoha not have a procurement volume greater than the combined total of those three? Upon hearing this, Mabujun and Tuda were once again taken aback. Could this even be construed as logical? However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. Noticing their astonished expressions, Uchiha Yuzuki let out a soft scoff. It is merely knowledge. You may learn from it. Go and respond to Sarutobi Hiruzen, reiterating my words. Our reputation is vital, and we cannot allow him to tarnish it unjustly. Tuda and Mabujun were thoroughly convinced, immediately standing tall and exclaiming, Yes, Lord Yuzuki. In Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Toriyun Koharu, and Mito Gate Inazuma wore expressions of ire. Since Kumogakure had entered the fray, the front lines had been in constant peril, and the once stabilized defenses were on the brink of collapse. Particularly concerning were the elusive Uchiha ninjas, who never engaged them head-on but instead acted as a strike force, targeting their isolated shinobi. Even elite squads composed of 3 jonin had suffered complete annihilation at their hands, complicating the logistics of resupplying the front lines. If this continued, once the outer defenses were breached, the flames of war would inevitably spread to the heart of the land of fire. Those inherently wicked Uchiha brats. Shimura Danzo ground his teeth in resentment. Since Kumogakure had no intention of concealing their motives, they had already discerned that the notion of profiting from war was proposed by Uchiha Yuzuki. It had struck them as peculiar. The brash warriors of Kumogakure were typically known for their lack of foresight, so how could they devise such an astonishing strategy? It turned out that Uchiha Yuzuki was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Nevertheless, they were willing to accept the blatant scheme, acknowledging it as a mere matter of financial loss to avert disaster. However, they were perplexed as to why, despite having spent so much on ninja tools from Kumogakure, they still declared war on Konoha. This was an unequivocal breach of trust. Toriyun Koharu expressed her concern. Hiruzen, our families have invested so much money. You must demand an explanation from Kumogakure. Rest assured, I have already dispatched envoys to protest against Kumogakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, inhaling deeply. Though they may retract their support, we can tarnish their reputation. Isn't the Uchiha clan known for valuing honor? Let us seize this opportunity to diminish their standing. The Uchiha clan, regarded as the aristocrats among ninjas, had been renowned since the Warring States period. If they could leverage this situation to sully the Uchiha clan's reputation in the eyes of the ninja world, it would serve as a form of retribution. After all, for a clan with a legacy spanning millennia, their reputation was an essential aspect of their glory. If they wished to retract their commitment, their entire clan would bear an indelible stain. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan, Shimura Danzo, Mito Gate Inazuma, and Toriyun Koharu nodded in agreement. It is indeed you, Hiruzen. Although they had suffered considerable financial losses, if they could truly brand the Uchiha clan as treacherous, it would not be in vain. As Sarutobi Hiruzen basked in the approving glances of his old comrades, a sense of pride swelled within him, and his gaze instinctively drifted to the crystal ball on his desk, silently vowing to reward himself once they departed. Just then, an umbu appeared in the office in an instant, placing a scroll on the desk and speaking in a grave tone. Hokage-sama, regarding our protest, Kumogakure has responded. Chapter 107. Deceived from the very beginning, has Yunin village responded? Upon hearing the report from the Umbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Tunshin Shaochun, and Mito Kage all raised their eyebrows in curiosity. They were eager to discover how Yunin village would choose. Would they opt for reconciliation? Or would they sacrifice the reputation of the Uchiha clan along with that of the entire Yunin village? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled as he accepted the scroll from the Umbu. His mood was quite buoyant. Regardless of Yunin village's decision, whether to abandon the war against Konoha or to forsake their honor, both outcomes were acceptable to him. In fact, he even harbored a slight hope that Yunin village would choose to continue the conflict, as that would utterly tarnish their reputation in the ninja world. This was the essence of a calculated strategy. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an air of triumph. Did Yunin village ever anticipate that the very scheme they employed to swindle Konoha would lead to such a precarious situation? However, the moment he unfurled the scroll, the smile vanished from his face, replaced by a pallor that rendered him ghostly white, causing his pipe to clatter onto the desk. With trembling lips, he muttered, "These scoundrels are exceedingly cunning." Almost instantly, his pale visage flushed crimson, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing onto the desk in unconsciousness. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, Tunshin Shaochun and Mito Kage were left dumbfounded. What could possibly be inscribed on the scroll that would so profoundly agitate the usually composed Hiruzen? Given their earlier assumptions, they believed they could accept any response from Yunin village. Realizing this, Tunshin Shaochun swiftly snatched the scroll from Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands. In the next moment, she felt a dizzying sensation, her body swaying before she fell to the ground. The inherently malevolent Uchiha had been plotting against them from the very beginning. We have been thoroughly deceived. Seeing Tunshin Shaochun wailing on the ground, Mito Kage and Shimura Danzo could no longer remain composed. They hurriedly gathered around, seizing the scroll for themselves. The reply inscribed upon the scroll was rather straightforward. It first conveyed that Yunin village had consistently upheld the values of trust and integrity, asserting that there was absolutely no occurrence of betrayal. It then elucidated the reasons for Yunin village's involvement in the war. According to the scroll, the current situation in the ninja world was one of 3 against 1. To persuade Yunin village to relinquish their war against Konoha, they would need to offer an amount of wealth surpassing that of a Wagakure, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure combined to procure ninja tools. At the conclusion of the scroll, a cordial greeting from Uchiha Ketsuki was appended for the 4 of them. Upon reading this, Shimura Danzo and Mito Kage finally comprehended why Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tunshin Shaochun were so enraged. It turned out that Yunin village had been prepared from the outset, and the so-called agreement was merely a pretext to extract as much value from them as possible. After all, even if the Land of Fire were exceptionally affluent, it was inconceivable for them to muster more wealth than the combined resources of a Wagakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure while simultaneously engaging in warfare against all 3. They had been targeted as a lucrative prize from the very beginning. A chilling realization washed over them. Uchiha Ketsuki was far too shrewd. Reflecting on their prior self-satisfaction, Danzo and the others felt their faces flush with embarrassment. They had spoken of Yunin village and the Uchiha clan's impending disgrace. But they were the real jesters in this scenario. Compared to Uchiha Ketsuki, they appeared as naive children. Even if this matter spread throughout the ninja world, they could only expect to be ridiculed as incompetent fools. While Tunshin Shaochun remained on the ground lamenting, Mito Kage leaned despondently against the wall, and Shimura Danzo fell into a stony silence, his fists clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained sprawled over the desk, motionless, and his 3 old comrades showed no concern for his well-being. This time was different. Their losses were entirely borne from their own pockets. They had to find a way to recoup these losses. Yunin village, Uchiha clan territory. In the courtyard, Karura, Uzumaki Kushina, and Uchiha Makoto were playfully entertaining Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Ketsuki reclined in a nearby rocking chair, basking in the sun's warmth. Itachi, now over 3 years old, possessed fair skin and had inherited the best features of both Uchiha Ketsuki and Uchiha Makoto: rosy lips, white teeth, and lively eyes. Uzumaki Kushina held a skewer of dango. Smiling as she asked, "Itachi, would you like to eat some?" Uchiha Itachi eagerly nodded and replied, "Mama, I want to eat." Noticing the longing in his eyes, Uzumaki Kushina instructed, "Then go and peel a grape for your father." Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi dashed to Uchiha Ketsuki's side. Skillfully peeling a grape and placing it into Kitsuki's mouth. Observing his eagerness, Karura couldn't help but chuckle. Children are truly adorable. Uzumaki Kushina agreed. Indeed, they have such a sweet scent. I can't resist leaning in to smell them every time. Upon hearing their exchange, Uchiha Kitsuki raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Since you both adore children so much, how about I grant each of you one?" In response, Uzumaki Kushina and Karura shot Uchiha Kitsuki a disapproving glance. Kitsuki, Itachi is still here. Itachi, munching on the dango, mumbled, "Papa, I support you. I want a little brother." Uchiha Kitsuki ruffled Itachi's hair and replied, "The ninja world is currently unstable. Once the war concludes, I will fulfill your wish, all right?" Uchiha Itachi nodded with a smile, then curiously asked, "Papa, what is war? And why does it exist?" Uchiha Kitsuki pinched Itachi's cheek and said, "When you're older, I will tell you. For now, just focus on enjoying your meals and playtime, understood?" Uchiha Itachi obediently nodded. "Got it, Papa." After saying this, he ran off to enjoy his dango. Seeing Uchiha Itachi joyfully running around the courtyard, Uchiha Kitsuki stretched languidly. Considering the time, Sarutobi Hiruzen should have already seen his response, right? The thought of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo's exasperated expressions made him unable to suppress a smile. In the original narrative, these individuals were notorious for their cunning schemes, occupying a moral high ground while casting disdain upon others. Now, having been thoroughly outmaneuvered, they were likely seething with rage. Moments later, a voice called from outside the door, "Kitsuki and I, are you home? Kakashi and I would like to discuss something with you." Chapter 108. The battlefield. Upon hearing Uchiha Obito's call from outside, Uzumaki Kushina approached and opened the courtyard door. "Sister Kushina." Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi greeted politely. Uzumaki Kushina smiled and said, "Obito, we just bought some dango. Hurry and enjoy some with Kakashi." Upon hearing about the dango, Uchiha Obito's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled Kakashi into the courtyard. Once inside, he spotted Uchiha Itachi happily devouring the dango and snatched the skewers from Itachi's hands. "Itachi, you shouldn't eat too many sweets." After saying this, he quickly devoured all of Itachi's dango. Uchiha Itachi pouted, his large eyes welling with tears. Observing this, Uchiha Mikoto sighed. "Obito, there's plenty of dango left. Don't bully Itachi." Uchiha Obito chuckled and replied, "I'm just playing with him." After gently patting Uchiha Itachi's head, Uchiha Obito presented him with a skewer of dango once more. Uchiha Itachi immediately beamed with joy, saying, "Thank you, brother Obito. Hehe, you're so kind." Observing their cheerful exchange, Uchiha Keisuke inquired, "Obito, what was it you wished to discuss with me?" At this, Uchiha Obito recalled the purpose of his visit and promptly replied, "Keisuke, Kakashi and I wish to venture to the battlefield for some experience." Uchiha Keisuke had stipulated that only those Uchiha clan members possessing the 3 Tomo Sharingan were permitted to engage in battle. Since Uchiha Obito only had a double Tomo, he was confined to the village, which left him feeling quite despondent. Upon hearing Obito's request, Uchiha Keisuke frowned, saying, "War is not a child's game. It is a deadly affair. That is why Kakashi and I seek your permission," Uchiha Obito insisted, moving closer to Uchiha Keisuke and beginning to peel an apple for him. "Brother Keisuke, if you are our captain, you can surely ensure our safety." Kakashi chimed in, "Keisuke-senpai, my father also agrees to my training. This is his letter of request to you." After some contemplation, Uchiha Keisuke deemed it acceptable for Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi to gain experience, nodding his agreement. It was fortuitous, as he too had been at home for quite a while and could use the opportunity to unwind. Splendid. Upon receiving Uchiha Keisuke's consent, both Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi were filled with excitement. As ninjas, they did not wish to be regarded as mere sheltered individuals. Uchiha Obito eagerly grabbed Kakashi's arm and exclaimed, "Brother Keisuke, we shall return to prepare and come find you tomorrow morning." Once they had departed, Uchiha Itachi approached Uchiha Keisuke, sweetly saying, "Papa, I also wish to see what the battlefield is like." Uchiha Keisuke playfully swatted Uchiha Itachi's bottom, admonishing him, "Little one, do not dwell on such frivolous thoughts. If you do not play for at least 10 hours a day, I shall have to discipline you." Uchiha Itachi ran off, clutching his rear. Uchiha Keisuke then turned his attention to Uzumaki Kushina and Karura, remarking, "You two heard that. Itachi is particularly eager to be a big brother. We must work diligently." Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Kushina and Karura lowered their heads, silently retreating to their room. Spending each day with Itachi had stirred their maternal instincts, leading them to desire a child of their own. As the sun rose high in the sky, Uchiha Keisuke emerged from his room. Shortly thereafter, Uchiha Obito, Hitaki Kakashi, and Uchiha Shursui arrived at the entrance. Seeing the trio prepared for departure, Uchiha Keisuke calmly stated, "This time, you may choose your own route. I will only be responsible for your safety. What say you?" Uchiha Obito confidently assured, "Rest easy, brother Keisuke, we have made our arrangements." They had meticulously prepared strategies for engaging the enemy on the battlefield. With a powerful ally like Uchiha Keisuke accompanying them, they felt no apprehension. In the land of fire, at the eastern border, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Shursui, and Hitaki Kakashi meticulously erased their traces and then, emulating Uchiha Keisuke, each sought refuge beneath a large tree to rest. Since departing from the land of lightning, they had traversed through the land of iron to enter the land of fire, making their way southward. Calculating the distance, they estimated that their current location lay directly east of Konoha. "Brother Keisuke, war is truly brutal. Why must we engage in such violence?" Uchiha Obito's initial excitement had waned. Along their journey, they had witnessed the horrors of starvation and had clashed with Konohagakure's ninja squads. The stark reality of war exceeded his previous imaginings. Uchiha Keisuke replied calmly, "The distribution of resources in the ninja world is far from equitable. The land of fire is blessed with advantageous geography, allowing its inhabitants to live without the burden of survival. In contrast, the land of wind is largely desert, where many must meticulously plan even for water. When some can waste resources freely while others struggle for mere existence, conflict becomes inevitable." Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Shursui, and Hitaki Kakashi all paused, reflecting silently. After a moment, Uchiha Shursui asked, "Keisuke clan leader, is there no way to resolve this issue?" Uchiha Keisuke smiled, replying, "Certainly. If someone could unify the entire ninja world, resources could be allocated accordingly, achieving lasting peace. This is precisely my ambition." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shursui felt a surge of admiration and secretly vowed to enhance his strength to fulfill the aspirations of Uchiha Keisuke. The will of clan leader Keisuke must be adhered to by all. Uchiha Obito and Hitaki Kakashi regained their motivation. With a clear purpose ahead, their earlier doubts dissipated. Just then, a series of anguished cries echoed from ahead. Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Shursui, and Hitaki Kakashi immediately drew their weapons, preparing for battle. After a brief pause, the cries ceased, and the fighting ahead appeared to have subsided. Uchiha Obito glanced at Hitaki Kakashi, whispering, "Kakashi, that sound seems somewhat familiar." Hitaki Kakashi nodded. A vision of a green-clad figure with a watermelon hairstyle surfacing in his mind. Realizing this, he spoke gravely, "Let us investigate." Uchiha Obito nodded and followed Hitaki Kakashi as they cautiously approached. Uchiha Shursui looked at Uchiha Keisuke and, seeing no objection from him, followed suit with caution. In the dense forest, several corpses lay strewn about, some dismembered, others charred beyond recognition, while two bodies were grotesquely sewn together. Not far from the bodies, three young boys stood together, their faces pale with fear. The boy on the far right, donning sunglasses, gulped nervously, asking, "Kai, what strategy should we adopt now?" In response, the boy in the middle scratched the back of his head and softly replied, "Hibi, don't ask me such questions. Let Gekka decide." Mato Guy, with his watermelon hairstyle and robust eyebrows, wore a green jumpsuit and a red scarf around his neck, making him appear somewhat oblivious as he scratched his head. Noticing his teammates' attention on him, the boy chewing on a shuriken, Gekko Hate, trembled slightly, saying, "We can only run. Against these foes, any strategy is futile." Facing them were 7 ninjas adorned with the headbands of the Hidden Mist Village, each wielding a uniquely shaped kunai, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. "Leave these 3 brats to me. Captain, my great sword has been itching for action," proclaimed a tall man with red stripes on his face, brandishing a large blade with a menacing demeanor. As his words fell, a masked ninja beside him sneered, "Kabana Shizuka, I think it would be far more entertaining to stitch these 3 brats together." Observing the dispute, a one-eyed ninja perched in a tree impatiently fiddled with explosive tags, urging, "Shizuka, Kurasame, the 2 of you should take care of these 3 quickly, then we can hunt down other squads." Upon hearing the words, the rotund ninja with flowing orange hair nodded and spoke, "Wooly Shinbo is right. We must resolve this swiftly." Observing that their captain, Shiguashan He Tungue, had already voiced his thoughts, Pipa Shirzong and Li Shanchuanwan ceased their bickering and simultaneously armed themselves, advancing towards Maitai Kai, Noera Kinketsu, and Hibishu. Hibishu. Kinketsu. I will hold them off. You two should flee, Maitai Kai urged, suppressing the palpable dread within him as he felt the weight of an impending threat and summoned every ounce of chakra in his body. The eighth gate. The opening of the injury. With a powerful shout, green energy began to radiate from Maitai Kai. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished. Konoha whirlwind. He reappeared midair, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Pipa Shirzong. However, Pipa Shirzong merely swatted the incoming blow aside with his executioner S-blade, sending Maitai Kai crashing backward. How dare that little brat choose me as his target? Does he underestimate me? Feeling insulted by being the first chosen for attack, Pipa Shirzong hefted his blade and charged at Maitai Kai. Konoha S Might Whirlwind. A green figure soared from the distance, and Pipa Shirzong hurriedly raised his executioner S-blade to shield himself. Bang! With a dull thud, the force of the kick sent him stumbling back several steps. Father! Maitai Kai exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the newcomer. Yet, the next moment, his expression turned frantic. Father, these foes are formidable. You must run. They, as Chunin, stood no chance against their adversaries, let alone his father, a mere genin. If they did not flee swiftly, it would only lead to their demise. Hearing this, Maitai Dai turned and smiled at Maitai Kai. Kai, have you forgotten my secret technique? Maitai Kai paused, tears streaming down his face. But you said that using that technique would lead to death. It can only be employed when protecting that which is most dear. Maitai Dai nodded with a smile, giving Maitai Kai a thumbs up. Indeed, your safety is of utmost importance to me. Kai, do not cry. This is my moment to ignite my youth. Maitai Kai inhaled deeply, declaring loudly, Father, I will survive. Kai, Father. After a brief moment of weeping, Maitai Dai placed a firm hand on Maitai Kai's shoulder, speaking gravely, Kai, there is a great danger ahead. Remember to flee quickly. Maitai Kai nodded, I understand, Father. The exchange between the two drew curious glances from the 7 ninja swordsmen. You lot are aware of the impending danger, huh? Li Shanchuanwan remarked coldly. Since your father-son bond is so strong, I shall stitch you two together with needles. Pipa Shirzong chimed in, I detest such scenes. I will cleave you both in two with my executioner S-blade. Maitai Dai straightened up, positioning himself protectively in front of Maitai Kai, Noera Kinketsu, and Hibishu, as the battle was poised to erupt. Suddenly, Shiguashan He Tungue's expression shifted. Enemies approach. Everyone be cautious. At his warning, all present paused momentarily. Then, a voice echoed from a nearby tree. Continue. I am merely passing through. The group turned to see a man with black eyes and hair seated calmly on a branch, observing them with an indifferent expression. Humph, what a charade. Shiguashan He Tungue's long hair hardened, resembling a flurry of projectiles aimed at the man below. Earth release, earth flow wall. In an instant, a wall of earth materialized, thwarting the attack. Realizing they had been revealed, Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Shirsui emerged from their hiding place. Upon their appearance, Maitai Kai exclaimed excitedly, Kakashi, and that other guy, how are you here? Uchiha Obito, visibly annoyed, pointed at himself, Hey, bushy brows, don't you remember my name? Maitai Kai furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding, I have no recollection. Huh. Uchiha Obito fumed, jumping in frustration. He had once been a celebrated figure at the Ninja Academy. How could this bushy-browed fellow claim to have no memory of him? Yet, he could easily recall Hatake Kakashi's name. You lot are as arrogant as ever. Pipa Shirzong sneered. How dare you chat so nonchalantly before me? Chapter 110. Confrontation. Observing Pipa Shirzong's furious demeanor, Uchiha Obito, Hatake Kakashi, and Uchiha Shirsui turned their attention to Uchiha Yukazun. With an impassive expression, Uchiha Yukazun stated, We are ninjas from Kumogakure. We need not involve ourselves in this. Kakashi, torn, replied, Senpai, but Kai. He had noticed Maitai Kai during their time at the Ninja Academy. Despite lacking talent, Kai possessed an unwavering determination. Even his father had praised him, asserting he would become a remarkable warrior. Thus, though their interactions were limited, Kakashi had kept a watchful eye on him. Now, witnessing Maitai Kai in peril, Kakashi felt compelled to assist. Brother, please lend a hand. Seeing Kakashi plead, Uchiha Obito joined in, feeling a twinge of discomfort at the thought of watching former classmates perish before him. despite his irritation at Mitai Kai's forgetfulness. Uchiha Yukazun frowned. About to speak, when Pipa Shirzong charged at Uchiha Obito with his executioner S-blade. You brats are exceptionally annoying. Since the beginning, you have spoken freely without knowing that your lives rest solely on my whim. He cared not whether they were ninjas from Kumogakure or Konohagakure. Anyone who provoked him would face death. As the executioner S-blade swung toward him, Kakashi swiftly drew his short blade to counter. Clang! The tremendous force sent Kakashi flying. Simultaneously, Li Shanchuan attacked, prompting Uchiha Obito to activate his double Tomo Sharingan and rush forward. However, the disparity in strength soon became evident, and they found themselves at a disadvantage shortly after engaging. Seeing this, Uchiha Shirsui had no choice but to join the fray. Mitai Dai appeared before Uchiha Yukazun, stating earnestly, "You must have heard of the 7 ninja swordsmen. I have a way to hold them off. While the remaining foes have yet to act, you should flee." Uchiha Yukazun regarded Mitai Dai with a discerning eye, responding coolly, "We are ninjas from Kumogakure, the enemies of Konohagakure. Are you certain you wish to assist us?" Mitai Dai smiled warmly. "I sense no malice from you, and I trust my son's judgment. Even if we are destined to become adversaries, let us first survive this encounter." Uchiha Yukazun raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips. "You are quite admirable. Would you consider joining Kumogakure?" Mitai Dai immediately shook his head. "I am a ninja of Konohagakure. I was once a ninja of Konohagakure." Uchiha Yukazun gestured toward Uchiha Obito and Hitaki Kakashi, both of whom had also been ninjas of Konohagakure. That village is now shrouded in darkness, with little left to cherish. Upon hearing the words of Uchiha Yuzuki, Mitai Dai found himself involuntarily reflecting on the recent state of Konoha. The hierarchy among ninjas was rigidly enforced, with the prominent clan's members displaying arrogance, leaving commoners and lower-ranking ninjas to struggle for survival in the crevices of society, especially for someone like him, a perennial genin, who tirelessly toiled daily yet could only afford to fill his stomach with simple flatbreads. Suddenly, a thought struck Mitai Dai, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "You couldn't possibly be the legendary Uchiha Yuzuki, could you?" Uchiha Yuzuki shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "Your reflexes are rather slow." Upon confirming Uchiha Yuzuki's identity, Mitai Dai felt a sense of relief wash over him. Although he had not been selected for the ninja allied forces due to his reputation as a perpetual genin, he had heard tales of Uchiha Yuzuki's exploits. A man capable of single-handedly causing the ninja allied forces to retreat in disarray should surely not fear the 7 ninja swordsmen. Noticing that Mitai Dai had fallen silent, Uchiha Yuzuki turned his gaze towards the battlefield ahead. Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Shirsui, and Hitaki Kakashi faced off against the assaults of Biwa Juzu and Kuriyasuma, gradually stabilizing the situation. Their seamless coordination occasionally troubled their foes, Biwa Juzu and Kuriyasuma. Observing this, Uchiha Yuzuki nodded to himself. This was the essence of a gifted ninja. Each engagement sharpened their skills further. Unlike himself, who could only resort to external aids, Noara Minato, Mitai Dai, and Ebisu stood astonished, their mouths agape at the display of prowess from Uchiha Obito and Hitaki Kakashi. They were all contemporaries. Yet their peers were now able to engage formidable adversaries with a sense of hope. Particularly, Uchiha Obito, who had once been regarded as the lowest performer in the Ninja Academy, demonstrated an alarming rate of growth. Meanwhile, the members of Suigetsu's team were growing increasingly impatient. Let us strike together and eliminate these pests. This was the territory of the Land of Fire, and if the battle persisted too long, it would attract the main forces of Konoha, making their escape difficult. Upon hearing Suigetsu's command, the restless Nanari Senbachi and others immediately shrieked, brandishing their weapons as they charged towards Uchiha Yuzuki. "Die!" Tokoya Eren swung his axe menacingly at Uchiha Yuzuki. In an instant, Uchiha Yuzuki's eyes transformed into the blood-red kaleidoscope of the Sharingan, emanating a terrifying aura. Caught off guard, Tokoya Eren was swiftly ensnared within an illusion, his neck firmly grasped by Uchiha Yuzuki. What an opportunity! Nanari Senbachi had stealthily maneuvered behind Uchiha Yuzuki, brandishing his explosive kunai and launching it at him. Moments later, the explosive tag detonated, engulfing both Uchiha Yuzuki and Tokoya Eren in a conflagration. "I've got you." Nanari Senbachi laughed, but before his smile could fade, a dark skeletal hand emerged from the smoke, seizing his body. With a sickening crunch, Nanari Senbachi's form was reduced to a bloody pulp, his remains discarded alongside Tokoya Eren's by Uchiha Yuzuki. Witnessing this scene, Suigetsu and his comrades stood frozen in shock. Although the information from Kirigakure was limited, they were aware of Uchiha Yuzuki's reputation. His distinctive eyes were irrefutable proof. Before them stood Uchiha Yuzuki. Chapter 111. Mere pebbles. Not worth a fraction of my might, damn it. How did this guy end up here? The moment Suigetsu recognized Uchiha Yuzuki, his fighting spirit evaporated. Though he held confidence in the abilities of the 7 ninja swordsmen, capable of confronting even Kaga-level adversaries, they now faced an undefeated warrior who could single-handedly send the ninja allied forces fleeing in terror. Moreover, having just witnessed Nanari Senbachi and Tokoya Eren dispatched with such ease, Suigetsu contemplated a hasty retreat. Let us focus on attacking this guy first, he shouted, directing his comrades towards Uchiha Yuzuki. Upon receiving his command, Kurozai Raya and the others abandoned their intent to eliminate Might Guy and charged at Uchiha Yuzuki instead. Thunderstorm, Feast of Lightning. Kurozai Raya plunged his twin blades into the ground, summoning a barrage of lightning dragons that surged toward Uchiha Yuzuki. Seeing this, Uchiha Yuzuki smirked coldly, enveloping himself in a layer of lightning chakra armor. In the blink of an eye, he darted through the lightning dragons, appearing directly behind Kurozai Raya. With a powerful elbow strike, Kurozai Raya was left no time to react before his neck was snapped. Hiramiki release. Hearing the commotion behind him, Uchiha Yuzuki manifested a skeletal armor around his form. The attack from Hiramiki had no effect, failing to impede him. Uchiha Yuzuki did not allow his enemies a second chance, conjuring a Rasengan and forcefully pressing it against Kurozai Raya's chest. The long blade Hiramiki flew from his grasp, crashing to the ground. Uchiha Yuzuki looked up to see Suigetsu had already fled. From the outset, they had planned to sacrifice their comrades to buy time for their escape. And while Kurozai Raya and the others engaged Uchiha Yuzuki, they had already retreated at great speed. Little did Suigetsu realize that his elite teammate, endowed with Jonin-level strength, had not been able to withstand even 10 seconds against Uchiha Yuzuki. As Suigetsu pondered his escape, Uchiha Yuzuki's indifferent voice echoed behind him. Kamui. The moment he heard the words, Suigetsu felt lightheaded, and the world began to spin. Just before losing consciousness, he beheld a corpulent, headless body crashing to the ground. Mere pebbles, not worth a fraction of my might. Uchiha Yuzuki clapped his hands, skillfully sealing the scattered ninja blades. This way, they would not have to worry about being summoned back to Kirigakure. Once he finished, Uchiha Yuzuki sensed an unusual stillness around him and looked up to find that the battle between Uchiha Obito and Biwa Juzu had inexplicably come to a halt. Everyone stared at him as if in a trance, their eyes wide as saucers. Noticing this, Uchiha Yuzuki glanced at Biwa Juzu and Kuriyasuma, stating coolly, "Continue the fight, or I shall end you now." The seemingly bland words sent shivers down the spines of Biwa Juzu and Kuriyasuma. Having been ninjas for so long, they had witnessed countless atrocities. Yet, they had never encountered a ninja of Uchiha Yuzuki's caliber. His strength transcended their wildest imaginations. Moments ago, they had witnessed their 5 comrades dispatched as effortlessly as one would slaughter a chicken, taking less time than Uchiha Yuzuki required to seal the ninja blades afterward. Seeing that neither of them moved, Uchiha Yuzuki turned to his comrades, Obito, Kakashi, Shursui, continue the assault. Yes. Upon receiving Uchiha Yuzuki's command, Uchiha Obito, Hitaki Kakashi, and Uchiha Shursui eagerly charged towards Biwa Juzu and Kuriyasuma. The recent display of Uchiha Yuzuki's prowess had left them exhilarated beyond measure. It was simply magnificent. Even formidable ninjas like the 7 ninja swordsmen can effortlessly resolve conflicts, and they too aspire to attain such strength. Faced with the onslaught of Hitaki Kakashi and others, Pai Pa Shirzong and Li Sanchuan one had no choice but to engage in battle, yet their attention incessantly drifted toward Uchiha Yeshuan. After all, with an adversary capable of effortlessly dispatching them nearby, who could genuinely immerse themselves in combat. Initially, Pai Pa Shirzong and Li Sanchuan one could contend equally with Uchiha Obito and his companions, but under such circumstances, they soon found themselves utterly suppressed. With a swift motion, Uchiha Shursui formed hand seals, summoning numerous shadow clones that encircled Li Sanchuan one. As Li Sanchuan one launched attacks against the clones, they appeared insubstantial, completely immune to harm. Yet, when the clones countered, each seemed to possess tangible form, making defense nearly impossible. Chidori. Seizing the moment as Li Sanchuan one was ensnared by Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Obito unleashed Chidori, piercing directly through Li Sanchuan-Wan's chest. Witnessing the demise of Li Sanchuan-Wan rendered Pai Pa Shizong's heart increasingly tumultuous. Ultimately, it was under the relentless assault of Uchiha Obito, Hitaki Kakashi, and Uchiha Shisui that he suffered a fatal blow. Kakashi, Shisui, we have slain the 7 ninja swordsmen. Uchiha Obito exclaimed with exuberance. Both Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui wore smiles upon their faces. The 7 ninja swordsmen had long been renowned in the ninja world, considered the hallmark of Kirigakure. Each wielding their unique swords, they possessed strength rivaling elite jonin. It was said that their synergy could even match the prowess of a Kaga-level ninja. The fact that such formidable warriors had perished at their hands was nothing short of exhilarating. Meanwhile, Medo Dai, Medo Kai, Noira Kakashi, and Ebisu stood by, stunned into a state of numbness, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. They vividly recalled the harrowing scene of their comrades meeting their demise at the hands of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Yet these once invincible foes had been dispatched with ease by Uchiha Yeshuan, akin to slaughtering chickens. The stark contrast continuously stimulated their psyche. However, what weighed heavier on their minds than Uchiha Yeshuan's prowess was the fact that Uchiha Obito and Hitaki Kakashi had eliminated Pai Pa Shizong and Li Sanchuan-Wan. Truly formidable. Even if the Hokage were to arrive in person, could they achieve such feats like Uchiha Yeshuan? This was the very powerhouse that had once defeated the Ninja Alliance. It baffled the mind how he had grown so immensely strong. This level of strength could not merely be attained through effort alone. In just a few years, both Obito and Kakashi had transformed into such formidable beings. Moreover, what extraordinary qualities did the Uchiha of Kimogakure possess? Why did it seem that the ninjas from their village underwent such a radical transformation upon arriving there? Chapter 112. Father, let us become rogue ninjas. Thank you for saving our lives, Medo Dai said, bowing deeply to Uchiha Yeshuan, accompanied by Medo Kai, Noira Kakashi, and Ebisu. Had it not been for Uchiha Yeshuan, he feared he would have had to pay with his life to rescue Kai. Simultaneously, Medo Dai felt immense admiration for Uchiha Yeshuan. He had just sensed the overwhelming aura of vitality emanating from him. Having trained his entire life, he still felt dwarfed in comparison. To possess such a robust physique must have required countless hardships. However, after sealing away the beheading sword, the Raijin blade, and the corpses of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Uchiha Yeshuan smiled and said, "There is no need for hasty gratitude. With the matter of the 7 ninja swordsmen settled, our battle now awaits. Do not forget, Kimogakure and Konoha are currently enemies." Upon hearing Uchiha Yeshuan's words, Medo Kai and the others, who had just begun to feel relief from their narrow escape, were suddenly filled with trepidation. If the 7 ninja swordsmen were no match for Uchiha Yeshuan, how could they possibly stand a chance? Even Medo Dai's expression darkened. Against the 7 ninja swordsmen, he had confidence in opening the 8 gates to fight back. Yet, in the face of Uchiha Yeshuan, even with the 8th gate unlocked, he doubted he could buy enough time for Medo Kai, Noira Kakashi, and Ebisu to escape. Hitaki Kakashi glanced at Uchiha Yeshuan, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "Yeshuan-senpai, could we possibly spare them this time?" Uchiha Yeshuan shook his head. "Kakashi, we must be sincere and supportive toward friends, yet when it comes to enemies, we must eradicate them completely without mercy." Upon hearing this, Hitaki Kakashi's eyes brightened. "Yeshuan-senpai, if they become our friends, wouldn't that mean they don't have to die?" Uchiha Yeshuan chuckled. "That depends on your ability." He held no profound hatred toward Medo Dai and Medo Kai. Whether to kill or spare them depended entirely on their respective positions. If Hitaki Kakashi could successfully persuade Medo Dai and Medo Kai to join Kimogakure, he would not mind letting them go. Having received Uchiha Yeshuan's consent, Hitaki Kakashi addressed Medo Kai. "Kai, why not come to Kimogakure? In that case, Yeshuan-senpai will not turn against you." Seeing his lifelong friend and rival, Medo Kai scratched the back of his head. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Observing Medo Kai's hesitance, Hitaki Kakashi continued, "What is inappropriate about it? What merit is there in being loyal to a village like Konoha? My father devoted himself to Konoha yet ended up being a mere pawn for the Hokage, nearly becoming a target of scorn. Come to Kimogakure. My father once said you would grow strong, and I do not wish to see you perish like this." Gazing into Hitaki Kakashi's earnest eyes, Medo Kai felt a surge of emotion. One side represented friendship, while the other represented the village. There was no need for hesitation. Mato Kai turned to Mato Dai and declared, "Father, let us become rogue ninjas. I want to be with Kakashi." Seeing the eager look in his son's eyes, Mato Dai felt no conflict within himself and replied directly, "Son, whatever decision you make, I will support you." As a perpetually low-ranking ninja, he had endured discrimination in Konoha, often regarded as an anomaly. Mockery, suppression, and scorn had followed him, and even Kai had faced repercussions. Despite his desire to join the Umbu, he had been denied. Furthermore, aside from Kai, he had no other relatives in Konoha. Thus, deciding to defect from Konoha bore no psychological burden for Mato Dai. Moved by his father's unwavering support, Mato Kai couldn't help but feel tears welling up, and he burst into tears. "Father, Kai." The two embraced, their overwhelming emotions shining through. After a moment, Mato Kai excitedly ran to Hatake Kakashi and exclaimed, "Kakashi, we will be together again. Are you ready to accept my challenge?" Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, feeling disgruntled, interjected, brow furrower, "Battling Kakashi is a daily affair for me. You can only take your turn behind me." Mato Kai retorted, "Youth does not allow for retreat. I will not easily concede in this regard. By the way, what is your name again?" "Obito." "Uchiha Obito. Remember it well." "All right, Uchiha." Bothered by the bickering between Mato Kai and Uchiha Obito, Hatake Kakashi helplessly rubbed his temples. He felt as if he were caught between two rivals. With both Obito and Kai eager to spar with him, it seemed essential to manage his time wisely. Otherwise, he would find himself in an uncomfortable predicament. Upon observing Uchiha Itachi, Might Guy, and Hatake Kakashi engaged in lively conversation, Uchiha Yuzuki couldn't help but smile at their animated banter. The gathering of these three individuals promised to be rather intriguing in the future. "Guy, let us depart," Might Guy declared, tossing his Konoha headband to the ground. With a nod, he added, "Indeed." Once they had taken their leave, Hibi and Nara Shikaku remained in a state of dazed disbelief. After a considerable pause, Hibi adjusted his sunglasses and inquired, "What just happened?" Nara Shikaku clenched his teeth and retorted, "We were completely overlooked." Although escaping with their lives was undeniably fortunate, they could not shake off their discontent. It was evident that Uchiha Yuzuki regarded them as mere air. "Shikaku, are we truly that inadequate?" Hibi questioned, his confidence waning. Uchiha Yuzuki had initially threatened to eliminate them, yet after Might Guy and Might Dai pledged their allegiance, he departed without casting them a single glance. The implications were unmistakable. Strength is not the sole measure of one's worth. Nara Shikaku bit into a senbon, beginning to collect the remains of their fallen comrades. Once one accepts their mediocrity, they become invincible. During their time at the Ninja Academy, he had believed himself to be unique, convinced that he would carve out a significant place in the world. It was only after becoming a ninja that he realized how naive he had once been, especially after witnessing someone as formidable as Uchiha Yuzuki. Accepting one's mediocrity and striving to the best of one's ability is sufficient. In Kumogakure, upon seeing Might Dai and Might Guy return alongside Uchiha Yuzuki, the third Raikage's face broke into a joyous smile. Every time Uchiha Yuzuki ventured out of the village, he brought surprises, and this occasion promised to be no different. Though this father-son duo appeared a bit unconventional, the third Raikage was certain they possessed unique qualities. "Yuzuki," he greeted warmly. Uchiha Yuzuki smiled and introduced. "This is Might Dai and Might Guy, former ninjas of Konoha, who wish to join Kumogakure." Upon hearing this, the third Raikage immediately nodded in agreement and extended his right hand to Might Dai, saying, "Welcome to our ranks. If you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Surprised by the third Raikage's warm reception, Might Dai shook his hand. In Konoha, as a longtime genin, he had been the target of ridicule and disdain. Even among fellow genin, others were reluctant to team up with him. However, now, a figure of such high stature as the third Raikage not only accepted his identity, but also displayed considerable enthusiasm. This moment was something Might Dai had never dared to dream of. Overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Noticing this shift in Might Dai's demeanor, the third Raikage scratched his head, reminded of the late Hatake Tsukumo. How did the Hokage treat their subordinates, making them so easily moved? "Torai, please arrange accommodations for Dai and Guy and provide them with sufficient funds for living," he instructed. Torai smiled and replied, "Leave it to me." After Torai had escorted Might Dai and Might Guy out of the Raikage's office, the third Raikage curiously asked, "Yuzuki, this father-son pair you brought back today appears to be quite extraordinary. Uchiha Yuzuki did not hesitate to respond directly, stating, Might Dai and Might Guy possess a family secret technique known as the Eight Gates. The Eight Gates technique allows one to temporarily surpass their physical limitations, achieving strength that exceeds their normal capabilities by several times. However, from the opening of the fourth gate onward, each subsequent gate unlocked inflicts irreversible damage upon the body. Opening the final gate signifies a sacrifice of life itself. Upon hearing Uchiha Yuzuki's explanation, the third Raikage internally nodded. As he had suspected, a ninja recognized by Uchiha Yuzuki surely possessed exceptional abilities. Regardless of the severe repercussions associated with the Eight Gates, techniques that can swiftly augment one's power are treasures within the ninja world. Reflecting on this, the third Raikage asked, Yuzuki, is the mastery of such a technique challenging? Uchiha Yuzuki easily discerned the third Raikage's thoughts and replied with a smile, Mastering the Eight Gates is not overly difficult. The requirements for opening the gates are closely tied to one's physical strength. Therefore, to master the Eight Gates, one merely needs to continuously hone their body. Really? The third Raikage's eyes brightened. Most ninjas in Kumogakure practice techniques that enhance their physical prowess. According to Uchiha Yuzuki's description, the Eight Gates seemed tailor-made for their village. Observing the third Raikage's excitement and anticipation, Uchiha Yuzuki continued, Rest assured, I will endeavor to persuade Dai to share the training methods for the Eight Gates. But we must also offer him suitable rewards. In response, the third Raikage waved his hand, saying, That is no issue. From now on, all techniques, physical arts, and secret arts of Kumogakure, including the lightning release chakra armor, will be freely accessible to the father and son. Now that Might Dai and Might Guy had become ninjas of Kumogakure, their growth would also benefit the village. Furthermore, exchanging existing resources for the powerful Eight Gates technique is an advantageous deal. I shall inform Dai of this matter, the third Raikage declared. You may rest assured. With the physical capabilities of our ninjas, mastering the first three gates of the Eight Gates should pose no great challenge. With that, Uchiha Yuzuki made his way outside. Once the Eight Gates technique is disseminated throughout Kumogakure, the village's overall strength will surely ascend to new heights. After all, the majority of ninjas are still of lower ranks. The first three gates of the Eight Gates, in terms of difficulty and the enhancement of personal strength, are well suited for them. Exiting the Raikage's building, Uchiha Yuzuki proceeded to the residence of Might Dai and Might Guy. At this moment, Torai had already left, and only a few ANBU members were assisting in the relocation of their belongings. Upon Uchiha Yuzuki's entrance, the ANBU ninjas immediately bowed and greeted, Lord Yuzuki. Uchiha Yuzuki waved his hand dismissively. Continue your tasks. Do not mind me. Yes. The ANBU resumed their duties, while Uchiha Yuzuki approached Might Dai and Might Guy, who were carefully examining the arrangement of the room, their expressions filled with astonishment. Seeing Uchiha Yuzuki, Might Dai nervously asked, Lord Yuzuki, is it truly acceptable for us to reside in such a splendid house? Previously in Konoha, his dwelling had been a small wooden hut, a stark contrast to the grandeur of the house before him. Uchiha Yuzuki replied nonchalantly, This house is a gift for you. The Hitaki estate is nearby. Let us share a drink together when time permits. Might Guy's eyes sparkled with excitement, and after bowing to Uchiha Yuzuki, he dashed out of the room. Might Dai, on the other hand, felt as if he were in a dream. The prospect of drinking alongside figures he had once only admired from afar, such as the third Raikage and Hitaki Tsukumo, seemed surreal. How could someone of his humble abilities ever deserve such an honor? Noticing Might Dai's dazed expression, Uchiha Yuzuki spoke gently. Dai, your mastery of the Eight Gates appears formidable. Would you be willing to share it with Kumogakure? The village will offer you appropriate compensation. Uchiha Yuzuki reiterated the third Raikage's proposal to Might Dai. Upon hearing this, Might Dai let out a sigh of relief. I seek no reward. I am willing to impart the secrets of the Eight Gates to the village. Furthermore, anyone with questions regarding their cultivation may approach me at any time, as I am eager to share my experiences. Upon hearing the request from Uchiha Jishwan, Might Dai felt a sense of relief. The treatment he received in Yunin village was exceedingly generous. The thought of having nothing to do would unsettle him. Besides, imagining everyone mastering the Eight Gates, clad in green spandex and pursuing the vigor of youth, conjured a magnificent scene. Uchiha Jishwan did not anticipate that Might Dai would so readily relinquish the Eight Gates. This forbidden technique, a treasure for ninjas, is as vital as life itself. This thought brought to mind the figure of Sarutobi Hisashi. How foolish he must be to have allowed Konoha, a village blessed with destiny, to fall to such a state. Chapter 114. Fujitake's severely wounded Uchiha Jishuan merely uttered a few words, and Might Dai promptly surrendered the Eight Gates technique to Yunin village. The third Raikage kept his word, granting Might Dai and Might Guy access to all ninjutsu, taijutsu, and secret techniques of Yunin village. He also bestowed upon Might Dai a substantial sum of money, sufficient for him and Might Guy to lead a life free of financial worries. Time flowed quietly by. 3 months later, the ninja world celebrated Konoha's 50th anniversary. Under the siege of Yunin, Kirigakure, Iwagakure, and Sunagakure, Konoha's ninja suffered grievous losses. Many battlefields had shifted directly to the heart of the Land of Fire. Meanwhile, the ninjas of Yunin village began their training in the Eight Gates. Such a powerful secret technique thrilled the ninjas of Yunin. In no time, Might Dai became a household name in Yunin, respected wherever he went. Due to his talents in taijutsu, he was also exceptionally promoted to a special jonin of Yunin village, breaking the long-standing curse of being a mere genin. In Yunin village, within the training grounds, Might Dai was instructing Hitaki Sakomo on matters pertaining to the cultivation of the Eight Gates. Hitaki Sakomo wore an expression of earnest curiosity. Not far from them, Uchiha Obito and Might Guy were simultaneously launching an offensive against Hitaki Kakashi. The three engaged in a fierce exchange. Uchiha Jishuan entered the training ground, greeted Hitaki Sakomo and Might Dai, and then settled beside them. Like everyone else, Uchiha Jishuan had promptly embarked on the path of mastering the Eight Gates. After all, possessing the Uzumaki Sage body, he boasted incomparable advantages in physique, endurance, and recovery. Once the Eight Gates were activated, his chakra surged violently, making it challenging to release ninjutsu. While the flow of chakra within his meridians became tumultuous, Might Dai patiently shared insights gleaned from decades of training in the Eight Gates. He continued until the afternoon before finally pausing. Uchiha Jishuan smiled and said, "Dai, let us go for barbecue at noon. I shall treat." Upon hearing this, Might Dai chuckled and shook his head, producing a large pancake from the side. "Guy and I shall suffice with this for lunch. Only by dedicating more time than you prodigies can we hope to keep pace with your strides." Not pressing further, Uchiha Jishuan inquired, "By the way, have you made any progress with the lightning release chakra?" Might Dai shook his head. "No, my body cannot endure such violent power. Thus, I am unable to cultivate lightning release chakra." After a moment, Might Dai suddenly grinned. "However, that boy guy seems capable." "Huh," Hitaki Sakomo exclaimed, astonished. When he first arrived at Yunin village, he had attempted to cultivate lightning release chakra, fully aware of the damage that its volatile power could inflict on the body. In his estimation, without a special physique, one could not possibly master the lightning release mode. While he held high hopes for Might Guy, the boy did not seem to possess any extraordinary traits. In contrast, Uchiha Jishuan was not overly surprised. While reading the original work, he had sensed that Might Guy's physique was exceptional. Although Might Guy often spoke of effort, perseverance, and youthful passion, the essence of cultivation ultimately lay in the practitioner's body. Yet considering Might Guy's training intensity, most would likely have been pushed to their limits and failed. Regardless of how exhausted he was, Might Guy could still spring back to life the next day, continuing his grueling training. This kind of physical resilience made the mastery of lightning release chakra not entirely unfathomable. With this in mind, Uchiha Jishuan felt a sense of anticipation. The combination of the Eight Gates and lightning release chakra mode. What remarkable feats might Might Guy achieve this time? Just then, an umbu suddenly appeared beside Uchiha Jishuan. "Lord Jishuan, Lord Fujitake is severely wounded and currently receiving treatment at the ninja hospital. Would you like to visit him?" At this, Uchiha Jishuan furrowed his brow. "Uchiha Fujitake severely wounded? What has transpired?" Yunin village. Ninja hospital. Uchiha Jishuan, Hitaki Sakomo, the third Raikage, and they stood in the hospital room. Uchiha Fujitake lay upon the hospital bed, his neck wrapped in thick bandages, lips cracked, and complexion pale, even his crimson Sharingan dimmed. Seeing the concerned gazes of Uchiha Jishuan and the others, Uchiha Fujitake spoke weakly, "I am truly sorry for causing everyone worry." Spoke solemnly, "Fujitake, how on earth did this happen? Who could inflict such harm upon you?" In response, Uchiha Fujitake glanced at Uchiha Jishuan and sighed. "Jishuan, it was Namikaze Minato. Our ninjas from Yunin village were ambushed, suffering heavy casualties in the land of rain. Hano and Hano both fell to his hands. Even I, Uchiha Fujitake, Barely made it back. He touched the bandage around his neck, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Namikaze Minato. The third Raikage and A exchanged puzzled looks. Who is Namikaze Minato? They had never heard of him. Hatake Tsukumo explained. If I recall correctly, Namikaze Minato should be Jiraiya's disciple and a contemporary of Jishwan. Moreover, he seems to be Konoha's new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Uchiha Jishwan nodded. That is indeed correct. A exclaimed in surprise. But Hano and Hano are elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan, possessing the three-tomo Sharingan, and with Fujitake's superior strength. It should be difficult for even Jiraiya's disciple and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to achieve such a feat. Could it be that this individual is a genius like Jishwan? Sensing the gazes upon him, Uchiha Jishwan calmly replied, if it is Namikaze Minato, he indeed possesses the capability to accomplish such things. He is a born ninja. Hearing Uchiha Jishwan's assessment, the third Raikage and A were left in astonishment. They had spent considerable time with Uchiha Jishwan, yet had never heard him praise another in such a manner. What in the world was happening in Konoha, with so many formidable individuals emerging? A clenched his teeth. I shall venture to the land of rain. Uchiha Jishwan raised his hand to stop her from leaving. Allow me to travel there personally. In the original narrative, A nearly fell to Namikaze Minato during their first encounter. To err on the side of caution, it would be prudent for him to make the journey to the land of rain. Upon witnessing this, the third Raikage spoke in a grave tone, Jishwan. Are you confident in your ability to defeat Namikaze Minato? He nearly wiped out the elite squad led by Uchiha Fujitake, and he is also the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Even without having seen him, it is evident that he is a formidable adversary. In response, Uchiha Jishwan wore a subtle smile. Fear not, no matter how strong the ant. It remains merely an ant. Chapter 115. Uchiha Fugaku's Kaleidoscope, Sharingan. Rest assured, even the mightiest ant remains merely an ant. Upon hearing Uchiha Yukazaki's words, the expressions on Uchiha Fugaku and others' faces grew somewhat complex. After a brief pause, Uchiha Fugaku slowly spoke. Yukazaki, I have previously mentioned that you truly lack the talent for comforting others. The third Raikage patted Uchiha Yukazaki's shoulder and inquired, Yukazaki, what shall we do next? Since Uchiha Yukazaki's arrival in Yun Hidden Village, it seemed he had never made a single erroneous decision. To this day, the third Raikage had developed the habit of consulting Uchiha Yukazaki for his opinions before making any decisions. Upon hearing the third Raikage question, Uchiha Yukazaki replied calmly, let us first withdraw our ninjas from the land of rain. Our primary objective now is to annex the surrounding small nations in preparation for our future conquest of the land of fire. This was a plan that Uchiha Yukazaki had meticulously devised long ago. Based on Namikaze Minato's combat style, the strategy of overwhelming numbers held little significance for him. Continuing to keep the ninjas of Yun Hidden Village on the battlefield in the land of rain would merely serve to bolster Namikaze Minato's accomplishments. It would be far wiser to retreat promptly. Furthermore, after years of warfare, Konoha had already reached a point of exhaustion. Even if Namikaze Minato emerged, his impact would be limited with him present. Under such circumstances, even if Yun Hidden Village were to attack the small nations bordering the Land of Lightning, Konoha would lack the energy to intervene. Upon hearing this, the third Raikage did not press further but nodded in agreement. Then I shall prepare immediately. AI Killer B. You both come along. Although a general direction had been established, the remaining details still required careful consideration. The third Raikage promptly departed the infirmary with AI, Killer B, and others. In an instant, only Uchiha Yukazaki and Uchiha Fugaku remained in the sick room. Yukazaki, I have something to share with you. Uchiha Yukazaki glanced at Uchiha Fugaku and smiled. Fugaku, have you activated your Kaleidoscope Sharingan? Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Yukazaki in surprise, puzzled. Yukazaki, how did you know? Back in the land of rain, having seen Namikaze Minato, he had rushed forward with a sense of arrogance. However, he had never anticipated that Namikaze Minato possessed space-time ninjutsu. Taken by surprise, he nearly had his throat slit by a kunai. To cover his retreat, Uchiha Hamura and Uchiha Chihiro had bravely held off the enemy, sacrificing their lives in the process. The loss of comrades and dear friends had inflicted a profound psychological blow on him. He often pondered that if he could have considered matters as comprehensively as Yukazaki, foreseeing the myriad possibilities following his choices, such a tragedy might have been averted. As he raced through a tumult of guilt and regret, Uchiha Fugaku eventually awakened to the legendary Kaleidoscope Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Yet, This revelation had remained solely his secret. Sensing Uchiha Fugaku's confusion, Uchiha Yukizaki elaborated. Once the Kaleidoscope Sharingan is activated, it cannot be voluntarily deactivated for a time. The moment I beheld your eyes, I surmised you had awakened it. Uchiha Fugaku sighed with a wry smile. Yukizaki, it seems nothing escapes your notice. I had hoped to surprise you. Uchiha Yukizaki chuckled and inquired with curiosity. Fugaku, what abilities do your eyes possess? Uchiha Fugaku did not hesitate to reveal. The ability of my left eye is Amaterasu, which conjures black flames from thin air within my line of sight. The black flames produced by Amaterasu never extinguish and will consume any target they touch. Uchiha Yukizaki could not suppress a twitch of his lips. Amaterasu seemed formidable, boasting flames that never die. Yet in practical application within the original narrative, its effectiveness could only be described as lackluster. It had rarely resulted in fatalities and could be easily countered. Witnessing Uchiha Madara stripping off his clothing unscathed after being engulfed by Amaterasu had left Uchiha Yukizaki astounded. Its performance was not much different from that of the Great Fireball technique. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, Uchiha Yukizaki refrained from dampening Uchiha Fugaku's spirits and continued to ask, "And what of the ability of your right eye?" Tsukuyami. Tsukuyami? Uchiha Yukizaki repeated, his gaze revealing a hint of confusion. Could it be related to Tsukiyomi? Before Uchiha Yukizaki could inquire further, Uchiha Fugaku proactively explained. Tsukuyami is a type of jinjutsu that creates an incredibly realistic illusionary world. Those ensnared within this illusion will live out their entire lives there. If they believe they have died within the illusion, they will immediately perish in the real world. Hearing Uchiha Fugaku's explanation, Uchiha Yukizaki raised an eyebrow and asked, "Can you interfere with events occurring within the illusionary world?" Uchiha Fugaku held up 2 fingers and pinched them. Yes, but only to a limited extent. Once the caster and the target enter the illusionary realm, the world is largely set, and alterations to the illusion's outcome depend on the choices made by the target. After finishing, Uchiha Fugaku expressed disappointment. Unlike Amaterasu, Tsukuyami lacks significant lethality. Sigh. Observing Uchiha Fugaku's demeanor, Uchiha Yukizaki found himself at a loss for words. This fellow was truly single-minded. In contrast to Amaterasu, he held greater faith in Tsukuyami. The ability of Tsukuyami could almost be described as a single-target infinite jinjutsu, resembling a life simulation mechanism. Though its lethality might not be substantial, it was certainly a powerful tool. Forcing talented Uchihas to endure hardships within the world of Tsukuyami would surely lead to the awakening of their eyes. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Yukizaki advised Uchiha Fugaku, "Fugaku, your Kaleidoscope Sharingan's powers are invaluable, and you must keep them confidential. Additionally, try to refrain from utilizing its abilities as much as possible. I will devise a solution for the blindness that accompanies the Kaleidoscope Sharingan." After hearing Uchiha Yukizaki's words, Uchiha Fugaku nodded vigorously, his heart brimming with excitement. Ever since he departed from Konoha alongside Uchiha Yukizaki, he felt the gap between them had grown wider. Ultimately, he believed he possessed little value in serving Uchiha Yukizaki. Yet now, everything had changed. He could finally stand tall behind Yukizaki once more. Chapter 116. Journey to the Rain-Hidden Village. Yukizaki, I think I might be pregnant. During lunch, Jiroa suddenly spoke nervously. Uchiha Yukizaki was taken aback for a moment before asking, "Have you been to the hospital?" Jiroa nodded. "I went this morning." Uchiha Yukizaki pulled Jiroa into his embrace, gently stroking her belly as he smiled. "That is truly wonderful. Kushina, have you had your examination?" Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Kushina's expression fell. "Yukizaki, it seems my belly hasn't shown any signs of movement." "No worries, I will just have to try harder." Uchiha Yukizaki softly reassured Uzumaki Kushina. When it comes to pregnancy, the likelihood of conception is remarkably high when one does not wish for it. Yet, when one earnestly prepares for it, achieving that desire often proves challenging. Thus, maintaining a calm mindset is paramount. In response, Uzumaki Kushina slammed her palm on the table and exclaimed, "Aren't you supposed to be going to the Land of Rain in a few days? Until then, you are not allowed to go anywhere." Observing the formidable declaration of Vortex Geo Exine Nai, Uchiha Yuzuki immediately straightened his posture, vowing to accomplish the task. It took him an entire week to traverse from the doorway of the room to the entrance of the courtyard. However, the journey from Yunin Village to the Land of Rain took him less than half a day. During his previous search for the temporary residence of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, he had left spatial markings throughout the borders of the Land of Fire. Now, endowed with the powers of the Vortex Sage Body, he no longer needed to worry about the potential blindness caused by the Mangekyo Sharingan, allowing him to utilize Kamui for swift travel. The Land of Rain lay desolate, its landscape littered with ruins. Apart from thick weeds, little else flourished in this barren land. Bones were scattered everywhere, and corpses lay strewn across the ground. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, with a persistent drizzle falling, seemingly intent on cleansing the dark crimson earth. As Uchiha Yuzuki walked, a few wild dogs trailed him at a distance. From the drool dripping from their mouths, he discerned their deep-seated greed. In an act of disdain for being viewed as prey, Uchiha Yuzuki cast several shuriken, swiftly dispatching the wild dogs that followed him. After walking for half a day, he arrived at a dilapidated village. The atmosphere was heavy with an absence of life, casting a gloomy pall over the surroundings. At that moment, he heard a faint sound of sobbing. Approaching cautiously, he discovered an infant crying beside the corpse of a woman. The baby, having cried for an unknown length of time, emitted a hoarse and feeble wail. Once he confirmed there was no danger, Uchiha Yuzuki gently cradled the infant in his arms. The swaddling cloth was soaked, and upon closer inspection, he found a card resting atop it, inscribed with 3 simple characters, Xianghua. The name evoked the image of a charming young girl in his mind. In the original narrative, Xianghua was a ninja from Yuin village, devoted to Xiaonan. After demonstrating her talents in summoning and space-time ninjutsu, she was assigned to undertake an S-rank mission. Following her demise, she was transformed into one of the 6 paths of pain. Though her screen time was limited, her sweet appearance left a profound impression on Uchiha Yuzuki. To his surprise, fate had led him to encounter her here. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Yuzuki retrieved a soldier pill from his pocket, crushed it into powder, and mixed it with the rainwater to feed Xianghua. Before long, she fell into a deep slumber. Holding her close, Uchiha Yuzuki continued on his path. After taking only a few steps, he halted abruptly, calling out, "Come forth." The moment his voice faded, silence enveloped the surroundings. He threw a shuriken against the nearby wall, prompting 3 ninjas adorned with Yuin village forehead protectors to reveal themselves. Upon seeing them, Uchiha Yuzuki could not suppress a raised eyebrow. Yahiko, Nagato, and Xiaonan. Today, as fortune seemed rather favorable. "Are you Uchiha Yuzuki?" Yahiko inquired politely, his face adorned with a friendly smile that exuded approachability. Uchiha Yuzuki nodded. "Do you know me?" "We have seen your portrait," Yahiko explained before stating suddenly, "I would like to request your assistance with something." "What is it?" "To withdraw the troops of Yunin village from the Land of Rain," Yahiko replied solemnly. "You must have seen the plight of the Land of Rain. They should be living happily, yet war has ravaged everything. Please do not repeat the same mistakes. War is not the only solution to problems. Any conflicts can be resolved through honest dialogue." In response, Uchiha Yuzuki smiled slightly. "Why do you seek me out without fear of me killing you?" Yahiko chuckled, gesturing toward the infant in Uchiha Yuzuki's arms. "We have witnessed your gentle side. Thus, we believe you would not commit such an act. When you see this child, do you not feel a twinge of guilt?" Uchiha Yuzuki shook his head. "Not at all, for to realize a more beautiful wish, one must endure the sacrifices of the present." Yahiko countered, "If your wish is truly noble, merely voicing it would lead to mutual understanding." Intrigued by the conversation, Uchiha Yuzuki continued, "Why do you believe that people can understand one another?" "Because that is how the members of Akatsuki are," Yahiko asserted firmly. "We began as 3, and now we have dozens of companions. As long as we are honest with one another, there is no problem that cannot be resolved." "One last question," Uchiha Yuzuki said, glancing at Nagato and Xiaonan, who remained silent behind Yahiko. "On what grounds do you come to negotiate with me? If memory serves, the leader of Yuin village is Hanzo, is he not? Would he not feel anger at your actions?" Yahiko hesitated for a moment before responding. "We are also supporters of Lord Hanzo. Everything we do is for the benefit of Yuin village. I believe Lord Hanzo will understand our intentions." Uchiha Yuzuki scoffed lightly, turning to continue his path. "Such naivety will come at a cost. My eyes have already glimpsed your future. When you find yourselves at an impasse, seek me out in Yunin village. By the way," Uchiha Yuzuki paused, "Yunin village will withdraw its troops from the Land of Rain in the coming days. I can be of no further assistance to you." Having said this, he waved his hand dismissively without looking back. The withdrawal of Yunin village had already been decided in advance, and Uchiha Yuzuki did not mind subtly enhancing his favorability in the eyes of the trio. Chapter 117. The yellow flash of Konoha. Watching Uchiha Yuzuki's departing figure, Yahiko, Xiaonan, and Nagato all wore excited smiles. Yunin village would withdraw its troops. Although this was merely Uchiha Yuzuki's verbal assurance, they believed there was no reason for him to deceive them. Yahiko exclaimed joyfully, Xiaonan, Nagato. Our efforts have finally borne fruit. You see, as long as we are willing to communicate, there are no conflicts that cannot be resolved between people. Observing Yahiko's elation, Nagato offered a shy smile. Xiaonan, however, furrowed her brow, expressing some concern. Yahiko, I feel that Uchiha Yuzuki is quite different. Did you not hear his warning as he departed? Although he agreed to our request, he seems rather pessimistic about our future. Upon hearing this, Yahiko's smile faded, and after a moment of silence, he said, then we should be cautious moving forward. Moreover, we must send someone to promptly convey our intentions to Lord Hanzo. Yahiko had grown up amidst the chaos of war, having endured countless experiences. While he believed that people could ultimately empathize with one another, he also understood how to survive in tumultuous times. Uchiha Yuzuki's warning prompted him to contemplate matters he had never considered before. The Akatsuki organization was steadily growing, and gaining the recognition of Hanzo, the leader of Yuin village, was indeed essential. Seeing that Yahiko had made up his mind, Xiaonan refrained from further discussion. Nagato gently stated, Yahiko, Xiaonan, no matter what happens, I will protect you both. Yahiko smiled, patting Nagato on the shoulder. Nagato, we believe in you. Now, let us approach Konoha for negotiations. I trust that as the disciple of Jiraiya-sensei, things will progress smoothly. The persistent rain continued to fall as the figures of Yahiko, Nagato, and Xiaonan gradually faded into the curtain of rain. Regarding Yahiko, Nagato, and Xiaonan, Uchiha Yuzuki chose not to interfere excessively. With Yahiko present, persuading them to embrace his philosophy would prove somewhat challenging. Only when they truly experience the harshness of reality will they comprehend the essence of humanity. The hydrangea in her arms has been peacefully slumbering after having eaten. Uchiha Yuzuki simply placed her into the Kamui space, planning to consider the subsequent matters upon returning to Yunin village. According to intelligence, Uchiha Yuzuki arrived at the eastern border of the Land of Rain. This area, adjacent to the Land of Fire, serves as the primary battlefield among the three nations, Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Konohagakure. A pungent odor of charred flesh permeated the air. Flames soared into the sky, and corpses lay strewn across the ground. Death. As Uchiha Yuzuki emerged from the Kamui space, 3 Konohagakure ninjas charged at him with lethal intent. Uchiha Yuzuki swiftly formed hand seals, fire release, great fire destruction. A sea of flames engulfed everything ahead in an instant, leaving the 3 Konohagakure ninjas with no escape. In a flash, 3 charred corpses lay on the ground. Uchiha Yuzuki continued deeper into the battlefield, encountering ninjas from Sunagakure, Konohagakure, and Iwagakure, each attacking him without exception. The war had raged on, and everyone was blinded by bloodlust. Anyone who was not an ally was considered an enemy. Naturally, Uchiha Yuzuki showed no mercy to the majority of these lower-ranked ninjas. In war, human life is the most expendable commodity. After a day's journey, Uchiha Yuzuki reached the heart of the battlefield. Ahead, a group of several Konohagakure ninjas clung to their trench, desperately holding their ground against the onslaught of Iwagakure ninjas, who numbered over 50 and advanced with disciplined precision. Today marks the end for you Konohagakure scum. Cease your futile resistance. When your explosive tags run out, that will be the moment your lives end. Flee quickly. If you can outrun your comrades, perhaps you might survive. The Iwagakure ninjas relentlessly engaged in psychological warfare, a common tactic on the battlefield. Once the mental defenses of the Konohagakure ninjas crumbled, they would become lambs for slaughter. At that moment, a golden flash suddenly appeared beside the Konohagakure ninjas, and Namikaze Minato spoke gravely. I hope I am not too late. Hearing his voice, the Konohagakure ninjas became somewhat agitated. Has reinforcements arrived? How long until they get here? Namikaze Minato shook his head. I am the only one who made it here. There are no others. Upon hearing this, the Konohagakure ninjas voiced their discontent. What do you mean? What use is it for only you to come? Are you here to die? The enemy consists of over 50 elite ninjas from Iwagakure. Damn it. Are we really going to die here today? Listening to the complaints of the Konohagakure ninjas, Namikaze Minato dropped his pack to the ground and produced dozens of kunai, laying them out before him. You all just need to throw these kunai at the enemy. I will handle the rest. Some retorted, you intend to face so many enemies alone? That is utterly reckless. Exactly. This isn't a place for heroics. Enough. A voice from the crowd called out. Do you not realize who this is? He is the Yellow Flash of Konoha. Follow his orders, and remember to keep your eyes wide open, for the battle may end in an instant. Hearing this, the remaining Konoha ninjas exchanged glances. But in this moment of life and death, they had no choice but to trust. Dozens of kunai were hurled forcefully into the ranks of Awagakure ninjas. One Awagakure ninja laughed heartily. Ha! This group from Konoha has already crumbled. Their aim with these kunai is atrocious. Indeed. Let us push forward and eliminate all these Konoha ninjas. The attacking Awagakure ninjas, now relaxed, believed the mental defenses of the Konoha ninjas had shattered, and they charged forward with laughter. But a flash of gold suddenly appeared, slicing the throat of one Awagakure ninja. In mere seconds, the yellow flash darted among the Awagakure ranks, and over 50 elite ninjas fell lifelessly. This scene left the Konoha ninjas utterly astonished. Their prior dissatisfaction with Namikaze Minato dissipated in an instant. They had witnessed the slaughter of over 50 elite ninjas from Awagakure in just seconds, without even comprehending what had transpired. Remarkable. The title of Yellow Flash is indeed well-deserved. As everyone marveled, applause echoed from a distance. Turning to look, they saw a black-haired, black-eyed ninja approaching leisurely. A splendid performance, quite impressive. Minato, long time no see. Chapter 118. All because of your selfishness. Upon seeing Uchiha Itachi, Namikaze Minato's usually composed demeanor transformed into one of seriousness for the first time. Back when he was still weak, this former classmate had already become a figure capable of instilling dread throughout Konoha. Now, after so many years, how much had he grown? Not only Minato, but the other Konoha ninjas also felt a weight in their hearts. The name Uchiha Itachi had become a nightmarish presence in their minds. Each appearance of this figure brought forth excruciating memories. Even after witnessing Minato's unimaginable combat prowess, they still felt death looming ever closer. Uchiha Itachi paid no heed to the thoughts of the Konoha ninjas. He stopped in his tracks when he was still some distance away from Minato. Minato, your growth over these years has truly impressed me. Upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's praise, Namikaze Minato gestured for the Konoha ninjas to retreat. The ninjas immediately understood and began to slowly withdraw. Uchiha Itachi made no move, merely standing quietly in place. It mattered little. They were merely insignificant fish. After the Konoha ninjas departed, Minato let out a quiet sigh of relief. The mere presence of Uchiha Itachi instilled in him an unprecedented pressure. Contemplating this, Minato spoke softly. Itachi, regardless of your reasons for leaving Konoha, your goals have ultimately been achieved. Why then choose to wage war? Why persistently pursue Konoha? Uchiha Itachi smiled lightly. Konoha was originally established by the Uchiha clan. I am merely reclaiming what once belonged to us. If you are willing to relinquish Konoha, then this war will cease immediately. Minato countered. No matter your reasoning, war brings only suffering to humanity. You are the embodiment of evil. Justice will ultimately prevail. Upon hearing Minato's words, Uchiha Itachi shrugged and replied nonchalantly. The debate between justice and evil yields no answers, even if one scours every corner of this world. Such concepts shift with perspective. From my viewpoint, this war is for a brighter tomorrow for the ninja world. That is justice. Reclaiming Konoha is merely the first step. Minato spoke earnestly. Itachi, your thoughts are misguided. Konoha does not belong to the Uchiha clan. It belongs to all the villagers. Only through the recognition of all can the Uchiha clan reintegrate into Konoha. The will of the people is paramount. This is the will of fire. Narrow-minded, far too narrow-minded. Uchiha Itachi could not help but chuckle, responding calmly. By your so-called will of fire, this ninja world belongs to all of us. In the current world of shinobi, the inhabitants of the land of wind, the land of earth, the land of water, and the land of lightning predominantly desire that Konoha relinquish its fertile lands. Should you, as the minority, not consider surrendering your resistance? Or do you only extol the will of fire when circumstances favor you, remaining silent when they do not? At this moment, Bo Fengshui Min found himself momentarily stunned. his mind struggling to articulate a rebuttal against Uchiha Jieshuan's seemingly fallacious arguments. Witnessing Bo Feng Shui Min's silence, Uchiha Jieshuan coldly concluded that the current turmoil in the shinobi world arose solely from the insatiable greed and selfishness of Konoha's ninjas. Observing Bo Feng Shui Min's gradually reddening face, Uchiha Jieshuan felt a sense of satisfaction. There was a certain exhilaration in standing atop a moral high ground and pointing fingers at others. After a brief silence, Bo Feng Shui Min managed a bitter smile. Jieshuan, you remain as eloquent as ever, and I find myself at a loss for words. However, my resolve to protect the village will never waver, and I will stop you. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Jieshuan's eyes transformed into the crimson kaleidoscope of the Sharingan. Come, I shall make you acutely aware of the chasm that lies between us. As his words fell, Bo Feng Shui Min unleashed dozens of specially crafted kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. In the next instant, his figure began to flicker incessantly. Uchiha Jieshuan, clad in a lightning release chakra armor, maximized the dynamic vision of his Sharingan. The sounds of clashing kunai and blades echoed as two figures, one blue and one yellow, engaged in a fierce duel. Haha. It has been far too long since anyone has allowed me to relish the thrill of combat like this. Shui Min, you are quite formidable, Uchiha Jieshuan exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Bo Feng Shui Min's speed differed from that of the third Reikage AI. He achieved spatial movement through the Flying Thunder God technique, unpredictable and without warning. Thus, even the proud dynamic vision of the Sharingan could not decipher Bo Feng Shui Min's subsequent actions. To thwart his attacks, one could only react at the precise moment he struck. After a prolonged offensive, Bo Feng Shui Min created distance from Uchiha Jieshuan using the Flying Thunder God technique. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the might of his opponent still left him breathless. No matter how he attacked, Uchiha Jieshuan responded instantaneously. Most critically, he sensed that Uchiha Jieshuan was not exerting his full strength, treating him merely as a sparring partner to hone his combat experience. Realizing this, Bo Feng Shui Min could not help but smile ruefully. To engage in battle with such a mindset, Uchiha Jieshuan was undeniably arrogant. Shui Min, continue your assault. I am far from satisfied, Uchiha Jieshuan declared, charging toward Bo Feng Shui Min. In an instant, Bo Feng Shui Min vanished, reappearing 100 meters away. Uchiha Jieshuan, slightly irked, halted his advance. The Flying Thunder God technique was indeed a rather unfair technique. Very well, I shall cease this game. With a hint of disappointment, Uchiha Jieshuan released the lightning release chakra mode. Simultaneously, Bo Feng Shui Min reappeared beside him, thrusting a kunai toward him. However, to Bo Feng Shui Min's astonishment, the kunai passed directly through Uchiha Jieshuan's form. Uchiha Jieshuan seized Bo Feng Shui Min's wrist, a potent force pulling him in. With a whoosh, Bo Feng Shui Min found himself 100 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Through the previous battle, he grasped a harsh reality. Even with the Flying Thunder God technique, he could afford only one mistake. Should he be caught again, it would spell his demise. Chapter 119, the second phase of the Flying Thunder God technique. Truly, he is deserving of the title Yellow Flash, for his reaction speed is remarkably swift. Uchiha Jieshuan regarded Bo Feng Shui Min from a distance, unable to suppress his admiration. Had Bo Feng Shui Min's reaction been any slower, he would have been drawn into the dimension of Kamui. As Uchiha Jieshuan approached him unhurriedly, Bo Feng Shui Min felt an unprecedented pressure. To fight or to flee. His heart was torn in turmoil. Logically, he should retreat to a safe location using the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet emotionally, he yearned to defeat Uchiha Jieshuan. A victory over him would elevate his prestige, enhancing his chances of becoming Hokage. In a swift turn of thought, Bo Feng Shui Min made a resolute decision. He would gamble once more. Based on previous intelligence and the recent skirmish, Uchiha Jieshuan possessed the ability to render his body intangible. Once intangible, any attack would be rendered futile. However, to launch an attack, he must first become tangible. This indicated that if he could strike at the moment Uchiha Jieshuan materialized, he might win the battle. With this in mind, Bo Feng Shui Min's gaze turned unwaveringly resolute. Although seizing such an opportunity in battle was exceedingly difficult, he held steadfast confidence in his speed and reflexes. To flee without attempting would leave him with a lingering regret. The strategy rapidly crystallized in his mind. and he boldly charged at Uchiha Jishuan with kunai in hand. Observing this, Uchiha Jishuan chuckled. To dare engage me under these circumstances, Shui Min, though you are my rival, I must say you are commendable. With these words, Uchiha Jishuan quickened his pace. The distance of 100 meters was traversed in an instant as Bo Feng Shui Min hurled a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique toward Uchiha Jishuan. The kunai, unsurprisingly, passed through Uchiha Jishuan's form. Placing his right hand on Bo Feng Shui Min's shoulder, Uchiha Jishuan declared, I win. Just as he was about to make contact, Bo Feng Shui Min's figure abruptly vanished. In the next moment, he reappeared above Uchiha Jishuan, declaring, Jishuan. This technique is called the second phase of the Flying Thunder God. As he spoke, Bo Feng Shui Min thrust his kunai downward with force. However, his pupils constricted in shock as his attack effortlessly penetrated Uchiha Jishuan's body. Uchiha Jishuan had, unbeknownst to Bo Feng Shui Min, conjured a Rasengan, Shui Min. This technique is known as the Spiral Flash Super Round Dance, Kamui version 2. With a resounding impact, the Rasengan collided with Bo Feng Shui Min's back. The sound of cracking bones reverberating simultaneously. Bo Feng Shui Min's body soared like a kite severed from its string, tumbling several meters before finally coming to a halt. Gasping, he spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs. Yet, before Uchiha Jishuan could deliver a finishing blow, Bo Feng Shui Min's figure vanished. This chakra, it belongs to the Kyubi. Uchiha Jishuan was slightly taken aback. Throughout the entire encounter, Bo Feng Shui Min had not utilized the Kyubi's chakra. He surmised that Bo Feng Shui Min and the Kyubi had not reached a reconciliation, and typically, Bo Feng Shui Min likely relied on his own chakra and sealing techniques to keep the Kyubi thoroughly restrained. For a ninja like Shui Min, accomplishing such a feat was not entirely surprising. What astonished him was that at the critical moment, the Kyubi chose to save Bo Feng Shui Min with its own chakra. Do you trust Bo Feng Shui Min more than you trust me? After all, these eyes have brought the Kyubi many unpleasant memories. Uchiha Jishuan shook his head with a smile. In the past, Uchiha Madara, wielding his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, taunted the Nine-Tails with disdainful exclamations, subsequently forcing it into submission as if it were merely a puppet for his whims. It is only natural that the Nine-Tails harbored greater distrust towards him compared to Namake's Minato. Upon reflection, Uchiha Yuzuki did not dwell excessively on this. With the advantages bestowed by his system, he was virtually limitless, while Namake's Minato, despite his ability to harness the Nine-Tails power, could only reach a level comparable to a Kage, thus posing no real threat to him. As previously stated, those adversaries who have already been defeated by him will only find their disparity growing with the passage of time. For no one can match his pace in the pursuit of power. In the Land of Fire, at the frontline camp, Shimura Danzo sat resolutely in his tent, diligently reviewing the documents laid before him. Since the commencement of the Great Ninja War, he had been dispatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen to serve as a temporary commander on the front lines. Though there were suspicions of ulterior motives regarding his involvement with the Umbu, this role granted him substantial authority, allowing him to make decisions on all matters, great and small, within the front line. The allure of such absolute power was indeed irresistible. Suddenly, a masked Umbu ninja entered briskly. Lord Danzo, there are 3 ninjas from Amigakure seeking an audience. Upon hearing this report, Danzo furrowed his brow. Are they sent by Hanzo of the Salamander? No, they claim to be members of Akatsuki, the Umbu replied solemnly, and they wish to discuss the cessation of hostilities. Akatsuki? Danzo scoffed. What a ridiculous organization. I've never even heard of it. Send them away. The Umbu added. They also claim to be disciples of Jiraiya. At this revelation, Danzo's interest was piqued. After the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War, Jiraiya had indeed spent 3 years in Amigakure. He had previously dispatched operatives to investigate, and it appeared Jiraiya had imparted ninja techniques to 3 children from the village. I shall meet with them, Danzo decided. Despite Jiraiya's seemingly unreliable nature, he would certainly not squander time on 3 insignificant children without reason. These 3 must possess something extraordinary. Under the guidance of the Umbu, Danzo arrived at the conference room within the camp. There, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan sat upright. Despite not being ninjas of Konoha, their presence invoked a sense of familial familiarity due to Jiraiya, stirring an anxious feeling within the trio who had grown up without parents. As the door swung open, Danzo entered with measured steps. You are Akatsuki? Yahiko immediately rose, smiling, Indeed, we are Akatsuki, dedicated to bringing light to Amage Cure. Chapter 120. Is this the Rinnegan? Danzo nearly burst into laughter at Yahiko's proclamation. Bringing light to Amage Cure? Such grand aspirations. He approached the table and seated himself. I hear you are disciples of Jiraiya? Yahiko nodded. Yes, Lord Jiraiya taught us for 3 years, imparting the skills we rely upon for survival. Danzo replied nonchalantly, You wish to mediate the war. What does that entail? In response, Yahiko eagerly explained, Lord, war only brings painful memories. If everyone is willing to sit down and communicate, I believe there are no issues that cannot be resolved. Recently, we encountered Uchiha Itachi, who has pledged that Amage Cure will withdraw from the battlefield. Danzo was taken aback. Sitting up straighter. You have met Uchiha Itachi? Yahiko affirmed, Yes, in a small town not far from here. A wave of unease washed over Danzo. Uchiha Itachi was a formidable presence, one who could not be detected even by Konoha's barriers. What could his intentions be in the land of rain? If he sought to launch a decapitating strike, they would be in grave danger. Danzo's thoughts turned towards retreating to Konoha, for there, even if Itachi came, his primary target would surely be Hiruzen. Unaware of Danzo's internal turmoil, Yahiko pressed, Lord, what are your thoughts? Any issue can be resolved through communication. And Uchiha Itachi is a prime example. Danzo sneered. Uchiha Itachi is merely deceiving you. Amage Cure's willingness to withdraw stems from our overwhelming victories against them. After regaining his composure, Danzo acknowledged that this was his domain, teeming with powerful allies. Even if Uchiha Itachi arrived, there was little to fear. Moreover, under Namake's Minato's efforts, Konoha had already established a decisive advantage on the battlefield in the land of rain. A ceasefire was utterly inconceivable. Yahiko's expression darkened at Danzo's words. Did he intend to usurp their accomplishments with just a few dismissive remarks? Lord, if it weren't for our persuasion, would Amage Cure truly withdraw, so easily given Uchiha Itachi's strength? Danzo shot Yahiko a cold glance. What do you mean by that? Do you believe a single Uchiha Itachi can alter the course of the war? While I am in a good mood, I suggest you leave. If there was anyone in the ninja world he despised, it was Uchiha Itachi. A mere child relying on his Mangekyo Sharingan would eventually become a blind fool, unable to see anything. Danzo could not tolerate such boasting about Uchiha Itachi in his presence. Yahiko's face flushed with anger at Danzo's insults. Konan and Nagato instinctively shielded him, with Nagato stating firmly, Please watch your tone. Tone. Danzo chuckled coldly, about to retort when he caught sight of the Rinnegan in Nagato's eyes. Those eyes. Danzo's jaw dropped in astonishment, his heart racing uncontrollably. The Rinnegan. The legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. Thoughts of Jiraiya tirelessly searching for the child of prophecy flooded his mind as realization dawned upon him. No wonder Jiraiya had spent 3 years in the land of rain teaching these 3. One of them possessed the Rinnegan. Bring me these 3. Danzo commanded decisively to the nearby Ambu, without hesitation. While he knew little of the Rinnegan's capabilities, the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths would undoubtedly surpass those of the Uchiha clan. If he could acquire the Rinnegan, he could become the child of prophecy himself. At that point, simply revealing the eyes would compel Hiruzen to relinquish the position of Hokage to him. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan were caught off guard by Danzo's sudden aggression. They had traversed various nations as envoys, rarely receiving attention, yet never had anyone dared to attack them. This old man was completely unpredictable. Yahiko, Konan, you two go ahead. Nagato instructed, forming hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive inferno engulfed the room, allowing Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato to escape outside. However, the commotion attracted the attention of Konoha's ninjas within the camp. We mean no harm. Why are you attacking us? Yahiko shouted. Danzo coldly retorted. You are spies sent by Uchiha Itachi. Seize them. Under the command of Jishin Tuanzo, a multitude of Konoha ninjas surged towards Nagato and his companions with the intent to eliminate them. Yahiko keenly observed the unabashed greed in Jishin Tuanzo's eyes and solemnly warned, Nagato, that scoundrel has set his sights on your eyes. I will hold them off. You must flee first. In response, Nagato shook his head while unleashing jutsu. Rejecting the notion, no, I have vowed to protect your safety. Konan, utilizing her paper jutsu, continuously hurled explosive tags to impede the advance of the Konoha ninjas. Suetun, Suaransui. Yahiko forcefully repelled the incoming Konoha ninjas, declaring, You are the prophesied child spoken of by Jiraiya-sensei. Only you can usher in peace for the ninja world. Jishin Toanzo, standing at a distance, spoke ominously, "None of you shall escape today." With so many Konoha ninjas present, not even a fly can slip away. As expected, despite the desperate struggle of Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, the encirclement grew tighter. The prospect of escape was akin to a fool's dream. Just as Jishin Toanzo believed victory was assured, a figure suddenly materialized and crashed to the ground. The crowd looked up to see Minato Namikaze, pale and exuding the chakra of the Nine Tails. In an instant, all Konoha ninjas recoiled in fear. Could the Nine Tails be on the brink of rampage once again? Seeing this, Yahiko swiftly grasped Nagato's body and hurled him into the air. Konan, understanding the plan, manifested two enormous wings and soared skyward with Nagato. "Nagato, Konan, you must survive." Yahiko's words barely left his lips before he was engulfed by the onslaught of Konoha ninjas. Chapter 121. The appearance of Baiju chased them. Leave no stone unturned. Capture those two. Jishin Toanzo barked angrily at the Konoha ninjas, his frustration mounting at the sight of Konan and Nagato ascending into the sky. Upon seeing Nagato's Rinnegan, he had already envisioned those eyes as his own possession. Now, with the prize slipping away, Jishin Toanzo was frantic. However, as his command fell, all but the root ninjas remained unmoved. Outraged, Jishin Toanzo shouted, "Are you all plotting rebellion?" A ninja from the Nara clan stepped forward, stating gravely, "Sir, Minato's situation is dire. The Nine Tails could erupt at any moment. We must help him subdue it first." The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Nine Tails are paramount. What significance do those two rain ninjas hold? Yes, if the Nine Tails rampages here, we cannot fathom how many lives we might lose. As the commander, surely you can discern the gravity of the situation. Observing the righteous indignation of his comrades, Jishin Toanzo clenched his fists in silence, ultimately choosing to concede. After recent battles, Minato had garnered immense respect in their hearts. If he chose to disregard their pleas, public outrage would surely follow. With this in mind, Jishin Toanzo coldly instructed a root ninja beside him, immediately seek out Hanzo of the Salamander and have him eradicate the Akatsuki organization. In exchange, we will withdraw our forces from the Rain Village. The root ninja nodded, understood. Once the root ninjas departed, Jishin Toanzo hastily distanced himself from Minato, planning to inquire about Minato's condition once the Nine Tails was subdued. In this ninja world, who could have inflicted such harm upon Minato? In the land of rain, Nagato and Konan sat solemnly beside a flickering campfire, their expressions heavy with sorrow. After a long silence, Nagato hoarsely lamented, "It is my fault that Yahiko perished. I failed to protect him." Hearing this, Konan comforted him, "Nagato, this is not your fault. None could have anticipated the sudden aggression from Konoha's ninjas. We must now consider our next course of action." They had returned to the Akatsuki's base, but it lay desolate and marked by signs of battle. Throughout the land of rain, posters seeking their capture were plastered everywhere. The world was vast, yet it felt as if there was no refuge left for them. Nagato inhaled deeply and declared solemnly, "Perhaps Yahiko's approach was flawed. Understanding between people is unachievable. We must seek a different path." After contemplating Nagato's words, Konan slowly suggested, "Let us seek out Uchiha Ketsuzan in the Land of Clouds. He once mentioned that we could turn to him in our time of need." The image of Uchiha Ketsuzan surfaced in Konan's mind, her expression a mix of complexity. Though he had a fearsome reputation, he had easily acquiesced to their request for the withdrawal of forces from the Land of Clouds. Yet, it felt as if his gaze had long foresaw their current plight. If only they had trusted each other more back then, would Yahiko still be alive? Nagato tossed a piece of firewood into the flames, his resolve solidifying. "Then we shall go to the Land of Clouds. I too wish to know what thoughts Uchiha Ketsuzan harbors, having foreseen our predicament. With only their strength, achieving Yahiko's dream or seeking revenge against Hanzo of the Salamander would be a mere fantasy. Temporarily relying on Uchiha Ketsuzan was the wisest choice at present." Without delay, they set forth towards the Land of Clouds under the cover of night. After their departure, a white figure stealthily sank into the ground nearby. In the Land of Grass, Uchiha Ketsuzan walked alone along the path to the Land of Grass. It was now the 50th year of Konoha. The time for Karui's birth drew near. At this juncture, Karui's mother should have settled in the Land of Grass. Thus, Uchiha Ketsuzan planned to visit the village, intending to bring Karui's mother back to the Land of Clouds if she was indeed there. "Good girl, eat something." Uchiha Ketsuzan crushed a soldier pill into powder and offered it to Ajisai, then used water jutsu to create some water for her to wash it down. The taste of the soldier pill was far from pleasant. Ajisai scrunched her face, but dutifully swallowed it all. Such a good girl. Uchiha Ketsuzan gently patted Ajisai's back, rocking her softly. Before long, Ajisai yawned and fell into a deep slumber. Seeing her asleep, Uchiha Ketsuzan activated Kamui, placing her into the Kamui dimension. He then halted his steps. On a nearby tree trunk, a white humanoid creature slowly emerged. Hello. The creature greeted Uchiha Ketsuzan with exuberance. Uchiha Ketsuzan furrowed his brow. Baiju. Noticing Uchiha Ketsuzan's lack of response, Baiju hurried to his side, dramatically waving his arms. Hello, Uchiha Ketsuzan. Uchiha Ketsuzan regained his composure and slowly inquired. What are you, and what is your purpose in seeking me? Baiju replied with a grin. I am not just anything. My name is Baiju. As for my purpose, if you're willing to answer me one question, I shall reveal it. What question? Baiju leaned closer to Uchiha Ketsuzan, eagerly asking, Can you tell me what it feels like for a human to have the urge to relieve themselves? Uchiha Ketsuzan's mouth twitched. This was truly an encounter with the real Baiju. Hey, why are you silent again? I'm genuinely curious about what that feeling is. Uchiha Ketsuzan steadied his emotions and replied, If you utter another word, I shall throw you into the latrine. Baiju's pupils contracted in fear, taking several steps back. While it wished to understand the urge, it had no desire to encounter such a fate. It is Uchiha Madara who has sent me to find you. He mentioned that there are matters he wishes to discuss with you. As a member of the Uchiha clan, you must have heard of Uchiha Madara's name, correct? Upon hearing the words of Baiju, Uchiha Jeshuan feigned confusion and inquired, Uchiha Madara? Has he not long since passed away? Baiju chuckled with a sense of pride. Madara is very much alive, observing the entire ninja world. Come with me. I shall take you to meet him. After speaking, Baiju turned and walked ahead. Uchiha Jeshuan pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to follow. Chapter 122. Uchiha Madara. They arrived at the border between the land of grass and Konoha, where Baiju pointed to a dark cave entrance ahead, saying, Madara is inside. Follow me. Uchiha Jeshuan cast a glance and replied nonchalantly, Let us proceed. Currently, Uchiha Madara likely relied on the outer path golem to sustain his life, and with his possession of the dual Mangekyo Sharingan and numerous hidden cards, he felt secure from any potential danger. The two entered the cave, soon arriving at a dimly lit underground chamber. The cave was not particularly spacious, illuminated solely by a dozen candles. The walls were adorned with various weapons, and many niches contained numerous scrolls, along with vivid crimson, three-tomo Sharingan cultivation dishes. At the deepest part of the cave sat an elderly man, his skin wrinkled and his hair entirely white, quietly resting on a stone chair. Upon noticing Uchiha Jeshuan and Baiju's entrance, the old man slowly opened his eyes. You have arrived. The old man's voice was weak, yet his three-tomo Sharingan emanated an aura of formidable power. Uchiha Jeshuan spoke softly. You are Uchiha Madara? Indeed, the old man nodded, using a cane to rise and approach Uchiha Jeshuan. After scrutinizing him for a moment, Uchiha Madara revealed a faint smile. A commendable child. I can sense the immense power residing within your eyes. You have activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, have you not? Uchiha Jeshuan replied coolly. Such knowledge is common among nearly all ninja in the world. There is no need for elaboration. Yet, I must express surprise at your continued existence, as I believed you had perished at the Valley of the End. Although he understood these matters well, he could not betray his knowledge. His traversal through time was his greatest secret. A glimmer of nostalgia crossed Uchiha Madara's gaze as he began to recount. In those days, I battled Senju Hashirama at the Valley of the End for 3 days and nights, ultimately pierced through the chest by him. Everyone believed I had failed. Yet unbeknownst to them, it was all part of my design. As the head of the Uchiha clan, you must be aware of the forbidden technique Izanagi, correct? Uchiha Jeshuan nodded in acknowledgement. Uchiha Madara continued. I utilized Izanagi to rewrite the facts of my death and secretly departed from Konoha. My goal all along was merely to acquire the flesh of Senju Hashirama. With that, Uchiha Madara adjusted his clothing, revealing the face of Senju Hashirama upon his chest. I learned certain truths from the stone tablet at the South He Shrine and successfully gained the power of creation. Additionally, I obtained the Rinnegan, the eyes once belonging to the Sage of Six Paths in my later years. In the Land of Rain, You must have encountered that child from the Uzumaki clan. Uchiha Jeshuan stroked his chin and inquired, did you perceive Nagato as a nurturing vessel for the Rinnegan? What is your ultimate objective? In response to Uchiha Jeshuan's question, Uchiha Madara chuckled, naturally, it is to seek a successor, someone who will utilize those eyes to fulfill my plans. At last, Uchiha Jeshuan comprehended the reason Uchiha Madara had sought him out. You have chosen me as your successor? Indeed, Uchiha Madara stated firmly. Nagato has already gone to the village hidden in the clouds to ally with you. With your current strength, coupled with Nagato's Rinnegan, gathering the nine-tailed beast should not pose a significant challenge. When the time comes to resurrect the 10 tails, you will become its Jinchuriki and initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi. In the illusionary world created by the infinite Tsukuyomi, all desires will be fulfilled, and this ninja world will no longer experience war. So what say you? Are you willing to take my place as the ruler of the new world? Gazing into Uchiha Madara's expectant eyes, Uchiha Jeshuan contemplated before nodding with a smile. That does sound rather appealing. However, after such meticulous planning, you would have me execute your designs? Is such fortune truly bestowed upon anyone? Sighing, Uchiha Madara replied, you can see my current state. I am filled with intentions yet powerless. I only hope that before you execute the Tsukinomi plan, you might use the Rinne rebirth technique to revive me, allowing me to witness that moment with my own eyes. Uchiha Jeshuan stroked his chin and nodded, agreed. Observing Uchiha Jeshuan's acquiescence, Uchiha Madara instructed, come closer. I shall reveal everything to you within the illusionary world. Uchiha Jeshuan, however, shook his head. There is no need. Merely share your plan with me. Seeing Uchiha Jeshuan's refusal, Uchiha Madara shrugged nonchalantly and beckoned Baiju to approach. Once Baiju stood beside him, Uchiha Madara placed a hand on Baiju's shoulder. In the next moment, a wave of darkness enveloped half of Baiju's form. This is the embodiment of my will. In the future, it will relay all information regarding the Tsukinomi plan to you. As for me, it is time for this soul to depart. Having said this, Uchiha Madara took a determined step forward, causing the connection of the outer path golem to the tubes behind him to sever. In mere moments, Uchiha Madara swiftly lost all vitality, becoming a lifeless corpse. After Uchiha Madara's demise, Uchiha Jeshuan sealed all of his possessions within sealing scrolls, with the Uchiha fan slung across his back. Once everything was completed, Baiju approached Uchiha Jeshuan's side and asked, Jeshuan, what shall we do next? With a smile, Uchiha Jeshuan patted Baiju's shoulder. Next, we shall engage in Kamui. Before Baiju could fully comprehend the situation, Uchiha Jeshuan activated the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, transporting him into the Kamui dimension. The sudden turn of events left Baiju bewildered, prompting him to ask, Jeshuan, why have you brought me here? Uchiha Jeshuan crossed his arms and replied coolly, I have no interest in Uchiha Madara's plans, so you shall remain here indefinitely. What? A flicker of panic emerged in Baiju's eyes. If confined to the Kamui dimension, what would happen to their plans? He could not fathom why Uchiha Jeshuan, who had just shown willingness to execute the Tsukinomi plan, would suddenly change his mind. Realizing this, Baiju spoke gravely, Jeshuan, do you not desire true peace for the ninja world? Do you not long for an extended life and absolute power? Uchiha Madara is dead, and all his legacies have been entrusted to you. What do you have to fear? Chapter 123, The Land of Grass. Observing the increasingly distressed Baiju, Uchiha Jeshuan smiled playfully and teased, are you feeling overwhelmed? Baiju replied seriously, I simply cannot comprehend why you would make such a decision. As the will of Uchiha Madara, I possess extensive knowledge and can offer you great assistance regardless of your choices. In response, Uchiha Jeshuan's smile faded, and he scoffed. To draw everyone into an illusionary world to achieve true peace. Could such a notion truly originate from a human mind? If the Tsukinomi plan were to be enacted, humanity would likely vanish from the ninja world within mere decades. What significance would such peace hold? Upon hearing the words of Uchiha Yuzuen, Kurizetsu retorted, after the initiation of the Moon Eye plan, we can leave a small portion of humanity to alter their memories, allowing them to reproduce. This was precisely how his mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, acted, and humanity did not face extinction. Uchiha Yuzuen coldly scoffed, as long as humanity exists, conflict will inevitably arise. It is inherent to human nature and bears no direct relation to numbers. Leaving behind a fraction of humanity is no different to me than preserving them all. No, it is different. Kurizetsu hastily interjected, his voice rising with urgency. Controlling a small fraction of humanity is far simpler than governing them all. In the past, Uchiha Madara had indeed contemplated unifying the entire shinobi world, but ultimately realized the impossibility of such a feat. Otherwise, he would not have sought to enact the Moon Eye plan. Haha. Uchiha Uzuin could not suppress a series of hearty laughs. The plan failed because Madara lacked the necessary ruthlessness and strength. No matter his ambitions, Senju Hashirama consistently overshadowed him. But I am unparalleled. Observing the confidence exuding from Uchiha Uzuin, Kurizetsu's heart plummeted. He understood that the Uchiha clan was notoriously obstinate. Once a decision was made, turning back was nearly impossible. Now inheriting Madara's legacy and wielding formidable power, along with the full support of Kumogakure, the prospect of Uzuin becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails loomed large. Should such a reluctant proponent of the Moon Eye plan ascend to that status, Kurizetsu's meticulously crafted scheme spanning millennia could be in jeopardy. Everything I speak of is inscribed upon the stele in the secret chamber of the Nanha Shrine. The contents were bequeathed by the Sage of Six Paths. You may verify for yourself that the Moon Eye plan is indeed the ultimate and correct choice. Uchiha Uzuin shook his head in response, stating, "Written records can be manipulated. I only trust in myself." Witnessing Uzuin's obstinate demeanor, Kurizetsu was gripped by an unprecedented sense of dread. If he were truly confined here, rescuing his mother would be an impossibility. After teasing Kurizetsu, Uchiha Uzuin jested, "Do not despair too much. Perhaps one day we may meet again." With that, Uchiha Uzuin vanished into the Kamui dimension. On the desolate earth, only Kurizetsu's despairing cries remained. "No, Uchiha Uzuin, come back." Alas, no matter how loudly he shouted, there was no response. Shirazetsu, irritated by Kurizetsu's clamor, could not help but interject, "Cease your shouting. It disrupts my meditation." "Meditate my foot." Emerging from the Kamui space, Uchiha Uzuin felt quite pleased. The fact that Shirazetsu had approached him at Madara's behest was an unexpected delight. Not only had he acquired Madara's legacy, but he had also successfully orchestrated Madara's voluntary demise. Now, he need not worry about this old schemer stirring up trouble from the shadows. Most importantly, he had exiled Kurizetsu to the Kamui space. As long as he chose not to, Kurizetsu would be utterly incapable of escaping. Furthermore, given Kurizetsu's power, a modicum of vigilance would suffice to ensure he posed no threat. As for why he did not simply eliminate Kurizetsu, it was because Kurizetsu was a creation born of Otsutsuki Kagaya's bloodline abilities. In the original narrative, he had withstood the assault of Naruto Uzumaki's Rinnegan without succumbing. Thus, Uchiha Uzuin had no intention of attempting to kill Kurizetsu now. With the destabilizing factors in the shinobi world eliminated, he could now proceed methodically to develop his own power. While contemplating these thoughts, Uchiha Uzuin made his way toward Kusagakure. The scenery of the Land of Grass was quite pleasant, adorned with picturesque landscapes. As he traversed the path, he passed by places such as the Shinanobi Bridge and the Tenchi Bridge, which had appeared in the original narrative, providing an intriguing experience. After a half-day's journey, Uchiha Uzuin finally arrived at Kusagakure. In contrast to Kumogakure and Konohagakure, Kusagakure was more deserving of the title of a village. From a distance, it appeared that the village lacked even a proper wall. It was merely encircled by simple wooden fences. The structures within were predominantly wooden houses, and the ground was laid with a rudimentary stone pathway. Uchiha Uzuin estimated that the entire area of Kusagakure was only slightly larger than that of an ordinary village. Since Uchiha Uzuin had not made any effort to conceal his presence, he was promptly noticed by the ninjas of Kusagakure as he approached. Two grass ninjas brandishing kunai swiftly appeared before him, coldly demanding, "Who are you, and what is your purpose in our Kusagakure?" Uchiha Uzuin replied nonchalantly, "Does your village harbor any members of the Uzumaki clan?" Upon hearing this, the two grass ninjas exchanged glances, one of them coldly retorting, "That is none of your concern. If you do not leave immediately, we will treat you as an enemy." Having lost interest in further inquiries, Uchiha Uzuin activated his Sharingan. In the next instant, the two grass ninjas stood frozen in place. Uchiha Uzuin delved into their minds, successfully extracting the information he sought. Several months prior, a couple had arrived in Kusagakure. The man was named Daofu, and the woman was called Anko. Although they claimed to lack a surname and hailed from a common family of wandering ninjas, their distinctive red hair was sufficient to reveal their true identities. Now that he had arrived, Uchiha Uzuin intended to take them with him. Even though he had already evolved the Uzumaki bloodline to its fullest potential, bringing back 2 members of the Uzumaki clan would surely delight Kushina. As he had not ventured far into Kusagakure, the village's grass ninjas soon surrounded him. A grass ninja who appeared to be the leader coldly addressed Uchiha Yuzuan. With your 3-tomo Sharingan, you are a member of the Uchiha clan? What is your purpose in our Kusagakure? Uchiha Yuzuan replied slowly, I have come to take 2 individuals. The grass ninja leader's expression shifted to one of confusion. Who? Daofu and Anko. Upon hearing this, the grass ninja leader's countenance changed. Just recently, he had discovered that the ninja named Anko possessed an exceedingly unique ability. During a mission, Daofu had been gravely injured by an explosive tag trap. According to his companions, Daofu's internal organs had been obliterated, leaving him with no hope of survival. However, Anko had immediately placed her arm in Daofu's mouth. In the next moment, a miraculous event occurred. Daofu's body began to heal at a visible pace. Even the most skilled medical ninjas in the shinobi world could not achieve such a feat. After persistent questioning, Anko had confessed to her extraordinary constitution. Regardless of the severity of the injury, as long as someone bit into her flesh, healing would occur in a remarkably short time. The grass ninja leader had promptly ordered Daofu and Anko to be detained and forbade any ninja from revealing this matter. Yet now, how could it be that someone was seeking them so soon? Noticing the grass ninja leader lost in thought, Uchiha Yuzuan, slightly impatient, proposed, Will you voluntarily surrender the individuals, or shall I eliminate you all and retrieve them myself? At this, the faces of the grass ninjas were etched with fury. While the Uchiha clan was indeed a prestigious family within the shinobi world, the audacity of one lone individual to intrude upon their village, coupled with threats of annihilation, was exceedingly brazen. After all, they were a village of considerable renown within the shinobi realm. In contrast to the ordinary grass ninjas, the leader of the grass ninjas harbored a flicker of trepidation. If given a choice, he truly wished to avoid provoking the Uchiha clan. However, the allure of Xingzi's unique constitution was simply too tempting. Acquiring her would be tantamount to gaining countless lives. This temptation was insurmountable for any ninja. Contemplating this, the grass ninja leader feigned casualness and inquired, How did you come to know that Daofu and Xingzi were in our Kusa no Kuni? That the Uchiha clan had sent you? Uchiha Jieshuan shook his head. Not at all. I was uncertain of their presence here before my arrival. Is that so? A glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in the leader's eyes. Eliminate him. If we can silently dispatch this ninja before us, we need not fear the Uchiha clan's retribution. Although the Sharingan with its 3-tomo was exceptionally powerful, this was indeed their home turf. With his superior strength and over 100 comrades from Kusa no Kuni, it should not be overly difficult to eliminate the ninja before them. Upon receiving the leader's command, the grass ninjas promptly retreated, distancing themselves from Uchiha Jieshuan. Subsequently, a dozen grass ninjas swiftly formed hand seals, Katan, Ryuka no Jutsu. Simultaneously, another dozen grass ninjas coordinated, Futon, Daitapa. A multitude of fire dragons converged, augmented by the wind technique, surging towards Uchiha Jieshuan with tremendous force. In the face of the united assault of the grass ninjas, Uchiha Jieshuan remained stationary, exhibiting no intention of evasion. He merely positioned his Uchiha fan before him and calmly declared, Uchiha, rebound. Boom. The flames, upon contact with the fan, rebounded with even greater ferocity. The unprepared grass ninjas were consumed by the inferno, emitting a chorus of anguished cries reminiscent of hellish torment. Without pausing, Uchiha Jieshuan charged into the fray, wielding his fan to strike left and right. With each strike, he accurately claimed the life of one or even several grass ninjas. Realizing the dire situation, the grass ninja leader attempted to flee but was swiftly seized by Uchiha Jieshuan, who grasped his neck. Who are you? The grass ninja leader managed to stammer. In a mere few minutes, nearly all his companions had been slain. The figure before him was undoubtedly not a nameless individual. Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall benevolently bestow upon you the answer. I am Uchiha Jieshuan. Upon hearing Uchiha Jieshuan's name, the grass ninja leader's pupils dilated in shock, followed by a bitter smile. Uchiha Jieshuan, so it is you. I have been overly greedy. I should have inquired earlier. However, to perish at the hands of a being as formidable as you is, in a way, a matter of pride. My name is Shinfu. You may proceed. Observing the fearless demeanor of the grass ninja leader, Uchiha Jieshuan released his grip. This was not a result of being flattered, but rather a sudden inspiration of a superior idea. Cough, cough. Xianfu collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. After a moment, he voiced his lingering fear. You will not kill me? Uchiha Jieshuan replied slowly. I seek to unify the entire ninja world. If you are willing to cooperate with my endeavors in the land of grass, I shall spare you. As the leader of Kusa no Kuni, Xianfu was undoubtedly well acquainted with the land. Retaining him to assist in ruling the land of grass would yield significant benefits. Upon hearing Uchiha Jieshuan's proposition, Xianfu was initially taken aback, then promptly knelt, exclaiming, I shall serve Lord Jieshuan with my life. Uchiha Jieshuan nodded in satisfaction. I will send someone to liaise with you. All you need to do is provide a detailed account of the situation in the land of grass. Understood, Xianfu readily agreed. For a nation like the land of grass, becoming part of a great power was an opportunity too good to pass up. Previously, great nations had treated their small country as mere buffer zones in times of war, thus reluctant to accept them. Aligning with Uchiha Jieshuan would undoubtedly be beneficial for them. Now, lead me to Daofu and Xingzi. Uchiha Jieshuan was in high spirits. He had not anticipated that conquering a nation would be so effortless. It appeared that his aspirations for unifying the ninja world might not be as daunting as he had imagined. Lord Jieshuan, please follow me, Xianfu said. His face a mask of obsequiousness as he guided Uchiha Jieshuan towards the center of Kusa no Kuni. Though he had just witnessed the demise of nearly all his companions at the hands of Uchiha Jieshuan, he felt no animosity towards him. He understood clearly that only by submitting to the overwhelming power of his adversary could he and the remaining comrades survive. Kusa no Kuni was not particularly vast, and soon they arrived at a dilapidated wooden hut. Lord Jieshuan, this is the place, Xianfu said, unlocking the chains and pushing the door open. Uchiha Jieshuan was met with the sight of the panicked Daofu and Xingzi. No, do not come any closer. We would rather die. Upon seeing Uchiha Jieshuan and Xianfu, Daofu spread his arms to shield Xingzi. Ever since the fall of the Uzumaki clan, he and Xingzi had been wandering the ninja world, fully aware of how coveted Xingzi's constitution was to ninjas. Even those they had saved would cast avaricious glances at Xingzi. Therefore, when the grass ninjas imprisoned them, Daofu resolved to fight to the bitter end. He would rather perish than allow Xingzi to be turned into a mere plaything for these fiends. Xingzi clutched the hem of Daofu's garment, tears streaming down her face. Why must we suffer such a tragic fate when we have done nothing wrong? Observing the despairing expressions of the two, Xianfu cautiously glanced at Uchiha Jieshuan, then donned a congenial smile. Daofu, Xingzi, you misunderstand. My initial intention in confining you was merely a temporary measure. I had always planned to release you after dealing with those greedy subordinates. You are aware of the troubles that would arise if news of Xingzi were to spread, are you not? Hearing Xianfu's words, Daofu expressed his incredulity. Is that true? Of course, Xianfu nodded vigorously. But even if you do not believe me, it matters not. This esteemed lord intends to take you away from Kusa no Kuni. Only then did Daofu and Xingzi notice Uchiha Jieshuan standing beside Xianfu. A ninja who commanded such respect from the leader of Kusa no Kuni must surely be an extraordinary individual. Xianfu has betrayed us. Daofu thought furiously. Xianfu, after all we've done for Kusa no Kuni, how could you do such a thing? Faced with Daofu's accusation, Xianfu found himself at a loss for words. Uchiha Jieshuan stepped forward, stating calmly, You shall accompany me back to Kumogakure. Daofu replied coldly, Who are you? I am Uchiha Jieshuan. At this, both Daofu and Xingzi stood dumbfounded, and after a pause, they murmured, Uchiha Jieshuan, you, a being of such might, would seek to treat Xingzi as a mere blood bag? Uchiha Jieshuan feigned ignorance, furrowing his brow. Blood bag? What do you mean? Daofu and Xingzi exchanged puzzled glances with Xianfu, who scratched his head in confusion. It dawned on him that although Uchiha Jieshuan had come for Xingzi and Daofu, he had never disclosed his reasons. Perhaps Uchiha Jieshuan was unaware of Xingzi's unique constitution? With this thought, Xianfu explained, I have never divulged your circumstances to the outside world. I am uncertain of the reasons Lord Jieshuan seeks you. As all eyes turned to him, Uchiha Jieshuan spoke slowly before her demise. Uzumaki Mido entrusted the legacy of the Uzumaki clan to my wife, Uzumaki Kushina. As I traversed through the land of Kusa, I chanced upon whispers regarding your unique hair colors, which compelled me to seek you out with a heart full of curiosity. Should you be inclined to accompany me back to Yunin village, Kushina would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Upon hearing the words of Uchiha Yazuki, Daofu, Kyoko, and Kenji suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. All along, they had been entangled in their own misconceptions. In truth, he was completely oblivious to the matters concerning Kyoko. By the way, it seems you harbor some remarkable secrets. In response to Uchiha Yuzuki's inquiry, Daofu clenched his teeth and boldly declared, Kyoko possesses a rather extraordinary physique, allowing her to transfer her life force to others through her own body. As long as one is not deceased, even the gravest of injuries can be healed instantaneously. Given that their previous dialogue had already aroused Uchiha Yuzuki's suspicion, it seemed prudent to lay everything bare. He had resolved that if Uchiha Yuzuki harbored any ulterior motives, both he and Kyoko would resort to taking their own lives. However, he did not anticipate that Uchiha Yuzuki's expression would turn icy upon hearing his words. If that is the case, I strongly advise you to accompany me. Under my protection, no one would dare covet Kyoko's body, remaining in the wild. Your fears will eventually materialize due to your vulnerabilities. Upon hearing this, Kyoko could not restrain her curiosity and asked, though this question may seem rude, are you truly not the least bit tempted by my abilities? Uchiha Yuzuki chuckled softly and replied, in this shinobi world, there has yet to be an individual who could place my life in jeopardy. Witnessing Uchiha Yuzuki's confidence, Kyoko and Daofu exchanged glances and solemnly stated, Lord Yuzuki, we are willing to follow you to Yunin village. Uchiha Yuzuki nodded and turned to leave. As Kyoko and Daofu stepped outside, their mouths fell agape. The ground was littered with corpses, buildings lay in ruins, and the remaining Kusa shinobi stood with bowed heads, their faces etched with terror. Kusa village has been destroyed. Observing their expressions, Kenji could not help but smile wryly. Now do you believe I did not betray you? Because of you too. Kusa village nearly faced obliteration from the shinobi world. In response to Kenji's lament, Uchiha Yuzuki scoffed lightly. This insignificant place is hardly enough to challenge me. Kenji quickly nodded with a forced smile. My apologies, Lord Yuzuki, for failing to provide you with sufficient entertainment this time. A faint smile curled at the corners of Uchiha Yuzuki's lips, who said ninjas lacked the art of flattery. Such praise was masterfully delivered. In Konoha, Namikaze Minato gradually awakened from his slumber upon the hospital bed, staring vacantly at the stark white ceiling. Having accompanied his mentor Jiraiya in training for several years, he believed himself to have acquired sufficient strength, prompting him to volunteer for the battlefield to stabilize the village's situation. Initially, the reality aligned with his expectations, as he faced no worthy opponents, thanks to his mastery of the Hiraishin no Jutsu. Even the elite jonin from various villages posed no threat in his presence. This sensation peaked after he vanquished an elite jonin squad led by Uchiha Fugaku. Minato even entertained the notion that he could continue his streak of victories. Yet, the emergence of Uchiha Yuzuki, the very individual who had once taken Kushina from Konoha, brought him to utter defeat once more. Had it not been for the injuries he sustained, which caused the seal of the Kyubi within him to weaken, allowing the Kyubi to utilize its chakra to heal his fatal wounds, he might now be lifeless. Furthermore, the final technique employed by his opponent had been something he had contemplated numerous times in his mind, yet had not fully conceptualized. Witnessing Uchiha Yuzuki execute, it granted him a moment of profound clarity, particularly with the name Rasen Sengen Cho Rendan Shinri Airshiki. It resonated perfectly with his desires. Upon reflection, it seemed as though he was overshadowed by Uchiha Yuzuki in every conceivable aspect. If he were to describe his feelings, Minato would say he felt as though he were living in the shadow cast by Uchiha Yuzuki. Chapter 126. Am I to become Hokage? Minato found himself in his mental realm, slowly approaching the iron door that sealed the Kyubi. The colossal form of the Kyubi lay hidden in the shadows, its massive head the only visible part. Upon sensing his presence, the Kyubi opened its eyes briefly before closing them again in feigned slumber. Minato, accustomed to the Kyubi's demeanor, inquired, Kyubi, why did you save me back then? The Kyubi responded nonchalantly, because I find that pair of eyes more detestable than you. Minato nodded and suddenly asked, could you lend me your power? The Kyubi opened its eyes and regarded Minato with a disdainful huff. On what grounds? Minato replied earnestly, because with only my strength, I am no match for Uchiha Yuzuki. In our next encounter, I might very well perish at his hands. While you tailed beasts can be reborn, you wouldn't wish to be controlled by those eyes, would you? Having been the host of the Kyubi for several years, he had learned much about its history and understood the formidable restraint posed by the Mangekyo Sharingan against tailed beasts. Before those eyes, Even the QB was merely a larger plaything. Humph. The QB scoffed, dismissing Minato's words. Observing this, Minato quietly exhaled in relief. As long as there was no outright rejection, it meant his aspirations were not beyond reach. Should he acquire the power of the QB, he would indeed be confident enough to face Uchiha Itachi once more. Sensing activity from the outside world, Minato departed from his mental realm. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen entering the room. Minato, have you been feeling any better lately? Sarutobi inquired with concern. Meeting the Hokage's gaze, Minato smiled and nodded. Lord Hokage, I am nearly fully recovered. The doctor said I could be discharged tomorrow. Sarutobi took a drag from his cigarette and replied, you should refrain from returning to the battlefield for now. The village cannot afford to lose you, the host of the QB. The recent incident had greatly alarmed him. Should Uchiha Itachi succeed in killing Minato, Konoha would truly be doomed. With Minato, who possessed the Hiraition as their trump card, at least the hostile shinobi villages would think twice before engaging in a full-on confrontation with Konoha. Otherwise, a living Minato would undoubtedly haunt the nightmares of every opposing shinobi village. Upon hearing Sarutobi's decision, Minato questioned, what will happen to the front line? Sarutobi replied solemnly, I will instruct Jiraiya and the shinobi of Konoha to hold the enemy's advance as best as they can. If necessary, we shall relinquish some territories to buy time. I have also urged Orochimaru to expedite the improvements to the Edo Tensei technique, so that we may serve as the final safeguard for Konoha. Despite Sarutobi's plan, Minato felt a sense of unease. Being confined to the village while his comrades fought on the battlefield felt unjust. Enough. Sarutobi's expression turned serious. Minato, I am growing old. You must prepare to take on my responsibilities. What? The unexpected revelation left Minato momentarily speechless, his body trembling with excitement. Lord Hokage, do you mean to choose me as your successor? Sarutobi smiled indeed. Your reputation among the people is already quite high. As the village's heir, spend this time learning how to manage the affairs of the village under my guidance. Minato straightened in his seat and declared, I will strive to meet your expectations. Becoming Hokage had been his lifelong dream, and was it finally about to become a reality? As he observed the youthful Bo Feng Shui men, Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted his eyes. Since the onset of the Third Shinobi World War, Orochimaru had repeatedly defied his orders. This realization made him acutely aware that his disciple had already matured and developed formidable wings. Should Orochimaru ascend to the position of Hokage, it was likely that he would be forced into retirement. In contrast, the young Bo Feng Shui man, lacking a solid foundation, was evidently more manageable. Thus, even if he were compelled to retreat into the shadows due to the war's setbacks, he could still maintain a firm grip on the village's authority. In the village of Yunin, Uchiha Yuzuru, accompanied by Daofu and Anzi, first visited the Raikage office. Upon learning that they were wandering members of the Uzumaki clan, the third Raikage joyfully instructed Taki to register them immediately. From this day forth, Daofu and Anzi were recognized as ninjas of Yunin. Upon hearing Uchiha Yuzuru declare that the land of grass had succumbed to their allegiance, he erupted into hearty laughter, his jovial voice echoing throughout the Raikage office. Yuzuru, prior to your return, I had a hunch that your journey would yield good news, and indeed, I was correct. To have a nation bow before you in such a brief period, truly impressive. The admiration in the third Raikage's gaze was unmistakable. It was important to note that he had yet to make any advancements in this regard. Uchiha Yuzuru replied calmly. The initial aim of overthrowing the daimyo and establishing ninjas as the rulers of nations was precisely for this purpose. Under ninja governance, societal perspectives have gradually shifted. In the past, noble titles and bloodlines were held in high regard. Now, martial prowess is of paramount importance. Strength has become a crucial factor in the inheritance of power. In this context, conquering a ninja village equates to conquering a nation. The third Raikage's appreciation intensified at these words. This was Yuzuru, the only man in the current shinobi world capable of earning his genuine respect. Reflecting on the night he first met Uchiha Yuzuru, the third Raikage couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Sometimes in life, one clever decision is all it takes. Well, it's getting late. I shall escort Daofu and Anzi back. After departing from the Raikage's office, Uchiha Yuzuru guided Daofu and Anzi to a residence adjacent to the Uchiha clan's territory. The ninjas who had come to Yunin because of him were all arranged in the vicinity. Dwellings of notable individuals like the Chi of Blood Clan, Hatake Sakumo, and Might Guy were located here. Upon seeing the pristine new residence, Daofu and Anzi knelt before Uchiha Yuzuru. Their journey had allowed them to witness the splendor of the Land of Lightning. To be able to settle in Yun-in as ninjas and possess an independent house in the heart of the village was something they had never even dared to dream of before. Please, return and prepare. Tomorrow, I will bring Kushina to see you both. By the way, you need not conceal your surnames anymore. You are Uzumaki Daofu and Uzumaki Anzi. Upon hearing this, their eyes glistened with tears as they prostrated themselves. Lord Yuzuru, we shall forever remember your kindness. In Chapter 127, Nagato and Konan are introduced. In the Yunin village, within the Uchiha clan's estate, the reception hall buzzed with emotion as Uzumaki Kushina beheld Uzumaki Anzi and Uzumaki Daofu. Since the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, the members of the Uzumaki clan had wandered throughout the shinobi world. At times, she found herself pondering whether she was the last surviving remnant of her clan. To her astonishment, she had now encountered two of her kin, their vibrant red hair evoking a profound sense of familiarity. Lady Kushina, Daofu, and Anzi greeted respectfully, their hearts brimming with excitement at the prospect of reuniting with their kin in a foreign land. After serving them tea, Uzumaki Kushina inquired, Daofu, Anzi, would you kindly share your story with me? Anzi smiled and replied, of course. When the Land of Whirlpools was destroyed, we escaped through a secret passage with our parents and several clan members. As Anzi recounted their tale, Kushina's expression grew somber. As a coveted target, the Uzumaki clan had endured countless tragedies in their exile. In contrast, while she had been under constant surveillance by the Yumbu, her life had remained relatively stable. The trio conversed for over 2 hours, and as the hour grew late, Anzi and Daofu rose to take their leave. Before parting, Kushina earnestly advised, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I will certainly help you. Daofu expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lady Kushina. He then succumbed to a coughing fit. Kushina, now visibly concerned, remarked, Daofu, your health appears to be in decline. Please take care of yourself. Daofu nodded in acknowledgement, understood. We shall take our leave now. After their departure, Kushina hurried to the backyard, where she immediately embraced Uchiha Yuzuru. Yuzuru, I cannot thank you enough. You rescued me from that prison in Konoha and granted me the freedom to live my life. Even when heading into perilous battles, you always remembered to help me seek out members of the Uzumaki clan. This sense of being cherished fills my heart with joy. Yuzuru smiled gently, stroking Kushina's hair, and said tenderly, this is merely the beginning. As more Uzumaki clan members gather, perhaps you will even become the clan leader. In response, Kushina playfully tapped Yuzuru. The Uzumaki clan is scattered throughout the shinobi world, and finding 2 of them is already more than enough for me. At that moment, Uchiha Mikoto entered, carrying hydrangeas, and announced, Yuzuru, the 3rd Raikage has sent word, requesting your presence at the Raikage's office. He mentioned that 2 ninjas from AIM are seeking to meet you. Speak of the devil, Uchiha Yuzuru remarked, glancing at Kushina with a smile. It seems you may soon have another clan member. Really? I will tell you the details upon my return. With that, Uchiha Yuzuru turned and exited the room, leaving Kushina with a sense of anticipation and admiration. At the Raikage's office, as Uchiha Yuzuru entered, he immediately spotted Nagato and Konan. Having already received news about their visit from Uchiha Madara, he was not at all surprised by their presence. Seeing Uchiha Yuzuru, Nagato raised an eyebrow. You seem utterly unfazed. Yuzuru gestured toward his eyes. I have long foreseen your future. That fellow named Yahiko is dead. Nagato declared solemnly, revealing that Yahiko's plan had failed, demonstrating that true understanding among people was unattainable. We have come to seek your guidance. If you truly possess the ability to foresee the future, please enlighten me on how you intend to achieve genuine peace in the shinobi world. In response, Uchiha Yuzuru smiled. First, let me clarify. Mutual understanding among people is indeed possible, but it comes with conditions. Those who have lost loved ones and homes will shed tears for each other's suffering, and individuals with aligned goals will strive together. In essence, only through shared experiences can people empathize with one another's feelings. Yahiko's error lay in his belief that those who have never experienced pain could understand the yearning for peace felt by those who have. Furthermore, to have others genuinely consider your ideas, one must possess a power that commands their respect. Do you comprehend this? Upon hearing Uchiha Yuzuru's explanation, Nagato and Konan fell into deep contemplation. After a moment of contemplation, Nagato slowly inquired, what do you intend to do? Uchiha Yuzuki replied nonchalantly, I shall wield formidable power to conquer all nations, and those who fail to comprehend my intentions will swiftly experience the agony of war. When all bow before me, my will shall become the collective will of the entire shinobi world. I speak of peace, and thus the shinobi world shall never see war again. Upon hearing this, Nagato's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The notion articulated by Uchiha Yuzuki resonated profoundly with his innermost thoughts. He directly expressed, I wish to assist you. Will you allow me to remain? Of course, Uchiha Yuzuki said, patting Nagato on the shoulder. From now on, you shall stay in Kumogakure as my subordinate. Konan, who stood nearby, could not help but interject, with your strength, why expend so much effort on us? Uchiha Yuzuki cast a glance at Konan and calmly responded, Nagato, you are a member of the Uzumaki clan, correct? Nagato paused briefly, then nodded affirmatively, indeed. I promised Kushina that if I encountered any lost Uzumaki descendants, I would endeavor to bring them back to Kumogakure. Uchiha Yuzuki elaborated, Kumogakure will become the new homeland for the Uzumaki clan. Nagato and Konan exchanged glances, utterly astonished by Uchiha Yuzuki's reasoning. Noticing their silence, Uchiha Yuzuki continued, moreover, Nagato's Rinnegan harbors terrifying power, which will greatly aid in my quest for unification of the shinobi world. The third Reikage, who had been listening, raised an eyebrow and could not restrain his curiosity. Rinnegan? What does that mean? Observing the third Reikage's perplexed expression, Uchiha Yuzuki explained, the Rinnegan, also known as the Sage Eye, is said to be the eye possessed by the Sage of Six Paths in ancient times. What? The third Reikage exclaimed, standing upright in surprise. He had never heard of the Rinnegan, but he was well versed in the legend of the Sage of Six Paths, a figure revered as godlike. Could it be that this red-haired ninja possessed the same eyes as the Sage of Six Paths? How on earth did Yuzuki manage to find so many extraordinary ninjas? Chapter 128. The Rinnegan does not belong to you. Uchiha Yuzuki succinctly explained the essence of the Rinnegan to the third Reikage, who grew increasingly delighted with each revelation. After all, Kumogakure was about to gain another powerful ninja. The eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. How immensely powerful they must be. With this thought, the third Reikage addressed Nagato and Konan gravely. You two are now ninjas of Kumogakure, serving Uchiha Yuzuki. If there are any matters, feel free to report to me. The third Reikage did not linger on the decision, promptly assigning Nagato and Konan to Uchiha Yuzuki's command. Although much of the power in Kumogakure had gradually shifted to Uchiha Yuzuki, the third Reikage felt no sense of unease. He understood Uchiha Yuzuki well enough to know that his ambitions far surpassed that of a mere village, and he had long since prepared himself to follow Uchiha Yuzuki's lead. After departing from the Reikage Tower, Konan gazed at Uchiha Yuzuki with curiosity. Lord Yuzuki, you seem to possess extensive knowledge about the Rinnegan. Uchiha Yuzuki nodded, indeed. You two follow me to the training ground. I shall instruct Nagato on how to wield the power of the Rinnegan. Upon hearing this, both Konan and Nagato were left astounded, their mouths agape. Konan exclaimed incredulously, Lord Yuzuki, you know how to use the power of the Rinnegan? This was a far cry from merely recognizing the Rinnegan and understanding its origins. Even Nagato himself had never grasped how to harness its power. How did Uchiha Yuzuki come to know this? Sensing their gazes upon him, Uchiha Yuzuki slowly said, Come with me. The trio soon arrived at a training ground exclusive to the Uchiha clan, a place that no one could approach without Yuzuki's permission. Uchiha Yuzuki settled onto the ground and gestured for Nagato and Konan to sit. They complied, and Nagato, feeling anxious, asked, Lord Yuzuki, how do you know so much? You may simply call me Yuzuki, he replied before looking at Nagato and continuing, because this Rinnegan does not truly belong to you. What? Upon hearing Uchiha Yuzuki's revelation, Nagato and Konan nearly leapt to their feet. Konan retorted, since Nagato can remember, he has possessed these eyes. I can attest to that. Uchiha Yuzuki shook his head. This is precisely the truth I wish to convey. Please remain silent and allow me to finish. Hearing this, although both Nagato and Konan's breaths quickened, they forced themselves to calm down. To them, Uchiha Yuzuki represented immense strength and enigma. Every word he uttered sent shivers through their senses. Once they settled, Uchiha Yuzuki organized his thoughts and began to speak. While in the land of grass, I encountered Uchiha Madara. At this, Nagato and Konan's pupils dilated in shock. Uchiha Madara? Wasn't he a legendary figure? Hadn't he been slain by Senju Hashirama long ago? Recognizing their confusion, Uchiha Yuzuki clarified, Uchiha Madara is not dead. He has lived on in this era by relying on the Gedo Mazo. During his battle with Senju Hashirama, he inadvertently acquired the power of the Six Paths and, in his later years, evolved his Mangekyo Sharingan into the Rinnegan. However, by that time, Uchiha Madara was far too aged, aware that he could not execute his plans with his own body. Thus, after summoning the Gedo Mazo, he implanted the Rinnegan into Nagato. After Uchiha Yuzuki's account, Nagato murmured in a daze, "No wonder I've always found these eyes difficult to control. It turns out they do not belong to me." If the Rinnegan evolved from the Mangekyo Sharingan, then as a member of the Uzumaki clan, it was indeed impossible for him to possess such eyes. Konan, filled with curiosity, asked, "Yuzuki, how do you know all of this?" Uchiha Madara intended to cultivate me as the successor to execute his plans. Thus he revealed everything to me. I pretended to agree, deceiving Uchiha Madara, and as a result, I inherited all of his legacy. And as a vessel for the Rinnegan, Nagato, you are also part of that legacy. Legacy. Nagato's pupils contracted sharply, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. After meeting his mentor Jiraiya, he had always believed himself to be the prophesied child destined to bring transformation to the shinobi world, with these sage eyes as the ultimate proof. Yet now he realized he was merely a vessel for Uchiha Madara's eyes. Indeed, how could someone of his disposition ever become the legendary prophesied child? Seeing Nagato's despondent expression, Konan stepped forward to offer comfort. Nagato, Yuzuki's choice to disclose the entire truth signifies that he does not view you as a mere pawn. You no longer need to bear such a tremendous burden. After hearing Konan's words, Nagato managed a bitter smile and nodded. You are right, Konan. From now on, I shall focus solely on being myself. Bearing the legendary sage eyes, recognized by Jiraiya as the prophesied child destined to bring peace to the shinobi world, Nagato had always carried immense pressure. Now, having learned the truth, although he felt a sense of loss, he also experienced an inexplicable sense of relief. Uchiha Yuzuki was quite satisfied with Nagato's response. He deliberately revealed a portion of the truth to Nagato to dispel any arrogance that resided within him. The overwhelming power of the Rinnegan could lead one to lose their sense of self. In the original narrative, Nagato became obstinate and self-righteous after mastering the Rinnegan's power. Uchiha Ieun sought to avoid unnecessary complications. Thus he felt compelled to make Nagato realize that he was not the so-called savior. It served as a preventive measure for the future. Upon witnessing Nagato's recovery, Konan curiously turned to Uchiha Ieun and inquired, "And what exactly is Uchiha Madara's plan? What is this outer path golem? Moreover, how did Uchiha Madara acquire the power of Shinra Tensei? By the way, if Uchiha Madara is indeed alive, how did he deceive Senju Hashirama?" Observing Konan's inquisitive nature, Uchiha Ieun waved his hand dismissively, stating, "These matters involve far too many elements. I shall enlighten you when the time is right. Now, let us divert our focus. I will first elucidate the various abilities of the Rinnegan." Chapter 129. Do you have affection for him? I shall take my leave now. Upon hearing that Uchiha Ieun was about to explain the powers of the Rinnegan, Konan politely excused herself. However, Nagato interjected softly, "Konan, you should stay and listen. It will enhance our cooperation in future battles." After contemplating for a moment, Konan nodded in agreement. Uchiha Ieun organized his thoughts and began. The Rinnegan possesses 6 fundamental abilities. The first is Universal Pull, which allows the user to attract a designated target towards themselves using gravitational force. Conversely, there is Heavenly Push, which repels all objects and ninjutsu in the vicinity away from the user. By combining Universal Pull and Heavenly Push, one can perform the technique known as planetary devastation, creating a colossal black sphere of chakra that floats in the sky. This sphere's immense gravitational force can attract all objects on the ground, ultimately forming a gigantic sphere capable of sealing enemies. Legend has it that the moon in the sky was created by the Sage of Six Paths using this technique. At this revelation, both Konan and Nagato were left speechless, astonished at the notion that the moon was crafted by the Sage of Six Paths. The powers of the Rinnegan were indeed formidable. Ignoring their astonishment, Uchiha Ieun continued, "Through the Rinnegan, one can summon various powerful summoning beasts, each possessing unique abilities, which you may explore further in due time. Additionally, the Rinnegan allows for the casting of sealing techniques to absorb enemy jutsu. It also enables the user to extract an enemy's soul and plunder their memories. Furthermore, through the Rinnegan, the user can unleash the power of the Asura, releasing various devastating attacks. Uchiha Itachi meticulously detailed the foundational abilities of the Rinnegan, leaving Nagato and Konan in a state of profound contemplation. Those abilities sounded exceedingly terrifying, yet were they merely the foundational powers? Unable to contain herself, Konan asked, Itachi, aside from the basic abilities, what other powers does the Rinnegan possess? The Outer Path's rebirth technique, Uchiha Itachi replied slowly, at the cost of one's own life force. It allows for the resurrection of the deceased. Uchiha Madara wishes for me to use this technique to revive him. Both Nagato and Konan gasped in disbelief. Resurrecting the dead? Such a power was indeed extraordinary. It could only be said that it was a testament to the eyes of a sage. Furthermore, the Rinnegan likely possesses special ocular techniques. However, Nagato, since your eyes originally belonged to Uchiha Madara, you cannot utilize those special techniques. Upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Nagato shook his head and replied, the powers I currently possess are already formidable enough. It is of no concern if I cannot utilize the special ocular techniques. Uchiha Itachi nodded slightly. The Rinnegan can also create the 6 paths of pain, allowing the user to engage in battle with enemies, which can be viewed as an advanced form of puppet technique. After a pause, Uchiha Itachi concluded his explanation, gazing at Nagato and asking, do you have any further questions? Nagato responded solemnly, Itachi, you mentioned that the Rinnegan can summon various summoning beasts. Is the Outer Path Golem one of them? For some reason, I have been receiving information in my mind lately, leading me to believe that I can summon the Outer Path Golem to gain immense power. This must be a contingency plan left by Uchiha Madara. After hearing Nagato's description, Uchiha Itachi replied directly, Nagato, unless you find yourself in a situation where death is inevitable, refrain from summoning the Outer Path Golem. Uchiha Madara is meticulous in his actions. Although it may seem hasty for him to choose you as a successor, there are 2 underlying reasons. First, Uchiha Madara is running out of time. Due to the butterfly effect caused by his actions, it is challenging for him to find a suitable successor. Second, he has been secretly preparing other contingencies. If you were to summon the Outer Path Golem, your body would likely suffer the same fate as in the original narrative, being instantly drained. Moreover, with Kaguya lurking in the shadows, the worst-case scenario would involve Kaguya seeking an opportunity to control you to execute the rebirth technique. After all, regardless of whether Uchiha Itachi adheres to his plans, he will undoubtedly revive the Ten Tails upon learning of its existence. Once the Ten Tails is revived, he can leverage Kaguya to seize the final fruits unexpectedly. Regrettably, Uchiha Madara could never fathom that Uchiha Itachi was fully aware of everything. Not only was he cognizant of the Outer Path Golem being tampered with, but he had also banished Kaguya into the Kamui dimension. His plan was destined to fail. That will be all for today. Here is the scroll pertaining to the secret arts of the Rinnegan. Study it thoroughly. Understood, Nagato replied excitedly as he accepted the scroll, bowing respectfully to Uchiha Itachi before departing. Konan followed suit, stating, I shall take my leave as well. If you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Uchiha Itachi smiled. Today, we primarily discussed matters related to the Rinnegan. We can discuss the paper jutsu in due time. I understand. Farewell then. As Konan walked away, a faint smile graced Uchiha Itachi's face. Regardless of past or present, he firmly believed in one truth. Childhood friends cannot compete with destiny. After leaving the training ground, Konan turned to Nagato and asked, Nagato, what are your plans? Do you intend to resurrect Yahiko? Nagato shook his head. It is not yet time. I plan to wait until true peace is achieved in the shinobi world before resurrecting Yahiko. It would serve as a pleasant surprise for him. Having grown up together, Nagato understood Yahiko's character all too well. If he were to resurrect Yahiko now, he would undoubtedly disagree with Nagato's current actions. Konan nodded in agreement, refraining from pressing further. Upon learning that Nagato's Rinnegan could resurrect Yahiko, the shadow hanging over her heart dissipated. In a buoyant mood, Konan remarked, Nagato, compared to Uchiha Itachi, it feels as though we were mere children playing house. She pondered, I wonder what Uchiha Itachi likes. He not only took us in, but also assisted us immensely. We must express our gratitude to him. The shinobi world was rife with rumors that Uchiha Itachi was a cold-blooded demon. Yet he appeared to be nothing like the tale suggested. Noticing that Konan's words often revolved around Uchiha Itachi, Nagato asked, somewhat dazed, Konan, do you have a particular fondness for Uchiha Itachi? Konan's face flushed, and she replied somewhat sheepishly, he has helped us so much. Of course. I hold some affection for him, but do not think too much of it. He is merely somewhat handsome, powerful, prudent, magnanimous, and renowned." As she spoke, Conan fell silent, stating, "I must return to prepare dinner. I shall take my leave." Watching Conan's retreating figure, Nagato found himself momentarily lost in thought, sensing that Conan had become more talkative than before. Chapter 130. Solutions outnumber difficulties after arriving at the village hidden in the clouds. Uchiha Itachi temporarily refrained from pursuing other endeavors. Each day, apart from diligently toiling at home, I devoted my time to assisting Xiao Nan in her cultivation. Under her earnest pursuit, our relationship gradually blossomed. As for Nagato, after gaining the ability to wield the powers of the Rinnegan, he became wholly engrossed in studying its secret techniques. According to Uchiha Yuzuki's estimations, within a mere 6 months, Nagato had ascended from the level of a Jonin to that of a Kage-level powerhouse. Moreover, even among elite Kage, Nagato's strength ranked among the top tier due to the information advantage he possessed. Meanwhile, the war within the shinobi world had come to a close. As Kumogakure shifted its focus towards the smaller neighboring nations, Konohagakure successfully repelled the assaults from Kirigakure, Iwagakure, and Sunagakure. Although the village incurred significant expenses, the conflict ultimately subsided. At times, I found myself admiring Konohagakure's resilience amidst turmoil. I awoke late, with the sun already high in the sky, and stepped out of my room. "Makoto? Kushina? Karura?" I called out several times, yet was met with silence. It struck me as peculiar. It was the first time I had encountered all 3 of them absent from home simultaneously. Was it a special occasion? I pondered for a moment, but, lacking any leads, decided to dismiss it. I prepared a packet of instant noodles for myself. However, before I could finish, Xiao Nan's voice echoed from the courtyard. "Yuzuki, are you home?" Upon my response, she hurried inside. Seeing me with a bowl of instant noodles, Xiao Nan furrowed her brow slightly. "Yuzuki, why are you eating instant noodles? Let me prepare something for you." I quickly waved my hand in refusal. "No need. Indulging in instant noodles occasionally brings me joy." Hearing this, Xiao Nan chuckled and shook her head. "I truly cannot comprehend you." After finishing the noodles, I wiped my mouth and said, "Xiao Nan, you arrived just in time. I have something to show you." With that, a stack of special paper appeared in my hands as if by magic. This is a unique paper I had developed. It is coated with a special membrane that renders it waterproof, oil-resistant, high-temperature resistant, and non-flammable. If you use this paper for your paper jutsu, it should significantly enhance your combat capabilities. Upon hearing my words, Xiao Nan's eyes lit up as she took the paper into her hands, unable to tear her gaze away. Her paper jutsu was remarkably powerful, nearly immune to physical damage, and highly resistant to various ninjutsu. However, its vulnerabilities were evident. It was susceptible to water, fire, and oil. She had attempted modifications before, but only succeeded in making it less water-sensitive. I never expected that I would develop paper that was resistant to both fire and oil. After a moment, Xiao Nan happily tucked the paper away and smiled at me. "Yuzuki, you are truly impressive. This will be a tremendous help to me." I waved my hand dismissively. I established a scientific research institute in Kumogakure, where they work to discover or create various innovations. This special paper is one of their creations. Resting her arms on the table, Xiao Nan propped her chin on her hands, gazing at me. "But it is still your achievement." She then placed a bouquet of paper flowers before me. Seeing the sparkle in her eyes, I couldn't help but lean closer. Although our contact lasted but a fleeting moment, we both felt an electric thrill. I licked my lips, yearning for more, but the voices of Uchiha Makoto, Uzumaki Kushina, and Karura interrupted from outside. Xiao Nan immediately sprang to her feet in a fluster. "Yuzuki, I must go now. I will diligently study the paper you gave me." I nodded in acknowledgement. "Actually, I have some additional ideas regarding this paper, such as using it to create explosive tags. I will seek you out when I have the time." At my words, Xiao Nan shyly lowered her head. "Okay." As I watched her walk toward the exit, I unconsciously touched my lips. They felt so soft. Hearing footsteps approaching the door, I quickly returned the bouquet to the realm of my Sharingan. In the next instant, Makoto, Kushina, and Karura entered the room. Kushina sniffed and asked, "Yuzuki." I noticed Xiao Nan seemed flustered. "You two weren't doing anything inappropriate in here, were you?" "Of course not." I frowned, responding earnestly. "Kushina, even if you doubt Xiao Nan's character, you must trust mine." Uffed. Kushina laughed, rolling her eyes. "What virtue could a lecher like you possess?" "Kushina, if you keep speaking like that, I may have to discipline you." As I bantered with Kushina, Makoto chimed in with a smile. Kushina. Yuzuki is also working for the Uchiha clan. Even if he has something with Xiao Nan, it is of no consequence. Internally, I gave Mikoto a thumbs up. Truly, you are remarkable, Mikoto. You shall be the matriarch of my harem. Kushina huffed, displeased. I don't wish to meddle in these matters, but today is different. Curious, I inquired. Mikoto, Kushina, Karura, where did you three venture so early today? Is there a special occasion? Upon hearing my question, Kushina proudly placed her hands on her hips. Take a guess. I pondered for quite some time, but couldn't arrive at an answer. Seeing my troubled expression, Karura couldn't help but chuckle. Yuzuki, we went to the hospital for a checkup. All three of us are pregnant. I froze for a moment, and then a look of joy spread across my face. Really? How could we joke about such matters? Kushina replied with a grin. So, how does it feel to receive such delightful news? Indeed, it feels wonderful. I embraced Kushina, asking, how many months along are you? Kushina caressed her belly, beaming with happiness. Just over a month. You will have to endure some challenges during this time. I chuckled lightly, waving my hand. What challenges? Solutions are always more plentiful than problems, right? Chapter 131. Nagato, seek your revenge. In the early morning, I stretched lazily, feeling invigorated as I emerged from my room. Behind me, Kushina, Mikoto, and Karura covered their mouths, casting me glances filled with resentment. Contemplating this, Kushina couldn't help but speak up. Yuzuki, shouldn't you pay a visit to Xiao Nan? She seems to have been absent from missions lately. At her words, I raised an eyebrow, glancing at Kushina in surprise. Kushina, what do you mean by that? Kushina huffed lightly, exuding impatience. Interpret it as you wish. We three need to rest for a while. With that, she pulled Mikoto and Karura along and closed the door behind them. They weren't afraid of hardship, but enduring it daily would be off-putting for anyone. Feeling slightly bewildered, I touched my nose. Despite having lived 2 lives, this was the first time I had encountered such a request. Indeed, one must be resilient to forge strong steel. After leaving the courtyard, I first visited the research institute before making my way to the outskirts of the Uchiha clan's territory. Xiao Nan's residence was a modest 2-story villa not far from the Uchiha compound. Xiao Nan, I called out, and before long, she excitedly bounded out to meet me. Yuzuki, what brings you here today? As Uchiha Jishuan stepped inside, he elucidated, did we not discuss last time about transforming the special paper I provided into explosive tags? Today, I have brought along some samples for us to explore together. Sounds good, replied Xiao Nan, naturally taking Uchiha Jishuan's hand as they entered the room. Uchiha Jishuan produced the pre-prepared explosive tags and said to Xiao Nan, by utilizing these explosive tags as foundational materials for the paper ninjutsu, we can effectively compensate for the lack of offensive power inherent in paper techniques. Hearing Uchiha Jishuan's proposition, Xiao Nan hesitated. While this special paper indeed offers significant enhancements, might the cost be a bit excessive? The quantity of paper required for executing paper ninjutsu is not trivial. Substituting it with these special explosive tags could lead to unimaginable expenses. In response to Xiao Nan's concerns, Uchiha Jishuan chuckled. Problems that can be resolved with money are not truly problems. Just like our modifications in the Land of Lightning, if funds run low, we can always have Konoha cover a bit. Xiao Nan couldn't help but chuckle. Are you treating Konoha like an ATM? There will come a day when the wool can no longer be pulled. No worries. I have a plan B, Uchiha Jishuan replied confidently. Curiously, Xiao Nan inquired, what is this plan B? Uchiha Jishuan smiled and softly stated, I know someone who is exceptionally skilled at making money. He can be considered the strongest laborer. I will have him assist you, relieving you of any financial worries in the future. After hearing Uchiha Jishuan's words, Xiao Nan felt a wave of emotion. Jishuan, you are truly kind to me. Observing Xiao Nan's enchanting visage, Uchiha Jishuan gently lifted her chin with his finger. I can be even kinder to you. Would you care to find out? As Xiao Nan averted her gaze, she stammered, as sure. The effort he invested in Xiao Nan was substantial. If he received no return, wouldn't he merely be a sycophant? Xiao Nan, Xiao Nan, Nagato called excitedly as he stood before Xiao Nan's door. After much effort, he had finally mastered all the basic abilities of the Rinnegan, and he could hardly wait to share his joy with Xiao Nan. On the second floor, Xiao Nan leaned out of the window. Nagato, please hold on a moment. After a brief interval, Xiao Nan opened the door and asked Nagato, Nagato, what brings you here so suddenly? Nagato exclaimed, Xiao Nan, I have completely grasped the power of the Rinnegan. Let us celebrate together today. Xiao Nan tucked her hair behind her ear and turned to look back. Just then, Uchiha Jishuan emerged. Nagato, Would you mind if I invited someone else? Stunned by Uchiha Jieshuan's presence, Nagato, not being a naive child, immediately sensed the unusual dynamic between Uchiha Jieshuan and Xiaonan. He awkwardly nodded, "Of course, Jieshuan." Xiaonan smiled, "I will go get ready." Noticing the faint blush on Xiaonan's cheeks, Nagato inwardly sighed, "Yahiko, I hope you do not hold it against me for not reviving you sooner." Once Xiaonan had left, Uchiha Jieshuan looked at the dazed Nagato and slowly remarked, "Nagato, now that you possess sufficient power, do you have any plans?" Nagato snapped back to reality and softly replied, "I only wish to fulfill Yahiko's dream. For everything else, I will follow your lead." Uchiha Jieshuan smiled as he patted Nagato's shoulder, "Then let us return to Amigay Cure." Nagato was taken aback and asked in confusion, "Return to Amigay Cure?" "To eliminate Hanzo of the Salamander and seize control of Amigay Cure, thereby asserting dominance over the entire land of Rain," Uchiha Jieshuan explained. "The first step to unifying the ninja world is to bring all the small nations under control." However, Nagato frowned. "Shouldn't we start from the nations bordering the Land of Lightning?" Uchiha Jieshuan calmly replied, "Hanzo was responsible for the massacre of all your Akatsuki members. Now that you have the strength, seek your revenge. Bottling up such feelings is detrimental to your health. I will accompany you." Hearing Uchiha Jieshuan's words stirred something within Nagato. Previously, under Yahiko's influence, he had idolized Hanzo of the Salamander. However, after Hanzo had slain his Akatsuki comrades, his hatred for him had intensified. Yet, all that he had now was granted by Uchiha Jieshuan, prompting him to suppress his resentment. What Nagato did not expect was Uchiha Jieshuan's willingness to make such a decision for him, opting to take action against the Land of Rain ahead of schedule for his sake. It was clear that the Land of Rain was far removed from the Land of Lightning, and attacking it now would not benefit Uchiha Jieshuan's plans. Xiaonan was right. Uchiha Jieshuan was indeed a remarkable individual. While they conversed, Xiaonan had finished dressing and stepped out, affectionately linking her arm with Uchiha Jieshuan's, smiling at Nagato. "Shall we go?" This time, Nagato also wore a smile. "All right, today I will treat you both to a barbecue feast." With Uchiha Jieshuan accompanying them, coupled with his own formidable strength, even Hanzo of the Salamander, who held the title of demigod, would surely meet his demise. Chapter 132. Feel the pain upon setting foot on the soil of the Land of Rain once more. Nagato was engulfed by a sense of nostalgia. He recalled the days when the Akatsuki, under Yahiko's leadership, tirelessly sought peace for this land. Yet now, with Yahiko's death and the disbandment of the Akatsuki, the skies above the Land of Rain remained shrouded in gloom. "What are you pondering?" Uchiha Jieshuan's voice brought Nagato back to the present. He slowly replied, "Nothing in particular. Just a moment of reflection." Uchiha Jieshuan stated matter-of-factly, "The adversary we face this time is Hanzo of the Salamander. Do not underestimate him, even with your current strength." Nagato responded solemnly, "I understand." Uchiha Jieshuan nodded and tossed a scroll into Nagato's hands. "Here is intelligence regarding Hanzo. You may review it to formulate your battle strategy in advance." With that, he continued towards Amigay Cure. Nagato followed behind, beginning to examine the contents of the scroll. Although he had grown up in the Land of Rain, he was not particularly familiar with Hanzo. He only knew that Hanzo had instigated the Second Shinobi World War and had defeated the current legendary 3 of Konoha, earning him the moniker of demigod. It was imperative not to be careless when confronting such a formidable opponent. Their pace was swift, and within half a day, they arrived at Amigay Cure. "Jieshuan, I will hide here," Nagato said, finding a concealed spot and preparing to disguise himself. He then retrieved the sealing scroll he had prepared long ago. Summoning technique, 6 paths of pain. 6 corpses appeared instantaneously before Nagato. Based on the intelligence gathered, the most fearsome aspect of Hanzo was his use of poison. Any trace of that terrifying toxin inhaled could incapacitate a person instantaneously. The 6 paths of pain, however, were ideally suited to counter Hanzo's abilities. For no matter how potent his poison, it would have no effect on corpses. After preparing adequately, Nagato guided the 6 paths of pain towards Hanzo's lair. Although the process of creating the 6 paths of pain had significantly diverged from the original narrative, under Uchiha Jieshuan's influence, they donned the iconic Akatsuki black and red cloud cloaks, complemented by the 6 pairs of Rinnegan glowing faintly with a purple hue, exuding an impressive aura. After effortlessly eliminating all the guards outside the base, Uchiha Yazuki and Pain finally encountered Hanzo of the Salamander. The latter was heavily wrapped in protective gear, including a specially designed gas mask. Upon seeing Uchiha Yuzuki in pain, Hanzo's pupils constricted. Uchiha Yuzuki, what brings you here? Uchiha Yuzuki replied calmly. I merely wish to witness certain events as an observer. It is him you should be concerned with. Following the direction indicated by Uchiha Yuzuki, Hanzo was momentarily taken aback, then his face contorted with disbelief. What is the connection between those special eyes and Nagato of the Akatsuki? This does not concern you, Tendo Pain interjected, stepping forward with a cold voice. Today marks your end, Hanzo of the Salamander. Upon hearing Tendo Pain's words, Hanzo charged at him wielding his scythe. Although he was unsure why Uchiha Yuzuki was accompanied by these 6 individuals, he felt compelled to eliminate them before they could change their minds. Water release, water surge. A sharp water blade swept across, but the Azura path stepped forward with open arms. Sealing technique, absorption. The water blade was effortlessly absorbed, proving ineffective. Unfazed by the ability to absorb ninjutsu, Hanzo swung his scythe towards the Azura path. Just as the scythe was about to strike, the Azura path lunged forward, allowing the scythe to hit him while grasping Hanzo tightly. Moments later, a laser cannon erupted from the Azura path's head, engulfing Hanzo's body. Yet, in the next instant, a puddle of water dripped onto the ground. Water body technique, Tendo Pain muttered. Suddenly, a colossal salamander burst forth from the ground, opening its maw to devour the Azura path. The creature then unleashed a torrent of toxic mist, enveloping the remaining pain bodies. It is over, Hanzo's gaze turned icy. Aside from Tsunade of Konoha and that puppet master from Sunagakure, no one in this ninja world can counter my poison. Whether it is truly over is for me to decide. A cold voice emerged from the mist as Hanzo stood atop the salamander's head, his pupils narrowing. As the mist dissipated, the remaining 5 pain bodies remained unscathed, completely unaffected. Realizing the earlier scene where the Azura path had fired the laser cannon, Hanzo incredulously exclaimed, "You are all puppets." Tendo Pain replied expressionlessly, "Cease your struggles. Your defeat is inevitable." "You arrogant child, it is you who will fail," Hanzo scoffed. Invoking fire release, exploding flame formation. The spot where the salamander had appeared erupted in an explosion, engulfing the human path and the hungry ghost path in fierce flames. Hanzo then rushed before Tendo Pain, scythe in hand, executing Iato Slash. This technique was executed with remarkable speed. Hanzo had once used it to swiftly defeat the renowned swordsman. Mitsurugi, you do not presume you can defeat me, do you? How laughable. Tendo Pain coldly raised his hand, Shinra Tensei. A tremendous repulsive force sent Hanzo flying, crashing through several walls before finally coming to a halt. With a cough, Hanzo spat blood, and the protective mask on his face shattered. Watching Tendo Pain approach, Hanzo gritted his teeth. Are you avenging your comrades from the Akatsuki? I had my reasons for killing them. Tendo Pain paused, responding coldly. What do you mean? It was Shimura Danzo from Konoha who sent word that if the Akatsuki were eliminated, the ninjas from Konoha would withdraw from the Land of Rain. Everything I have done is for the peace of the Land of Rain. Peace. Tendo Pain sneered. You were once willing to instigate the Second Shinobi World War to prove that small nations should not be battlegrounds for the whims of larger ones. Though you failed, you earned respect. Yet now, you kill your own comrades to compel other villages to withdraw, all while claiming it is for peace. You have forsaken your ideals and do not deserve to exist in this world. Feel pain, contemplate pain, accept pain, and understand pain. Those who do not comprehend suffering cannot grasp true peace. From this moment, I shall make the world experience pain. Upon uttering these words, Tendo Pain's eyes glimmered with power as he invoked Shinra Tensei. With a thunderous roar, Hanzo's body was buried beneath a cascade of rubble. This once semi-divine ninja met his end effortlessly at Nagato's hands. Clapping his hands together, Uchiha Yuzuki smiled and remarked to Tendo Pain, "Well done. Had your true self been here, victory would have been even easier." Tendo Pain replied slowly, "Yuzuki, without you, I cannot fathom how long it would have taken for me to exact my revenge. What must I do next?" Contemplating, Uchiha Yuzuki stroked his chin and stated, "You shall begin taking control of Amigakure and subsequently the entire Land of Rain. Once we have dominion over the surrounding nations, we can turn our attention to Konoha." Nodding in agreement, Tendo Pain's eyes gleamed with a cold light. Compared to Hanzo, it was Shimura Danzo of Konoha who truly deserved to die. For now, remain here. I will send assistance. After arranging matters, Uchiha Yuzuki activated Kamui and vanished from sight. Killing was simple, yet the aftermath of such bloodshed was equally crucial. To genuinely control the shinobi world, one must possess ample allies. After departing from the land of rain, Uchiha Yuzuki visited the land of grass and the land of rice. As per his original plan, both nations were now under the control of the Uchiha clan. With the recent takeover of the land of frost by Kumogakure, Uchiha Yuzuki now effectively governed over 4 nations. There is still much work to be done, he mused, putting away the map. The multitude of small nations in the shinobi world posed a formidable challenge. Unifying them would not be an easy task. Upon returning to Kumogakure, Uchiha Yuzuki directly proceeded to the Raikage office. The office housed only the third Raikage. Upon seeing Uchiha Yuzuki enter, the third Raikage's face broke into a smile. "Yuzuki, how did matters in the land of rain resolve?" Uchiha Yuzuki replied nonchalantly, "Hanzo of the Salamander has been slain, with a few personnel dispatched. I believe we will soon have complete control over the land of rain." The third Raikage could not help but give a thumbs up. "Yuzuki, it seems there is no one left in the shinobi world who can rival you." Hanzo of the Salamander was notorious for igniting the Second Shinobi World War. Reputed to wield toxins capable of effortlessly claiming any living being's life, he had single-handedly held back the forces of Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Konoha, earning the title of a demigod. This honor was only second to the Sage of the Six Paths, Senju Hashirama, illustrating Hanzo's formidable status in the eyes of the shinobi world. Yet, such a figure found only doom when confronting Uchiha Yuzuki. Third Raikage, the shinobi world is far from as simple as it appears. Even I cannot guarantee victory over everyone at this moment. The third Raikage stared in astonishment. "Yuzuki, are there truly those in the shinobi world stronger than you?" "Indeed," Uchiha Yuzuki affirmed, "but you need not worry. These individuals should remain dormant in the shinobi world for the foreseeable future." Concealed in the shadows, Otsutsuki Ishiki. Sealed upon the moon, alongside Otsutsuki Kagaya and the impending arrival of Otsutsuki Momoshiki in the shinobi world, are indeed formidable adversaries not to be underestimated. Alas, the third Raikage sighed with a hint of regret. If given the opportunity, he would genuinely relish the chance to engage in combat with the powerful beings spoken of by Uchiha Yukinari. Observing the third Raikage's demeanor, Uchiha Yukinari responded with a smile. "Third, I have heard that Konoha possesses a forbidden technique known as the Edo Tensei, capable of summoning the deceased. Perhaps when we engage Konoha in battle, we may have the chance to confront the likes of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, who have long since passed." "Is that so?" The third Raikage's eyes brightened, his body trembling with excitement. "Yukinari, let us launch an assault on Konoha at once." Witnessing the third Raikage's eagerness, Uchiha Yukinari replied slowly, "That day is not far off. But before we proceed, we should first conquer the surrounding smaller nations." Upon hearing this, the third Raikage composed himself and spoke solemnly. "Currently, we have control over the land of frost, the land of rice, the land of grass, and the land of rain. I propose that our next targets be the land of iron and the land of hot water." Uchiha Yukinari voiced no objections, merely stating, "Then I shall personally visit both nations in due time." After departing from the Raikage's office, Uchiha Yukinari arrived at the clan grounds. In the clan's academy, Uchiha Fugaku was diligently imparting cultural knowledge to the members of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yukinari observed for a moment from outside, nodding in satisfaction. Regardless of the circumstances, to achieve complete dominion over a nation, one must pursue both military conquest and ideological unity in tandem. These members of the Uchiha clan are the conduits through which he will exert his influence over the shinobi world. Ding! Congratulations! The population of the host's clan has exceeded 10,000, granting one opportunity for bloodline evolution. Hearing the system prompt resonate in his mind, Uchiha Yukinari abruptly opened his eyes, realizing that the clan's population had surpassed 20,000. Glancing at the system panel, a smile crept across his face. Under his vigorous support, the Uchiha clan's population had been growing at a terrifying rate yearly. In just a few short years, the population had doubled. If this trend continues, the treasure chest requiring a population of 100,000 will not be far from his grasp. The mere thought of this stirred excitement within Uchiha Yukinari. When the clan's population first reached 10,000, the golden treasure chest reward had dramatically transformed his strength. What formidable reward awaited him when the population reached 100,000? Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Uchiha Yukinari focused his attention back on the system panel. Current Yue bloodline evolution degree, 100. Current Uzumaki Clan Bloodline Evolution Degree, 100. Current Blood Pool Clan Bloodline Evolution Degree, 71. Current Magnet Release Bloodline, Sand, Evolution Degree, 1. Without hesitation, Uchiha Yukinari declared, Evolve Magnet Release Bloodline, Sand. Chapter 134. The Land of Iron. Uchiha Yukinari opted to evolve the Magnet Release Bloodline, Sand. Compared to the Blood Pool Clan's bloodline, the Magnet Release Bloodline possessed far greater power and was less susceptible to enhancement through marriage. Thus, the choice was clear. As Yukinari's words fell, the system once again chimed in his mind. Ding. Magnet Release Bloodline, Sand, Current Evolution Degree, 100. One opportunity to draw a family trait acquired. Drawing a trait. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained the family trait of the Tailed Beast Without Tails. Tailed Beast Without Tails doubles the chakra of all clan members. With the system's voice fading, a smile graced Uchiha Yukinari's face. During the last draw, he had acquired the trait of Physically Strong, which had doubled the physical and mental prowess of all clan members. Now, having drawn Tailed Beast Without Tails, the combined effects meant that the chakra of every clan member had increased fourfold compared to their initial state. The Uchiha clan ninjas already possessed a substantial amount of chakra, second only to the Senju and Uzumaki clans, renowned for their chakra reserves. Now, with a fourfold increase, they could truly be likened to a tailed beast. Moreover, the enhancements from these two traits would yield even greater benefits to the more powerful ninjas. Henceforth, the Uchiha clan would not lack for high-caliber combatants. The prospect of attacking Konoha now seemed all the more intriguing. Uchiha Yukinari chuckled softly. If he were the only strong member of the Uchiha clan, the denizens of Konoha might dismiss the clan's strength as mere happenstance. However, if every Uchiha ninja were potent, they would surely regret their previous actions, having pushed the Uchiha clan into opposition against them. Glancing at the still sleeping Konan beside him, Uchiha Yukinari activated his Kamui and silently departed the room. Arriving at an empty training ground, he began to explore his newly acquired magnet release Kekkei Genkai. Placing his hand on the ground, he utilized chakra to create a mound of sand. With a mere thought, the sand began to levitate before him, just as he could control his own body. Uchiha Yukinari was able to manipulate the sand to perform various tasks at will. Go! Uchiha Yukinari waved his hand, and the sand engulfed a wooden stake in the training ground. Immediately after, he clenched his hands, exclaiming, Sand binding technique. Crack. Under the tremendous pressure exerted by the sand, the stout wooden stake was reduced to powder. Had it been a human, they would have been crushed to mere pulp. The speed and power were impressive. Uchiha Yukinari nodded in approval, and the sand swiftly returned to his side. It then coalesced into a mound beneath his feet. As he stepped onto it, the sand began to elevate his body continuously. Moments later, Uchiha Yukinari found himself soaring high above Kumogakure, gazing down upon the entirety of Kumogakure from above. Uchiha Yukinari's expression could not help but reflect his exhilaration. From this day forth, he too possessed the ability to fly. Uchiha Yukinari had never imagined that one day he would become so engrossed in playing with sand that he would lose track of time. It wasn't until the sun set that he reluctantly headed back, unable to shake off the enchanting feeling of flying through the sky. Since he had previously informed his clan members, the enhancement of chakra among all clan members did not incite significant upheaval this time. Everyone tacitly kept the secret to themselves, relishing the extraordinary and advantageous increase in power. In the Land of Iron, heavy snow fell from the sky, blanketing the ground in white. Under Uchiha Yukinari's leadership, accompanied by Kakashi Hitaki, A, Killer Bee, and Uchiha Fugaku, they approached a range of mountains. Beyond lay the town where the samurai of the Land of Iron congregated. A few samurai stood guard at the entrance of the gorge, clad in armor and gas masks, each wielding four long swords. Upon spotting Uchiha Yukinari, the samurai tightened their grips on their weapons. Who are you, and why are you here? Our nation does not welcome ninjas. If you wish to avoid conflict, be gone at once, one of the samurai barked. Ever since the emergence of ninjas, the samurai had experienced a steady decline. To maintain their status within the shinobi world, samurai from across the lands had united, ultimately forming the nation of the Land of Iron. They take pride in being warriors, steadfastly adhering to their convictions, and have eradicated all ninjas within the borders of Taixingguo. However, as the number and strength of ninjas increased, they were left with no choice but to declare neutrality to preserve their own existence. Yet deep within their hearts, the warriors of Taixingwo harbored a profound disdain for ninjas. Particularly in recent years, the ninjas audaciously overthrew the rule of the daimyo, transforming themselves into the masters of the nation, a transgression that is utterly unforgivable. Observing that Uchiha Yuzuki and his companions were unresponsive, the previously speaking warrior spoke again. "Hey, are you deaf, you scoundrel? Leave quickly before I lose my temper." In response, Uchiha Yuzuki waved his hand. "Kill him." As the command reverberated, a flash of blue lightning surged forth instantaneously. "We are not the scoundrels, you are." With a resounding blow, AI sent the warrior flying, subsequently dispatching the remaining few with swift efficiency. After accomplishing this, AI shattered the massive wooden door blocking their path with his body. Just as he was about to charge inside, a glint of cold light flashed swiftly. AI retreated just in time, leaving a deep gash on the ground. Leading nearly 1,000 warriors, a man with bandages wrapped around his head emerged. Casting a glance at the corpses on the ground, he spoke coldly. "I am Sanmitsu, the current leader of Taixingwo. What is the reason for your unprovoked attack on our comrades?" In response, Uchiha Yuzuki slowly replied, "Our only aim is to incorporate Taixingwo into the territory of our raikage. From now on, all affairs of Taixingwo will be at our discretion." Upon hearing Uchiha Yuzuki's declaration, an expression of fury crossed Sanmitsu's face. "We, Taixingwo, have always maintained neutrality, refraining from involvement in the conflicts of the ninja world, and we will not submit to any nation." Uchiha Yuzuki shrugged nonchalantly. "If you refuse to comply, then annihilation is your only fate." Sanmitsu fixed his gaze on Uchiha Yuzuki for a moment, then swept his eyes over AI, Karabi, Uchiha Fugaku, and Hitaki Tsukumo, before solemnly stating, "Can I interpret this as a declaration of war against us?" Chapter 135, The End of the Existence of Warriors in the Ninja World. A declaration of war? Upon hearing Sanmitsu's words, a smile involuntarily crept onto Uchiha Yuzuki's face. "You think you are worthy?" The undisguised mockery in Uchiha Yuzuki's tone incited immense anger among Sanmitsu and the warriors behind him. Warriors value honor above all else. Yet these ninjas before them treated them with utter disdain. "Damn it, Lord Sanmitsu, let us eliminate these arrogant scoundrels. The honor of the warriors cannot be tarnished. They are ignorant fools who will pay for their words and actions. Lord Sanmitsu, give the order." Listening to the calls from his subordinates, Sanmitsu furrowed his brow. If possible, he did not desire to provoke the ninjas. Thus, he waved his hand to halt his men and spoke again. "Blades are blind. Once war begins, countless lives will be lost. Regardless of your ambitions, I advise you to abandon them. I can assure you that, regardless of the external turmoil, Taixingwo will forever maintain neutrality and will not participate." Hearing Sanmitsu's assurance, Uchiha Yuzuki scoffed. "That is merely because you are too weak. When your warriors possess the strength to defeat ninjas, I do not believe you will maintain your current stance. Moreover, it is only you who will perish." At these words, Sanmitsu's gaze sharpened as he solemnly replied, "Do you believe we are not strong enough now?" Uchiha Yuzuki nodded matter-of-factly. "Indeed, you are not strong enough." His blunt words nearly shattered Sanmitsu's composure. This young brat before him was excessively arrogant. Even a mere mud doll still possessed a flicker of temper, let alone Sanmitsu, who wielded formidable swordsmanship. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, making one last effort. "Even if you are strong, it is impossible for you to defeat all of us before exhausting your chakra, right? Once war commences, you will become the public enemy of the ninja world. Even the legendary Hashirama Senju had to compromise with us, so I advise you to leave while you can. I have lost my patience, since you are so obstinate." Uchiha Yuzuki waved his hand. "Kill." With that command, AI, Hitaki Tsukumo, Karabi, and Uchiha Fugaku, who had long been poised for action, immediately surged into the ranks of Sanmitsu's warriors. AI moved the fastest, raising his arm and elbowing a dozen warriors away. "Ha! What nonsense about warrior honor. Merely a group of hypocrites seeking fame, yet they still aspire to harness chakra like us ninjas?" Hitaki Tsukumo said little, but his sword crackled with purple lightning, each slash claiming the life of a warrior. Uchiha Fugaku activated his three-tomo Sharingan, gracefully dancing through the crowd with the unique sword techniques of the Uchiha clan. Observing that the trio had already plunged into battle, Karabi suddenly had a bright idea and sang, "Follow in Yuzuki's footsteps, strut your stuff on the battlefield. If you refuse our protection, warriors are destined to meet their demise." Baguya Road, Kagaya Road. Upon finishing his song, Karabi, cloaked in a chakra aura, charged into the throng as well. Although warriors had begun to utilize chakra to enhance their strength through the passage of time, their combat style remained far too monotonous compared to ninjas. In the blink of an eye, dozens of warriors had perished at the hands of AI, Karabi, Hitaki Sakumo, and Uchiha Fugaku. Witnessing this scene, Sanmitsu's fury peaked, and his eyes fixated on Uchiha Yuzuki. "You scoundrels will pay," Sanmitsu declared, his aura surging as it reached its zenith. Suddenly, a dazzling blade of light cleaved through the sky. Kinsway rending slash. The sound of metal clashing echoed, and Sanmitsu's eyes widened in astonishment. Uchiha Yuzuki, gripping his sword with one hand, effortlessly blocked his attack. "Sanmitsu, have you ever tasted defeat?" Uchiha Yuzuki intoned calmly, his crimson eyes emanating a chilling aura. Sanmitsu could not help but take a few steps back, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Even when facing Hanzo of the Salamander, he had never felt such despair. In Uchiha Yuzuki, he sensed an immovable power akin to a mountain. "I concede." Sanmitsu made no attempt to continue his assault, instead kneeling despondently on the ground. For warriors, the initial strike often represents their most potent attack. The previous strike had concentrated all his essence, spirit, and energy, yet it was effortlessly deflected by the opponent. There was no longer any reason to continue this battle. Hearing the anguished cries resonating behind him, Sanmitsu solemnly stated, "I am willing to take my own life as atonement. I implore you, in the name of warrior honor, spare my comrades." At that moment, Uchiha Yuzuki's expression grew increasingly frigid. "You must be jesting. In the future ninja world, there will no longer be any warriors." Upon hearing this, Sanmitsu stood up once more, steadying his breath as he placed his hand on his long blade, Kurizawa, Iato slash. At the moment he struck, Uchiha Yuzuki also made his move, Kamui rending slash. Their figures collided with a thunderous crash. Empowered by spatial force, Sanmitsu's long blade Kurizawa shattered, and his body was cleaved in two. Uchiha Yuzuki did not even spare Sanmitsu a glance, quietly awaiting the conclusion of the battle. Under the onslaught of Uchiha Fugaku and his companions, nearly 1,000 warriors were slaughtered in less than half an hour. AI approached Uchiha Yuzuki, somewhat unsatisfied as he glanced at Sanmitsu's lifeless body, and could not help but remark, "What a pity, I had hoped to have a little fun with him." Uchiha Jin remarked nonchalantly, "It is merely an ordinary Kage. Engaging him would hardly bring any joy." AI could not help but curl his lips in disdain. An ordinary Kage? In the entire shinobi world, perhaps only Uchiha Jiyuin would dare to make such an assessment of a Kage-level warrior. Uchiha Fugaku, Killer B, and Kakashi Hitaki soon approached Uchiha Jiyuin's side, with Uchiha Fugaku inquiring, "Jiyuin, what are your plans moving forward?" After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Jiyuin responded decisively. "You four should lead a group to seize control of the Land of Iron and eliminate all the samurai. These individuals are obstinate to the core. Leaving them alive would only invite disaster." Uchiha Fugaku immediately affirmed, "Understood." AI, filled with curiosity, asked, "And what about you, Jiyuin?" "Me?" Uchiha Jiyuin pondered for a moment before slowly stating, "I must make another trip to the Land of Hot Water to eradicate the insurgents there." Chapter 136, Alliance After the Demise of Mifune. The ninjas of Kumogakure swiftly occupied all territories of the Land of Iron under the leadership of AI, Kakashi Hitaki, and Uchiha Fugaku. As Uchiha Jiyuin had predicted, the samurai of the Land of Iron showed no inclination to surrender. Instead, they banded together, intent on a deadly confrontation with Kumogakure. However, the strength of the samurai paled in comparison to that of the ninjas, especially given the overwhelming elite forces of Kumogakure, leading to a lopsided battlefield. With the assistance of ordinary citizens reporting the whereabouts of the samurai, all the warriors within the Land of Iron were thoroughly eradicated. As for why the common people of the Land of Iron were so cooperative, it was because those so-called samurai, whether in anger or intoxication, would often draw their blades against the ordinary folk. Thus, upon realizing there was a chance to overthrow the samurai's rule, they did not hesitate to switch sides. Unlike the previous dominion over Amigakure and Kusagakure, the scale of this upheaval was significant, causing news of the events in the Land of Iron to spread rapidly throughout the shinobi world. In Awagakure, within the Earth Shadow Building, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing intently out the window, lost in thought. Behind him, The robust Kuratsuchi stood silently by. After a considerable time, Inoki sighed. Kuratsuchi, do you think the aggressive removal of our strongholds by the land of rain and the land of grass could be linked to the land of lightning? Upon hearing this, Kuratsuchi nodded. Father, I believe you are correct. There is certainly something amiss. Inoki turned to face him and continued. What do you think we should do? Kuratsuchi scratched his head, looking somewhat troubled. Didn't you say we should avoid provoking the people of Kumogakure? Indeed, Inoki replied, his expression filled with resignation. It was all the fault of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Had it not been for him, the shinobi world would not have devolved into its current state. Why not allow the Uchiha clan to maintain peace in Konoha? If they desired the title of Hokage, then grant them the role. It's not as if becoming Hokage would exempt them from oversight. Now, forcing the Uchiha clan to flee has only resulted in their alliance with the reckless individuals of Kumogakure. This is quite the predicament, rendering everyone unable to play their roles. Were it not for the current inability to traverse through the land of rain and the land of grass, Inoki would have considered attacking the land of fire to vent his frustrations. After a moment of reflection, Inoki spoke to Kuratsuchi in a low voice. Take a team to Sunagakure and inform the Kazekage that we wish to form an alliance. The aim is to protect the small nation between the land of earth and the land of wind from being overtaken by the land of lightning. Kuratsuchi promptly replied, understood. In Sunagakure, the newly appointed fourth Kazekage, Raza, lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his face reflecting a contemplative expression. After a pause, he addressed Chiyo, Karura, and the others present. Iwagakure seeks to ally with us to jointly resist Kumogakure. What are your thoughts? Without hesitation, Chiyo responded, I believe that is a sound plan. Everyone is aware of the situation in the land of iron, and I suspect the intentions of the Raikage go far beyond this. It is prudent to prepare in advance. Karura concurred, I support my sister's view. Kumogakure is currently too formidable for Sunagakure to confront alone. Hearing the sentiments of Chiyo and Karura, Raza nodded. Then it is settled. I intend to hold an alliance ceremony to ensure that the entire shinobi world is aware of the alliance between Sunagakure and Iwagakure. Chiyo immediately declared, no problem, I will take care of it. Raza nodded and turned his attention to the renowned bloodline limit ninja of Sunagakure, Yukura. Yukura's powerful Shikutten had garnered him great acclaim, especially during the Third Great Shinobi War, where his contributions were nearly on par with Raza's. During the competition for the position of Kazekage, Yukura had many supporters. Were it not for his magnet-release bloodline and his ability to gather gold from the desert, it would have been uncertain whether Raza would have secured the position of fourth Kazekage. Contemplating this, Raza spoke coolly, Yukura, I have heard that Karura has become the woman of Uchiha Jiyuen. You are to secretly visit Kumogakure and see if you can extract any intelligence from her. With Konoha now a minor concern, our greatest adversary henceforth will be Kumogakure. Upon hearing this, Yukura incredulously pointed at himself. Me? Raza, slightly displeased, inquired, what is the problem? Yukura internally lamented but could only offer an excuse. Karura is now Uchiha Jiyuen's woman. She surely would not divulge any information regarding him or Kumogakure. I fear it would be akin to walking into a tiger's den. Not at all, Raza chuckled. Have you forgotten that Yashimaru is still in our village? Karura has always doted on him. If you threaten him, she will certainly yield. However, Yukura wished to argue further, but Raza's expression suddenly turned frosty. Yukura, this is an order. Remember, I am the Kazekage. Feeling the chill in Raza's eyes, Yukura could only nod. I understand. Then prepare yourself. Depart today. After Yukura left, a cold smile crept across Raza's face. Once Yukura exited the village, he would be free to eliminate any supporters of his. The disappearance of the third Kazekage was still fresh in his mind. He had no intention of repeating that mistake. In Sunagakure, anyone who posed a threat to him must be completely eradicated. Chiyo, who had been silently observing, sighed softly and said, Kazekage, the condition of Sarutobi is deteriorating daily. You must expedite the selection of the next Jinchuriki. Upon hearing this, Raza nodded, I understand. In Konoha, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, his expression somewhat grim. The news of the alliance between Iwagakure and Sunagakure had spread throughout the shinobi world, although the reasons for the alliance were not explicitly stated. Everyone understood the underlying motives. It was merely a strategy to confront Kumogakure together. For the same reasons, he had recently sent envoys to Iwagakure and Sunagakure, hoping to forge an alliance with them. However, To his surprise, both Inoki and Raza had simultaneously declined. They claimed that considering the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, they could not intervene for fear of igniting trouble. Once again, it was the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not fathom why the Uchiha clan inspired such fear. When they were in Konoha, did any of the Uchiha dare to oppose him? It was all the fault of that fool, the third Reikage, who, in his pursuit of trivial gains, had foolishly supported the Uchiha clan. Did he not realize that once the Uchiha grew powerful, his position as Reikage would become precarious? Chapter 137. Journey to the Land of Hot Water. Have there been any updates from Iwagakure and Tsunegakure? Shimura Danzo entered, addressing Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yunfei Verge took a drag from his cigarette and sighed, stating, "Due to the Uchiha clan's reasons, they are reluctant to ally with us." In response, Druchen Tensong coldly remarked, "If you had heeded my advice back then and dealt with the Uchiha clan earlier, we would not be in this predicament now." Yunfei Verge replied helplessly, "Let us not dwell on the past. We should focus on what to do next. I have come to discuss this matter with you." Druchen Tensong spoke in a somber tone. The Iron Country is now under the dominion of the Cloud Village, the Grass Country and the Land of Rice, where the Uchiha clan was previously stationed, have also seen the arrival of Cloud Ninjas. The Frost Country, bordering the Land of Lightning, is likely to face a similar fate. Moreover, I have lost contact with Hanzo of the Salamander recently, leading me to suspect that the Rain Country has also fallen. We are on the brink of being encircled by the Cloud Village's forces. Upon hearing Druchen's words, Unfujan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Tenzong, have you maintained contact with Hanzo?" Druchen Tensong evasively replied, "It was merely routine diplomatic communication." Noticing the expression on Druchen Tensong's face, Unfei Verge surmised much. His old friend's obsession with the position of Hokage was so profound that it was no surprise he would engage in collusion with other villages. At this moment, Yunfei Verge slowly asked, "Danzong, will becoming Hokage truly bring happiness?" Druchen Tensong paused, cursing inwardly. What nonsense is this? Of course, being Hokage is a joy. I have strived for years to achieve this position. You have been Hokage for so long. Do not involve me in this. With this thought, Druchen Tensong could not help but say, "Verge, I have heard you are preparing to abdicate. Is there a candidate for the next Hokage?" Yunfei Verge inhaled deeply and responded nonchalantly, "Nothing is confirmed yet. Why do you ask?" "No reason," Druchen Tensong replied, shifting the topic. Orochimaru's Edo Tensei has seen significant improvements. The summoned deceased are now suitable for combat. We might as well take the initiative and engage in battle with the Cloud Village. Yunfei Verge coughed, choking slightly as he firmly rejected the idea. No, Konoha absolutely cannot be embroiled in war once more. As long as the Cloud Village does not attack us, we shall focus on our own development. Yunfei Verge often found it hard to comprehend what his old friend was thinking. It was already commendable for Konoha to ensure its survival. How could they consider launching an offensive against the Cloud Village? What a ridiculous notion. "Fine, I will heed your counsel," Druchen Tensong shrugged, stating, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Yunfei Verge recognized that this was a rare opportunity to step down, and he needed to seize it. "Wait, deliver this scroll to the Cloud Village." Yunfei Verge handed a pre-written scroll to Druchen Tensong. In the letter, he detailed the Uchiha clan's penchant for power struggles and their inherent flaws, urging the Third Reikage to approach the Uchiha with caution. Although it was unlikely that a few words would sever the ties between the Third Reikage and the Uchiha clan, even a slight rift would suffice. This was one of the few things he could do at this juncture. In the Cloud Village, the Third Reikage presented Yunfei Verge's letter to Yudrboy Jishin, his face displaying a look of disdain. This Yunfei Verge revels in such scheming. He is truly a disgrace to the shinobi. Shall we teach them a lesson now? Yudrboy Jishin casually tossed the letter aside, replying, "Our current focus remains on the surrounding smaller nations. There is no need to disrupt our already established plans over such matters." The Third Reikage nodded and continued, "What are your thoughts on the alliance between Tsunegakure and Iwagakure? Let them stir up trouble. We do not intend to act in that area for the time being." Yudrboy Jishin's strategy was to conquer all the smaller nations surrounding the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire before advancing towards Konoha. Once the Land of Fire was under their control, he would then turn his attention to the Land of Earth, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Water. This arrangement was not due to a lack of strength. Rather, it was an issue of manpower. Although the numbers of ninjas from the Cloud Village and the Uchiha clan had significantly increased in recent years, it was still far from sufficient to seize control of the entire shinobi world. Upon hearing Ujirboa Jishin's words, the third Raikage refrained from further discussion. He understood that he was not adept at strategizing, so he simply followed Ujirboa Jishin's lead. Jishin, what is your next move? Our next target is the land of hot water. I shall set off ahead, and you begin arranging personnel to take over the land of hot water. After discussing this with the third Raikage, Ujirboa Jishin activated his Kamui and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already in the land of hot water's ninja village. Unlike the former small village, after overthrowing the rule of the daimyo, the ninjas of the land of hot water had relocated to the capital. The leader of the hot water ninjas resided in the former daimyo's mansion. Outside the main hall of the mansion, Ujirboa Jishin's figure materialized. Hearing the raucous sounds from within, Ujirboa Jishin pushed the door open and entered. Inside the grand hall, several hot water ninjas were kneeling on the ground, enjoying the dance of a dozen women in the center of the hall. A table laden with fresh fruits and meaty snacks was placed before them. Upon noticing Ujirboa Jishin's entrance, the hot water ninjas were momentarily taken aback, and then, with displeased expressions, one of them spoke. Who are you? I am Ujirboa Jishin. What? Upon hearing the name, the hot water ninjas stood in shock, one even overturning the table before them, spilling food everywhere. The leader of the hot water ninjas swallowed hard, striving to maintain a calm voice. What brings you here? Ujirboa Jishin slowly approached him and stated, I come on behalf of the land of lightning to announce something. What matter? From now on, the territory of the land of hot water belongs to us, the land of lightning. Although the leader had anticipated that Ujirboa Jishin would not appear without cause, the words he spoke still caused the hot water ninja's pupils to constrict. There was no hint of negotiation in Ujirboa Jishin's tone. It was as if he were declaring an undeniable truth. Yet, despite the strength of the land of lightning, to claim all the territory of the land of hot water with mere words was utterly unreasonable. Can we discuss this? The leader of the hot water ninjas asked cautiously. Having overthrown the daimyo's rule, they had just begun to enjoy their newfound status. It was hard to part with the land of hot water so soon. Oh, what would you like to discuss? Ujirboa Jishin inquired, intrigued. The leader smiled, saying, We are willing to become allies of the land of lightning, paying tribute annually. How does that sound? Not at all. I want all the territory, wealth, and power of the land of hot water, Ujirboa Jishin declared, clenching his fist. Upon hearing this, the leader's smile vanished, replaced by a gloomy expression. Did this not imply that accepting Ujirboa Jishin's demands would mean forfeiting everything they currently possessed? This left them with no avenue for survival, surpassing even the tactics of bandits. Realizing this, the leader of the hot water ninjas spoke sternly. Given the stakes for the entire land of hot water, our decision requires careful deliberation. I cannot give you an answer in such a short time. As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with a pair of ominous, crimson eyes. Subsequently, the leader witnessed a towering figure of a colossal demon effortlessly demolishing the capital of the land of hot water. A multitude of ninjas from Yunin village forcefully invaded the land of hot water, mercilessly slaughtering all who dared to resist. The entire land of hot water trembled amidst the flames of war, with all the Tonin eradicated, ultimately falling into the hands of the land of lightning. The harrowing scene, reminiscent of a hell on earth, sent a shiver down the spine of the Tonin leader. Particularly oppressive was the sight of the demonic statue looming over him. If one remained obstinate, the horrifying vision he had just witnessed would surely materialize. As he heard the voice of Uchiha Itachi, the Tonin leader snapped back to reality. He wiped the perspiration from his brow, feeling his legs weaken beneath him. Was that an illusion? Despite being an elite jonin, he had always held confidence in his abilities. Yet, before the presence of Uchiha Itachi, he felt akin to a stumbling infant, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. Reason urged him to promptly acquiesce to Uchiha Itachi's demands, but the greed within him compelled him to struggle further. If you wage war over territory, it will surely incite the animosity of other nations. Moreover, to demand our surrender without justification seems rather unreasonable. Before the Tonin leader could finish his words, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, followed by a dizzying sensation, and his eyelids grew heavy. In the final moments before succumbing to darkness, he beheld a headless corpse crashing to the ground. Oddly, was that not his own body? As he witnessed Uchiha Itachi severing the head of the Tonin leader, a group of dancers huddled together in terror in the corner. The remaining Tonin were equally horrified. Their leader, an elite jonin, had been slain as easily as one would dispatch a chicken. Casting a glance over the crowd, Uchiha Yuzuki flicked the blood from his blade. I have strived to attain such formidable power, not to engage in discourse with you. You must be the rulers of Tonin village. Now answer my question. Submission or death? As soon as Uchiha Yuzuki's words fell, several Tonin immediately knelt, bowing deeply. Lord Yuzuki, we are willing to heed your every command. Although relinquishing their power was a painful endeavor, their lives were of utmost importance. With their leaders so effortlessly dispatched, they dared not utter another word. Indeed, in a few days, ninjas from Yunin village will come to facilitate the transfer. Prepare all documents and materials in advance. To take control of a nation from scratch is akin to unraveling a tangled mess. Doing so requires immense effort and time. With the cooperation of the previous rulers, the process can be significantly expedited, which is why Uchiha Yuzuki spared these Tonin. Seeing their willingness to comply, Uchiha Yuzuki sheathed his murderous intent and inquired, does the land of hot water possess an organization known as the Xieshinjiao? Xieshinjiao? Upon hearing Uchiha Yuzuki's question, several Tonin exchanged glances before shaking their heads in unison. Lord Yuzuki, we have never heard of Xieshinjiao. Is that so? Noting their bewildered expressions, Uchiha Yuzuki refrained from probing further. In the original narrative, Xieshinjiao was a cult in the land of hot water that worshipped a malevolent deity, and the Akatsuki member Haiden attained immortality through its rituals. Thus, Uchiha Yuzuki held a certain curiosity regarding the malevolent deity. Lord Yuzuki, we will send someone to inquire right away. No need. Uchiha Yuzuki shook his head, declining the Tonin's offer. Since there was currently no news of Xieshinjiao, he preferred not to interfere excessively. After all, his objective was the enigmatic malevolent deity, and revealing his intentions prematurely might invite trouble. In the world of ninjas, aside from those who cultivate chakra, there existed various other powers. For instance, sacred places such as Myobo-Kuzan, Shikatsu Forest, and Ryuichi Cave. Each of the three great sacred places is overseen by the Great Toad Sage, the Slug Sage, and the White Snake Sage, each possessing their own unique legacies. The Great Toad Sage had existed since the era of Sage of Six Paths, playing a pivotal role in sealing the Otsutsuki Kagaya. Although the Slug Sage and White Snake Sage lacked documented combat records, it was presumed they were not inferior to the Great Toad Sage. Moreover, there were the malevolent deity and the god of death. Based on Uchiha Yuzuki's conjecture, these were likely indigenous factions that existed prior to the arrival of Otsutsuki Kagaya. The original narrative provided scant information about these forces. Hence, Uchiha Yuzuki did not possess the unique advantages of a time traveler in this regard, until he acquired sufficient power, as long as they did not create disturbances. Uchiha Yuzuki did not intend to engage overly with these factions. After some contemplation, Uchiha Yuzuki gradually regained his focus. Noting the Tonin still kneeling before him, he spoke calmly. You may each return to your duties. Do not concern yourselves with me. Yes. The Tonin sighed in relief and hurriedly departed the grand hall. Uchiha Yuzuki glanced at the terrified dancers, abandoning the idea of having them continue their performance. Never mind. I shall indulge in a hot spring instead. Chapter 139. Tsunade, the land of hot water, is a nation renowned for its flourishing tourism, particularly famous for its hot springs. Coupled with its unique geographical position and mild climate, the land of hot water attracts a plethora of visitors from across the ninja world each year. On this foundation, the customs industry flourishes with an abundance of izakayas, casinos, hot spring inns, and red light districts. Perhaps only the short streets of the land of fire could rival it. Guest, would you like something to eat? Come in and have some fun. I guarantee you'll be captivated. Young man, wish to become wealthy overnight? Try your luck. You might win a fortune beyond your wildest dreams. As Uchiha Yuzuki strolled through the streets, he was inundated with the cacophony of various solicitations, even witnessing street performers eliciting cheers from onlookers. After watching for a while, Uchiha Yuzuki found it rather uninteresting. In a world brimming with extraordinary power, acrobatics appeared to lack much allure. After casually tossing some money, Uchiha Yuzuki continued his exploration. Suddenly, a small stall caught his eye. Candied hawthorn? Uchiha Yuzuki was pleasantly surprised to find candied hawthorn here, a treat he adored in his past life. However, unlike most, he preferred candied yam over hawthorn. Enjoying the treat as he walked, Uchiha Yuzuki arrived at the outskirts of the capital, where a large hot spring inn awaited. It offered not only outdoor hot springs, but also accommodation services. After securing a room, Uchiha Yuzuki made his way to the hot spring pool. The warm steam rose continuously, and the water was crystal clear. As he settled in, a delightful sensation enveloped his body. How splendid this feels. It has been ages since he last enjoyed such a soak. Alas, this establishment does not provide additional services. Otherwise, a back massage or foot rub would be even more delightful. Speaking of which, in the original narrative, Hinata Hyuga had a memorable moment while bathing. One wonders if such occurrences could transpire in reality. Completely relaxed, Uchiha Yuzuki soon drifted into slumber. When he awoke again, it was already night. After a brief rinse, Uchiha Yuzuki donned his clothes and stepped back into the streets. Having been preoccupied with matters of the ninja world for so long, he had not experienced the life of an ordinary person in quite some time. The capital of the Kingdom of Soup appears even more vibrant at night, with a myriad of colorful neon lights illuminating the streets in a kaleidoscope of hues. For a place like this, nightfall signifies the true commencement of the day. While wandering aimlessly, Uchiha Yuzuki's gaze was suddenly captivated by a woman. It was not his lecherous nature, rather. Any normal man would find it impossible to avert his eyes from such majestic peaks. After a brief glance downward, Uchiha Yuzuki's attention returned to the woman's face. Her light yellow hair was styled into twin ponytails cascading over her shoulders, and her slender, willow-shaped eyebrows paired with a prominent nose imparted an air of undeniable charisma. Furthermore, the blue-violet diamond mark on her forehead and the tea-green long coat inscribed with the character for gamble led Uchiha Yuzuki to instantly deduce her identity. Tsunade. He was astonished to encounter her here. A slight smile graced Uchiha Yuzuki's lips as he turned and walked in the direction Tsunade had taken. Soon, he saw her enter a casino. Without hesitation, he followed suit. Inside the casino, smoke swirled and voices clamored. Even with the exhaust fan working incessantly on the walls, the atmosphere felt stifling. The environment was dismal. Uchiha Yuzuki could not help but mutter. Although the casino was spacious, it operated on a small workshop model, which was not conducive to attracting new gamblers. In the future, he would certainly transform the casino into a lavish establishment akin to those of later eras. Approaching the front desk, a beautiful young woman greeted him gently. "How many chips would you like to exchange, sir?" Uchiha Yuzuki picked up a single chip from the table. 1. The young woman was momentarily taken aback. It was her first time encountering someone who exchanged only a single chip upon entering a casino. Tsunade, who had initially intended to leave, paused in surprise, intrigued by Uchiha Yuzuki. Noticing his exquisite attire, the young woman suggested, "Sir, we also offer loan services here. If you're short on funds, you can borrow some money from us." "No, thank you," Uchiha Yuzuki replied firmly. "Have you heard of Chindaozi?" "Huh, no, I haven't. This one chip will suffice for me to play all night," he declared, tossing the chip high into the air before catching it and striding into the casino. Observing his confidence, Tsunade, who had been eavesdropping, could not resist asking, "You seem quite confident." Uchiha Yuzuki was surprised by Tsunade's initiative to engage him in conversation. After a moment's thought, he replied with a smile, "Those who have seen me in a casino typically describe me with 2 words. What are they?" "The gambling saint." Tsunade was momentarily stunned by his response. The gambling saint. Having traversed the shinobi world for so long, it was her first encounter with such a title. Yet, even as a novice to this appellation, Tsunade felt an overwhelming aura of power emanating from it. What a magnificent title, unlike her own, which merely earned her the moniker of a big fat sheep for her misadventures in gambling. Unbeknownst to them, Tsunade and Uchiha Yuzuki found themselves seated at the same table. Guess high or low, place your bets. With the dealer's call, the gamblers around the table immediately tossed their chips onto the surface. Uchiha Yuzuki did not act immediately. Instead, he feigned deep contemplation, stroking his chin. Tsunade, brimming with excitement, slammed a few chips onto the table. "I guess high." Uchiha Yuzuki, maintaining his composure, placed his solitary chip down. "I guess low." Once all bets were placed, the dealer picked up the dice and began to shake them. Moments later, the dealer slammed the dice cup onto the table. "High, high, high. Low, low, low." Amidst the shouts of the crowd, the dealer lifted the cup. "Damn it. I was going to bet low," Tsunade lamented, her expression tinged with frustration. To her dismay, she lost on her first attempt, feeling her luck was rather dismal today. Uchiha Yuzuki, however, remained inscrutable. Tsunade possessed an unfortunate knack for losing. Betting against her always proved advantageous. Chapter 140. Dare to mock me. No one can save you. As time passed, Uchiha Yuzuki continued to employ the same strategy. Regardless of Tsunade's choices, he mirrored them in opposition. Gradually, he witnessed her transformation from exhilaration to a grimace, culminating in her eyes turning red with frustration. What astonished Uchiha Yuzuki the most was Tsunade's relentless betting on low multiple times, only to have the results consistently reveal high. This deepened his understanding of her uncanny misfortune in gambling. He could hardly fathom how one could be so perpetually unlucky. Additionally, he was surprised to note that despite gambling well into the night, Tsunade's skin remained fair and pristine, an incredible sight to behold. As if sensing Uchiha Yuzuki's gaze, Tsunade glanced at him, her eyes sweeping over the mountain of chips amassed before him, a wave of envy and resentment brewing within her. She had not forgotten that he had exchanged merely one chip. If she were to win such a sum, she could hardly imagine the elation it would bring her. Reflecting on the events of the earlier night, Tsunade suddenly became aware of something amiss, her gaze towards Uchiha Yuzuki turning hostile. Guess high or low, place your bets, urged the dealer. The crowd hurriedly placed their bets. Tsunade deliberately waited for Uchiha Yuzuki, but as the betting concluded, the man showed no intention of placing a wager. When the next round began, Tsunade casually bet high, only to witness Uchiha Yuzuki betting low. In the third round, Tsunade bet low, while Uchiha Yuzuki bet high. In the fourth round, when Tsunade refrained from betting, she realized Uchiha Yuzuki had also abstained. Confirming her suspicions, Tsunade glared at Uchiha Yuzuki in anger. Come with me. Uchiha Yuzuki did not inquire further, but followed Tsunade to the casino's reception area. Wait, let me exchange my chips first. Uchiha Yuzuki tossed his chips onto the table, prompting the young woman at the reception to gasp in astonishment. Wow, sir, you are truly remarkable to have won so much money. Just luck. Now convert it all to cash. Certainly, please hold on. After receiving a suitcase filled with money, Uchiha Yuzuki followed Tsunade out of the casino. Once outside, they both inhaled deeply. Tsunade glared at the suitcase in Uchiha Yuzuki's hand, her anger intensifying as she coldly remarked. You followed me from the street to the casino and then bet against me. What is your purpose? So you were aware all along, he replied. Of course, Tsunade retorted, arms crossed, impatience evident in her tone. Hurry up and answer my question. Uchiha Yuzuki grinned. Encountering the legendary sheep who loses every bet and not capitalizing on the opportunity would be an utter waste. Lies do not wound. The truth is the sharp blade. Uchiha Yuzuki's response infuriated Tsunade, her face flushing with anger. Clenching her fists, she lunged at him. You bastard. How dare you mock me like this? No one can save you today. In the face of Tsunade's fury, Uchiha Yuzuki raised the suitcase. Since you've discovered my intentions, we shall split the winnings. Tsunade's aggression halted abruptly, her expression shifting from stormy to sunny as she replied sweetly, Well, to be fair, I am not such a petty woman. This evening, Uchiha Yuzuki roughly estimated his winnings at 100,000 ryo. If split, that would amount to 50,000 ryo for her. This is an opportunity that cannot be missed for Tsunade, who is burdened with a mountain of debt. Observing Tsunade's gleeful reaction to money, Uchiha Yuzuki returned to the casino, retrieved a briefcase, and divided the cash in half before handing it to Tsunade. She promptly sat down and began counting the money with a smile. Uchiha Yuzuki chuckled. Aren't you going to treat me to a meal? Tsunade replied cheerfully. Let us go. I know an excellent barbecue place. Although it was already late at night, the barbecue restaurant remained bustling with patrons. Finding a private room, Tsunade and Uchiha Yuzuki sat facing each other. Pouring herself a glass of wine, Tsunade downed it in one gulp and casually inquired, Who exactly are you, and what is your purpose in approaching me? Uchiha Yuzuki took a sip from his glass and replied nonchalantly, I merely stumbled upon the once-beloved jewel of the Senju clan and couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. As for me, Uchiha Yuzuki, he lightly tapped his slender fingers on the table. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Upon hearing his response, Tsunade paused for a moment, then scrutinized Uchiha Yuzuki. Although she had been wandering the shinobi world and distanced herself from village affairs, she had certainly heard of Uchiha Yuzuki's name. Noticing Tsunade lost in thought, Uchiha Yuzuki raised an eyebrow and asked, What's on your mind? Realizing he was a young member of the Uchiha clan, Tsunade murmured to herself, No wonder I found him so irksome at first glance. She picked up a piece of grilled meat and curiously asked, I heard it was you who led the Uchiha clan away from Konoha. What were you thinking at the time? Why make such a decision? Uchiha Yuzuki responded slowly. It was merely a necessity of the situation. Did you not also leave Konoha? Tsunade scoffed, stating, I simply departed from Konoha. It is not comparable to what you did. In response, Uchiha Yuzuki smiled and remarked, I believe there is little difference, for the Senju clan now consists solely of you. Tsunade fixed Uchiha Yuzuki with a stern gaze and said, That is not amusing in the slightest. I speak only the truth. Uchiha Yuzuki continued, undeterred by her glare. The Senju clan, which once founded Konoha, along with the Uchiha clan, has departed from it. Who could have anticipated such a fate? The Senju clan has vanished, leaving only me. Tsunade replied solemnly. It was merely due to my great-grandfather's policies that the Senju clan abandoned their surname. Upon hearing her words, Uchiha Yuzuki chuckled. Shaking his head, Tsunade, it's fine to deceive me, but do not deceive yourself. It is true that the Senju clan relinquished their name. Yet most perished on the battlefield of the Second Shinobi World War. After all these years, the Senju clan has long since perished. I did not wish for the Uchiha clan to meet the same fate, which is why I led my people away from Konoha. That place has been consumed by darkness. Regarding Uchiha Yuzuki's perspective, Tsunade chose not to argue, instead silently sipping her drink. Uchiha Yuzuki had anticipated her response. In the original narrative, Jiraiya once warned Tsunade that if she betrayed the village, he would kill her. This indicates that Tsunade's discontent with Konoha was a widely acknowledged matter. However, due to her lack of power and her reluctance to act harshly, she ultimately chose to leave Konoha and wander the shinobi world. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Yuzuki spoke up. Tsunade, come with me. Tsunade blinked in surprise and asked, What do you mean? Uchiha Yuzuki smiled, saying, The current Konoha has long strayed from its original purpose. Let us unite the Uchiha and Senju clans once more and reshape Konoha into what we desire. Hearing this, Tsunade coldly replied, Are you asking me to betray my teacher? Not at all. Uchiha Yuzuki shook his head, correcting her. It is not you who betrays your teacher, but rather your teacher who has betrayed you long ago. The Senju clan, having endured for a millennium and survived countless wars, remains a prominent name in the shinobi world. Yet, in just a few short years after Sarutobi Hiruzen's ascension, the Senju clan has nearly vanished. You should be more aware of how few clan members remain than I. Furthermore, those around you continue to perish, with each injury so severe that even you, the most exceptional medical ninja in the shinobi world, cannot save them. From once being the cherished princess of Konoha to now wandering alone in the shinobi world, is this truly merely coincidence? You regard him as a teacher, yet he does not see you as a disciple. Upon hearing Uchiha Yuzuki's words, memories of painful past events involuntarily surfaced in Tsunade's mind, causing her body to tremble. She unconsciously lowered her head and muttered in rebuttal, You also said I lose every gamble. Perhaps I am like this cursed necklace, a harbinger of disaster. Anyone who comes near me will encounter misfortune. Suddenly, Tsunade felt a hand reach for her chest and yanked the necklace from her neck. She looked up to find Uchiha Yuzuki had placed the necklace around his own neck. Confused, Tsunade stammered, What are you doing? Uchiha Yuzuki leaned forward, resting his hands on the table, and earnestly said, Do not evade any longer. We are the rightful heirs of Konoha, and we must unite the Senju and Uchiha clans to reclaim what is rightfully ours. Even if this necklace truly brings misfortune, I will personally shatter its curse. Tsunade stood frozen, captivated by the confident smile mere inches from her face. The image of Shosuke surfaced in her mind. If he had not died, he would be around the same age now. Tsunade-sama, I have finally found you. Bang! The door to the private room swung open, and Shizune rushed in. Panting as she clutched Tun-Tun, Tsunade-sama, did you gamble away the last of your money again? Shizune's voice trailed off upon witnessing the scene before her. Tsunade and a young, handsome man were locked in an intense gaze, their faces nearly touching. Moreover, the man wore the necklace that Tsunade cherished most. Shizune gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief as she took in the sight. Tun-Tun, who had been sleeping soundly in her arms, tumbled to the ground with a pitiful squeak. Tsunade snapped back to reality and, somewhat flustered, asked, Shizune, what are you doing here? Shizune glanced between Tsunade and Uchiha Yuzuki, then bowed. I sincerely apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Afterward, she attempted to leave the room with Tun-Tun in her arms. Shizune, realizing Shizune's misunderstanding, Tsunade stood up and pulled her back, closing the door to the private room. After a moment, Shizune finally grasped the situation. So, Tsunade-sama, you invited Uchiha Yuzuki to dinner because he shared his winnings with you at the casino? Shizune smiled at Tsunade. I thought you had suddenly decided to pursue romance. You nearly scared me to death. Tsunade scoffed. What nonsense occupies your mind? Even if I were to leap from a cliff, I would never consider dating a mere Uchiha brat. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Shizune discreetly glanced at Uchiha Yuzuki and cautioned, Tsunade-sama, such remarks are exceedingly rude. Tsunade shrugged nonchalantly. It's fine. This fellow wasn't courteous with me at the casino either. Hearing Tsunade's response, Shizune could only smile helplessly, yet witnessing a return of funds from the casino after all these years is truly a first. Shizune. Tsunade shot her a displeased glare, having hit a sore spot. Jingyin stifled a chuckle, her curiosity piqued. I am well aware of how you came to know each other. But how is it that the necklace belonging to Lady Tsunade ended up in Uchiha Yuzuki's possession? Tsunade took a sip of her drink and replied, he took it himself. What? Exclaimed Jin, her mouth agape in astonishment, as the world around her suddenly felt surreal. Given Tsunade's temperament, how could she remain so composed? Sharing drinks with the very person who had snatched away her most cherished necklace? It seemed implausible. Noticing Jin's bewildered expression, Uchiha Yuzuki interjected. I intend to invite Tsunade to join us in Kumogakure. The Senju clan will once again ally with the Uchiha clan to reshape the landscape of the ninja world. Jingyin paused, looking at Tsunade in disbelief. Lady Tsunade, are you truly going to Kumogakure? Although they had been wandering the ninja world, in Jing's heart, she and Tsunade had always been ninjas of Konoha. The mere thought of dining with a rogue ninja like Uchiha Yuzuki felt transgressive, and now he wanted to entice them to betray Konoha? Tsunade shook her head. That is merely his wishful thinking. I have not agreed. Hearing Tsunade's response, Jingyin let out a sigh of relief. Before she could voice her thoughts, Uchiha Yuzuki continued, Tsunade, once you arrive in Kumogakure, we will appoint you as our medical advisor. With a monthly salary of 1 million ryo, I am certain that with your abilities, you will establish an advanced and exceptional medical system in Kumogakure. At his words, Jingyin could not help but retort, Lady Tsunade has grown up in Konoha. She is the jewel of Konoha and would never betray it. I advise you to abandon this unrealistic notion. Before Jingyin could finish her protest, Tsunade pulled her behind her and smiled at Uchiha Yuzuki. Yuzuki, you have an excellent eye for people. Chapter 142. Are we the true Konoha? Lady Tsunade. Jingyin was taken aback, unaware of the previous conversation between Uchiha Yuzuki and Tsunade. Seeing Tsunade acquiesce to Uchiha Yuzuki's proposal was utterly shocking. Tsunade was not only a princess of the Senju clan, but also the granddaughter of the first Hokage and the direct disciple of the third Hokage. In this ninja world, was there any Konoha ninja more legitimate than Lady Tsunade? The image of Tsunade becoming a rogue ninja from Konoha was unfathomable to her. Observing Jingyin's astonishment, Tsunade patiently explained. 1 million ryo a month is equivalent to the reward for an S-rank mission. That amounts to 12 million ryo a year. We will no longer have to worry about money. While she had not felt the weight of financial concerns during her time in Konoha, after years of wandering through the ninja world, Tsunade understood the significance of wealth all too well. With a monthly salary of 1 million ryo laid before her, she had to consider whether this opportunity was one she could afford to miss. She absolutely could not let it slip away. Jingyin, you are aware that I suffer from hemophobia, which makes it impossible for me to continue as a ninja and earn money. We have debts across various nations in the ninja world, and now is the time to start anew. If you do not wish to go to Kumogakure, you may return to Konoha and continue your life there. Jingyin, who had been uncertain, immediately felt tears welling up in her eyes upon hearing Tsunade's words. Lady Tsunade, wherever you go, I will always follow you. Seeing Jingyin's expression, Tsunade quickly wiped her tears away. Then come with me to Kumogakure. Yes, Jingyin replied promptly. As the two conversed, Uchiha Yuzuki indulged in his meal of grilled meat. Tsunade likely wished to shield Jingyin from the darker aspects of their situation, intentionally omitting many details, and he saw no need to elaborate further. Regardless, successfully persuading Tsunade was already a delightful surprise. Kumogakure. Reikage building. Reikage's office. The third Reikage stared at Tsunade, who stood beside Uchiha Yuzuki, his jaw nearly dislocating in astonishment. After a long pause, he stammered, Yuzuki, this is Tsunade? Indeed. The Tsunade of Konoha? Yes. The granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, the disciple of the third Hokage? Uchiha Yuzuki chuckled, absolutely. You are the Reikage. Is this really such a shock? The third Reikage looked at Uchiha Yuzuki in disbelief. Is it really that surprising? Of course it is. In the entire ninja world, anyone who hears this news would surely be left dumbfounded. Previously, it was understandable that you managed to bring back individuals like Hitaki Tsukumo and Mike Guy. But now you have even brought someone of Tsunade's stature. The third Reikage believed his mental fortitude was strong enough, yet he still found this situation a bit surreal. Hey, Uchiha Yuzuki promised me a monthly salary of 1 million ryo. You cannot go back on your word. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, the third Reikage immediately replied, no problem. In addition to the 1 million ryo monthly salary, I will grant you an additional 800,000 ryo at the end of each year. Tsunade's eyes lit up at this. That is what you said. You cannot renege. The third Reikage laughed heartily. I will have someone draft a contract for you shortly. Furthermore, with less than 10 days remaining in this month, I will ensure you receive a full month's salary. Tsunade was widely recognized as the most outstanding medical ninja in the ninja world, excelling in healing, saving lives, and detoxifying, with no one comparable to her. Moreover, she had ingeniously established the medical ninja system, significantly reducing casualty rates among ninjas. Considering her immense power and various accolades, securing such a ninja for a mere 20 million ryo a year was an incredibly advantageous deal. Like the third Reikage, Tsunade was also in high spirits. Initially, she assumed that upon hearing Uchiha Yuzuki's offer, he would attempt to negotiate, but instead, he had not only agreed immediately, but also offered her an additional 800,000 ryo per year. Furthermore, her salary would commence in full from this month. The third Reikage had indeed surprised her. Tsuchikage. The third Reikage called out, and Tsuchikage hurriedly entered. Upon seeing Tsunade, he was momentarily stunned, his mind going blank. The woman before me is not only Tsunade of Konoha. How could she possibly be here? Tsuchikage. Find Tsunade a larger residence immediately and set up an account to deposit 1 million ryo for her. From now on, Tsunade will be a ninja of Kumogakure. What? Tsuchikage instantly questioned his hearing, unable to fathom why the third Reikage declared that Tsunade was a ninja of Kumogakure. Look at you, with such little ambition. The third Reikage scolded as he slapped Tsuchikage on the back of the head, urging him, just do as I say for now. We can discuss the rest later. Yes, I understand. Although Tsuchikage did not grasp what had transpired, he dared not delay and promptly responded, Lady Tsunade, this way please. After Tsuchikage led Tsunade and Jingyin away, the third Reikage clapped Uchiha Yuzuki on the shoulder. Good lad. At this rate, it feels as though Kumogakure is on the verge of becoming the true Konoha. Uchiha Yuzuki replied nonchalantly, that was my plan all along. What? The third Reikage inquired, astonished, what plan? Uchiha Yuzuki smiled and slowly elaborated. Now that the Senju clan and Uchiha clan have once again allied, we merely need to find an opportunity to rally the other ninja clans of Konoha, and reclaiming Konoha will become a matter of rightful claim. At that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen will be the true rogue, forever a laughingstock in the ninja world, nailed to the pillar of shame, while the other villages will have no reason to take advantage of us when we assault Konoha. After hearing Uchiha Yuzuki's plan, the third Reikage could not help but give a thumbs up, expressing his admiration. Yuzuki, you truly are remarkable. The thought of making the Hokage a rogue ninja is simply delightful. Ultimately, the crux of the matter lies in the strength. Without overwhelming power, even the most splendid plans are mere illusions. The third Reikage nodded in agreement, then inquired curiously, should we now seek to win over those from the Konoha ninja clan? There's no rush, Uchiha Yushin replied, shaking his head. Although Tsunade expressed her willingness to settle in Yunin village, persuading her to confront Konoha as the heir of the Senju clan would require some time. Of course, the news of Tsunade's arrival in Yunin village could be disseminated immediately. It would be best for everyone in the ninja world to be aware of this development. After speaking, the third Reikage exchanged a glance with Uchiha Yushin, both unable to suppress their smiles. Chapter 143, Yetsong that evening. Uchiha Yushin returned to the Uchiha clan grounds from the Reikage building. Upon entering his home, he was greeted by a chorus of laughter and chatter. Walking into the backyard, he found Tsunade, Shizune, Kushina, Mikoto, Karura, and Konan engaged in lively conversation. Tsunade, Shizune, what brings you to my home? Uchiha Yushin asked with curiosity. Hearing his voice, Tsunade turned and rolled her eyes at him. I heard Kushina was here and rushed over. But you, on the way back, why were you staring at my chest? Turns out you're quite the scoundrel. With 4 beautiful wives at home, you certainly know how to indulge. Tsunade's candid remarks made Uchiha Yushin feel somewhat embarrassed. However, being not one to easily concede, he retorted, A glance wouldn't cost me anything. If you don't want to be seen, perhaps you should conceal yourself better. Tsunade, unfazed by his words, merely huffed. Where's the casino in Yunin village? Take me there later. Currently, aside from the 500,000 ryo that Uchiha Yushin had given her, she also possessed an additional 1 million ryo from the third raikage, totaling 1.5 million ryo. Having suddenly acquired such wealth, Tsunade felt a surge of excitement. After dinner, I'll take you there, Uchiha Yushin responded, sitting beside the group. Tsunade, tomorrow, you should visit the raikage building. The third raikage will arrange your subsequent tasks. Although various villages had begun to establish medical ninja systems similar to Konoha's, they were still far from complete, and the knowledge and techniques related to medical ninjutsu were quite scarce. If Tsunade could share everything she knew, the overall strength of Yunin village would see a significant enhancement. An exceptional medical ninja could greatly increase the success rate of missions undertaken by ninjas. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. I understand. You're such a buzzkill. Just then, Kakashi Hitaki, Might Guy, and several others entered the scene. Upon seeing Tsunade, Kakashi greeted her with a smile. Tsunade, we heard you're planning to settle in Yunin village, so we prepared some gifts. He then introduced her to the others. Tsunade smiled warmly. Kakashi-senpai, I didn't expect to meet you here. Kakashi sighed, reflecting. The world is unpredictable. Who would have thought we would all become renegades from Konoha? In response, Uchiha Yushin interjected, slightly displeased, Kakashi. It may have been acceptable when only the Uchiha clan was involved, but now that the princess of the Senju clan has become a Yunin ninja, how can we still be labeled as renegades? Compared to those from the Sarutobi clan, we are the true heirs of Konoha. Hearing Uchiha Yushin's words, Kakashi and Might Guy paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Indeed, the founding clans of Konoha, the Senju and Uchiha, had now both arrived in Yunin village, making them the rightful heirs of Konoha. Only Tsunade remained indifferent, her expression neutral. However, no one pressed further. Understanding that Tsunade had just arrived in Yunin village and would need time to adjust her mindset, they believed that once she became familiar with the village's customs, she would recognize what was truly right. After enjoying dinner together, Uchiha Yushin took Tsunade to the casino in Yunin village. As before, regardless of Tsunade's bets, Uchiha Yushin placed opposing wagers. In the end, they managed to earn quite a bit. Next time, I'll gamble with you again, Tsunade chuckled, wrapping her arm around Uchiha Yushin's shoulder and pocketing half of their winnings. Gambling with Uchiha Yushin was not only exhilarating but also profitable, bringing her immense joy. Uchiha Yushin casually replied, that depends on whether I have the time. By the way, Uchiha Yushin continued, is it all right if I let the news of your settlement in Yunin village spread throughout the ninja world? No problem at all, Tsunade waved her hand, swaying as she walked forward. I have things to do tomorrow, so I'll take my leave now. Watching Tsunade's departing figure, Uchiha Yushin turned in another direction. If he could make Tsunade his woman, perhaps he would be able to awaken the bloodline of the Senju clan. The power of all things. The renegade. Everything would soon be within his grasp. In the dead of night, at the Uchiha clan grounds, the door to Uchiha Yushin's home was quietly opened. Karura, clad in black attire, skillfully evaded the night watch team. Once outside the Uchiha grounds, she activated her Shaden bloodline limit and soared into the sky. Barrier open. After dismantling the barrier, she smoothly descended to a mountainside outside Yunin village. I'm here, Karura softly addressed the empty surroundings. Almost immediately, a similarly clad woman emerged from the shadows. Karura, it's been a while. As the woman approached, Karura's gaze turned cold. Yetsong, what do you want with me? Sensing Karura's distance, Yetsong discreetly glanced at Karura's noticeably rounded belly. Karura, you haven't forgotten the mission that brought you to Yunin village, have you? Hearing Yetsong's words, Karura retorted icily. The moment Sunagakure abandoned me, we ceased to be comrades. The village acted out of necessity. You shouldn't harbor resentment against us. Yetsong replied slowly. I'm here to ask you to divulge all the information you possess regarding Yunin village and Uchiha Yushin. In response, Karura scoffed, dream on. Yetsong raised an eyebrow. Karura, have you forgotten that Yakimaru is still in Sunagakure? If you don't cooperate, I can't guarantee what might happen to him. Karura bit her lip, angered. How despicable. Yetsong shrugged. Let us cut to the chase. Tell me your choice. Will you provide me with the information I seek? Or will you forsake your brother Yakimaru? Taking a deep breath, Karura replied solemnly, no matter what, I will never betray Yunin village or Yushin. I will inform the village of your choice. Yetsong looked at Karura, her tone softening slightly. Karura, don't hate me. I'm merely following orders. They had once been close friends, and had circumstances not forced them apart, she would not have resorted to such measures to pressure Karura. Karura stepped forward, her voice tinged with desperation. Yetsong, can you help me save Yakimaru? I'll do my best, Yetsong said, her voice low. You don't need to worry too much. With my influence in the village, there's hope for Yakimaru's safety. However, just as Yetsong finished speaking, a hearty laugh echoed from the darkness behind them. Yetsong, you truly are naive. Upon hearing the voice, both Yetsong and Karura turned to face it. Emerging from the shadows was a pair of striking crimson Sharingan eyes. Yushin? Upon hearing the call of Jia Luoluo, Yitsong's heart sank to the depths of despair. The person she least wanted to encounter during this mission was none other than Uchiha Yuin. Jia Luoluo, why did you come out here alone? Did I not say that you could confide in me about anything? In response, Jia Luoluo, her expression flustered, shook her head. Yuin, you must trust me. I have not betrayed you or the Yunin village. Observing her reaction, Uchiha Yuin stepped forward and embraced her gently, saying, Silly girl, I am not questioning you. You are my wife after all. Hearing Uchiha Yuin's words, Jia Luoluo couldn't help but pout, tears streaming down her face. Yuin, I recently received a letter from Yitsong, and I deduced the intentions of the Sunigakure. I do not wish to cause you trouble over Yachawan. Uchiha Yuin stroked Jia Luo's hair softly, reassuring her, enough crying. It is not good for your health. Yachawan will be fine. You should return. I will handle things here. Jia Luoluo glanced at Uchiha Yuin and then at Yitsong, ultimately saying nothing. After Jia Luoluo departed, Uchiha Yuin slowly approached Yitsong. The Shikuten ninja Yitsong from Sunigakure, I did not expect you to be even more naive than I imagined. Gazing into Uchiha Yuin's kaleidoscope Sharingan, Yitsong spoke solemnly. What do you mean by that? You just mentioned that you still hold some influence in Sunigakure. Uchiha Yuin replied coolly. You may not realize that the moment you left Sunigakure, your influence was destined to crumble. What? Yitsong's pupils constricted. What do you mean? Let's sit down and talk. Uchiha Yuin sat cross-legged on the ground, and after a moment's hesitation, Yitsong complied. As far as I know, your strength is among the best in Sunigakure. Aside from the third Kazekage, only Raza can be compared to you. During the Third Shinobi World War, your achievements and prestige rivaled Raza's, and many ninjas in Sunigakure supported you. Even after the war, many speculated whether you or Raza would become the next Kazekage. Hearing Uchiha Yuin's words, Yitsong furrowed her brow and asked, What exactly are you trying to say? Truly obtuse, Uchiha Yuin shook his head. The disappearance of the third Kazekage from the village, although the specifics remain unclear, is widely accepted as a secret assassination. Do you believe Raza, a newly appointed Kazekage, would allow a ninja with equal influence, prestige, and strength to exist in Sunigakure? At these words, Yitsong fell into a momentary daze. She had never considered such matters before. Now, Uchiha Yuin's assertion seemed to bear some truth. However, she quickly regained her composure and replied coldly, Do you think I would be swayed by your base provocation? And did Jia Luoluo relay this information to you? I have not inquired about anything related to Sunigakure. I can see things clearly myself. Uchiha Yuin shrugged and continued. Have you not pondered why Raza would send you on such a perilous mission? If the intention was merely to see Jia Luoluo, there are countless candidates in Sunigakure. Why risk sending you, their top combatant, on such a life-threatening task? Life-threatening? Yitsong could not suppress a cold laugh. She certainly feared Uchiha Yuin's power, but his current demeanor seemed excessively arrogant. Thinking this, Yitsong could not help but assert, in this world, nothing is absolute. Even defying fate does not guarantee death. In response, Uchiha Yuin replied calmly, because defying fate allows for a glimmer of hope, opposing me guarantees death. If you do not believe it, feel free to test it. Test it. Yitsong suddenly erupted, hurling several kunai at Uchiha Yuin. Following that, she parted her lips slightly. Shikuten, steaming destruction. Several high-temperature fireballs erupted from Yitsong's mouth, colliding and exploding as they neared Uchiha Yuin, engulfing him in a tremendous blaze. Humph! A cold smirk appeared on Yitsong's face. Shikuten, her unique bloodline limit, could instantaneously vaporize the blood and moisture within an enemy's body. Uchiha Yuin, consumed by the flames of Shikuten, had no possibility of survival. Yet, Before her smile could fade, Uchiha Yuin emerged slowly from the fire and scathed, "This is impossible." As she beheld the unharmed Uchiha Yuin, disbelief washed over Yi Tsong's face. She had clearly seen him struck by the flames of Shikutten. How could he appear utterly unharmed? As Uchiha Yuin drew nearer, Yi Tsong grasped a kunai, aiming for his heart. "Should you not take a moment to reconsider before deciding?" Uchiha Yuin's voice resonated in her ear, causing Yi Tsong's heart to stop. A wave of dizziness overcame her, transforming the world around her. The kunai in her hand was mere inches from her heart. Genjutsu? When did this happen? Yi Tsong swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Even now, she was unaware of when Uchiha Yuin had made his move. A simple Genjutsu had nearly led her to self-destruction. Was this truly the terrifying power of Uchiha Yuin? Yi Tsong considered herself among the elite in the entire shinobi world, yet she had been so easily defeated before Uchiha Yuin. She could sense that he had not even exerted much power. Noting Yi Tsong's incredulous expression, Uchiha Yuin smiled and said, "Now do you believe what I just told you?" Yi Tsong could not help but inquire, "Why not just kill me?" "Your willingness to assist Jia Luoluo in rescuing Yacha Wan earned you a reprieve," Uchiha Yuin replied slowly. "Now, I can offer you an opportunity to pledge your loyalty to me, allowing you, a forsaken child of Sunagakure, the chance to seek vengeance." "Forsaken child?" Yi Tsong retorted again. "Even if you could easily kill me, it does not mean that the Kazekage truly wishes to eliminate me, as you claim. Ultimately, this is merely your baseless conjecture." Uchiha Yuin waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Whether it is conjecture or not, you will discover the truth upon your return to Sunagakure. Remember, to avoid death, it is best not to let anyone know you are returning." Chapter 145. Fainted again, Uchiha Yuin released Yi Tsong. Although the ninja world had undergone significant changes under his influence, Raza's decision to send Yi Tsong to Yunin village for such a perilous task indicated that he, like in the original narrative, sought to eliminate her at this opportunity. Thus, Uchiha Yuin was untroubled by the potential failure of his plan, for the truth would surely lead Yi Tsong back to Yunin village. In the time that followed, Uchiha Yuin remained in Yunin village. By day, he accompanied Whirlpool Jio Xian Nai, Uchiha Mei-chin, and Jia Luoluo on leisurely strolls. By night, he deepened his bond with Tsunade at the casino and tavern, and at bedtime, he shared a bed with Xiao Nan. Observing Uchiha Yuin transform into a master of time management, flitting between several women, the Uchiha clansmen regarded him with great admiration. From their own experiences and understanding of love, most Uchiha clansmen were deeply moved by Uchiha Yuin's dedication. The clan leader had sacrificed so much for the rise of the Uchiha clan. He truly, "I am moved to tears." As Uchiha Yuzuru relished the pleasures of life, the news of Tsunade settling in Yunin village sent shockwaves throughout the shinobi world. The very notion of the Uchiha clan aligning with Yunin was already absurd, yet now, the last scion of the Senju clan, the granddaughter of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, had also joined Yunin. In an instant, the inhabitants of the shinobi realm felt as though they no longer recognized this chaotic world. Logically speaking, both the Uchiha and Senju clans were inextricably bound to Konoha. However, now both prestigious shinobi clans had forsaken the village. Following the initial shock and desperate attempts to confirm the news, the shinobi world began to revel in schadenfreude. The Senju and Uchiha clans, once the founders of Konoha, had now made their home in Yunin. What did that make Konoha? With the legitimacy of Konoha's lineage now in question, the village appeared to have lost its very essence. Such an occurrence had not been witnessed since the end of the Warring States period. Moreover, Tsunade was not just Hashirama's granddaughter. She was also the apprentice of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. What kind of catastrophic decisions had Hiruzen made to drive both of Konoha's strongest clans to relocate to another village, especially with Tsunade, his own disciple, among them? In that moment, Hiruzen's reputation plummeted to the depths of disgrace. After all, even a pig could hardly fail as spectacularly as he had. At Konoha, within the Hokage Tower. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen furrowed his brow as he dealt with the documents on his desk, the glow of his pipe flickering incessantly. Recent days in Konoha had been anything but tranquil. Rumors of Orochimaru conducting inhumane experiments on fellow villagers had surfaced, accompanied by irrefutable evidence, leading to a catastrophic collapse of his reputation. Many clamored for Orochimaru to atone with his life. Furthermore, whispers about Namikaze Minato began to circulate, alleging that the Nine Tails which once wreaked havoc upon Konoha, was sealed within him, and that he posed a constant risk of losing control. Under the sway of public opinion, the villagers and ninjas of Konoha conveniently forgot Minato's contributions during the Third Shinobi World War and instead called for his imprisonment alongside the beast to prevent further calamity. Hiruzen tossed the papers aside, his brow furrowing in frustration. He could easily deduce the instigator behind these troubles. Shimura Danzo had truly gone too far. Suddenly, the office door burst open, and Danzo, leaning on his cane, entered. "Hiruzen, you called for me?" "Danzo, are you intent on destroying Konoha?" Hiruzen questioned directly, skipping the usual pleasantries. "Do you not realize the gravity of the situation? You've tarnished the reputations of both Orochimaru and Minato. What if they harbor resentment towards the village?" Danzo, unfazed, replied, "The shinobi world is but a tool, and tools require no emotions. If they are dissatisfied, let us suppress them with an iron fist. After all, the village has already acquired Orochimaru's improved Edo Tensei technique. As for the matter of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Namikaze Minato, I merely spoke the truth," he added. Upon hearing Danzo's explanation, Hiruzen could no longer contain his fury, slamming his palm on the table. "Danzo, even if you have ruined Orochimaru and Minato's futures, do not think you can seize the position of Hokage. You dwell in darkness and can never stand in the light. I will continue to hold power as Hokage." Danzo sneered, tossing a scroll onto Hiruzen's desk. "Hiruzen, perhaps you should peruse this intelligence." Hiruzen paused, then opened the scroll. In an instant, his expression darkened. "Tsunade has defected to Yunin. Indeed, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the sole heir of the Senju clan, your beloved disciple, is now a ninja of Yunin." As Danzo's words sank in, Hiruzen felt as though all strength had drained from him, collapsing into his chair. A master of schemes. He understood the implications of Tsunade's defection to Yunin. If this news were to be confirmed, his reputation would be irreparably shattered, rendering him a laughingstock of the entire shinobi world, forever nailed to the pillar of shame. "Hiruzen, are you well?" Danzo inquired with feigned concern upon witnessing Hiruzen's distress. Regaining his composure, Hiruzen urgently commanded, "Umbu, inform Orochimaru immediately to retrieve Tsunade from Yunin. She must have been coerced." This was the only solution he could conceive at the moment. Had he known Tsunade would act so ruthlessly, disregarding their bond, he would never have allowed her to depart Konoha. Just as the Umbu were about to leave, another Umbu burst in. "Hokage-sama, Orochimaru has killed the Umbu monitoring him and has escaped the village." "What? Where has he fled?" "Based on the traces left behind, it appears he is headed toward Yunin." Those words made Hiruzen's heart race, as though something ominous was about to emerge. Moments later, he could no longer suppress his anguish, coughing up blood before collapsing to the ground. Danzo swiftly donned the Hokage hat. "The third Hokage is unwell. I shall temporarily assume the role of Hokage. Take him to Konoha Hospital at once." In the wake of Hiruzen's departure, Danzo closed his eyes, seated in the Hokage's chair. A look of satisfaction spread across his face, his heart racing with exhilaration. Years ago, he had hesitated and lost the chance at the Hokage position, but after years of effort, his dream was finally within reach. With Tsunade and Orochimaru having defected, coupled with Konoha's prior losses, the trust in Hiruzen had evaporated. Even if Hiruzen were to awaken, he would have to retreat under the guise of recuperation to avoid accountability. This would allow Danzo to seize control of Konoha under the pretense of being the acting Hokage. Although he had publicly executed Hiruzen once to quell public outrage, rendering him unable to appear in public, it mattered not. Shadows in the dark are still shadows. From this day forth, Konoha would embark on a new chapter under his dominion. In Yunin village, Anoki, Mifune, and the third Raikage stood astonished as Orochimaru approached them, nearly bowing before Uchiha Yuzuru. There was no need for inquiry. Orochimaru's defection was undoubtedly due to Uchiha Yuzuru. Among Hiruzen's three disciples, two formidable figures, the legendary Sannin, had now aligned with Yunin. This was no longer mere madness. It was an utter insanity that threatened to hollow out Konoha entirely. Uchiha Yuzuru himself was equally taken aback. Based on his observations, Konoha was beset by internal strife and external threats. Orochimaru would not become the sacrificial pawn he was in the original tale. Yet, he was surprised that the two had forced Orochimaru into becoming a rogue shinobi. It was a testament to their reputation as the ultimate champions of internal conflict. Fortunately, he had led his clan away from Konoha beforehand, Otherwise, the Uchiha clan would have struggled to achieve such rapid population growth as they had now. Yet, despite his astonishment, Uchiha Yuzuin maintained a demeanor of calmness, as if all matters were firmly within his grasp. The third Raikage gazed at Orochimaru with a smile, gently inquiring, "Orochimaru, what is it that you desire? We can fulfill your needs." Orochimaru returned the smile, his voice raspy as he replied, "I simply seek a laboratory where I can conduct my research in peace. I have no inclination for violence. My passion lies in scientific exploration." Upon hearing this, the third Raikage's smile grew warmer. For the current Kumogakure, a talent like Orochimaru was exceedingly rare. He promptly thumped his chest in assurance, saying, "Consider what you require and compile a list to present to Yuzuin. We will do our utmost to accommodate you." Orochimaru, unreserved, stated, "I shall do just that." After swiftly completing the familiar process, Uchiha Yuzuin escorted Orochimaru, now adorned with a Kuminin forehead protector, out of the Raikage building. As they walked along the bustling streets, Orochimaru couldn't help but exclaim, "The land of lightning has developed remarkably. It has far surpassed the land of fire." Throughout their journey, Orochimaru experienced a surreal sensation. Within the land of lightning, there were no beggars wandering the streets, no robbers or bandits lurking about, nor stray dogs gnawing on bones. Everything appeared harmonious, akin to a fabled paradise. Compared to his last visit to the land of lightning, the transformation was nothing short of revolutionary. Beside him, Uchiha Yuzuin spoke slowly. "My ambition is to transform the entire shinobi world to mirror the prosperity of the land of lightning." Orochimaru paused, then replied, "Yuzuin-kun, even if you were to unite the shinobi world, it is no simple feat." Uchiha Yuzuin shrugged, choosing not to argue further, instead asking, "What brings you to my side so unexpectedly?" "Because I have lost everything in Konoha," Orochimaru stated calmly, as if recounting an event detached from his own life. "As you once said, I not only failed to become Hokage, but I have become the pariah everyone wishes to hunt down. Though I have never considered myself naive, I never anticipated I would fall so low. Thus, I sought you out." Orochimaru licked his lips with excitement, saying, "Yuzuin-kun, can you fulfill the promise you once made to me? Provide me with the equipment and materials necessary for my research." Uchiha Yuzuin nodded. "So long as you can accomplish the tasks I assign, this should pose no issue." The request was not unreasonable. Orochimaru smiled elegantly. "What do you wish for me to do?" "Various human experiments." "What is it?" Feeling Uchiha Yuzuin's gaze upon him, Orochimaru revealed a sincere smile. "Yuzuin-kun, I should have come to seek your support sooner." Since his last defeat at the hands of Uchiha Yuzuin, Orochimaru had been engaged in human experimentation. On one hand, it was to attain the ability of immortality. On the other, to accumulate more safety nets for his life. Now that Uchiha Yuzuin requested human experimentation, it was hardly a demand for him. With this thought in mind, Orochimaru produced a scroll from within his mouth, saying, "Yuzuin-kun, these are some of my research findings. Consider them a gift for our reunion." Observing the viscous substance on the scroll, Uchiha Yuzuin waved his hand dismissively. "Orochimaru, I have no interest in such things. When you have time, simply coordinate with Fugaku." Unperturbed by Uchiha Yuzuin's disdain, Orochimaru opened his mouth and swallowed the scroll back into his body. At that moment, footsteps echoed behind them. Uchiha Yuzuin and Orochimaru turned to see Tsunade approaching briskly. Orochimaru took the initiative to greet her. "Tsunade, it has been a while." Tsunade huffed lightly, arching an eyebrow as she asked, "Orochimaru, I never expected you to leave Konoha as well." In response, Orochimaru chuckled, "I should be the one to say that. It is more surprising that you, a descendant of the Senju clan, have departed from Konoha. Regardless, it is indeed unexpected for the three legendary Sannin to encounter one another in such a place." Tsunade smiled and shook her head. "Let us go. I will treat both of you to barbecue." "Certainly." Though Orochimaru was not particularly fond of such gatherings, he had not seen Tsunade in quite some time, so he acquiesced. Uchiha Yuzuin, too, had no objections to Tsunade's invitation. Watching Orochimaru and Tsunade walk ahead, Uchiha Yuzuin's lips curled into a slight smile. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mito Hizashi, and Nara Shikaku, I, Uchiha Yuzuin, shall deem you the most formidable support." Upon arriving at the barbecue restaurant, Uchiha Yuzuin, Orochimaru, and Tsunade casually selected a private room. After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere became more amicable, and their conversation flowed freely. Tsunade finished her drink and curiously asked, "Orochimaru, why did you leave Konoha?" Leaning against the meat, Orochimaru replied flatly, "My human experiments in Konoha were exposed, and I have now become a pariah." Tsunade sighed. "It must have been Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo's doing. Those two have become increasingly power-hungry. But I must say, I am somewhat surprised by you. I thought you did not place importance on such matters." Despite his tarnished reputation, Orochimaru's strength and status still allowed him to thrive in Konoha. Yet now, his presence in Kumogakure indicated that he indeed valued power. Orochimaru smiled and shrugged. "Power is merely a means to achieve my goals. I now wish to focus all my energy on exploring the meaning of life. And Uzuen-kun happens to provide what I desire." "And you?" Orochimaru inquired of Tsunade. "What prompted your decision?" Tsunade took a sip of her drink and smiled. "After my conversation with Uzuen, I suddenly felt a sense of discontent. Konoha should not be in its current state, and the Senju clan should not have fallen to such depths." Orochimaru poured Tsunade another drink, saying gently, "Tsunade, I apologize for the matter concerning Shodai. Let us not dwell on the past. We must look forward," Tsunade interjected, waving her hand. She then posed a question. "Orochimaru, do you think Jiraiya will come to Kumogakure like us?" Without hesitation, Orochimaru replied, "He will not. Even if he were to come to Kumogakure, it would surely be to cause us trouble." At this, both Tsunade and Orochimaru fell silent. Jiraiya, with his naive yet stubborn nature, would never choose to defect from Konoha, regardless of his grievances against it or Sarutobi Hiruzen. Meanwhile, under Uchiha Uzuen's leadership, they were destined to be adversaries of Konoha. Perhaps the next time they met, they would be engaged in a struggle for survival against Jiraiya. When they regained their senses, Uchiha Uzuen had already finished the last piece of grilled meat. Witnessing this, Tsunade couldn't help but grit her teeth. "Uzuen, you despicable fellow. You could have at least left one piece for me." Uchiha Uzuen elegantly wiped his mouth. "If you do not actively partake in your meal, then your mind must be lacking. I have no interest in wasting time on such trivialities." Orochimaru composed himself and smiled. "Indeed, it is getting late. Let us conclude today's gathering here. Uzuen-kun, do you have any arrangements for my upcoming tasks?" Uchiha Uzuen pondered momentarily before responding. "Quickly master the techniques of organ transplantation and cloning." "No problem. About the experimental materials." Uchiha Uzuen raised an eyebrow. "Experimental materials?" "The Mangekyo Sharingan. Once you have proficiently mastered organ transplantation and cloning techniques, I shall provide you with a kaleidoscopic Sharingan." Orochimaru stood momentarily stunned, then joyfully grasped Uchiha Yushin's hand. "Yushin-kun, you truly have surprised me," he exclaimed. "I shall now attend to my tasks." With that, Orochimaru hurriedly departed. Ever since he had experienced the formidable power of Uchiha Yushin, he had been unable to forget the strength of the Sharingan. However, Yushin's overwhelming prowess made him hesitant to entertain any ulterior motives. To his astonishment, Yushin had now taken the initiative to offer him the opportunity to study the three-tomo Sharingan, even the Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru, who had been plagued by various errant thoughts, cast aside all such notions. From this day forth, he, Orochimaru, would become Yushin-kun's most loyal subordinate. After Orochimaru's departure, a faint smile graced Yushin's lips. Inheriting Uchiha Madara's legacy, he possessed 100,000 white Zetsu and was now the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, holding within his grasp all the materials Orochimaru yearned for but could not obtain. He believed that by occasionally presenting Orochimaru with items of need, the latter would transform into a tireless powerhouse of productivity. Coupled with Yushin's own ability to dominate Orochimaru, it would be effortless to manipulate him. "Yushin, would you join me at the casino tonight?" Tsunade extended a warm invitation. In the past, she had felt no qualms about losing. But after winning a few times alongside Uchiha Yushin, she found that playing alone lacked much of its previous allure. Noticing Tsunade's sincere gaze, Yushin felt a surge of satisfaction. Evidently, his recent efforts had borne fruit, as Tsunade had begun to actively invite him to indulge in all-night gambling sessions. However, Yushin did not acquiesce to Tsunade's request, instead gently tapping her forehead. "I apologize, Tsunade, but I have matters to attend to. I promise next time." With that, he activated the body flicker technique and vanished from sight. Tsunade stood bemused for a moment before chuckling softly as she touched her forehead. Had she truly been playfully teased by a mere child of the Uchiha clan? In the deep of night, in the land of wind, at the outskirts of Sunagakure, Yakura observed the patrolling ninjas on the city walls before ultimately deciding to stealthily infiltrate the village. The warning from Uchiha Yushin had instilled a sense of caution regarding Raza within her. To be on the safe side, it was best to keep her return a secret. As a strong contender for the position of Kazekage, Yakura was well acquainted with Sunagakure defenses and barriers. Without alerting anyone, she successfully slipped into Sunagakure, surveying her surroundings. Yakura prepared to discreetly contact her former subordinates. At that moment, she spotted a group of several sand ninjas from a surprise attack unit swiftly passing by, carrying something on their backs. Pondering for a moment, she quietly followed them. In a secluded area at the village's edge, a massive pit had formed. The surprise attack unit tossed the objects they carried into the pit and quickly departed. Noticing a faint odor of decay in the air, Yakura's heart sank. What had transpired in her absence? Why were there so many corpses discarded here? Recalling Yushin's words, she cautiously approached the pit, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing its grim contents. In the next instant, her pupils dilated in horror. The bodies within the pit were all her most loyal followers. Chapter 148. Yakura comes to submit. Gazing at the familiar faces within the pit, Yakura's body trembled uncontrollably. The individuals before her were comrades with whom she had fought side by side on the battlefield. Yet now, they had all become cold, lifeless corpses. Especially at the edge of the pit, she spotted a young girl of about 10 years old. Raza, you shall pay for this. Yakura seethed, biting down on her lip until blood flowed. The events unfolded precisely as Uchiha Yushin had foretold. After she had left the village, Raza had immediately begun to eliminate ninjas associated with her, sparing even those barely graduated from the ninja academy. Who goes there? Yakura's disrupted breath was quickly sensed by the ninjas stationed beside the pit. Without hesitation, she opened her mouth. Katon. Zako. Several fireballs streaked across the night sky, incinerating the nearby ninjas into charred remains. Casting one last glance towards the Kazekage's building, she turned and vanished into the night. In Kumogakure, Uchiha Yushin strolled through the streets alongside Karura. Noticing her distracted demeanor, he spoke. Karura, there is no need for concern. I have already sent someone to Sunagakure. Once Raza realizes that he cannot extract any useful information through Yakumo, he will certainly refrain from taking any risks that might provoke a conflict with Kumogakure. I trust that it will not be long before Yakumo arrives here. Hearing Yushin's reassurance, Karura nodded. Yushin, I understand. Although she recognized the truth in his words, she could not quell her anxiety until she laid eyes on Yakumo. Shaking her head to dispel her chaotic thoughts, she inquired, by the way, I've heard of recent uprisings in various regions. Isn't the current situation rather dire? Yushin affectionately ruffled Karura's hair, smiling as he replied. There will always be a few traditionalists unwilling to accept the new order, but it is of no consequence. In the face of absolute power, those who refuse to submit will find only their demise. While we have forcefully occupied the territories of the land of rice, the land of frost, the land of hot water, and the land of iron, our manpower is currently insufficient to exert complete control over these nations. Thus, it is not surprising that uprisings have emerged. However, that is all it will be. Once we instill fear in those insurgents, they will cease their disturbances. Yushin-sama. Two members of Kumogakure's Umbu suddenly appeared before Uchiha Yushin, bowing respectfully. We have successfully brought Yakumo back. Along the way, we encountered Yakura from Sunagakure. She claims to be here to see you. As their words concluded, Karura had already dashed to their side. Sister. Yakumo excitedly rushed towards Karura, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Karura, too, shed a few tears, her voice trembling as she asked, Yakumo, how have you been these past years? The boy who once followed her closely was now taller than she. Yakumo raised an arm to wipe away Karura's tears, softly responding, My life has not changed much, except that I was imprisoned in the dungeons after Raza became Kazekage. But do not worry, all that is behind me now. Suddenly, he exclaimed in delight, Sister, you are pregnant. At his words, Karura instinctively touched her belly, introducing, Yakumo, this is my husband, Uchiha Yushin. He is the one who arranged for your release from Sunagakure. Yakumo glanced at Uchiha Yushin and immediately bowed, saying, Yushin-sama, it is a pleasure to meet you. Uchiha Yushin smiled and nodded in acknowledgement before instructing the nearby Umbu, go find Tsuchikage and have him arrange accommodations for Yakumo. Turning to Karura, he added, You two should catch up for a while. I shall not intrude. After all they had been through, the reunion of the siblings would surely involve much to share. So Yushin felt it prudent to grant them some private space. Karura cast a grateful glance at Uchiha Yushin and whispered in his ear, Yushin, Make sure to take care of me tonight. With that, she lowered her head and led Yakumo away. Upon witnessing Jia Lulua's bashful demeanor, Uchiha Yuzuan's heart stirred. It is indeed delightful to enjoy noodles, as he excels in their preparation. Once Jia Luoluo vanished from sight, Uchiha Yuzuan retracted his gaze, casting a glance at the silent Yitsong beside him, stating calmly, "Follow me." Yitsong offered no response, merely lowering her head and quietly trailing behind Uchiha Yuzuan. The pair arrived at a restaurant where Uchiha Yuzuan selected a private room. After ordering a variety of dishes, he finally spoke. "Yitsong, have you come to terms with reality?" At his words, Yitsong clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she nodded. "That scoundrel Luo Sha has murdered all my former subordinates and placed the blame squarely upon me." On the journey to Yun'in village, Yitsong had already received the disheartening news. After her departure from Sha'in village that fateful night, Luo Sha had labeled her an S-rank missing nin, accused of slaughtering her comrades. In the eyes of the inhabitants of Sha'in village, she had become a villain who, having failed to seize power, turned against her allies. After speaking, Yitsong fixed her gaze upon Uchiha Yuzuan and stated solemnly, "You told me that if I pledged my loyalty to you, you would help me seek vengeance. Correct?" Uchiha Yuzuan nodded. "Indeed." Yitsong fell silent for a moment, as if steeling herself, before rising and declaring loudly, "I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. Only asking that you assist me in eliminating Luo Sha." Despite her formidable strength, she realized that she posed no threat to Luo Sha, who had already ascended to the position of 4th Kazekage. To avenge her fallen comrades, she could only rely on Uchiha Yuzuan's power. Such as a minor matter. Uchiha Yuzuan remarked as he took a bite of his dish, then continued, "But how can I trust that your loyalty is genuine?" In response, Yitsong approached Uchiha Yuzuan, kneeling before him, and asked, "Lord Yuzuan, do you trust Jia Luoluo?" Uchiha Yuzuan regarded Yitsong with a smile. "Of course, Jia Luoluo is my woman. My trust in her is unwavering." Yitsong, her head bowed, affirmed, "I can become the next Jia Luoluo." Uchiha Yuzuan paused momentarily, then turned to face her. From his current vantage point, he could overlook the smooth, pale expanse of her back. The title of beautiful back ninja was indeed well-deserved. A slight smile graced Uchiha Yuzuan's lips as he gently stroked Yitsong's head. "If that is the case, let us see where your limits lie." Chapter 149, Submission Beep. Detected that the host's family possesses a special bloodline. Shaku Dune Bloodline Limit. Reward acquired. Shaku Dune Bloodline Limit. Current evolution degree of Shaku Dune Bloodline Limit. 1. Upon hearing the system prompt resonate in his mind, Uchiha Yuzuan felt a refreshing thrill course through him. The Shaku Dune Bloodline Limit. Indeed a remarkable gift. Moments later, Yitsong gradually rose and settled behind Uchiha Yuzuan. She extended her hands, gripping his shoulders, her tone gentle as she inquired, "Yuzuan, do you now wish to trust me?" Uchiha Yuzuan sipped his water, nodding with a smile. "Certainly, you have demonstrated your loyalty through your actions." He then asked, "Yitsong, do you aspire to become the Kazekage?" "Kazekage?" Yitsong paused, a look of confusion crossing her face. "Yuzuan, I am already a wanted rogue ninja in Sha'in village. How could I possibly become Kazekage?" Uchiha Yuzuan waved his hand dismissively. "All you need to tell me is whether you desire it or not." Yitsong sighed. "Of course I wish to become Kazekage. It has been my dream since childhood." If she did not aspire to be Kazekage, why would she have become a thorn in Luo Sha's side? "Then, after I eliminate Luo Sha, I will expose his crimes of murdering our comrades and framing you, and secretly nominate you as the next Kazekage." "Wait!" Yitsong exclaimed in surprise. "Even after Luo Sha's demise, the selection of the Kazekage would not fall to me. The elders of Sha'in village would never agree." "Then we shall eliminate them all," Uchiha Yuzuan replied nonchalantly. "What I seek is a village that submits to my will." It was only at this moment that Yitsong fully comprehended the gravity of Uchiha Yuzuan's ambitions. She gazed at him, incredulous. "Are you truly preparing to unify the ninja world?" While many had speculated about Yun'in village's ambitions during its assaults on the countries of Iron, Water, and Frost, most believed that Yun'in merely sought to expand its territory. After all, the strength of small nations bore no comparison to that of larger ones. Yet now, Yitsong realized that Yun'in's goal was, indeed, the entire ninja world. It was utterly audacious. However, she could not help but ask, "Yuzuan, the land of wind is nothing but an endless desert, nearly devoid of valuable resources. Even if you were to conquer it, the endeavor would likely yield more losses than gains. Despite her identity as a ninja from Cheyenne Village, she could not deny the harsh reality of the land of Wind's barrenness. Attacking a nation entrenched in the desert was a venture fraught with futility. As for Uchiha Yuzuan's willingness to make such decisions for her sake, Yi Tsong, though confident in her figure and appearance, had yet to reach such heights of vanity. She was already content with his agreement to eliminate Luo Sha. Noticing Yi Tsong's bewildered expression, Uchiha Yuzuan remarked, "So, is that all you believe me capable of? That all my actions are motivated by greed and self-interest?" Yi Tsong found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Was that not the truth? Observing her silence, Uchiha Yuzuan let out a soft huff, continuing, "It was the darkness I witnessed in Konoha that compelled me to lead the Uchiha clan away from the village I once founded with my own hands. It was through witnessing the myriad tragedies of the ninja world that I resolved to overthrow the oppressive rule of the daimyo. The more I accomplish, the more I realize that darkness has infiltrated the very marrow of our current system." Uchiha Yuzuan gazed earnestly at Yi Tsong. "Thus, my aim is to unify the ninja world, to dismantle the current framework, and to offer a bright future for all." Upon hearing his words, Yi Tsong's mouth fell agape. She had contemplated numerous possibilities, yet never anticipated that Uchiha Yuzuan would articulate such a rationale. However, after the initial shock, she felt a profound sense of resonance with him. As a victim of political strife, she had just recently endured the darkness of the ninja village. Contemplating this, Yi Tsong could not resist pressing further, "Yuzuan, what do you plan to do once you have unified the ninja world? Even if everyone acknowledges a single nation, those living in the land of wind and those in the land of fire will surely struggle to understand one another. Conflicts over resources will likely persist." Small-mindedness. Uchiha Yuzuan raised a hand to clarify. "Once the ninja world is unified, I will be able to allocate all resources across the realm. At that point, no nation will need to fight over essentials. Everyone will easily obtain the resources most needed by their respective countries. Furthermore, following the unification of the ninja world, we can construct transportation routes connecting all nations, greatly facilitating travel and the transport of goods." After briefly outlining his vision, Uchiha Yuzuan concluded, "When people enjoy abundant lives, coupled with the deterrence of strength and a sense of unified identity, war will vanish from the ninja world forever, ushering in true peace." Yi Tsong, are you willing to contribute your strength towards this promising future for the ninja world? "I am willing," Yi Tsong declared, kneeling resolutely. This time, her submission was heartfelt. The future depicted by Uchiha Yuzuan was simply too beautiful. If it could truly be realized, she would be willing to give everything. Reflecting on her previous misgivings, Yi Tsong felt a wave of shame wash over her. Compared to Uchiha Jeshuan, her singular focus on avenging her fallen comrades appears rather myopic. The perspective of the former has long transcended that of a clan or a village, embracing the entirety of the shinobi world, which is truly captivating. Noting the expression on Yi Tsong's face, Uchiha Jeshuan could not help but smile slightly. In the world of Hokage, the slogans of friendship, bonds, and peace are indeed quite effective. Yi Tsong, although my ambition is to unify the shinobi world, my current manpower is insufficient to realize this goal. The next phase of my plan involves an offensive against the land of fire, meaning an assault on Sunagakure may be several years away. Until then, you may stay at my home. We are already well acquainted, so there is no need for excessive caution." Upon hearing this, Yi Tsong obediently nodded. "Jeshuan, I will follow your lead." Kumogakure, Reikage Building, Reikage's office. Upon seeing the scorching release ninja Yi Tsong entering alongside Uchiha Jeshuan, the third Reikage felt a sense of numbness. Once, he had scoured far and wide to capture a child with a bloodline limit, yielding little success. However, since the arrival of Uchiha Jeshuan, an influx of talents has continuously flowed into Kumogakure. Is it possible that this Jeshuan fellow intends to drain not only Konohagakure, but the entire shinobi world? Chapter 150, The Land of Silence. Time passes quietly, and a heavy snowfall transforms Kumogakure into a land of snow. Uchiha Makoto, Uzumaki Kushina, and several Uchiha clan members are directing the relocation of furniture into their new yard. Uchiha Jeshuan gently approached them and softly remarked, "Such tasks should be left to Xiaonan and Yi Tsong. You should take care of your health." Uchiha Makoto smiled tenderly and replied, "Jeshuan, occasional exercise is beneficial for health." Uzumaki Kushina immediately chimed in, "Indeed, staying indoors all day drives me insane. I need to breathe fresh air." Uchiha Jieshuan affectionately ruffled Uzumaki Kushina's forehead, saying, "Did I not provide you with a larger house?" Uzumaki Kushina rolled her eyes, huffing, "It's not like the number of sisters at home is decreasing. The old house can no longer accommodate us." Realizing her thoughts had been exposed, Uchiha Jieshuan touched his nose and shifted the topic. "You all continue with your tasks. I have some matters to attend to." With that, he turned and walked towards the outskirts of the clan grounds. As his feet crunched in the snow, a soothing sound resonated, providing a sense of relief. Observing the colorful streamers fluttering in the wind, Uchiha Jieshuan felt a stirring in his heart. Is there another clan member getting married? To validate his thoughts, an alert from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Special bloodline clan member detected. Blood pool bloodline. Current evolution level of blood pool bloodline, 100. A warm current coursed through his body, ultimately converging in Uchiha Jieshuan's eyes. In the next moment, he felt a surge of mental energy as information regarding the blood dragon eye materialized in his mind. After such a lengthy duration, the evolution had finally been completed. Uchiha Jieshuan could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. The members of the Bloodpool clan are exceedingly rare, which is why it took until now for him to elevate the Bloodpool bloodline to 100. Despite the lengthy time frame, the rewards are substantial. Empowered by the strength of the Bloodpool clan, Uchiha Jieshuan sensed that his mental prowess had at least doubled. Moreover, mental strength is intrinsically linked to the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Jieshuan realized that, bolstered by his formidable mental energy, his Susanoo could likely reach a height of 300 meters. Furthermore, he had awakened the power of the Blood Dragon Eye, which allows him to attach chakra to an enemy's wound, transforming them into a potential human bomb at any moment. While this may seem insignificant for now, a ninja can never have too many trump cards. As he approached the edge of the clan grounds, Uchiha Fugaku's voice suddenly rang out behind him. Uchiha Jieshuan turned to see Uchiha Fugaku hurrying towards him, frowning as he inquired, "Fugaku, is something wrong?" Uchiha Fugaku replied solemnly, "Jieshuan, one of our clan members with a 3-tomo Sharingan was attacked in the Land of Iron and nearly lost his life." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Jieshuan was taken aback. With the enhancements from the robust physique and tailless beast attributes, the strength of the Uchiha clan's ninjas had significantly increased. While not every 3-tomo wielder was on par with shadow-level strength, they were at least elite jonin. How could such a clan member nearly perish? Could it be that Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo had acted covertly? Contemplating this, Uchiha Jieshuan asked, "Do you know who was responsible?" The clan member mentioned that the assailant seemed to possess an exceptionally rare physique, allowing them to survive even after being stabbed through the heart. This very trait nearly led to the clan member's demise. By the way, this is a bounty list that fell from that individual. Upon seeing Uchiha Fugaku produce the list, Uchiha Jieshuan had a vague premonition. Bounty, heart, immortality, these keywords coalesced in his mind, conjuring a singular figure, Kakuzu. Having once attempted to assassinate the first Hokage, he indeed had the audacity to engage in such acts for monetary gain. However, what irked Uchiha Jieshuan was the audacity of someone to place a bounty on the 3-tomo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Jieshuan slowly stated, "Fugaku, do you know where the black market bounty office is located?" Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a moment before responding. There are numerous black markets in the shinobi world and countless bounty offices. However, the largest black market currently is likely in the Land of Silence. The Land of Silence? Uchiha Jieshuan reflected on his past life's memories, but found no useful information. "Please elaborate." "Yes," Uchiha Fugaku nodded and began to organize his thoughts. After a moment, he began to explain. The Land of Silence is a small country bordering the Land of Iron, with 3 sides facing the sea. The only land entrance is obstructed by continuous mountain ranges. To access the Land of Silence, one must go through a place called Camp Village. Uchiha Fugaku first described the geographical location of the Land of Silence before continuing. The Land of Silence is a small nation without a ninja village. After the feudal lord system was overthrown, the feudal lord of the Land of Silence was also jointly overthrown by its people. However, after the death of the feudal lord, various factions within the Land of Silence engaged in conflict, leading to its long-standing state of fragmentation. Later, as we began to conquer various nations, many unwilling ninjas fled to the Land of Silence, which ultimately became a lawless zone. Presently, the Land of Silence is truly a place beyond the reach of the law. After hearing Uchiha Fugaku's description, Uchiha Jeshuan gained a general understanding of the Land of Silence. He promptly declared, "In the shinobi world, such a nation cannot be allowed to exist. I shall personally visit the Land of Silence." Uchiha Fugaku immediately interjected, "Jeshuan, do you really need to take action personally? Consider it a respite." Uchiha Jeshuan replied with a light laugh. "I also wish to see what this so-called black market is truly like." Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku ceased further discussion. With Uchiha Jeshuan's strength, there was likely no one in the current shinobi world who could pose a threat to him. "Hey, Jeshuan." Just as Uchiha Fugaku had just departed, Tsunade rushed to Uchiha Jeshuan's side. The weighty fruits swayed up and down with her movements, momentarily causing Uchiha Jeshuan to lose focus. When Tsunade reached him, Uchiha Jeshuan did not even blink. His admiration for Tsunade's physique was evident. The lecherous little rascal sensed the unabashed gaze of Uchiha Jeshuan, and even Tsunade could not help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. However, she had grown accustomed to Uchiha Jeshuan's character and did not dwell on it too much. Instead, she directly spoke, "Jeshuan, I feel a bit stifled lately. I wish to leave the village for some leisure." Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Uchiha Jeshuan was somewhat surprised. "You want to leave the village?" Indeed, Tsunade nodded. Although her previous journeys through the ninja world were more a matter of necessity, after all these years, she found herself rather unaccustomed to remaining in the village. Uchiha Jeshuan inquired curiously, "Have you finished your work?" "I have made arrangements," Tsunade replied earnestly. "The knowledge I documented regarding medical ninjutsu and the medical ninja system is sufficient to keep the village occupied for a while." Now receiving an annual salary of 20 million ryo from Kumogakure, she naturally would not delay her work for mere entertainment. The upcoming tasks had long been organized. Noticing the look of anticipation on Tsunade's face, Uchiha Jeshuan nodded in agreement. "I happen to be going out as well. You may accompany me." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's eyes lit up. "Where are you headed?" "To the Land of Silence." In the midst of the sprawling mountains lay a gorge several meters wide. A couple was driving a cart filled with coal into the gorge. On the cart, Tsunade reluctantly leaned against Uchiha Jeshuan's shoulder. "Jeshuan, why must we disguise ourselves as a married couple?" Feeling Tsunade's struggle, Uchiha Jeshuan tightened his embrace slightly and replied solemnly, "To enter the Land of Silence, we must pass through the inspections of the village of Tent. Given that it is midwinter, masquerading as coal sellers will allow us to blend in more easily." "When did you become so cautious?" "As an excellent ninja, caution is never a fault." Hearing this, Tsunade let out a soft snort and ceased her struggle. Uchiha Jeshuan mentioned that the Land of Silence boasted the largest casino in the ninja world, with a plethora of games available. To witness it firsthand, she decided to endure for the time being. Noticing Tsunade's silence, Uchiha Jeshuan's lips curled into a slight smirk, cradling Tsunade in the biting wind. He found immense pleasure in the moment, especially from his vantage point, where he could clearly see the unfathomable abyss below. The cart moved slowly, and soon they reached the end of the gorge, where a moderately sized village appeared before Uchiha Jeshuan and Tsunade. "Stop!" Two scar-faced, menacing-looking ninjas appeared, blocking the cart. "What are you doing?" Tsunade smiled and replied, "We are going to the Land of Silence to sell coal." Upon seeing Tsunade's appearance, the two ninjas' eyes brightened, and after exchanging glances, they approached her directly. The taller ninja asked, "Are you ninjas or ordinary people?" "Ordinary people. Ordinary people wishing to go to the Land of Silence must have an acquaintance to vouch for them." Taken aback, Tsunade then asked, "We have no acquaintances to vouch for us. Is there no other way?" The shorter ninja coldly replied, "Then you will need to pay 1 million ryo for a passage permit." "What? Why don't you go rob someone?" Tsunade's expression soured. 1 million ryo? That's audacious. Noting Tsunade's silence, the taller ninja continued, "Of course, if you can fulfill a small request of ours, we might be able to make some concessions." Tsunade furrowed her brow. "What request?" The two ninjas from the village of Tent displayed lewd smiles, reaching towards Tsunade's fair chin. "If you serve us well, we will let you leave. Otherwise, we will treat you as spies from the 5 great nations and subject you to severe torture." Just as their hands were about to touch Tsunade, a flash of blades suddenly cut through the air. In the next moment, the arms of the two ninjas from the village of Tent were severed. Uchiha Jeshuan stepped down from the cart and said nonchalantly, "Why waste words with them? They are merely bullying you because you are a great beauty." With that, he swung his blade and swiftly severed the throats of the two groaning ninjas on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Tsunade was momentarily stunned, asking in a daze, "Jeshuan, Did you not say we needed to infiltrate without being discovered? Uchiha Jishwan walked toward the approaching ninjas from the village of Tent without looking back, stating, as long as we eliminate anyone who discovers us. It is as though no one has seen us. What? Tsunade was left speechless by Uchiha Jishwan's audacity. Having been a ninja for so many years, she had never considered such an approach to infiltration. Yet, she found it hard to counter his reasoning. In the next moment, Uchiha Jishwan formed seals with his hands. Magnet release. Sandstorm. A deluge of sand erupted from the ground, engulfing all the ninjas from the village of Tent ahead. Magnet release. Sandstorm funeral. Under immense pressure, the sand solidified instantly, reducing all the ninjas from the village of Tent to dust. Aside from the crimson blood seeping from the sand, they did not have the chance to utter a single cry. All done. Uchiha Jishwan clapped his hands and turned to Tsunade. Let us proceed. The ninjas from the village of Tent were primarily comprised of rogue ninjas formed after the fall of their daimyo, and Uchiha Jishwan would show them no mercy. Tsunade regained her composure, storming over to Uchiha Jishwan's side, demanding, since you had such plans all along, why insist on pretending to be a married couple? Wasn't that unnecessary? Uchiha Jishwan waved his hand dismissively. Pretending to be a couple is not unnecessary for me, as it certainly makes holding you much easier. Let us go to the land of silence. Watching Uchiha Jishwan's departing figure, Tsunade pondered for a long time, but could not decipher the meaning behind his words. However, one thing was clear to her. Uchiha Jishwan simply wanted to take advantage of her. Despite being just a little rascal, how could he have such deep schemes? Throughout the remainder of their journey, Tsunade maintained her distance from Uchiha Jishwan, wary of inadvertently falling victim to his schemes again. Uchiha Jishwan, feeling helpless, thought to himself, what is wrong with giving a brother some perks? If it were me, I would not be stingy. After muttering a few words in his heart, Uchiha Jishwan quickened his pace. Before long, the two arrived at the bustling black market in the heart of the land of silence. Finally arrived, gazing at the throngs of people in the town ahead, Tsunade's face broke into a curious smile. It has not been an easy journey. She was eager to see what captivating allure this so-called lawless town had to offer. As Uchiha Jishwan and Tsunade strolled into the town, they noted that unlike the village of Tent, the black market's outskirts bore no restrictions. It seemed anyone could enter freely. However, most faces were obscured by a variety of specially designed masks. Naturally, Uchiha Jishwan and Tsunade were not surprised. In this black market, most ninjas were rogue ninjas or dangerous elements from various nations. Wearing masks allowed them to conceal their identities and engage in any activity without restraint. Indeed, this was the black market, and it appeared markedly different from ordinary places. While the streets were teeming with people, an unusual silence enveloped the area. Hardly anyone exchanged words. Even the shopkeepers on either side of the street merely stood quietly at their doors, waiting for customers to approach. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from a nearby alley. Uchiha Jishwan and Tsunade observed a masked individual thrusting a kunai into another person's chest, subsequently seizing the victim's belongings before making a hasty retreat. The surrounding spectators merely cast a dispassionate glance before choosing to turn a blind eye. In this realm, power reigns supreme, even in the face of murder on the streets. No one dares to intervene. If you find yourself targeted, one can only pray that your strength surpasses that of your adversary. How detestable these wretches are. Witnessing someone perish before her very eyes left Tsunade, feeling profoundly unsettled. Uchiha Jishwan remarked, "This is the unspoken survival law of the black market. Without strength, one is merely fodder for slaughter. However, the most tragic are the ordinary folk, born and raised in the black market, devoid of any power." Upon hearing Jishwan's words, Tsunade furrowed her brow, seemingly envisioning unspeakable scenes. Before long, she took the initiative to grasp Jishwan's hand, her voice solemn. "Jishwan, could you lend a hand to the people here?" Uchiha Jishwan raised an eyebrow. "Are you employing a beauty stratagem?" Tsunade shot him a glare, reproaching. "I am speaking of serious matters. Rest assured." A faint smile graced Jishwan's face. "Do you think I made this special trip for no reason? My goal is to ensure that everyone in the shinobi world lives in peace and happiness." Upon hearing Jishwan's response, Tsunade's expression brightened with a smile. It is nearly impossible for an ordinary person to change a nation, yet Uchiha Jishwan possesses that capability. Since their acquaintance, Tsunade had come to understand him well. Though slightly lecherous, he harbors grand ideals within. Under his efforts, the lives of many nations, including the Land of Lightning, have seen significant improvement. Tsunade believed that with Jesuin's intervention, the Order of the Land of Silence would also become transparent. Let us first visit the casino, she suggested. As she prepared to release his hand, she found Uchiha Jesuin holding it firmly. Hey, let go of me. First, I do not answer to hey. Jesuin tightened his grip. I am already prepared to fulfill your request. What harm is there in holding hands? Tsunade paused, her gaze turning dangerous. You are becoming increasingly excessive. Do you wish for me to teach you a lesson? Jesuin's eyes transformed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Are you certain you can defeat me? Tsunade scoffed, at a loss for words. During her stay in the village hidden in the clouds, she had sparred with Jesuin, only to suffer crushing defeats each time. His immense power seemed beyond human capacity. Then hand-holding it is, that is my bottom line. Should you dare to overstep, I shall not let it rest. Understood, Jesuin nodded with a smile. Tsunade might not realize that a bottom line is merely meant to be surpassed. The two strolled hand in hand through the streets, resembling a couple oblivious to the world around them, appearing out of place amidst their surroundings. Before long, numerous eyes began to covertly fixate on them. Should Uchiha Jesuin and Tsunade reveal anything of value, those lurking in the shadows would undoubtedly take action. Upon reaching the black market casino, Jesuin and Tsunade engaged in a harmonious gamble. Tsunade placed only the smallest bets each time, while Jesuin boldly wagered everything. Within mere hours, they amassed a considerable fortune. What a thrill! What a thrill! Tsunade exclaimed, joyfully collecting her winnings, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Throughout her life, she had never experienced such exhilarating victories. All right, we've had our fun. Let us head to the bounty office. No problem, Tsunade nodded with a smile, obediently departing the casino. However, after just a few steps, they were encircled by several masked ninjas. Hand over everything of value, or we shall kill you. As the words left his mouth, Tsunade vanished from sight. With a resounding crash, the ninja who had spoken was sent flying several meters by an overwhelming force. These spoils are the fruits of my hard work. You dare attempt to rob me? Unforgivable! Tsunade roared, raising her leg and striking the ground with immense force. In the next instant, the earth shattered, causing the masked ninjas to lose their balance. Die! Tsunade swiftly advanced, dispatching the encroaching foes with a flurry of punches. Finally, she coldly huffed at the onlookers. If any of you wish for death, feel free to come forth. Upon hearing her provocation, many in the crowd flashed angered expressions. Yet, in the end, none dared to act. Watching the crowd disperse, Tsunade huffed, I expected the infamous lawless zone to be far more intimidating. It seems it is merely this. Those just now were not even Jonin. In response, Uchiha Jesuin chuckled, the absence of authority does not indicate strength. Even for the 5 great nations, Jonin are exceedingly scarce combatants, capable of influencing the higher echelons of the village. In a place like the Land of Silence, most individuals are merely Chunin in strength. Of course, there are some formidable bounty hunters, but they are in the minority. Based on his current observations, Uchiha Jesuin surmised that should an attack be launched on the Land of Silence, they would likely encounter little formidable resistance. As they conversed, Uchiha Jesuin and Tsunade arrived at the bounty office situated in the town center. The bounty office was vast, with numerous ninjas coming and going, and the hall was plastered with various bounty lists. Upon entering, a mysterious smile appeared on Jesuin's face. In the most prominent spot at the center, he spotted his own likeness. Chapter 153, One Man's Dominance Over the Bounty Office. Jesuin, look, it's your bounty notice, Tsunade exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement. Amidst the bounty lists, Uchiha Jesuin stood out distinctly. His bounty notice was not only exceptionally large, but also boasted an unfathomable sum. 100 billion ryo. Tsunade gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the sole heir of the Senju clan, one of the legendary Sannin, and the direct disciple of the third Hokage, her own bounty barely reached 300 million ryo, despite her immense power and accomplishments in medical ninjutsu. Tsunade had anticipated that Jesuin's bounty would surpass hers, yet she never imagined it would be so astronomically high. Regardless of the circumstances, 100 billion ryo was simply outrageous. Observing Tsunade's astonishment, Uchiha Jesuin couldn't help but feel regretful. What a splendid opportunity, though the context was not quite suitable. Someone is willing to offer 100 billion ryo for me. Perhaps this is what they call charisma. Uchiha Jesuin narcissistically ran a hand through his hair, unable to suppress a sense of self-admiration. To be the highest bounty in the current shinobi world with such an amount, how could that not be regarded as an honor? It is worth noting that the once revered Sarutobi Asuma had a mere bounty of 35 million ryo. Such a bounty would barely qualify to tie his shoelaces. Seeing Uchiha Jesuin smiling unabashedly, Tsunade couldn't resist rolling her eyes, admonishing, "You are truly oblivious. I advise you to seriously consider the heinous deeds you must have committed to warrant such a bounty of 100 billion ryo." In response, Uchiha Jesuin scoffed lightly, stating, "The bounty on my head comes from my enemies. The more they oppose me, the more I know I am on the right path. I shall steadfastly pursue my aspirations, step by step." Perceiving the unwavering determination in Uchiha Jesuin's tone, Tsunade momentarily paused, a subtle smile gracing her lips, one she herself was unaware of. With a light chuckle, she gently inquired, "Are you not concerned that this 100 billion ryo might attract the covetous gaze of numerous bounty hunters? They are a ruthless lot, capable of the most heinous acts for the sake of wealth. Let them come if they wish to court death," Uchiha Jesuin replied nonchalantly, shrugging. "Thus far, I have yet to encounter a bounty ninja audacious enough to attack me." With that, Uchiha Jesuin tore down his bounty poster from the wall, declaring, "Uchiha Jesuin is here. Those who seek this bounty are welcome to try." As his words echoed, the once boisterous bounty office fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixated on Uchiha Jesuin. Having thrived in the black market and relying on bounty missions for their livelihood, they were all too familiar with the magnitude of Uchiha Jesuin's bounty. Many had once felt their hearts race and breath quicken at the mere sight of his bounty, dreaming of slaying him not only to secure a lifetime of financial comfort, but also to achieve fame within the ninja world. Yet, when Uchiha Jesuin stood before them, they soon realized that even meeting his gaze was a daunting challenge. Observing the stunned silence, Tsunade helplessly patted Uchiha Jesuin's shoulder, remarking, "What are you doing? This is rather ostentatious." Uchiha Jesuin smiled. "If it isn't ostentatious, can it truly be called Uchiha?" He then turned to the crowd in the hall and announced, "I have matters to attend to today. All receptions are suspended, so please step out." Upon hearing this, the assembled ninjas glared at him with indignation. They felt that Uchiha Jesuin's lofty demeanor was a blatant disregard for their presence. Those who eked out a living here were desperate souls. And despite their trepidation towards Uchiha Jesuin's might, some still dared to speak up. "Uchiha Jesuin, this is the black market, and the bounty office concerns our collective interests. It is not yours to unilaterally decide." In the next moment, a blur flashed before their eyes, and Uchiha Jesuin had seized the throat of the speaking ninja, lifting him effortlessly. "Do you wish to dance as well?" Crack! A crisp sound of bone fracturing echoed, and the ninja lost all semblance of life. Uchiha Jesuin tossed the lifeless body aside, stating coolly, "The weak should learn to keep their mouths shut." "How arrogant! We are not cowed by threats. You have miscalculated." The crowd retorted defiantly, "We will not leave. This is the black market, and I shall do as I please." Uchiha Jesuin, do you know the origin of the name black market? The death of the ninja did not incite widespread panic. Rather, it ignited a rebellious spirit among the bounty hunters. They advanced, encircling Uchiha Jesuin. The commotion in the bounty office attracted an ever-growing audience, as nearly every capable individual in the black market flocked to the scene, their eyes gleaming with greed and excitement. Uchiha Jesuin's audacity in appearing alone within the black market was astounding. Should they manage to eliminate him here, even if they divided the bounty, it would be a substantial windfall. "Jesuin, what do we do now?" Tsunade inquired, visibly anxious. Among the ninjas present were several formidable adversaries, and it was evident they intended to strike as a united front, presenting a significant threat. "What is there to fear? If they do not seek me out, how can my plans proceed?" Uchiha Jesuin's earlier bravado was intentional, meant to incite these bounty hunters to band together against him. Only by overwhelming them with his formidable strength could he transform these unruly ninjas into law-abiding citizens, laying a solid foundation for the future governance of Moku no Kuni. "Tsunade, step aside and wait for me." Uchiha Jesuin gestured as he strode towards the crowd. "Attack!" A voice cried out, igniting a simultaneous assault from all ninjas directed at Uchiha Jesuin. He formed hand seals, invoking Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. A conflagration engulfed everything within a radius of dozens of meters, reducing many to cinders. Concurrently, the bounty hunters unleashed their own barrage of attacks. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu. Raitun, Reikoken. Doton, Doryujo. A deluge of ninjutsu converged upon Uchiha Itachi, eliciting exhilaration from the bounty hunters. They cared little for the casualties of their comrades, launching their assaults without restraint. Under such a concentrated barrage of ninjutsu, Uchiha Itachi's body was surely reduced to ashes, or so they thought. In the next instant, a towering Susanoo materialized, and with a sweeping strike of its blade, all nearby bounty hunters were obliterated. Uchiha Itachi stood atop the Susanoo, surveying the throng below, now mere ants in his eyes. Now, can you enlighten me on how the blackened black market came to be? Chapter 154. The Master Behind the Bounty Office Gulp. What in the world is this? Is this a joke? I must be under an illusion. It is impossible for a human to wield such overwhelming power. The sight of the 100-meter-tall Susanoo left everyone in the black market utterly dumbfounded, regardless of their prior intentions. All that remained in their hearts now was fear and disbelief. Do not be intimidated. Gather your strength and attack together. Indeed, I am not easily cowed. Let us unleash our ninjutsu. I refuse to believe he can withstand it. Many of the ninjas who had initially attacked Uchiha Itachi bellowed. In the following moments, their fighting spirit reignited. Each ninja summoned their chakra and unleashed their most proficient ninjutsu against the Susanoo. The earth trembled, and the atmosphere crackled with intensity, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Yet, despair washed over them as their attacks met the Susanoo, leaving not even the slightest crack. Uchiha Itachi snorted disdainfully, and the Susanoo raised its foot and stomped down. With each thunderous impact, dozens of unwary bounty ninjas were crushed to dust. Fear rapidly spread through the crowd as the makeshift alliance of bounty hunters began to crumble. Run! Clear the way for me! Curse it! Which fool provoked such a monster? Do not kill me! Please, spare me! Though the bounty ninjas were ruthless, it did not mean they were unafraid of death. Upon realizing the vast disparity in power, they scattered in terror. This was Uchiha Itachi. This was the divine might of the Uchiha clan. The Susanoo drew its sword, and Uchiha Itachi's cold voice echoed through every corner of the black market. If you survive this strike, be grateful for the mercy of the divine. As his words fell, the Susanoo slashed down. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. All sound vanished. A blinding flash of the blade eclipsed even the sun's radiance. Instantly, the immense blade aura transformed half of the black market into ruins. Countless bounty ninjas reduced to mere ash. After executing this feat, the Susanoo vanished, and Uchiha Itachi descended slowly to the ground. Tsunade? The voice of Uchiha Itachi snapped Tsunade back to reality. Before her lay a scene reminiscent of hell, and she couldn't help but exclaim, Itachi, have you gone a bit too far? Uchiha Itachi maintained a calm demeanor, responding, when dealing with severe cases, one must administer potent remedies. If they do not confront the harshness of reality, once we unify the Moku no Kuni, these individuals will undoubtedly cause further chaos. Had it not been for the necessity of ensuring that these ninjas, accustomed to living on the edge of danger, would behave more prudently in the future, he would not have resorted to using Susanoo against such insignificant foes. After all, the visual impact of ordinary slaughter pales in comparison to that of Susanoo. I understand, but isn't it rather unfair for the innocent civilians living in the black market? Tsunade countered. I deliberately restrained my power, so only the core area near the black market was destroyed. In a lawless place like the black market, innocent civilians have no right to exist. At this, Tsunade couldn't help but twitch her lips. Such extensive destruction, and he claims to have controlled his strength? In comparison, her own formidable power seemed akin to a child's play. Let us proceed to the bounty office, she suggested. Under Uchiha Itachi's careful protection, the bounty office had not been entirely reduced to ruins. Upon entering the hall, silence enveloped them. Uchiha Itachi clapped his hands and calmly stated, Boss, I have some inquiries. Please come forth. The proprietor of a bounty office in such a place would undoubtedly possess considerable strength. The residual energy from the recent battle should pose no threat to them. Shortly after, an elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s, emerged. He was thin, sported a beard, and wore black-framed glasses, presenting an unremarkable appearance. After his entrance, the old man cautiously smiled at Uchiha Itachi, saying, Lord Itachi, please follow me to the private chamber. Whatever you wish to inquire about, I assure you I shall disclose all. Uchiha Itachi nodded and, along with Tsunade, followed the old man to the underground private chamber of the bounty office. After a brief survey of the surroundings, Uchiha Itachi directly asked, Who issued the bounty on my head? We are not entirely sure of the identities involved. It seems multiple employers pooled together the funds, the old man replied. Uchiha Jeshuan furrowed his brow. Do you not conduct any investigations before issuing bounties? Observing Uchiha Jeshuan's displeasure, the old man hurriedly explained. Typically, we do investigate the identities of employers to avoid any potential disputes. However, for your bounty, the employers simply deposited 10 billion ryo into our bounty office, so we deemed it unnecessary to retain their details. Uchiha Jeshuan nodded and continued. And what about the bounty concerning the Uchiha clan Sharingan? This time, the old man revealed, the bounty was issued under the name of Konoha. Although confidentiality regarding employers is fundamental in this line of work, witnessing the power Uchiha Jeshuan had just exhibited rendered the old man hesitant to conceal any information. I suspected as much from those ancient relics, Uchiha Jeshuan scoffed. Deliver that 10 billion ryo to Kumogakure. Do you understand? The old man hesitated, then murmured, that, Lord Jeshuan, I fear that may not be possible. What? Under the immense pressure exerted by Uchiha Jeshuan, the old man knelt, exclaiming, Lord Jeshuan, I truly cannot make such decisions. I am merely an employee. Please do not make this difficult for me. Uchiha Jeshuan had anticipated this and replied, then allow someone with authority to come and discuss this with me. I cannot disclose the employer's information. He would certainly kill me. Hearing this, Uchiha Jeshuan unsheathed his long sword, stating, however, my blade is equally formidable. Just as the old man was caught in a dilemma, a voice emerged from the darkness. Leave this to me. You may step aside. Upon hearing the voice, the old man appeared relieved, bowing to Uchiha Jeshuan and Tsunade before hastily exiting the room. After his departure, a man clad in a white haori entered. His hair was gathered atop his head in a long braid, and a Roman numeral was tattooed beneath his left eye, exuding an air of elegance. Approaching Uchiha Jeshuan, the man sat down and politely introduced himself. Pleased to meet you. I am the owner of this bounty office, Sishian. Chapter 155. No one can oppose me, Sishian? Upon seeing the monk who had just entered, Uchiha Jeshuan's gaze sharpened. He had not anticipated that Sishian was the hidden master behind the bounty office. If there were anyone in the current ninja world capable of posing a threat to him, it would undoubtedly be Sishian, or rather, the Otsutsuki Ishiki within him. In the original narrative, Otsutsuki Ishiki could obliterate a complete Susanoo with a single punch, and his ocular techniques were nearly impossible for even Uchiha Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan to capture. The sudden appearance of such an individual before him stirred a twinge of apprehension within Uchiha Jeshuan. However, upon further reflection, it was not entirely surprising. The research and activities of the Kara organization required substantial funding, and the bounty office served as a continuous source of income for them. It was only logical for Sishian, as the leader of the Kara organization, to negotiate with him. Lord Jeshuan, is something amiss? Sishian inquired, to which Uchiha Jeshuan replied with an unperturbed smile, nothing. Merely surprised that the mastermind behind the bounty office appears quite youthful. Sishian did not dwell on it, instead stating, regarding the 10 billion ryo bounty on Lord Jeshuan, I can disperse it as a gesture of friendship. Furthermore, we will cease to accept any further bounties related to the Uchiha clan. After hearing Sishian's words, Uchiha Jeshuan raised a thumb in approval. Your generosity is commendable. Sishian smiled faintly before continuing. I have heard that Kumogakure has been attacking the neighboring small nations. Lord Jeshuan, your visit here is not to incorporate the Moku no Kuni into the territory of the Lightning Country, is it? Uchiha Jeshuan raised an eyebrow and replied, is there a problem with that? In response, Sishian raised a finger and slowly stated, if Lord Jeshuan is willing to abandon this idea, I am prepared to offer an additional 100 million ryo as a token of gratitude. The Moku no Kuni is merely a small nation with no significant resources. Even if conquered, it would yield little practical benefit. It is better to maintain the status quo, is it not? Most of the bounty tasks accepted stemmed from rogue ninjas across the ninja world. If the Moku no Kuni were to fall under Uchiha Jeshuan's rule, the bounty office's profits would likely plummet. Of course, profit was secondary. The primary concern was that the Kara organization would lose a valuable location for gathering intelligence. This was something Sishian could not accept. However, upon hearing his request, Uchiha Jeshuan immediately shook his head in refusal. My goal is to ensure that the people of the ninja world live happy and stable lives. The existence of Moku no Kuni directly contradicts my purpose. Thus I cannot acquiesce to your request. A place like the bounty office, which jeopardizes the peace of the ninja world, should not continue to exist. Sishien's expression darkened at this statement, and his gaze toward Uchiha Jieshuan turned hostile. He spoke in a deep voice, "Lord Jieshuan, our bounty office holds considerable influence. If you insist on attacking the Moku no Kuni, I cannot guarantee what may transpire." Tsunade, observing from the side, was taken aback. She had not expected this monk to dare threaten Uchiha Jieshuan. Had he not just witnessed Jieshuan's power? This was an act of sheer folly. Yet, to her astonishment, Uchiha Jieshuan did not erupt in anger, but rather took a step back, conceding that the bounty office could remain operational and that ninjas entering Moku no Kuni would not need to undergo identity checks. However, the country of Mo must remain under my control, and all individuals must abide by the order I have established. Furthermore, 10% of all profits from the bounty organization must be submitted. Uchiha Jieshuan coldly stated, "If you continue to oppose, regardless of what you claim to rely on, I will ensure its complete eradication from the shinobi world. In this shinobi world, no one can defy me." As his words echoed, the atmosphere in the room plummeted to a freezing point. Uchiha Jieshuan and Sishian locked eyes, neither showing any intention of retreat. Ultimately, a smile appeared on Sishian's face first. "Lord Jieshuan, I was merely jesting. I shall act as you say." Uchiha Jieshuan scoffed lightly, rising to walk outside. "Do not entertain thoughts of causing trouble for me. I am not a patient man." Although he held some trepidation towards the power of Otsutsuki Ishiki, that was the extent of it. With Chuanmu yet to be born, Otsutsuki Ishiki, having played the role of a timid turtle for so long, could not possibly use Sishien's body for reincarnation. After all, Sishien's body could not withstand the power of Otsutsuki Ishiki, and forced reincarnation would not last long. As long as reincarnation was not attempted, the opponent could not be his rival. Under such circumstances, Uchiha Jieshuan naturally would not regard Sishien as a significant threat. Seeing this, Tsunade hurriedly followed. Once the two had departed, Sishien's smile vanished, leaving him in a state of deep gloom. Being threatened by a despicable lowly creature while forced to wear a smile was unbearably stifling. One day, he would reclaim all that belonged to him and exterminate these insects. "Jieshuan, wait for me." Tsunade caught up from behind, her face filled with curiosity. Uchiha Jieshuan glanced back and replied casually, "What is it?" Tsunade placed her hand over her chest, asking, "What caused your sudden change in demeanor? I almost thought you would have directly eliminated that monk named Sishien." According to Uchiha Jieshuan's usual style, anyone who opposed him typically faced a dead end. Yet today, he unexpectedly exhibited patience towards a monk, which was indeed remarkable. In response, Uchiha Jieshuan slowly remarked, "The bounty organization has reached a level of notoriety across the shinobi world, indicating that the mastermind behind it is far from simple. Until I can ensure their complete annihilation, it is wiser to allow them to continue operating the bounty organization, as it provides us a means to monitor them." He articulated his thoughts. The current shell organization was inconsequential, and without a perfect vessel, Otsutsuki Ishiki would not dare to act. Keeping them under surveillance was the most prudent course of action. After all, time was on his side. By the time Otsutsuki Ishiki located Chuanmu, he would likely possess the strength to crush his opponent. Upon hearing Uchiha Jieshuan's explanation, Tsunade glanced back at the bounty organization with disbelief. Even though Konoha was not regarded highly by Jieshuan, what made this seemingly insignificant bounty organization a source of his apprehension? What abilities did that monk named Sishien possess? Suddenly, Tsunade collided with Uchiha Jieshuan, who had halted abruptly. "Jieshuan, why did you stop?" Feeling an incredible elasticity, Uchiha Jieshuan chuckled. "What luck! I have found the ninja who attacked the Uchiha clan." Chapter 156. Kakuzu. Following Uchiha Jieshuan's gaze, Tsunade noticed a ninja, fully wrapped save for a pair of green eyes, slowly approaching while carrying a corpse. The ninja bore the forehead protector of Takigakure, a deep gash marking him as a rogue ninja. A renegade from Takigakure. Could it be the S-rank rogue ninja Kakuzu? Tsunade immediately deduced Kakuzu's identity. After all, the only notable rogue ninja from Takigakure was indeed Kakuzu. It was said he had assassinated numerous high-ranking officials of Takigakure and stolen their secret technique, resulting in the village's significant decline in power. He was an extremely dangerous individual. At that moment, Kakuzu also noticed their gaze, but merely glanced before continuing towards the bounty organization. Uchiha Jieshuan extended his hand, blocking Kakuzu's path. Kakuzu dropped the corpse onto the ground and coldly inquired, "What do you want?" Uchiha Jieshuan smiled and asked, "Do you know who I am?" Kakuzu hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. Uchiha Jieshuan, a bounty ninja with a price of 1 billion ryo. In this black market, no one should be unaware of your name. Then you should be able to guess my purpose, Uchiha Jieshuan stated blandly. Not long ago, a member of the Uchiha clan was attacked. Based on his description, it seems you were responsible. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu's body tensed subtly, yet his tone remained calm. I am merely a bounty hunter who accepted a task from a bounty list. This does not concern me. Uchiha Jieshuan stepped closer to Kakuzu, declaring, "You will pay for your actions." Kakuzu glanced at the blood on the ground and the surrounding ruins, asking, "Did you do all this?" "Correct," Uchiha Jieshuan replied, and Kakuzu could not suppress a gasp. Clearly, Uchiha Jieshuan was a man who avenged his grievances. The most critical factor was that he possessed the power to exact revenge. What should he do? If possible, he preferred not to engage with someone like Uchiha Jieshuan. Suddenly, Kakuzu noticed Tsunade trailing behind Uchiha Jieshuan. A sudden inspiration struck him, and he turned to Tsunade, saying, "You are Tsunade, correct? If I recall correctly, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, should be your grandfather." The unexpected remark left Tsunade bewildered, and she queried, "Is there an issue?" Kakuzu shook his head, clasping his hands behind his back. "Nothing. I merely felt a sense of nostalgia upon seeing a descendant of an old acquaintance." Intrigued, Tsunade's curiosity piqued. "You knew my grandfather?" "Indeed," Kakuzu replied, a hint of pride in his voice. "I once undertook a mission to assassinate the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Although I ultimately failed, it remains one of the most unforgettable moments of my long life." Upon hearing Kakuzu's words, Tsunade's expression turned incredulous. Though she was a Konoha ninja, she understood that the strongest Hokage was not Sarutobi Hiruzen, but rather Senju Hashirama, known as the god of shinobi, her grandfather. As a child, she had witnessed Hashirama's terrifying power firsthand. In the face of his formidable wood release, no other ninja could compare. Yet, the fact that Kakuzu claimed to have attempted to assassinate her grandfather and survived was astonishing. Thinking of this, Tsunade could not help but murmur, "It seems you are quite powerful." A snicker escaped Kakuzu, and both he and Tsunade turned to Uchiha Jieshuan, who waved his hand dismissively. "You need not concern yourselves with me. Please continue." Kakuzu, slightly irritated, asked, "What are you laughing at?" Uchiha Jieshuan explained, "I merely recalled something amusing. My wife is about to give birth." "Nonsense, you are clearly mocking me." Kakuzu had initially hoped to instill fear in Uchiha Jieshuan by mentioning his attempt on Senju Hashirama's life, thereby deterring him from acting against him. However, to his astonishment, Uchiha Jieshuan openly ridiculed him. "I once heard someone threw a shuriken at Senju Hashirama from 800 miles away and then fled without looking back. That person wouldn't happen to be you, would it? Impertinent brat, you have gone too far." Kakuzu felt his temper flare. As a ninja contemporaneous with Chinsho Zhujian, he has navigated the ninja world for many years, establishing quite a reputation. However, being ridiculed and treated as a mere source of amusement is intolerable. He harbors a fear of Uchiha Jieshuan's power, yet that does not imply he will silently endure humiliation before him. When it comes to true combat, the outcome remains uncertain. With this thought, Jiao Du swiftly retreated, his hands forming seals with remarkable speed. Doton Ho. Under the influence of the earth release, Jiao Du assumed a defensive stance, his arms hardening into a jet-black material. Subsequently, his arm detached from his body, propelled by a multitude of black threads, surging towards Uchiha Jieshuan. Though the speed was considerable, to Uchiha Jieshuan, it appeared as sluggish as a snail. Far too slow. Uchiha Jieshuan merely unsheathed his long blade, and with a gentle flick, severed the black threads connecting Jiao Du's body and arm. Despite the failed strike, Jiao Du's expression remained largely unchanged. Unlike ordinary individuals, he had mastered the power of Dainyu, allowing his body to reassemble freely. Thus, losing an arm posed little concern for him. In the next instant, Jiao Du discarded his outer garment, and two masked monstrosities sprouted from his shoulders. Facing Uchiha Jieshuan, he intended to conclude the battle swiftly. Futon Yasai, Katan, Tokutsu. With the augmentation of the wind release, flames surged forth like a tidal wave towards Uchiha Jieshuan. Uchiha Jieshuan scoffed lightly, raising his hand. Doton, Doryahiki. A wall of earth thwarted Jiao Du's assault, and in the blink of an eye, a figure resembling blue lightning dashed before Jiao Du bang. Uchiha Jieshuan shattered one of the masked creatures on Jiao Du's shoulder with a punch, then lifted Jiao Du and forcefully slammed him to the ground. Boom. Another deafening sound erupted as the second mask was crushed. At that moment, Jiao Du finally completed his hand seals, his body transforming into a piece of withered wood and vanishing from sight. Damn it, isn't this power exclusive to the Reikage? Witnessing Uchiha Jieshuan enter the Raijin chakra mode, Jiao Du felt his heartbeat quicken uncontrollably. The opponent's speed was astonishing, leaving him no time to react. In a mere exchange, 2 of his hearts had been destroyed. If this continued, he might truly perish. Chapter 157. The mightiest laborer. Observing Jiao Du drenched in sweat, Uchiha Jieshuan refrained from launching an immediate attack. Instead, smiling and speaking, "What's the matter? Is this all the strength you possess? It seems the rumors I heard were accurate. Your so-called assassination of the first Hokage was merely hurling a shuriken from a considerable distance." Upon hearing Uchiha Jieshuan's mockery, anger surged across Jiao Du's face. If there were 2 things he cherished in life, they were wealth and the attempt to assassinate Qianshou Zhujian. Although he had been coerced by the higher-ups of Takigakure at that time, it became a source of pride for him. Before nearly every confrontation, he would mention this event. Each time he witnessed his opponent's astonished expressions upon hearing it, he felt a sense of superiority swell within him. Yet this time, Uchiha Jieshuan did not respond with the shock or bewilderment he had anticipated. Instead, he continued to mock him as a mere jester. It was utterly unforgivable. With this thought, 2 masked creatures reappeared on Jiao Du's shoulders, and together they formed hand seals to unleash their most potent attack. "Dainyu, Shushu, I shall claim your corpse." With a mighty roar, Jiao Du unleashed a torrent of chakra, a terrifying chakra cannon erupting from his severed right arm, hurtling towards Uchiha Jieshuan at breakneck speed. "Jieshuan, be careful." Prior to Jiao Du's assault, Tsunade sensed the terrifying energy fluctuations. Even if she dispelled the Yin seal, she lacked confidence in surviving such an assault. In response to Tsunade's warning, Uchiha Jieshuan merely chuckled softly. "Tsunade, you must get accustomed to one thing. Regardless of who the enemy may be, I shall never falter." With that, Uchiha Jieshuan gently grasped the air, and the Uchiha fan materialized from the Kamui dimension. Facing Jiao Du's ultimate strike, Uchiha Jieshuan simply positioned the fan in front of him and calmly declared, "Uchiha, rebound." Boom. A colossal beam of light instantly reversed, engulfing Jiao Du's body. The tremendous shockwaves stirred up a tempest, causing Uchiha Jieshuan's garments and long hair to flutter in the wind. How magnificent! Even Tsunade could not help but exclaim in admiration upon witnessing Uchiha Jieshuan in this moment. Having traversed countless places in the ninja world over her long life, she had never encountered anyone whose aura or appearance could rival Uchiha Jieshuan's. Unaware of Tsunade's murmurs, Uchiha Jieshuan approached Jiao Du, who lay motionless on the ground. Glancing down at him, a smirk graced Uchiha Jieshuan's lips. "Remarkably, you have survived. Truly resilient. Yet, I suspect you are left with only your final heart." At these words, Jiao Du's pupils constricted in disbelief. "What do you mean?" Dainyu allows the body to possess 5 hearts in total, each capable of executing corresponding ninjutsu. By continuously replacing hearts, one could achieve immortality. As long as the 5 hearts remain intact, one would not perish. Am I wrong? Seeing Uchiha Jieshuan articulate the secrets of Dainyu as if reciting a familiar tale, Jiao Du could no longer conceal his astonishment. After seizing Dainyu, he had destroyed all documents related to it within Takigakure. With so much time having passed, he believed no one in the ninja world should be aware of these secrets. How could Uchiha Jieshuan possess such profound knowledge of Dainyu? Do you have any last words? Upon hearing Uchiha Jieshuan's inquiry, Jiao Du experienced fear of death for the first time. Initially, he believed he had grasped the essence of life. Yet he realized how deeply he cherished this world as death loomed near. He had not yet amassed enough wealth. He longed to experience the joy of counting money repeatedly. "I do not wish to die." Jiao Du voiced his innermost thoughts, causing Uchiha Jieshuan to momentarily pause in surprise. That was rather blunt, wasn't it? However, Uchiha Jieshuan had no intention of killing Jiao Du. Otherwise, he would not have entertained him for so long. Upon hearing Jiao Du's response, Uchiha Jieshuan replied nonchalantly, "Serve me in the future, and I shall spare your life." At these words, Jiao Du, who had initially believed himself doomed, felt a glimmer of hope and promptly inquired, "What do you wish for me to do?" "Continue as my bounty hunter and surrender all the wealth you acquire. Additionally, Hand over the secret technique Dainyu. Although Uchiha Jieshuan did not require money, he had promised Conan he would find a profitable ally. Zhao Du was a most suitable candidate. As for Dainyu, gifting it to Orochimaru for research was also a commendable choice. After all, theoretically, Dainyu could be seen as a means to achieve immortality. It might provide Orochimaru with some insights. Upon hearing Uchiha Jieshuan's demands, Zhao Du hesitated not a moment. Swiftly nodding in agreement, I accept. His greatest joys lay in earning money and the thrill of counting it. He was not particularly invested in spending. Thus, as long as he could continue earning, he had no qualms about handing over his profits to Uchiha Jieshuan. As for relinquishing the secret technique Dainyu, although it might risk exposing his intelligence, surviving took precedence. Very well, then accompany me back to Yunin village. Could you allow me to attend to a matter first? What matter? Zhao Du gestured towards the disfigured corpse lying nearby and spoke solemnly. It would be a pity not to exchange the life of this hard-fought opponent for a bounty. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yuin could not help but chuckle and shake his head. Go ahead, but do remember to catch up. Very well. Watching Zhao Du's enthusiastic departure, Uchiha Yuin felt a sense of nostalgia. Truly, he is the strongest among beasts. His resolve is remarkably high. After Zhao Du left, Uchiha Yuin effortlessly took Tsunade's hand, only to notice a blush blooming on her cheeks. Curiously, Uchiha Yuin inquired, Tsunade, why is your face so flushed? Startled, Tsunade quickly covered her face with her hands. Is it really? Observing her reaction, Uchiha Yuin's heart stirred. Tsunade, could it be that you have fallen for me? Stop being vain. Tsunade brushed away Uchiha Yuin's hand and strode ahead. Seeing her flustered figure, Uchiha Yuin felt a surge of joy. At this pace, it would not be long before he could unlock the bloodline evolution of the Senju clan. Chapter 158. Orochimaru, you must not be ungrateful. Kumo village. Raikage building. The third Raikage, upon seeing Zhao Du enter, joyfully patted his shoulder. The immense vitality emanating from him made Zhao Du internally astonished. Even without engaging in battle, he could sense the formidable power of the third Raikage. Zhao Du, from now on, you can rest assured in our Kumo village. Perhaps you may even reclaim your heritage. Zhao Du, momentarily perplexed by the third Raikage's words, questioned, Third, what do you mean by that? The third Raikage chuckled softly and explained, according to our plan, we will soon launch an offensive against the land of waterfalls. If we conquer the land of waterfalls, you will no longer bear the identity of a traitor from there. Furthermore, I have already heard from Yuin that your defection from Takigakure was entirely a consequence of the actions of its upper echelons. Back then, the higher-ups of Takigakure ordered you to assassinate the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. After your failure, they imprisoned you in a dungeon under the pretext of your unfinished mission. In the eyes of the third Raikage, these leaders of Takigakure were merely persecuting their own comrades. After all, during that era, no ninja could rival Senju Hashirama. Were it him, he would have eliminated those scoundrels. After hearing the third Raikage's explanation, Zhao Du's gaze towards Uchiha Yuin was filled with gratitude. Everyone regarded him as a notorious S-rank rogue ninja, unaware that he was once a passionate youth who cared deeply for his village and comrades. Noticing Zhao Du's look, Uchiha Yuin calmly stated, having encountered similar experiences, I am better able to empathize with you. Those corrupt rulers only care for their own interests, treating others with arrogance based on their whims. Just as our Uchiha clan has suffered in Konoha, I have resolved to unify the ninja world. Time has shown that the system established by Senju Hashirama is flawed. I intend to dismantle it and eradicate all darkness from the ninja world. After listening to Uchiha Yuin's words, Zhao Du felt a surge of passionate fervor coursing through his veins. It had been a long time since he felt such a sensation. Like Uchiha Yuin, he too harbored great dissatisfaction with the current darkness of the ninja world. While he had only considered escape, Uchiha Yuin contemplated change. In this regard, Uchiha Yuin had far surpassed him. Realizing this, Zhao Du solemnly declared, Yuin, I fully support your vision. Just let me know what you need me to do. Seeing Zhao Du's demeanor, the third Raikage could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. He too had been swayed by Uchiha Yuin in such a manner. This young man possesses an incredible charisma. After leaving the Raikage building, Uchiha Yuin led Zhao Du to the Uchiha clan grounds. Upon seeing Uchiha Mikoto, Konan, Uzumaki Kushina, Yakumo, and Karura, Zhao Du looked at Uchiha Yuin with confusion. How much time must he waste each day with so many women? However, when he voiced his concern, Uchiha Yuin merely nodded dismissively, unwilling to elaborate further. Jiao Du's current physical structure was quite detached from humanity, making it entirely natural for him to be unable to perceive the pleasures women could offer. After a brief introduction, Uchiha Yuin said, "Conan, this is Jiao Du, a ninja from Takigakure. His interest lies in earning money, so please share your account with him shortly." Conan responded excitedly, "That would be wonderful. If someone helps her earn money, her progress in creating explosive tags would surely accelerate significantly." After receiving the account details, Jiao Du declined Uchiha Yuin's invitation to dine together and departed the Uchiha clan grounds. Supplementing energy with military rations was sufficient. He would rather earn a bit more money than spend time dining. To this, Uchiha Yuin silently gave him a thumbs up. Truly, as a natural-born beast, his level of awareness is remarkably high. After dinner, Uchiha Yuin eagerly headed for a bath. After such a long day of toil, he could finally relax. Early the next morning, Uchiha Yuin arrived at the Komorii Gorge. Located on the outskirts of Kumo village, this area featured a vast lake and undulating mountains, rarely visited by people. Previously, it had been a training ground for Killer Bee. Since Uchiha Yuin reached an agreement with the Eight Tails, the gorge had remained vacant. It was only after Orochimaru allied with Kumo village that this site was chosen as his experimental base. Entering what appeared to be an ordinary cave, Uchiha Yuin was struck by a sudden brilliance. Under the robust financial backing of Kumo village, the interior of the experimental base was extravagantly spacious, with smooth walls and polished stone floors exuding an extraordinary aesthetic under the glare of incandescent lights. Orochimaru emerged from the corridor, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Upon seeing Uchiha Yuin, Orochimaru slowly spoke. "Yuin-kun, it has been a while." Uchiha Yuin continued deeper into the experimental base and inquired, "Orochimaru, how have you been? How does it compare to your time in Konoha?" At this, a hint of wistfulness flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. After taking a deep breath, he replied, "Yuin-kun, this is the finest laboratory I have ever encountered. I certainly did not have such conditions while in Konoha." With the unwavering support of Uchiha Yuin and the Third Raikage, the site selection and construction of the experimental base were executed precisely according to his desires. All manner of cutting-edge experimental instruments were readily available. The most crucial aspect was that he could conduct various experiments openly here. Whatever materials he required, he could obtain by merely requesting them. In contrast, the dark and damp underground research facility of Konoha was vastly inferior. Observing Orochimaru's satisfied expression, Uchiha Yuin nodded and tossed a scroll into Orochimaru's hands. "This is the forbidden technique of Takigakure, Jiao Yuanyu." Orochimaru paused, a look of surprise crossing his face. Wasn't this technique already stolen by the traitor Jiao Du from Takigakure? Now that Jiao Du is a ninja of Kumo village as well. Uchiha Yuin offered a brief explanation, then added, "Jiao Yuanyu allows one to continuously seize hearts by altering their physical structure. As long as the heart beats, one can achieve eternal life. You might want to explore this. Perhaps it will provide you with some insights into immortality." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled, and his expression turned increasingly animated as he gazed at Uchiha Yuin. "Jingxian, it is no wonder that even Tsunade does not shy away from engaging in some intimate contact with you. If I were a woman, I would likely develop unusual feelings for you as well." Uchiha Jingxian could not help but shudder, crossing his arms over his chest and exclaiming, "Dame Orochimaru, you must not repay kindness with malice." If any other man had uttered such words, he would have assumed the speaker was offering him compliments. However, Orochimaru was different. His gender was as unpredictable as Schrodinger's cat, ever subject to change. Chapter 159. The three brothers observing Uchiha Jingxian's aversion. Orochimaru shook his head and sighed. "What a pity. What is there to pity?" Uchiha Jingxian silently retorted, resolving to maintain a safe distance from Orochimaru in the future. Although he was a man of broad affections, he found it utterly unacceptable to engage with someone who could shift gender at will. Venturing deeper into the laboratory, Uchiha Jingxian was led by Orochimaru into an expansive chamber. The walls were lined with shelves, each tier brimming with various jars, containing an assortment of human organs. Among these jars, one contained a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan. In addition to these organs, the center of the room housed several enormous incubation pods, within which lay a few children who appeared not to be particularly old. Curiously, Uchiha Jingxian inquired, "Orochimaru, how is your research on cloning progressing?" Orochimaru produced a document and handed it to Uchiha Jinxian, then stated, "The cloning issue has been resolved. But the problem of rejection reactions is proving to be quite a headache. If the transplanted organs are not the recipient's own, rejection is almost inevitable." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Jinxian merely nodded. Given Orochimaru's capabilities, he was confident that the issue would soon be resolved. Noticing the lack of change in Uchiha Jinxian's expression, Orochimaru continued his report, asking curiously, "Jinxian, may I ask where you acquired the white Zetsu?" Uchiha Jinxian raised an eyebrow. "What of it?" Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue and slowly responded. "The cells of those white Zetsu can perfectly fuse with the cells of Senju Hashirama. It is simply astounding. If we can address the rejection reaction, those who receive the white Zetsu cells will be able to wield the power of wood release, Kekkei Genkai." Orochimaru's excitement grew with each word. The Leaf Village had been researching Hashirama's cells since Senju Tobarama's time, but the cells were notoriously dominant, consuming any experimental subjects that received them, ultimately transforming them into trees. Countless experiments had been conducted, yet none had succeeded. Orochimaru had almost given up hope, but the emergence of the white Zetsu had reignited the possibility of success. These white Zetsu, fused with Hashirama's cells, possessed the ability to utilize wood release without the overwhelming aggression of Hashirama's cells. In theory, successful transplantation of the white Zetsu cells would grant one the power of wood release, Kekkei Genkai. This discovery had kept Orochimaru awake all night, as resolving rejection reactions was a far simpler task than tackling the side effects of Hashirama's cells. After listening to Orochimaru's report, Uchiha Jinxian couldn't help but smile. Although it was Hashirama Senju who was formidable and not the wood release Kekkei Genkai itself, possessing a cadre of subordinates capable of utilizing wood release would undoubtedly alter the expressions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo when they launched an attack on the Leaf Village. Just the thought of it was immensely entertaining. Furthermore, after the transplantation of white Zetsu cells, the drawback of the Mangekyo Sharingan leading to blindness could also be resolved. With this in mind, Uchiha Jinxian smiled and said, "I cannot disclose the details of the white Zetsu to you. You only need to know that I can continuously supply you with them." Additionally, a figure emerged in Uchiha Jinxian's mind as he continued. "I have heard that there exists a certain type of individual in the ninja world whose physique is exceptionally unique. Their cells do not exhibit rejection reactions with anyone. If we could find such a person to study, we should be able to resolve the issue of rejection." Upon hearing Uchiha Jinxian's words, Orochimaru expressed surprise, saying, "Jinxian, does such a person truly exist in the ninja world? It sounds rather implausible." "Rest assured, I will take care of this matter," Uchiha Jinxian replied confidently. In the original narrative, Uchiha Shin does indeed exist. If Orochimaru could locate the elusive Uchiha Shin, then with his considerable influence, Uchiha Jinxian would likewise be capable of finding him. After departing from Orochimaru's experimental base, Uchiha Jinxian informed the Third Raikage about the situation in the Land of Silence. Under the leadership of A and Killer B, the Land of Silence was swiftly conquered, becoming part of the Land of Lightning. Meanwhile, the bounty office established by Tsushin was placed under Uchiha Jinxian's supervision for financial oversight. As control over the expanded territory strengthened, only the Land of Waterfall and the Land of Bears remained outside of actual dominion in the northern and eastern regions of the Land of Fire. Although he was merely one step away from achieving his goal, Uchiha Jinxian chose to pause his expansion for the time being. This was because Uchiha Mikoto, Uzumaki Kushina, and Karura were all nearing their due dates, and he wished to be by their sides when their children were born. Thus, several days passed, and Uchiha Mikoto was the first to be taken to the hospital. With a cry, Uchiha Jinxian welcomed his second son into the world. When asked by Mikoto, he named the child Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke was a name he had long contemplated. Although in the original story this name was chosen by Uchiha Fugaku to appease Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Jinxian did not mind particularly. In his eyes, he could consider himself the grandfather of Sarutobi Hiruzen. A few days after Uchiha Sasuke's birth, Uzumaki Kushina also gave birth to her child in the hospital. With black eyes and black hair, the baby appeared quite spirited. Uchiha Jinxian deliberated between the names Naruto and Mima for some time, ultimately deciding on Naruto. Uchiha Naruto. Having made a decision, he resolved to see it through. Another half-month passed, and Karura also entered the delivery room. Uchiha Jinxian had expected a girl, but to his surprise, it was a boy. The newborn was somewhat small, appearing considerably smaller than Sasuke and Naruto, yet equally vibrant. Meeting Karura's inquiring gaze, Uchiha Jinxian gently said, "Gaara, let us name the child Uchiha Gaara." Upon hearing this, Karura's eyes welled with tears. "Jinxian, you are so kind to me. This child is a gift from heaven." "Gaara, does that not signify love for Karura?" Jinxian was expressing his affection through the child's name, which was truly romantic. With the successful birth of 3 children, Uchiha Jinxian breathed a sigh of relief. Although Makoto, Kushina, and Karura were all in good health and had Tsunade overseeing the situation, he still felt a tinge of worry. Fortunately, everything transpired smoothly. Meanwhile, Itachi found himself overwhelmed with the sudden arrival of 3 younger brothers, busily attending to their needs. Chapter 160, Journey to Takigakure. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Uchiha Jinxian spent each day with his wife and children, enjoying a life of comfort. Additionally, under his influence, the Uchiha clan experienced a surge in births. In the realm of ninja prowess, none can rival Uchiha Jeshuan. However, when it comes to the perpetuation of their clan, they are equally determined. The clan leader has given birth to 3 children at once, and they refuse to lag behind. Uchiha Jeshuan possesses remarkable perception, allowing him to hear the exhilarating sounds of fervor during the night. Sensing the enthusiasm of his kin, he secretly rejoices. At this rate, it won't be long before he has the opportunity for another bloodline evolution. In the Uchiha clan grounds, Jeshuan observes Uchiha Itachi darting through the courtyard. Now glancing at Sasuke, now kissing Naruto, and then embracing Gaara. His gaze is filled with affection, revealing his doting nature toward his younger brother. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Makoto, and Karura sit in the center of the courtyard, laughing and sharing experiences of raising children. It is a harmonious scene, and Jeshuan cannot help but sigh in contentment. Although he has named his children Itachi, Sasuke, Naruto, and Gaara, their personalities diverge significantly from those in the original narrative. Their appearances, however, are already entirely distinct. Before long, Kakuzu strides into the courtyard. Upon seeing Uchiha Jeshuan, he straightforwardly inquires, "Did you summon me for something?" Uchiha Jeshuan replies, "We plan to conquer the land of waterfalls. Since you were originally a ninja of Takigakure, I intend to invite you along. As the saying goes, returning home in glory is better than wandering in obscurity. You were once forced to defect from Takigakure and have been hunted as an S-rank rogue ninja ever since. It is better to take this opportunity to reveal the truth to the Takigakure ninjas and clear your name." Upon hearing Jeshuan's words, Kakuzu pauses, his eyes clouding momentarily. After a while, he chuckles softly, "It's merely a matter of time. I have long since ceased to care about those events. Now, I only revel in the sensation of counting money." He then swiftly turns away, coldly adding, "Don't overthink it. I merely had sand in my eyes. So, will you accompany me?" "I will." Noticing Kakuzu's contradictory demeanor, Uchiha Jeshuan gestures, "Please wait outside. I have a few matters to discuss." At this, Kakuzu feels a wave of relief and instantly activates his body flicker technique, disappearing from sight. Having lived from the era of Senju Hashirama to the present, he has experienced countless events, and shedding tears in front of so many people moments ago feels utterly humiliating. Once Kakuzu departs, Uchiha Itachi rushes over to embrace Jeshuan's leg, his eyes brimming with reluctance. Uzumaki Kushina, Karura, and Uchiha Makoto each approach, holding their children. "Jeshuan, are you going to be busy again?" Seeing their forlorn gazes, Uchiha Jeshuan sighs inwardly. No wonder it is said that a gentle home is a hero's grave. He feels an overwhelming urge to remain at home. He gently ruffles Itachi's hair and softly reassures, "This time, it shouldn't take long, and I will return soon." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Makoto hands Sasuke to Itachi and steps forward to straighten Jeshuan's clothes, speaking tenderly, "Jeshuan, your matters are of utmost importance. Go with confidence, whatever you undertake. We support you. No matter when you return, we will be here waiting for you. Recently, Kushina, Karura, and I have been working together to make new clothes for you. By the time you subjugate the land of waterfalls, they should be ready." "Makoto, please don't say that." After Uchiha Makoto nods, Jeshuan removes his hand from her mouth. It is widely known that one should never make declarations before parting. Even though Jeshuan is confident in his strength, he does not wish to have Makoto inadvertently jinx him. Given the nature of his journey, it is wise to respect the mysterious forces at play. After a final wave to the group, Uchiha Jieshuan departs the courtyard without looking back. Kakuzu, let us go. As the words leave his lips, a massive sand sword materializes beneath him, carrying both Uchiha Jieshuan and Kakuzu skyward. In the heights, Kakuzu gazes down at the scenery below, his expression one of novelty. Having lived for so long, it is his first time witnessing the ninja world from such heights. The beauty of the landscape is astonishing. Jieshuan, how can you wield the bloodline limit of sand manipulation? My eyes can replicate everything, Jieshuan explains, gesturing toward his own eyes. It suffices to attribute any inexplicable phenomenon to the enigmatic Mangekyo Sharingan. Indeed, upon hearing his explanation, Kakuzu refrains from further inquiries. However, after a moment, he cannot help but ask, Jieshuan, why do you shape the sand into a sword? Simply spreading it out would achieve the same effect. Jieshuan furrows his brow, displeased. Being cool is a lifelong endeavor. You, an indigenous man, cannot comprehend the sentiments a man has towards sword flying. Kakuzu, splattered with disdain, chooses to remain silent. With his singular focus on financial gain, he realizes he may indeed be somewhat outdated. Under Uchiha Jieshuan's swift flight, the two soon arrive above the land of waterfalls. Takigakure is a clandestine village. Its exact location known to few in the ninja world, coupled with the fact that the land of waterfalls is predominantly untouched primordial forest, locating Takigakure proves exceedingly challenging. This is why, despite being situated in a region of great power, Takigakure has largely escaped the ravages of war. The environment is simply too harsh. However, this is merely the perspective of outsiders. For Kakuzu, an old rogue ninja of Takigakure, finding the village is a trivial task. Guided by Kakuzu, Uchiha Jieshuan descends before a waterfall deep within a dense forest. Behind the waterfall lies the location of Takigakure. Uchiha Jieshuan strides forward, declaring, "Let us proceed. From this day forth, Takigakure and the land of waterfalls shall embrace a new beginning." In the past, ninjas did not engage in agriculture, while the ruling class, the daimyo, were more concerned with their own pleasures and profits. Consequently, many areas within the ninja world remained entirely undeveloped. Even where people resided, it was typically limited to a small area near their homes. This is evident in the current state of the land of waterfalls. Although it is a resource-rich nation, it has historically become a neglected locale, with even the great ninja wars avoiding such forested, pestilential, and marshy land. Yet, in Uchiha Jieshuan's eyes, all of this represents untapped treasure. With careful development according to the actual circumstances, it could yield immense benefits for him and the entire ninja world. Acknowledging Jieshuan's intentions, Kakuzu's eyes reveal a renewed glimmer of admiration. The ambition to develop the entire ninja world inevitably presents formidable obstacles, yet Uchiha Jieshuan pursues it with unwavering resolve. He is a truly selfless individual. Kakuzu silently vows that should anyone oppose Uchiha Jieshuan in the future, he would extract their heart and feed it to the dogs. Under Kakuzu's guidance, the two swiftly traverse the waterfall, arriving at the legendary Takigakure. Like the outside world, Takigakure boasts breathtaking scenery, replete with trees and flowing waters. At the northernmost part of the village, there lies an expansive lake and a towering tree that casts a vast shadow, creating a breathtaking sight. In stark contrast, Takigakure seems quite ordinary, comprised of merely a few hundred stone houses, with an estimated population not exceeding 3,000. Remarkably, the place has remained unchanged over the years. Jonin couldn't help but express his sentiments. Who could return to their homeland after many years without feeling a twinge of emotion? Uchiha Yuzuki replied nonchalantly, "Stagnation often signifies complacency, which is hardly a virtue." In response, Jonin nodded in agreement, recalling that although Takigakure once lacked the strength of the 5 great ninja villages, it was nevertheless second only to them. In its prime, Takigakure managed to snatch a tailed beast from the hands of the 5 great nations. Yet now many in the ninja world are scarcely aware of its existence. Reflecting on the past glory of Takigakure, Jonin felt a pang of nostalgia. The current state of Takigakure raises questions. Is it due to the inadequacy of its descendants or the dark legacy left by his actions in eliminating all the higher-ups to seize the Jinchuriki? While they engaged in their conversation, the ninjas of Takigakure had already detected their presence. 2 young ninjas appeared before Uchiha Yuzuki and Jonin, sternly demanding, "Who are you two? And what is your purpose in intruding upon Takigakure?" Observing the youthful ninjas, Uchiha Yuzuki remained silent while Jonin stepped forward, declaring, Inform your current leader that the rogue ninja Jonin has returned. Jonin. Upon hearing his name, the expressions of the Takigakure ninjas changed dramatically. As an infamous figure, Jonin was known to all within Takigakure. The ninjas had made it their ultimate goal to eliminate him and reclaim the forbidden techniques. They could hardly believe he dared to appear here. He is beyond our capabilities. Retreat. The two Takigakure ninjas fired a signal flare and swiftly fled. Such children, Jonin chuckled, shaking his head. He had no interest in dealing with such inconsequential foes. Moments later, over 100 ninjas emerged, their faces set in resolute determination, weapons firmly in hand. At the forefront stood a relatively young man, his gaze unwavering. Upon reaching Jonin and Uchiha Yuzuki, he spoke in a low voice. I am Shinji, the current leader of Takigakure. Jonin, please state your purpose. If you surrender the forbidden techniques, I can take the initiative to revoke your status as a rogue. At this, Jonin couldn't help but chuckle softly, pointing to the forehead protector adorning his brow. Apologies, but I am now a ninja of Kumogakure. It was then that Shinji and his companions noticed that Jonin's forehead protector had already been replaced by that of Kumogakure. You despicable wretch. Have you truly shared our forbidden techniques with Kumogakure? How shameless of you to think that by aligning with them, you could flaunt your power before us. Shinji, there is no point in negotiations. Let us unite and eliminate him. As the crowd behind him expressed their outrage, Shinji remained composed. Unlike the ordinary ninjas of Takigakure, he was acutely aware of the external circumstances. Currently, Kumogakure was arguably the most formidable village in the ninja world, having conquered and dominated the land of grass, the land of rain, the land of iron, and the land of soup. Should Takigakure engage in battle with Kumogakure, it would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. With this in mind, Shinji spoke somberly. Since you are now a ninja of Kumogakure, why have you returned to Takigakure? Surely you are not so idle as to visit us merely to witness our reaction to your defection? Certainly not. Jonin gestured towards Uchiha Yuzuki. This is Lord Yuzuki. I am merely accompanying his guard. Upon hearing Jonin's words, Shinji's pupils dilated in shock. Yuzuki? Uchiha Yuzuki? If this young man is indeed Uchiha Yuzuki, we are in grave trouble. Lord Shinji, who is Yuzuki? Even if Amaterasu herself arrived, you could not hope to save yourself today? Lord Shinji, do not hesitate. Give the order to attack now. Observing the restlessness among his comrades, Shinji quickly intervened, exclaiming, Calm yourselves, he is Uchiha Yuzuki. You may not realize that there is a widely acknowledged rumor in the ninja world. Yuzuki never engages in low-level confrontations. Should the opponent strike, he can effortlessly obliterate anything that stands before him. When the four great nations, excluding the land of lightning, dispatched 10,000 ninjas in a coalition against Kumogakure, Uchiha Yuzuki single-handedly decimated them, nearly wiping out their entire forces. Do you wish for Takigakure to pay for your ignorance with its very existence? As Shinji's admonition echoed, the ninjas of Takigakure fell silent. One man defeating 10,000 ninja coalition forces? Could it be true? Chapter 162. The Water of Heroes to maintain their secrecy. The ninjas of Takigakure seldom ventured into the outside world, rendering many unaware of recent events in the ninja realm. Upon hearing Shinji's claim that Uchiha Yuzuki had single-handedly defeated a coalition of 10,000 ninjas, disbelief coursed through them. After all, in their perception, even the strongest ninja had limitations. 1,000 ninjas, even if each spat a single drop of water, could surely drown a single man. However, when several other elite ninjas from Takigakure stepped forward to confirm Shinji's assertion, the remaining ninjas gasped, a look of relief washing over their faces. Thankfully, they had refrained from acting impulsively. Otherwise, their mere 100 would have been insufficient against such might. Seeing the crowd settle, Shinji turned his gaze back to Uchiha Yuzuki, this time wearing a smile that sought to appease. Lord Yuzuki, what brings you to Takigakure? Uchiha Yuzuki replied coolly, I am here merely to inform you that henceforth, Takigakure and the land of waterfall will be incorporated into the land of lightning, with my appointed individuals overseeing the governance. As expected, Shinji sighed inwardly. The moment he recognized Uchiha Yuzuki's identity, he anticipated this outcome. Noting Shinji's silence, Uchiha Yuzuki raised an eyebrow. I have spoken. Do you have any objections? In response, Shinji managed a wry smile. Lord Yuzuki, we will defer to your arrangements. Without even considering the formidable Kumogakure backing Uchiha Yuzuki, he understood that even Uchiha Yuzuki alone was beyond Takigakure's capacity to contend with. To refuse would likely lead to a dead end. By the way, Lord Yuzuki, Shinji cautiously inquired, what kind of individuals do you intend to send to Takigakure? Uchiha Yuzuki gestured towards Jonin. For the time being, Jonin will be in charge of matters concerning the land of Waterfall and Takigakure. As his words fell, anger spread across Shinji and the faces of the Takigakure ninjas. To have a rogue ninja from Takigakure govern them? Was this not an affront to their dignity? Finally, an elite ninja from Takigakure shouted, "Do not think we will submit to your whims like other small nations. The foundation of Takigakure is not something to be compared with them." With that, he produced a transparent glass vial from his pocket and downed its contents in one gulp. Yoko. Shinji attempted to intervene, but it was too late. As Yoko consumed the liquid, his aura surged dramatically, escalating exponentially. Under the influence of immense power, the formidable figure of Yao became engorged with veins, his skin transforming into a ghastly shade of crimson. It was the hero water. Yao had consumed the hero water. This was chaos incarnate. While the hero water could amplify one's strength exponentially, it inflicted irreversible harm upon the body. Once the energy of the hero water dissipated, Yao would surely meet his demise. If only he could endure until that moment, for according to the records in the village, the vast majority of individuals who ingested the hero water would explode instantly. Yao, hold on. Show this arrogant individual the true might of our Longing Village ninjas. The ninjas of Longing Village reignited their hope. If Yao could withstand the corrosive effects of the hero water, his power would surge dramatically in a short span of time. Yao was already a Jonin, and with the enhancement of the hero water, he might truly be able to conquer this fellow named Uchiha Yuzuki. Even if the reality of being subjugated by the land of lightning remained unchanged, at the very least, he could prevent the imposition of such humiliating demands. Amidst the collective anticipation, Yao lifted his head and let out a thunderous roar, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Ha ha ha, is this the power of the hero water? Truly formidable. I am now invincible. Let my arrogance be my regret. Upon uttering these words, Yao's chakra erupted once more, the overwhelming chakra wave sending shivers down the spines of the longing villagers. This aura resembled that of a beast rather than a human. Die! With a ferocious shout, Yao vanished from his original position. The terrifying speed astonished the ninjas of Longing Village, leaving them agape. So swift. With Yao's current strength, victory in this battle seemed assured. In the blink of an eye, Yao stood before Uchiha Yuzuki, raising his right arm high. Boom! As Yao's fist descended, a shockwave erupted, instantly whipping up a tempest. A chilling scream followed, and a shadow was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. Crash! The solid rock wall was shattered with countless cracks. And Yao, his head drooping, was embedded in the wall, devoid of life. Yao was dead. How could this be? He had consumed the hero water. With a single strike, this being had slain the enhanced Yao. Was he truly still human? The turn of events unfolded too swiftly, leaving the villagers of Longing Village in stunned silence. No one had anticipated that the Yao they had placed their hopes upon would perish at the hands of Uchiha Yuzuki. The might of Uchiha Yuzuki transcended their comprehension. Was this the weight of a man who once vanquished 10,000 ninjas in a single battle? Even Jiao Du could not suppress his astonishment. He observed keenly. Just moments ago, Uchiha Yuzuki had effortlessly sent Yao flying with a single blow of raw physical strength. Even without being a sensory-type ninja, Jiao Du could unmistakably sense that Uchiha Yuzuki's physical prowess likely surpassed that of the third Reikage. Does anyone have any objections? Uchiha Yuzuki's tone remained placid, yet it compelled all the ninjas of Longing Village to lower their heads. Shinji wiped the sweat from his brow and was the first to kneel. Longing Village is willing to heed all of Lord Yuzuki's directives. With Shinji leading the way, the remaining ninjas of Longing Village also knelt in submission. Given that even Yao, who had consumed the hero water, was so easily dispatched, further resistance would be futile. Being subjugated by another was preferable to death. Observing this, Uchiha Yuzuki nodded in satisfaction. Very well, this matter concludes here. Should there be any further noncompliance, I shall not hesitate to unleash a massacre. At his words, the villagers of Longing bowed their heads even lower, witnessing their compliant demeanor. Uchiha Yuzuki chose not to press further, instead softening his tone. In truth, even if Jiao Du were appointed as the leader, you need not feel any shame. The circumstances of yesteryear are more complex than they appear. Jiao Du's defection from Longing Village was not without cause. Chapter 163, the truth of yesteryear. More complex than they appear? Upon hearing Uchiha Yuzuki's words, the assembled ninjas of Longing Village displayed expressions of confusion. The records of Jiao Du's defection were clear within their village. He had seized the Earth Grudge Fear and murdered all the high-ranking officials of Longing Village, leading to a significant fracture in their power, rendering them unable to compete with the top forces in the ninja world. What complexity could there possibly be? However, having already chosen to submit, Uchiha Yuzuki had no need to fabricate a reason to deceive them. Otherwise, he would have brought it up prior to the recent conflict. Contemplating this, Shinji recounted the village's records, then solemnly inquired, "Lord Yuzuki, is there an error in our village's accounts?" Uchiha Yuzuki shook his head. What is recorded is indeed the truth. Shinji and the Longing ninjas were left bewildered once more. If the village records were accurate, then why did Uchiha Yuzuki claim that there were hidden circumstances surrounding Jiao Du? Noticing their puzzled expressions, Uchiha Yuzuki chuckled lightly. Even if everything stated is true, it does not necessarily represent the whole truth. By concealing certain facts, one can create a lie even when all statements are factual. Are you familiar with Senju Hashirama? Upon hearing Uchiha Yuzuki's question, the first to respond was the ninja Huayan. We are certainly aware. He was the hero who ended the tumultuous Warring States period. Revered as the god of shinobi, possessing the most powerful would-release bloodline limit, standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Hearing Huayan recount Senju Hashirama's exploits so thoroughly, Uchiha Yuzuki could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. It is often said that those who know you best are not your friends, but your enemies. In present-day Konoha, few could grasp the true extent of Senju Hashirama's strength. Observing Uchiha Yuzuki's silence, Huayan cautiously asked, "Lord Yuzuki, what do you intend to convey with these inquiries?" In response, Uchiha Yuzuki slowly elucidated. In those days, Jiao Du was ordered by the higher-ups of Longing Village to assassinate the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Upon hearing Uchiha Yuzuki's words, the Longing ninjas gasped in astonishment. This event had never been recorded in the village. To task Jiao Du with the assassination of Senju Hashirama seemed indeed to be a tall order. Was Jiao Du's defection rooted in this? As if he had read the thoughts of the Longing villagers, Uchiha Yuzuki continued. In that era, ninjas saw obedience to orders as their duty. Thus, even when deeply dissatisfied with the directives of the Longing village higher-ups, Jiao Du complied with the order. After a perilous battle, the assassination mission predictably failed, and Jiao Du narrowly escaped with his life from Senju Hashirama. However, upon returning to the village in a severely injured state, he was met not with praise from the higher-ups, but with furious inquiries. They questioned why Jiao Du had returned to the village, why he had failed to eliminate Senju Hashirama, believing he should have fought to the death regardless of the odds, lest he tarnish the reputation of Longing Village. Jiao Du was imprisoned in the dungeon, awaiting execution at an opportune moment. Uchiha Yuzuki refrained from elaborating further, for the expressions of anger were already beginning to manifest on the faces of the Longing ninjas. Unlike the past, after Uchiha Ieyasu overthrew the daimyo system, ninjas are no longer regarded as the societal underclass that served merely as tools. Thus, upon hearing the plight of Jiao Du, the people of Takigakure were filled with righteous indignation. The truth from those years was indeed shocking. Those in power were truly despicable. They enjoyed everything while looking down upon subordinates who nearly lost their lives on missions. What did they consider our lives to be? Those individuals were essentially sacrificing their comrades in the village and had deceived us for so many years. If I were in Jiao Du's position, I would likely make the same choice. Senior Jiao Du should not be labeled a traitor. He is a hero of our village. The ninjas of Takigakure did not doubt the authenticity of the truth spoken by Uchiha Ieyasu, as there was absolutely no reason for such a powerful figure to deceive them. Moreover, upon reflection, the rumors about Jiao Du's defection indeed seemed rather abrupt. If this were the reason, then everything could be explained. Once they had digested the events, Shinji approached Jiao Du and sincerely said, "Senior Jiao Du, it was our Takigakure that wronged you in the past. I apologize on behalf of the village. From now on, we are willing to heed all your arrangements." After speaking, Shinji bowed at a 90-degree angle to Jiao Du. Jiao Du cast a complex glance at Uchiha Ieyasu, feeling a slight sting in his nose. After defecting from Takigakure, he had never imagined he would return to the village in such a manner. The grievances he had endured dissipated in that moment. Jiao Du helped Shinji up and produced a scroll, solemnly stating, "What happened back then is no longer important. Those I despised have long since turned to dust. This is the training scroll for the Dainyu, and in the future, those with talent in the village will have the opportunity to learn it. Upon hearing this, joy illuminated the faces of the people from Takigakure. The village's treasure had been regained. What could be more joyous than this? Shinji exclaimed, Lord Yeyu, Lord Jiaodu, let me show you around the village. Jiaodu glanced at Uchiha Yeyu, and after seeing no objections, replied, then let us proceed. As they walked, Shinji cleared the crowd and led Uchiha Yeyu and Jiaodu on a tour of Takigakure. The village was not very large, and soon the three had seen it all. Eventually, they arrived beneath a towering ancient tree at the back of the village. Gazing at the enormous tree, which required dozens of people to encircle, Shinji smiled and said, this is the sacred tree of Takigakure. It is our village's belief. Everyone believes the sacred tree can protect us. After Shinji spoke, Jiaodu added, this tree has indeed helped Takigakure through many trials. The so-called hero's water that the one called Yao who drank was collected from this sacred tree. Hearing about the hero's water, Uchiha Yeyu showed a hint of interest. Do you have any of this hero's water left? Shinji immediately replied, there is only a little left. As we can only collect a few drops from the sacred tree each year. That is sufficient. Chapter 164. The request of the third Reikage under Shinji's guidance. Uchiha Yeyu and Jiaodu arrived beneath the sacred tree. Below it stood a stone platform taller than a person, upon which rested a glass vessel containing approximately half a bottle of deep green liquid, resembling imperial jade. Shinji remarked, Lord Yeyu, this is the hero's water. Uchiha Yeyu nodded and picked up the glass vessel to examine it closely. Upon opening it, a rich yet somewhat wild aura surged forth. Uchiha Yeyu raised an eyebrow. He sensed the presence of natural energy emanating from the deep green liquid. Did this giant tree possess the ability to purify natural energy? Uchiha Yeyu muttered to himself before allowing a few drops to fall into his mouth. At this moment, both Shinji and Jiaodu were taken aback. After all, while Uchiha Yeyu was powerful, the hero's water was meant to be consumed internally. If his body could not withstand the backlash of the hero's water, it would certainly be troublesome. However, to their astonishment, Uchiha Yeyu exhibited no unusual reactions after drinking the hero's water, as if he had merely consumed plain water. Ignoring Shinji and Jiaodu, Uchiha Yeyu focused intently on experiencing the power of the hero's water. Compared to the primal natural energy, the liquid refined by the giant tree was relatively milder, yet its effects were no less remarkable. He considered bringing Orochimaru to have a look. Perhaps new discoveries awaited. Uchiha Yeyu silently nodded. Through his recent experience, he gained some understanding of the hero's water. This liquid was akin to already condensed Senjutsu chakra, once consumed. It could temporarily transform one's chakra into Senjutsu chakra. Therefore, ninjas who drank the hero's water experienced a significant boost in power. However, directly consuming the hero's water, while avoiding the risks associated with extracting Senjutsu chakra, still subjected the ninja's body to tremendous shock from the potent Senjutsu chakra. This likely explained why many perished upon drinking the hero's water. After some contemplation, Uchiha Yeyu stored the remaining hero's water in the Kamui space, and then said, Jiaodu, you should remain in Takigakure for the time being. I will send someone to connect with you later. Jiaodu nodded respectfully, understood. I shall take my leave now. Uchiha Yeyu then raised his hand and gently swiped, causing him to vanish from sight as if erased by an eraser. Witnessing this, Shinji's jaw dropped in astonishment. Vanishing into thin air? This was rather absurd. Observing Shinji's reaction, Jiaodu scoffed lightly. Takigakure has been isolated for too long. From today onward, we must first understand all the changes in the outside world over the years. You will follow me closely to learn, once the land of water stabilizes. I will leave here to continue my journey as a bounty ninja. Compared to being ensnared by the daily trivialities, Jiaodu preferred quietly counting his earnings alone. In response, Shinji smiled. I shall comply with Senior Jiaodu's arrangements. Although he was the leader of Takigakure, Jiaodu's strength was merely that of an ordinary jonin. Shinji was acutely aware that in the presence of both Uchiha Yeyu and Jiaodu, he was simply an inconsequential character. To survive longer, he needed to position himself appropriately. In Kumogakure, upon Uchiha Yeyu's return, he directly visited the Reikage Tower. The third Reikage was sipping hot tea in his office, while Todai and Mabushin were seated at the desk, diligently processing various documents. Upon seeing Uchiha Yeyu enter, the third Reikage waved his hand joyfully. Yeyu, you have returned. Did everything go smoothly? Uchiha Ieyu nodded, very smoothly. We can now prepare to send people to handle the relevant matters. Hearing this, the third Reikage smiled. That is indeed double happiness. Just a few days ago, someone from the land of bears came, expressing their intention to willingly submit to us. Is that so? Uchiha Ieyu replied, somewhat surprised. Although the land of bears frequently clashed with the land of fire, he never expected them to voluntarily surrender. However, a voluntary submission was indeed a good thing, as it would save a great deal of trouble. With this in mind, Uchiha Ieyu said to the third Reikage, "You will have your hands full from now on." The third Reikage waved his hand dismissively. "I have never managed these matters. I long ago entrusted them to Todai and Mabushin." Upon hearing this, Todai and Mabushin raised their heads and shared a gushak, their panda-like eyes appearing rather amusing. Tutat opened the conversation. "Lord Jishwan, could we perhaps pause the expansion for a while? We are truly overwhelmed. Each nation has a plethora of matters to transfer, and we must also arrange subsequent development plans. Moreover, we are already stretched thin in terms of personnel." Upon hearing the words of Tutat, Uchiha Jishwan pondered for a moment before nodding. "Then let us focus on steady development for a time. If the goal is merely to reap benefits, one could simply rely on military might to plunder from other nations. However, to achieve great unification, there are numerous considerations. Not only must we send people to facilitate the transfer of power, but we must also promulgate unified policies and adapt various developments according to local conditions. The rapid territorial expansion in recent years indeed necessitates a period of consolidation. Otherwise, everything would merely be an ephemeral dream." With Jishwan's agreement, Tutai and Mojun sighed in relief, grateful that they need not worry about collapsing at their desks. "Well then, I shall take my leave if there is nothing else." Wait a moment. As Uchiha Jishwan prepared to depart, the third Reikage called out, "Jishwan, there is a matter in which I require your assistance." Uchiha Jishwan halted, curious. "What is it?" The third Reikage slowly responded, "The host of the Two Tails has graduated from the Ninja Academy, and I would like your help in ensuring she can swiftly become a perfect Jinchuriki, like Karabi." The Two Tails host? Upon hearing the third Reikage's words, an image of a proud young lady named Yumu emerged in Jishwan's mind. She possesses a somewhat haughty demeanor, yet she is genuinely a gentle soul. Having made many friends despite being a Jinchuriki, she is undoubtedly far superior to Karabi in his youth. "Jishwan, if you have the time, please assist her," remarked the third Reikage, retrieving Yumu's information from a pile of documents on the desk and handing it to Uchiha Jishwan. Upon seeing the photograph on the file, Uchiha Jishwan nodded. "Then I shall take care of this matter." Chapter 165. If it is Lord Jishwan, I can manage. In the village of Yun, within a training ground, a young girl with braided hair struck a training post with relentless punches, her lips tightly pressed together. Even as blood seeped from her hands, she showed no signs of halting. Nearby, two girls displayed expressions of concern. One, with exceptionally pale skin and a short knife at her waist, and the other, slightly darker-skinned, cradling a book in her arms. After a while, the pale-skinned girl furrowed her brow and spoke. "Yumu, you must remain calm." The darker-skinned girl nodded in agreement. "Yumu, if you have any grievances, I can have my father relay them to the third Reikage." Upon hearing her companion's words, Yumu gradually ceased her assault. She looked at her two friends and replied solemnly, "I can learn to control the power of the Two Tails on my own. There is no need for any so-called special treatment. The third Reikage does not trust my abilities." Yumu's tone carried a mix of pride and indignation. Her tireless efforts were aimed at being treated like an ordinary person. Yet, now that she had just graduated from the Ninja Academy, the third Reikage was hastily arranging special guidance for her, which made the usually proud Yumu feel belittled. In response, Samui shrugged, unsure of what to say. For most, receiving special care from the third Reikage would be a cause for celebration. However, for someone like Yumu, such treatment pricked at her pride. She understood the reason. Having been a Jinchuriki since childhood, her greatest desire was to be regarded as an ordinary person. Mabi, seeing Yumu's eyes welling with tears, spoke again. "Yumu, my father mentioned that the third Reikage has arranged for an incredibly strong individual to instruct you, someone whom even he holds in high regard. Moreover, utilizing the power of tailed beasts in battle is not a disgrace. Isn't Lord Karabi a hero in the eyes of the village?" Upon hearing Mabi's comforting words, Yumu felt somewhat better, yet still insisted, "I do not reject using the power of the tailed beast. I simply do not wish to be treated differently. Rather than receiving guidance from some super strong individual, I prefer to train alongside my comrades." Is that so? A sudden voice startled the three girls. They turned to see a man with long black hair, clad in a black and gold robe, approaching slowly. Upon recognizing the man's strikingly handsome features akin to a comic book protagonist, Yumu and Navi gasped in astonishment. Even Samui, who typically maintained her composure, felt her heart race. Uchiha Jishwan. Why? Do you not intend to pay your respects upon seeing me? At Uchiha Jishwan's teasing remark, Yumu Mabuyi and Samui quickly bent their bodies at a 90-degree angle, respectfully yet nervously exclaiming, "Greetings, Lord Jishwan." Uchiha Jishwan waved his hand with a smile. "There is no need to be so tense. Rise." Observing that Uchiha Jishwan was not angry, Yumu Mabuyi and Samui collectively exhaled in relief, their foreheads glistening with beads of sweat. After all, the man before them was the formidable Uchiha Jishwan, renowned throughout the ninja world. The hero who had rendered the village of Yun and the entire land of lightning so powerful. Such an extraordinary figure was one they could only dream of glimpsing from afar, let alone conversing with face to face. Noticing their silence, Uchiha Jishwan initiated the conversation. "You must be Mabuyi. I have heard your father speak of you, claiming you are even more intelligent than he." Mabuyi, taken aback, nodded, "Please do not mind it. Lord Jishwan, my father often exaggerates. In comparison to a man who handles every matter with such finesse, I still have much to learn," she added. Uchiha Jishwan glanced at the book in Li's arms and smiled. "That fellow Mijun would not dare to embellish in my presence. I trust his judgment. You will undoubtedly become a pillar of the village in the future." Upon hearing Uchiha Jishwan's praise, Mabuyi was so overwhelmed that she knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Thank you, Lord Jishwan. I will certainly strive to do my best." Over the years, Uchiha Jishwan's prestige in the village of Yun had even surpassed that of the Third Raikage, and coupled with his unparalleled looks, he had become an idol for all the youth in the village. Thus, receiving commendation from Uchiha Jishwan left Mabuyi feeling as though she could scarcely breathe from excitement. Sensing Uchiha Jishwan's kindness, Samui summoned her courage to inquire, "Lord Jishwan, what brings you here? Are you here for ninja training?" Uchiha Jishwan shook his head. "I have come at the behest of the Third Raikage to provide specialized training for Yumu. However, from your earlier conversation, it seems that you are not particularly fond of this arrangement." Uchiha Jishwan rubbed his chin, appearing somewhat troubled, and then said, "But rest assured, I will discuss this matter thoroughly with the Third Raikage. Let us leave it at that. You may continue your training as usual." Upon hearing Uchiha Jishwan's words, Yumu's expression changed, and she knelt before him, her voice laden with emotion. "Lord Jishwan, please do not be upset. I am willing to train alongside you. Yumu, you need not force yourself, nor should you worry that I will be upset over such matters." Uchiha Jishwan replied gently. "There is nothing wrong with aspiring to grow stronger through your own efforts." "No." As Yumu raised her head, her face bore several traces of tears. "Lord Jishwan, you are different. If it were you, I would be willing." Though Yumu harbored a proud heart, yearning to be treated like an ordinary person, she was acutely aware that the individual before her was Uchiha Jishwan. She had to ponder whether this was her sole opportunity in life. Should she let it slip away, she would undoubtedly regret it forever. After all, such opportunities are coveted by countless individuals. Observing Yumu's tear-streaked visage, Uchiha Jishwan extended his hand to assist her. "I understand your intentions. For this period, I shall guide you in harnessing the power of the tailed beast within you." "Yes." Upon hearing Uchiha Jishwan's agreement, a smile once again illuminated Yumu's face. Sammy and Mabu were filled with envy. To be taught by Uchiha Jishwan was the dream of countless girls. Yumu was indeed fortunate. Chapter 166. The Two-Tailed Beast's Journey. "Lord Jishwan, are we heading to Yunlei Gorge?" Yumu inquired, gazing at Uchiha Jishwan. "No need. We shall remain here." "Huh." Yumu's eyes widened in astonishment, struggling to believe it. As a Jinchuriki, she was well aware of the destructive potential of the tailed beasts. Should the beast within her go berserk, the village could be obliterated. Even Karabi, after becoming a perfect Jinchuriki, spent most of his time in Yunlei Gorge. Now, Yumu was just beginning to learn how to wield the tailed beast's power. If she practiced in the village, the consequences of a rampage would be unimaginable. Contemplating this, Yumu nervously said, "Lord Jishwan, won't there be significant risks in training here? If I accidentally lose control, it matters not. I will intervene." Observing Uchiha Jishwan's confidence, Yumu, Sammy, and Mabu couldn't help but be enamored. Truly, Lord Jeshuan was so strikingly handsome it seemed almost unfair. As Uchiha Jeshuan prepared to instruct Yumu, Sammy asked, Lord Jeshuan, should we step aside? Uchiha Jeshuan waved his hand dismissively. You may decide for yourselves. Remaining here will not pose any issues. Then we shall stay? Sammy and Mabu exclaimed. Opportunities to be in close proximity to Uchiha Jeshuan were rare. They were reluctant to depart. After all, with Lord Jeshuan present, they were unlikely to encounter any danger. Noticing Sammy and Mabu retreating a short distance away, Uchiha Jeshuan turned his attention to Yumu. Yumu, let me examine the seals upon you. Nodding in response, Yumu shyly lifted her garment, exposing her abdomen. Uchiha Jeshuan gently placed his hand upon it, and as chakra surged, a complex sealing technique manifested upon Yumu's belly. Lord Jeshuan, the seals upon me seem rather intricate. Fear not, for I am the one who devised them. Stunned, Yumu exclaimed. How impressive. You have studied sealing techniques as well? Uchiha Jeshuan smiled. A plethora of skills is never a burden. It is always beneficial to master various disciplines. Now, I shall loosen some of the restrictions of the sealing techniques. You must endeavor to maintain control over your mind. Yumu, feeling anxious, replied, I understand. In the next moment, as Uchiha Jeshuan's hand began to rotate slowly, Yumu felt a wave of warmth emanating from her abdomen. Soon after, a torrent of unsettling emotions surged within her. Simultaneously, she sensed an abundant flow of chakra surging forth from her being. This was the chakra of the tailed beast. Yumu became somewhat dazed. Yumu. The voice of Uchiha Jeshuan broke through her reverie, and she immediately regained her focus. Her eyes had transformed into slitted pupils, and her form was enveloped in a translucent cloak of chakra. Suddenly, the chakra erupted forth, intensifying rapidly, and Yumu's chakra cloak ignited into blue flames. Lord Jeshuan, I cannot control it. Yumu's voice faltered, and a colossal blue cat demon materialized in the training ground. Roar! Upon its emergence, the cat demon threw back its head and bellowed, its immense stature and terrifying aura causing Sammy and Mabu to sit down in shock. Was this the tailed beast sealed within Yumu? It was utterly terrifying. Lord Jeshuan, can you truly contend with such a monster? Meanwhile, the cat demon lowered its head and licked its claws, displaying a surprisingly human-like smile. At last, I have found an opportunity to emerge. Who knows how long it has been? Dreadful humans, you shall pay the price. The cat demon then brought its head close to Uchiha Jeshuan. Its peculiar eyes were larger than Uchiha Jeshuan's entire body. Upon seeing Uchiha Jeshuan, the cat demon sneered. So, you are the one who has unsealed the Jinchuriki. Things are becoming intriguing. Uchiha Jeshuan's lips curled into a slight smile, his crimson Mangekyo Sharingan radiating a terrifying power. Oh, is that so? The cat demon momentarily froze before leaping back several meters in surprise. Mangekyo Sharingan. So, can we have a proper conversation? Despite 1,000 reservations, the cat demon complied, settling beside Uchiha Jeshuan under the weight of his formidable presence. Uchiha Jeshuan reached out to stroke the cat demon's head with a smile. Good boy. This scene left Sammy and Mabu utterly dumbfounded. They indeed believed Uchiha Jeshuan could suppress the tailed beast's rampage, but they had never envisioned such an encounter. In their minds, when Yumu lost control, Uchiha Jeshuan would engage in a fierce battle with the tailed beast, using his overwhelming strength to subdue it. Yet, the reality was entirely different. There was no conflict. Merely a glance was enough for the fearsome tailed beast to choose submission, treated like a small cat. Truly, this was the prowess of Lord Jeshuan. While Sammy and Mabu were lost in thought, Uchiha Jeshuan addressed the cat demon. Utai, I believe we can discuss matters regarding the future. The cat demon blinked in surprise, asking in astonishment, how do you know my name? Not just yours. I am aware of the names of Shikaku, Isabu, Sun Wukong, Mu Wang, Hubi, and others. I do not wish to explain each time we meet, so I will provide a unified explanation at the appropriate moment. For now, let us discuss your relationship with the Jinchuriki. Hearing this, the cat demon replied gently, what do you wish for me to do? It sensed Uchiha Jeshuan's overwhelming aura and understood that it was powerless before those eyes. Therefore, it was wiser to cooperate rather than face a beating. Pleased with the cat demon's willingness to cooperate, Uchiha Jeshuan continued, in the future, I will lift the seals upon the Jinchuriki that restrict you. Even within her, you will be able to sense the world around you in real time. Additionally, you may negotiate with the Jinchuriki to inhabit her body at will. How does that sound? The cat demon gazed at Uchiha Jieshuan in disbelief, momentarily forgetting to respond. The being before it possessed the power to crush it, yet had offered it such privileges. When had humanity become so benevolent? Chapter 167. Tsunade. I have quit gambling. Having discussed the benefits, let us now address the drawbacks. The cat demon regarded Uchiha Jieshuan warily. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Based on my understanding of humans, you must have ulterior motives. Upon observing the demeanor of Yuryu, Uchiha Ketsuzan smiled and spoke. My request is quite simple. When the Jinchuriki requires your power, you must cooperate fully. You cannot forcibly occupy the Jinchuriki's body or wreak havoc within the village. After waiting for a moment and noticing that Uchiha Ketsuzan had no intention of continuing, Yuryu could not help but ask, is that all? Uchiha Ketsuzan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is all. Upon receiving confirmation, Yuryu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this truly a request? If it meant occasionally emerging from the Jinchuriki's body for a breath of fresh air, such a condition was entirely acceptable, as it was merely a matter of borrowing some of its power. Although still sealed, this was a vast improvement compared to the previous existence of perpetual darkness. With this thought in mind, Yuryu declared, I accept your request. However, with a hint of innocence in her tone, she added, but as you can see, my power can lead the Jinchuriki to lose her sanity. If she cannot maintain her consciousness by her own will, I cannot be held responsible. Uchiha Ketsuzan gently patted Yuryu's head and reassured her, rest assured, I am not unreasonable. Please close your Mangekyo Sharingan first. Yuryu made a sarcastic remark and then said, I shall take my leave now. Following this, a terrifying chakra began to gradually dissipate, and the figure of Yamujin reappeared at the center of the training ground. Yamujin. Samui and Mabui hurried over, concerned, to help Yamujin to her feet. As Yamujin slowly regained consciousness, she asked in confusion, what happened to me? Mabui softly replied, you just went berserk. What? Yamujin gasped, and her mind raced back to the events that transpired before she lost consciousness. Flustered, she asked, is the village all right? Did I cause any trouble? Calm down, Samui said, patting Yamujin's shoulder. The two tails indeed intended to destroy the village, but Lord Ketsuzan stopped it. Hearing this, Yamujin sighed in relief and bowed to Uchiha Ketsuzan, saying, thanks to Lord Ketsuzan, otherwise, I would have felt utterly guilty. She had never anticipated the terrifying nature of the tailed beast's power. In the face of its assault, she had no ability to resist whatsoever. It seemed that the third Reikage was correct. She had previously been far too naive and arrogant. With this in mind, Yamujin turned to Mabui and Samui and inquired, I just lost consciousness. Please tell me what happened. In order to prevent my rampage, Lord Ketsuzan must have engaged in a fierce battle with the two tails, right? Upon hearing this, Yamujin and Samui exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Should they admit that the grand battle everyone envisioned had not occurred, and that Lord Ketsuzan merely glared at the two tails, causing it to transform into a docile little kitten? Even having witnessed it firsthand, they found it challenging to articulate. This situation was simply too absurd. Fortunately, Uchiha Ketsuzan spoke up at the right moment, alleviating their awkwardness. Yamujin, I have already communicated with the two tails. You may utilize its power from now on. However, to harness the strength of a tailed beast, you must maintain a clear mind amidst the overwhelming chakra surge. Additionally, mastering the tailed beast's power requires practice and achieving a certain level of rapport with it. I have done all I can. The rest will be for you to explore gradually. Upon hearing Uchiha Ketsuzan's words, Yamujin expressed her concerns. Lord Ketsuzan, will you not continue to guide me? What if I still cannot maintain my sanity next time? Uchiha Ketsuzan gently patted Yamujin's head and smiled. Do not worry, even if you lose your sanity. The two tails will not take advantage of the situation. You can communicate with it through the mental realm. By the way, the two tails is named Yuryu. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Uchiha Ketsuzan's form erupted into a cloud of white smoke and vanished. Yamujin sighed in disappointment. She had initially thought that Uchiha Ketsuzan's guidance would be a long-term affair, but unexpectedly, it concluded within less than half a day's time. The most crucial part was that she had spent most of this period in a state of unconsciousness. Observing Yamujin's expression, Samui and Mabui teased her with smiles. Yamujin, why do you look like that? Weren't you quite reluctant before? Yamujin retorted with conviction, how can it be the same? This is Lord Ketsuzan. After departing from the training ground, Uchiha Ketsuzan made his way to a dumpling shop in the streets of Yunin village. Including himself, Many members of his family had a penchant for desserts, so he always brought some back when he ventured out. However, as soon as he entered, Uchiha Ketsuzan spotted Tsunade and Shizun quietly enjoying their meal at a table. Tsunade, Shizun, what a coincidence, Uchiha Ketsuzan greeted as he sat beside them. Lord Ketsuzan, Shizun stood and respectfully bowed before quietly taking her place next to Tsunade. Shizun, no need to be so formal. Please, sit down, Uchiha Ketsuzan urged. Yes, Lord Ketsuzan. Shizun complied and resumed her seat. Noticing Tsunade's silence, Uchiha Ketsuzan raised an eyebrow. Tsunade, why do you seem so lethargic today? Care to visit the casino for a few rounds? Tsunade glanced at Uchiha Ketsuzan and replied, somewhat listlessly, I have quit gambling. What? Uchiha Ketsuzan looked at Tsunade in disbelief, puzzled. What prompted this sudden decision to quit? Humph. Tsunade huffed lightly, refusing to respond. Shizun quickly explained. Lady Tsunade has been on a losing streak, and her mindset has crumbled. She has practically lost all her money. Thus, she decided to take this opportunity to quit gambling altogether. Although Tsunade earned 10 million Ryo monthly, it could not withstand daily losses. If she continued to gamble, they would once again be sleeping on the streets. No, perhaps it would be worse than before. After all, in the past, they could rely on loans and deceit to scrape together some funds to survive, leaving once the money was spent. But now, they needed to establish a permanent residence here. And the old methods were absolutely out of the question. Noting Uchiha Ketsuzan's inquisitive gaze, Tsunade nodded. Indeed, that is the case. Uchiha Ketsuzan, with a heart full of concern, lamented, Tsunade, how can a gambler always lose? How can you give up so easily? Chapter 168, Persuasion Against Gambling. What? Upon hearing Uchiha Ketsuzan's words, Tsunade and Shizun were momentarily stunned, and their expressions transformed into a complex mix of emotions. Even after their extensive travels in the ninja world, it was their first time hearing someone advocate for gambling. Tsunade could not help but ask, Ketsuzan, do you genuinely believe I should continue to gamble? But I lose every time, and I have lost track of how much I have lost. Sighing, Uchiha Ketsuzan earnestly replied, Tsunade, you must understand a fundamental truth. As long as you continue to gamble, the money you lose is merely temporarily stored in the casino. However, if you stop, that money will never return. Besides, do we truly go to the casino merely to win? No, we go to enjoy the atmosphere and the emotional value that gambling brings us. Tsunade and Shizun stood there, once again taken aback. They had never encountered such a perspective, yet upon reflection, it somehow felt inexplicably reasonable. As Tsunade's eyes began to gleam with interest, Shizun could not help but counter, Lord Ketsuzan, but we currently have no money. Tsunade had only just begun to consider quitting gambling. She did not wish for this endeavor to be thwarted before it even started. Uchiha Ketsuzan patted his chest and stated, what does lacking money matter? I can lend you some. You should be aware that I am not lacking in wealth. Upon hearing this, Tsunade feigned modesty, saying, is that appropriate? What if I cannot repay you? Wouldn't that leave me in substantial debt? Uchiha Yuzuki smiled gently. No worries. I have confidence that you will certainly recoup your losses. He held no concern for Tsunade's ability to repay. At worst, he could endure a minor loss. She could repay him with her own assets. After hearing Yuzuki's words, a smile graced Tsunade's face. Then I shall heed your advice. I have a feeling that today will bring good fortune. Observing the lively exchange between Yuzuki and Tsunade, Shizun felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. It was hopeless. It seemed her wish for Tsunade to quit gambling would never come to fruition. After lending some money to Tsunade, time had slipped away. Yuzuki, carrying the packaged sweets, made his way toward the Uchiha clan's residence. However, as he approached the clan's district, he was met with a spectacle that left him utterly astounded. A group of ninjas clad in green spandex, sporting watermelon hairstyles, were lined up, performing acrobatic feats while running upside down. Leading the pack was Might Guy, with Might Dai bringing up the rear. They shouted slogans of youth and fervor, their movements synchronized to perfection. Guy? Yuzuki called out, and Might Guy immediately dashed over. Yuzuki-sama. Noticing the sweat-drenched attire of Might Guy, Yuzuki subtly took a step back. He pointed toward the advancing troop and inquired, what is going on here? Might Guy promptly gave a thumbs up, revealing his bright white teeth as he exclaimed, these individuals are ninjas eager to learn our steel fist style. Yuzuki was momentarily taken aback. So many? Might Guy waved dismissively. This is merely a small fraction. Many do not possess the constitution to engage in high-intensity training daily. So my father, and I only lead a few dozen at a time. Yuzuki felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was it truly conceivable that a torrent of green would manifest on the battlefield in the future? The mere thought was somewhat jarring. Noticing Yuzuki lost in thought, Might Guy enthusiastically invited, "Yuzuki-sama, would you like to join us?" Yuzuki declined outright. "I shall pass. I am already overwhelmed with official duties." He then asked, "By the way, where have Obito and Kakashi been lately?" Might Guy mentioned, "Kakashi seems to be tutoring Obito in academic subjects." Observing the distance the troop had covered, he quickly added, "Yuzuki-sama, I must take my leave." With that, Might Guy executed a handstand and vanished in an instant. Yuzuki was somewhat perplexed by Might Guy's statements. Could it be that Obito was actually attending classes? "I'm back." Upon returning home, Yuzuki found Uchiha Obito, Hitaki Kakashi, and Uchiha Shursui gathered in the courtyard. Kakashi was engrossed in reading a book with its cover obscured, while Obito munched on fruit. Uchiha Shursui was engaged in practice with Uchiha Itachi, wielding kunai. Upon noticing Yuzuki's entrance, the trio promptly ceased their activities, exclaiming, "Yuzuki-sama." Yuzuki raised an eyebrow and handed the sweets to Uchiha Itachi, saying, "Itachi, take these back to enjoy with your mother." "All right," Itachi replied happily, running toward the backyard. Once he departed, Yuzuki's gaze swept over Obito, Kakashi, and Shursui. It had been a while since they last met. Obito had grown to nearly 1.8 meters tall, and his boyish innocence was no longer visible. In contrast, Kakashi appeared half a head shorter. "Obito, have you been on a growth spurt?" Yuzuki couldn't help but jest. Obito retorted, "Yuzuki brother, I am not a pig. I do not consume feed." Yuzuki chuckled and shook his head, inquiring, "I heard you've been having Kakashi tutor you. What brings you to my abode?" At this, Obito's frustration was palpable. He looked at Yuzuki and said, "Yuzuki brother, I am nearly at my wit's end. I need your assistance." Yuzuki was puzzled. "What is the matter?" "It's the Jonin examination." Obito scratched his head in exasperation. A year ago, Kakashi had already passed and attained Jonin status. Yet, to this day, he had not succeeded. After listening to Obito's grievances, Yuzuki began to comprehend, stating directly, "Obito, becoming a Jonin is not solely about strength. One must meet the standards across various aspects. The title of Jonin is a pinnacle that most aspire to attain. Achieving the status of a Jonin requires more than mere strength, as they must juggle numerous responsibilities during missions. Thus, to become a Jonin, one must excel in strength, leadership, theoretical knowledge, practical skills, and combat experience. Just like in the hidden village of Kumogakure, many ninjas possess Jonin-level strength, yet few pass the examination to attain the title. Given Obito's intellect, it is entirely reasonable that he struggles to pass the Jonin assessment. That is why I am asking for your help, Yuzuki brother. Chapter 169. What tier of ninja are you? Obito looked at Yuzuki with hopeful eyes, his fists clenched beneath his chin. "With your status, surely you can help me become a Jonin effortlessly?" Yuzuki playfully swatted Obito's head. A man of 1.8 meters should not attempt to act cute before him. Obito protested. "Yuzuki brother, why did you hit me? My abilities are no less than Kakashi's. Just have a word with Lord Raikage, and I could be promoted to Jonin." Upon hearing Obito's words, Yuzuki scoffed. "A Jonin is responsible for many lives. How could one take shortcuts? If you cannot pass the assessment, it merely indicates your capabilities are insufficient. I will not facilitate your entry through the back door." In response, Obito pulled out a paper from his pocket. "Then Yuzuki brother, you tackle these chaotic problems and see if it's my ability or the content of this paper that is lacking." Yuzuki took the paper and glanced at it, instantly feeling a headache coming on. Calculating the distance, wind resistance, angle, and trajectory for throwing a shuriken, determining the explosion range of a detonating tag and the optimal detonation height, decoding the following encrypted messages and summarizing their content. Additionally, there were numerous complex calculations intertwined with diagrams. What on earth was this? Yuzuki promptly tossed the paper back to Obito and rubbed his throbbing temples. Indeed, as one grows older, these things become increasingly incomprehensible. This paper was far more terrifying than enemy Jinjutsu. Observing Yuzuki's reaction, Obito exclaimed, "See, even you, Yuzuki brother, cannot comprehend this. It is utterly unreasonable to use such things for evaluation. Are you also one of the so-called underachievers?" To this, Yuzuki replied, "Obito, do not speak nonsense. I am not like you. I lack interest, while you lack talent." Upon hearing Yuzuki's retort, Obito stood frozen, his mind struggling to process the reply. Kakashi and Shursui exchanged glances, each reflecting admiration in their eyes. Truly, Uchiha Yeshuan lives up to his reputation, effortlessly presenting a remarkably smooth facade, even managing to articulate an explanation for his lack of proficiency in certain matters from such a unique perspective that no flaws can be detected. His prowess is undeniable. Moments later, Uchiha Obito finally regained his composure and, with a hint of defiance, remarked, "Brother Yeshuan, whether due to disinterest or a lack of talent, it remains a fact that you cannot produce such impressive results, does it not? Therefore, according to the rules, you too should be unable to pass the Jounin examination?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yeshuan merely snorted. "What level of ninja do you think you are to compare yourself with me?" Uchiha Obito found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Despite his unwavering confidence, he could only lower his head in the face of Uchiha Yeshuan's mockery. However, just as Uchiha Yeshuan's words fell, a melodious laughter akin to silver bells resonated from behind the crowd. The red-haired Uzumaki Kushina stepped forward and addressed Uchiha Obito. "Obito, do not trouble your brother Yeshuan. You may not be aware, but he remains a genin even now." "What?" Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Shursui, and Hatake Kakashi were all left astounded, their mouths agape. The formidable Uchiha Yeshuan, renowned throughout the ninja world and feared by all, was merely a genin? What a jest! Observing their astonishment, Uzumaki Kushina explained, "Back in Konoha, Yeshuan graduated and joined the police force, and he has not participated in the Chunin exams since." Upon arriving at Kumogakure, everyone's documentation was filled out based on their previous status in Konoha. I personally assisted Yeshuan in completing his documents, and I filled in the ninja rank section myself. Since then, Yeshuan has not taken any examinations to elevate his ninja rank, so strictly speaking, he is still a genin. After hearing Uzumaki Kushina's explanation, both Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Shursui struggled to suppress their laughter. Uchiha Obito leaped in front of Uchiha Yeshuan, erupting into laughter. "Ha, brother Yeshuan. It turns out you are even beneath me. I am now a chunin. It seems we are indeed not on the same level, with a whole ninja rank separating us. How ridiculous." Uchiha Yeshuan retaliated with a swift kick to Uchiha Obito's rear and turned to Uzumaki Kushina with a wry smile. "Kushina, how can you undermine me in front of so many people?" Uzumaki Kushina's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes as she laughed. "I merely spoke the truth." Afterward, she smiled at Uchiha Obito and the others. "Dinner is ready. Come join me." "Huh, would that be a bother? How wonderful. My stomach has been growling for a while now." Just as Uchiha Shursui attempted to decline, Uchiha Obito had already dashed eagerly toward the house. After learning that Uchiha Yeshuan was a genin, his earlier despondence regarding the Jounin examination vanished entirely. Seeing this, Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Shursui could only follow suit. Uchiha Yeshuan gave Uzumaki Kushina's shapely form a playful slap and whispered, "I shall settle the score with you tonight." Uzumaki Kushina, her face flushed, lowered her head in silence. Yet a barely perceptible smile graced her lips. Time flew by, and before long, it was the 52nd year of Konoha. In the morning, Uchiha Yeshuan sat in his chamber sipping tea when a clear system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing a family population of 10,000, earning one bloodline evolution opportunity. Current family population, 30,000. Uchiha Yeshuan slowly opened his eyes, directing his gaze toward the translucent panel visible only to him. He then silently intoned, "Evolved the Shakudo bloodline." Currently, he possessed the Yiwa bloodline, the Chi no Chi clan bloodline, the Uzumaki clan bloodline, the Jiten, Sand, bloodline, and the Shakudo bloodline. Except for the Shakudo bloodline, all others had achieved a 100% evolution rate. Thus, without further contemplation, Uchiha Yeshuan directly selected the evolution of the Shakudo bloodline. In the next moment, a warm current flowed through his body, and the system's notification resounded once more. Ding! Shakudo bloodline current evolution rate, 100. Earn one opportunity to draw a family trait. As the system's notification rang out, Uchiha Yeshuan's mind filled with information regarding the Shakudo Kekkei Genkai. He raised his hand, and with a thought, a high-temperature fireball coalesced in his palm. The intense heat warped the surrounding air, and the tea in the adjacent cup evaporated instantly. A faint smile curled on Uchiha Yeshuan's lips. Quite a remarkable power. Should anyone stand beside him now, they would likely be reduced to a desiccated husk in an instant. In comparison to ordinary fire techniques, The lethality of the Shaku Dukekei Genkai has been significantly enhanced and is exceedingly difficult to defend against. For instance, under most circumstances, ninjas would employ Doton, Dorihiki, or Suidun, Suijinshu to counter fire techniques. However, against the Shakudo, such defenses would prove futile. Even if these two ninjutsu could block the flames, they could not isolate the extreme temperatures produced by the Shakudo. In the past, Yetsuin had relied on this technique to dominate the battlefield with unparalleled efficacy. The speed at which he could eliminate foes was scarcely inferior to that of Raza, who wielded a large-scale Kekei Genkai. After a brief moment of sensation, Uchiha Yeshuan dispersed the fireball in his hand. His gaze returned to the system panel before him. Having raised the evolution rate of the Shakudo bloodline to 100, he had obtained one opportunity to draw a family trait. What kind of trait would he receive this time? It truly felt akin to the thrill of opening a blind box. Uchiha Yeshuan concentrated. System, draw a family trait. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the family trait handsome men and beautiful women. Handsome men and beautiful women. The attractiveness of newborns born into the family is enhanced, and family members experience an increase in allure towards the opposite sex. Upon hearing the system's notification, Uchiha Yeshuan's eyes brightened. This trait is quite favorable. Although compared to previous traits, handsome men and beautiful women does not provide a substantial enhancement to the combat prowess of family ninjas, it significantly contributes to the family's propagation. The Uchiha clan already boasts high levels of beauty, producing a plethora of handsome men and beautiful women. With the handsome men and beautiful women trait, the charm of Uchiha clan members will receive an epic boost. Henceforth, Uchiha clan members will become walking embodiments of allure. Not only will the speed of population growth be accelerated, but the likelihood of acquiring other ninja clan bloodlines through family connections will also increase substantially. After all, one cannot personally pursue every bloodline, can they? How many wives would he need to marry? Yet, if his clan members do not prove capable, he would have to take matters into his own hands. Uchiha Yeshuan glanced down, letting out a silent sigh. No choice. With greater power comes greater responsibility. Suppressing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, Uchiha Yeshuan exited his room. The sun had just risen, and the first rays of sunlight streamed into the courtyard. Yeshuan, I was just about to look for you. Uzumaki Kushina entered from the front yard, her expression appearing somewhat conflicted. Uchiha Yeshuan furrowed his brow and inquired, Kushina, is something the matter? Sister Tsunade has come to borrow money again. Uzumaki Kushina lowered her head, seemingly embarrassed, akin to a child who had erred. Her grandmother and Uzumaki Mido were sisters, making her and Tsunade relatives. Now, Tsunade frequently visited to borrow money, leaving Kushina feeling somewhat guilty towards her husband. Uchiha Yeshuan chuckled softly, extending his arms to embrace Vortex Gyoshinai. Gyoshinai, with our family's substantial wealth, if Tsunade wishes to borrow, we should oblige her. Yet, even with an abundance of money, we must not squander it. Vortex Gyoshinai's voice bore a hint of melancholy. Sister Tsunade treats our family as an ATM. Over the past year, her requests for loans have increased significantly, each time taking at least 1,000,000 ryo, and she has never repaid a single coin. While it may not directly concern her, as Tsunade's relative, I can't help but feel a twinge of shame and guilt. Tsunade is your sister, which makes her my sister as well. Do you remember what I once told you back in Konoha? Vortex Gyoshinai nodded. You said you wanted to become strong, so that everyone you care about could live freely without worry. No longer would they be troubled by finances or coerced by force. You would even stand against the world if necessary. Indeed, Uchiha Yeshuan replied, resting his chin atop Vortex Gyoshinai's head. It's merely a matter of money. You need not feel guilty about it. Keeping one's word is my nindo. Besides, I have my own plans regarding Tsunade. If she refrains from borrowing, it would be contrary to my wishes. Upon hearing this, Vortex Gyoshinai lifted her face, adorned with a radiant smile. Yeshuan, shall we return home? Why? Uchiha Yeshuan inquired. Vortex Gyoshinai remained silent, rising onto her toes to kiss Uchiha Yeshuan. Days later, Uchiha Yeshuan was leisurely strolling through the streets of Yunin village when he spotted Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Obito approaching. Hatake Kakashi held a skewer of dango in one hand and a drink in the other, closely trailing Uchiha Obito. Noticing the eager glint in Hatake Kakashi's eyes, Uchiha Yeshuan felt a surge of curiosity and stepped in front of them. Upon seeing Uchiha Yeshuan, Both Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Obito immediately bowed in respect. Uchiha Jeshuan waved his hand, asking with intrigue, "Obito, Kakashi, what brings you two here?" Hitaki Kakashi scratched his head and smiled. "I have a matter I wish to consult with Obito about." "You wish to consult him?" Uchiha Jeshuan remarked, surprised. Uchiha Obito, slightly irritated, responded, "Jeshuan, is there an issue?" "Not at all. I am merely curious about what Kakashi seeks to learn from you." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito puffed his chest with pride. "Jeshuan, I've recently noticed that I have become more handsome. Wherever I go, I attract the attention of many admirers, and I often receive love letters. Kakashi is envious and wishes to know my secret." Understanding dawned on Uchiha Jeshuan. It must be due to the recent activation of the handsome and beautiful family trait, enhancing Uchiha Obito's appeal to the opposite sex. The results were unexpectedly favorable. Uchiha Jeshuan nodded in satisfaction. If Obito's charm had increased so much, the rest of the Uchiha clan would likely not fare poorly either. In the clan, it was one thing, but in the eyes of outsiders, the Uchiha clan members were indeed highly sought after. The issue of finding partners would likely become a thing of the past for the Uchiha clan. Consequently, the growth rate of the Uchiha population was bound to see a new surge. Chapter 171. Tsunade, this is what you owe me 3 years. Land of Lightning. Yunin Village. Hello? Shoamo, can you hear me? In the office of the third Raikage, Suchikage, and Maba Shin all wore tense expressions, eagerly focused on the small device atop the desk. The next moment, Hitaki Shuamo's voice echoed through the device. "I can hear you. I am currently in the Land of Rain. Can you hear me?" "Yes, yes, yes." Shuamo, we succeeded. The third Raikage severed the connection, his face alight with exhilaration. After years of effort, the long-distance communication device had finally been realized. Suchikage, Maba Shin, and the others shared in the excitement. Even typically only interested in training, waved his arms in joy. Seeing their enthusiasm, Uchiha Jeshuan could not help but raise an eyebrow. Is such excitement truly warranted? In response, Suchikage stated earnestly, "Lord Jeshuan, the success of this technology bears monumental significance. Naturally, we are thrilled. We have achieved communication over thousands of kilometers." Maba Shin added, "With this technology, we can now direct frontline operations in real time, and intelligence transmission will become remarkably swift. Even the secret techniques of the clans in Konoha will pale in comparison to what we can achieve now." The third Raikage chuckled heartily, gesturing toward the device on the desk. "Jeshuan, this technology was your idea. Why not name it yourself?" Uchiha Jeshuan replied nonchalantly, "Let us call it a mobile phone." Mobile phone. The third Raikage and the others pondered for a moment before nodding vigorously. "Excellent name. Jeshuan, what reward would you like? Perhaps I should just hand over the position of Raikage to you?" "Absolutely not." Uchiha Jeshuan swiftly declined the third Raikage's offer. "Just provide me with more funds or metal ores. I have no interest in becoming Raikage." His current power was sufficient for his desires, and he saw no need to bind himself with a title. Becoming Raikage was never in his thoughts. If he were to aim high, it would be to rule over the entire ninja world. "Very well," the third Raikage sighed with a hint of disappointment. "If you ever wish to pursue this, feel free to approach me. I am not one to cling tightly to power." Unable to contain his eagerness, asked, "Father, do you think I am suitable?" The third Raikage smile vanished, replaced by a look of confusion. "Suitable for what?" After the meeting, Uchiha Jeshuan exited the Raikage building. After a few steps, he saw Tsunade rushing toward him. "Jeshuan, I heard from Orochimaru that the communication technology you proposed has succeeded?" Uchiha Jeshuan smiled. "You are quite well informed." As they walked side by side, Tsunade playfully nudged Uchiha Jeshuan with her shoulder, expressing admiration. "You truly surprised me. Achieving such a feat is remarkable. To transcend distances and enable instantaneous communication, this method could rival that of the divine." In response to Tsunade's praise, Uchiha Jeshuan merely waved his hand, replying modestly, "I merely proposed an idea. It is not as significant as you claim. In the ninja world, the technology for wireless communication already exists. In the original story, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura from Team 7 utilized wireless headsets during a mission soon after becoming Genin, but the transmission distance was limited, rendering it somewhat impractical. By chance, Uchiha Jeshuan shared the concept of constructing signal-based stations with Orochimaru, who then transformed his idea into reality. Today, within the jurisdiction of Yunin Village, Most areas can achieve real-time communication, not only base stations, but also rail transport, power transmission, and more, through Uchiha Jeshuan's efforts. The Land of Lightning is steadily progressing toward becoming a technologically advanced nation. In truth, considering the current technological level of the ninja world, developing such devices is not particularly challenging. The real difficulty lies in ensuring they are not destroyed by hostile ninjas once constructed. The tumultuous times of clan wars are one thing. Even after Hashirama established the system of one country, one village, the ninja world has seldom enjoyed a moment of peace. Regardless of whether they are great powers or small nations, wars of varying magnitudes have perpetually unfolded. Coupled with the relatively scant number of ninjas, it becomes exceedingly challenging to manage vast territories. Consequently, endeavors requiring extensive infrastructure that can be easily dismantled by adversaries are often met with indifference. This sentiment contributes to the frequent disjointedness felt within the shinobi world. The most significant reason, however, lies in the fact that in a realm imbued with extraordinary powers, humanity tends to rely more on their inherent strengths and pays little heed to technological advancements. Hey, I'm talking to you. Upon hearing Tsunade's voice, Uchiha Yuzuki snapped back to attention. What did you just say? I said, Tsunade replied with a smile. Did the rakeage bestow upon you a plethora of rewards this time? Lend me some money. At her words, Uchiha Yuzuki raised an eyebrow and cast a discreet glance at Tsunade. Tsunade, do you even remember how much I have lent you? Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. In the early days of borrowing from Uchiha Yuzuki, she would keep track of her debts. However, as time passed, and Uchiha Yuzuki never mentioned repayment, she grew lazy in her record-keeping. Thus, when Uchiha Yuzuki inquired about the matter, she found herself at a loss for words. Observing Tsunade's flustered demeanor, Uchiha Yuzuki calmly stated, "Allow me to calculate for you. You first borrowed money in the 51st year of Konoha, and now it is the 55th year. In 5 years, even if you borrowed 1 million ryo each month, that amounts to 60 million ryo owed to me. When do you plan to repay such a substantial sum?" Upon hearing Uchiha Yuzuki's words, Tsunade scoffed. "Once I reclaim my lost funds, I will certainly pay you back. You can ask around. Who in the shinobi world doesn't know that I, Tsunade, never default on my debts? Dear sister, how can you brazenly utter such words? Do you not keep track of how many countries have placed you on their blacklist?" Faced with Uchiha Yuzuki's teasing gaze, Tsunade felt her pride slightly wounded. She pushed Uchiha Yuzuki away. "If you don't want to lend me, then fine. I'm leaving." Just as she turned to depart, Uchiha Yuzuki seized her wrist. "Tsunade, even brothers settle accounts clearly. We should clarify this matter today. This is what you owe me. What do you intend to do? Even if you insist on clarifying now, I have no money to repay you." Tsunade struggled vigorously but could not free herself from Uchiha Yuzuki's grip, leading her to quiet down. Unlike others, Tsunade did not mind physical contact with Uchiha Yuzuki. After all, over the years, she had been taken advantage of by this rascal countless times, and holding hands no longer bothered her. "Tsunade, I can waive the interest. But you must repay the principal. Do not wear that expression. There should be no creditor as magnanimous as I am in the shinobi world, right?" Seeing that Uchiha Yuzuki seemed unwilling to relent, Tsunade chose to give up. "Regardless, I have no money. You can handle it as you wish." Upon hearing her response, Uchiha Yuzuki's eyes lit up. "Handle it as I wish. Very well." With that, he swiftly lifted Tsunade into his arms, and they vanished from their location. "Where's this? What do you intend to do? Let go of me." In the Kamui space, Tsunade struggled to break free from Uchiha Yuzuki's embrace, covering her chest with her hands as she eyed him warily. Uchiha Yuzuki replied coolly, "Did you not instruct me to handle it as I see fit? You owe me a considerable debt. It is only reasonable to repay it using your assets." Bah! Tsunade's face flushed with indignation upon hearing Uchiha Yuzuki's words. "You scoundrel! This was your plan all along, wasn't it?" Indeed, Uchiha Yuzuki admitted without hesitation. At this juncture, Tsunade realized the truth, but it was too late. "You are shameless." Tsunade glared furiously at Uchiha Yuzuki, her eyes ablaze with anger. She should have never trusted this lecherous man to lend her money so readily. It was all a trap. "Tsunade, I truly did not wish to resort to such measures, but after knowing you for so many years, you have remained silent. Many matters have been accomplished. We are merely a step away." "Shut up, you scoundrel!" Tsunade yelled in embarrassment, her chakra surging forth. She charged at Uchiha Yuzuki, delivering a powerful punch. Uchiha Yuzuki did not flinch or evade. Instead, He chuckled and reached out to seize her fist. Thud. Tsunade's fist was firmly grasped by Uchiha Yuzuki. Tsunade, I can also wield great strength, just as you taught me. Shortly after Tsunade arrived in Kumogakure, he learned the method of cultivating her strength from her. Therefore, even engaging in a direct confrontation with Tsunade posed no challenge for him. Observing Uchiha Yuzuki's smug demeanor, Tsunade gritted her teeth and retorted, "Do not be so pleased with yourself. Even if we both possess great strength, differences in physical attributes and chakra levels will make a difference." Indeed, Uchiha Yuzuki replied, his smile widening. By those measures, even the third Raikage would merely be a little girl in my presence. This was not mere boasting. It was a statement of fact. In terms of physical prowess, he possessed the Uzumaki Sage body and the Night Moon bloodline with a 100 evolution rate. In terms of mental strength, he inherited the Uchiha bloodline and the Bloodpool bloodline, also at a 100 evolution rate. The combination of these two aspects rendered him unparalleled in the shinobi world. Enough of that. Painful kick. Tsunade retracted her hand and raised her right leg, stomping down forcefully. Uchiha Yuzuki, undeterred, met her strike with his own strength. Bang, bang, bang. The two soon engaged in a fierce melee, each clash generating shockwaves. The ground within a radius of several kilometers was utterly ravaged. The more Tsunade fought, the more disheartened she became, realizing that her strongest attacks had no effect on Uchiha Yuzuki. Conversely, Uchiha Yuzuki experienced an increasing thrill in the battle. The visceral nature of their combat was undeniably exhilarating. After half an hour of relentless fighting, Uchiha Yuzuki finally paused, albeit reluctantly. He utilized Kamui to dodge Tsunade's onslaught, and subsequently sealed her chakra with a chakra-blocking technique. Observing Tsunade, breathless and drenched in sweat, Uchiha Yuzuki embraced her. Wait, Tsunade, for the first time in her life, found herself at a loss for words. She forced a smile. Yuzuki, can we discuss this again? Do not jest. I will first take you to bathe. Uchiha Yuzuki declared, lifting Tsunade and exiting the Kamui space. Uchiha clan territory. In the clan leader's courtyard, Tsunade, flustered and indignant, adjusted her attire and shot Uchiha Yuzuki a glare. Uchiha Yuzuki, I do not owe you anything. Noticing Tsunade walking towards the exit, Uchiha Yuzuki followed with a smile. Tsunade, why not move in here? Tsunade firmly rejected, do not even think about it. I am Kushina's sister. This matter must remain between us. Uchiha Yuzuki reassured her. It is all right. Kushina and Mikoto have been close friends since childhood. Tsunade huffed lightly. Are you feeling proud? As Tsunade turned to leave, Uchiha Yuzuki followed her closely. I am serious. You will be my woman from now on. You cannot always live outside, can you? At his words, Tsunade ceased her rebuttal. Truthfully, she did not harbor any aversion towards Uchiha Yuzuki. He was stronger than her, more intelligent, and there were no flaws to be found in his looks or physique. Moreover, Tsunade could distinctly sense that over the years since their initial acquaintance, Uchiha Ketsuki had endeavored to cultivate a closer bond between them through numerous gestures. With the proverbial rice already cooked, she found herself bereft of further grounds to decline. Yet, Ketsuki, my past is not unknown to you, is it? I am a woman who brings misfortune to those around me. Before Tsunade could finish her thought, Uchiha Ketsuki interjected firmly. I have stated before that should a curse truly exist, I would shatter it with my own hands. This necklace has adorned me for many years. Surely, it speaks volumes. Tsunade's mind raced back to the necklace that Ketsuki had taken from her during their first encounter, and she was flooded with memories of their years together. After a brief pause, observing Ketsuki's earnest expression, Tsunade ultimately nodded in agreement. Give me a little time, and I shall move in. However, I have one condition. Shizen must come with me. A glimmer of pleading shone in Tsunade's eyes. As you know, that child has journeyed through the shinobi world with me since her early years. It is a promise. Then, let joy abound. Ketsuki's smile broadened, and he nodded in acquiescence. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. I shall take my leave now. As Tsunade hurriedly departed, Uchiha Ketsuki chose not to press her further. He was still in a sage-like moment, momentarily unaffected by Tsunade's alluring figure. After all, they had already pierced through the final veil of pretense. A little longer was inconsequential. Chapter 173. Entrapped by Capital Ding. Detected that the host's family possesses a special bloodline, Senju clan bloodline. Reward acquired, Senju bloodline. Current evolution degree of Senju bloodline, 1. Once Tsunade had left, Uchiha Ketsuki finally had the opportunity to focus on his system panel. Beholding the now activated Senju bloodline, a smile crept upon his lips. His efforts had not been in vain. He had finally acquired the bloodline of the Senju clan. Next, he merely needed to await an increase of 10,000 in the clan's population, granting him the chance for bloodline evolution. At that moment, the evolution degree of the Senju bloodline would ascend directly to 100. Based on the previous results of the Uzumaki bloodline evolution, upon reaching 100, he should awaken the Senju Sage body. When that time comes, the fusion of the Uzumaki Sage body and the Senju Sage body, alongside the Uchiha bloodline within him, would enable his Sharingan to begin its evolution towards the Rinnegan. Judging by the current rate of population growth, that day would not be far off. Uchiha Ketsuki felt an overwhelming urge to shout with joy. A week later, Tsunade moved in with Shizune to Uchiha Ketsuki's residence. Initially, she felt somewhat hesitant, unable to meet the gaze of Uchiha Mikoto, Uzumaki Kushina, and others. After all, she was an outsider to this family. Intruding into another's home was an ill-fated affair. However, Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina appeared entirely unbothered, bustling about to assist Tsunade and Shizune in organizing their belongings. They continued until everything was neatly arranged, at which point Uchiha Mikoto finally paused. "Tsunade, dear sister, we are family now, so do not hesitate to share anything with us. It is getting late. Let us dine together." Feeling the warmth and sincerity from the group, Tsunade's previously anxious heart was finally set at ease. After a moment's hesitation, she could not help but inquire, "Mikoto, Kushina, Karura, Yakura, Konan, are you not upset?" The others exchanged glances, puzzled, and asked, "What is there to be upset about?" "It is because I have intruded upon your family." Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Yakura and Konan chuckled lightly, saying, "If that is the case, your worries are misplaced. For we are, in essence, quite similar to you, Tsunade." Karura nodded in agreement. "Sister Tsunade, Ketsuki bears the heavy burden of revitalizing the Uchiha clan and must set an example for its members. We cannot afford to hinder him." Uzumaki Kushina took Tsunade's hands in a comforting gesture. "Sister Tsunade, we fully understand Ketsuki's disposition. How could he possibly overlook a beauty of your stature? Besides, you are not here to dismantle our family. You are here to join us." At this, Tsunade could not suppress a scoff. "That rascal certainly has it easy, counting myself. There are now 6 women." Uchiha Mikoto laughed softly, shaking her head. "Not merely 6. In the land of lightning, among the remnants of Lulan, there is a princess named Sarah who is also one of our sisters. However, she is not a shinobi and is rather reluctant to part with her people. Hence she has not moved in." Tsunade glanced at Shizune, who was cradling Tun-Tun, and an unsettling thought crossed her mind. Surely, she would not unwittingly lead the lamb to the wolf? "It seems I must keep a closer watch over Shizune." As their conversation continued, they arrived at the dining venue. Observing the lavish spread before her, Tsunade felt her appetite surge. Shizune, unable to contain her awe, exclaimed, "Wow, what a sumptuous dinner. You all must eat rather extravagantly." In response, Uchiha Mikoto chuckled. "Ketsuki insists that even if we were to throw money away incessantly, it would not compare to his earning pace. In addition to the various industries we manage, Kushina creates numerous sealing scrolls, while Konan produces explosive tags. Both are highly sought-after commodities. Now, with you, Sister Tsunade, a medical authority among us, our household's wealth will only continue to flourish." Upon hearing Uchiha Mikoto's words, Tsunade felt a tinge of embarrassment. "I shall refrain. That meager sum I lose monthly is hardly worth mentioning. Over the years, I have borrowed considerably from home. You need not concern yourselves with that. Rest assured, I shall endeavor to gamble less in the future." Observing Tsunade's apologetic demeanor, Uzumaki Kushina covered her mouth with a laugh. "Sister Tsunade, enjoy yourself freely. The casino in Yunnan village is operated by our family. Even if you lose, most of it will find its way back into our pockets. Thus, there is no need for you to fret over such trivial matters." After Kushina finished speaking, Tsunade stood frozen in place, her mind consumed by a singular thought. "Oh no, I have been ensnared by capital. Yunnan village. Outskirts." Uchiha Ketsuki strolled leisurely along the riverbank, hands tucked in his pockets. He had no intention of returning home in the coming days, as the casino incident had come to light. If he were to return now, Tsunade would undoubtedly pursue the matter relentlessly. If only he had thought to warn Kushina and the others beforehand. Uchiha Ketsuki sighed. It was not that he feared Tsunade. It was simply that this situation was undeniably unjust. To be deceived both financially and romantically would drive anyone to destruction. At that moment, a faint sound of a struggle caught Uchiha Ketsuki's attention. He discreetly activated his shinjutsu and made his way towards the source of the disturbance. The two figures ahead appeared somewhat familiar. A male and a female ninja were engaged in a fierce battle. The boy, though youthful, displayed an unexpectedly ruthless fighting style. The woman was entirely shrouded, save for a pair of black-framed glasses peering out from her disguise. Both seemed to be medical ninjas, wielding chakra scalpels in their combat. It was evident that they sought to avoid drawing attention, as they fought cautiously, minimizing noise. Are they spies from a rival nation? Uchiha Ketsuki furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications. Suddenly, a realization sparked in his mind. Before me stand two ninjas. Could they be Yao Shirdo and Yao Shirinayu? Upon this realization, Uchiha Yuzuki swiftly confirmed his thoughts. Although the realms of the second dimension and the third dimension differ somewhat, the distinguishing features of both individuals remain quite apparent. It appears that due to his influence, the trajectories of Yao Shirdo and Yao Shirinayu have also been notably altered. In Chapter 174, Who Are You? Of the original text, Yao Shirdo was selected by Shimura Danzo for the roots due to his exceptional talents. Subsequently, he was dispatched as an excellent spy to undertake missions in other ninja villages. Concurrently, Shimura Danzo wielded Yao Shirdo's life as leverage against Yao Shirinayu, compelling her to serve him. Eventually, Danzo deemed that both Yao Shirdo and Yao Shirinayu possessed too many secrets, orchestrating a scenario that led them to turn against one another. Ultimately, Yao Shirdo killed Yao Shirinayu and fled the roots to become a subordinate of Orochimaru. The scene before me mirrors the original narrative remarkably well, save for the change of setting from the land of earth to the land of lightning. Observing the fierce battle unfolding ahead, Uchiha Yuzuki could not suppress a cold smirk. At times, he found it incomprehensible what thoughts swirled in Shimura Danzo's mind. Could he truly have been kicked by a mule? Yao Shirdo, belonging to the roots, was undoubtedly marked with the curse of silence. Coupled with his bond with Yao Shirinayu, it was inconceivable that he would divulge any so-called intelligence. Meanwhile, Yao Shirinayu's Achilles' heel lay in the orphanage. As long as Danzo held power in Konoha, betrayal was off the table for her. Yet, Danzo resolved to eliminate both of them. This could be overlooked, for they possessed an excess of knowledge, and exercising caution was not unreasonable. However, given that he could have used Yao Shirinayu to lure Yao Shirdo back to Konoha for elimination and exploit her vulnerability to eliminate her, Danzo instead risked it all by pitting the two against each other. Uchiha Yuzuki could not fathom the rationale behind such actions, ultimately attributing it to Danzo's twisted psychology. Having lingered in the shadows for so long, that man had become increasingly warped. After contemplating for a while, Uchiha Yuzuki began to close his eyes and release his perception. Indeed, not far away, he discovered three ninjas concealed in the dark. He immediately activated Kamui, appearing behind them, and summoned a high-temperature fireball in the palm of his hand. With a flicker of his fingers, the searing flames consumed them. In an instant, the bodies of the three ninjas shriveled, devoid of life without even uttering a cry. Just as Uchiha Yuzuki dealt with the ambushing ninjas, the battle between Yao Shirinayu and Yao Shirdo reached its climax. Employing a method of exchanging injury for injury, Yao Shirdo sacrificed an arm to shatter Yao Shirinayu's eyes, successfully inflicting grave wounds upon her. It was over. Yao Shirdo, with a cold expression, ripped off the mask of his fallen adversary, preparing to deliver the final blow. In the next moment, his chest heaved violently. Director? Yao Shirdo immediately summoned all his chakra, initiating medical ninjutsu to heal Yao Shirinayu. As he tended to her injuries, he frantically reassured, Director, you must hold on. I will save you. Yao Shirinayu remained silent, gazing at Yao Shirdo with a somewhat dazed expression. Director, it's me, Do. Please don't worry, I will certainly bring you back. Yet, as Yao Shirdo spoke, he seemed to realize something. Swiftly removing his glasses and placing them upon Yao Shirinayu's face. Director, can you see clearly now? Under Yao Shirdo's hopeful gaze, Yao Shirinayu weakly uttered, Who are you? Yao Shirdo froze in place, at a loss. Who am I? Does the director not recognize me? At such a time, losing focus could mean her demise. The sudden voice snapped Yao Shirdo back to reality, and his body instinctively prepared for battle. However, upon seeing the newcomer's visage, a wretched smile crept onto Yao Shirdo's face. Uchiha Yuzuki, even at the height of his powers, Facing Uchiha Yuzuki would afford him no chance of victory, let alone escape. Not to mention his current state, devoid of excess chakra and stamina. Yet, for a soul adrift in this world, being able to perish alongside the director should suffice. Seeing Yao Shirdo slump to the ground, bewildered, Uchiha Yuzuki approached and began to employ healing techniques on Yao Shirinayu. Having known Tsunade for so long, aside from the Een sealing technique, he had learned much of her medical ninjutsu. Uchiha Yuzuki's medical prowess, while not quite rivaling Tsunade's, was nonetheless considered exceptional within the ninja world. Observing this scene, Yao Shirdo was left speechless. Only after Yao Shirinayu's condition stabilized did he regain his senses, looking at Uchiha Yuzuki in disbelief. "You want to kill us?" Uchiha Yuzuki continued his ministrations, binding Yao Shirinayu's wounds while responding without lifting his gaze. "You are ninjas of Konoha, merely blinded by deception. I can offer you a chance. Once I ascertain that you will not betray me, I shall execute you." Yao Shirdo could not help but let out a bitter laugh. Indeed, the other party possessed the strength to make such claims. Even joining forces with the director, Yao Shirdo saw no hope of surviving against Uchiha Yuzuki. Moments later, Yao Shirinayu, having clawed her way back from the brink of death, began to regain her breath. She glanced at Uchiha Yuzuki, then at Yao Shirdo, before inquiring with confusion, "Why are both of you trying to save me?" Upon hearing Yao Shirinayu's words, Yao Shirdo's pupils constricted. It was indeed true. The director was not delusional. She genuinely did not recognize him. A wave of unprecedented dread enveloped Yao Shirdo. As an orphan bereft of parents from a young age, he had no past, nor did he foresee a future. Each day, he lived like a wandering spirit, lost and aimless. It was only during his 5th year, when he was taken to the orphanage in Konoha, that he met Yao Shirinayu, the director. As the head of the orphanage, Yao Shirinayu not only named him Do, but also bestowed upon him the Yao Shir surname. From that moment, Yao Shirdo felt as though he had embarked on his true life. The director was his everything, the anchor that kept him tethered to this world. For her sake, he trained diligently, surviving perilous missions against overwhelming odds. Yet now, the director did not recognize him. The fears buried deep within him resurfaced, consuming Yao Shirdo once more. He looked at Yao Shirinayu, his voice tinged with desperation. "Director, it is I, Yao Shirdo. You named me. How could you not recognize me?" In response, Yao Shirinayu furrowed her brow. "I remember Do, the child I cherished the most. But I do not recognize you." Yao Shirinayu's words pierced Yao Shirdo's heart like steel needles. He staggered back a few steps, his voice hoarse. "How could this be? Please, take another look. I send you pictures regularly." At this, Yao Shirinayu, her consciousness dulled from her injuries, finally grasped something. Her pale lips trembled as she asked, "So you are Do? Director, you finally recognized me." Yao Shirdo exclaimed joyfully, rushing back to kneel beside Yao Shirinayu. Yao Shirinayu shook her head. "No, I merely deduced the truth." Upon concluding his words, Yao Shirinayu reached into his pouch of ninja tools and produced several photographs. "Take a look at these." Yao Shirdo held the images in his hands, flipping through them one by one. The initial photographs undeniably depicted him, yet as he progressed, the faces became increasingly unfamiliar. It dawned on Yao Shirdo why Yao Shirinayu claimed not to recognize him. Aside from the first few images, the subsequent ones featured individuals who had been swapped out. So, in the end, have I lost even my singular identity? Yao Shirdo sank despondently to the ground. His identity was of utmost importance to him, the essence of his existence that he had long pursued. Yet now, he felt akin to a jester, having had his sole identity usurped. What meaning does life truly hold? Do, you must not feel this way. I have recognized you. No one can substitute you. At Yao Shirinayu's words, Yao Shirdo regained his composure. Indeed, the esteemed director Yinayu was still alive. He remained Yao Shirdo. No one could usurp his identity. How fascinating it is to hear such a bizarre tale. That old wretch, Shimura Danzo, remains as ruthlessly cunning as ever. Observing the recognition between Yao Shirdo and Yao Shirinayu, Uchiha Jiyuin clapped his hands in applause. The two finally returned from the joy of reunion to the stark reality. Looking at Uchiha Jiyuin, Yao Shirinayu spoke solemnly, regardless of the outcome. "I thank you for saving me." Yao Shirdo knelt on the ground, sincerely stating, "Lord Jiyuin, I owe you 2 lives. One is my own, and the other belongs to Yao Shirinayu." Had Uchiha Jiyuin not intervened in time, pulling Yao Shirinayu back from the brink of death, Yao Shirdo could only imagine the depths of his despair. The thought of having to kill the director, whom he had cherished like a mother, was maddening. Uchiha Jiuan replied coolly, "You need not thank me just yet, as it remains uncertain whether you both can survive my hands. Now, reveal your choice. Will you embrace death or join my ranks to seek vengeance for your plight?" Just as Yao Shirdo was about to respond, Yao Shirinayu interjected, "Regardless of whether we survive, I find fulfillment in reuniting with this child, Do. Please, in my life, I will not betray Konoha." Hearing this, Yao Shirdo urgently urged, "Director Yinayu, why make such a decision? If you submit to Lord Jiuan alongside me, we can escape from Root. After today's events, do you still wish to remain loyal to a scoundrel like Shimura Danzo?" Yao Shirinayu shook his head with a bitter smile. "If I betray Konoha, Shimura Danzo will not spare the children at the orphanage. Do. They are as dear to me as you are. You must follow Lord Jiuan closely and ensure your survival." After hearing Yao Shirinayu's explanation, Yao Shirdo fell silent. He understood her character well. She would never sacrifice the children at the orphanage for her own survival. It was unexpected that the so-called walking priestess, Yao Shirinayu, was such an innocent woman. Yao Shirinayu paused, looking at Uchiha Jiuan in confusion. "What do you mean?" Uchiha Jiuan met her gaze and asked, "Do you truly believe that even if you perish here, Shimura Danzo would spare the children at the orphanage? I was once a ninja of Konoha and possess a deeper understanding of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo than you Root ninjas do. For Shimura Danzo, the orphanage serves as a source of expendable pawns. As long as those orphans retain value, he will not act against them. Conversely, should they lose that value, he would not hesitate to cut off support for the orphanage. Your loyalty or betrayal will ultimately have no bearing." After Uchiha Jiuan finished speaking, Yao Shirinayu could not help but retort, "Perhaps Danzo has not yet descended to such madness. As long as I do not betray Konoha, he would not harm those children. Then what about your current mission?" Uchiha Jiuan's words left Yao Shirinayu speechless. The task Shimura Danzo had assigned her was to eliminate a spy who had betrayed the village, promising her that upon completion, Do would be allowed to leave Root and live as a ninja in the light. Yet, the ninja she was ordered to eliminate was indeed Yao Shirdo. Could such a cold-blooded and twisted individual possess even a shred of compassion? Noticing Yao Shirinayu's wavering resolve, Uchiha Jiuan continued, "Yinayu, if both you and Do survive, it would be a boon for the orphanage. You could threaten Shimura Danzo, asserting that if he dares to harm the children, you will expose all information." Yao Shirdo quickly echoed, "Indeed, Director Yinayu, only if we are alive will Shimura Danzo dare not recklessly harm the orphanage." Yao Shirinayu expressed her concern. "Will Shimura Danzo believe our words?" "Rest assured, Shimura Danzo knows he cannot afford to risk the orphanage, given that he holds it as leverage with you." Seeing the hopeful look in Yao Shirdo's eyes, Yao Shirinayu ultimately nodded. "Very well. Though I am uncertain whether Lord Jiuan will agree. After all, without the ability to provide information, we would have lost our value. Even if we choose to submit, it does not guarantee clemency." Yao Shirdo recognized this truth and promptly assured Uchiha Jiuan, "Lord Jiuan, both Director Yinayu and I are the finest intelligence operatives. Even if we cannot provide Konoha's intelligence, we can assist you in many ways." Observing Yao Shirdo's earnest demeanor, Uchiha Jiuan smirked slightly. It seemed that as long as Yao Shirinayu was in his grasp, there was no need to worry about Yao Shirdo's loyalty issues. Chapter 176. The hardships of Konoha's citizens. "I am not a bloodthirsty individual, so I shall spare you this time." However, upon hearing Uchiha Jiuan's shift in tone, Yao Shirdo and Yao Shirinayu, who had begun to relax, immediately tensed up. They then heard Uchiha Jiuan's low voice, "You will likely be unable to engage in espionage-related activities moving forward. Though Yao Shirdo has performed commendably in intelligence gathering, I place greater value on his capabilities in scientific research. He has transformed into a man of considerable potential since Orochimaru's demise. Keeping him as Orochimaru's assistant should yield greater benefits. As for Yao Shirinayu, let her continue as the director of the orphanage in Yunin Village. Once bonds are established, there will be no need to worry about either of them betraying me." Yao Shirdo cautiously inquired, "Lord Jiuan, do you already have plans?" Uchiha Jiuan nodded. "Orochimaru's laboratory is in need of an assistant. You will assist him in scientific research. Yinayu will take on the role of director at the orphanage." Upon hearing Uchiha Jiuan's decision, both Yao Shirdo and Yao Shirinayu were left astonished, mouths agape. They had initially assumed that even if Uchiha Jiyuan accepted them, he would seek to exploit their value. Yet, unexpectedly, he made such arrangements. One would serve as an assistant in the laboratory, while the other would manage the orphanage, positions that bore nearly no risk, and they were offered such roles so readily. Having been part of the root organization for so long, Yao Shido and Yao Shiyinayu felt as if they were caught in a dream. What? Are you dissatisfied? No. We will certainly strive and never disappoint your expectations. Uchiha Jueshin nodded in satisfaction, bending down to embrace Yao Shiyinao in his arms. Yao Shiyinao, taken aback, exclaimed in a fluster, Lord Jueshin, I can walk on my own. You need not demean yourself by doing such a thing. Yao Shido immediately added, Lord Jueshin, I can carry Director Yinao. Uchiha Jueshin furrowed his brow. One of you is gravely injured, and the other has a broken arm. Do not try to show off in front of me. Upon hearing this, Yao Shido and Yao Shiyinao exchanged a glance, and an unprecedented feeling arose within them. While following Shimura Danzo, they had always been regarded as mere tools, and even the slightest display of emotion would invite severe punishment. Being treated with such special care today was an entirely novel experience. They harbored no suspicion that Uchiha Jueshin was deliberately trying to win their hearts. After all, they were not time travelers and had no knowledge of future events. From their perspective, they were merely two discarded ninjas with decent strength. Given Uchiha Jueshin's identity and status, there was no need for him to feign kindness before them. Uchiha Jueshin held Yao Shiyinao, with Yao Shido following closely behind, as the trio made their way toward Yunin village. Passing by a hill, Yao Shido and Yao Shiyinao beheld 3 corpses adorned with Konoha ninja forehead protectors. They had been secretly observing you during your battle. They were likely sent by Shimura Danzo, and I happened to pass by and dealt with them. After hearing Uchiha Jueshin's explanation, a chill of fear crept into the hearts of Yao Shido and Yao Shiyinao. Had it not been for Uchiha Jueshin, they would likely have perished here today. Sensing their emotions, Uchiha Jueshin remarked nonchalantly, Rest assured, one day I will lead you back to Konoha. Shimura Danzo will pay for his actions. Curious about this matter, Yao Shido inquired, Lord Jueshin, were you also persecuted by Shimura Danzo when you left Konoha? To be precise, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mito Kamen, and Tozen Koharu. Under their rule, Konoha had been consumed by darkness, which is why I took my clan and left. Uchiha Jueshin intended to foster camaraderie among the 3 and continued. Later, it was not just our Uchiha clan, but also Hataki Sakumo, Might Guy, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. Their involvement solidified my resolve, making the reclamation of Konoha an inevitable endeavor. After all, Konoha was established by the Senju and Uchiha clans, and we cannot allow it to be destroyed by others. Yao Shido nodded with admiration. I believe you will succeed, Lord Jueshin. Director Yinao, what is the current situation in Konoha? Although they bore the curse mark of the tongue curse eradication seal, it did not preclude them from discussing Konoha, provided they did not delve into confidential information. Hearing Yao Shido's question, Yao Shiyinao sighed. After Orochimaru's defection, Sarutobi Hiruzen retreated to the background under the pretext of ill health. The real power in Konoha is now held by Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Jueshin raised an eyebrow. Shimura Danzo? He has become Hokage? Since the Third Shinobi World War, he had not paid much attention to news from Konoha. Thus, Uchiha Jueshin was somewhat astonished by Yao Shiyinao's words. Could it be that due to his butterfly effect, Shimura Danzo actually achieved his dream? Not Hokage. Yao Shiyinao organized her thoughts and slowly explained. After the ninja allied forces were defeated by you, the 3rd Hokage staged a performance, publicly beheading Shimura Danzo to quell public outrage. Consequently, even though Sarutobi Hiruzen claimed illness and retired, Shimura Danzo has continued to operate behind the scenes after seizing power. He possesses the authority of a Hokage but lacks the title. How intriguing, Uchiha Jueshin chuckled softly. He had not anticipated that even after supposedly taking over power from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo remained a rat hiding in the shadows. Perhaps this was his fate, to forever dwell in the darkness, like a worm that could not bask in the sunlight. However, despite his amusement, Uchiha Jueshin genuinely felt a sense of curiosity. Glancing at the Yao Shiyinao in his arms, he inquired, what changes have occurred in Konoha since Shimura Danzo's rise? I have lived in an orphanage, so I am not well informed about many matters. I only know that after Shimura Danzo took power, he began to vigorously expand the influence of Root. and the assessments for becoming a ninja have also become much more lenient. Additionally, a curfew has been imposed in the village. No one is allowed to go out after 9 o'clock. Prices have increased significantly, and resources are strictly controlled. During the harsh winter season, one can often see villagers in Konoha freezing and starving to death in the streets. Beyond that, I do not know much. After hearing Yaoshi Yanao's account, Uchiha Jueshin shook his head in silence. Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen were indeed capable of causing chaos. It was no longer an era when the feudal lords held power. How could such a fertile land in the land of fire allow villagers in the ninja village to freeze and starve? Contemplating this, Uchiha Jueshin asked, has there been no unrest among the villagers given Konoha's current state? At first, there was, but all those who protested were eliminated by root. That day, the streets of Konoha were stained red. Yaoshi Yanao had witnessed the horrific scene firsthand. The emotionless root ninjas ruthlessly slaughtered unarmed, ordinary villagers. Reflecting on it now made her feel slightly nauseous. It was evident that the villagers of Konoha were suffering immensely. Uchiha Jueshin shook his head, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. They had once rejected the Uchiha clan so vehemently, as if all Uchiha were irredeemably wicked. Every day, they had nothing better to do than isolate themselves. Now, they had encountered a hawkish ruler like Shimura Danzo. Without the restraint of the Uchiha clan, they had directly descended into a state of being domesticated like pigs and sheep. It was unclear what they currently thought. Chapter 177. This is Paradise days later. Under Tsunade's care, Yaoshi Yanao's injuries had nearly healed. Tsunade-sama, thank you for your hard work these days. Yaoshi Yanao's complexion was rosy, appearing quite healthy. During her time in Konoha, she had held Tsunade in high regard. After all, with her overflowing empathy, she felt a natural admiration for someone as formidable as Tsunade, who had established the medical ninja system. In Yaoshi Yanao's heart, had it not been for Tsunade, the number of casualties in wars would have likely doubled or more. However, their differing statuses, coupled with Tsunade's infrequent presence in Konoha, had meant that Yaoshi Yanao had never met her. Unexpectedly, on the very first day she arrived in Yunin village, she received Tsunade's personal treatment. Fate works in mysterious ways. Upon seeing Yaoshi Yanao's gentle demeanor, Tsunade waved her hand. It was Jueshin who asked me. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards him. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. After saying this, Tsunade hurriedly exited the ward. Whenever she had the opportunity, she indulged in shopping sprees. Since Uchiha Jueshin had deceived her, Tsunade felt compelled to spend his money lavishly, lest she feel guilty. Watching Tsunade's retreating figure, a hint of admiration surfaced on Yaoshi Yanao's face. Tsunade-sama must bear a great deal of pressure, which is why she is so busy all the time. She resolved to take Tsunade as her role model and strive to excel in her own endeavors. Yanao, I heard you are being discharged today. Let me take you to see the orphanage. After Tsunade departed, Uchiha Jueshin entered the ward. Upon seeing him, both Yaoshi Yanao and Yaoshi Do expressed their gratitude. Hello, Lord Jueshin. They are merely ordinary rogue ninjas from Konoha. Yet they have received extraordinary care from the formidable Uchiha Yusuan, who not only prevented the tragic conflict that could have led to their mutual destruction, but also rescued them from the brink of death. Furthermore, he thoughtfully arranged for them to undertake cherished roles and even summoned the most esteemed medical ninja in the shinobi world, Tsunade, to aid in their recovery. This profound kindness is something they could never repay in a lifetime. There's no need for such formality. From now on, we are all family. Uchiha Yusuan nonchalantly shrugged before stepping out of the hospital with Yakushi no Nai. Once Yakushi no Nai had changed her clothes, the trio set off together. As they strolled through the streets of Kumogakure, Yakushi no Nai's face was adorned with envy. The buildings were exquisitely constructed, and the streets were broad and well-maintained. The sounds of conversation, merchants' calls, and children's laughter filled the air, imbuing Kumogakure with a vibrant, lively atmosphere that felt both bustling and orderly. Most importantly, every visage radiated with blissful smiles, projecting an air of ease and contentment. In stark contrast, Konoha seemed almost hellish. Having spent some time in the land of lightning, Yakushi Do was not as overwhelmed by the surroundings, though a gentle smile lingered on his face. For him, being in the company of Director Nonai was the greatest joy in the world. After traversing the lively streets, Uchiha Yusuan paused at a bus stop. Are we already at the orphanage? Yakushi no Nai inquired curiously. This must still be near the center of Kumogakure. Could the orphanage be established here? Not at all. We are still some distance from the orphanage, Uchiha Yuxuan replied with a smile, pointing behind him. Yakushi no Nai looked up to see a massive vehicle slowly approaching. What is this? Let us board, and I shall explain. Uchiha Yuxuan led Yakushi no Nai and Yakushi Do onto the vehicle, then elucidated. This is called a tram. Each one has its designated route, allowing travel to any location within Kumogakure. It is the preferred mode of transport for us residents. With the expansion of territory, Kumogakure's area continually grows. Traversing the village on foot can be quite time-consuming and laborious. Hence, Uchiha Yuxuan proposed the idea of a tram system, which, under Orochimaru's research team, became a reality. Although it may not yet rival the conveniences of the former Blue Star, it represents a monumental advancement within the shinobi realm. Seated on the tram, Yakushi no Nai's mouth gradually dropped open. The ride was far smoother than she had anticipated, with virtually no jarring sensations. While the speed was not particularly rapid, it was vastly superior to that of a horse-drawn carriage. No Nai, be careful not to dislocate your jaw, Uchiha Yuxuan jested, causing Yakushi no Nai to blush and hastily close her mouth. I apologize, I lost my composure. Throughout the journey, she felt like a naive country bumpkin, marveling at everything. Previously, she had been told that Konoha was the most prosperous ninja village, but now she understood how ignorant that notion was. Konoha could not hold a candle to the present-day Kumogakure. Upon reaching the outskirts, the trio disembarked. Just a short distance from the tracks, a grand estate resembling a castle came into view. Even from afar, Yakushi no Nai and Yakushi Do could hear the peals of laughter emanating from within. Is this the orphanage? Yakushi no Nai exclaimed, astonished. Before the feudal lords were overthrown, this was a noble's private estate. After the noble's death, I transformed it into an orphanage, Yakushi Do explained. Those nobles certainly knew how to indulge themselves. Constructing such a house must have cost a fortune, he added with a snort. I had it renovated, Uchiha Yuxuan said calmly. Children residing in such a place should be a bit happier, don't you think? Realizing his mistake, Yakushi Do quickly bowed, saying, My apologies, Yuxuan-sama, I was thoughtless. It's all right. Yakushi Do pinched his thigh resolutely, vowing to speak less in the future. Upon arriving at the orphanage, Uchiha Yuxuan facilitated the transition for Yakushi no Nai, after which they shared a meal at the orphanage. Upon seeing the abundant spread, Yakushi no Nai couldn't help but shed tears. What is the matter, no Nai? Yuxuan-sama, you truly are a good person. How wonderful it would be if the children in Konoha could enjoy such treatment, she replied. For Yakushi no Nai, everything here was beyond her wildest dreams. The children could be well-fed and warmly clothed, living carefree lives without the fear of vanishing into the night. Chapter 178, Financial Shortage? After the meal, Uchiha Yuxuan and Yakushi Do prepared to depart. From now on, Yakushi no Nai would serve as the director of the orphanage, responsible for its smooth operation. Do you believe you can manage this, no Nai? Uchiha Yuxuan inquired with a smile. Yakushi no Nai nodded earnestly, declaring, I will not let you down, Yuxuan-sama. She had already reviewed the orphanage's welfare provisions, which far surpassed those of Konoha. Funding, resources, facilities, education, and staff were all abundantly available. If she failed in such an environment, it would be better to find a tree and end it all. If you require anything in the future, just seek me out. As Uchiha Yuxuan turned to leave, Yakushi no Nai called out, Yuxuan-sama, please wait. Uchiha Yuxuan halted and turned back. What is it? Yakushi no Nai approached Uchiha Yuxuan and knelt before him. Yuxuan-sama, you are the kindest person I have ever met. I am willing to give everything for you whenever you need. With that, she prostrated herself in a standard Dajiza. Uchiha Yuxuan helped her to her feet, stating earnestly, I do not do these things in hopes of receiving anything in return. When the shinobi world is unified, all orphans will receive the same treatment as those here in Kumogakure. Life is like a play, entirely reliant on performance. Whether or not we can achieve this in the future is unimportant. What matters is making a grand impression first. Indeed, upon hearing Uchiha Yuxuan's words, Yakushi no Nai stood frozen in place. Uchiha Yuxuan could even hear the rapid beating of her heart beneath her fair skin. Yuxuan-sama hearing Yakushi no Nai's whisper. Uchiha Yuxuan placed his arm on her head, saying, Let us strive together. Once Uchiha Yuxuan and Yakushi Do had completely vanished from sight. Yakushi no Nai nodded vigorously and clenched her fist tightly. Let us strive together. After leaving the orphanage, Uchiha Yuxuan led Yakushi Do to Orochimaru's experimental base. Glancing at the legendary Sannin, who had defected due to human experimentation, Yakushido's face briefly displayed a hint of tension. He could sense the palpable aura of danger that surrounded Orochimaru. Orochimaru's golden-slit pupils regarded Yakushido with curiosity as he inquired, "Yushwankun, why have you come personally to deliver experimental materials?" The single statement nearly caused Yakushido to crumble. Experimental materials? Just a jest, Orochimaru smirked, licking his lips. Not amusing at all, Yakushido adjusted his glasses, avoiding Orochimaru's gaze. Orochimaru's curiosity piqued. He asked, "Yushwankun, does this child possess any special traits?" The child is known as Yao Shirdo, and his intellect is remarkably sharp, making him a highly suitable experimental assistant. With Do's assistance, one ought to conserve considerable energy. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru scrutinized Yao Shirdo thoughtfully and nodded, remarking, "To receive praise from Jian Shinkun, it seems you indeed possess commendable qualities. I accept you, however. Should your future performance fail to meet my expectations, I shall not hesitate to overlook Jian Shinkun's regard." Yao Shirdo bowed respectfully, replying, "Understood, Lord Orochimaru." After arranging matters concerning Yao Shirdo, Uchiha Jianxian had no intention of lingering further, ever since he sensed Orochimaru's complex gaze upon him during their last encounter. He had maintained a respectful distance from him. Thus, he stated directly, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Jian Shinkun, please wait a moment." Orochimaru stepped forward, slowly articulating, "Recently, the village has ceased to allocate experimental funds for 2 months. If you have the time, could you please discuss this matter with the Third Raikage? Is that so?" Uchiha Jianxian raised an eyebrow. Given the Third Raikage's character, it was unlikely that he would arbitrarily withhold Orochimaru's experimental funds. Was there a financial issue at hand? Contemplating this, Uchiha Jianxian waved to Orochimaru, saying, "Leave this matter to me. I will procure sponsorship from the Land of Fire." With a wave of spatial distortion, Uchiha Jianxian materialized in the Raikage's office. The office remained cluttered with mountains of paperwork, while the Third Raikage sat nearby, sipping tea, and Tsukadai and Mabu were diligently processing documents at the desk. Upon seeing Uchiha Jianxian's arrival, the Third Raikage's eyes brightened. "Jianxian, do you have time recently? How about we engage in a spar?" he exclaimed. "I am nearly suffocated from sitting in this office all day." Uchiha Jianxian replied nonchalantly, "If you wish to fight, you may seek out AI. He is also a combat enthusiast." The Third Raikage waved his hand dismissively. Fighting him would be akin to a father battling his son. It lacks excitement. Uchiha Jianxian's lips twitched, acknowledging the truth in his words. "By the way, is there a reason for your visit today?" Uchiha Jianxian nodded and inquired. "Orochimaru informed me that the laboratory's funding has been halted for 2 months. What is the situation?" At this, the Third Raikage turned his gaze towards Tsukadai. Tsukadai raised her head and explained, "Lord Jianxian, ever since we occupied the Land of Rain, the Land of Iron, and the Land of Hot Water, we have been diligently following your instructions to implement foundational infrastructure in these nations. However, the scale of the projects has been rather extensive, and our funds are beginning to dwindle." After reviewing the financial report that Tsukadai had handed him, Uchiha Jianxian maintained a calm expression. In recent years, the Land of Lightning had been developing steadily, with continuous land development and public facility construction. Although these ventures would undoubtedly yield profits in the long run, they required substantial initial investment. With the absence of plundered income, the fiscal situation had become somewhat strained. Nevertheless, this was not an insurmountable issue. A lack of funds could be remedied through conquest. War remains the most expedient means of acquiring wealth, and it was time to reap the rewards from nations that had been nurtured for years. One cannot suffer while ensuring others thrive. It was also an opportune moment to visit Konoha and ensure those individuals did not truly enjoy the fruits of peace. With these thoughts in mind, Uchiha Jianxian tossed the document onto the desk and declared, "I shall handle this matter. I will seek sponsorship from the Land of Fire." The Third Raikage's eyes gleamed at this. "I will accompany you. Next time for sure." After Uchiha Jianxian spoke, he activated Kamui and vanished from sight. He set off to his homeland to gather resources, leaving the Third Raikage behind. After a period of focused research, he had devised a new forbidden technique. The last time he departed from Konoha, the explosive tags did not yield the desired results. This time, he intended to surprise the people of Konoha. Chapter 179. Guidance time rewinds to several months prior. Uchiha Jianxian was at home, observing Uchiha Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Gaara engaged in a playful skirmish with wooden shuriken against Uchiha Itachi. Although the trio's movements were clumsy, their formation was commendable. Each time their shuriken made contact with Itachi, laughter erupted from them. Uchiha Itachi, too, did not find it tiresome, as he eagerly played along until they were exhausted. Uchiha Jianxian watched with increasing satisfaction, with Itachi, the devoted older brother, accompanying the three lively youngsters. He and Kushina, Mikoto, and Karura enjoyed more moments of solitude. At that moment, a clear, melodic voice called from outside, "Lord Jianxian, are you home?" "Itachi, keep an eye on them. I will step outside for a moment." Uchiha Itachi immediately bowed, saying, "Yes, father." Uchiha Jianxian turned to walk outside, only to find Yumi, Samui, and Mabu standing at the door. Compared to 3 years ago, they had transformed significantly at the age of 15. Each one blossomed like vibrant flowers. Particularly striking was Samui, with her stunning pale complexion and formidable stature. Even Uchiha Jianxian could not help but activate his auto-aiming ability involuntarily. "What brings the three of you here?" Samui and Mabu focused their attention on Yumi, who, gathering her courage, spoke, "Lord Jianxian, I can now wield the power of Yuru very effectively. May I request your guidance?" Seeing the eager expressions on their faces, Uchiha Jianxian did not decline. "Very well, let us proceed to Yunlei Gorge." Yes, the group quickly arrived at Yunlei Gorge. Years had passed, yet little had changed in the landscape. The mountains still encircled a tranquil lake, with only the continuous rumble of thunder to break the silence. "First, let me assess your strength." Uchiha Jianxian instructed Samui and Mabu to stand back and beckon Yumi forward. Yumi took a deep breath and solemnly stated, "Lord Jianxian, please be cautious." Observing Yumi's earnest demeanor, Uchiha Jianxian could not help but chuckle. "Feel free to attack with the intent to defeat me. Do not hold back." "Understood," Yumi replied, pressing her hand against the sealing technique on her abdomen. In the next moment, an overwhelming chakra surged forth, and Yumi underwent complete tailed beast transformation. As a blue feline demon engulfed in flames, she swung her massive claws towards Uchiha Jianxian. Uchiha Jianxian crossed his arms, activating Susanoo to engage with Yumi. The clash reverberated with powerful sounds as Yumi and Susanoo exchanged blows under Uchiha Jianxian's deliberate restraint. After a vigorous half-hour of combat, Yumi chose to create some distance. In the next instant, she tilted her head and gathered an immense amount of chakra at her mouth. With a ferocious roar, the tailed beast bomb surged towards Susanoo. Witnessing this scene, Samui and Mabu gasped in shock. This is getting out of hand. However, they were even more astonished when Susanoo effortlessly cleaved the tailed beast bomb in two. The explosion occurred in the distance, creating a shockwave that sent Samui and Mabu flying. Once calm returned, Yumi reappeared before everyone. As soon as she materialized, she swayed unsteadily. "Lord Jianxian, I have reached my limit." Though Yumi and Yoru coordinated splendidly, continuously wielding such immense power had taken a considerable toll on her psyche. If the battle continued, she risked losing her sanity once more. Of course, she could relinquish control to Yoru when she could no longer endure it, but since this was merely practice, such measures were unnecessary. "You have performed admirably. You are already an exceptional and perfect Jinchuriki. In the past, the young Kalabi was far less capable than you at your current age." Uchiha Jianxian praised him, dispelling the Susanoo and stepping before the wooden figure. With the current cooperation between the wooden figure and Yulu, they were adequately prepared to face most battles. The wooden figure, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head and remarked, "In truth, I am not as formidable as you suggest. It is merely Yulu who has been supporting me wholeheartedly." Just as she finished speaking, a look of bewilderment washed over her face. Within the realm of the mind, Yulu tapped lightly on the wooden figure's head. Instantly awakened, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Was it an illusion? How long had it taken him to break free from it? Nearly 5 seconds, an interval that felt rather prolonged. He resolved to enhance his training in this aspect with Yulu, aiming to dispel illusions at the first opportunity. A perfect Jinchuriki does not possess immunity to illusions. Rather, when ensnared, they can rely on the tailed beast within to aid their escape. The quicker the tailed beast and the Jinchuriki perceive the illusion, the shorter the time required to break free. Although 5 seconds to regain his composure was not excessively long, it could prove fatal in combat. After hearing Uchiha Jianxian's counsel, the wooden figure bowed respectfully. "I shall be mindful of this in the future. Thank you for your reminder, Jianxian Darren." Observing the wooden figure's growth, Samui excitedly approached. Jishwandaran, could you offer me some guidance? I primarily rely on short blades in battle. For someone like Samui, who typically maintained a calm demeanor, witnessing such a level of combat stirred immense excitement. Uchiha Jeshwan felt a slight thirst. Under the exceptional dynamic prowess of his Sharingan, he observed Samui's remarkable leap as she approached. He stated earnestly, "Swordsmanship is one of my most proficient skills, requiring unwavering focus during practice. When you have time, come find me for some one-on-one instruction." Upon hearing this, Samui joyfully leaped, exclaiming, "That would be wonderful. Thank you, Jishwandaran." Sensing a twinge of emotion, Uchiha Jeshwan subtly averted his gaze. At times, having such acute dynamic vision could lead to unforeseen complications. "Mabu-e, what about you?" "I shall pass. I am not the combat type." Uchiha Jeshwan nodded, not pressing the matter, and turned to the wooden figure. "May I have a word with Yulu?" The wooden figure nodded in agreement, and with a surge of chakra, a miniature Yulu appeared on his shoulder. "Jeshwandaran, you summoned me?" Uchiha Jeshwan nodded and spoke directly. "I had some thoughts when I saw you unleash the tailed beast ball, and I have a few questions." Yulu gracefully approached, arching her back and gently rubbing against his legs. "Jishwandaran, I assure you, I shall speak freely." Chapter 180. The Great Spiral Wheel. Yulu had no qualms about flattering Uchiha Jeshwan. To her, he was akin to a benefactor. Despite possessing the power to command her at will, he treated her with great leniency. The comfort of basking in the sun and breathing fresh air was a luxury she owed to Uchiha Jeshwan. She felt more liberated now than when she was unsealed, for before that, her immense power had drawn incessant harassment from ninjas, which had become quite tiresome. Now, not only could she indulge in the rich tapestry of human life and cuisine, but she was also revered as Yulu Daran wherever she went. Hence, she held Uchiha Jeshwan in deep admiration. Amused, Uchiha Jeshwan reached out to stroke Yulu, akin to petting a cat. Then, he formed a Rasengan in his palm. "Yulu, this is a ninjutsu I created based on the tailed beast ball. By infusing different chakra natures, the Rasengan can manifest various forms. For instance, standing tall, he raised his arm high. In the next moment, the Rasengan rapidly expanded, generating a massive wind blade that swirled around it at high speed. Samui, the wooden figure, and Mabu-e instinctively retreated several dozen meters, terrified and collapsing to the ground. From the Rasengan in Uchiha Jeshwan's hand, they sensed an unsettling aura. Wind release, Rasengan Shuriken. Uchiha Jeshwan hurled the wind shuriken, which detonated in the center of the lake. In an instant, the water began to churn violently, and at the explosion's epicenter, a towering column of water surged skyward. A fierce wind swept through, rustling Uchiha Jeshwan's hair and garments. Incredible! Is this the power of Jishwandaran? Witnessing the aftermath of the explosion from the wind release, Rasengan Shuriken left Samui and her companions in awe. They found it hard to fathom that a human could unleash such a powerful attack, rivaling even the tailed beast ball just released by Yulu. Most strikingly, Uchiha Jeshwan remained composed, his breathing steady, clearly not having exerted himself to the fullest. Even Yulu couldn't help but praise, "Jishwandaran, you are truly a genius, capable of creating such a high-level forbidden technique." Uchiha Jeshwan waved his hand dismissively. "The form of this technique is not my ultimate vision. Its power still falls short." Yulu was taken aback. Was he not satisfied with such formidable power in a forbidden technique? "Thus, I wish to inquire, how is the tailed beast ball formed?" Yulu pondered briefly before replying. "Our tailed beasts inherently possess both yang release chakra and yin release chakra. By compressing and mixing these two types of chakra in a specific ratio, we can create the tailed beast ball. The ratio is approximately 2:8. After hearing Yulu's explanation, Uchiha Jeshwan furrowed his brow. "That is precisely what confounds me. I currently lack the means to generate yin release chakra. What then should I do?" Aside from the Otsutsuki clan members, Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Yumura, and Otsutsuki Yui, no human in the ninja world has been able to wield true yin-yang release techniques. Uchiha Jeshwan surmised that perhaps only by genuinely ascending to the six paths level could one wield yin-yang release. However, at that level, the truth-seeking balls created through yin-yang release would far surpass the tailed beast balls. "I see." Yolu frowned in contemplation and then asked, "Jeshwandaran, based on your vision, what should the final form of the wind release, Rasengan Shuriken, be?" In response, Uchiha Jeshwan embraced Yolu, lowered his head, and activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. You shall see for yourself. Within the illusionary realm, Yulu witnessed the vision of Uchiha Jieshuan unleashing the great spiral wheel. Upon finishing, her eyes lit up. Jieshuan Darren, I have a solution. Do you possess both yin and yang attributes within you? Uchiha Jieshuan nodded. Yes, why do you ask? Initially, he had only the yin attribute. However, after acquiring the Whirlpool Sage body, he gained the yang attribute as well. Yet possessing these two attributes did not automatically grant him the ability to utilize yin-yang release techniques. You could attempt to incorporate the characteristics of both yin and yang into the wind release. Rasengan Shuriken you just created. Uchiha Jieshuan was struck with inspiration, suddenly slapping his forehead. Of course, how had he not thought of this? While he currently could not utilize the yin and yang attributes within him to create yin-yang release chakra, that did not preclude him from blending these two attributes with his own chakra. In the original narrative, when Kakashi elucidates the concept of nature transformation to Naruto, he references the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique, the Akimichi clan's body multiplication technique, and medical ninjutsu, all of which belong to the yin-yang nature transformation. Uchiha Ueijin speculates that these techniques likely derive their unique power from the combination of either yin or yang attributes with their own chakra through nature transformation. With this in mind, if he were to infuse the yin-yang attribute into the creation of the wind release, Rasen Shuriken, could he not potentially manifest the great spiraling wheel? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it appeared. Uchiha Ueijin lifted Yuturu and took a deep breath, exclaiming, Yuturu, you have truly been a great help to me. With that, he vanished from sight in an instant. Yuturu remained stunned for a while before shyly responding, It is my honor. Soon after, a colossal sphere of light emerged from the distant mountains, its thunderous sound echoing through the Yunlei Gorge for an extended period. Witnessing the instantaneous obliteration of the mountain peak, Samui, Yamazuki, and Mabui swiftly raced towards the location of the Raikage building. Truly, Lord Ueijin is remarkable. Even the commotion from his training is awe-inspiring. It is imperative to inform the Raikage promptly, lest panic ensue. Indeed, directly attempting based on the proportion of tailed beast bomb was not effective. Standing upon the now barren mountain summit, Uchiha Ueijin commenced another experiment. Possessing the body of a sage, his regenerative capabilities were astonishing. Coupled with the power of Kamui, he could phase out instantly upon failure, thereby eliminating the risk of self-harm. After 635 hours and 311 attempts, achieving precision in the yin-yang attribute ratio down to 2 decimal places, Uchiha Ueijin finally coalesced a black chakra sphere radiating an aura of destruction. Success at last. The Great Spiraling Wheel. Chapter 181. The Thief of Life in the Land of Fire, within the village of Konoha. Uchiha Ueijin emerged from the realm of Kamui, as if entering a deserted world. It was daytime, yet the streets of Konoha were nearly deserted, with most shops tightly shut, imparting a sense of desolation. Observing the patrolling ninjas occasionally darting across rooftops, Uchiha Ueijin strode towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Thanks to his heightened perception, he remained undetected by anyone. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the Uchiha clan's domain. The Uchiha territory had transformed beyond recognition. A gate etched with the characters Shinura now stood at its periphery. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Ueijin let out a cold scoff. How audacious, even claiming the abandoned clan grounds. Just how deep does Shimura Danzo's obsession with the Uchiha clan run? At that moment, 2 intoxicated ninjas approached from afar. Spotting Uchiha Ueijin standing in the street, one of the ninjas drunkenly slurred, Who are you? What brings you to our territory? If you wish to appease me with some drink money, be on your way, otherwise, I shall have you arrested and thrown into the police force, where you shall suffer greatly. As he spoke, he reached out to search Uchiha Ueijin. However, in the next instant, he incredulously glanced down at his chest, where a kunai had embedded itself, leaving only the handle visible. The ninja's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed with a thud. Witnessing this, the other companion snapped to attention, opening his mouth to scream. But before he could utter a sound, he felt a chill at his neck. Blood erupted, and his breath quickened. His chest heaved violently, yet the sensation of suffocation intensified. He struggled to cry for help, but only rasping sounds escaped his lips. After silencing the two, Uchiha Ueijin made no effort to clean up and instead proceeded towards the village center. Soon, in a secluded alley, a tavern that starkly contrasted with the surrounding desolate environment came into view. Upon entering, he was immediately approached by a staff member who inquired, "Sir, may I take your order?" "Just something casual," Uchiha Itachi replied, placing money on the table and quietly surveying his surroundings. Even in daylight, the tavern was bustling with patrons, including ninjas, villagers, and merchants. Once the food was served, Uchiha Itachi attentively listened. A merchant sighed, "Alas, times have become increasingly hard. Banditry is rampant in the land of fire, and the cost of hiring ninjas is soaring. After working for months, I can barely make ends meet." Upon hearing this, others quickly chimed in. Indeed, many are flocking to the land of lightning, where it's said that merchants are profiting immensely. The mention of the land of lightning piqued the interest of many. A stout man, having consumed a drink, chuckled, "Let me tell you, the land of lightning is overflowing with gold. Anyone who goes there can make a fortune. Are you familiar with the situation in the land of lightning?" "I just came from there," he continued. The rotund man, visibly inebriated and with a smug expression, recounted how the region was undergoing extensive infrastructure development, with materials and labor in high demand. As long as you have hands and feet, you can earn a great deal of money. Plus, if you're injured, there is compensation. If you're ill, medical insurance covers your expenses. Even if you can no longer work, you can still collect a pension monthly. And you wouldn't believe the roads in the land of lightning. They are smooth and wide, paved with a material called asphalt. Their carts are equipped with rubber tires, and coal-powered trains can transport over 10,000 tons tirelessly day and night. In the land of lightning, even in the most remote areas, you need not fear bandit attacks. It boasts the best public safety I have ever witnessed. The patrons in the tavern fell into a contemplative silence. Moments later, someone incredulously inquired, "Is what you say truly the case? Then why did you return?" The stout man took another sip, grinning, "I secured a few travel permits. So I plan to bring my family over to see the world." Upon hearing this, a Konoha ninja scoffed, "You make the land of lightning sound like paradise. I refuse to believe it can be that good. If ordinary people could enjoy such benefits, how much would they have to spend annually?" The stout man intended to argue, but, noticing that the speaker was a ninja, wisely chose to keep his mouth shut, though the stout merchant fell silent. The discussions among the other patrons grew fervent, particularly among the ordinary villagers of Konoha, whose faces reflected longing. Concepts such as work-related injury compensation, medical insurance, and pensions filled them with yearning. If the land of lightning truly offered such welfare policies, how blissful the residents must be. In the land of fire, the lives of ordinary people like them were becoming increasingly difficult. Resource control, nighttime curfews, and rampant unemployment plagued them, while prices continued to rise. Many perished from cold or hunger on the streets. And the most terrifying aspect was the recent trend where individuals would leave home only to vanish without a trace, as if they had been erased from existence. Even those who currently held jobs and had savings felt a pervasive sense of impending doom. In such an environment, who could predict when such a fate might suddenly befall them? Yet, regardless of their inner thoughts, they could only muddle through life. After all, the last group of protesters had been ruthlessly eradicated by ninjas. Konoha today is no longer what it once was. A ninja's displeasure could indeed lead to fatal consequences. The atmosphere in the tavern grew heavy, and someone murmured, "I wish we could return to the time when the Uchiha clan had not yet departed." This sentiment resonated deeply among the patrons. Even many ninjas could not help but nod in agreement, whether they wished to admit it or not. Nearly everyone had come to a consensus that the decline of Konoha village began with the departure of the Uchiha clan. Before their exodus, the village was exceptionally peaceful. Both ordinary citizens and ninja adhered to the law. Anyone who dared to bully others would swiftly find themselves imprisoned by the law enforcement. The ninjas' commissioned tasks were abundant, allowing villagers to live contentedly with bright futures ahead. However, ever since the Uchiha clan left, the village's situation has deteriorated. Defeats in war, economic downturns, defections by the strong, and the collapse of order have led most inhabitants to live perilous lives, filled with uncertainty. Those with privileges no longer bothered to maintain appearances, knowing that anyone who dared to provoke them would face severe retribution. In stark contrast, the land of lightning, where the Uchiha clan settled, has flourished into a powerful nation, aggressively expanding its territory. Its citizens enjoy a life free from want, filled with enviable benefits. The thieves of the land of lightning have stolen the happiness that was rightfully theirs. As he observed the expressions of the tavern's patrons, Uchiha Itachi could hardly suppress a laugh. Regardless of their current misfortunes, They had brought this upon themselves and were hardly deserving of sympathy. When the Uchiha clan was still in the village, they did not display such faces. Now they regret it? It is too late. Iyuin felt fortunate for his decision to leave Konoha. Otherwise, he would not have been able to witness such a captivating scene. After all, in the original narrative, these individuals were living a good life, even daring to bully Hinata Hyuga, the princess of the Byakugan. If they attempted that now, they would likely meet their demise. The gentle fists of the Hyuga clan would surely leave them in ruins. Suddenly, the tavern door was kicked open, and several masked Umbu ninjas rushed in, commanding, "Stay where you are. Anyone who moves shall be killed on the spot." An aura of lethal intent instantly enveloped the tavern, silencing everyone. The tavern owner quickly approached, forcing a smile as he inquired, "Sir, I am a member of the Uzumaki clan. May I ask what has transpired?" As he spoke, he discreetly slipped a stack of bills into the hand of the leading ninja. Witnessing this blatant act of bribery, the patrons reacted with indifference. Although he was offering money, had the owner not belonged to the Uzumaki clan, it is likely that the ninja would have refused. After accepting the bribe, the ninja softened his tone. "This morning, 2 ninjas from the Shimura clan were killed in front of their clan's territory, so we are here to investigate for any suspicious individuals." Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in shock. The Shimura clan had become the elite of Konoha, known for their arrogance and tyranny, with no one daring to provoke them. The audacity to kill them in front of their own territory raised questions about who could possess such boldness. Does anyone have any leads? If not, we will have to take everyone to the police department. As soon as the words were spoken, chaos erupted among the crowd. "Sir, this has nothing to do with us. We are merely here to enjoy a drink and relax. I am just a civilian without chakra. How could I possibly kill a ninja from the Shimura clan? The tavern owner could vouch for me. I have not left this place since last night." Everyone hurriedly proclaimed their innocence. The reputation of the police department was well known. Entering it would be perilous. Even if they had some money to spare for drinks, being captured would likely lead to their financial ruin. Silence. The Umbu squad leader cleaved a table in half with a single strike, coldly declaring, "If there are no leads, everyone will be taken in." "I have a lead," a ninja exclaimed urgently. As the Umbu ninjas closed in, he quickly added, "I just heard someone boasting about the Land of Lightning. This must be connected." Instantly, others chimed in, "Yes, it must be this guy. He is definitely a spy sent by the enemy." The crowd pointed accusingly at the short, stout merchant, their expressions filled with indignation. The saying goes, if a friend faces peril, one should not hesitate to save oneself. After years of experience, they had learned how to protect themselves in critical moments. Faced with the collective accusations, the short merchant felt his legs weaken and collapsed onto the floor. "It's not me. I'm not a spy. I'm just an ordinary merchant. I've been here in the tavern and am not a ninja. I couldn't have killed those 2 ninjas." The Umbu squad leader disregarded the merchant's protests and waved his hand dismissively. "Arrest him." Seeing the intimidating Umbu ninja approach, the merchant quickly produced a small notebook. "I am a citizen of the Land of Lightning. You have no right to arrest me without evidence." In response, the Umbu squad leader scoffed. "You present identification from the Land of Lightning and still claim not to be a spy." The merchant swallowed hard and gathered his courage. "The Land of Lightning will protect me. Are you not afraid of provoking their wrath by forcefully detaining me?" The squad leader burst into laughter, as though he had heard a joke. "The identity from the Land of Lightning is not a shield for your life. Even if I kill you now, what can those bastards do? This is Konoha. Do you really expect them to come to your rescue? Even Uchiha Itachi, if he dares show his face in Konoha, I would strike him down." Upon hearing the Umbu squad leader's derision, the short merchant's lips quivered, and ultimately, he could not muster a response. His earlier plea had been a desperate attempt. Deep down, he understood that should they truly wish to apprehend him, he would have no chance to resist. It was a pity that he had finally secured a position in the Land of Lightning and had yet to bring his family to enjoy the good life. Humph. The people of the Land of Lightning are all pests. There is no need for interrogation. Just send him to his death. The Umbu squad leader, ignited by fury at the merchant's expression, raised his long blade, ready to deliver a fatal blow. In that moment, however, a hand seized his wrist, and a black-clad man with dark hair stood before him. "Who do you call a pest?" At the sight of this man, the previously arrogant Umbu squad leader trembled involuntarily. "Why, you are Uchiha Itachi. How could he be here? How dare he appear here?" Not just him, but everyone else also gasped in disbelief, staring incredulously at Uchiha Itachi. They could not have misheard. This was Konoha, the very heart of the Land of Fire. A rogue ninja who had long since betrayed the village was not only present, but was openly standing before the Umbu ninjas. What on earth was happening? You Uchiha Yuan. This is Konoha. You must not act recklessly. The Umbu squad leader, now grasped by a Yuan, spoke with a quiver in his voice. I was merely speaking. Why did you truly come? Enough of your prattle. Uchiha Yuan exerted a slight pressure, and with a crack, the Umbu squad leader's wrist broke, accompanied by a scream. The long blade fell from the Umbu leader's hand, and Uchiha Yuan swiftly seized the hilt and thrust it upward. The sharp blade pierced through the Umbu leader's chin, emerging from the top of his head. The scream abruptly ceased, and the tavern fell into a profound silence. A captain of the Umbu was thus slain? How dare Uchiha Yuan do this? Lead me to your family. I shall take you away from Konoha. Upon hearing Uchiha Yuan's words, the short, stout merchant's eyes brimmed with tears. He had indeed been saved, and by none other than Lord Uchiha Yuan himself. In that moment, the usually profit-driven merchant felt an overwhelming urge to sacrifice himself for this benefactor. He spoke solemnly, Lord Yuan, you have done more than enough. Being a citizen of the Land of Lightning is the greatest pride of my life. You must flee quickly. I do not wish for my family to become a burden to you. Seeing the merchant's self-sacrificial demeanor, Uchiha Yuan could not help but chuckle softly. The notion of fleeing does not exist in my lexicon. Now, lead the way. Observing his confidence, the merchant ceased his resistance. Who among them would choose death when life was still within reach? He hastened to the tavern's entrance, glancing back at the crowd with a proud chest. You all witnessed this, did you not? Such treatment will forever elude you. You shall remain in this dark, hellish existence, you wretched insects. Chapter 183, Yejin. Now I am the Hokage. The tavern fell silent, save for the heavy breaths of the patrons. It was only after Uchiha Yuan and the stout merchant completely vanished into the alley that someone began to murmur. They left so brazenly. This is Konoha. How dare that rogue ninja Uchiha Yuan act so defiantly? The memory of the plump merchant's triumphant visage left them breathless. Killing an Umbu captain without fleeing. Brazenly strolling through the streets. Did Uchiha Yuan treat this place as his own backyard? The patrons erupted in uproar. They had once reminisced about the Uchiha clan. Yet Uchiha Yuan had always regarded them as invisible. But why rescue a merchant? For a burdened, utterly ordinary villager from the Land of Lightning. He was willing to risk his life in Konoha. You are the leader of the Uchiha clan, a powerhouse that could rival the Third Reikage. Is this truly your role? Someone like you should be content to remain in the rear, indulging in a life of leisure. As they recalled the treatment they had endured in Konoha, their jealousy flared even more fiercely. They could tolerate darkness, but not the sight of others basking in the light before them. The same sentiment echoed. The scoundrels of the Land of Lightning had stolen their lives. The remaining Umbu ninjas snapped back to reality, exchanging glances before vanishing from sight. One would seek assistance at the Hokage's office, while the others stealthily trailed Uchiha Yuan's retreat. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! In the Hokage's office, Shimura Danzo shredded the letter in his hands, his chest heaving with fury. Observing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow and inquired, Danzo, what has stirred your ire so? Shimura Danzo replied coldly, Yakushi Nanoyu and Yakushi Kabuto have betrayed me. They have defected to the Cloud Village. They threatened to divulge all intelligence if I dared to act against the orphanage. At this, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not suppress a smile. Your roots can indeed betray your will? I presume they were nothing more than unfeeling tools. However, they must possess the curse mark of the tongue of deceit, correct? With the Uchiha clan in the Cloud Village, they will find ways to leak information should they choose. Danzo rubbed his temples. Initially, Hiruzen had dealt him a blow before others. Thus his current identity could not be revealed. If news leaked, he could no longer govern Konoha under the guise of the Hokage. Yet, being threatened by two subordinates he had always manipulated was an indignation he could not swallow. Enough, you have made no progress over the years. Let the orphanage matter unfold naturally. Shimura Danzo gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen and firmly stated, refrain from making sarcastic remarks. This morning, 2 ninjas from the Shimura clan also perished. What are your thoughts? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a few puffs from his cigarette, then shook his head thoughtfully. Your actions have been rather rash. It is possible those ninjas are retaliating deliberately. You should be well aware of how many ninjas your roots have forcibly acquired from those clans over the years. Danzo, a village cannot be governed in such a manner. Unyielding oppression is unwise. A balance of rewards and punishments is the true way. Enough. Shimura Danzo interrupted the incessant chatter of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, I am now the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen scoffed. Danzo, you will come to regret this. Bang. The office door was thrust open from the outside. An masked ninja declared solemnly, Lord Danzo, Lord Hiruzen. Yin. Shimura Danzo jumped in shock, rebuking. What are you panicking for? What trickery is Uchiha Itachi up to this time? The Umbu ninja shook his head, his voice tinged with fear. He has come to Konoha. What? Both Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen sprang to their feet in astonishment. Clarify. The Umbu ninja recounted all that had transpired in the tavern moments earlier. Shimura Danzo fixed a penetrating gaze on the Umbu, asking gravely, Are you certain that man is indeed Uchiha Itachi? Absolutely. Everyone present can attest to it. Just then, a crimson flare erupted in the sky. Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen exchanged glances and promptly made for the exit. Uchiha Itachi had always been a lingering threat, yet they had been powerless against the formidable Cloud Village. Now that he had voluntarily appeared in Konoha, this opportunity must not be missed. They would ensure that Uchiha Itachi would not return. My lord, we have been discovered. You may be implicated. In a modest residential building, the short, stout merchant embraced his wife and child, guilt-ridden as he looked at Uchiha Itachi. If it were not for him, Uchiha Itachi would likely not have been discovered. The ninjas of Konoha must surely have surrounded them by now. Even if Uchiha Itachi were strong, he could not escape while carrying them. In response, Uchiha Itachi said nothing more, simply asking, Is there anything else of importance to take? The merchant gritted his teeth. No, I only have my parents' photo frame. Then you should rest for a while. I shall handle the rest. Uchiha Itachi concluded, casting a jinjutsu that rendered the merchant and his family unconscious before enveloping them in the Kamui dimension. They have arrived. Sensing the commotion outside, Uchiha Itachi remained composed. He pushed open the door, surveying the scene. The hallway and courtyard were overflowing with Konoha ninjas. In the rear, Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, shielded by a crowd, fixed their gaze upon Uchiha Itachi. Kill him. With Danzo's command, the Konoha ninjas charged toward Uchiha Itachi with fervor. Uchiha Itachi snorted softly, instantly dashing into the throng. His speed was unparalleled, his strength immense. Among the crowd, he surged forth like a 100-ton truck, bulldozing his way through. Accompanied by the sounds of cracking bones, screams, and blood, the advancing Konoha ninjas were sent flying at an even faster pace. In mere moments, Uchiha Itachi found himself surrounded by an empty space. Let the weaklings cease their futile attempts at death. Observing the surrounding ninjas who dared not advance, Uchiha Itachi nonchalantly discarded the corpse in his grasp onto the ground. Yunfei Rujan. Druchen Tunsong, long time no see. Chapter 184. Do not blame us for being despicable. You are Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, your arrogance is excessive. To expose your whereabouts for the sake of an ordinary person will be the most regrettable decision of your life. With his head bowed, Druchen Tunsong Longlong Sodao. Yunfei Rujan echoed, stating, You should not have revealed yourself. Otherwise, we might not have discovered you at all. Placing oneself in danger for the sake of pride is the most fatal weakness of your Uchiha clan. Observing the interplay, Uchiha Itachi could not help but laugh. Are you lecturing the ground? This is your home turf, yet you lack the courage to meet my gaze. Hearing Uchiha Itachi's mockery, Druchen Tunsong clenched his fists in frustration, while Yunfei Rujan remained unfazed. You possess the Mangekyo Sharingan. We need not engage in such perilous endeavors. At this, Uchiha Itachi scoffed. From now on, when you see me, keep your head down. As these words fell, the ninjas of Konoha could no longer contain themselves. How infuriating. This brat is exceedingly arrogant. To act so brazenly in Konoha shows utter disregard for us. After hiding in Yunin village for so long, do you truly believe yourself invincible? Upon hearing the Konoha ninja's denunciation, Uchiha Itachi frowned. Noisy. Fire style, great fire annihilation. A deluge of flames surged toward the crowd, inflicting severe casualties among the Konoha ninjas. Kill them. The Konoha ninjas roared as they charged at Uchiha Itachi once more. Despite Uchiha Itachi's formidable strength, this was their home ground. They could not believe that. With Druchen Tunsong and Yunfei Rujan present, Uchiha Itachi could defeat them all alone. Fire style, great flame technique. Wind style, great breakthrough. Dozens of ninjas unleashed fire and wind techniques simultaneously, forming a powerful combination jutsu that surged toward Uchiha Yujan. Uchiha Yujan grasped the air, summoning the Uchiha fan from thin air. Uchiha rebound. Boom. The terrifying torrent of flames surged back instantly, catching the releasing ninja team off guard, leading to their complete annihilation. Uchiha Yujan, emotionless, lowered the fan to reveal his form. Observing the panicked retreat of the ninja coalition, Uchiha Yujan disdainfully remarked, "A bunch of rabble." Secret technique, shadow imitation technique. Shadows surged from the feet of several Nara clan ninjas, attempting to bind Uchiha Yujan. Uchiha Yujan stomped his feet powerfully, evading the attack and plunging into the throng. Each sweep of the fan sent a Konoha ninja flying. He then effortlessly caught a flying kunai, affixed an explosive tag on a Konoha ninja ensnared by Jinjutsu, and kicked him into a densely packed area. Boom. With a resounding explosion, several Konoha ninjas were reduced to ashes. This bastard. Druchen Tunsang watched Uchiha Yujan wreak havoc among the crowd, his expression darkening to the extreme. In a brief moment, over 200 Konoha ninjas had fallen. Such overwhelming power should rightfully be under his command. When your chakra is depleted, I will show you my methods, Druchen Tunsang Lungshengda. Raising his head, he discovered that Uchiha Yujan had vanished from view. Suddenly, as if materializing from thin air, a hand clutched his throat. The figure of Uchiha Yujan gradually emerged. A fleeting glance at those chilling crimson Mangekyo Sharingan made Jintang produce a kunai, infused with wind chakra, and stab it fiercely toward Uchiha Yujan's chest. However, a layer of obsidian skeletal armor enveloped Uchiha Yujan's body. Clang! The wind-infused steel kunai shattered against the Susanoo. The attack failed. Druchen Tunsang felt it increasingly difficult to breathe. How could this be? Uchiha Yujan coldly scoffed. Do you think you can dance before me? Crack! With a crisp sound of bone snapping, Druchen Tang's neck was twisted mercilessly. Lord Tunsang, protect the Hokage. The Konoha ninjas gasped in horror. Uchiha Yujan's power exceeded their imagination, capable of killing Lord Tunsang amidst their overwhelming assault. Witnessing Druchen Tunsang's lifeless body, Uchiha Yujan let out a soft snort. Did he activate his Anaji in advance? He looked around, but found no trace of Druchen Tunsang. As for even Fei Rujan, the moment he seized Druchen Tunsang, that individual had already utilized the body flicker technique to vanish. Never mind. Let me indulge in the slaughter. Uchiha Yujan did not dwell on it, and continued his rampage against the Konoha ninjas. After all, even if Druchen Tunsang and Fei Rujan survived, they would only prolong the suffering of the Konoha people. Should they perish, perhaps it would instead benefit these treacherous Konoha wolves. As time passed, more and more Konoha ninjas gathered. The small square of residential buildings had amassed over 3,000 ninjas. They launched continuous assaults on Uchiha Yujan, yet none could inflict any harm. As time wore on, some veteran Konoha ninjas recalled the terror they had experienced years ago at the hands of Uchiha Yujan. How has he grown so powerful? Is he even human? We cannot confront him head-on. We only need to stall him. Everyone, spread out. Do not cluster together. Some began to react, and the dense formation gradually dispersed. As long as they maintained distance, how many could Uchiha Yujan kill? If they could just hold out. Tom was on their side. Indeed, after widening their formation, the casualties among the Konoha ninjas markedly decreased. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Yujan, we have found a way to deal with you. You're finished now. Indeed, over 3,000 ninjas have gathered here, and more will continuously arrive. Even a tailed beast would be worn down by us. Do not blame us for being despicable. After all, you are the renowned Uchiha Yujan. The Konoha ninjas were all elated. If they could slay Uchiha Yujan, it would deal a heavy blow to Yunin village. Perhaps Yunin would falter, and Konoha would return to its former glory. Hearing the Konoha ninjas' confident declarations, Uchiha Yujan's lips curled slightly. He swiftly formed seals with his hands, shadow clone technique. Boom. With a surge of white smoke, 1,000 Uchiha Yuzans appeared simultaneously before the Konoha ninjas. Each had activated their Mangekyo Sharingan and charged toward the stunned Konoha ninjas. Uchiha Yujan's true body performed a graceful backflip, landing elegantly atop a residential building. With his arms crossed, the fierce wind whipped his long hair and clothing. Uchiha Yujan looked down upon the Konoha ninjas below, who were once again screaming in terror, his tone dripping with disdain. I do not blame you for being despicable. So do not scorn my shadow clones. Enjoy playing with them. By the way, This technique was a reward personally bestowed upon me by your third Hokage. Chapter 185, Boa Fungsalon. In the cold, damp underground cave, Truchinteng staggered deeper within. His expression was as dark as water, and a sense of dread spread through him. Just moments ago, in facing Uchiha Yuuzhan, he had found himself utterly incapable of resistance. The opponent's ability to kill him amidst so many Konoha ninjas had been as effortless as slaying a chicken, if it were not for his own hidden cards. Shirmu Tongzong touched the bandage-wrapped right arm, sensing the lifeless eye within. This time, he had been careless. Now that his status was elevated, he would never again engage in any perilous battles. With this thought, Shirmu Tongzong could not help but let out a cold snort. Even the ability to resurrect the dead seemed trivial. Indeed, the Uchiha clan was favored by fate. Such dangerous powers must be eradicated for the sake of Konoha. Contemplating endlessly, Shirmu Tongzong reached the depths of the underground. Before him stood a heavy stone door inscribed with sealing techniques. After composing himself, he opened the door and stepped inside. Minato. Hearing Shirmu Tongzong's voice, bluffing Minato, sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. Even imprisoned in such a dark dungeon, the azure gleam in his eyes remained vibrant. Lord Tongzong. Bluffing Minato rose, respectfully bowing to Shirmu Tongzong. As he moved slightly, the chains binding him clinked softly. Minato, how well do you control the power of the Nine Tails? Bluffing Minato replied with a smile, I have achieved harmony with the Nine Tails. There should be no more instances of rampaging. Shirmu Tongzong nodded, that's good. The village needs your strength now. Upon hearing this, Bluffing Minato furrowed his brow. Is the village facing a crisis? Indeed. Shirmu Tongzong clenched his fist. That scoundrel Uchiha Yuin is currently slaughtering our comrades within the village. Only you can stop him now. A look of reminiscence crossed Bluffing Minato's face. He could hardly recall how many years had passed since they last met. Minato, there is something I must tell you in advance. Once this matter is over, you must return here. You should know that if you cannot control your power, it will bring calamity to the village, Shirmu Tongzong warned. Bluffing Minato's gaze dimmed momentarily. Yet he nodded, I understand. Seeing Bluffing Minato's agreement, Shirmu Tongzong performed the necessary seals to release the seals and chains binding him. Minato, everything is for the village. Do not blame me. Rest assured, you are now the Hokage. I shall not defy your orders, Bluffing Minato responded, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. A cold smile crept upon Shirmu Tongzong's lips. He favored such obedient ninjas. If the Uchiha clan could be as compliant as Bluffing Minato, many troubles could have been avoided. So many lives lost, all due to that inherently wicked Uchiha clan. Minato, this is a golden opportunity. If we join forces with Uchiha Yuin, we can surely destroy Konoha. Within the mental realm, the Nine Tails whispered temptations, but Bluffing Minato shook his head. It is the village that has given me everything. I will not betray it. Yet they have imprisoned you like an animal. You still wish to serve them? I am a ninja, so I can endure all of this, Bluffing Minato asserted firmly. I believe that one day the village will change its view of me and allow me to stand in the sunlight once more. Moreover, I do not serve anyone. I merely wish to protect the village and my comrades. Upon hearing this, the Nine Tails fell silent. After years of coexistence, it understood Bluffing Minato's character well. This individual was pure-hearted, devoid of the deceitful thoughts that plagued others. Yet, he was also exceptionally stubborn, willing to forsake everything for the so-called village. Kurama, if I require your strength later, I hope you will assist me. Understood, the Nine Tails did not refuse. It had willingly trained alongside Bluffing Minato all this time, primarily to ensure its own survival when facing Uchiha Yuin. After all, it preferred residing within the body of this Jinchuriki rather than becoming a puppet to those cursed Sharingan. Is this fellow even human? How can he produce so many shadow clones at once? The Nine Tails seethed. Damn it, Uchiha Yuin is treating us like monkeys for his amusement. If this continues, we will all perish here. Why is that scoundrel so powerful? We have given everything, yet cannot overcome him. We have no hope of victory. As time passed, despair spread among the ninjas of Konoha. Although they were numerous, the majority were merely genin. Thus they had no means of resisting even Uchiha Yuin's shadow clones. Were it not for the fact that this was Konoha, they would have long since been routed. So many have died, yet they have not yet collapsed. These fools are risking their lives in vain. Uchiha Yuin stood atop a building, observing the Konoha ninjas below still battling his shadow clones, and he could not help but shake his head. If that is the case, let me completely shatter your fighting spirit. With chakra surging within him, Uchiha Yuin was about to make his move when a kunai zipped toward him from behind. Humph! Uchiha Yuin sidestepped and spun, slicking back his hair with his hand, executing a perfect evasion. In the next moment, a man with golden hair appeared behind him. Clang! The specially made kunai collided with Uchiha's fan, emitting a sharp sound. A slight smirk crept onto Uchiha Yuin's lips, finally piquing his interest. Minato, we meet again. Wolfgang Minato glanced at the corpses scattered below and the blood-soaked ground, his gaze sharpening. Yuin, your actions this time are excessive. They were once your comrades. Yet you have slaughtered them all. Uchiha Yuin shrugged. Only those who acknowledge me are comrades. Those who oppose me are enemies. If you merely wish to preach, then let us skip the pleasantries. Wait. Hearing Wolfgang Minato's words, Uchiha Yuin raised an eyebrow. Do you have more to say? Wolfgang Minato took a deep breath and asked, how is Kushina doing? Chapter 186. Ninetales mode, you damn it. Uchiha Yuin nearly laughed in anger. After so many years, their first meeting was met with Wolfgang Minato inquiring about his wife. Was this fellow truly foolish or merely pretending? Wolfgang Minato seemed to realize his question was somewhat inappropriate, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. Seeing this, Uchiha Yuin retorted, Kushina is doing well. She even gave me a healthy baby boy. That child's name is Naruto. Uchiha Naruto. Perhaps one day, I will bring him to meet you, uncle. Wolfgang Minato's expression stiffened, and he sighed in frustration. How the tides have turned. The once young girl is now a wife and mother. Perhaps I should let go of my obsessions and silently wish her well. Taking a deep breath, Wolfgang Minato quickly regained his composure. He looked at Uchiha Yuin, bearing the hopes of the entire village. I will not lose to you again this time. Uchiha Yuin did not respond, merely beckoning with a finger. Come, let me see how much you have improved over the years. Wolfgang Minato's fighting spirit ignited as he raised his hand, throwing dozens of kunai at Uchiha Yuin. In the next instant, Wolfgang Minato's figure flickered as he engaged Uchiha Yuin in combat. Clang, clang, clang. The two moved with astonishing speed, their forms flashing about. Uchiha Yuin's Sharingan spun rapidly, and the Uchiha fan in his hand accurately blocked every strike from Wolfgang Minato. Rasengan. In the hands of Bofeng Shui Min appeared a sky-blue chakra sphere, which he directed towards Uchiha Jieshuan. Uchiha Jieshuan raised the fan in his hand, but in the next instant, Bofeng Shui Min vanished without a trace. He reappeared behind Uchiha Jieshuan, thrusting the Rasengan fiercely into Jieshuan's heart. However, the very next moment, his attack passed right through Uchiha Jieshuan's body. Shuadun Rasengan. Uchiha Jieshuan retaliated by pressing the Rasengan, created through the compression of Shuadun, against Bofeng Shui Min's abdomen. A resounding explosion ensued, propelling Bofeng Shui Min several dozen meters back, leaving behind a deep trench in the ground. Rising to his feet, Bofeng Shui Min gazed at his abdomen, where smoke wafted from his scorched skin, still trembling from the encounter. He could feel the extreme temperature contained within that Rasengan. Had it not been for the protection of the Kyubi chakra, he would have likely been reduced to a mere husk by now. Indeed, when battling a formidable opponent like Uchiha Jieshuan, a slight misstep could lead to death. Shall we employ that technique, Kyubi? Aye, let us do this together. In response to the Kyubi's suggestion, Bofeng Shui Min eagerly complied. The greatest strength of the Flying Thunder God technique lies in its capability to strike without any preliminary movements or warnings, making it impossible for anyone to predict the direction or trajectory of his attacks. Yet, Uchiha Jieshuan managed to counter every strike and retaliate with remarkable speed. This could only indicate one thing. Uchiha Jieshuan's speed far surpassed his own. With this realization, Bofeng Shui Min resolved to enhance his own velocity. He forcefully clapped his right fist against his left palm, unleashing a torrent of formidable chakra from within. Instantly, a golden chakra cloak enveloped his body completely. First, he aimed to eliminate Jieshuan's shadow clones. Even without employing the Flying Thunder God technique, his figure transformed into a streak of yellow lightning, darting through the crowd alongside the Konoha ninjas to swiftly obliterate all of Uchiha Jieshuan's shadow clones. Uchiha Jieshuan did not intervene. He merely remarked, Kyubi mode, how intriguing. Truly fascinating. No sooner had he spoken than Bofeng Shui Min stood before him, delivering a powerful punch. Uchiha Jieshuan raised his fan to block, but was immediately sent flying by the tremendous force. The impact hurled him into the ruins of a residential building, stirring up clouds of dust. Witnessing this, The Konoha ninjas displayed expressions of exhilaration. Is this the power of the Kyuubi? We are saved. Our Konoha finally possesses a perfect Jinchuriki. We shall reclaim our pinnacle. They marveled at how much stronger Lord Shuemin had become after such an extended absence. Lord Shuemin, please teach that scoundrel Uchiha Jishwan a lesson, they implored. However, upon hearing their cries, Bofeng Shuemin wore a grave expression. Through the Kyuubi's senses, he discerned that Uchiha Jishwan's aura showed no signs of diminishing. Everyone, step back. Keep your distance. No sooner had he spoken than a barrage of massive debris hurtled towards him. With a thought, he swept his 9 robust tails, shattering all the stones into dust. As the dust settled, Uchiha Jishwan emerged from the wreckage, stowing his fan within the Kamui space and brushing off the dust from his shoulders. At last, I feel the thrill of battle. This is what fighting is all about. He bellowed with laughter as arcs of blue lightning began to flicker across his body. Once his laughter subsided, he had entered full-power Raiden Chakra mode. Unlike in the original tale, Bofeng Shuemin now wielded the complete power of the Kyuubi. Such an opponent should allow him to experience the joy of combat that he had long been deprived of. Come, let us battle. Uchiha Jishwan transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, charging towards Bofeng Shuemin. Refusing to yield, Bofeng Shuemin surged forward to meet Uchiha Jishwan. The 2 streaks of blue and yellow lightning collided with a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves through the surrounding crowd. They momentarily recoiled upon contact, only to clash again in an instant. The reverberations of their physical confrontation echoed like thunder, shaking the hearts of all present. The Konoha ninjas could no longer see clearly. They could only hear the booming sounds and catch fleeting glimpses of the 2 flashes of blue and yellow lightning. Their eyes could not comprehend the sheer velocity on display. This monster, Uchiha Jishwan, has fought for so long with shadow clones, yet still possesses such overwhelming combat prowess? We cannot assist at all. Lord Shuemin must prevail. From the onset of the battle, the oppressive aura exuded by Uchiha Jishwan had only intensified. His strength appeared boundless, and he resembled a monster, brimming with alarming stamina. After over an hour of relentless combat, he showed no signs of fatigue. Although Bofeng Shuemin did not seem to be at a disadvantage at present, a sense of dread began to fester within the hearts of the Konoha ninjas. If even the perfect Jinchuriki, Bofeng Shuemin, were to fall to Uchiha Jishwan, they could scarcely fathom any means to thwart him. Chapter 187, Susanoo. Time turned as the sun dipped and rose again, casting its light anew upon the earth. A full day and night had elapsed, yet the conflict between Uchiha Jishwan and Bofeng Shuemin raged on unabated. The Konoha ninjas finally came to a stark realization. They were but a troop of jesters. After an intense battle lasting a full day and night, they found themselves facing a monster who remained as vigorous as ever, while they foolishly believed they could wear him down through sheer numbers. No wonder Uchiha Jishwan regarded them with such mockery. Their so-called strategy was merely a farce in his eyes. Had Bofeng Shuemin not become the perfect Jinchuriki, even with tens of thousands of them, they likely would not have been able to withstand him. Thus, Lord Shuemin, you must emerge victorious. With another clash of fists, Bofeng Shuemin vanished from sight, only to reappear in a narrow alley 100 meters away. His brow furrowed deeply. Kyuubi, do you have any swift resolutions? Uchiha Jishwan fought without restraint, and if a quick resolution could not be reached, the longer the battle dragged on, the greater the village's losses would be. Yet, inflicting effective damage on Uchiha Jishwan, who possessed the Raiden Chakra mode along with intangibility, proved exceedingly challenging. If you were adept in sage arts, perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope. Alas, you are not. Without my chakra, a mere brush from him would send you bidding farewell to this world. Bofeng Shuemin could not help but fall into silence. Uchiha Jishwan possessed the ability to become intangible, making it difficult to discern between feigned assaults and genuine strikes amidst their high-speed combat. Throughout their skirmish, he had been sent flying multiple times by Uchiha Jishwan. As the Kyuubi had pointed out, had it not been for the protective and healing properties of the Kyuubi chakra, he might have perished long ago. Is that fellow truly of the Uchiha clan? His physical prowess seems absurdly formidable. Engaging in a direct confrontation with someone endowed with tailed beast chakra, and yet still maintaining the upper hand, was no small feat. Even the legendary Uchiha Madara, relying solely on his physicality, could not have achieved such a level of strength. Upon hearing the Kyuubi's doubts, Bofeng Shuemin shook his head. I recall that during our time in the Ninja Academy, Jishuan did not exhibit any particularly surprising physical abilities. It is rather peculiar that the figure of Bo Feng, Shui Min suddenly vanished, only to be followed by Uchiha Itachi delivering a powerful kick that reduced his previous hiding place to mere dust. Such exhilaration was refreshing. It had been long since he had experienced such a vigorous confrontation. Shui Min, one ought not to constantly ponder escape. The countenance of Uchiha Itachi radiated excitement, as his innate combat instincts surged to life. Possessing the Vortex Sage body, the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, the Yua bloodline, and the Blood Pool bloodline, his chakra and physical prowess were beyond the realm of ordinary individuals. Although the third Raikage could briefly contend with him in terms of physical strength, his speed was woefully inadequate. Thus, Uchiha Itachi had not engaged in a battle of such intensity for quite some time. In this regard, Bo Feng Shui Min proved to be a commendable adversary. Yet, it appeared that his opponent preferred to evade him, employing the Flying Thunder God technique to continuously hide. Surely, he was contemplating a strategy to defeat me. Uchiha Itachi discerned Bo Feng Shui Min's intentions, a cold smile gracing his lips. If you choose not to fight me, I shall seek others to engage with. Abandoning the pursuit of Bo Feng Shui Min, he activated Susanoo. Under the terrifying power of his ocular prowess, a colossal Susanoo, towering over 200 meters, materialized above Mu Yi. Clad in ominous black armor, it exuded a chilling presence in the sunlight, resembling a demonic deity presiding over death's dominion. As Susanoo took a step, the ground quaked, followed by a flash of black light. The terrifying blade of energy cleaved the distant Hokage rock in two, etching an unfathomable scar upon the rock face. The ninjas of Mu Yi gazed up in terror at Susanoo, despair enveloping each heart. What jest is this? After a day and night of battle, you now reveal you can wield such power? What is the limit of this individual? Even in death, grant me clarity. Before such might, do our self-righteous strategies, efforts, and sacrifices hold any significance? Many, with bitter smiles, discarded their weapons and knelt upon the ground. Not only ordinary ninjas, but even Sarutobi Hiruzen, concealed in the shadows, could not suppress his astonishment. Why does this individual still possess such ocular power? After so many years of intense battles, he should have long since gone blind. Could it be that he has attained the eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, impervious to blindness? The moment this thought arose, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly cast it aside. Such a phenomenon is utterly impossible. While he was lost in contemplation, Bo Feng Shui Min appeared beside him. Lord Third, I wish to lead Uchiha Itachi outside the village. Could you assist me momentarily? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a flush of embarrassment. I understand. Summoning the monkey spirit, Saruma, it immediately spotted the towering Susanoo. It swallowed hard, uncertainty evident in its voice. Hiruzen, is this your opponent? Indeed, it is that demonic figure. You truly hold me in high regard. Saruma's anxiety dissipated. He knew that the monkey would never allow him to engage in a low-stakes battle. Then I shall count on you. After Bo Feng Shui Min spoke, his figure vanished once more. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not afford to remain hidden, transforming Saruma into the Rui Jingu Bang before charging forth. It is the third Hokage. We are saved. Everyone, rally your spirits. The third is the strongest Hokage in history and will surely triumph over Uchiha Itachi. The battle is not over. We must not lose our resolve. Observing the hopeful gazes of the ninjas around him, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself in a precarious position. When he boasted in the past, he never anticipated someone would storm into Mu Yi, wreaking havoc and forcing him to take action. However, he valued his reputation above all, and in such moments, he could not afford to show weakness. Wherever the leaves of Mu Yi dance, the fire of life endures. The will of fire shall not extinguish, and we too shall not surrender. Although my health is severely compromised, I shall offer my final strength for the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen fortified himself and raised the Rui Jingu Bang, charging forth. Rui Jingu Bang extend. Uchiha Itachi was taken by surprise as a massive staff struck him. This fellow, though appearing frail, possesses remarkable strength. He could not help but mutter. In the original tale, Sarutobi Hiruzen had used this very technique to propel the colossal Nine Tails out of Mu Yi on the night of its attack. Unexpectedly, even his Susanoo, caught off guard, was sent flying by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Before Uchiha Itachi could ponder further, a gigantic Nine Tails materialized before Susanoo. Witnessing this, a slight smirk tugged at Uchiha Jieshien's lips. To avoid being constrained by the ocular prowess of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, he had opted to manifest the Nine Tails in the form of chakra, much like the original story's Vortex Naruto. It was indeed a commendable strategy. With a thunderous roar, the Nine Tails raised its paw and lunged at Susanoo. Uchiha Jieshien scoffed, and Susanoo retaliated with a punch. The two enormous fists collided, unleashing a gust of howling wind. The Nine Tails seized the opportunity to strike Susanoo with its tail, while Uchiha Jieshien commanded Susanoo to slash with its blade. The Nine Tails' tails were severed, yet with the surge of chakra, they reformed anew. With a roar, the Nine Tails conjured a tailed beast ball at its mouth. However, before the tailed beast ball could fully materialize, Susanoo struck the Nine Tails squarely on the chin, sending it tumbling to the ground. After rolling a distance, the Nine Tails regained its footing with remarkable agility. Together with Sarutobi Hiruzen's Rui Jingu Bang, they successfully restrained Uchiha Jieshien's Susanoo. Observing this scene from afar, the ninjas of the clans felt an instinctive dread. Before such power, even if they united their clan strength, it would likely lead only to annihilation. Nara Shikaku glanced at Akimichi Choza beside him and spoke gravely. Choza, if we were to face Uchiha Jieshien, do you have confidence in countering his Susanoo? Akimichi Choza shook his head. Even if I consumed the clan's secret medicine, I could only last a moment. Nara Shikaku then turned his gaze toward Yamenka Inoichi, who quickly interjected, do not look at me. The secret techniques of the Yamenka clan are futile against those eyes. They are akin to offering one's head. Nara Shikaku sighed deeply. Under the current circumstances, the village's survival rests solely upon Bo Feng Shui men. In the face of such overwhelming power, even they, the ninjas, found themselves utterly powerless. Someone sighed. The power of the Uchiha clan truly lives up to its reputation. No wonder they are the mightiest bloodline in the ninja world. Everyone nodded in agreement. Only Hinata Hayashi clenched his fists, his eyes filled with a sense of unwillingness. For the first time, he sensed the disparity in his proud eyes. Shui men, this method of combat consumes too much chakra. You cannot sustain it for long. We must devise a new strategy. Bo Feng Shui men nodded. I understand. He took a deep breath and, seizing the moment when Uchiha Jieshien was distracted by the Rui Jingu Bang, closed the distance to Susanoo. Flying Thunder God Technique. Bo Feng Shui men shouted. And together with Uchiha Jieshien, they vanished from Muyi. Upon gazing at the statues of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Uzuin let out a soft scoff, remarking, Minato, you must realize that this endeavor is futile. If I so desire, I could return to Konoha at this very moment. No matter how many times you repeat the same actions, it is inevitable that you shall be the first to fall. Wolfing Minato replied in a grave tone. I merely wish to convey that if you have no intention of sparing Konoha, then I shall have no choice but to enact similar measures in the village of Kimogakure. Even if I cannot defeat you, armed with the Flying Thunder God technique, I will not be vanquished by you. Uchiha Uzuin regarded Bluffing Minato and slowly spoke. Are you threatening me? Bluffing Minato met Uchiha Uzuin's gaze. You may interpret it that way. With a dismissive snort, Uchiha Uzuin shrugged. Then by all means, do try. At this, a wry smile appeared on Bluffing Minato's face. It seems this approach bears no fruit with you. The village holds little sway over you, does it? I spoke out of mere hope, yet it appears to have yielded no result. If you can abandon the village your family founded so easily, how could you possibly be swayed by threats concerning Kimogakure? Noticing Bluffing Minato's silence, Uchiha Uzuin stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. Minato, there is no need for you to be so troubled. Perhaps one day you will realize that we are true comrades. What do you mean? You will understand when that day arrives. Uchiha Uzuin chose to speak enigmatically, aware of Bluffing Minato's lingering thoughts of Kushina. Rest assured, I do not intend to eradicate you completely this time. With that, Uchiha Uzuin vanished from sight. For the first time, Bluffing Minato felt a sense of helplessness. He had done all he could, yet still could not prevent Uzuin from acting. The villagers of Konoha, who had just begun to breathe a sigh of relief, fell into despair once more upon witnessing Uchiha Uzuin's figure in the sky. Could even the perfect Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails not stand against Uchiha Uzuin? Was Konoha truly doomed to destruction? Do not display such despair. This calamity is of your own making. For baseless accusations, you sought to imprison our people. Now I declare, wherever you may be, should you dare infringe upon the rights of our citizens from the land of lightning, retribution shall follow. Uchiha Yuzuin's voice echoed through the skies of Konoha, igniting fury among its inhabitants. No wonder this harbinger of death appeared in Konoha, for there were those who sought to harm the citizens of the Land of Lightning. Who could be so vile as to instigate such actions? Enough. Prepare 100 billion ryo to be sent to Kumogakure within a month, or I shall return. Accept this, it is a parting gift. In Uchiha Yuzuin's palm, a dark chakra sphere coalesced, which he then casually tossed downward. As Uchiha Yuzuin's figure vanished, he was a true man who never looked back at explosions. The villagers of Konoha watched in horror as the small black sphere descended, feeling a chilling aura emanating from it. An elder with acute perception suddenly turned and shouted hoarsely, "Foolish children, run!" Only then did the Konoha ninjas awaken to their senses. They scattered in panic, creating utter chaos. In the next moment, a blinding light erupted, engulfing the entire village of Konoha. Chapter 189. Wolfgang Minato, you are the sinner. Is this Konoha? Wolfgang Minato stood frozen in disbelief at the scene before him. Shortly after Uchiha Yuzuin departed, he witnessed a blinding white light rise from the Valley of the End, followed by howling winds, trembling earth, and a deafening roar. Realizing something had gone awry in the village, he attempted to return using the Flying Thunder God technique, only to find that his markings could no longer sense the village. Upon his eventual arrival, he was met with this desolation. Beneath the shattered Hokage rock lay a vast chasm, spiraling downward, filled with a chaotic pile of rubble. Silence enveloped the area, devoid of any sound. This is Konoha. Wolfgang Minato knelt, tears streaming silently down his face. He understood that Uchiha Yuzuin must have employed some forbidden technique to bring Konoha to its current state. Even the Nine Tails, having weathered countless storms over the millennia, trembled at the thought of Uchiha Yuzuin's overwhelming power. Minato, it seems you have provoked a madman. Even if he were to unleash his pent-up rage against humanity, could he truly achieve such devastation? How deeply does Uchiha Yuzuin harbor hatred for Konoha? Minato, I sense a multitude of living presences to the east. Upon hearing the Nine Tails, Wolfgang Minato regained his composure. His figure transformed into a streak of golden light, racing toward the direction indicated by the Nine Tails. At the entrance of the underground shelter, the villagers of Konoha slowly emerged. Upon witnessing the ruins of their village, they sank to their knees in despair. Some were numb, some wept, and others felt gratitude for surviving. After a long while, they gradually quelled their emotions, staring blankly at the devastation before them. For the sake of an ordinary individual, Uchiha Yuzuin had committed such an atrocity. Did he possess no conscience? Why did he choose to obliterate our village directly? How shall we live from now on? Whoever provoked that madman must step forward and take responsibility. A heartless scoundrel. Even if Uchiha Yuzuin is immensely powerful, he shall never earn my respect. I only wish to know, if he returns time and again, what shall we do? The villagers of Konoha fell into a profound silence, their hearts shrouded in darkness. Fear, anger, anxiety, jealousy, and hatred coiled and intertwined within them. Finally, someone broke down, shouting, "Apologize. We shall apologize to Uchiha Yuzuin. It was our fault when the Uchiha clan left Konoha. Had we cherished the Uchiha, recognizing their contributions to the village without shunning or oppressing them, none of this would have occurred. This is our just punishment. Consider how much grievance the Uchiha must have endured to abandon the village they founded." Before the ruins of Konoha, the villagers underwent a transformation, becoming understanding. They began to repent and reflect on their past treatment of the Uchiha clan. The next time we encounter Uchiha, let us kneel and confess our sins. It is all our fault, and even if we are killed, we must seek their forgiveness. With such thoughts, the villagers joined their hands in prayer, kneeling on the ground. Thus, when Wolfgang Minato arrived, not a single soul noticed him. "Everyone, what are you doing?" Wolfgang Minato inquired in confusion. "What should be done now is to gather water and food to prepare for rebuilding our home." Yet upon hearing his voice, the once devout villagers turned to him with expressions of resentment. "Wolfgang Minato, you did not perish. Where were you in our moment of crisis? You coward. Surely you hid away in fear of Uchiha Yuzuin's power. It is all your fault. If only you had waited for Uchiha Yuzuki to unleash his fury and let his anger subside. Why did you compel him to exert his full strength in battle? If you are determined to fight, then you must persist until the very last moment. If you fear death, do not provoke the enemy. Now, Konoha has been devastated. Everything is your fault. You are the sinner of the village. You should take your own life to atone for those who have perished. It was as if they had found an outlet for their rage. As the people of Konoha glared fiercely at Namake's Minato, their mouths spewing venomous curses. Minato stared blankly at the scene before him, feeling an overwhelming chill wash over him. He believed that in his confrontation with Uchiha Yuzuki, he had acted with a clear conscience. Although he had failed to stop Yuzuki, he had done everything within his power. Yet, instead of gratitude, he was branded a criminal? Humph, Minato, do you wish to borrow my strength? Since Konoha is already in ruins, why not eliminate the remaining survivors? You have seen it. They are a pack of treacherous wolves. Have you forgotten about Hatake Tsukumo? Under the influence of the Nine Tails, Minato's chakra began to surge uncontrollably. The chilling and savage aura emanating from him silenced the previously cursing citizens of Konoha, who now frantically sought to distance themselves from him. At that moment, an umbu appeared before the crowd, Mokutan, Shirchu Shirbari. Thick, withered branches erupted from the ground, tightly ensnaring Minato's body. Following this, the umbu ninja placed a hand on Minato. Kakwan Nitten Suishu. Under the suppression of the Mokutan technique, the chakra of the Nine Tails within Minato gradually dissipated. Minato, come to your senses. The voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen echoed in Minato's ears. What just happened? Minato, his pupils regaining clarity, asked in confusion. You almost lost control. I am sorry. Upon hearing Hiruzen's low admonition, Minato lowered his head. Hey, take Minato back and watch over him closely. A glance back at Shimura Danzo, hidden in the shadows, and, upon receiving a nod of approval, replied, Understood, Hokage-sama. Seeing Minato being taken away, the villagers of Konoha expressed their discontent. He caused our village to be destroyed, and he almost lost control just now. Why not simply execute such a useless individual? Let him die. We do not need such a dangerous person to protect us. Send him to Kumogakure and offer his life as an apology to Uchiha Yuzuki. They will surely forgive us. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen bellowed, his commanding presence silencing the crowd. You all need to remain quiet and refrain from discussing these matters. After speaking, he led the group of ninjas away. Did they truly intend to send Minato to Kumogakure? What nonsense fills the minds of these fools? Chapter 190. I have destroyed Konoha Minato. This time you have endured much. Do not let the villagers' attitudes affect you. They are merely overwhelmed by their anger at the moment. We will help restore your name. You will remain the hero of the village. Your Nine-Tails chakra is currently unstable. You should return to your previous location. Shimura Danzo gently patted Minato's shoulder, his tone unexpectedly soft. Even he dared not treat Minato with arrogance at this moment. If Minato were to succumb to darkness, both he and Konoha would be doomed. Minato felt like a mere puppet, offering no words as the umbu ninjas escorted him back to the dungeon. For the first time, he found himself questioning the will of fire he had always believed in. He needed time to contemplate the path he should take in the future. With a heavy thud, the door closed behind him, and Danzo's demeanor grew cold once more. Reinforce the seal on Minato, add some tranquilizers to his meals, and report to me immediately if there is any unusual behavior. Yes. After arranging everything, Danzo made his way outside. In the Hokage building, upon Danzo's return to the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsurugi Koharu, and Mito Kazumi were already waiting. Upon his entrance, Koharu and Mito immediately expressed their sorrow. Danzo, this time our losses are tremendous. We must come up with a plan to recover our losses. After so many years of rule, their assets had spread across every corner of Konoha. Yet now, everything had been reduced to ruins. All their years of accumulation were gone in an instant. It was heart-wrenching. In response, Danzo replied with displeasure. The most important thing now is to calm the villagers and assess the casualties. Other matters must take a back seat. Koharu retorted, What you mentioned does not conflict with our concerns. I propose that you delegate the post-disaster reconstruction efforts to me and Kazumi. Danzo paused, gazing at Koharu and Mito with irritation. Everyone has just endured a disaster. Many villagers have lost everything. Can't you show a little restraint? Although he viewed the villagers as expendable resources when necessary, as the current ruler of Konoha, he had to consider their feelings. Mito coldly remarked, Those villagers losing everything is merely the loss of a house. We are different. Our losses are incalculable. We must find a way to recover something. Danzo, infuriated, pointed toward the door. I have understood your intentions. You two may leave for now. Then you should make arrangements promptly. Koharu and Mito left the office, satisfied. Danzo cast a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was stifling a laugh, and couldn't help but say, you still have the leisure to laugh. Now you understand how I have managed all these years. After a moment of sarcasm, Hiruzen turned serious. Uchiha Yuzuki demands that we prepare 1 trillion ryo to be delivered to Kumogakure within a month. What are your plans? What else can we do but pay? Danzo sighed. Even he, after witnessing Uchiha Yuzuki's displayed power, found it impossible to take a hardline stance. Hiruzen stated gravely, that individual clearly will not let this matter rest. He will undoubtedly return in a few years. Danzo scoffed. Have you forgotten that we still possess trump cards? The Edo Tensei technique? Indeed, Danzo replied casually. Orochimaru improved the Edo Tensei before his defection, and I have not ceased my enhancements to this forbidden technique over the years. This situation presents an opportunity to collect the corpses of fallen ninjas. In a few years, we will possess a vast, undying army of the deceased. Uchiha Yuzuki likely does not realize that by slaying so many of our ninjas, he has inadvertently aided us. With the addition of the first and second Hokage, I truly cannot fathom how we might lose. Hearing Danzo's plan, Hiruzen nodded. However, 1 trillion ryo is no small sum. How do you intend to procure such a vast amount? Let Koharu and Kazumi each contribute 100 billion ryo as a condition for assigning them the reconstruction of Konoha. We, the ninja clans of Konoha, will gather 300 billion ryo. The remaining 500 billion ryo will be borne by the Land of Fire. Hiruzen nodded. Then you must dispatch someone immediately to seal the border. No one must be allowed to escape, and be wary of potential betrayals. Prepare for immediate suppression. I will. Danzo contemplated before adding. This time, we have suffered significant losses in our forces. You should take the opportunity to recruit more ninjas from those clans to join the Umbu. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hizashi hesitated slightly, expressing his concern. But won't this provoke resistance from those ninja clans? Humph. As long as you, I, Haru, and Yin join forces, those clans will not dare to confront us directly. Those who disobey will serve as examples to deter others. Observing Sarutobi Hizashi's lingering indecision, Shimura Danzo stated solemnly, if we truly allow Konohagakure to fall, those ninja clans will merely seek new masters and continue to survive, while we face only death. Finally, Sarutobi Hizashi resolved, then I shall take charge of this matter and ensure its execution is flawless. In the land of lightning, Kumogakure, Uchiha Yuzuki voraciously devoured 2 pork legs. Bits of food strewn across the table before him. Uchiha Makoto, Uzumaki Kushina, and Karura exchanged worried glances as they observed Yuzuki's gluttonous feast. Yuzuki, aren't you worried about overeating? Uchiha Yuzuki shook his head dismissively. Not at all. Once I finish these 2 legs, I'll be full. The battle in Konohagakure had drained him significantly, necessitating a hearty meal to recuperate. Unable to contain her curiosity, Uzumaki Kushina inquired, Yuzuki, what exactly transpired in Konohagakure to leave you in this state? Just moments ago, Uchiha Yuzuki had appeared in the courtyard demanding food, and they had refrained from questioning him further until now, noting that he seemed unscathed. Having endured a fierce battle, Yuzuki's clothes and hair were matted with dust, presenting a disheveled appearance. They had never witnessed him in such a state after knowing him for so long. After swallowing the last morsel of meat, he contentedly burped and addressed the women surrounding him. I have destroyed Konohagakure. Chapter 191. You can't possibly have stormed the Hokage building, can you? Destroyed Konohagakure? What do you mean? Upon seeing the bewildered expressions of Uzumaki Kushina and the others, Uchiha Yuzuki gestured for clarification. Literally, Konohagakure now resembled a desolate wasteland. The moment they absorbed Yuzuki's proclamation, a collective gasp escaped from Kushina and the others. Yuzuki, did you single-handedly reduce Konohagakure to ruins? Indeed, he replied, noting the disbelief etched on their faces. Regardless of whether they were Konohagakure natives like Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Makoto, or ninjas from other villages such as Konan, Yakumo, and Karura, they had always perceived Konohagakure as the most powerful ninja village in the shinobi world. Even after the passing of Senju Hashirama, Konohagakure had triumphed twice in the Great Ninja Wars through sheer strength. Although Kumogakure had risen in prominence, Konohagakure remained one of the mightiest villages. Yet now, this formidable village had been obliterated by Yuzuki alone. Yuzuki, you are truly remarkable. I thought your claims of invincibility in bed were mere bravado. Yakumo knelt beside Uchiha Yuzuki, her eyes sparkling with admiration. With Yuzuki's overwhelming strength and the power of Kumogakure, the goal of unifying the shinobi world seemed within reach. When she returned to Sunagakure alongside Yuzuki, she vowed to ensure that the scoundrel Raza would meet a gruesome end. Konan and Karura shared her exuberance, eagerly tidying up the dishes. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto could not help but feel a pang of nostalgia. They had lived in Konoha for a time, and though their experiences were mostly unpleasant, the news of its destruction evoked a bittersweet sentiment. Sighing, Uchiha Mikoto inquired, "Yuzuki, have you informed the third Hokage of this news?" "Not yet," he replied. Kushina, growing anxious, urged, "You must inform the third Hokage immediately. Such crucial information cannot be delayed." Observing the seriousness on their faces, Uchiha Yuzuki simply shook his head. "First, I need to rest." As the sun ascended high, Uchiha Yuzuki strode energetically toward the Reikage building. On his way, an idea struck him, and he summoned the plump merchant family from the Kamui dimension. "Is this Kimogakure? Lord Yuzuki, you truly escaped?" Uchiha Yuzuki replied nonchalantly, "I told you, the word escape does not exist in my lexicon. Konoha has been destroyed, and it won't be long before this news spreads. So keep a watchful eye." The merchant family stood stunned for a moment, then knelt before him, proclaiming, "Lord Yuzuki, you are magnificent. You are willing to confront the powerful ninja villages for the sake of ordinary people like us. Rest assured, I will spread the word far and wide." Uchiha Yuzuki nodded in satisfaction. The rapid expansion of the Land of Lightning necessitated unity among its people, beyond military might. Fostering a sense of belonging was essential. If this event were well publicized, the citizens would surely feel a stronger connection to the Land of Lightning. With a light chuckle, Uchiha Yuzuki remarked, "Well then, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." At the Reikage building, the third Reikage was engaged in a meeting with Tsuchikage, Maki, Kakashi, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and A. Upon noticing Uchiha Yuzuki enter, the third Reikage paused the discussion, eagerly asking, "Yuzuki, how did it go? How much is the Fire Country prepared to sponsor us?" Uchiha Yuzuki raised a single finger. 100 billion ryo? Excellent. This will alleviate our financial pressure considerably. However, Uchiha Yuzuki shook his head. The third Reikage frowned. Only 10 billion ryo? Well, it's better than nothing. 1 trillion ryo. What? Upon seeing the dazed expression on the third Reikage's face, Uchiha Yuzuki clarified. Within a month, the Fire Country will send 1 trillion ryo. Huh. Everyone in the room gaped in disbelief, their expressions incredulous. The third Reikage stuttered. "Yuzuki, did you just say how much?" 1 trillion ryo. The group exchanged glances, ensuring their hearing was intact before turning their astonished gazes back to Uchiha Yuzuki. Tsuchikage was the first to speak. "Lord Yuzuki, it's not that I doubt you, but I simply cannot fathom why the Fire Country would agree to provide us with such a sum." Seemingly fearing Uchiha Yuzuki's ire, he added jokingly, "You didn't T-storm the Hokage building, did you?" Laughter erupted, as even after their previous victory against Konoha, the compensation from the Fire Country had only amounted to 200 billion ryo. Uchiha Yuzuki had been gone for merely 3 days, yet he had managed to secure 1 trillion ryo. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed utterly ludicrous. However, to Tsuchikage's surprise, Uchiha Yuzuki nodded. "Indeed, you are quite the genius for guessing that so swiftly." He recounted the events that transpired in Konoha, then nonchalantly stated, "For the time being, we need not worry about funding." As his words settled, an eerie silence enveloped the office. In that moment, whether it was the third Reikage, Tsuchikage, Orochimaru, or Kakashi, they all stood frozen in shock. At this juncture, financial concerns seemed utterly trivial. After a prolonged silence, the third Reikage was the first to regain his composure. "Yuzuki, had I known you would orchestrate such a grand scheme, I would have insisted on accompanying you from the very beginning." His regret was palpable. A solitary figure confronted the entirety of Konoha village. After enduring a day and night of relentless battle, he departed, leaving the village in ruins. The mere thought of such a scene ignites an exhilarating fervor. Had he accompanied Uchiha Yuzuki to Konoha, even as a mere spectator, the third Reikage could hardly imagine the sheer exhilaration he would experience. AI forcefully patted Uchiha Yuzuki on the shoulder, addressing him for the first time with newfound respect. "Uncle Yuzuki, I am utterly convinced. From now on, you shall be my deity." Todai and Mabu stared at each other, their hearts racing. Fortunately, the inhabitants of Konoha were rather dim-witted, ultimately driving the Uchiha clan to abandon the village. Had Uchiha Yuzuki redirected his support-seeking efforts towards Kimogakure, They would have been at a loss on how to contend with such a formidable adversary. In stark contrast to others, Orochimaru's focus was markedly different. He licked his lips with a hint of excitement and inquired, "Yuzuki, have the teacher and Danzo met their demise?" Chapter 192, Bewitching Words. Upon witnessing Orochimaru's eager gaze, Uchiha Yuzuki shook his head. Those two have been lurking in the shadows. They should still be alive. Is that so? Orochimaru's eyes visibly dimmed. What a pity that would be. Observing Orochimaru's despondent demeanor, Uchiha Yuzuki couldn't help but smirk. Such filial piety. This was precisely why he refrained from accepting disciples. In the world of Hokage, numerous devoted disciples like Orochimaru existed. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were aware of how earnestly his former student wished for his demise, one could only imagine his feelings. Tsunade couldn't restrain her applause, exclaiming, "Yuzuki, let us drink together tonight." For many years, Tsunade had harbored her own grievances. The Senju clan had withered, and with her solitary strength, she could effect no change. Hearing of Konoha's destruction, however, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Konoha had long ceased to resemble the village of her youth. Its ruin was, in fact, a welcome development. To the side, Kakashi also ventured a rare comment. Everything that has befallen Konoha is a consequence of their own actions. Hopefully, they will learn a lesson from this. Upon hearing such news, the third Raikage and others lost their inclination to continue the meeting. He declared, "Now that we have some time, let us go and celebrate with drinks." Todai and Mabu sighed in resignation. Why must they always bear the brunt of the burden? They too wished to indulge in merriment and relaxation. A month swiftly elapsed, and the events surrounding Konoha reverberated throughout the entire shinobi world. Uchiha Yuzuki's audacious incursion had transformed Konoha into a desolate wasteland, causing a tremendous uproar within the shinobi realm. Initially, few believed the reports. However, upon the release of photographs depicting the devastation, skeptics were left speechless. It was indeed true. Konoha had truly become a ruin. In the land of earth, the land of water, and the land of wind, panic ensued as they hastily excavated underground shelters. They began constructing satellite towns around their respective villages, prioritizing safety despite the dispersal of their populations. It was preferable to this than facing annihilation like Konoha. Notably, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, fell gravely ill, murmuring in his stupor about the return of one man while lamenting the absence of another. Meanwhile, in the land of lightning, the atmosphere was even more vibrant. Under the Third Raikage directive, newspapers published photographs of Konoha's destruction, devoting extensive coverage to the unfolding events. Uchiha Yuzuki's tale of righteous fury on behalf of the citizens elevated the spirits of the land of lightning's populace. They walked with their chests puffed out in pride. After all, a common citizen of the land of lightning had dared to oppose the entirety of Konoha, ultimately obliterating the nefarious village. Such a tale, too fantastical for even fiction, had now become their reality, instilling immense pride in their hearts. Uchiha Yuzuki's renown eclipsed all previous Raikages, establishing him as the hero in the eyes of the people of the land of lightning. The portly merchant, saved by Uchiha Yuzuki, had ascended to celebrity status in the land of lightning, with reports of his exploits alongside Yuzuki in Konoha sparking envy among countless ordinary citizens. Such experiences provided ample fodder for boasting throughout his life. Moreover, in the aftermath of this incident, the merchants of the land of lightning found themselves in a state of euphoria. They now carried identification from the land of lightning wherever they went, rendering them nearly immune to the predations of bandits and rogues within the shinobi realm. No one dared incur the wrath of the land of lightning. After all, if even Konoha, one of the most formidable shinobi villages, could be laid waste, what hope did mere small-time criminals have? Conversely, the situation in the land of fire was dire. Under the oppressive rule of Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, many were left destitute, unable to escape their plight. Starving refugees began to turn on one another in a desperate struggle for survival, resorting even to cannibalism. In a mere night, the entirety of the land of fire devolved into a hellish nightmare. In Kumogakure, Uchiha Yuzuki, the third Raikage, Kakashi, Tsunade, Ai, and Uchiha Fugaka strolled through the streets. The reparations from the land of fire had been received, prompting a celebratory gathering. They had been drinking well into the night. "Yuzuki, inviting you to Kumogakure was the wisest decision of my life. Speak your desires, and I shall fulfill them," the third Raikage slurred. To this, Uchiha Yuzuki smiled. "At present, I lack nothing. All is in service of our shared goal." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present turned hopeful. Given the current circumstances, Konoha was no longer a concern, and the conquest of the Land of Fire was merely a matter of time. If they could indeed unify the shinobi world, they would surely be remembered in history like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Just then, a group of individuals suddenly surged forth from an alleyway, holding signs aloft. They fell to their knees. AI and Kakashi immediately stepped forward, their voices firm. "Who are you, and what do you seek?" "We are villagers of Kimogakure, and we wish to address the Third Raikage and Uchiha Yuzuki." The Third Raikage frowned. "What is it?" "We implore you to abandon your foreign wars and cease the destruction of peace within the shinobi world. Have you considered how many lives have been lost for your ambitions? How many more will perish in the future? Violence breeds only hatred. We must embrace a mindset of inclusivity and respect for every individual's choices. The tragedy of Konoha must not be repeated. If you persist in your obstinacy, you shall become the historical villains." Upon hearing their words, the previously joyous atmosphere evaporated. The Third Raikage coldly replied, "We have our own considerations. You need only to manage your own affairs. The Land of Lightning and the shinobi world will only improve." In response, the leader retorted loudly, "We are members of the Land of Lightning, and we have the right to voice our opinions. We do not wish to bear the label of murderers, nor do we desire to continue enabling tyranny. If you disregard our counsel, we shall not relent. I believe the people will embrace our ideals. You are wrong." The Third Raikage found himself at a loss for how to respond. It seemed excessive to arrest them merely for differing opinions, yet ignoring them also stirred his ire. Just as he hesitated, a blade flashed swiftly through the air. The dozen individuals kneeling on the ground had their throats slit without mercy. "Jie Xian, did you kill them all?" Uchiha Jie Xian flicked the droplets of blood from his blade and snorted coldly. "These wicked spies from Konoha dared to disguise themselves as the citizens of our Land of Lightning. Not only did they fail to hide properly, but they also had the audacity to spread lies before us. From this day forth, we shall thoroughly investigate all suspicious individuals. We must not allow our enemies to masquerade as our people to sow discord." Observing Uchiha Jie Xian's righteous demeanor, Uchiha Fugaku, Chimusakumo, and others wore expressions of deep respect. They immediately responded in unison, "Understood." Under Uchiha Jie Xian's command, the village of Kimogakure and the entire Land of Lightning launched a fervent campaign to root out traitors. Many were branded as spies and promptly apprehended, sent to Orochimaru's experimental facility to serve as materials for his experiments. In an instant, the entire Land of Lightning was engulfed in fear. No one dared to voice opposition to war or advocate for peace. Despite the 3 generations of Raikage and other high-ranking officials feeling that the measures were excessive, they unwaveringly supported Uchiha Jie Xian's resolve. Even Orochimaru was taken aback by the sight of thousands of civilians being treated as experimental subjects. He had never fought such a prosperous battle before. During his time in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo constantly urged him to conduct various human experiments while being miserly with the provision of materials. They wanted to have their cake and eat it too, a stark contrast to Jie Xian's approach. Of course, the ever-callous Orochimaru harbored concerns that Uchiha Jie Xian might grow increasingly radical. Thus, he proactively sought out Uchiha Jie Xian, suggesting that the materials for human experimentation were already sufficient and that there was no need to continue the large-scale apprehension of individuals. Uchiha Jie Xian nodded in agreement and subsequently consigned the remaining captives to the mines as free labor. He had long anticipated the emergence of sentiments akin to compassion among his subjects. The empathy of humanity varies in magnitude, and such occurrences were inevitable. However, in Uchiha Jie Xian's view, one could harbor compassion, but they must not impose their moral superiority upon others, especially when these individuals audaciously formed factions to oppose his plans. Just days after having their fill, they foolishly attempted to meddle in the affairs of the ninja world. Was this not a form of arrogance? In light of this, it would be more fitting to allow them a glimpse of the true darkness that lay within the ninja world. Once stability was restored in the Land of Lightning, Uchiha Jie Xian intensified efforts in ideological education. A dual approach was essential to maintain true stability. In the year 58 of Konoha, after several years of consolidation, coupled with Konoha's contribution of 100 billion ryo, the Land of Lightning successfully completed territorial integration. The small nations of the Land of Rain, Land of Waterfalls, Land of Hot Springs, and Land of Iron underwent basic reconstruction, and the people residing within had accepted their new identities. The Land of Lightning had undoubtedly become an unprecedented powerhouse in the annals of the ninja world. In Kumobikure, at the Unii Canyon experimental base, Uchiha Fugaku confidently strode into the innermost chamber and pushed the door open. Orochimaru, I am here for a re-examination. Fugaku, please wait a moment, Orochimaru replied, giving a few instructions to Kabuto before beckoning Uchiha Fugaku over. Fugaku, come here. Uchiha Fugaku nodded and took a seat on the only chair available. Orochimaru attached numerous wires connected to various devices to Uchiha Fugaku's body, his eyes fixed on the graph displayed on the screen. After a considerable pause, Orochimaru finally inquired, Fugaku, have you experienced any abnormalities in your body over the past few months? None at all. I feel better than ever, Fugaku responded. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's face broke into a relieved smile. It seems our transplantation procedure has been a resounding success. Your eyes are slowly regaining their visual prowess. Uchiha Fugaku spoke softly. Months prior, through extensive searches in the Land of Lightning, they had finally discovered a child named Shin. Research revealed that his cellular composition exhibited no rejection response towards anyone. After Orochimaru fused Shin's cells with those of the White Zetsu, he was thrilled to find that the rejection response from the White Zetsu had nearly vanished. Subsequently, under Uchiha Jieshin's directive, Uchiha Fugaku underwent the transplantation of the White Zetsu cells. After this period of adaptation, his body had completely integrated with the White Zetsu cells. Not only had his chakra increased, but the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan had also begun to recover slowly for the first time. Furthermore, he had acquired the ability to utilize the wood release Kekkei Genkai. Although not comparable to the wood release of Senju Hashirama, it proved to be a valuable asset in battle. I shall inform Jieshin now, Orochimaru said, picking up the phone beside him. Shortly thereafter, Uchiha Jieshin materialized in the laboratory. Upon seeing Uchiha Fugaku and Orochimaru, he remarked with a smile, the transplantation experiment of the White Zetsu cells has matured? Orochimaru licked his lips and replied, Indeed, it is ready for transplantation. Moreover, as per your request, there will be no visible traces of the procedure from the outside. After saying this, he glanced at Uchiha Fugaku. Understanding the cue, Uchiha Fugaku promptly removed his clothing and turned around in front of Uchiha Jieshin. That's enough. That's enough. There's no need for such demonstrations, Jieshin interjected, averting his gaze and stifling the urge to reprimand. Uchiha Fugaku smirked slightly before donning his attire once more. Jieshin, my Mangekyo Sharingan is no longer at risk of blindness. We should proceed to the next phase of our plan. However, will my eyes truly enable our clan members to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan in bulk? Seeing the uncertainty on Uchiha Fugaku's face, Uchiha Jieshin placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. You must trust me. While I cannot guarantee that everyone will awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, those with sufficient talent should face no issues. Your ocular technique is of paramount importance to our Uchiha clan. One of Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo abilities was the Jinjutsu Tsukuyumi. Akin to a life simulation, as long as the ninja within could not perceive the Jinjutsu, they would experience an extraordinarily realistic lifetime. It was perfectly suited to aid his clan members in awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Flattered by Uchiha Jieshin's praise, Uchiha Fugaku felt a surge of excitement and replied earnestly, Jieshin, I will not let you down. Uchiha Jieshin nodded and then addressed Orochimaru. Orochimaru, in the future, many Uchiha clan members may awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. I ask you to ensure a 100% success rate in the transplantation of the White Zetsu cells. Orochimaru grinned and said, Jieshin, I have recently perfected the technique of the impure world reincarnation, so time holds no value for me anymore. I will set aside all other matters and dedicate my full attention to the transplantation of the White Zetsu cells. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku inquired in confusion. Impure world reincarnation? Orochimaru spread his arms wide, speaking fervently. The impure world reincarnation technique is a forbidden art that allows for the continuous extension of life. It has the potential to turn the impossible into the possible. I have now attained eternity. Eternity. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Uchiha Fugaku's face reflected a look of astonishment. Human life is fleeting, lasting but a mere century. Even the legendary Lu Dao Xianren could not achieve eternal existence. Contemplating this, despite understanding that inquiring about a ninja's jutsu is exceedingly impolite, Uchiha Fugaku could not suppress his curiosity and asked, Orochimaru, though it may be somewhat disrespectful. Could you enlighten me about the technique of Fushur Tensei? Certainly, Orochimaru replied, harboring a strong desire to share his thoughts, thus withholding nothing. For too long, it had been Uchiha Yukinari showcasing his prowess before him, and now, he finally had the chance to reciprocate. Surely even Uchiha Yukinari would find it hard to remain indifferent when tempted by the allure of immortality. Feeling a hint of pride, Orochimaru began to elucidate. Fushur Tensei allows one to inhabit another's body as a vessel, transferring one's soul into a new form, thereby attaining everlasting life. The soul endures, achieving immortality. Not only does one acquire a new body, but also the ability to appropriate the powers of others. This is the epitome of existence. Upon finishing, Orochimaru smiled at Uchiha Yukinari and remarked, "If you find this intriguing, we could engage in a discussion." Uchiha Yukinari immediately shook his head. "No need. I have no interest in such matters. However, as a reward for your progress with the white Zetsu cell transplantation, I have a piece of advice for you." Orochimaru was somewhat taken aback. In his perception, Uchiha Yukinari should not be one to disregard the pursuit of immortality. Nonetheless, he raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What advice?" There are several risks associated with this forbidden technique. First, when occupying another's body, if the opposing soul possesses greater power, there is a significant chance you will be consumed. Second, devouring another's soul can lead to the degradation of your own, resulting in potential permanent loss of self. Third, akin to a rejection reaction, another's body and your soul can never be a perfect match, leading to various complications. Upon hearing Uchiha Yukinari's words, Orochimaru felt as though he had been doused with cold water, his expression dimming. Although he had never contemplated these concerns, his understanding of Fushur Tensei allowed him to recognize the validity in Yukinari's statements. Merely hearing his description had enabled Yukinari to identify so many risks in such a short time. One could only commend him. How did you come to know that consuming another's soul would lead to the degradation of one's own? Orochimaru inquired. The eyes of the Uchiha clan are intricately linked to the power of the soul, thus I have perused the clan's records, Uchiha Yukinari explained. Orochimaru fell silent, then, with a hint of reluctance, asked, "Do you have any solutions?" He had invested considerable effort into mastering Fushur Tensei, and failure would mean the shattering of his hopes for eternal life. Was he destined to become a wretched being like Jiao Du, neither human nor ghost? Uchiha Yukinari did not hold back, stating directly, "Resolving this issue is not overly complicated. One merely needs to find a body devoid of a soul that can perfectly align with one's own." Hearing this, Orochimaru displayed a wry smile. "Yukinari, that is akin to saying nothing at all. A vessel that is both soulless and perfectly compatible with one's own would be nearly impossible to find throughout the entire ninja world." As he finished speaking and observed the subtle smile on Uchiha Yukinari's face, a thought struck Orochimaru. "Yukinari, do you already have a solution in mind?" Ever since becoming Uchiha Yukinari's subordinate, he had noted Yukinari's incisive insights on many matters. Could this instance be no different? Seeing the anticipation in Orochimaru's gaze, Uchiha Yukinari calmly stated, "Orochimaru, I see that your petri dish contains many organs you have cultivated yourself?" Orochimaru nodded. "Indeed. This is a technique I mastered while researching rejection reactions. I can clone and replicate an identical organ using the corresponding tissue cells." Then, Uchiha Yukinari smiled. "If you can clone a specific organ, you should also be able to directly clone an entire body. If the subject of Fushur Tensei is a body cloned from your own cells in the laboratory, then the side effects I mentioned would no longer apply." Orochimaru paused, uncertainty flashing across his face. "Yukinari, is that truly feasible?" According to his current understanding, different cells could only cultivate different organs or tissues, and it was impossible to directly grow a complete body. "It may be beyond others, but you can certainly achieve it," Uchiha Yukinari replied earnestly. "You are the most exceptional scientific ninja I have ever recognized." Speculation about cloning humans had persisted throughout history. Although he was not particularly knowledgeable on the subject, it did not prevent him from offering relevant ideas to Orochimaru. In the original narrative, Uchiha Shin could mass-produce his clones, so Orochimaru, being more capable, should be able to master this technique within a few years, given the right motivation. After a moment of silent contemplation, a smile returned to Orochimaru's face. He looked at Uchiha Yukinari and remarked, "Yukinari, you are indeed comprehensive. I merely provided a brief overview of Fushur Tensei, and you have already articulated its side effects and concrete measures. Sometimes, I cannot help but wonder how you manage to possess such unique insights on so many matters. Throughout his life, few had earned his true admiration, but Uchiha Yukinari certainly ranked among them. Not only was he powerful, but he also possessed a keen eye for various aspects of life. Had he not been aware of Yukinari's background, Orochimaru might have believed him to be the protagonist of a novel. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yukinari chuckled and replied, "Orochimaru, it is merely knowledge. You should learn from it. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." After saying this, Uchiha Yukinari, alongside Uchiha Fugaku, walked toward the exit. "Yukinari, who do you plan to let me experiment on first?" Uchiha Fugaku inquired with curiosity, for their plan to cultivate the Mangekyo Sharingan. Selecting the first experimental subject was of utmost importance. Uchiha Yukinari stroked his chin thoughtfully and slowly replied, "I already have someone in mind." "Who?" "Shizue." Chapter 195. Baiju is indeed a precious material. After parting ways with Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Yukinari returned home directly. Upon entering the backyard, he heard a melodious female voice. 8,000. Bang. 7 tubes. Eat. 5 strips. Ha ha ha, I won. Seeing that she had directly pointed out 3 winning tiles, Tsunade lamented as she shuffled the tiles before her. "Lost again, let us play another round." Kushina Uzumaki looked up at the sky and smiled. "Sister Tsunade, dinner is almost ready. Let us continue tomorrow." Karura and Konan nodded in agreement, just as Uchiha Yukinari walked in. "Yukinari, did the big fat sheep lose again?" Uchiha Yukinari teased, observing Tsunade's glum expression. Ever since Tsunade moved in, the women in the household had developed a growing interest in gambling, influenced by her. Initially, everyone enjoyed the games, but as time passed, their enthusiasm waned. After Tsunade had complained to him a few times about the lack of opponents, Uchiha Yukinari arranged for the creation of a mahjong set. As he had anticipated, once they grasped the rules, playing cards became an essential activity in their home. Even Uchiha Yuzuan, at times, indulges in playful skirmishes with Tsunade and her companions. Noticing Yuzuan's cheerful demeanor, Tsunade raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Yuzuan, you seem to be in high spirits. What has transpired?" Uchiha Yuzuan replied with a smile, "Orochimaru has completely mastered the technique for transplanting white Zetsu cells, and the likelihood of any risks has become virtually non-existent. Once the procedure is completed, you should be able to cultivate the In seal. The white Zetsu is a product created from the cells of Hashirama Senju through the outer path, inherently imbued with Hashirama's extraordinary yang release and vibrant life force. As long as the white Zetsu cells are transplanted, the cultivation of the In seal should pose no challenge." "Is that truly so?" exclaimed Tsunade, Uzumaki Kushina, and Uchiha Makoto, their faces alight with surprise. Uchiha Yuzuan huffed lightly. "When have I ever deceived you?" Since Tsunade became a member of the household, the others have inevitably inquired about her secret to eternal youth. Tsunade then recounted the details of the In seal, igniting fervor among the women. However, the cultivation of the In seal demands considerable physical requirements. Even Ino, who has been by Tsunade's side for many years, has yet to master it. After much effort, aside from Uzumaki Kushina, the others found themselves unsuccessful, leading to profound disappointment among Uchiha Makoto, Yakumo, Karura, Konan, and others. The more beautiful a woman is, the more she cares about her appearance, especially when she sees Uzumaki Kushina and Tsunade thriving with the In seal. The thought of years passing, with Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina retaining their grace while they themselves develop wrinkles and lose their youthful complexion, left them restless. At one point, Uchiha Yuzuan was startled, fearing a rift among his harem. However, upon grasping the full context of the situation, Uchiha Yuzuan confidently assured everyone that he could grant them eternal youth, restoring smiles to their faces. Though they did not voice it, their hearts held great concern over the matter. Now, upon hearing that Orochimaru had mastered the transplant procedure, excitement surged among them. After the initial exhilaration, Uchiha Makoto gently inquired, "Yuzuan, how is the white Zetsu cell transplant performed? If it requires surgery, could Orochimaru teach Sister Tsunade the method, so she may perform it for us?" Seeing the eager gazes of the women, Uchiha Yuzuan affectionately ruffled Uchiha Makoto's hair, assuring, "Rest assured, I have already inquired. Orochimaru only needs to extract a small amount of your blood, and then prepare a solution based on each individual's cell activity and compatibility with the white Zetsu cells. Once the solution is prepared, it can simply be administered like an intravenous infusion. In the ninja world, many matters defy conventional reasoning. In the original narrative, Kabuto transformed his body through infusion. However, due to his lack of skill or impatience, he ended up in a ghastly state. Under Uchiha Yuzuan's direction, Orochimaru has entirely rectified this flaw, ensuring that no abnormalities appeared in the numerous test subjects or Uchiha Fugaku. Otherwise, Uchiha Yuzuan would not permit his women to undergo such a procedure. After hearing Uchiha Yuzuan's words, the women quietly exhaled in relief and began to discuss the matter with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Ino approached Uchiha Yuzuan with a hint of anxiety and softly requested, "Lord Yuzuan, could you ask Lord Orochimaru to prepare a solution for me as well?" Uchiha Yuzuan hesitated, replying, "Well, you should understand, Ino, that such a solution is exceedingly precious." Ino's eyes dimmed, realizing it might not be feasible. Tsunade, witnessing this exchange, stepped forward and embraced Ino, saying, "Yuzuan, this child has always been by my side. Please do lend a hand." Uchiha Yuzuan frowned, but the white Zetsu cells are exceedingly scarce. Using even a little diminishes our supply. Moreover, this matter is of great significance. The repercussions of any leakage are dire. Tsunade huffed lightly and whispered in Uchiha Yuzuan's ear, "Do not think I am unaware of your thoughts. If you assist Ino this once, I will persuade her to join our family." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yuzuan's eyes brightened. "You are not jesting?" Tsunade retorted. "What reason would I have to deceive you? If I do not deceive you, what reward do I receive? Deceiving you incurs punishment. Not deceiving you brings reward." "Curious," Tsunade asked, "Oh, pray tell." Uchiha Yuzuan leaned close and whispered a few words in her ear. Tsunade's face flushed as she playfully slapped Uchiha Yuzuan, exclaiming, "Isn't that precisely the same?" Uchiha Yuzuan chuckled heartily and addressed Ino. "Ino, prepare yourself. Tomorrow you will accompany Mikoto and the others to Orochimaru's experimental facility." Ino beamed. "Thank you, Lord Yuzuan." Seeing Ino's joy, Tsunade felt a sense of relief. It is often said that one should not let precious resources slip to others. Under the daily influence of Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto, Tsunade felt that Ino accompanying Uchiha Yuzuan was indeed a commendable choice. "By the way," Tsunade inquired curiously, "from where did you acquire the white Zetsu cells, and how many do you possess?" The white Zetsu cells were, of course, extracted from the white Zetsu themselves. "As for the quantity I hold," Uchiha Yuzuan sighed, "it amounts to a mere 100,000. Chapter 196. The Struggle of the Air in the Hidden Cloud Village. Within a training ground of the Uchiha clan, two boys with black hair and eyes sparred, each wielding a kunai as they exchanged blows. One bore a somewhat stern countenance, while the other radiated vitality. Though they appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years of age, their movements were fluid and cohesive, demonstrating remarkable skill. Not far from them, a charming boy with slightly sparse eyebrows squatted, playing with sand. Both Naruto and Sasuke exhibited exceptional talent, destined to become outstanding ninjas in the future. At another corner of the training ground, a ninja with bushy eyebrows and a bulbous nose leaned against a tree, watching Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto sparring with a look of contentment. Hearing his words, a boy with long hair tied into small braids beside him couldn't help but chuckle. "Brother Shursui, being excellent isn't of utmost importance. As long as they can happily pursue what they wish to do, that is sufficient." In response, Uchiha Shursui shook his head. "Itachi, you were born later, so by the time you became aware, the ninja world had undergone a complete transformation. In the past, this world was filled with darkness, with corpses devoured by wild dogs littering the streets. Today you kill me, and tomorrow I kill you." In the eyes of the nobility, ninjas were akin to livestock. It was Yuzuan, the clan leader, who altered all of this, allowing us to live the lives we do now. Therefore, we must strive to grow stronger and carry forth the will of clan leader Yuzuan, so that the ninja world can continue to improve. Upon hearing Uchiha Shursui's words, Uchiha Itachi shrugged and replied calmly, "Brother Shursui, our father once told me not to overthink things. If the sky were to fall, he would bear the weight. Thus, you need not bear such a heavy burden. For matters our father did not mention, we should simply go with the flow." Uchiha Shursui nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Though Itachi appeared gentle and refined, he possessed a sharp mind and acted decisively. At merely 12 years of age, he had already awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan, his strength surpassing that of Shursui at a comparable age. Coupled with Uchiha Yuzuan's teachings from a young age, there was little need for further discussion. "Brother, look at the castle I built." As the excited exclamations of Wailoa echoed in his ears, a gentle smile graced the face of Uchiha Itachi as he hastily approached. Feigning exaggeration, Wailoa, you are truly remarkable. Could you possibly teach me? Wailoa puffed out his cheeks, replying, I might not be able to. This was created using my sand release. Uchiha Itachi paused momentarily. Wailoa, have you awakened your bloodline limit? Wailoa smiled and nodded. I suppose so. After all, I can control this sand. Hearing their conversation, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Naruto all rushed over. Naruto exclaimed excitedly, Wailoa, you've actually awakened your bloodline limit. That's incredible. Sasuke, however, scoffed. Wailoa, the power of a bloodline limit is not for playing house. Come, let us spar. I am the finest son in father's eyes. Wailoa shook his head. Brother Sasuke, I don't like fighting. You should spar with brother Naruto instead. Uchiha Sasuke nodded, and then raised his foot, ruthlessly demolishing the sandcastle Wailoa had built. Wailoa stood stunned for a moment, then pouted, tears welling in his eyes. Witnessing this, Naruto pointed at Sasuke and shouted, You scoundrel! Why are you bullying Wailoa? Uchiha Sasuke ignored him, merely looking at Wailoa and saying, If you're angry, come fight me. Regardless of the outcome, I will apologize. Wailoa said nothing, merely lowering his head to wipe away his tears. Observing this, Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. His temperament is truly vile. Just then, footsteps approached. Wailoa, who has bullied you? Spotting Uchiha Ketsuzan, Wailoa dashed over and embraced Ketsuzan's leg. Father, no one. Sasuke deliberately knocked down my sandcastle. He is bullying me. Naruto proclaimed loudly. Uchiha Ketsuzan raised an eyebrow at Sasuke, who remained unrepentant. I merely wish to spar with Wailoa. Father, I advise you not to meddle. Uchiha Sasuke crossed his arms confidently, for if I were to act on a whim and injure you, it would not end well. Sighing, Uchiha Ketsuzan suddenly appeared behind Uchiha Sasuke. He gently kicked Sasuke, sending him sprawling to the ground. As Sasuke lay there crying, Naruto, suppressing his glee, stepped forward to comfort Wailoa. Noticing the admiration in the eyes of those around him, Naruto's lips curled slightly. Apologies, Sasuke, such is the nature of rivalry. Ketsuzan's personality remained as unwavering as ever. Witnessing the entire scene, Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but smile wryly. He had heard from Obito that once Uchiha Kakashi had wished to graduate early from the Ninja Academy, but Ketsuzan had not consented. Subsequently, when Kakashi had challenged Ketsuzan, he had been forcefully dispatched by Ketsuzan's secret technique, the 1,000 Years of Pain. It seemed that even when faced with his own son, Ketsuzan showed no leniency. Uchiha Ketsuzan, feeling a headache coming on, glanced at Sasuke, Naruto, and Wailoa, deciding to leave them in Itachi's care. A bunch of troublesome boys. Not one of them brings me peace. If only I had a daughter. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Uchiha Ketsuzan spoke. Shisui, I have something for you to do. Come with me. He intended to take Uchiha Shisui to Uchiha Fugaku to see if Fugaku could assist in awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Compared to others, Shisui's talent was notably high, and due to his butterfly effect, he had become somewhat emotionally fragile in this timeline. Thus, making Uchiha Shisui the first experimental subject was a fitting choice. Uchiha Shisui did not inquire further, merely nodding respectfully and silently following behind Uchiha Ketsuzan. The two arrived at the Uchiha clan's shrine, where Uchiha Fugaku awaited them. Lord Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui bowed, but upon raising his head, he was met with a pair of crimson Mangekyo Sharingan. In the next moment, Uchiha Shisui, caught off guard, stood frozen in place. Chapter 197. Is this a parallel world? Where is this? Uchiha Shisui suddenly opened his eyes, gradually regaining his senses after a long while. Wasn't he with Lord Ketsuzan in the Uchiha clan's shrine? Uchiha Shisui struggled to remember the specifics of what had happened, only recalling that he had followed Uchiha Ketsuzan into the shrine and then lost consciousness. Shisui, the clan meeting is about to begin. What are you doing here? Faced with the Uchiha clansmen before him, Uchiha Shisui frowned. Tiewa? Uchiha Tiewa nodded, noticing Shisui's sweat-soaked brow, and asked, Did you have a nightmare? Uchiha Shisui shook his head. Tiewa, where is this? This is Konoha, our Uchiha clan's territory. The Nanha Shrine. Have you been dazed? Hearing Tiewa's response, Uchiha Shisui furrowed his brow. Konoha? Nanha Shrine? He glanced down at his youthful body and swiftly began forming hand seals. Jinjutsu release. Uchiha Shursui disrupted the flow of chakra within himself. But nothing changed in front of him. Uchiha Itachi, seeing Shursui's actions, took a couple of steps back in fear. Shursui, are you too fatigued, so you're disoriented? In response, Uchiha Shursui revealed a cold smile. I have always been clear-headed. You shall not deceive me. With a huff, Uchiha Shursui, to Tiahua's astonishment, drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and stabbed it toward his own heart. Shursui. Amidst the panicked cries, Uchiha Shursui's consciousness plunged into darkness. When he awoke again, he found himself lying in a clean, white hospital room. Shursui, you're awake? Upon seeing Uchiha Shursui open his eyes, Uchiha Itachi exclaimed in delight. Then he complained, what on earth triggered you to choose suicide at the slightest disagreement? Where is Lord Ketsuzan? Who? Observing Uchiha Itachi's bewildered expression, Uchiha Shursui fell silent. He had initially believed he was caught in a jinjutsu, but now it seemed not to be the case. Whether it was the flow of chakra within him or the terror and thrill he felt when nearing death, all five senses were painfully vivid. Until he understood the situation, it would be wise to remain cautious. Seeing Uchiha Shursui lost in thought, Uchiha Itachi scratched his head. Well, as long as you're awake. I'll go inform the clan leader. Once Uchiha Itachi left, the hospital room fell silent once more. Months later, Uchiha Shursui sat alone at the cliff edge behind the Uchiha clan's territory, unable to suppress a sigh. It seemed he could not return. During this time, he had attempted countless methods, yet all were in vain. His consciousness appeared to have arrived in a parallel world similar to the ninja realm for some unknown reason. This ninja realm shared almost the same history as the one he belonged to, with the sole divergence occurring 36 years after Konoha's founding. Lord Uchiha Ketsuzan was never born. It was from that year onward that everything began to deviate from his memories. The Uchiha clan did not relocate from Konoha in 41 years, and Uchiha Fugaku became the clan leader. The Third Great Ninja War indeed broke out as expected. But this time, as part of Konoha, they were dispatched to the battlefield between Konoha and the Mist Village. Due to the fog-hidden ninjutsu being particularly effective against the Uchiha clan, the clan suffered significant casualties on the battlefield. Although they successfully repelled the fog ninjas, it came at a grave cost. Uchiha Obito, as a disciple of Namikaze Minato, perished during the mission at Kanabi Bridge, bequeathing one of his Sharingan to Hitaki Kakashi. In an effort to ease the strained relations between the Uchiha clan and the village, Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan leader, stifled dissent within the clan, allowing Kakashi to retain the Sharingan. Following the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War, Namikaze Minato ascended to the position of the fourth Hokage. In the 51st year of Konoha, the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, met his demise on the Night of the Nine Tails. The same year, Sarutobi Hiruzen reassumed the position of the third Hokage, and the Uchiha clan, viewed with suspicion, was compelled to relocate their territory to the outskirts of the village, subjected to unceasing surveillance by the Umbu. As memories of this turbulent period flooded his mind, Uchiha Shursui's expression grew increasingly somber. Indeed, the higher-ups of Konoha were utterly untrustworthy. They did not regard the Uchiha clan as comrades at all. Shursui, you are here. A deep voice resonated from behind him. Uchiha Shursui rose. Itachi, what brings you here? Observing the face before him, so different from his memories, Shursui felt a lack of enthusiasm. In this world, many individuals' appearances and personalities diverged entirely from those he remembered, including Mikoto, Kushina, Sasuke, and Naruto. Itachi was no exception, incessantly speaking of transcending the clan's perspective, the will of fire, and protecting the village, topics that irked him to no end. In his former world, such notions would have led to a severe reprimand from Lord Izumi. Uchiha Itachi paid no heed to Shursui's demeanor and solemnly remarked, recently, the voices of the radical faction within the clan have grown louder. If this continues, war will surely break out between the village and the Uchiha clan. Should that occur, Konoha may become vulnerable to attacks from other ninja villages, potentially igniting the Fourth Shinobi World War. Shursui, have you devised a plan to avert this? Uchiha Shursui cast a glance at Uchiha Itachi and replied nonchalantly, I have already conceived a plan. Itachi's eyes widened with surprise. Really? What is it? Simply transform all clan members into radicals. If we unite as one, we can prevail. What? As long as the Uchiha clan possesses sufficient strength, we can alter the current circumstances. Uchiha Itachi was taken aback by Shursui's words. his expression a mix of astonishment. Shursui, have you chosen the radicals? No, I have merely chosen the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shursui turned to walk towards the clan territory. Itachi called out from behind. You must understand the radicals. The village will not tolerate their views. Should conflict arise, then we shall fight. Uchiha Shursui interjected, speaking slowly. A wise man once told me that without power, nothing can be accomplished. If you wish for others to engage in rational discourse, you must wield power that commands their respect. Without the resolve to risk everything, we have no future. Upon finishing his words, Shursui vanished from sight. Prior to arriving here, he had already discerned the true nature of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo through discussions with Lord Izumi, Senior Shikomo, Lady Tsunade, and Lord Orochimaru. They were bullies who feared the strong, appearing formidable yet being weak at heart. The more one compromised, the more they would take advantage. Only by uniting the Uchiha clan could they carve out a glimmer of hope. Chapter 198. Annihilation of the clan. Uchiha Shursui sought out Uchiha Fugaku. After articulating the stakes involved, Uchiha Fugaku merely nodded in silence, offering no further commentary. This left Shursui quite astonished. In his original world, Uchiha Fugaku was a staunch ally of Lord Izumi and an unyielding radical. Why, after Shursui revealed his intentions to unite the clan for a coup, did Fugaku remain noncommittal? Perhaps he had other considerations. Shursui dismissed his uncertainty. Fugaku's lack of opposition was tantamount to acquiescence. Thus, he resolved to proceed with his plan. In this world devoid of Lord Izumi, he would bear the weight of carrying forth his will. Over the ensuing days, Uchiha Shursui tirelessly traversed among the clan members. With his formidable strength and assertive ideology, he swiftly became a prominent figure among the hawkish faction. Gradually, many exceptional clan members began to rally around him. As time passed, the weather grew increasingly sweltering. Uchiha Shursui sat alone before a cliff, silently polishing his short blade. 3 days later, the coup would commence. He intended to lead the Uchiha clan to carve a bloody path and reclaim their rightful power. Shursui, have you truly made this decision? The voice of Uchiha Itachi, whom he had not seen in a long time, echoed from behind. Without lifting his gaze, Shursui replied, So you are aware. It seems the village has received word. Are you here to act as a mediator? Uchiha Itachi stepped forward, standing beside Shursui, his eyes fixed on the river flowing beneath the cliff. What is it you desire? The village can accommodate your wishes. I want Sarutobi Hiruzen to step down, and I shall run for the next Hokage. Uchiha Itachi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Such a condition was unlikely to be accepted by the village. Shursui, have you not considered the countless lives that would be ensnared in turmoil should war erupt? Other villages will seize the opportunity to attack Konoha. Uchiha Shursui smiled. Let them come. The other villages' treatment of our Uchiha clan will likely not be more severe than that of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his ilk, regardless of how the situation unfolds. We, with our formidable bloodline limit, will remain coveted by all factions. He had never felt a sense of belonging to Konoha. Thus, he was indifferent to the consequences of the coup. Lord Izumi had once told him that as long as the population was sufficient, the Uchiha clan would only grow stronger through conflict. Uchiha Itachi departed. Shortly after, Uchiha Fugaku became an advisor to the Hokage, and Sarutobi Hiruzen personally promised he would recommend Fugaku for the next Hokage election. This news sent waves of jubilation through all Uchiha ninjas. For the first time since Uchiha Madara's defection, they had returned to the core power structure of the village, with the dream of becoming Hokage now within reach. Yet Uchiha Shursui felt a tinge of sorrow. He noticed that the clan members had utterly lost their former fighting spirit, and the ranks of his radical followers had dwindled significantly. The majority of Uchiha clan members believed their struggle had achieved its desired effect, and that pressing further would only backfire. This was not a healthy sign, yet Uchiha Shursui felt powerless to intervene. The village's upper echelons had effectively undermined his efforts with merely an advisory role and a hollow promise. Uchiha Shursui exerted considerable effort to instill in his clan the insidious nature of Konoha's leaders, yet they dismissed him as paranoid. He attempted to lead the clan away from Konoha, but they regarded him as an outsider, treating him with caution. He sought to eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, yet found no opportunity to act. He approached Uchiha Fugaku several times, but Fugaku merely stated that he was aware of the situation, leaving Shursui with no choice but to depart in frustration. As the number of his followers dwindled, Uchiha Shursui came to realize how challenging it was to effect change alone. Uchiha Shursui often pondered how Lord Yuzuru would handle such a situation. One winter night, he was abruptly beset by a pungent scent of blood, summoning his subordinates. He was dismayed to find only over 30 had arrived. As the metallic odor intensified, Uchiha Shursui and his followers made their way to the residence of Uchiha Fugaku. Patriarch Fugaku, the village is attacking us. We must organize a counterattack. However, to his astonishment, Uchiha Fugaku sat in silence, his Mangekyo Sharingan emanating an aura of dread. Shursui, I shall do nothing. The fate of our clan is sealed, and there is no point in futile resistance. It dawned on Shursui that Uchiha Fugaku had betrayed them. As the Hokage's advisor and the leader of the Uchiha clan, he chose to submit to the enemy's blade. Shursui could not comprehend why two versions of Uchiha Fugaku, despite their similarities, made such divergent choices. Shursui, do not resist. Let our lives safeguard the village. If you are angry, take my life. I shall not fight back. The cries of slaughter grew louder, and with indignation, Uchiha Shursui glared at Uchiha Fugaku before severing his head with a swift strike, rushing outside. Yet, a trap had already been laid, and he and his men found themselves ensnared like cornered beasts. What troubled Uchiha Shursui most was witnessing many Uchiha clansmen, clinging to a sliver of hope, kneeling before the Umbu ninjas without resistance, allowing them to seal their chakra and drag them away to desolate places. Some even shouted in anger, urging Shursui to cease his struggle, assuring him that once the village clarified their intentions, justice would be restored to the Uchiha. Hearing the pleas of his kin, Shursui's subordinates gradually lost their resolve. By the time Shursui was utterly exhausted, he was left alone. Shimura Danzo approached him coldly, saying, Shursui, behold the gift I have prepared for you. I will gouge out their eyes, harnessing them as the power to dominate Konoha. With a swift motion, he commanded, let the inherently wicked Uchiha clan vanish from this world. In an instant, the blades of the Umbu descended upon those clansmen who had already relinquished their will to fight. Within mere moments, all the Uchiha were extinguished. Blood pooled into streams, mingling with the earth, cascading onto Uchiha Shursui. No, no, no. Uchiha Shursui's eyes widened in despair, his face a mask of unwillingness. The Uchiha clan, with infinite potential, had succumbed to annihilation. Throughout, not a single soul had been willing to join him in upholding Lord Yuzuru's will, especially Uchiha Fugaku. If he could have controlled Fugaku, the clan leader with the Mangekyo Sharingan, would the outcome have been so drastically different? Regret, self-reproach, resentment, and fury surged within Uchiha Shursui, causing tears of blood to flow down his cheeks as the three tomo in his eyes began to whirl and intertwine. In an instant, a terrifying power surged forth from his gaze. Under the impact of this newfound strength, the world around him began to blur and distort. When Uchiha Shursui regained his senses, he found himself face to face with Uchiha Fugaku. Without a moment's hesitation, Shursui drew his short blade and lunged at Fugaku. Fugaku, I curse you. The ferocity of Uchiha Shursui's outburst was unforeseen, compounded by his rapid speed and proximity to Uchiha Fugaku, resulting in the glimmering blade almost reaching Fugaku's throat in an instant. Caught off guard, Fugaku had no time to defend himself. Just as Shursui was about to sever his head, a long blade swooped in from below, disarming the short knife. Uchiha Fugaku immediately retreated, shaken and gazing at Shursui, sensing the palpable killing intent emanating from him. Had Uchiha Yuzuru not intervened, Fugaku would surely be dead. With Shursui's attack thwarted, his icy glare shifted elsewhere. Yet, in the next moment, the murderous intent radiating from him suddenly dissipated. He stared blankly at Uchiha Yuzuru for a moment, then incredulously spoke. Yuzu, is that you? Shursui, it is I? Upon hearing Yuzuru's voice, Shursui surveyed his surroundings. This was the shrine. Memories prior to the Jinjutsu flooded back into his mind, and he finally realized he had returned to his original world. I am back. Ha. Witnessing Uchiha Shursui's ecstatic demeanor, Uchiha Fugaku solemnly cautioned, Shursui, regain your composure. What you just experienced was merely an illusion. Shursui paused, then began to laugh before succumbing to tears. He knelt before Uchiha Yuzuru, clutching his legs tightly. Lord Yuzuru, it is so wonderful to see you. Shursui wept openly, as if to release all the pent-up grievances within him. In the realm of the illusion, he had borne immense pressure daily, vacillating between his kin and the village. No one understood him, nor did anyone support him. He had believed that with the experience of following Lord Yuzuru, uniting the Uchiha clan against the higher-ups of Konoha would be a simple endeavor. Yet, regardless of his efforts, the opposition effortlessly countered his every move. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as his clansmen perished one by one before his eyes. The feeling of despair and helplessness was suffocating, even in retrospect. Uchiha Yuzuru remained still, patiently allowing Shursui to vent his emotions. After a while, once Shursui had ceased his crying, Yuzuru gently lifted him up. "Shursui, you have endured much." Those words caused Shursui's eyes to redden anew. He pouted and asked, "Lord Yuzuru, why did you make me endure such horrors?" "It was all for the sake of the Uchiha." After stating this, Uchiha Yuzuru nodded at Uchiha Fugaku, who promptly produced a prepared mirror. "Shursui, behold your eyes." Initially taken aback, Uchiha Shursui soon widened his eyes in disbelief. "Lord Yuzuru, I have awakened my Mangekyo Sharingan." Uchiha Yuzuru smiled and nodded. Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan can create an almost realistic world of illusion. To awaken their eyes, Uchiha clan members must undergo intense mental stimulation. Thus, I devised a plan to utilize Fugaku's ocular technique to assist talented clansmen in awakening their Mangekyo Sharingan. "Shursui, you are the most gifted among us, making you my first test subject. You have indeed not disappointed me." After explaining the circumstances, Uchiha Yuzuru inquired, "Shursui, you do not harbor resentment towards me, do you?" Without hesitation, Uchiha Shursui knelt on one knee, bowing his head solemnly. "Lord Yuzuru, you shall forever be the person I respect most. I would willingly lay down my life for you. How could I resent you for such matters?" After experiencing the events within the realm of illusions, Uchiha Shursui came to a profound realization regarding the significance of Uchiha Ketsuzan. Without the clan leader Ketsuzan, the fate of the Uchiha clan in the illusionary world might have unfolded in reality. "Now, do enlighten me about the ocular techniques you have awakened." Uchiha Ketsuzan inquired with curiosity, gazing at Uchiha Shursui. The Mangekyo Sharingan, renowned as the eye of the mind's reflection, has its awakened techniques intricately linked to the thoughts present at the moment of awakening. He was eager to learn what kind of ocular technique Uchiha Shursui would manifest. "Lord Ketsuzan, may I speak with you privately?" Uchiha Shursui cast a glance at Uchiha Fugaku before speaking in a subdued tone. The experiences he underwent in the illusionary world felt overwhelmingly real, rendering him devoid of any fondness for Uchiha Fugaku. Once Uchiha Fugaku exited, Uchiha Shursui continued. "The ocular technique I awakened is known as Kodoame Tsukumi. The power of my left eye allows me to invade another's mind undetected, permanently and thoroughly altering their will, transforming them into my puppet. The right eye possesses the ability to cast a group illusion, marking multiple enemies and using mental suppression to render them temporary puppets, obedient to my commands. However, the left eye's ability has a long cooldown period, requiring a decade before it can be unleashed again. Its advantage lies in the fact that once successful, the effect endures indefinitely without further interference. Conversely, the right eye's limitation is that it necessitates real-time mental suppression. Should my focus wane, the target immediately regains consciousness. The greater the number of controlled individuals, the higher the demand on mental strength. Nevertheless, the advantage is that those under my control remain unaffected in all other aspects, thus retaining their full combat potential." Upon hearing Uchiha Shursui's account, Uchiha Ketsuzan nodded appreciatively. The left eye's Kodoame Tsukumi ability aligned with the original narrative, yet the right eye's capability was unique. Not only did it enable group control, but it also allowed the controlled individuals to unleash their full power, which was quite remarkable. Although it placed significant demands on mental strength, the Uchiha clan's innate mental prowess far surpassed that of others, especially with the support of their clan's attributes. Contemplating this, Uchiha Ketsuzan patted Uchiha Shursui's shoulder. "Shursui, delve deeper into the understanding of your eyes and master both ocular techniques as swiftly as possible. Then, I require your assistance with a task." Uchiha Shursui respectfully inquired. "What task, Lord Ketsuzan?" Uchiha Ketsuzan replied slowly, "Bestow Kodoame Tsukumi upon Orochimaru, ensuring his eternal loyalty to me." Chapter 200, Evolution of the Senju Bloodline Kumo Village, Yunlei Gorge. Uchiha Ketsuzan and Uchiha Shursui walked side by side into Orochimaru's experimental facility. The bright fluorescent lights illuminated the space, yet an eerie chill pervaded the atmosphere. Much like Orochimaru himself, Uchiha Ketsuzan mused. Despite Orochimaru's unwavering loyalty since aligning with him and his commendable completion of assigned tasks, Uchiha Ketsuzan sensed through the tone of their conversations that Orochimaru still regarded him as an equal. This implied that in Orochimaru's eyes, their relationship was merely one of mutual benefit. Should any fissure arise between them, or if Orochimaru developed new ambitions, their collaboration could very well dissolve. This was a scenario Uchiha Ketsuzan wished to avoid. Thus, upon learning that Uchiha Shursui had awakened Konoha Tsukumi, he was eager to utilize it on Orochimaru. Given Orochimaru's nature, this seemed the most prudent course of action. As they pondered, they arrived at the surgical room where Orochimaru resided. Upon seeing Uchiha Ketsuzan, Orochimaru set down his scalpel and remarked, "Ketsuzan-kun, your timing is impeccable. I have matters to discuss with you." Uchiha Ketsuzan gestured for Kabuto and the others to wait outside before asking, "What is it?" "I require more bloodline limit ninjas for my research. My current focus is on Konoha, so we can defer this matter for now." Observing Uchiha Ketsuzan's refusal, Orochimaru licked his lips and spoke in his signature raspy voice, "Ketsuzan-kun, I have endeavored to meet your requests, so it is only fair that you accommodate mine. This was an agreement we established when we began our collaboration, and I trust you will not renege. Given your strength, capturing a few ninjas with bloodline limits should pose no challenge, correct?" Uchiha Ketsuzan regarded Orochimaru, stroking his chin. As he suspected, Orochimaru displayed no inclination to accept a subordinate role. If he dared to speak to Uchiha Ketsuzan in such a manner now, what would happen once he acquired some formidable means of self-preservation? While Uchiha Ketsuzan was confident in overpowering Orochimaru, he preferred not to expend excessive energy on such matters. Employing Konoha Tsukumi for a decisive resolution seemed far more effective. With this in mind, Uchiha Ketsuzan smiled. "Orochimaru, before we continue this discussion, I have something to share with you." "What is it?" "I have mastered the method to enable Uchiha clan members to awaken their Mangekyo Sharingan. In the future, I may be able to provide you with a pair for your research." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Really?" Uchiha Ketsuzan beckoned Uchiha Shursui forward, whispering, "Shursui, show Orochimaru your eyes." "Yes, Lord Ketsuzan." Uchiha Shursui, expressionless, complied and activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru gazed entranced at Uchiha Shursui's eyes, his long tongue flickering across his face. In the next moment, an overwhelming power emanated from the eyes. Orochimaru paused for a second before exclaiming, "Truly worthy of the Mangekyo Sharingan." Noticing Uchiha Shursui nodding at him, Uchiha Ketsuzan stated, "Orochimaru, I cannot provide you with bloodline limit ninjas at this time." Orochimaru chuckled lightly. "Ketsuzan-kun, your will is paramount." Observing Orochimaru's compliant demeanor, Uchiha Ketsuzan nodded in satisfaction. This alleviated his concerns regarding Orochimaru's potential treachery. After sending Uchiha Shursui away, Uchiha Ketsuzan proceeded to inquire about numerous matters from Orochimaru. Once he had gleaned all of Orochimaru's secrets and hidden cards, he departed the surgical room contentedly. This ensured that he could allow Kushina and the others to undergo Orochimaru's procedures with peace of mind. "Ketsuzan-sama." Just as he stepped out of the room, a pale boy rushed up to him. "Who are you?" "Xian." The boy exclaimed excitedly, "Ketsuzan-sama, you are the ninja I admire most." Uchiha Ketsuzan raised an eyebrow. "What do you wish to discuss?" "I would like to request that you grant me the Uchiha surname." Xian knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing low. Upon seeing Xian's demeanor, Uchiha Ketsuzan's mind recalled related memories. In the original narrative, Xian was a fervent admirer of Uchiha Itachi, referring to himself as Uchiha Xian. Utilizing his own body as a template, he cloned numerous individuals possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan. He was indeed a talented individual. After some contemplation, Uchiha Ketsuzan replied slowly, "First, focus on your own efforts. I will consider this request." Hearing this, Xian excitedly bowed his head repeatedly. "Understood, Ketsuzan-sama." A week later, at dusk. Ding. Congratulations. The family population has exceeded 10,000, granting one bloodline evolution opportunity. Current family population, 40,000. Upon hearing the system prompt resonate within his mind, Uchiha Jeshuan's visage illuminated with a smile. After enduring several years in this world, the population of his clan had finally ascended to a new echelon. Upon returning to his chamber, Uchiha Jeshuan directed his gaze toward the system panel. Without hesitation, he murmured, "Evolve the Senju bloodline." Ding. Current evolution level of the Senju bloodline, 100. You have gained one opportunity to draw a family trait. For the moment, he disregarded the system and immersed himself in the awareness of his own body. The instant the evolution of the Senju bloodline reached completion, his physique underwent a monumental transformation. The attributes of chakra, mental strength, and vitality, already formidable, experienced a comprehensive leap. His mind was clear, and his life force surged. Just as the completion of the Uzumaki bloodline evolution had unveiled the Uzumaki sage body, the culmination of the Senju bloodline manifested as the Senju sage body. The fusion of these two sage bodies imparted to Uchiha Itachi an exhilarating sense of omnipotence. Crucially, Uchiha Itachi sensed a subtle shift within his Mangekyo Sharingan. A force within him surged toward his eyes, the two elements intertwining at a measured pace. Though the amalgamation was gradual, the sensation was undeniably real. This heralded the promise of further evolution. Realizing that his eyes were on the verge of evolving into Rinnegan, Uchiha Itachi could not contain his exuberance and erupted into laughter. In his moment of excitement, his aura inadvertently released an overwhelming force. In an instant, the surrounding walls were marred with cracks resembling a spider's web due to the sheer impact. Chapter 201, Ancestral Return. Itachi, are you alright? Upon hearing the commotion, Tsunade, Uzumaki Kushina, and others rushed to his side. Their eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the transformed room, now perilously unstable. Had someone stealthily infiltrated their home to assault Itachi? With a smile, Uchiha Itachi emerged from the room, reassuring them, "No need to worry. I merely made a minor mistake during my training." Upon hearing his words, the women collectively exhaled in relief. Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina exchanged glances filled with astonishment. Unlike others, their perceptive abilities were heightened. They sensed an aura emanating from Uchiha Itachi that was reminiscent of a tailed beast's terrifying chakra fluctuations. Itachi, a woman clad in a princess dress, approached and embraced Uchiha Itachi. He twirled her around, smiling. "Sarah, what brings you here today?" Since relocating from the remnants of Lulan, Sarah had been residing in a town not far from Yunin village with the people of Lulan, visiting only during festivals. The reason for her infrequent visits was that Sarah had struggled to successfully extract chakra, leading her to feel somewhat out of place among Tsunade and the others. After several attempts at encouragement from Uchiha Itachi, he eventually conceded to her wishes. Once freed from his embrace, Sarah joyfully announced, "I underwent a transplant of the white Zetsu cells with the sisters at Orochimaru's, and now I can successfully extract chakra." Uchiha Itachi then noticed that, aside from Tsunade, the foreheads of Kushina, Mikoto, Konin, Yakumo, and Karura bore a newly formed diamond mark. He expressed his surprise. "You all have mastered the Yin sealing technique?" Uzumaki Kushina nodded with a smile. "Indeed. The white Zetsu cells are incredibly effective. Aside from Sarah, who may require a bit more time, we have all successfully trained." The women radiated joy, for the Yin sealing technique promised eternal youth. Who could possibly resist such a gift? After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Itachi spoke to Sarah. "Now that you can extract chakra, you should stay here with us. In due time, accompany me to the land of wind to seal the dragon vein within my body." During the initial migration from Lulan, Uchiha Itachi's body could not withstand the ferocious energy of the dragon vein, so he had instructed Sarah to seal it away. Now, endowed with both the Uzumaki sage body and the Senju sage body, his capacity to absorb natural energy had increased manifold. It was time to transform the dragon vein into his own power. Upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's proposal, Sarah nodded with a smile. "I will follow your lead." Tsunade and the others, having heard Uchiha Itachi mention the dragon vein before, inquired curiously, "Itachi, you mentioned that the dragon vein is entirely composed of gathered natural energy. Isn't it dangerous to seal it directly within your body?" Uchiha Itachi cast a knowing glance at Tsunade and replied gently, "That brings me to my second point. Tsunade, please inquire with the slug sage. I intend to learn sage arts in the Surebone Forest." Having nearly reached the pinnacle of the Kage level, he understood that further enhancement of his combat prowess required the study of sage arts. After all, once one's strength reached the level of the six paths, only taijutsu and sage arts could inflict damage. Tsunade nodded in agreement. "I will ask tonight." Once the women dispersed, Uchiha Itachi returned to his room. With the Senju bloodline evolved to 100, he had acquired another chance to draw a family trait. Draw trait. With a mere thought, the system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the family trait, Ancestral Return. Ancestral Return. Offspring born to clan members have a significantly high probability of awakening both parents' Gekkai Genkai. Fortuitous indeed. Uchiha Jeshuan nodded in satisfaction upon reading the trait's effect. In the ninja world, awakening a Gekkai Genkai was no simple feat. Take the Uchiha clan, for example. Among 100 clan members, perhaps only half possessed the talent to become ninjas. Furthermore, of those who became ninjas, the likelihood of successfully awakening the Sharingan was less than half. Now, with the enhancement of the Ancestral Return trait, if one parent had awakened the Sharingan, their offspring would almost certainly inherit it. Over generations, it would become inevitable for Uchiha clan members to awaken the Sharingan. At that time, as the cornerstone of his reign over the ninja world, the Uchiha clan should be able to resolve most matters through their own power. Moreover, the Uchiha clan was already known for producing strikingly handsome individuals. With the addition of the handsome men and beautiful women trait, they would become a veritable charm incarnate. In the generations to come, Uchiha Jeshuan could hardly fathom the formidable bloodline his descendants would possess. Even for the purpose of cosmic migration, it should pose no insurmountable challenge. After a moment of deep reflection, Uchiha Jeshuan reined in his wandering thoughts. Glancing at the dimming sky outside, he made his way towards Tsunade's quarters. Having just acquired the Senju Sage body, he was eager to experience its true combat prowess. The following day, Uchiha Jeshuan cautiously stepped out of his room. Once outside, he stretched comfortably. Upon seeing Tsunade emerge with a large cup of water, Uchiha Jeshuan inquired, "Tsunade, are you really that thirsty so early in the morning?" Tsunade shot him a look and huffed. "It's because of you. I worry about dehydration when you neglect to replenish your fluids." After a moment, she turned serious and added, "I spoke with the Slug Sage. It has agreed to sign a summoning contract with you." Kongsho produced a scroll that had long been prepared. Unfurling it before Uchiha Jeshuan and pointing to the empty space next to her name. All that was required was to inscribe his name and press his blood imprint. Uchiha Jeshuan nodded and wrote his name, followed by pressing his fingertip onto the scroll. In the next moment, a mysterious sensation washed over him. Somewhere in a distant realm, an ethereal connection was established. The summoning technique. Kongsho summoned a small slug, saying in a deep voice, "Use the reverse summoning technique to transport us." The small slug replied gently, "Yes, Lady Kongsho." With that, it transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished. Soon after, Uchiha Jeshuan felt a force of spatial energy acting upon him. Without resistance, both he and Kongsho swiftly dissolved into white smoke and disappeared from their location. Chapter 202. Learning Sage Techniques. Uchiha Jeshuan opened his eyes to find himself in a grove of withered trees shrouded in miasma. There was no sign of life. The ground, resembling a swamp, was littered with white bones. The sky appeared veiled in a gray mist, obscuring clear vision. "Jeshuan Darren, Lady Kongsho, please follow me." The small slug on Kongsho's shoulder spoke softly. Uchiha Jeshuan nodded, retracting his gaze. Ahead loomed a vast cave, its entrance adorned with 3 green characters, Wet Bone Forest. The cave was deep. As they ventured further, the light dimmed. However, Uchiha Jeshuan, with his keen perception and the vision of his Sharingan, could discern the cave's interior. The deeper they went, the more exquisite the scenery became. Colorful stalactites and stalagmites intertwined, crafting bizarre and enchanting shapes. Occasionally, the sound of dripping echoed around them, and the pungent scent of acid assaulted Uchiha Jeshuan's nostrils. "Jeshuan Darren, the ground is covered in acid. Please tread carefully," the small slug cautioned. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Jeshuan nodded silently and inquired, "Why are there so many corpses here?" The slug on Kongsho's shoulder immediately explained, "The remote Wetbone Forest has seen many people and animals stumble here over the millennia. Upon discovering the power of sage techniques, they sought to learn. Yet none succeeded except for Senju Hashirama. All perished here." Uchiha Jeshuan nodded in understanding. Learning sage techniques requires channeling natural energy into one's body, a perilous endeavor. In the original narrative, it was mentioned that during Naruto's training in Miyaboka Mountain, failure to master sage techniques could result in becoming a stone statue of a toad. Yakushi Kabuto, in his quest to learn the sage techniques of Ryuchi Cave, transformed his body into that of a snake. It appeared that the sage techniques of Wetbone Forest were equally challenging to master. Ahead, Kongsho could not help but warn Jeshuan. The pursuit of sage techniques is exceedingly dangerous. so do not overestimate your capabilities. Uchiha Jieshuan chuckled as he grasped Kansho's hand, confidently assuring her, do not worry. I will be fine. While the practice of sage techniques might be treacherous for others, it should not pose a significant challenge for him, who possessed a sage body. After all, if someone with his physique could not succeed, it was unlikely anyone else could. After walking a while longer, the path opened up to a vast, sunny grassland that seemed to stretch endlessly. A colossal slug, towering around 100 meters, lay languidly upon the grass. Slug Sage. Kansho greeted it and briefly introduced Uchiha Jieshuan. The slug sage replied gently, I am aware of your request. I shall now impart the methods for cultivating the sage techniques of wet-bone forest. With that, it split off a small slug that climbed onto Uchiha Jieshuan's shoulder. Jieshuan Darren, I shall assist you in learning sage techniques from now on. Uchiha Jieshuan bowed slightly in gratitude. Thank you. The slug sage continued in a soothing tone. No need for thanks, but do bear in mind that cultivating sage techniques is highly dangerous, should you perish. Do not blame me. After speaking, the slug sage settled onto the ground, closing its eyes under the sun. Witnessing this, Uchiha Jieshuan mused internally. If the slug sage could transform like the white snake sage, it would undoubtedly embody the image of a quintessential homebody. Jieshuan, I shall take my leave now. You must be careful, Kansho said. Understood, Uchiha Jieshuan replied, finding a spot to sit cross-legged. Compared to the shinobi world, the natural energy in wet-bone forest was palpably more abundant. It was evident that the three great sacred lands had inherited their legacy from the time of Otsutsuki Kagaya, a matter not to be underestimated. Yet, he was aware that his current power was insufficient to dominate everything, so he could only feign ignorance of his thoughts. After all, in the original narrative, while Wetbone Forest and Ryuchi Cave did not receive much emphasis, the mere mention of Myaboka Mountain, renowned alongside them, hinted at their significance. It could be said that without the backing of the Myaboka Mountain faction, represented by the Great Toad Sage, the brothers Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki might not have succeeded in sealing Otsutsuki Kagaya. Lost in thought, he heard the voice of the small slug. Jieshuan Darren. The most crucial aspect of learning sage techniques is maintaining a tranquil heart. During the absorption of natural energy, one must remain undistracted. Failing to master the balance between natural energy and internal chakra could result in catastrophic consequences. The small slug elaborated on the various precautions essential for practicing sage techniques. Among the most perilous steps were the absorption of natural energy into the body and the amalgamation of natural energy with chakra. Should any errors occur, even the gods would be unable to intervene. For now, try to attune yourself to the essence of natural energy. If you cannot even perceive it, our concerns would be in vain, the small slug said with a gentle smile. Over the years, countless individuals have sought to learn sage techniques. Yet most could not even sense natural energy, let alone absorb it into their bodies. Uchiha Jieshuan nodded slightly, closing his eyes to regulate his breathing. Soon, he began to perceive streams of energy swirling in the air. Such vigor, such vitality. Uchiha Jieshuan murmured. Compared to the chakra extracted from a human body, the natural energy generated by the earth was evidently far more formidable. It was no wonder that the process of drawing this power into one's body was fraught with danger. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Jieshuan cautiously guided the surrounding natural energy into his body. In no time, he felt completely at ease. His sage body absorbed the natural energy effortlessly, and there were no signs of instability within him. Truly, the sage body was remarkable. Uchiha Jieshuan silently marveled and began to operate the cultivation methods of Wetbone Forest, allowing the natural energy to circulate within him while combining it with his chakra in a precise ratio. Much like his previous experience with inhaling energy, he found no difficulty in this step either. Under the influence of his formidable mental strength, the process of creating sage chakra proceeded exceptionally smoothly. After a while, Uchiha Jieshuan exhaled a breath of stale air and slowly opened his eyes. Observing his swift return from the meditative state, the small slug immediately offered reassurance. Jieshuan Darren. Even if you fail, it is of no consequence. Perceiving natural energy is not a simple task, and many have spent months or even years in pursuit. I will remain by your side, assisting you in sensing the natural energy. Upon hearing the words of the little slug, Uchiha Yuzuin shook his head and replied, No, I have already succeeded. Exclaimed the little slug in surprise. Have you sensed natural energy so quickly? Lord Yuzuin, you truly are a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. Uchiha Yuzuan shook his head again, a faint shadow of darkness appearing at the corner of his eye. I mean, I have successfully created Senjutsu Chakra. Upon hearing Uchiha Yuzuan's words, the little slug was momentarily stunned. Then, with a somewhat urgent voice, it asked, Lord Yuzuan, is that true? Indeed, Uchiha Yuzuan affirmed. And as he circulated the Senjutsu Chakra within him, the rich aura of natural energy became apparent, coupled with the subtle shadow at the corner of his eye. The little slug, despite its astonishment, had no choice but to believe. Lord Yuzuan, you truly are a monster, it murmured. Initially, the little slug thought that Uchiha Yuzuan sensing the presence of natural energy in such a short time was already an impressive feat, however. It was utterly astonished that he had not only sensed natural energy, but had also drawn it into his body in an incredibly short time. What was most terrifying was that when he absorbed natural energy for the first time, he exhibited no abnormal signs and successfully fused the natural energy with his own chakra, thereby creating Senjutsu Chakra. This performance could only be described as monstrous. Even the legendary Senju Hashirama had not achieved such a level. The commotion between the two attracted the attention of the slug sage, who leaned down curiously to observe Uchiha Yuzuan for a while, then spoke with equal astonishment. Indeed, this is Senjutsu. I never expected you to succeed in such a short time. It is known that the Senjutsu of the Reborn forest is not entirely suitable for humans, making the cultivation process inherently challenging. The most effective methods for humans to cultivate natural energy had been severed since the arrival of Otsutsuki Kagaya in the ninja world and the establishment of the ninja religion by the Sage of Six Paths. The slug sage found it hard to imagine what kind of formidable power Uchiha Yuzuan would display if the human cultivation traditions had not been interrupted. After receiving confirmation from the slug sage, Uchiha Yuzuan felt a wave of relief. As long as nothing went wrong, he created a water mirror to examine his appearance, noticing only a faint shadow at the corner of his eye, prompting a gentle smile to grace his lips. Seeing this, the slug sage inquired curiously, Yuzuan, what are you looking at? Uchiha Yuzuan casually explained, I heard that when using Senjutsu, the more compatible the body is with the technique, the less noticeable the changes. It appears that my body is quite well suited for Senjutsu. Upon hearing this, the slug sage nodded. There is some truth to that, though it is not entirely accurate. When humans utilize the Senjutsu of the Reborn forest, black stripes appear on their bodies, while those who practice the Senjutsu of Mayaboku Mountain exhibit certain characteristics of toads. However, the Senjutsu of the Ryuchi cave is quite the opposite. The greater the compatibility, the more pronounced the bodily changes. Recalling the appearance of Kabuto Yakushi from the original work, Uchiha Yuzuan nodded, and then curiously asked, Slug Sage, you seem well-versed in the Senjutsu of the three great sacred lands. Could you enlighten me about them? No problem. The Slug Sage replied with a gentle smile, then began to explain to Uchiha Yuzuan. Each of the Senjutsu of the three great sacred lands has its own characteristics. The Senjutsu of the Reborn forest can rapidly produce Senjutsu Chakra. As long as there is an abundance of natural energy nearby and the talent for cultivating Senjutsu is sufficiently high, one need not worry about a shortage of Senjutsu Chakra. The Senjutsu of Mayaboku Mountain allows for the advanced creation and long-term storage of chakra, enabling one to fight even in areas devoid of natural energy by utilizing the stored Senjutsu Chakra. As for the Senjutsu of the Ryuchi cave, it grants the user peculiar abilities such as invisibility, transformation, and the ability to alter objects. Upon hearing the slug sage's explanation, Uchiha Yuzuan felt a stir within him. If he remembered correctly, there were several transformed Sennin appearing in the Ryuchi cave in the original work. He wondered if the Nikko clan, which had signed a contract with the Uchiha clan for summoning, could cultivate the Senjutsu of the Ryuchi cave. If they could successfully transform, perhaps he could witness a true cat-eared maiden. Contemplating this, Uchiha Yuzuan couldn't help but murmur, transformation is wonderful, one must learn it. Yuzuan, hearing the slug sage's voice, Uchiha Yuzuan came back to his senses. He raised his head and smiled. Thank you, slug sage. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait a moment. The slug sage advised. The natural energy outside is far less abundant than that of the Reborn forest, and sustaining combat may prove challenging. I suggest you use some special ninja tools to seal some of the natural energy from here for your convenience. This way, you can create Senjutsu Chakra whenever you need it during battle. It added with some nostalgia. Even Senju Hashirama used this method after he successfully learned Senjutsu. With a sigh, it continued. The ninja world was not like this before. Natural energy was incredibly abundant. In response, Uchiha Yuzuin waved his hand dismissively. There's no need. I already have a solution. The dragon vein is formed by the accumulation of vast natural energy, and he simply needs to seal the dragon vein within his body, eliminating concerns regarding the depletion of natural energy in the ninja world. As this thought crossed his mind, Uchiha Yuzuin couldn't help but frown. Perhaps thousands of years ago, the ninja world had entered an era akin to the end of the cultivation novels, where natural energy had become scarce, leading to a lack of resistance against Otsutsuki Kagaya. Or perhaps the divine tree that Otsutsuki Kagaya planted absorbed all the energy of the ninja world into itself. Shaking his head, he dismissed those unrealistic thoughts. What mattered most now was to possess the strength to counter the Otsutsuki clan. Pondering over other matters was futile at this moment. Slug Sage, Gana, Uchiha Yuzuin declared as he dispelled the reverse summoning technique. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in his courtyard. Yuzuin, how did you return so quickly? Tsunade, upon seeing Uchiha Yuzuin, displayed a hint of surprise in her eyes. Did you find it too difficult to cultivate Senjutsu and decide to give up? Giving up is fine. While Senjutsu can enhance combat power, it is also exceedingly dangerous. With your current strength, there is no need to take such risks, Tsunade earnestly advised. Fully aware of the dangers associated with learning Senjutsu, she truly did not want to relive the pain of losing a loved one again. Seeing the worried expression on Tsunade's face, Uchiha Yuzuin gently embraced her. Tsunade, do not worry. I have succeeded in my cultivation. Upon witnessing Tsunade's astonished expression, Uchiha Yuzuin smiled slightly. After being with me for so long, how can you still be so unaware? Is it really that shocking? Tsunade could not help but roll her eyes, lightly tapping Uchiha Yuzuin's chest, and scoffed. Of course it's shocking. You are simply a monster. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Yuzuin was in high spirits, playfully pinching Tsunade's chin. There's no need for shock. Tonight, I shall astonish you. Chapter 204, 100 Feet Senjutsu, Super Large Spiraling Shuriken. Uchiha Yuzuin hurled the shuriken he had condensed in his hand with great force, and in the next moment, the entire Cloud Thunder Gorge shook violently, as if a dragon had turned over. Multiple mountain peaks were obliterated into dust beneath the immense power of the spiraling shuriken. This is the power of Senjutsu, Uchiha Yuzuin murmured. With the augmentation of Senjutsu chakra, the potency of various ninjutsu was amplified several-fold. Furthermore, the enhancement of Senjutsu chakra on physical techniques was also remarkably significant. In an era devoid of the six paths, he, Uchiha Jishuan, stood indisputably as the mightiest. With the dual powers of Shinjutsu, sage techniques, the Senju and Uzumaki sage bodies, the Yiwa bloodline, as well as the fiery release and magnetic release, he was unmatched. Even against the formidable Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara of yore. It was time to embark on a journey to the land of wind. Uchiha Jishuan dedicated several days to mastering the sage techniques. Now, accompanied by Sarah, he sought to seal the dragon vein within himself, enabling him to engage in prolonged battles in sage mode. In the land of wind, amidst the desert and the ruins of Lulan, the sand swept across Sarah's face. Yet a smile graced her lips. It had been ages since her last visit, and nostalgia washed over her. It feels like a lifetime since I left Lulan, she murmured. 13 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Though memories had grown increasingly hazy, the moment she set foot here, an overwhelming wave of emotion surged within her. Uchiha Jishuan, upon hearing her words, chuckled and replied, if you're feeling nostalgic, you could always bring the people of Lulan back here to settle. Sarah promptly clung to his arm, exclaiming, absolutely not. Nostalgia is one thing, but after finding a new home, I have no desire to return here. Even with the dragon vein's power, the citizens of Lulan barely managed to scrape by. There was hardly any form of entertainment. Compared to the land of lightning, it felt like heaven and earth apart. Not even I, once a queen, hold any intention of returning to settle. With a jest, Uchiha Jishuan led Sarah to the location of the former Lulan. Over a decade had passed, and the entire site lay buried beneath the relentless sands. Guided by memory, they quickly located the sealing point of the dragon vein. The once thriving factory now lay in ruins, scattered with various remnants. As they entered the factory, two massive centipedes erupted from the ground. Enemies, Sarah gasped, instinctively retreating behind Uchiha Jishuan. After receiving white Zetsu cells, she had acquired the ability to extract chakra, yet lacked any experience as a ninja. Thus, When faced with danger, she chose to rely on him. Futon, Shinkaha, Uchiha Jieshuan formed hand seals, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp chakra wind blades that sliced the enormous centipedes into pieces. Puppets, Sarah exclaimed softly upon seeing the scattered puppet parts, her thoughts drifting to a loathed figure, and Lushan. Uchiha Jieshuan snorted, then directed a great fireball technique toward an empty space. In the next moment, a ninja adorned with a Suna headband charged from the ruins. This place is now occupied by Sunagakure. If you wish to live, leave at once, the Suna ninja warned, his voice grave. In response, Uchiha Jieshuan removed his hood, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Why not inquire with Raza first, and see if he dares to obstruct me? He had recognized the Suna ninja, Baizhu, whom he had encountered in Lulan years prior. You are. The Suna ninja's pupils dilated in shock as he stammered, Uchiha Jieshuan. In an instant, he lost all will to fight. His name was Baizhu, a mere puppet master of Sunagakure. After the Third Shinobi World War and the Joint Ninja Alliance's campaign against Kumogakure, he had etched Uchiha Jieshuan's visage deep into his memory. 3 years prior, when Uchiha Jieshuan single-handedly reduced Konoha to ruins, Baizhu realized a stark truth. Sunagakure's current strength was utterly insufficient to defeat him. Thus, he had deserted the village, seeking a means to overcome Uchiha Jieshuan in the Land of Wind. By chance, he stumbled upon the Dragon Vein, rumored in village records to be wielded only by the queens of Lulan, possessing boundless power. This discovery thrilled him, for he believed that mastering the Dragon Vein would grant him the strength to rival Uchiha Jieshuan. Yet, before he could devise a method to control it, Uchiha Jieshuan had arrived. It seems you are aware of certain matters. Uchiha Jieshuan suddenly appeared before Baizhu, kicking him away amidst his overwhelming panic. Baizhu tumbled across the ground, halting precisely at the Dragon Vein sealing center. Stay back, or I shall unseal the Dragon Vein. If it erupts, none of us will survive, Baizhu warned, sweat trickling down his brow as he glared at Uchiha Jieshuan, who approached steadily. Faced with this man, he saw no hope of victory. The only option was a desperate gamble, hoping to instill a modicum of fear in his opponent. However, Uchiha Jieshuan paid no heed to his warning, slowly drawing his long blade. No one in this world can threaten me. Are you prepared to accept the reality of your impending demise? With that, he swung his sword, a blinding ray of lethal light hurtling toward Baizhu. As the unprecedented force washed over him, Baizhu was consumed by primal terror. There was no escape. He would die. Since becoming a ninja, he had never felt such utter helplessness. Before Uchiha Jieshuan, he was akin to an ant, easily crushed at will. Curse you! Baizhu gritted his teeth, forcefully pulling out the kunai that sealed the Dragon Vein. In the next instant, a violet beam shot skyward, engulfing him entirely. Witnessing Baizhu vanish, Uchiha Jieshuan sheathed his sword. The fabric of time closed around them. He had intentionally refrained from killing Baizhu, instead kicking him toward the Dragon Vein sealing's location, hoping to provoke him into breaking the seal. Otherwise, eliminating Baizhu on the spot could trigger unpredictable temporal paradoxes. Seeing Uchiha Jieshuan lost in thought, Sarah urged urgently, Jieshuan, the Dragon Vein's power is surging. We must control it at once.